Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In a snowy mountain, a hooded figure approaches a glowing light where the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng is supposed to be. Exhausted in the cold, the hooded young man pants and rejoices that he has finally arrived. He reflects that he spent nearly 2 months searching these mountains to locate the legendary 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Feeling his strength fading, he admits to himself that he is at his physical limit. A system-like message indicates that the sought-after item is unavailable. Shocked, he realizes the ginseng is missing from where it should be. Another system message reports that only the scent of the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng is present. Angrily, he wonders how this happened and demands to know who stole the ginseng. He reasons that the thief might still be nearby and prepares to act. He activates tracking magic, which locates the target within a 300-meter radius. A magical trail of energy sweeps across the snowy forest toward the thief. Following the glowing trail, he reaches a rocky area where it leads into a crevice. Hearing his footsteps crunch, he realizes the trail leads into a cave. Entering the deep cave, he notes that the magical scent trail continues further inside. Venturing deeper, he spots an orange glow and hears something unusual ahead. Smelling the air, he senses that the savory aroma in the cave is familiar. He narrows his eyes as he focuses on recognizing the smell. He suddenly identifies the aroma as samjitang, ginseng chicken soup. He sees a pot simmering over a fire with chicken and herbs boiling inside. The dish is revealed as a rich samjitang stew, complete with ginseng root and various ingredients. A black-haired youth calmly eats the ginseng from the soup, prompting the hooded man to question if it is what he fears. Watching the stranger eat, he panics internally, unable to believe what he is seeing. The black-haired youth happily comments that using the ginseng for samjitang was a great idea, while the hooded man tries to respond. The hooded man, gulping in fury, begins to call the eater out. Realizing what is in the bowl, the eater hesitantly guesses that it might be something special. The hooded man confirms it is the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, glaring accusingly at him. Unbothered, the youth casually acknowledges that it is indeed the legendary ginseng and continues eating. The hooded man mentally screams to the god of Athene and begins a furious outburst. Enraged, he shouts about someone wasting 1,000-year-old wild ginseng just to cook samjitang. The black-haired youth keeps munching the ginseng without concern. He swallows the ginseng down as golden motes float around his mouth. Smiling, the youth calmly affirms that he knowingly ate the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. In narration, he introduces himself as Kang Minhyuk, explaining that he has a rare condition causing an insatiable appetite and huge food intake of any cuisine. He explains that he craves all kinds of food, whether Korean, Chinese, Japanese, or Western. He adds that he will eat anything, recounts trying to count calories, and reveals he consumes about 20,000 calories a day. He states that at 185 centimeters and nearly 170 kilograms, his condition makes it impossible to maintain a healthy size and that no treatment has worked despite many attempts. Minhyuk sits with the doctor reviewing his file during another hospital consultation. The psychiatrist Lee Jin-hwan asks if Minhyuk is still subsisting mostly on tomatoes. Minhyuk lifts a container of cherry tomatoes, showing what he has been eating. He admits he still eats only tomatoes but complains that he continues gaining weight despite them. The doctor explains that even low-calorie tomatoes still have energy, and asks how many Minhyuk eats per day. Nervous, Minhyuk hesitates and prepares to answer. He guesses that he might be eating around 5,000 tomatoes daily, leaving the doctor speechless. The doctor silently reacts with a blank expression. Smiling, Lee Jin-hwan jokes that at that rate Minhyuk has likely ignored the rest of his advice, while Minhyuk protests lightheartedly. Minhyuk insists he has also been exercising 4 hours a day, but the doctor points out that lifting food to his mouth does not count, and Minhyuk mentions being busy studying and topping college entrance exams. Annoyed by the teasing, Minhyuk warns the doctor not to forget something important. He reminds Jin-hwan with a smug look that his father owns the hospital. The doctor nervously taps his clipboard as he considers this. Internally conceding the point, Jin-hwan switches tone and sarcastically praises Minhyuk's dedication and passion for tomatoes. Minhyuk asks if that flattery is what the doctor thinks he wants to hear, then admits defeat in their banter and runs out of arguments. Time passes in the office as they share a laugh together, easing the tension. Later, Minhyuk stands quietly before the doctor's desk, responding when his name is called. Looking over the medical record, the doctor soberly warns that Minhyuk's life is in danger if he continues on this path. Minhyuk listens in silence, acknowledging that he is aware of the seriousness. When asked what is hardest for him, Minhyuk confesses that not being able to eat what he wants is torture, and that endless tomatoes never satisfy him. The doctor, privately reflecting, notes that patients like Minhyuk feel constant anxiety unless eating and that it is impressive he has at least maintained his current weight. Jin-hwan cautions that if Minhyuk starts truly indulging his desires, the consequences could be fatal. He emphasizes again that Minhyuk might actually die if they cannot manage his cravings. Minhyuk perks up as the doctor proposes a new kind of treatment approach. Jin-hwan asks if Minhyuk knows about the virtual reality game called Athene. Minhyuk recalls they once tried a different game-based therapy, which only made him eat more, while the doctor clarifies that was a separate game named Versailles. Smiling, Jin-hwan explains that Athene is different because players can taste food inside the game. Minhyuk, stunned and excited, asks in disbelief if that is true. The doctor confirms from personal experience that in Athene you can eat as much as you want, even endless bowls of ramen, without gaining real weight. Minhyuk's eyes sparkle with sudden hope at the idea. He imagines himself joyfully devouring 100 bowls of ramen in paradise, and eagerly asks again if it is really possible. The scene shifts to a pool facility where his rehabilitation and exercise program takes place. Trainers and staff watch as Minhyuk swims laps, splashing heavily in the water. Gasping for breath, Minhyuk keeps pushing himself forward with a kickboard. Trainer Changuk, a celebrity fitness instructor, encourages him and offers breaks if needed. Minhyuk insists he can keep going and continue exercising a bit more. Changuk warns him not to overexert himself. Minhyuk recalls how serious the doctor sounded when discussing the potential VR treatment. Underwater-themed narration repeats the doctor's words that the goal of Athene is to let him feel full without actual calories. The doctor also warned that the game carries risks, such as making him crave more food when logged out. He added that Minhyuk could become used to massive game portions and, with options running out, they must still try something. After swimming, staff help hoist Minhyuk out of the pool and he thanks them. They guide him carefully up the ladder, reminding him to move slowly. Wrapped in a robe, Minhyuk mutters that the hardest part comes after the workout. He reflects that exercising itself is fine. The real problem is what happens when it ends and food appears. As soon as his workout finishes, his throat tightens and hunger resurfaces. The cravings surge intensely the moment he steps away from the pool. A large salad bowl is brought out, and he exclaims how starving he is. He sits alone and begins eating the salad as part of his controlled diet. Still in his robe, he devours salad bowl after salad bowl. The empty bowls stack up, showing how many portions he has already finished. He notes that he has cleared everything quickly, even beating his previous day's speed at finishing the salad. Proud of his eating ability, he tells Changuk that eating is what he does best and then asks if the trainer plays Athene. Changuk enthusiastically replies that he loves Athene and lives for it lately, while Minhyuk says he is thinking of joining. Changuk, surprised, asks if Minhyuk plans to set records in the game as he does in other areas. Minhyuk jokes that he might become a top-ranked player, and Changuk praises him as someone who always sets new records, wondering if there is anything he is bad at. Minhyuk ponders the question seriously. He bluntly answers that the one thing he is bad at is being thin, making Changuk tear up at the honest yet sad response. Changuk cries that Minhyuk's honesty is funny yet heartbreaking, while Minhyuk comments on his tears. They decide it is better to laugh together, sharing a light-hearted moment. Minhyuk says he should head out now and starts to rise. Getting up, he calls Changuk's attention again. He begins to ask if Changuk knows where his father is, but suddenly feels dizzy. His vision spins and darkens as he starts to lose consciousness. Changuk notices the change and calls out to Minhyuk in alarm. He shouts Minhyuk's name and reaches toward him as the boy collapses. Minhyuk's hand falls limply as he passes out. People around them yell for help while Minhyuk's body slumps to the floor. In a narrated summary, doctors explain that Minhyuk suffers severe medical complications including hypertension, diabetes, and arthritis. A sign for VIP room 711 is shown as a doctor states that Minhyuk's body is under extreme stress and his condition is very serious. In a conversation about treatment, someone suggests another liposuction surgery but the doctor says it is no longer viable. The doctor explains that after previous liposuction, Minhyuk regained even more fat than was removed. They conclude that further liposuction would only be a temporary fix, prompting Minhyuk to despair over what he has done to deserve this. Lying in a hospital bed, Minhyuk narrates that his cravings and food intake keep increasing, causing him to grow larger daily and making him think he has reached his limit. Despite this, he admits he does not want to die yet. His father, Kang Minhyu, chairman of Ilwa Group, visits his room and asks how he is feeling. Minhyu tells him the doctor said his collapse was due to overexercising. Minhyuk lies there silently, processing what he overheard earlier. Minhyu realizes Minhyuk must have listened to the grim discussion with the doctor, and wonders how to cheer his son up. He grips the back of a chair as he considers how to approach him. To distract and encourage Minhyuk, he starts listing rich breakfast foods like chicken and waffles, eggs Benedict, French toast, pancakes, and hash browns. Minhyuk asks for a moment to think as he lies in bed. When he finally declines the tempting food, his father jokingly claims victory in their little contest of willpower. Minhyuk chuckles, softly calling out to his dad. He then asks what his father would think if he started playing a new game. Minhyu realizes his son must mean the VR game Dr. Lee recommended. He says he supports Minhyuk trying something new but asks him to promise one thing if he plays. The promise Minhyu asks for is that Minhyuk remember to have fun. Gently stroking his son's head, he tells Minhyuk that his own happiness depends on Minhyuk's happiness. Minhyuk grips his father's clothes, moved but silent. Determined, he tells his father that he wants to try Athene. Later at their home, Minhyuk hears a call of surprise as preparations for Athene are revealed. Changuk proudly presents a custom-built VR pod designed specifically for Minhyuk. The sleek high-tech pod is shown in detail, gleaming in the room. Seeing the pod, Minhyuk is awestruck while Changuk notes how tense he looks. Dr. Lee and a medical team reassure him they will monitor him and be present in case of emergencies. Changuk explains that he cannot re-enter the beginner area in Athene, so they will have to meet after Minhyuk clears it, and Minhyuk agrees. Minhyuk presses the activation button on the pod to begin the process. Just before entering, he remembers to ask Changuk what his in-game nickname is. Embarrassed, Changuk hesitates and fidgets. He shyly whispers that his nickname is General. Minhyuk reacts loudly in disbelief upon hearing the grandiose name. The others watch as Minhyuk teases Changuk about being called General, while Changuk frantically tells him to keep it quiet. The observing doctors chuckle among themselves at learning Changuk's nickname. Minhyuk then jokingly asks if Changuk would mind him naming his own character Colonel, prompting Changuk to shove him toward the pod while Minhyuk laughs. The pod hisses as it seals shut around Minhyuk. The Athene system powers up with a humming sound, enclosing him in blue light. Inside, Minhyuk slips on the VR helmet, ready to dive into the game. From his perspective in the pod, the doctors and Changuk smile and encourage him to find delicious food inside Athene. Minhyuk lies still in the pod as the helmet lights up and the interface activates. A system prompt asks whether to launch Athene, and Minhyuk mentally confirms. His consciousness enters the virtual world and he sees a projection of his current overweight body as the avatar template. An interface explains that he can customize only his hair color, skin tone, and body weight, and he realizes he can change his appearance. He thinks excitedly that this customization is something the previous game lacked and prepares to adjust his new avatar. The protagonist reflects that there is only one thing he wishes to change. He commands the system to set his body weight to 73 kilograms, and his obese body begins transforming. His appearance rapidly slims down. His arm also changes as the transformation completes. Seeing his new lean avatar, he marvels at how handsome he looks and questions if it is really him. Tearfully clenching his fist, he vows not to fail again and to succeed this time. Prompted to choose a nickname, he names his character Minhyuk. The scene shifts to a peaceful training yard with scarecrows, signaling his arrival in the game world. Minhyuk looks around the training grounds, taking in his surroundings. At a beginner training facility, various newcomers practice on scarecrows. An instructor greets Minhyuk as a newcomer and welcomes him to Ardo, the beginner training area. The man introduces himself as Vallen, Minhyuk's basic training instructor and a game NPC, which surprises Minhyuk. Minhyuk is amazed at how realistic this game is compared with others he knows. Vallen silently studies the unusually enthusiastic newcomer. Vallen hands Minhyuk a wooden weapon. He tells Minhyuk that his basic training quest is beginning as Minhyuk grabs the weapon. A quest window explains that the tutorial mission 50 strikes requires hitting a scarecrow 50 times and rewards bonus points, bread, and water. Minhyuk fixates on the part of the reward that includes coarse bread and bottled water. While Vallen explains how to open the quest window, Minhyuk is distracted, thinking about the quest. Minhyuk internally wonders if he really saw bread listed as a reward. His practice weapon drops to the ground in shock. He reflects that while dieting, carbohydrates are his worst enemy. He also admits that carb foods like various breads and pastries are his favorite things in the world. He nervously asks Vallen if he can receive the bread reward in advance because he is very hungry, but Vallen refuses. Disappointed, Minhyuk thinks about how much he wants bread right now. Despite hunger pangs, he prepares himself at the scarecrow. He grips his weapon with determination. He smashes the scarecrow with a strong strike. He counts the first of 50 hits and resolves to finish all of them, motivated by the bread reward. The training grounds echo with repeated blows as he continues his practice. Other trainees and Vallen watch, impressed at how fast and skillful Minhyuk's strikes are, wondering if he has kendo experience. A window announces that the 50 strikes quest is perfectly completed and lists the rewards of bonus points, bread, and water. Minhyuk hears Vallen praise his performance. Vallen commends the clean, swift strikes and explains how status windows and bonus points work, including how strength affects damage and lifting ability. Minhyuk thinks he already knows this from prior research, and calls up his status window. Recalling a friend's advice, he considers assigning points to strength when something distracts him. His eyes widen as he notices something important. He realizes Vallen is holding the promised bread. Cheerfully, Minhyuk assigns his bonus point to strength while beaming at Vallen. Vallen explains how to move the bread and water into inventory using a command. Overjoyed, Minhyuk thanks Vallen while hugging his bundle of bread. Vallen says he is glad Minhyuk is happy and notes he has never seen anyone so delighted by this reward. After tasting it, Minhyuk bluntly exclaims that the bread itself tastes terrible. Other trainees agree, describing the bread as rock-hard and unpleasant. One of them complains further and asks for water to wash away the taste. Vallen scolds them, saying they should be grateful for what they have, even as he himself snacks on the bread. Hearing Minhyuk's reaction, Vallen pauses and listens. Minhyuk deeply inhales the aroma of the bread, savoring the smell after such a long time without it. He wonders what kind of flour and liquid were used, thinking the ingredients smell nutritious and mildly fermented. He finally bites into the coarse bread. At first it is hard and cold like stale baguette, but it quickly softens on his tongue and releases a savory taste. Ecstatically, Minhyuk declares the bread delicious, proclaiming that carbohydrates are the best, while Vallen hesitantly asks if it is really that good. With tears in his eyes, Minhyuk insists that it truly is amazingly tasty as he devours more pieces. Vallen quietly chuckles to himself, thinking Minhyuk is unusual compared with the typically ungrateful newcomers. Clearing his throat, Vallen informs Minhyuk that repeating the quest will earn him another batch of bread and water. Vallen adds that repeated runs will no longer grant bonus points, and that Minhyuk is free to leave for the hunting tutorial instead. Minhyuk excitedly confirms that this means he can obtain even more bread. Vallen explains that he can indeed get more, but only by doing another 50 strikes each time. A system message states that Minhyuk's satisfaction has reached 100%. Startled by the notification, Minhyuk recalls that once satisfaction is maxed out, eating more will not increase it any further. He remembers previous advice that in Athene he can eat huge amounts, like 100 bowls of ramen, once satisfaction is full. He notes that reaching max satisfaction does not negatively affect his character, so further eating is purely for enjoyment. Encouraged, he grips his weapon again, deciding he can continue without worry. Driven by the craving for more sweet bread, he throws himself back into striking the scarecrow. Training noises continue into the distance as he keeps hammering away. Later, Vallen hands him his rewards again, even tossing in 2 extra loaves, which increases their affinity. A notification shows his affinity with Vallen has risen as he keeps striking the scarecrow under Vallen's pleased supervision. Another message grants him +1 strength as a hidden reward for repeatedly training on the scarecrow, which surprises him. Vallen advises that though the bonus is nice, Minhyuk should not stay in the beginner area forever, since leveling by hunting monsters will give him more bonus points efficiently. Minhyuk flatters Vallen's knowledge and appearance, earning more affinity as other players notice Vallen actually laughing. The game confirms that his affinity level with Vallen has again increased. The perspective shifts to the real world where Minhyuk's VR machine powers down. In the lab, staff remove his helmet and ask Minhyuk how his session in the game was. His doctor checks whether he has eaten, as his stomach growls again. Minhyuk nods sadly, saying he has eaten already. The doctor wonders why Minhyuk still looks so dejected as an assistant offers him a diet snack box. Minhyuk cries that he is upset because he must return to eating tomatoes in reality. Still delighted by the memory, he insists that the food he had in the game was incredibly delicious and admits it was just coarse bread. The doctor is moved, realizing Minhyuk is ecstatic over what most players consider a terrible beginner reward. Minhyuk eagerly asks the researcher if he can log back into the game again in 30 minutes, and the man agrees. Chewing on his real-world diet food, Minhyuk says he cannot wait to eat more of that in-game bread. The doctor casually asks if Minhyuk has completed the beginner's hunting tutorial yet. Minhyuk answers that he has not, and is still endlessly hitting scarecrows. The doctor reacts in shock at this revelation. Another staff member concludes that Minhyuk must be planning to stay in the beginner's village a long time just for the bread, and someone else scolds the doctor for encouraging him. Minhyuk thanks the attendant for his salad as he discreetly reaches for his phone. He dutifully eats his salad while thinking. Suddenly an idea occurs to him as he remembers something. On his phone he reads a forum thread about strange foods in Ardo, noticing discussions about various ingredients. He scrolls through the posts, dismissing less useful suggestions. Then he finds something that shocks and excites him. Overwhelmed, he trembles, pants, and clutches his phone intensely. The doctor panics, asking what is wrong. The researcher also shouts Minhyuk's name in alarm. Other medical staff rush in, wondering what has happened. The doctor urgently orders an ambulance and tells them to grab the emergency kit. Minhyuk calmly reveals that he is fine and has just discovered that his next quest will let him hunt chickens. The doctor, relieved but confused, tells him the chickens are weak monsters and easy to kill. Minhyuk daydreams about all the different ways he will be able to cook and eat chicken in the game, admitting his excitement nearly made his heart stop. The staff stare at him in bewilderment, realizing his dramatic reaction was only over food. Back in the game, Vallen surveys the training yard while other trainees practice. When Minhyuk returns, Vallen greets him warmly. Minhyuk happily announces his return and enthusiasm for more training and more bread, which Vallen welcomes with laughter. Determined, Minhyuk shoulders his weapon and declares that it is time to earn more bread. He resumes smashing the scarecrow. The sounds of his relentless practice continue into the evening. Later, an impatient trainee curses the place and argues with Vallen, demanding to be let out and insulting him as just an NPC. Vallen glares and coldly orders the rude trainee to be quiet and leave. Intimidated, the trainee flinches. While retreating, the trainee threatens that Vallen will see him again and should watch his back. Exhausted, Vallen sighs that his shift is almost over. Another keeper arrives to relieve him, and Vallen thanks the man and prepares to leave. As he walks away, Vallen says he really likes a particular diligent trainee. That trainee, Minhyuk, happily eats bread alone among the scarecrows at night. Vallen thinks to himself that he hopes this newcomer returns tomorrow, while Minhyuk calls out to him. Minhyuk asks if Vallen is heading home and whether he has eaten dinner. Vallen says he has not eaten yet and will cook something simple at home. Minhyuk excitedly offers to cook dinner for him, claiming to be a good chef. Vallen is surprised that Minhyuk wants to prepare food for him. Minhyuk internally reasons that he lacks cooking tools and wants to borrow Vallen's kitchen so he can improve the bread, hoping their closeness will let him keep using the utensils later. Vallen smiles knowingly. He agrees that Minhyuk cooking for him sounds good. On the way, Vallen teasingly suggests Minhyuk just wants his kitchen to make the bread taste better, while Minhyuk stammers a denial and pretends it is only for pleasant conversation. Vallen laughs and calls Minhyuk a terrible liar, At Vallen's small house, Minhyuk remarks that the place feels cozy. Vallen modestly downplays it but invites him to make himself at home. In narration, Vallen notes that he has never invited a newcomer over before and usually knows they just butter him up for extra rewards. He feels this case is different, believing Minhyuk genuinely wants to share a meal and finding him trustworthy. Minhyuk inspects Vallen's pantry, seeing only coarse bread, basic seasonings, and soup supplies, and asks if that is all he has. Vallen confirms that as a keeper he lives off daily rations. He explains he could buy additional food in the village but eats alone and keeps his meals simple, which makes Minhyuk thoughtful. Minhyuk then promises to make Vallen a dish that will astonish his palate, and Vallen says he looks forward to it. From outside, their house glows warmly as Minhyuk starts to speak again. Minhyuk asks if he can snack on some bread while cooking, and Vallen generously tells him to help himself before going to take a quick shower. Looking over the ingredients, Minhyuk considers what he can make with coarse bread, garlic, butter, condensed milk, honey, and parsley. Inspired, he decides to turn the coarse bread into garlic bread. He slices the loaves into pieces. He prepares a mixture of seasonings and sauces, including a creamy base and herbs. When dinner is ready, Vallen comes out, stunned by the unexpected spread. Minhyuk beams proudly at the table, armed with fork and spoon. A towering platter of golden garlic bread slices sits before them. The aroma of a creamy soup catches Vallen's attention. A pot of steaming soup rests on the table beside the garlic bread. Minhyuk reveals he has cooked 50 servings of soup to go with the bread. He invites Vallen to enjoy the meal, saying he made enough to express how much he admires him, which Vallen appreciates. Vallen decides to taste the soup first. He takes a careful sip. As he eats, Minhyuk enthusiastically thanks him for inviting him over. Minhyuk happily eats the garlic bread, noting how soft it is inside with a satisfyingly crisp crust. He savors the flavor combination, describing how the sweetness of honey is followed by rich garlic butter as he continues to eat. Minhyuk happily eats garlic bread with soup, thinking about how it softens the crust and enhances the flavor. As he savors the soup and thinks it is amazingly delicious, Vallen presses a hand over his own face, overwhelmed. Vallen bursts into hearty laughter. A chibi Minhyuk crunches on more bread while cooking, surprised by the sound. Vallen comments that Minhyuk must love food since he has never seen anyone so happy while eating and says this is the best meal he has ever had. Minhyuk cheerfully declares that eating is the greatest pleasure in life. Vallen narrates that his days are monotonous and that he always comes home to an empty, silent house. He admits he is used to being alone and has never had someone to talk with like this. Vallen tells Minhyuk he is glad Minhyuk asked to be invited over and begins to say that, whatever Minhyuk's motives, he has changed the place. Vallen continues that Minhyuk has filled his home with the sounds of cooking, making it warm and finally feel like a real home. Minhyuk is pleased to hear this and reflects that even simple food can carry deep meaning. He thinks about how food, no matter how plain, brings people together and creates memories. And Vallen replies that he will never forget Minhyuk's garlic bread. Minhyuk is deeply moved by those words. While Minhyuk eats more bread, he asks Vallen if he can finish the leftover coarse bread, and Vallen silently nods. Narration notes that Minhyuk proceeds to finish all the garlic bread and soup by himself. Vallen suddenly braces his hands on the table as if preparing to do something. While Minhyuk keeps eating, Vallen goes to a shelf or rack to retrieve an item. Vallen says he has something for Minhyuk, who looks up mid-bite, curious. Vallen presents his sword to Minhyuk, asking if he will accept it, as a system message labels it Vallen's sword and shows it being gifted. Minhyuk stares wide-eyed, shocked that he is being given a sword. System notifications inform him he can acquire Vallen's sword, travel between Ardo training grounds and the hunting range, and gain a bit of fame. Holding the sword, Minhyuk asks why Vallen would give such a thing away as another notification sounds. An item window reveals Vallen's sword is a rare weapon with good stats and the skill Strike of Valor. Vallen smiles, saying he no longer needs the sword, and Minhyuk protests that all he did was cook him dinner. When Vallen jokingly asks if Minhyuk will refuse it, Minhyuk quickly grabs the weapon and gratefully accepts it. Minhyuk immediately calls up his skills menu in excitement. The Strike of Valor skill is described as an artifact melee skill that boosts the next attack's damage. Minhyuk draws the sword, admiring it and thinking the attached skill is quite good. While waving the sword around, Minhyuk casually asks to borrow some cooking utensils, making Vallen chuckle and suggest he might as well ask for the house keys. The scene shifts to the exterior of the training grounds, indicating a new day's activity. At the chicken-filled hunting field, Minhyuk is thrilled that he can finally eat chicken, while trainees panic because the chickens are unexpectedly able to fly. Minhyuk notices fluttering feathers and turns, intrigued. He watches as a chicken ferociously pecks a fallen trainee, thinking the situation looks rough. Narration explains Vallen told Minhyuk to find an instructor named Rowena, saying she would be easy to spot. Minhyuk notices a stern woman who might be Rowena among the trainees and chickens. As Minhyuk steps up, the woman looks at him, curious. Minhyuk politely confirms she is instructor Rowena and greets her. Rowena introduces herself as his hunting instructor and assigns him a task to hunt 5 chickens in exchange for a reward. A quest window details the tutorial mission to kill 5 chickens for bonus points and gold. Minhyuk instantly accepts the quest, eager to try out Vallen's sword. He unsheathes the large sword in front of Rowena, surprising her with its appearance. Rowena recognizes the weapon as Vallen's sword and asks why Minhyuk has it. Stunned, she starts to ask how he managed to obtain it. Minhyuk abruptly vanishes from sight as he moves, leaving Rowena confused. While Rowena is still talking, Minhyuk, thinking excitedly about chicken, eats bread and ignores her, making her huff in annoyance. Rowena remembers that Vallen swore he would only pass his sword to someone he deemed worthy, and wonders in disbelief who Minhyuk really is. The clucking of chickens fills the air as the scene prepares for the hunt. Minhyuk, chewing, senses something odd about one particular chicken. He then clearly sees a massive, intimidating chicken and becomes certain it is different from the others. He scans the rest of the flock and feels unnerved because all the chickens seem to be glaring at him as if they might eat him instead. One brown chicken charges at him, flapping wildly. Minhyuk darts forward with Vallen's sword, moving in a swift, powerful slash. The charging chicken is sliced midair by his strike. The dead chicken hits the ground as Minhyuk stands confidently, surprised at the easy kill. Rowena watches in shock, realizing he killed the chicken with a single blow. She thinks how novices normally need 3 hits to kill a chicken and questions whether Vallen's sword alone can explain Minhyuk's power. Rowena wonders if Minhyuk secretly boosted his stats on scarecrows, while nearby Minhyuk casually sits with his pots and a live chicken. Minhyuk raises his sword again, preparing for more hunting and cooking. Rowena flinches as she hears a sharp chop, startled by his intensity. Minhyuk drops a plucked chicken into a pot of water to begin cooking it. As the chicken simmers, he decides to keep hunting more birds while the soup cooks. Onlookers stare and whisper as Rowena anxiously wonders what Minhyuk is doing, realizing he is really making chicken soup in the hunting field. While his pot bubbles, Minhyuk spins and swings his sword with practiced motions, felling more chickens around him. Feathers and chicken cries fill the sky as someone remarks that Minhyuk is an especially strange player in this game. Minhyuk claps his hands, ready to eat once the cooking is finished. Overjoyed that his dish is done, he rubs his hands and thinks he really wanted fried chicken but settled on soup since he lacks ingredients like starch and oil. He explains he therefore chose to make samjitang, believing it will be perfect after a day of hunting. As he lifts the boiled chicken out, he notes it would be better with garlic, vegetables, and rice, but he is satisfied he did his best with what he had. Minhyuk eagerly bites into a chicken leg. He exclaims that it is extremely hot. Chibi Minhyuk happily munches away at the chicken pieces beside the pot. He savors spoonfuls of broth, delighted to taste samjitang again after so long. A pile of cleanly stripped chicken bones shows how completely he has finished the meal. Fired up by his appetite, he proclaims he wants even more and prepares to hunt again. Watching him, Rowena murmurs that he is an interesting fellow. She observes his swordsmanship and notes that, for some reason, Minhyuk reminds her of Vallen. Thinking of Vallen brings a small, wistful smile to her face as she admits to herself that she misses him. Suddenly Rowena notices something unusual in the distance, and cries out in alarm. The trainees react in shock at the sight, saying it is enormous. Rowena recognizes the appearance of the golden chicken. She urgently orders everyone to kill the glowing golden bird, while another trainee recalls it is the event monster that lays golden eggs. An information window explains that the golden chicken is a rare monthly event monster that only appears in a hunting range. Trainees excitedly shout that each golden egg is worth a fortune and insist they must kill the bird first. Everyone frantically scrambles toward the golden chicken, calling it a pot of gold. The enraged golden chicken counterattacks, viciously pecking a trainee and causing chaos. The majestic golden bird stands tall, shining in the sunlight. Minhyuk glares at it, thinking about the opportunities it represents. Looking at the shimmering bird, Minhyuk is reminded of fried chicken and becomes intensely motivated. He dashes forward at high speed toward the golden chicken. Minhyuk closes the distance in a sweeping charge as the golden chicken prepares to meet him. As he attacks, he regretfully thinks how much he wants to fry the bird. The golden chicken screeches defiantly. It spins and moves with surprising agility to evade attacks. Minhyuk twists around, impressed by its speed as it narrowly dodges his swing. Other trainees gape, saying there is no way such a fast, evasive creature is just a chicken. Minhyuk continues fighting, even kicking the bird while observers marvel that he is taking it on alone. His determined eyes show he is fully focused on defeating the golden chicken. As the monster suddenly flies up, others wonder what it is planning, and Minhyuk activates Strike of Valor to boost his next attack. Empowered, Minhyuk brings his sword down in a decisive finishing strike. System messages announce that the golden chicken has been defeated and that Minhyuk gains a large amount of gold and a golden chicken beak. The dead golden chicken and its dropped loot, including a small golden chicken statue, lie on the ground as Minhyuk laughs in triumph. Minhyuk decides the golden chicken item will probably taste great and chooses to loot it. An item window describes the chicken that lays golden eggs, explaining its choice between producing daily gold or delicious eggs. Faced with the choice, Minhyuk eagerly declares he will obviously pick the second ability. Because he chose the food-related ability, he unlocks a hidden achievement about the joy of eating, gains a special food inventory, and boosts all his basic stats. The narrative jumps to the next day at the training grounds. The enticing smell of samjitang drifts through the area, making other trainees notice Minhyuk eating by the field. Minhyuk relishes the rich, greasy flavor of the soup and muses that Rowena also reminds him of Vallen. Text explains that Rowena and Vallen are famous among Athene players as the fearsome duo of training instructors. While eating, Minhyuk figures that, like with Vallen, he may receive rewards from Rowena if he can raise her affection. He wonders how to get closer to her without seeming needy as he watches her train. Rowena notices him staring with the chicken bones still in his mouth and reacts with surprise. Minhyuk clears his throat and greets her cheerfully. She returns the greeting a bit shyly and says she has brought something for him. Minhyuk discovers she has given him gochujang and potatoes and realizes he can now create a completely different chicken dish from samjitang. He imagines making spicy dakbokkumtang and thinks nothing can beat its sweet, spicy allure. Rowena nervously asks about how Vallen is doing these days, confessing she is curious because he used to be her superior in the same unit. Minhyuk suggests she simply visit Vallen, assuring her that Vallen would be happy to see her, as she shyly hesitates. Minhyuk suddenly gets an idea that helping Rowena might earn him more ingredients. He reasons that if he helps her, she might give him even more of the foods he wants most, seeing this as a big opportunity. He remembers that, unlike him, Rowena can freely return to the training grounds. Minhyuk notes that he might be the only outsider allowed back to Ardo's training grounds but points out Rowena is not an outsider, so she can go anytime. Rowena is shocked to realize he has such access. When she asks how, Minhyuk explains that Vallen's sword came with the privilege to revisit the training grounds. Rowena reflects that she never expected a player who could stay connected to Vallen, and notes that Minhyuk already devoured nearly 200 chickens today, seemingly capable of eating even more. From this she concludes Minhyuk will likely remain in the hunting range for several more days. She recalls how delighted he was with the potatoes and gochujang, and decides that if she keeps giving him things, she might win more of his help. Time passes as she continues training others while Minhyuk hunts and cooks nearby. Rowena happily anticipates hearing news about Vallen and believes she has finally found a way to express her feelings for him. Meanwhile, Minhyuk simmers another pot of dakbokkumtang, thinking he can never get enough of it. Gazing at the bubbling stew, he keeps going back for the sweet and spicy broth and only wishes he had rice to go with it. Smiling, he serves the dish and cheerfully invites Rowena to eat. Sounds of eating and clattering dishes fill the sky as everyone enjoys the food. When the pot is emptied, Minhyuk laments that it is already gone just as Rowena approaches and asks to talk. Minhyuk turns in surprise at her call. Rowena presents him with another bulging sack of ingredients. Minhyuk stares at the bag in awe, barely believing what he is seeing. She reveals it is white rice, the beloved food he has been avoiding under doctor's orders and has missed terribly. Rowena tells him the rice is all for him but asks in return that he visit Vallen on her behalf, and Minhyuk enthusiastically agrees. Overjoyed, Minhyuk thinks he has been waiting for such a moment, and boasts that he knows Vallen's home, and even the contents of his kitchen drawers. Rowena, flustered that Minhyuk has been inside Vallen's home, anxiously asks how Vallen is doing. After hearing that Vallen is lonely, Rowena feels heartbroken for him. Rowena's eyes glint with determination as she sees this as her chance, while Minhyuk happily thanks her for the rice. A notification states that Minhyuk's affinity with Rowena has increased. Minhyuk addresses Rowena again, implying she might want to send something to Vallen. He offers to deliver any gift or message she has for Vallen. Impressed, Rowena thinks Minhyuk is quite clever. Minhyuk adds that, in exchange, he would appreciate it if she could procure more ingredients for him. Grinning, he thinks to himself that relationships are all about mutual give and take. Rowena agrees and says there is indeed something she would like him to give to Vallen, setting up their ongoing arrangement. A new quest appears for Minhyuk to deliver instructor Rowena's love confession to Vallen, with ingredients as the reward and a penalty of lowered affinity if he fails. Minhyuk tells Rowena to take her time and that he will wait at the hunting grounds. While waiting, Minhyuk grabs a sack of ingredients, planning to use the time productively. He excitedly declares he wants to cook something and starts handling the sack. Minhyuk decides to make rice topped with soy sauce and eggs and begins cooking the rice. As he prepares the dish, he notes how familiar he is with this recipe and hints that he now has something extra. He reveals his special ingredient, a glowing golden egg he calls his secret weapon. Minhyuk recalls that his inventory chicken suddenly appeared earlier to lay golden eggs for him. He fries the golden eggs in a pan, impressed by how they cook. He serves multiple fried eggs over the rice and drizzles soy sauce on top. Minhyuk starts vigorously mixing the rice, eggs, and soy sauce together. Delighted by the richly mixed yolks, he proudly admires the finished bowl. He reflects that the highlight of the dish is the rich, runny egg yolk coating the rice. Tasting it, he describes how the salty soy sauce, flavorful yolk, and chewy rice combine into the perfect bite. He wolfs the food down, marveling at how amazing and unbelievable the golden eggs are. Later, when he goes to claim a reward from Vallen, the stern instructor brusquely tells him to go away. Minhyuk greets Vallen warmly. Vallen softens, greets him back, and asks why he has come. Minhyuk jokingly claims he came because he missed Vallen, prompting Vallen to laugh and tease him about his poor acting. Minhyuk then admits Rowena sent him, and that he has something to give Vallen. The item is revealed to be a rose in an envelope, clearly a love letter. Seeing Rowena's name mentioned, Vallen is taken aback and says her name. The letter begins with Rowena politely reintroducing herself from the 3rd platoon and wishing Vallen well. After reading the opening, Vallen smiles and remarks that Rowena is just like he remembers. Minhyuk and Vallen chat about lunch, Vallen offers to cook a spicy chicken stew for him with good ingredients. Minhyuk shyly asks for some coarse bread as well, and Vallen jokes that he might as well give Minhyuk his house keys. Rowena narrates that she once served under Vallen's command as her platoon leader, and that she used to be very arrogant. She recalls how constant praise of her sword skills inflated her ego until one day it nearly got her killed. In that crisis, Vallen rescued her, and from that moment she began harboring feelings for him. She remembers being reassigned to this quiet hunting range afterward, separating them. Rowena thinks that after the reassignment she never had the chance to confess, but now, thanks to Minhyuk, she may finally be able to. Vallen walks toward the hunting range while Rowena anxiously watches from a distance. Back at the range, Rowena eagerly asks Minhyuk what Vallen said. Minhyuk replies that Vallen sent his regards and thanks. Rowena bashfully repeats Vallen's name to herself, clearly touched. Curious, she asks why Minhyuk took so long. He explains he even cooked Vallen a meal, thinking Vallen would like it. A system message appears indicating that Minhyuk's affinity with Rowena has increased. Elsewhere, Minhyuk happily eats another hot meal outdoors. As he eats, a sudden system window pops up in front of him, startling him. The window states that he cannot consume any more food and that a passive skill called digestion has been unlocked. Minhyuk stares in horror, realizing something is wrong with his ability to keep eating. Additional information explains that he can only eat again when his satisfaction stat drops to 0, which will also lower the stat and takes 24 hours. Devastated, Minhyuk cries out that this situation is impossible and wonders what he should do now that he has a limit on eating. His hand trembles as he reaches toward his bowl and spoon, unable to eat further. Multiple alerts repeatedly tell him he can no longer consume food, tormenting him as he reaches out. Feeling chills, Minhyuk thinks that if this situation is not hell, he does not know what is. He rereads the notice that he must wait for satisfaction to fall to 0 before he can eat again. He remembers the digestion skill and wonders if it could let him bypass the 24-hour waiting period. The digestion skill description explains that by doing 1 hour of physical activity, he can rapidly burn 10,000 calories. Resolute, Minhyuk sits before a large salad, clasping his hands as if praying before the challenge. He recalls that in the real world he used to exercise 4 hours a day just to be allowed to eat low-calorie food. He contrasts that hardship with this game world, where things might be different for him. He realizes he now feels light and can breathe easily, meaning exercise will be much easier and he can freely eat afterwards. Determined, he summons his sword to begin intense training. Encouraging himself with a no-pain, no-gain mindset, he prepares to work out hard and shouts to begin. Rowena notices him training alone and is surprised that he is putting in extra work voluntarily. Other trainees mock him for working out in a game, but Rowena defends him, saying it is better than being lazy. Watching closely, she notes that there is something different and very determined in Minhyuk's eyes. Minhyuk internally repeats how desperately he wants to eat and how empty he feels as he swings his sword relentlessly. He continues slicing the air with powerful slashes, focused entirely on his goal. Exhausted and panting, he admits that all he truly wants is to be able to eat more food. 4 hours later, he stands with his sword, having pushed through the grueling training. A notification informs him that all calories have been burned, satisfaction is 0, and he can eat again. Overjoyed yet starving, Minhyuk cheers loudly. Rowena then calls out to him, asking if he would like to learn sword fighting from her. A system window confirms that Rowena is offering to teach him the rare Vardi sword skills, leaving Minhyuk surprised. Another window grants him the ability to travel between the hunting range and Isbin village, awards him fame, and notes a new quest will open if he accepts her offer. When Rowena asks his reason for training so hard, Minhyuk vaguely says there is nothing special behind it. She confides that she has been observing him for days, believes he has talent, and also admits she simply wants some company. Rowena thinks that from what she has seen he is not arrogant and that he already knows how to use his body efficiently, while Minhyuk wonders if her training will count as good exercise. She concludes internally that she wants to help him become even better. Growing flustered when he hesitates, Rowena insists that other newcomers would love to learn sword skills from her. Minhyuk calmly asks if the training will be tough, and she confidently replies that it will. Rowena promises the training will be so hard he will probably beg her to stop. A new quest appears. Train under Rowena for 1 week to reach full mastery of Vardi sword skills or lose affinity with her. Seeing his eagerness, Rowena marvels that she has never seen anyone so excited to undergo painful training, while a mastery gauge shows him starting at 0. She asks if he accepts and urges him to follow her movements. Minhyuk enthusiastically agrees to begin. After 2 hours of non-stop drills, the scene notes the passage of time with heavy breathing. Exhausted, Rowena begs for a break, noting they have trained for 2 hours straight, but Minhyuk wants to continue so he will not get hungry again. She insists she understands his motive but still needs rest, while he cheerfully urges her to keep going. Rowena thinks in awe that Minhyuk is a monster who perfectly memorized all her moves without a single mistake. Deciding she must test him properly now, she turns with a confident smile, ready to gauge his abilities. Minhyuk grins back, fired up for the challenge. Later at the training grounds, someone marvels that Rowena actually taught Minhyuk the prestigious Vardi sword skills. Minhyuk confirms this proudly to Vallen and prepares to add more news. He then presents Vallen with Rowena's letter and rose, explaining she asked him to deliver it. Vallen reads Rowena's heartfelt confession, where she thanks him for saving her, offers him a meal, promises fried chicken via Minhyuk, and openly states she likes him. Touched, Vallen tells Minhyuk he senses Minhyuk will soon leave Ardo and compliments his progress. Minhyuk agrees it is nearly time to move on but jokes that his true goal, fried chicken, still has not been achieved. Vallen declares that tonight will be the long-awaited night for that fried chicken. Evening falls as chickens roam near the village, setting the scene for the promised meal. Rowena continues pushing Minhyuk through intensive sword drills, urging him to move faster. A system message announces Minhyuk has reached 100% mastery and unlocked Vardi sword skills, while Rowena praises him. The skill window lists Vardi sword skills as a rare active ability with chapters like Vital Stab and Double Strike. Minhyuk narrates that after finishing his training, he and Rowena traveled together to Isbin village. He explains they came specifically so he could finally eat fried chicken. At a shop, Rowena is shocked at how many supplies Minhyuk buys, saying it is enough to start a business, while he downplays the amount. With ingredients gathered, Minhyuk eagerly suggests they start cooking. Rowena notes he seems more excited about this than the training. Minhyuk admits to himself that this cooking session is a very important moment for him. Rowena leads him into her place, inviting him inside to cook. A narration glorifies fried chicken as universally loved and irresistible, especially when paired with cold beer. Seeing the finished fried chicken, Minhyuk is mesmerized, unable to believe how good it looks. He happily fries more chicken pieces, hoping Rowena will enjoy them as much as he will. Rowena briefly steps out, telling Minhyuk she has something to do and will return soon. Later she re-enters, announcing her return as she opens the door. She starts to say she brought fresh bread, then stops upon seeing what Minhyuk has prepared. Rowena is stunned to find the kitchen overflowing with a mountain of fried chicken, estimating it could feed about 150 people, comparing it to a buffet. Minhyuk laughs that her reaction matches Vallen's, and he teasingly says the two seem destined for each other, leaving her flustered. That evening Minhyuk approaches Vallen's house, cheerfully announcing his arrival. Vallen opens the door to see who it is. He is amazed when he sees the enormous platter of fried chicken presented to him. Impressed by the aroma, Vallen asks if Minhyuk cooked it himself while Minhyuk hopes he will enjoy it. Vallen smiles warmly, telling Minhyuk he is a good person while holding the generous plate. Minhyuk modestly replies that Vallen is too kind and begins to add something more. He then hands over Rowena's new letter, again decorated with a rose, saying it is for Vallen. Vallen confirms that the letter is from Rowena, and Minhyuk affirms it with a grin. They chat about Minhyuk's upcoming departure, agreeing he will likely leave tomorrow and that Vallen will visit before then. Night settles over Vallen's house as preparations for the next day conclude. Inside, Vallen enters holding the rose and glancing toward the waiting plate of chicken. He opens Rowena's envelope, smiling gently as he reads it. The letter expresses that although they are apart, Rowena is happy knowing they are eating the same meal. Vallen smiles softly, clearly moved by her words. He walks toward his bedroom, the sound of his steps echoing. Thinking it might finally be time, he opens a drawer and takes out a small red ribbon box. He looks at the ribbon, resolving that it is time he also confesses his feelings to Rowena. Meanwhile, Minhyuk sings joyfully about chicken under the night sky. He spreads a picnic blanket by a tree, preparing for his own fried chicken feast. The blanket flutters open as he lays it down. On the blanket he sets out a box piled high with fried chicken and a can of beer, thrilled to start eating. He cracks open the can with anticipation. He takes a first sip of beer, savoring it as part of the experience. The refreshing taste makes him shout in delight. He reaches for the chicken, announcing that it is finally time to dig in. Minhyuk takes a huge bite of a drumstick while clutching the beer in his other hand. He stares lovingly at the piece of chicken as he continues to eat. He revels in the juicy meat beneath the crispy coating as he tears off another mouthful. Reclining by the water under the stars, Minhyuk happily declares that this combination of chicken and beer is the perfect life. Later, he trains again, panting and huffing as he works off the calories. Notifications state he has burned all calories, satisfaction is 0, and he can eat again. Another message reveals he has completed a secret quest called Work Hard, Eat Hard, leveled up his digestion skill, and gained increased stats. Surprised, Minhyuk realizes the intense exercise he did just to eat more food accidentally triggered a secret quest above the normal grade system. He concludes that this hidden achievement must be what the notification referred to. The updated digestion skill now allows him to burn twice as many calories in an hour at level 2. Seeing this improvement, Minhyuk is impressed and pleased with the upgraded skill. He happily remarks that this is great, and decides it is time to wrap up his current quest. He returns to the hunting range and calls out to instructor Rowena. Minhyuk tells Rowena he has something from Vallen for her, and hands over a ribboned envelope. She accepts the ribboned letter, realizing it is from Vallen. Blushing and nervous, Rowena holds the letter close, her heart racing. Reading it, she becomes overwhelmed with happiness that Vallen truly reciprocates her feelings. Rowena thanks Minhyuk sincerely, saying none of this romantic outcome would have been possible without his help. She then hands Minhyuk his promised reward for the quest, which he gratefully accepts while still munching on fried chicken. The system notifies that Minhyuk has obtained the Sylph leather armor and gained additional fame. Rowena tells Minhyuk to check the item he received. Rowena admires the new armor as she puts it on. Minhyuk compliments how good the armor looks on Rowena, embarrassing her, and she thanks him for the gift. The sylph leather armor is described as a rare heirloom of Rowena's family that boosts strength, agility, and Vardi sword users by 1 level. Minhyuk promises to make good use of the armor, and Rowena starts to invite him to visit again. A divine notification assigns Rowena a mission to propose 2 quests to Minhyuk. A flash of light signals the god's intervention to Rowena. The mission specifies 2 quests for Minhyuk, one involving Brackney the Berserker and another targeting the Graveyard of Dusk. Rowena realizes these rare notifications mean God is testing her, and she must obey. She watches Minhyuk happily eat, considering how to present the quests. Rowena solemnly informs Minhyuk that she will give him 2 quests, which confuses him. The first quest, Find Brackney, would let Minhyuk change his class to a legendary berserker. Rowena explains that for the first quest he must meet Brackney in Isbin village, and for the second he must clear the Graveyard of Dusk dungeon nearby. The second quest, Attacking the Graveyard of Dusk, has unknown grade and rewards, and Rowena says he may choose only one of the 2. Minhyuk looks at the 2 quest windows, weighing Berserker Transfer versus the mysterious Graveyard of Dusk. He reacts casually, thinking he expected more food, while Rowena wonders why he is not excited about a legendary quest. He jokingly claims he is thrilled, pointing to fake tears while stifling a yawn. Rowena calls out his lie after seeing him yawn, and he obediently answers her. She remarks that Minhyuk is a strange person. Minhyuk continues to savor his chicken happily. Narration states that eating delicious food is Minhyuk's greatest joy. Rowena internally decides that, between the 2 options, Graveyard of Dusk is the quest that suits Minhyuk best. She directs Minhyuk to go to Isbin village and look for an elderly man named Arlan. Minhyuk repeats the name Arlan curiously while still eating. Rowena tempts him by saying Arlan will give him tasty red bean jelly, which excites him greatly. Overjoyed by the promise of jelly, Minhyuk thanks Rowena and sets off, and she bids him farewell. Minhyuk cheerfully runs out of the village toward his next destination. Seeing him go, Rowena can't help but smirk. Laughing, she confidently predicts that Minhyuk will choose the Graveyard of Dusk quest. Back in the real world, Changuk is shocked to hear Minhyuk has received a legendary grade quest. Changuk asks what class it's for and hears it is Berserker, reacting in amazement. He explains that Minhyuk is lucky because legendary classes are usually reserved for top rankers. While Minhyuk snacks, Changuk stresses that such rare legendary class accounts are worth huge sums of money. Minhyuk simply replies that he understands. Minhyuk says just eating tasty food in the game already makes him happy, while Changuk wonders how he still managed to gain skills and items despite mostly eating. Changuk assumes Minhyuk will of course take the legendary quest, but Minhyuk questions why he should. Changuk exclaims that completing it would practically guarantee Minhyuk becomes a world-class ranker and insists he should take it. Minhyuk worries aloud that doing the quest would stop him from enjoying food while it lasts. Changuk, stunned, tries to convince him that such legendary opportunities are not everyday events. Determined to sway him, Changuk jokingly tries to hypnotize Minhyuk into choosing the legendary quest. Minhyuk instead talks excitedly about Rowena's request to find an old man who will give him red bean jelly, which leaves Changuk speechless. Changuk suggests they meet later in Isbin village's central square once they log in again, and Minhyuk agrees. Changuk logs into Athene, his avatar materializing with a magical swoosh. His avatar opens its eyes inside the game. In Isbin village, Changuk's armored character walks through the busy square among other players. As Changuk chats with other players about their loot, he also wonders how Minhyuk's avatar looks in-game. He worries he might not recognize Minhyuk since his game body is far slimmer, then messages Minhyuk to meet at the central square. While looking around, Changuk accidentally bumps into Minhyuk without realizing it. Minhyuk apologizes for the bump while Changuk briefly glances at the handsome stranger. Minhyuk internally marvels at Changuk's deep eyes, nose, and jawline. He also notes Changuk's height and wonders if he might be a model. Changuk tells the stranger not to worry as he moves on, still searching for Minhyuk. Changuk thinks he still cannot find Minhyuk, just as Minhyuk taps his shoulder to get his attention. Minhyuk salutes and formally introduces himself as Private Kong reporting for duty, shocking Changuk. He proudly declares that he is the Minhyuk Changuk has been looking for, leaving Changuk dumbfounded. Changuk, confused, asks when the game started allowing facial customization to look this attractive. Minhyuk reminds him that such customization is impossible, implying this is simply his in-game appearance. Changuk pokes and pats Minhyuk in disbelief, asking if this is really how he looks, and Minhyuk confirms. Changuk gushes over how handsome Minhyuk is and laughs in amazement. Minhyuk thanks Changuk for the praise while awkwardly accepting his hug. Minhyuk reflects that he is not used to receiving compliments like this. He remembers that it has been a long time since anyone said he looked good, recalling his bedridden father. In that memory, Minhyuk tries to talk while his hospitalized father gently calls his name. His father tells Minhyuk he has never been ashamed of him. The father reassures Minhyuk that he is the best son he could ask for, and that he loves him as he is, prompting Minhyuk to wish to become someone his dad can be proud of. Minhyuk thinks he no longer wants his father to worry about him. Back in the game, while still being hugged by Changuk, Minhyuk concludes that all he needs to do is lose weight. Changuk then asks whether Minhyuk needs any items, but Minhyuk replies that he already has enough. Changuk instead offers to give him 2 million gold, saying that should be plenty for a beginner. A trade request window pops up from General Changuk to Minhyuk. Minhyuk hesitates, thinking carefully about the offer. He reaches his hand toward Changuk's to respond to the offer. Instead of accepting, Minhyuk withdraws his hand. He tells Changuk that on second thought he cannot accept the gold. Changuk asks in confusion why Minhyuk would refuse. Minhyuk answers that he should earn his own food rather than be funded. Changuk reminds him that this money could buy all the food he wants, still surprised by the refusal. Minhyuk says that is precisely why he cannot take it. Changuk, puzzled, asks what Minhyuk means. Minhyuk explains that food is precious. Narration elaborates that the same meal can feel ordinary to one person but precious to someone poor or on a tight budget. It continues that many take food for granted, while others do not even have the luxury of choosing what they eat, as Minhyuk once did. Minhyuk says he wants to earn his food and cherish every bite, not buy it just because he has money. Changuk is first stunned and then smiles in admiration of Minhyuk's attitude. He recalls that Minhyuk has always thrown himself wholeheartedly into studying and exercising. Changuk reaches out and starts to tell Minhyuk something important. He hugs Minhyuk again and tells him he is an amazing person, jokingly roughhousing with him. Minhyuk laughs but says he has to leave soon, adjusting his scarf. Changuk asks where Minhyuk is headed. Minhyuk declares he is off to get the red bean jelly that is waiting for him. Changuk calls out Minhyuk's name in exasperation as the latter runs off. Watching Minhyuk sprint away, Changuk notes how fast he is. Changuk chuckles and repeats Minhyuk's insight that food can hold different meanings for different people. In the village, other players warn Minhyuk that Arlan, the old man he seeks, is crazy and not worth visiting. They complain that Arlan detained them for hours and only offered red bean jelly in exchange for chestnuts, calling it a waste of time. Hearing the negativity, Minhyuk thinks people are being harsh about a quest just because they do not like red bean jelly. Remembering the treat, he picks up an imaginary piece of jelly. He recalls how his grandmother used to make red bean jelly for him, and how he still longs for its soft, sweet taste. The memory makes him drool in anticipation. Motivated, Minhyuk dashes toward the jelly shop where Arlan is. He finds the elderly NPC Arlan tending his stall. Arlan asks why Minhyuk has come and if he is lost, and Minhyuk insists he is not. Arlan guesses that Minhyuk is after a hidden quest, but Minhyuk denies it. Suspicious, Arlan bluntly asks why Minhyuk is really there. Minhyuk brightly answers that he came specifically to eat red bean jelly. Arlan is startled and taken aback by this answer. Pleased, Arlan praises Minhyuk's refined taste and notes that young people rarely enjoy this food anymore, while Minhyuk admires the handmade jellies. Arlan proudly offers Minhyuk a piece of his jelly, claiming his recipe is the best. Minhyuk takes a bite to test it. He chews thoughtfully. Overwhelmed by the flavor, Minhyuk exclaims that the jelly is incredibly delicious. A system message states that Minhyuk's affinity with Arlan has increased. Arlan laughs, delighted that Minhyuk genuinely loves the jelly. Minhyuk immediately asks to buy some, learns the price, and eagerly orders 20 bars. Elsewhere in the forest, combat sounds ring out. Minhyuk slashes at monsters with determination. After defeating a small creature, he receives a notification that he has leveled up. While eating jelly, Minhyuk listens as Arlan asks him for a favor involving the nearby graveyard of Dusk and a golden pig boss, which Minhyuk agrees to at the mention of pork. A quest appears requiring Minhyuk to collect 50 chestnuts for Arlan in exchange for lots of red bean jelly and gold. Minhyuk checks his character info, seeing he is now level 7 with high stats and perfect satisfaction. Imagining the golden pig's meat, Minhyuk blushes and declares he cannot wait to eat it. He excitedly resolves to gather chestnuts and earn more jelly at the same time. A sudden scream echoes through the forest. Minhyuk turns, alarmed by the cry. He looks down the misty path from where the sound came. Minhyuk stands in a quiet, foggy part of the woods, searching for the source. He wonders aloud what that noise was. Elsewhere, a woman at her desk begins narrating a video introducing a famous ranker. The video host announces that today's featured ranker is Alicia, the Witch of Torment. The narration explains that Alicia is renowned for her beauty, and since appearances in Athene are unaltered, she must be stunning in real life, though she wishes to be recognized more for skill than looks. Off-screen, Alicia herself complains that media keeps focusing on her, preventing her from taking cheat days from her strict regimen. She grumbles that constant attention forces her to maintain her appearance, which requires effort. Frustrated, she mutters a curse while continuing to eat a small snack. The profile reveals Alicia in-game as the Witch of Torment, currently ranked 12th in Korea. She identifies herself out loud as Lee Jia, the person behind Alicia. She recalls that thanks to her looks and prior ranker experience in another game, she quickly became famous in Athene. She narrates that people even called her hands divine. However, she remembers being killed by a mysterious high-level player in her previous game. That defeat made her realize something important. She admits she is terrible at close combat fighting, despite having been a knight in her old game, and now trying a mage in Athene. Concluding she is still not strong enough, she resolves to practice and improve. To do that, she decides to make use of a special option. She logs into Athene again, determined to return to the basics. Her consciousness transitions into the game world. Alicia's new low-level character materializes in a training area with a whoosh. She appears as a young freckled warrior-type avatar looking up at the sky. Under the name Armine, level 1, she runs off to find the dangerous newbie hunting bugbears near the village. Narration explains that Athene normally allows only one character per player, but because Alicia achieved the top score in the closed beta, she was granted an extra character slot, enabling this new training avatar. The famous player explains she was allowed to make a hidden second character named Armine with a different appearance so she can practice unnoticed. Armine abruptly kills a small bugbear while thinking. She easily slaughters the so-called newbie-killing bugbears and wonders why they have such a fearsome nickname. Seeing how many monsters are around, Armine expects to level up quickly here. She hears rustling in a dark bush and cautiously peeks toward it. Armine spots what looks like a chestnut and is puzzled. As the chestnut shakes and moves, Armine suspiciously thinks something is off. A gigantic roaring bugbear king suddenly appears and charges at her. Armine recognizes the monster as the rare bugbear king and panics that it spawned at the worst possible time. Realizing the monster is 11 levels above her, Armine wonders if she should flee. She grips her weapon and rejects the idea of running away. Sliding her foot into position, she resolves that she must face it if she truly wants to grow stronger. Armine rushes straight at the bugbear king, determined to at least give it a try. She closes in and swings her weapon at the huge monster. Armine slashes with full force, looking fiercely focused. Her blows land, repeatedly smashing into the bugbear king. She keeps thrashing the monster with relentless attacks. She is shocked to see the bugbear king's enormous HP hardly decrease. Armine realizes this fight will be hard and starts trying to keep her distance from the boss. While catching her breath, she watches the bugbear king tremble strangely and wonders what it is doing. The enraged bugbear king growls, its eyes glowing ominously. It lets out another furious roar and prepares a powerful charge. Armine blocks but is badly hurt and cries out in pain. Knocked to the ground, she watches the bugbear king stomp toward her. A warning says her HP is under 20%, and she curses as the monster's tail rises to strike. As the bugbear king lunges, she thinks that if she were using her main character Alicia, this fight would be trivial. She bitterly reflects that Alicia could have killed this boss instantly. Armine hesitates, then suddenly looks as if she has realized something. A black-haired swordsman appears behind her and slashes the bugbear king, startling Armine. Watching him, she wonders who this mysterious rescuer is. The swordsman politely calls out to her. He turns with a smile after his attack, acknowledging her. Cheerfully pointing at the chestnut on the monster's head, he asks if he can have it as his share. Still stunned, Armine confirms he wants the chestnut. When she agrees, he happily takes it, and she internally marvels that he killed the bugbear king with a single blow. He tells her to take the rare drop item as well, saying he does not need it, and the system describes the bugbear king's well-polished spine. Armine thanks him while thinking it is odd that he is so thrilled over what is only a rare grade item. Overjoyed, he leaves with the chestnut, shouting his thanks as he runs away. Armine wonders in disbelief how he could be that strong. She reflects that he did not use any visible skills and that even powerful gear should not one-shot a high HP boss like the bugbear king. Unable to figure it out, she decides to stop worrying about it. Looking up at the sky, she thinks that with slightly better swordsmanship she could have defeated the bugbear king herself. She admits to herself that she relies too much on magic instead of physical skills. After recovering her HP, she plans to resume hunting chestnut bugbears. A sharp metallic sound catches her attention, making her look around. Hearing repeated swishing noises, she wonders what caused them. She realizes the sound is sword swings. Armine spots the same swordsman practicing and wonders if he is training. She speculates that if he is trying to raise his stats this way, it will not be very efficient. Hidden in the bushes, she concludes his method of training is ineffective. The swordsman wipes sweat away and casually mentions he will work out for 5 hours after logging off, astonishing her. She is stunned that he trains that hard in real life and starts questioning why he needs it. Armine suddenly deduces that his physical workouts are not meant to raise in-game stats but to improve his real-world combat skills. She reasons that if his training is for technique instead of stats, his overwhelming strength makes sense. She concludes that this focus on real-world training explains why he is so strong despite his low level. She begins to narrate that she knew there had to be some explanation for his power, but when she spies on him again, she just sees him happily preparing food over a cooking pot. Watching him peel ingredients, she is baffled and wonders what he is doing. He tosses chopped ingredients into the pot, turning it into a hearty stew. Armine recognizes that he is making dakbokumtang and notices he has added the chestnuts. Hiding in the bushes, she wonders why he abruptly started cooking while he excitedly declares it is time to eat. He eagerly bites into a piece of chicken from the dish. He pauses to gaze appreciatively at a piece of food held in his chopsticks. Armine observes him devouring the meal and thinks he looks extremely happy eating it. Comparing this feast to what she ate in reality, she realizes she only had something meager that day. Salivating from the smell, she nervously calls out to him. Armine runs up and asks if she can have a taste as well. He remembers her as the player who gave him the chestnut and warmly invites her to join him. Delighted, she asks if he really means it, and he says it is repayment for the loot she gave him. He serves her a portion, and she gratefully accepts it. Armine marvels at how delicious the dish looks as she picks up a piece of chicken. She takes a bite of the spicy chicken. Overwhelmed, she thinks the food is incredibly good, praising how the sweet chestnut balances the spicy broth and how tender and juicy the chicken is. She savors the perfectly cooked chestnut that melts in her mouth and adds ideal sweetness to the broth. Armine keeps slurping and eating, amazed at how she cannot stop going back for more. The swordsman smiles, pleased that she clearly loves his cooking. Embarrassed, Armine admits she has been watching him and says she found his dedication to training very impressive. He casually replies that he only works out so he can eat more food. Armine reveals that she is actually Alicia the Witch of Torment and asks if he would like to join her high-ranking guild, Arteon. He ignores the grand offer for the moment, happily announcing that the rice has finished cooking. As she tries to emphasize her fame and the prestige of Arteon, he simply hands her some freshly cooked rice. He mixes rice into the remaining dakbokkumtang broth, creating another mouth-watering dish that makes her drool. Armine urgently tries to get his attention again. She grows annoyed that he seems more focused on eating than on her guild invitation. While eating, she bluntly asks why he is uninterested in joining such a coveted guild. He pauses, swallowing his food as he considers her question. He wonders aloud if being in a guild actually matters or makes the game more fun. Armine is taken aback by his perspective. He explains that fancy gear and admiration from others do not appeal to him, and that such things are not his idea of fun. He says he simply has the most fun when eating. His words remind Armine of playing her knight character Versailles. She recalls that as Versailles she did not enjoy the game, whereas playing as the mage Athene truly excites her. Thinking of her mage persona, she realizes how much she enjoys pure gameplay. She questions why she forced herself to practice sword skills when they do not make her happy. Concluding that he is right, she accepts that her focus should be on what she enjoys. Smiling, she decides games should be played for enjoyment above all else, and starts to address him again. She affirms internally that having fun is the most important aspect of any game. Encouraged, she asks if she can add him to her in-game friend list. He hesitates, surprised that she wants to befriend him. When she promises to treat him to good food, he enthusiastically agrees and says he will add her from his main account. He warns her that he eats huge amounts of food but thanks her warmly for sharing the dakbokkumtang. They part ways for now, cheerfully saying goodbye to each other. Armine reflects that his outlook on fun and games is correct. She resolves to follow what makes her happy. Later, in town, an NPC marvels at the enormous haul of chestnuts someone has delivered. Minhyuk thanks the shopkeeper for accepting the king chestnut, and hears that it can be used to make a special chestnut red bean jelly, which excites Armine from afar. Another NPC confirms Minhyuk has reached level 10 and asks if he is heading to the Graveyard of Dusk, which he cheerfully affirms. The chestnut shop owner tells him to wait and steps away with a large bowl of chestnuts. While Minhyuk waits, he receives a friend request from Alicia the level 412 mage. Realizing Armine really was Alicia, he happily accepts the friend request. Narration explains he initially doubted her story because Athenia normally allows only one character per player. He thinks that even if he had believed her, he would still have declined the guild invite. Then remembers he promised to add Changuk to his friend list too. The shop owner returns and hands Minhyuk a package as thanks, which Minhyuk gratefully accepts. A system message states that Minhyuk is now friends with the player general. Talking through voice chat, Alicia is impressed he figured out friend requests, and asks if he got his red bean jelly while he munches contentedly. Minhyuk confirms the jelly is delicious as he eats it. Alicia asks what he plans to do next, and he pauses to think while chewing. He excitedly declares he is going to the Graveyard of Dusk because the final boss there is a pig. His friend reacts in disbelief, realizing Minhyuk intends to eat the pig and even points out there is a butcher shop he could use instead. Minhyuk says he knows but insists the meat will taste better if he earns it himself. Alicia starts to tell him something but breaks off, saying she is busy fighting and will talk later, so he wishes her luck and ends the call. Minhyuk then prepares to hunt the pig and wonders what he needs to get ready. He decides to visit the marketplace first to prepare for the dungeon. In the bustling market, another adventurer sells monster materials, showing how trade works here. Minhyuk enters a shop, greets the young clerk, and asks for service. The clerk is momentarily dazzled by his appearance. Minhyuk politely says he wants to sell some items, and the smitten clerk thinks he is very handsome. She tells him to place his goods on the scale and asks what they are. He answers that they are chicken feathers and bugbear spines. She invites him to put them on the scale. Expecting only a few pieces as usual, she is shocked when she looks more closely. The scale shows a huge heap of feathers weighing far more than normal, making her suspect it is broken. Feathers cascade everywhere, and she exclaims in disbelief. Seeing the overflowing pile and a system notice that he has exceeded its limit, Minhyuk is puzzled as bystanders shout in amazement. The horrified clerk wonders why he hunted so many low-value chickens that give little experience. Onlookers recognize him as the infamous chicken slayer of Ardo and gossip about the crazy guy who cooks chickens at the hunting grounds while he awkwardly continues the transaction. The nickname Chicken Slayer of Ardo spreads, and even though some think he seems psycho, they note he is good-looking as Minhyuk calmly asks to weigh the rest of his feathers. The final tally shows 582 chickens worth of feathers, astonishing the clerk. Minhyuk is disappointed the number is only around 500, since he thought he had eaten closer to 700 chickens. The clerk reels at the idea that he personally ate them all while he remembers he has more goods to sell. He reveals he also wants to sell a shining golden chicken beak. The clerk recognizes the rare golden chicken beak and the bugbear king's spine, wondering how such a newbie-looking player obtained them. After hurried calculations, she announces that all his materials, including the rare items, total 675,300 gold. Minhyuk is pleased with the hefty payout just as a system window pops up. The system informs him that selling items worth over 600,000 gold has earned him the special title One Who Waits to Sell. The clerk excitedly congratulates him on gaining a title and explains that it is difficult because only hunted items count toward it. When she asks if he is saving this windfall for new equipment, he bluntly answers no. He explains he needs the money because he is heading to the Graveyard of Dusk, where a pig boss lives. He happily adds that the gold will pay for ingredients to cook the pig once he defeats it. Confused but curious, the clerk asks if he is recruiting a party, warning that he needs one to enter the Graveyard of Dusk. Minhyuk wonders if he really cannot go alone, and she confirms it is his first dungeon and implies he should not attempt it solo. Minhyuk learns that first-time players cannot enter the dungeon alone and reacts in shock. Depressed about needing a party, Minhyuk is told he can easily find one by recruiting at the central square. Still upset that the quest requires a party hunt, Minhyuk thanks the receptionist as she wishes him luck. As Minhyuk trudges away, the receptionist reminds him to unlock his first party quest. Watching him leave, she assumes he strongly prefers playing solo. In the bustling square, various players loudly recruit party members, sell items, and even look for a girlfriend. Sitting on a bench with grocery bags, Minhyuk anxiously worries to himself. He fears that if he joins a party, someone else might target the same pig as him. He imagines the worst outcome being that he has to share his pig and even his vegetables. To prevent that, he decides to stash his groceries safely in his inventory. He rummages through his inventory while holding vegetables and a mushroom. Nearby, a spear user shouts that his squad needs one more member for a Graveyard of Dusk run. Hearing this, Minhyuk turns with interest toward the recruiter. The spear user calls out to the crowd for attention. Minhyuk approaches and asks to join the party, and the recruiter asks what his class is. Minhyuk admits he has no class but is level 10, and the recruiter confirms this is his first party hunt and considers it. Minhyuk stands somewhat shy but hopeful, sword at his waist. The recruiter happily welcomes him, boasting of his experience in the Graveyard of Dusk and promising to carry the party. A party request window invites Minhyuk to join the graveyard squad, and he agrees. At the meeting spot, the recruiter introduces Minhyuk to their other member, Raku. Raku cheerfully introduces himself as a level 13 mage. Minhyuk introduces himself as a level 10 player without a class, and Raku responds pleasantly. The leader says he is doing a final check before departure, and the others acknowledge. One of the other players hesitantly gets the leader's attention. Doubting Minhyuk's usefulness, that player questions the leader about including a level 10 player with no class. The leader reassures him, claiming his own extensive dungeon experience, and that he will carry everyone. Convinced, the skeptic backs off and wishes them fun. The leader announces it is time to depart, and Minhyuk and Raku enthusiastically follow. At the Graveyard of Dusk entrance, the leader warns they will soon meet monsters and tells them to stay close and alert. A system message declares they have entered the Graveyard of Dusk and that they can only leave by completing it or taking a penalty. As they proceed inside, Minhyuk casually eats bread while walking behind the others. He takes another big bite of his castella. Raku glances over, surprised Minhyuk is eating yet again after already downing many pieces. Raku asks if Minhyuk is low on satisfaction, seeing him still munching. Raku learns that Minhyuk is eating simply because the bread is delicious. Minhyuk internally gushes about how much he loves castella and its soft, cloud-like texture. He further fantasizes that dipping castella in milk makes it even more amazing. He relishes the sweetness melting on his tongue and especially loves drinking the milk infused with castella flavor afterward. He lifts a mug of that castella-soaked milk. Raku gulps down the castella-infused milk. Overjoyed, Raku loudly savors the taste. After finishing, Raku calls out to Minhyuk. Raku asks Minhyuk for a piece of bread, but Minhyuk refuses while continuing to eat. Suddenly the leader announces that they have encountered their first monster. He directs their attention toward the creature ahead. They see a glowing-eyed mini-ant, and the leader warns that these ants can extend their limbs to wrap around and suffocate players. The leader notes that mini-ants are tougher than they look and states his plan to draw their aggro, while Minhyuk daydreams about bacon and Raku is confused. The leader instructs Raku to keep distance to cast spells and tells Minhyuk to stay safe and only help if needed. Facing the ant, the leader asks if the team is ready. The leader rushes forward and slashes at the mini-ant. Raku follows up with fiery magic while Minhyuk watches, still holding bread. The leader finishes the ant off with a decisive spear thrust. Minhyuk praises the leader's skill as loot drops, and the leader modestly attributes it to his prior experience. The leader compliments Minhyuk's equipment, while downplaying his own rare-grade spear, and Minhyuk thanks him. Minhyuk quietly studies the spear, sensing something familiar about it. He internally wonders why the spear looks so familiar, as the leader tells the team to keep moving. During continued fighting, Raku urges the frontliners to keep attacking while he prepares another spell. Raku unleashes another explosive fire spell at the enemies. The blast causes aggro to shift, and Raku panics as the ant charges toward him. Minhyuk grips his sword, ready to intervene. Raku lunges in fear as the ant rushes him. Minhyuk darts past Raku and executes a sweeping slash that cuts down the charging ant. The ant falls, and Raku thanks Minhyuk for saving him. Raku complains that aggro keeps bouncing to the back instead of being held by the leader, who appears irritated. The leader blames his difficulty on being distracted by Minhyuk, whom he derides as a noob doing nothing. He tells Raku that she is doing fine but says he cannot stand Minhyuk's constant lip-smacking while eating. Finally snapping, he scolds Minhyuk for eating bread in the dungeon instead of contributing and demands he pull his weight. Preoccupied with his castella, Minhyuk barely notices and asks if the leader said something. Annoyance boils over in the leader's expression. He steps toward Minhyuk with ill intent. The leader suddenly swings a flaming attack at Minhyuk. Minhyuk recoils in shock, instinctively raising his hands. The blow knocks Minhyuk's precious castella flying through the air. Minhyuk watches in horror as the bread soars away. The castella smashes onto the ground, crumbling apart. As the leader continues berating him, Minhyuk interrupts with a punch to his face. Minhyuk's punch lands hard, sending the leader reeling. The leader's HP bar drops sharply, and he is stunned by the damage. Raku is shocked that a single punch drained so much of the leader's health. The leader clutches his face, demanding to know what Minhyuk thinks he is doing. Minhyuk's eyes glow with anger. Radiating fury, he looms over the fallen leader, who realizes how enraged Minhyuk is. Minhyuk sternly tells him that food must not be treated carelessly. The leader grumbles that it is only bread and insists they move on, trying to downplay the incident. He adds that from now on he will stop treating Minhyuk as a beginner because he no longer believes Minhyuk is one. Raku awkwardly absorbs the tense declaration that Minhyuk must now pull his own weight. The three continue deeper into the dungeon with strained silence between them. Dripping stalactites mark a new area where the leader explains their next foes will be sweet snakes. He warns that sweet snakes are stronger than mini ants, and says he will pull them while the others wait. Turning back, he tells Minhyuk and Raku to prepare to attack and promises to return after luring the snakes. Left behind, Raku and Minhyuk stand speechless while Minhyuk resumes eating. Raku again asks if Minhyuk will share any bread, and he flatly refuses. Time passes and Raku grows anxious that the leader has not returned, asking Minhyuk if he has received any messages. Checking his interface, Raku sees that Roy stopped replying after reporting he had located snakes. Suddenly Roy himself comes running back, panicked and shouting that they are in big trouble. He yells that the great sweet snake appeared unexpectedly, and they are doomed. Roy explains in terror that a powerful boss, the great sweet snake, ambushed him. Raku repeats the name in shock while Minhyuk continues snacking, only mildly curious. Exhausted, Roy collapses and says there were too many monsters. He admits he barely escaped and could not complete the pull, leaving the party unsure what to do. Roy nervously says the situation is too much for him alone and asks the others to help. Raku stammers that she and Minhyuk will assist. As she speaks, Minhyuk steps forward, drawing attention while still holding his bread. Roy abruptly lunges and thrusts his spear at Minhyuk, who blocks with his sword. Roy glares intensely after his attack is stopped. Minhyuk meets his glare while calmly chewing. Roy leaps back into a fighting stance, preparing for another assault. Minhyuk stands protectively in front of Raku, sword ready. Roy realizes Minhyuk has figured something out and confronts him. Raku demands to know why Roy attacked Minhyuk. Minhyuk reveals that Roy kills other players in order to steal their items. Roy coldly asks how Minhyuk uncovered this secret. Minhyuk explains that he recognized the spear Roy is using. He recalls seeing someone bragging about that exact spear in the central square days earlier. The memory shows another player proudly showing the unique grade spear to his friend. Minhyuk knows that unique grade or higher items are one of a kind, so Roy must have stolen it from that player. He accuses Roy of forming this party to kill them and loot their gear just like he did the spear's original owner. Roy mockingly praises Minhyuk's deduction but boasts that they still will not be able to stop him. He dismisses them as nothing more than a slow mage and a supposedly weak level 10 player without a class, underestimating Minhyuk. Roy takes an aggressive step toward Minhyuk. He charges forward with a powerful lunge attack. Roy plans to finish Minhyuk in a single blow, convinced that a noob cannot survive it. Minhyuk meets the thrust head-on and successfully blocks the strike. Shocked, Roy realizes his killing blow was stopped. Minhyuk braces his sword firmly, showing real combat skill. Frustrated, Roy raises his spear for another attempt. Cursing Minhyuk, Roy prepares to strike again. The two trade rapid blows as Roy attacks in rage and Minhyuk evades and counters. Minhyuk moves with deadly focus, closing in on Roy. He swings relentlessly, forcing Roy onto the defensive. Minhyuk dodges another sweep while maintaining pressure. Roy panics internally at how strong Minhyuk is despite his low level. Minhyuk presses the advantage, leaving Roy confused at his overwhelming power. Roy struggles to block the flurry of strikes, barely holding his spear. Minhyuk disarms him, sending the spear shaft slamming into the ground. He then lands a decisive slash that cuts Roy down. Roy collapses to the floor, defeated. Minhyuk calmly sheathes his sword while Raku calls out his name in concern. They confirm each other are unhurt, with Raku thanking Minhyuk for saving her. Raku worriedly asks what they should do next now that their leader turned on them. Minhyuk responds that they should obviously continue forward. Fired up by his pig hunting quest, Minhyuk exclaims that they still have a pig to catch, leaving Raku baffled. Minhyuk slices through a sweet snake, which has an apple stuck on its head. Seeing the fallen snake, he gets excited about the apple on its head while Raku warns him it is poisonous. Ignoring the warning, Minhyuk eagerly grabs the apple. A system window reveals it as Sweet Snake's poison apple, which is sweeter than normal but reduces experience when eaten. Raku explains that the item only causes EXP loss and cannot even be sold, implying it is useless. Despite this, Minhyuk happily takes a big bite out of the poison apple, shocking Raku. As he crunches the apple, Minhyuk delights in finally tasting one again and savors the feeling he has missed for so long. Minhyuk ecstatically savors a crisp, sweet apple and dreams of turning it into jam for toast. The system warns he ate a Sweet Snake's poison apple and lost EXP, but he cheerfully insists a sweet apple cannot be bad. Raku is stunned he really ate an EXP-draining apple and figures he must have done it out of curiosity. Minhyuk slashes at the snake-like monster bearing the apples. He eagerly takes a huge bite of another apple. The fight with the snake continues as his sword swings past its apple-topped head. Minhyuk happily chews, relishing the taste. Raku is speechless and worried by his reckless eating. She nervously calls out to Minhyuk as he keeps munching the apple. Raku asks why he keeps eating apples and warns he is wasting all the EXP he worked for. Minhyuk addresses Raku seriously while still holding an apple. Raku compares his situation to being forced to eat thousands of tomatoes every day and jokes about elephants. Minhyuk grins and says if she experienced that, she would understand his behavior. Raku admits she does not really understand what he means. Minhyuk brushes it off and urges her to go catch the pig boss. As they leave, Raku thinks to herself that he is quite a weirdo. They stop walking when something ahead catches their attention. Minhyuk stands before the boss door, calling enticingly for the pig inside. He opens the door declaring he is coming for the pig. A powerful golden pig boss appears, snorting and stomping. Raku explains it is a rare boss that appears occasionally, gives better rewards than the normal boss, but is much stronger. Minhyuk ignores the warning, thinking excitedly of bacon, ribs and ham, while Raku panics and asks if he is listening. Minhyuk dashes straight toward the golden pig as it charges at him. The pig and Minhyuk sprint head-on toward each other. Minhyuk tightens his grip on his sword, preparing to strike. He unleashes a flurry of slashes across the golden pig, wounding it. After the attack he lands behind it while the pig trembles. The enraged golden pig whips its head around to retaliate. It roars and rushes straight at Minhyuk. The pig smashes into him with a powerful blow. Raku shouts a warning for Minhyuk to watch out. Minhyuk turns back to thank her, mid-sentence. The pig rams him into the wall, slamming him hard. Raku screams his name in alarm. Pinned and hurt under the pig, Minhyuk groans in pain. His skill Vital Stab suddenly activates, signaling a critical attack on the pig. He forcefully drives his sword down into the golden pig. The blade sinks deep into the boss's body. The pig wobbles and begins to collapse, clearly defeated. The golden pig crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. Minhyuk, rubbing his head, remarks the fight was easier than expected, while Raku fusses over him and offers to fetch his sword. System messages announce completion of his party hunt quest, granting gold, bonus points, and dungeon clear rewards, reminding him of Rowena's quest. A divine class notification appears, changing his class to God of Food and tripling the EXP needed to level. Another notice tells him he has acquired the God of Food skill. Surrounded by new windows, Minhyuk is shocked to learn he is now the God of Food. He eagerly reviews a list of powerful cooking-related skills, marveling that this is what having a class means. He focuses on the active master skill gather ingredients and prepares to test it. Overjoyed, Minhyuk shouts in excitement, startling Raku. He thinks about how long it used to take to prep chickens and calls the new skill a lifesaver, confusing her. He examines the true value of food passive skill, which increases stats whenever he eats new food. Minhyuk realizes in disbelief that he can gain stats simply by eating and deems the skill overpowered. Raku urges him to check the loot that dropped from the golden pig. Minhyuk tells her to take his share by trade, mentioning a rare staff and gold. He insists Raku keep the mage staff since he is not a mage, but proposes something else because she feels guilty taking it. When he asks if she likes bread, he excitedly hopes she looted some as well. She admits there is no bread here, deflating his enthusiasm. Minhyuk asks if she has heard of wheat of the sun, and Raku wonders what that is. Raku explains it is a special wheat from Isbin village that makes bread taste far better. She continues that goblins have overrun Bordy Plain, the only place it grows, so Isbin is recruiting users to reclaim it, offering wheat of the sun as a reward. Minhyuk gleefully exclaims that this wheat reward sounds amazing. Raku notes most people are not interested in the reward, but she figured Minhyuk would be, and he thanks her for the information. She thanks him instead for the staff and for saving her, but says she must log off instead of farming the dungeon with him longer. Outside the dungeon, Minhyuk hears her sign off and is told it was nice playing with him. Raku says goodbye to Minhyuk as she logs out, leaving him alone with the pig's corpse. A system message confirms that Raku has left, and the party is disbanded. Minhyuk turns to the fallen golden pig, declaring that the moment he has been waiting for has finally come. He affectionately pats the pig's body. Using gather ingredients, he summons a selection interface of pork cuts from the corpse. He finds the tenderloin option neat and starts to understand how the skill functions. He beams that the feature is incredibly cool. Calling this the way games should be, he happily selects pork belly. Later, he sets up a grill in the cave and begins cooking the pork. A lavish spread of vegetables, stew, and neatly cut pork belly waits beside him. He reveals a towering stack of pork belly slices ready for grilling. Grinning with tongs in hand, he says it is time to really have fun with all this meat. With everything prepared, Minhyuk finally starts grilling the pork belly. The first strip hits the grill, sizzling loudly. Hearing the crackle, he flips the meat and savors the sound like music. As the pork, kimchi, and vegetables cook together, he admires how beautiful it looks on the grill. Once cooked, he snips the pork belly into bite-sized pieces. He dips the first piece into sesame oil and salt, following his usual ritual. Holding the meat with chopsticks, he invites it into his mouth. Minhyuk bites down and begins chewing with evident delight. He continues munching steadily, focused on the flavor. Overwhelmed by taste, he cries out in ecstasy as light flashes around him. He assembles a leafy wrap with rice, pork, garlic, and sauce, amazed by the flavor. He reflects that the taste is simply extraordinary. He concludes the pork belly wrap is downright divine. Bathed in sparkles, he contentedly munches more pieces. He swallows, finishing that heavenly bite. Laughing, Minhyuk exclaims that the food is indescribably good. As he considers saving some for later, the true value of food skill activates. A notification shows he gains strength and stamina, and he marvels that eating really boosts his stats. Another message reveals a fantastic duo bonus for combining pork belly with soybean paste stew, granting extra strength. Minhyuk agrees enthusiastically that some foods taste better together, imagining classic combos like burgers with fries and drinks. He realizes this synergy is one of the hidden effects of his food skill. He deduces that what he eats matters as much as how much, and wonders about other hidden effects. Jokingly, he speculates he might lose stats by eating terrible combinations, like chicken with energy drinks. Excited, he looks forward to experimenting with every possible food combination. For now, he resolves to first finish eating, while imagining countless future meal combos. The scene shifts to a military camp where outsiders queue to volunteer for the Goblin Task Force. As recruits state combat specialties, Minhyuk answers that his specialty is eating a lot. The officer begins to praise them but trails off, puzzled by Minhyuk's claim. Minhyuk cheerfully repeats that he eats a lot, prompting the officer to question him. He proudly confirms that voracious eating is indeed his talent. The officer nearly spits in surprise at this unusual answer. Then he laughs it off, saying Minhyuk must be very healthy. The officer calls everyone for lunch before departure, and Minhyuk immediately asks if meals will be provided. He is assured they will. While others grumble about eating again or doubt the quality, Minhyuk happily celebrates the promise of lunch. Minhyuk volunteers to pick up food for the officer as well and heads to the mess tent. Curious, he peeks at the counter, wondering what is on the menu. Spotting it, he exclaims in awe that they are serving burgers and fries. He receives a tray loaded with a burger, fries, and a drink. Delighted, he orders 2 servings despite others whispering it might be made of rats. Carrying multiple trays, he raves over the juicy patty, crunchy lettuce, and cheese. The officer waves him over to join his table. Minhyuk serves the food, assuring the officer he is in for a real treat. Clutching his burger, Minhyuk says he cannot wait and prepares to dig in. He takes a big chomp out of the burger. He mentally describes the burger's soft bun, crisp lettuce, fresh tomato, and thick juicy patty. He notes how the ingredients and sauce blend into perfect flavor, then reaches for the fries while they are still hot. Finally, he lifts the fizzy cola, ready to wash the meal down. He gulps the drink, enjoying the refreshment. Minhyuk sighs in satisfaction, declaring cola the best partner for greasy food. Amazed by the taste, he asks who cooked this incredible meal. The officer proudly explains that outsiders think army food is bad, but their head chef Lan is exceptional. Minhyuk, still eating, asks who Lan is and learns he is the head chef. Notifications show he again gains stats from both his food skill and the chef's expertise, so he realizes well-made food also boosts him. Reflecting that he only learned cooking online, he wishes to train under an expert like Lan so he can cook better dishes and raise his stats. He then asks the officer if he can volunteer as a cook. In his thoughts, he confidently claims he can make even tastier food. The scene cuts to the camp's kitchen trailer among the tents. Inside, the officer introduces Minhyuk to Brock, saying the kid wants to join the cooking team. Brock remarks the team is already full, but the officer begs him to take Minhyuk as a helper. As the officer dashes away, promising Minhyuk will be useful, Brock protests about Captain Lan finding out. Alone with Brock, Minhyuk is asked if he really wants to become a cook. Captain Lan himself enters, startling Brock, who addresses him nervously. Minhyuk politely says he wants to join Lan's team, but Lan bluntly replies the team is full and he must go elsewhere. Minhyuk insists he truly wants in while Brock tries to quietly slip away. Lan explains that chef buffs are weaker and require self-cooking, so most players pursue faster leveling, and he suspects Minhyuk has ulterior motives. He urges Minhyuk to be honest, saying he knows there must be another reason. Minhyuk pleads that he only wants to learn to cook better food and will do anything, while secretly thinking he also wants more food access. Lan relents and offers a test. If Minhyuk can peel all the garlic in the sack within 20 minutes, he will teach him. Minhyuk balks at the huge bag, confirming Lan expects him to do it all. Lan warns that if he cannot, he should leave and go fight goblins instead, but Minhyuk calmly activates gather ingredients. Confused, Lan asks what he means, and Minhyuk presents the garlic as already peeled and ready. Lan scolds him not to joke, or he will reject him from the team, grabbing the sack to check. He lifts the bag to inspect the contents. Shocked, Lan sees it is indeed full of perfectly peeled garlic cloves. Staring at Minhyuk in disbelief, Lan demands to know how he managed it. The rookie cheerfully asks his captain what he should do next. The system informs him he can learn cooking from Chef Lan, gains fame, and unlocks a skill quest, leaving him stunned. A quest called Learn How to Cook appears, requiring him to master knife skills to gain the cooking skill. In the kitchen, Lan says the rookie is doing well but tells him not to grip the knife so hard. Lan corrects his slicing technique, demonstrating a pull cut and asking for the knife. Lan explains that pulling the knife keeps ingredients fresh longer, and the rookie finally understands. Lan watches him with a small, pleased smile. Observing the rookie's bright expression, Lan thinks he truly enjoys the lessons and must honestly want to learn cooking. Lan reviews the basics, says he must start dinner, and the rookie respectfully acknowledges him. Lan points out a pile of practice radishes kept for knife training and tells the rookie to use them, warning him not to rely on his strange skill. Lan adds that the rookie can eat leftover ingredients from storage, and the rookie excitedly praises him. Leaving, Lan assumes it will take the rookie all day to chop the radishes and expects him to give up. Outside, someone greets Lan as he carries supplies. A fellow soldier mentions hearing Lan has a rookie helper, and Lan confirms it. They discuss Lan's usual reluctance toward outsiders, but he says he accepted this rookie as a favor and notes how eager he is to learn. The soldier calls Lan lucky for having such a good rookie and asks about dinner, and Lan answers that they will have tonkatsu. The soldier leaves excited for dinner, while Lan returns to the wagon. As Lan heads back, he thinks about checking how many radishes the rookie managed to chop, doubting the progress, while chop sounds echo. Hearing the rapid chopping, Lan is surprised and follows the sound to find the rookie working fiercely. Realizing the incredible chopping is from the rookie, not veteran Brock, Lan walks in as the rookie greets him. The rookie turns to report he is nearly out of radishes just as a notification shows he has achieved 100% knife mastery. A new flurry of notifications grants him major dexterity and a suite of divine cooking skills and effects. Lan, astonished, asks if the rookie has been chopping radishes the whole time, while the rookie notices he gained a skill called state-of-the-art food without realizing when. The rookie confirms he has indeed been chopping and thinks he should later inspect his new skills, while Lan asks if his hands hurt. The rookie confidently replies his hands do not hurt, and that he is getting used to knife work. Lan is impressed by the rookie's dedication and speed as the rookie resumes slicing. Seeing the finely cut radishes, Lan marvels at how quickly the rookie has improved. Smiling, Lan concludes the rookie truly enjoys cooking and had been sincere all along. Lan claps and praises the rookie's performance, and the rookie gratefully thanks him. Lan tells the rookie to follow him so he can teach him how to fry tonkatsu. Lan begins the lesson by having him inspect the prepared slices of meat. He explains that the meat has been dried and seasoned with salt and pepper, and the rookie listens carefully. A system tip warns that too much salt ruins the meat's juiciness, stressing precise seasoning, which startles the rookie. Lan explains the next step of dredging the meat in flour, then egg and breadcrumbs, while the rookie reacts in surprise at more incoming information. The rookie, distracted by system prompts, asks if Lan said something, and Lan insists he has been explaining and moves on to demonstrate frying. Lan shows how to test the oil temperature using breadcrumbs, explaining when the oil is ready, and the rookie absorbs the tip. When Lan fries a cutlet, the rookie is amazed by how appetizing it looks. Lan hands him the chopsticks to try frying himself, reminding him to check that the oil is ready, and the rookie agrees. Concentrating seriously, the rookie notes it is his first time making tonkatsu as he pours oil into the pan. As he resolves to make it delicious, the system begins announcing precise oil temperatures to him. Hearing continuous temperature updates, the rookie realizes he is not imagining things and tries to stay focused while Lan urges him to concentrate. When the system announces that the oil has reached optimal temperature, the rookie wonders what these mysterious notifications actually are as he lowers meat into the oil. The tonkatsu sizzles vigorously in the hot oil. Lan observes that the rookie seems able to sense oil temperature perfectly without a thermometer. The rookie focuses intensely on the frying cutlet. The moment he feels it is done, he urgently pulls the tonkatsu from the oil, and a notification confirms frying is complete. Lan praises his perfect timing as another message says the tonkatsu is finished, and the rookie bashfully agrees. The system forces him to choose between a regular buff and an option called the true value of food, and he decides to try the buff this time. Curious, the rookie asks whether all foods can provide buffs, and Lan laughs, explaining that only certain grades of food have such effects. A status window shows the rookie's tonkatsu as a buff item that increases attack and defense, leaving him incredulous. Nervous, the rookie explains that he gained a new cooking skill after fully mastering knife skills. He then realizes that the strange windows he saw earlier were descriptions of powerful divine cooking skills that enhance buffs and freshness. Another window explains buff setting, letting him allocate a limited daily buff amount across people or dishes, which surprises him. He interprets this as being able to give a full buff to one person or split it among several. Checking another skill called ecstasy, he notes it is a passive ability that improves his food through various subtle factors. He reads about ingredient tracking, a passive skill that lets him choose desired effects and locate key ingredients within a radius at the cost of not using true worth of food for a day. Delighted, he realizes he can find ingredients that grant any buff he wants and get recommended recipes, though he laments the current penalty and lack of leveling. Lon asks if he got new skills, and the rookie says he did gain several interesting ones but has a concern. With teary frustration, the rookie complains that none of the buffs actually make the food taste better. Lon, surprised, asks about the taste, and the rookie sadly confirms this is what he means. Smiling gently, Lon suggests that the new skills still helped him cook a better tonkatsu. The rookie replies that he hopes that is true. Excited again, he asks if he can finally eat the tonkatsu he cooked, and Lon consents. He quickly slices cabbage, showing off his improved knife technique. He then plates up the tonkatsu and begins pouring rich sauce over it. Sitting down eagerly with knife and fork, he thanks Lon for the meal. The full plate of tonkatsu with rice, corn, and cabbage is set before him. As he cuts into the cutlet, he delights in the crisp sound of the crust. Tasting a piece, he notes that the meat inside is thick and juicy. Proud of himself, he thinks the dish turned out wonderfully. He crunches into another bite, savoring it. He reflects that his first impression is the sweet, savory sauce which soaks into the crispy surface and deepens the flavor. He continues analyzing how the sauce keeps the coating crunchy while the inside remains juicy and marvels at the genius of the recipe. He concludes that finely sliced cabbage and sweet corn are essential side dishes, adding freshness and sweetness that keep him wanting more. Completely satisfied, he quietly revels in how delicious everything tastes. Overjoyed, he thinks about how happy he is while Lon laughs and then asks if he can help the rest of the kitchen crew. He enthusiastically replies that he certainly can. Later, exhausted from the long day, the rookie dozes off at a table in his room. Lon wakes him to say he did a great job, and the rookie thanks him. The rookie suggests Lon should eat something too, but Lon declines. The rookie realizes he has never actually seen Lon eat. Lon explains that he usually consumes food replacement pills, which shocks the rookie, who expected him to enjoy eating like he does. Lon reflects on taste and admits he cooks to let others enjoy food even though he does not. He reveals he has never experienced flavor in his life and cannot taste anything with his tongue. The rookie is stunned and asks if Lon is ill. Lon answers that it is not an illness. The rookie wonders how Lon became such a good cook without tasting, and Lon says his skill comes purely from handwork. Lon explains he devoted himself entirely to improving his manual dexterity. The rookie remembers the rule that taste scales with dexterity, and realizes skilled hands can create anything, which explains Lan's excellence. Looking at Lan's scarred hands, the rookie imagines the grueling training Lon endured to reach this level. Lon then addresses the rookie, prompting an attentive response. Lon hesitates, unsure whether to say what he is thinking. He ultimately drops it and tells the rookie to rest, saying he has earned it. The rookie reflects sadly that he cannot imagine life without taste and feels it is tragic that Lon cannot experience flavor. Remembering how Lon taught him to cook, the rookie resolves that he wants to help Lon in return. He suddenly recalls that he can track special ingredients and jumps up with an idea. He activates ingredient tracking from his skill menu. The system asks him to select a cuisine, and he chooses Chinese food. The system then asks for a buff effect, and he prepares to specify one. He declares he needs an effect that can restore someone's sense of taste. The system starts scanning for ingredients within 1 kilometer that match his desired buff for the next 3 days. Outside, camp life continues with clattering and chopping as soldiers and cooks work. In the busy kitchen, the head cook urges everyone to move faster. The rookie, now back at work, notes it is the 3rd day without results from his search and worries nothing will be found. While he cooks amid growing noise outside, he thinks maybe such an ingredient is impossible to find. A superior reminds him they are on a battlefield and must feed the soldiers properly, and the rookie affirms his understanding. Suddenly the ground shakes violently, startling everyone in the kitchen. The rookie wonders fearfully if an earthquake is occurring. As he reacts, a notification chimes, catching his attention. The system announces that his ingredient tracking has succeeded just as chaos erupts outside. A cook yells that orcs are attacking. The rookie sees a notification naming Orc Chieftain's essence as the ingredient that can restore taste and quietly slips away. Another notification recommends a specific dish while he grabs his sword. The recommended dish for that ingredient appears, Changuk. Ignoring shouts from the head cook, the rookie dashes out of the kitchen toward the battlefield. He runs through the melee, dodging warriors and orcs as he searches for the chieftain. He gasps when he spots the fearsome orc chieftain. The massive orc chieftain bellows and dominates the field, confirming he is the target. Frightened adventurers complain that this battle is far too hard for beginners. The chieftain growls menacingly, exuding power. The rookie locks eyes on him, focusing on obtaining the orc chieftain's essence. An orc charges at the rookie with a huge axe. The rookie cleanly cuts the attacker down with a swift slash. Gripping his sword tighter, he thinks that once he gets the essence, he can proceed with his plan. Motivated by the thought of cooking Changuk, he charges straight toward the chieftain. Others shout that the rookie chef is crazy as he sprints directly at the towering orc. The chieftain snarls and rushes to meet his charge, raising his massive blade. The rookie narrowly dodges a huge swing that smashes the rampart. He analyzes that the chieftain's sword is heavy and slow, giving him a window to counterattack after each miss. As the chieftain winds up again, the rookie waits tensely for his chance. Seizing the opening mid-swing, he darts in and slashes at the orc. The wounded chieftain growls in rage. He unleashes a whirlwind of wide, powerful swings, forcing the rookie to evade. The rookie judges that the chieftain relies solely on brute strength, and is weak against agile opponents like himself. Resolving that he can win, the rookie dashes in once more. Combat notifications show double strike activating as the chieftain raises his sword. Another skill, Vital Stab, triggers as the rookie lands precise blows on the orc's vital points. The rookie continues slashing rapidly, inflicting multiple deep wounds. The chieftain cries out in pain as he is overwhelmed. The rookie watches tensely to see if the giant will fall. The chieftain's body wobbles unsteadily. With a heavy thud, the orc leader collapses. The soldiers cheer that the rookie cook has slain the chieftain and rally to finish the battle. Later, people in camp explain that the orcs had already wiped out nearby goblins, and they credit the rookie cook with saving everyone. The villagers and soldiers praise the outsiders, happy that they can reclaim their fields and return home safely. Remembering the rookie's request, Lon waits outside and wonders what his student is planning while being told not to eat lunch yet. Sitting there, Lon quietly decides on something important. He resolves to give a special something to Minhyuk as a reward. Lon heads into a tent where Minhyuk is waiting. Minhyuk warmly welcomes him inside. As Minhyuk reaches toward his neck with glowing fingers, he casually asks Lon if he managed to relax while he was waiting. The blond man awkwardly recalls his day as mostly scratching himself, while the black-haired youth jokingly praises it as a great time. The youth invites the blond man to sit at a table. The youth brings out a covered dish, saying he prepared it especially for the blond man. He reveals a tangsuyuk dish made using the orc chieftain's essence infused into the sauce. The blond man asks about the essence, learning it came from the battle, and the youth hints there is an interesting fact about it. The youth explains that the essence has the power to restore a person's sense of taste, startling the blond man. The blond man asks if this ability was why the youth fought the orcs. The youth admits that was part of it, but also that he simply craved tangsuyuk, laughing. The blond man, moved, realizes the youth did all this for his sake. The youth modestly tells him it was nothing and urges him to start eating, but the blond man suddenly stops him. The blond man panics when he sees the youth about to pour sauce over the tangsuyuk, and demands to know what he is doing. He scolds the youth that soaking fried food in a lot of sauce ruins its crunchy texture. The youth objects, insisting tangsuyuk is meant to be covered in sauce so the flavor can soak into the pork and become more savory. They argue heatedly, one valuing crisp texture and the other insisting he must taste it before judging and that sogginess is worth the flavor. After the quarrel, both lean over the table in silence, exhausted. Then they burst into laughter together, the tension between them dissolving. They compromise that they will split the tangsuyuk and the blond man can put sauce only on his portion, which both accept. The youth also urges the blond man to try the fully sauced version, assuring him he will enjoy it. The blond man eyes a sauced piece of tangsuyuk with curiosity. He finally puts the sauced tangsuyuk into his mouth. Sitting alone, he slowly chews, the crunch echoing as he focuses on the experience. The youth anxiously watches and listens as the blond man munches. The blond man internally notes that the sensation of taste is faint but returning at the tip of his tongue. He reflects that the initially simple sauce reveals many layers of flavor. The meat stays crisp despite being coated, and biting through it leads to moist pork and a harmonious mix of savory meat with sweet, tangy sauce. The youth beams as the blond man declares the dish genuinely delicious. Overwhelmed, the blond man admits the food tastes so good he is at a loss for words. Seeing his reaction, the youth looks quietly happy and satisfied. The youth tells the captain not to get emotional yet, hinting there is more food coming. He presents 2 more dishes, announcing they are jjajangmyeon and jampong. He hands the blond man wooden chopsticks, saying they are needed for the authentic experience. The youth slurps his noodles and announces it is time to dig in. The blond man imitates him, slurping noodles, and the youth approves his technique. A narration explains how to eat jjajangmyeon by mixing it so the black bean sauce coats every noodle, then savoring the deep, savory sauce and sweet onions. It continues that one should follow the jjajangmyeon with pickled radish to complete the flavor combination. For jampong, the narration advises tasting the spicy broth first and letting the flavors of vegetables and seafood wash over the palate. It adds that slurping the chewy noodles makes them feel like they are dancing in the mouth. The blond man comments that the jampong is extremely spicy yet addictive, and the youth agrees that is its charm. Smiling, the blond man remarks that every dish tastes wonderful. The youth urges him to eat more since he cooked plenty, and the blond man tells the youth to eat his share as well, which he gladly will. Empty bowls clatter down as someone declares that everything has been completely finished. The two reflect that it was a great meal. The blond man compliments Minhyuk's cooking, and Minhyuk credits his teacher. Minhyuk tells the captain to wait, while he briefly steps away, and the captain agrees. Alone, Minhyuk muses about what to cook with the rare ingredient wheat of the sun, considering options like bread or noodles. He gets excited just thinking about either possibility, his heart racing with culinary anticipation. The captain returns holding a long red box and calls Minhyuk's name, prompting Minhyuk to ask where he went. The captain explains he went to fetch a present for Minhyuk and asks if he will accept it. Curious, Minhyuk wonders aloud what is inside as he holds the box. Opening it, he sees an ornate golden-edged kitchen knife and is stunned. The captain says the knife is his gift, and a system message informs Minhyuk he has completed a hidden quest and earned a reward. A detailed item window identifies the blade as the epic artifact L's kitchen knife with powerful dexterity bonuses, while Minhyuk exclaims in shock that he had not realized there was a quest. The captain asks how Minhyuk likes the gift, and Minhyuk enthusiastically answers that he loves it. Reading the stats, Minhyuk marvels that the knife greatly boosts dexterity and seems to have infinite durability, wondering if it can repair itself. Noticing an option saying the knife can be equipped, Minhyuk questions what that function means. The captain instructs him to bring his sword close to the knife, and Minhyuk does so. A message pops up saying L's kitchen knife has been equipped, confusing Minhyuk. Light surrounds the weapons as the sword absorbs the kitchen knife, transforming. The captain explains that L's knife is an akeepable artifact now merged with Minhyuk's sword, granting it the ability to turn into tools like cooking utensils, a hammer, and a fishing pole. Minhyuk thanks the captain, delighted by how convenient this versatile weapon is. The captain then asks if Minhyuk knows who L is, and Minhyuk replies that he does. A narration clarifies that L is the empress of the Ephelep's empire. More background explains she inherited exceptional sword skills from her former emperor father, earning the title ruler of the sword and being praised as the most capable monarch in the empire's history. Minhyuk marvels that the empress gave the captain such a knife, but the captain reveals that L was once his lover. Minhyuk reacts with surprise at hearing this. The captain recounts that he used to work as a chef in the imperial palace. He says L loved his cooking very much. He adds that she had a difficult youth, taking the throne early after her father died. Despite her struggles, she always smiled and said his food gave her strength. He explains that their love was doomed because of their different stations, with her as empress and him just a cook. Her supporters eventually framed him for a crime, forcing him to leave the palace. The captain remembers promising Elle something important before he left. He notes that although she was the rightful heir, she wanted to prove herself worthy through her own achievements. She strove to justify her position by excelling in everything, especially the sword. He had promised her that if she ever surpassed her father's swordsmanship, he would cook her an extraordinary meal, and he has recently heard rumors that she has indeed exceeded her father's skill. Minhyuk excitedly asks if that means the captain will return to the palace. The captain says he is no longer welcome there and likely would not even be allowed past the gate, then tells Minhyuk he has a favor to ask. He asks Minhyuk to meet Elle in his stead and prepare the dish she deserves, which triggers a quest prompt for Minhyuk. Minhyuk, moved, softly calls out to the captain. He thinks about how painful the separation must be for the captain and how much he must miss Elle. The scene shifts to Minhyuk in the real world, lying in bed as his phone vibrates. The phone continues buzzing nearby. Hiding under his blanket, Minhyuk frets about avoiding calls, wanting to disappear and fearing others will laugh at him if they see his current state. Seeing numerous missed calls and messages from friends on his phone, he laments hating himself and not wanting them to hate him too. Clenching his fist, he anxiously wonders what he should do. Resolving himself back in the game world, Minhyuk accepts the captain's request and vows to meet the empress and serve her the captain's dish. A quest accepted notification appears as the captain thanks Minhyuk. The captain asks about Minhyuk's plans now that the job there is done, and Minhyuk says he will stay to hunt monsters that drop wheat of the sun. The captain warns him about going alone, but Minhyuk cheerfully tells him not to worry as he heads out. Outside, another villager greets Minhyuk and asks if he is leaving, and Minhyuk responds politely. Minhyuk offers to help as the man finishes his work, but the villager says he is almost done. The villager then hands Minhyuk a heavy sack as his payment. Minhyuk is surprised by the generous reward, and the man says he added extra for all of Minhyuk's hard work, which Minhyuk gratefully accepts. The villager also gives him a golden key, explaining it is a dungeon key granted as a bonus for being the top contributor in the battle. He praises Minhyuk's cooking for giving everyone strength and credits him for their victory. Minhyuk reflects that thanks to his buff he earned more experience than expected, and learns the golden key opens a hidden dungeon that grants double experience, making leveling easier. The villager, guessing Minhyuk has a good sense of direction, offers him a map to the dungeon, but Minhyuk says he has something else to do first. Curious, the man asks what else an outsider could possibly do besides leveling. Minhyuk asks if he knows how someone can meet Elle directly, shocking the man who realizes he means the empress. The man says you can occasionally see her from afar during public appearances, but Minhyuk insists he needs to meet her in person. Minhyuk clarifies that he wants to talk to her, but the man apologetically says he cannot help since the empress is not just any NPC. Minhyuk concludes that meeting the empress will be much harder than he thought. Back in the real world, Minhyuk enters his office room, the sounds of typing and clicking echoing. Sitting at his computer, he begins searching for information. He types Elle's name into a search bar. Search results show real-time chat and posts discussing Elle and linking trivia about the empress. Reading a top post about someone meeting Elle by shouting to her during a city visit, Minhyuk considers using his status as Lan's pupil to call out to her. Another post about someone going to prison for yelling at the empress makes him reconsider, realizing that approach could get him jailed. He finds a discussion confirming Elle is seeking an heir and that candidates must win a tournament in the Ephelep's empire, accessible via an invitation quest at level 80, which he notes is a competition. Minhyuk summarizes that L will personally teach sword skills to the tournament winner. He realizes this tournament might be his chance to speak with her about Lan and decides that is the plan. Determined, he tells himself he must reach level 80. The scene shifts back to the game where battle sounds echo through a forest. A swift sword strike cuts through the air. An orc lies trembling on the ground as Minhyuk's transformed sword is held threateningly nearby. The terrified orc calls Minhyuk inhuman and begs him to stop killing them. Minhyuk dismisses the orc, saying orcs do not even taste good, as he delivers another strike. A level-up notification announces Minhyuk has reached level 55, and he stretches with satisfaction. Mid-stretch, he notices something on the ground. He discovers a dropped skill book near the fallen orc and is surprised that ordinary mobs can produce such an item. After examining it, he happily remarks that the skill book's effects look useful. He activates the book, but light flashes from the pages instead of granting the skill. A message states he cannot learn the skill because he does not meet the required class conditions, leaving him shocked. Frustrated, he complains that he can cook but cannot use a simple book. He scrutinizes the book one more time, then accepts the situation. Deciding it is better to sell it, he closes the book with a smack. He recalls the task force leader telling him the hidden dungeon yields double experience, thinking about it as he approaches its entrance. Standing before the door, he wonders what type of dungeon it is while raising the golden key. He inserts the key, unlocking the dungeon with a click. Inside, he finds a peaceful farmstead area rather than a typical dangerous dungeon. Nearby, an old farmer named Blan, the dungeon's keeper, complains about his aching shoulders as he works. Minhyuk walks the path wondering what this place is, while Blan and his cow notice him. Blan suspects Minhyuk is another outsider, and dreads dealing with one again as Minhyuk turns toward him. Blan assumes Minhyuk will quickly leave like previous outsiders and internally bets he will walk away soon. He mentally judges Minhyuk as another pampered outsider who dislikes hard labor, and expects him to say he has never seen a dungeon like this. Instead, Minhyuk exclaims that this kind of work-focused dungeon is exactly how games should be, stunning the old man. Overjoyed, Minhyuk realizes the area is a sweet potato field and thanks the god of Athene. The system declares Minhyuk, now level 55, has entered the hidden dungeon called the Farmer's Field, while Blan reacts in disbelief at his excitement. Minhyuk clears his throat as if preparing to speak formally. He respectfully bows and greets Blan, who notes he must be an outsider. Blan introduces himself as the dungeon's keeper, and Minhyuk asks what kind of dungeon it is. Minhyuk guesses it is a dungeon dedicated to digging up sweet potatoes. Blan confirms this and asks if Minhyuk is willing to take on the challenge of digging all day, which Minhyuk eagerly accepts. Blan explains the simple task. While working the field, Minhyuk must remove any black sweet potatoes that steal nutrients from the others. Blan sets the quest rotten potatoes, asking Minhyuk to bring him 20 black sweet potatoes within 3 days in exchange for a reward, possibly a hidden one. Minhyuk raises his hand, saying he has a question. He brightly asks if he is allowed to eat the sweet potatoes he digs up. Amused, Blan chuckles and tells him he can eat as many as he wants. Minhyuk thanks Blan and rushes off to begin, while Blan points out where the farming tools are and assumes Minhyuk will not dig many, though Minhyuk insists he does not need tools. Using L's kitchen knife, Minhyuk transforms his weapon into a farming implement suitable for digging. He crouches happily at the field's edge, thrilled that the sweet potatoes are free and pondering what dish he can create by combining them with his wheat of the sun. While hoeing near some vines, the protagonist notices something unexpected. He struggles to till the field, complaining that the soil is extremely hard. A system message grants him 1% farming mastery, and explains he will gain a farming skill at full mastery, leaving him puzzled. As he keeps hoeing, his farming mastery slowly inches upward, which annoys him. Determined not to give up on harvesting sweet potatoes, he redoubles his digging efforts. He finally uncovers sweet potatoes in the soil and reacts in amazement. He triumphantly lifts the dug-up sweet potatoes, celebrating his success. Encouraged, he resolves to keep working and continues hoeing. In town, people talk about an upcoming competition crowded with powerful new rookies. Reporters swarm a scene, asking Lucia for her opinion while snapping photos. Kane, ranked 3rd in the world, and his sister Lucia are introduced as a famous sibling duo, and Lucia says it sounds fun. Reporters explain Lucia is the 30th Korean player to earn a legendary Shadow Warrior class and press her for tips on how she achieved such exceptional physical skill and control. A reporter begs Lucia to share her secrets while she sighs. Lucia starts to say only special people can gain that experience, but Kane suddenly moves to stop her. Kane clamps his hand over her mouth mid-interview, preventing her from saying more as she angrily muffles protests. Smiling, Kane tells the press that everyone has different strengths and legendary classes cannot always be predicted, while restraining his fuming sister. Commentators praise Kane's humble comment, and call them a cute sibling pair as Lucia angrily demands he let go. Kane privately thinks no one at Lucia's level can beat her but that he must keep her ego in check, while she threatens him for doing that again. He reflects that the world is not easy and is full of unexpected twists that can catch his confident sister off guard. Back at the farmhouse, someone sighs in relief as the peaceful scene continues. The old farmer notes it is late with no exit alarm yet, and wonders if he missed something. He notices strange movement in the nearby pavilion and looks over curiously. Shocked, the farmer yells, demanding to know what the person inside is doing. The protagonist, lying under a blanket in the pavilion, happily says he is eating sweet potatoes, which confuses the farmer because of his odd posture. Still reading a book under the blanket, he insists that lounging like this is the best way to eat sweet potatoes. He cheerfully reports that he has also gathered all 20 black sweet potatoes, startling the farmer. The farmer is incredulous that he gathered that many in a single day as he looks at the overflowing basket. Watching the boy snack and relax, the farmer wonders how such a skill-intensive task like farming could have been done so quickly. The boy blissfully enjoys the soft, delicious sweet potatoes while the farmer gulps, tempted. The boy asks if the potatoes were roasted because they taste so good. The farmer replies they were boiled and asks if he can try one as well. Since they came from the farmer's own field, the boy agrees to share one potato but says that is all he will spare. The farmer eagerly accepts the offered sweet potato and thanks him. Looking at the basket, the farmer hesitates, sensing something off about the amount. He questions whether this is really all the boy dug up, since there should be more if 20 black sweet potatoes were gathered, causing the boy to flinch. Hiding under the blanket, the boy guiltily avoids eye contact. The farmer, staring at the now bare field, begins to suspect the truth. He bursts out that the boy must have eaten everything, while the boy insists he only did so because he was given permission. The devastated farmer staggers, mourning his precious crops and asking if the boy truly ate them all. Feeling awkward, the boy offers to give him another potato, but the farmer says it is his own fault for allowing it. As the quest reward, the farmer presents 2 item choices, Manhwa's double ring, or a worthless seed, and tells the boy to pick one. Reading the ring's description, the boy learns it grants strong defense and the ability to temporarily absorb an opponent's skill. Impressed, he says the ring is cool, and the farmer asks if he has decided between the flashy ring and the plain seed. The boy asks what the seed is like, and the farmer reacts tensely to the question. The boy asks what fruit the seed will grow into, and the farmer will only say it will taste better than normal fruit. When the boy excitedly confirms it is really delicious, the farmer adds that the seed has no buffs or special abilities at all. The farmer internally reveals this is actually a test he has used for a long time as the dungeon's keeper. He explains that every previous outsider valued only the ring's stats and abilities, ignoring farming, even though this dungeon is called the Farmer's Field. The farmer judges that anyone who does not value the worth of a seed cannot receive the dungeon's true reward, just as the boy chooses the supposedly worthless seed. Smiling, the boy declares he does not need the ring. He beams contentedly after making his choice. The farmer double-checks if he is sure, warning that the ring is extremely valuable and he may regret refusing it. The boy shrugs off the concern, saying he prefers tasty fruit over a ring that cannot feed him. Overjoyed, the farmer exclaims that the boy must be eager to see what the seed becomes, and the system notes their affinity has increased. The farmer excitedly gushes that the boy must be curious about the seeds, flowers, and fruit as their affinity rises repeatedly, leaving the boy bewildered. The farmer hugs him enthusiastically, saying he always knew the boy had the soul of a true farmer. Swept up in the moment, the farmer throws him a box as well, insisting he take it even though the boy only chose the seed. Off-screen, the farmer announces that both the seed and the ring now belong to him. The glowing farmer proclaims that the boy is the only outsider worthy of receiving both rewards. A system message shows the seed's name changing to Seed of Care and Effort, surprising the boy. Another notification reveals he has obtained a hidden achievement proving he has the soul of a farmer, upgraded his beginner's farming skill, and still received Manhwa's double ring, moving the farmer to tears. Reading the seed's description, the boy learns it strengthens according to the effort and love put into growing it, and he marvels that this all happened just from choosing the seed. Confused, he wonders why anyone would ever pick the ring over the food-related rewards. Notifications show several quests completed and massive farming experience and dexterity bonuses, which he recognizes as an incredible stat boost. He studies his upgraded beginner's farming skill, realizing it now lets him gather higher quality ingredients, while the farmer notes past visitors never cared about crops. The farmer explains most players finish the quest but refuse the small seed, making this boy the first outsider he has met who genuinely loves farming. The boy thanks Mr. Bland, saying he enjoyed himself because the sweet potatoes were so delicious. Bland smiles and says the compliment means a great deal to him. Bland says he feels he can trust the boy with something important, which makes the boy curious. Bland reveals a new problem. Sweet potato gnomes and a sweet potato warrior are invading his field, and he asks the boy to hunt them. He warns that, since the boy destroyed many of their black sweet potatoes, the gnomes may emerge from underground to attack, and begs him to stop them from ruining the field. A quest window describes the mission to hunt 10 sweet potato gnomes, with gold and increased dexterity as rewards but reduced affinity with Bland if he fails. The system asks if he will accept the quest. He hesitates at first, thinking farming was fun but fighting gnomes less so. Bland adds that defeating the sweet potato warrior yields a golden sweet potato, immediately capturing the boy's interest. Tempted by the golden sweet potato, the boy energetically accepts the quest and dashes off to fight. Bland calls after him, explaining the warrior will appear in a nearby large field once he hunts enough gnomes, and the boy thanks him. The scene shifts to a sprawling field of sweet potato vines under the sun. Something taps through the leaves, signaling the gnome's emergence. Hostile sweet potato gnomes crawl out from the ground, hissing and shrieking. One gnome looks up and notices the boy's boot as he steps into the field. Standing among them with his sword, the boy identifies them as the sweet potato gnomes and laughs menacingly. Laughing wildly, he slashes one gnome while shouting that they dare not ruin Bland's field. After downing the first enemy, he notes one is defeated while another gnome trembles nearby. Grinning, he turns and asks which gnome wants to be next, scaring them. A gnome shakes and sweats in terror as his sword gleams. Another gnome is sliced down as it cries out, continuing his rampage. Before long, the system declares the Hunt 10 Sweet Potato Gnomes quest complete, which he says was easy. A new notification grants him a point of willpower and explains a power of will stat that reduces fatigue when striving toward true goals, intriguing him. He jokes that he definitely has strong willpower when it comes to eating. A loud roar erupts, drawing his attention. He turns to see a huge armed sweet potato monster emerging, assuming it must be the golden sweet potato carrier. Realizing it is actually the sweet potato warrior itself, he eyes the fierce boss wielding a spear. Eager for the promised reward, he steels himself, thinking he is just one step away from getting the golden sweet potato. While facing the warrior, he daydreams about what dishes he could make with the golden potato, such as pizza with sweet potato mousse or candied sweet potatoes. Hungry from his fantasies, he stares at the shimmering golden tuber beside the growling warrior. He literally drools at the sight. With glowing eyes, he tells the warrior it looks delicious, frightening the monster. He charges forward, demanding the golden sweet potato. The warrior is cut down with crossing slashes. The boy advances, saying he cannot wait to taste the reward while the wounded warrior trembles. As the dying warrior tries to flee, the boy chases it, yelling after it. Fixated on the golden sweet potato, he relentlessly pursues the staggering enemy. The warrior grabs and raises the golden tuber in desperation. It chomps down on the golden sweet potato, causing its health to surge back up. The boy is astonished that the warrior restored its HP by eating a sweet potato. He decides that if the boss can heal by eating, he must finish it before it gets another chance. He rushes back in, slicing rapidly to prevent further recovery. The system announces the sweet potato warrior's defeat and that he has obtained a golden sweet potato. Seeing the bisected corpse, he marvels that the warrior was literally made entirely of sweet potato. Curious, he wonders aloud if the slain boss will taste as good as the tubers. About to take a bite, he hesitates for a moment. He reflects that, even though it looks tasty, eating a monster still feels morally questionable. Suddenly he remembers something important, as if struck by inspiration. He recalls that he has already eaten another golden creature before, the golden pig. Back at the pavilion, he cheerfully chops the golden sweet potato, excited to taste it. He laments not being able to steam it properly because he lacks a pan lid. Staring at the chopped pieces, he wonders what to make, then gets an idea. He improvises by cooking the pieces atop his pot, deciding this setup will do and settling into wait. When the dish finishes, he admires how amazing it looks. He juggles the steaming hot sweet potato halves in his hands, exclaiming at the heat. Splitting one open, he sees the golden, molten interior. He marvels at its beautiful golden glow. He eagerly bites into it, announcing it is time to eat. As he chews, he revels in its gentle sweetness, buttery soft texture, and the wonder that such perfection comes from the earth. Even though it is scalding, he cannot stop eating the golden sweet potato. To counter the dryness from eating so many sweet potatoes, he prepares a bowl of cold donkami broth. He drinks the cold soup straight from the bowl, relishing how it complements the meal. The refreshing taste cools his body from the inside, leaving him delighted. He explains that he chopped the potatoes into cubes because they were so large. He nibbles another piece from his skewer. He delights in how the candied, pan-fried cubes are crispy, chewy, and pure joy in every bite. He happily declares that the golden sweet potato tastes incredible as he keeps eating. Mid-bite, he suddenly pauses in confusion. A system prompt appears saying he can acquire the sweet potato warrior's absorption skill from the food, which surprises him. He casually agrees to learn it, and the system reports that absorption has been acquired. Another notification announces he has awakened to monstrous eating, changing his class to monstrous god of food and unlocking related quests and skills. Reading the monstrous god of food skill details, he realizes he truly did gain a new power that lets him safely eat certain monsters and absorb their skills. He suddenly understands that his earlier skill book failed because his class requirements had not yet been met. Remembering the error message, he concludes that was why he could not use the skill book before. He realizes this new class means he can now obtain skills. He connects the dots that those skills can be gained by literally eating monsters. He then wonders if, in theory, he could absorb terrifying spells like Hellfire or Meteor by eating a dragon. The idea excites him, and he steels himself with anticipation. He drools at the thought, musing about what dragon meat might taste like. Later he eagerly calls out to Mr. Bland as he approaches. Bland asks if he completed the quest, and the boy proudly replies he eliminated the troublesome gnomes. Bland praises his work, assumes his skills improved, and invites him over so he can teach him how to plant the seed of care and effort. The boy excitedly asks if he can plant it immediately, and Bland agrees while adding there is something else. Before Bland can continue, the boy looks up in surprise. Bland spots a mysterious door that has appeared on the farm and wonders when it was built. The old farmer invites Minhyuk to come inside. The farmer excitedly tells Minhyuk his next job is working in a potato field, which thrills Minhyuk. Minhyuk and the farmer admire the sparkling, flourishing potato field. 2 weeks later, an exhausted-looking Minhyuk is told he needs sleep. Minhyuk insists to the doctor that thanks to all the potatoes he has stored in the game, he feels strong and powerful, and the doctor notes how much he enjoys Athene. Minhyuk gushes that Athene is the best game because he can eat whatever he wants there. The doctor, pleased but concerned, orders Minhyuk not to skip sleep, and Minhyuk agrees. As Minhyuk nervously clenches his hands, he is asked if he is ready. The doctor answers yes to Minhyuk's question, confirming they are ready to proceed. Minhyuk narrates that it is Wayne Day to see if playing Athene has helped his treatment. Minhyuk asks about his dad and learns his father had sudden work and cannot come. Minhyuk thinks that everyone, including his dad, must be exhausted. He worries that all the effort everyone put into helping him might have been for nothing. He steps onto the scale. Minhyuk fears that everyone will be disappointed in him as his weight is measured. He winces anxiously, bracing for the result. With his eyes closed, Minhyuk asks if he can look and is told he can. His blurred vision focuses on the digital display. The scale shows 172.2 kilograms. His trainer reminds him he previously weighed 173.2 kilograms. Minhyuk exhales in relief as he is told he has lost 1 kilogram. The staff applaud and congratulate Minhyuk for his weight loss. Touched by their faith in him, Minhyuk becomes emotional. He recalls how he used to live in constant fear of dying at any moment, feeling hopeless. He remembers believing he would die miserably without ever tasting the food he loves again. Now, even though he only lost 1 kilo, he collapses to his knees, overwhelmed. Crying, Minhyuk realizes with pride that he actually did it. He bursts into loud tears in front of the cheering staff. His trainer, flustered, urges him to see this as something to celebrate instead of crying. The trainer tries to cheer him up by promising to buy him candy and Athene. Minhyuk wipes his tears while the trainer internally comments on his behavior. Brightening instantly, Minhyuk reminds Changuk that strawberry is his favorite flavor. Changuk laughs at Minhyuk's sudden mood shift, and Minhyuk says anyone would be happy about getting candy. Minhyuk wonders if he will ever be able to return to his old, normal life and hopes he can. Gripping his device, he resolves inwardly while Changuk asks if he will challenge that hidden dungeon again. Minhyuk explains he finished gathering crops, raised his dexterity enough, and is ready to harvest the seed's fruit. He casually mentions his dexterity is around 298, shocking Changuk. Changuk exclaims that even an intermediate blacksmith in his guild only has about 400 dexterity. Minhyuk finds that odd and speculates his stat is high because his acquisition rate is 8 times normal. Changuk thinks to himself that even with high acquisition rate, reaching that dexterity at Minhyuk's level is remarkable. Changuk smiles quietly, considering this. He then tells Minhyuk he understands why his dexterity number is so high. A narration explains that dexterity is complex, increasing through various dexterity-requiring activities. It further explains that focusing intensely on a dexterity-based activity can speed up stat gain. Minhyuk muses that the system's logic makes sense and notes how detailed the game is. Changuk reflects that Minhyuk has always thrown himself wholeheartedly into what he loves, and that food especially drives his dedication. Changuk affectionately calls Minhyuk a great guy, which Minhyuk finds suddenly creepy. Elsewhere in Athene, someone remarks in disbelief at what they are seeing. Bland marvels that he has never seen the seed of care and effort grow into such a tree. He notes that outcomes depend on how much attention is given, implying this tree received exceptional care. The farmer exclaims that the tree grew incredibly fast and bears golden-looking fruit, proof it was raised with great love. Bland admits even he has never produced such fine fruit and wonders if this tree's harvest is special, just as Minhyuk greets him. Bland confirms Minhyuk is leaving that day, and Minhyuk says he will depart after harvesting the fruit. Minhyuk beams, excited to finally see what he managed to grow. Bland chuckles and tells the curious Minhyuk to follow him. Bland thinks proudly that Minhyuk is different from others, loving farming with all his heart, while Minhyuk drools over the thought of yummy fruit. At the tree, Bland shows Minhyuk the result of his seed, and Minhyuk exclaims there are 7 fruits hanging there. Bland explains that to harvest, Minhyuk just needs to reach out and speak the command, which Minhyuk does. One of the golden fruits begins to glow and react to his command. The fruit floats off the tree toward Minhyuk, astonishing him. The golden shell cracks open. A large watermelon materializes into Minhyuk's hands. Minhyuk learns from the item window that it is a watermelon of fulfillment, a superior watermelon that boosts dexterity and intelligence as a reward for his devoted care. Bland praises the result and suggests checking its abilities, while Minhyuk daydreams about how delicious it must taste. Minhyuk is thrilled that the watermelon is even tastier than normal ones and wonders how best to eat it, ignoring the stat details. Bland yells at him to read all the abilities instead of focusing only on eating. Minhyuk admits the stat boosts are decent but grumbles that he does not care much about intelligence. Bland is left speechless by Minhyuk's attitude and moves on to the next fruit. Minhyuk then harvests a gigantic, sparkling strawberry and shouts in amazement. Overjoyed, he notes that it is a strawberry and marvels at how huge it is. Drooling, he thinks about what he most wants to do with it. He immediately sinks his teeth into the giant strawberry, taking a huge bite as Bland looks on in shock. Bland mentally calls him a hog while Minhyuk noisily devours the fruit. Mid-bite, Minhyuk suddenly realizes there were countless dishes he could have made with the strawberry. He imagines turning it into a luxurious strawberry smoothie. He fantasizes about a strawberry sandwich loaded with slices. He also pictures an extravagant strawberry cake he could have baked. Regretting his impulsiveness, Minhyuk cries that he is an idiot while clutching the half-eaten strawberry. He consoles himself by remembering he still has the watermelon and rushes to check its reward details again. Ignoring stats, he eagerly asks what he can open next, while Bland sighs at how uninterested he is in numbers. A system message tells him he lacks the level to open another fruit, so he realizes the remaining fruit are locked for now. Reading further, Minhyuk deduces that each fruit requires a level 10 higher than the last, meaning he must reach level 120 to open them all, and Bland advises storing them until he meets each requirement. Bland thanks Minhyuk for his hard work, confirms he is heading to the Empress city, and asks about his travel while Minhyuk expresses gratitude for his time on the farm. Minhyuk sincerely says he hopes to meet Bland again someday. Bland laughs and replies that he believes Minhyuk will someday become an excellent farmer. As Minhyuk departs, he mentions leaving Bland some potato, and Bland assumes it is repayment for all the sweet potatoes Minhyuk ate. Bland cheerfully thanks Minhyuk and wishes him good luck on his journey. Later, Bland picks up the lone potato Minhyuk left and wonders what it is. Discovering the box is otherwise empty, Bland angrily realizes that single potato is all Minhyuk left him. Bland notices Minhyuk's note claiming baked potatoes are the best in size. Outside, Minhyuk jokes to himself that compared to him, the real pest in the field was worse than any hog. In a carriage, the driver wakes the dozing Minhyuk and reminds him he is on the way to the Emperor's city. Minhyuk startles awake, and the driver tells him he needs to stay awake now. The coachman announces they have arrived at their destination. Minhyuk gazes at the vast, majestic Emperor's city castle and marvels at its imperial scale. He looks for information on where he must go to enter the competition. Spotting the notice about the competition preliminaries, he concludes he has found the right place. Outside the venue, a crowd lines up as people murmur and chatter. While waiting, Minhyuk blows on and cools the drink in his hands. He takes a sip from the steaming cup. The drink is revealed as a sweet potato latte he made from leftover ingredients, which he finds wonderfully tasty. Smiling, Minhyuk decides to take his time and savor it slowly. Onlookers sniff the air, drool, and whisper that whatever he is drinking smells delicious. A narration describes hot, silky milk mixing with creamy, sweet potato. Each sip of the latte is savored as Minhyuk drinks. He feels a velvety sweetness coat his tongue and warm his soul. Ecstatic, he declares he could drink this latte forever. He confesses he wants to chug it all yet also savor it, and wishes he had even more, while others gape that he already drank around 20 cups. A staff member calls for the next entrant, and Minhyuk gasps that his turn has come already. Regretful, Minhyuk says he was just about to pour another cup, having expected a longer wait. The official asks if he is withdrawing, but Minhyuk hurriedly says to give him a moment instead. As they walk down the hall, the official explains that the preliminary round has 3 stages to be cleared within 30 minutes. Inside the arena, the official says the first stage is simple. He then reveals that Minhyuk must defeat Aries, a level 80 water monster, explaining that victory is possible with careful planning despite its strength. Minhyuk approaches in awe as the trial begins. His stomach growls and he admits to himself that he is hungry. Wanting to eat soon, he decides to finish the fight quickly and draws his sword. Minhyuk rushes straight at Aries to attack. He unleashes a powerful strike, slicing through the watery monster. Focused, Minhyuk watches the result of his blow. The stunned official sees Aries vanish and exclaims that Minhyuk defeated the monster in a single hit. A system message announces that Minhyuk has passed the first stage. The shaken official tells him to follow so he can be led to the second stage. At the next area, the official explains that the goal is simply to escape the forest. He adds that Minhyuk will clear the stage once he discovers the hidden clue in the forest, which excites Minhyuk. Minhyuk realizes the forest is full of edible plants and herbs and pulls out a tool to harvest them. Thrilled, he declares he will gather everything, surprising the official. The official mentally panics, thinking there is no way Minhyuk could already know the hidden key to escaping lies within the plants. Examining a strange-looking plant, Minhyuk hesitates but investigates it. The narration notes that most entrants ignore these plants because they resemble ordinary herbs, and the official wonders how Minhyuk figured it out so fast. A system notice declares Minhyuk has passed the second stage, leaving him confused about what he even did while the official suspects he used some special search skill. Calling him extraordinary, the official offers to guide him to the third stage, but Minhyuk asks for more time to keep gathering plants. The official reminds him of the 30-minute time limit, but Minhyuk insists it will not take long as he keeps harvesting. 20 minutes later, they reach another gate and the official explains the final stage: survive while traveling to the exit, with monster hunting optional. He reveals that the area is populated by level 90 monsters called monks, mischievous monkey-like creatures. One of the monks grabs a banana, preparing to use it. As monkeys pelt Minhyuk with bananas, the official smirks, thinking most users are logged out immediately when struck and that this stage will finally be difficult for Minhyuk. A monk winds up, shouting its intent to strike. Minhyuk reflexively catches the thrown banana out of the air. The official stares in disbelief at Minhyuk's reaction. Minhyuk happily shows off the banana, thinking the monkey gave him a gift, while the official explains it was actually an attack. An item window reveals the bananas are poisonous monk's bananas, yet Minhyuk calls the monkey good and begins peeling one as the official expects him to be doomed. Minhyuk cheerfully thanks the monkey and bites into the banana. A message from his monstrous god of food class announces he is immune to poison, so he finds the banana delicious and even asks the shocked monkey for more. One of the monks grows visibly irritated. The enraged monkey keeps hurling bananas, which Minhyuk gleefully catches and hoards, urging it to continue. The official warns that Minhyuk's time is almost over and urges him to leave, but Minhyuk complains he still wants more bananas while holding a huge pile. As Minhyuk reluctantly prepares to go, a monk sneaks up behind him with another banana for a surprise attack. The monkey lunges, determined to kill him with the throw. Without even looking, Minhyuk casually swats the attacking monkey aside with its own banana. The boy happily pats the monkey, wondering if the bananas are a farewell present, and thanking it. Smiling fondly with the banana in hand, he tells the monkey it is incredibly sweet and kind. The monkey's heart races as it blushes, overwhelmed by affection. The monkey, imagining romantic bells, gazes at the boy while he reacts in mild confusion. Blushing, the monkey runs over holding an entire bunch of bananas toward the surprised boy. Delighted and grateful for the generous gift, the boy cheers while a nearby man looks stunned. The man hesitantly begins to explain that there is an important custom about monkeys giving a whole bunch of bananas. He clarifies that this gesture means the monkey wants to mate with the boy that night, while the monkey dreams of loving him. Horrified and shuddering, the boy struggles to process what he just heard. Elsewhere, someone watching him through a crystal ball wonders who this remarkable outsider is. A subordinate reports to his superior that the outsider stood out as quite strong, as requested. The superior, Radom of the Phoenix Guard, says he understands but admits he does not want that banana-obsessed boy in their nightly order. Radom sighs that if the boy joined, he might metaphorically devour the phoenix itself, and his subordinate agrees. They review that the boy nearly exceeded the time limit only because he dawdled gathering herbs and eating bananas. The observer notes that if he had not wasted time, he could have cleared all 3 trial stages almost instantly. The subordinate nervously begins to share his personal opinion with Radom. Showing Lucia fighting in the forest, he suggests the outsider might actually be stronger than Lucia. In the arena, a rider on a flying dragon dramatically opens the main competition and greets the crowd. Host Jean introduces herself to the roaring audience as the MC of the tournament. She explains the competition will be held on Cork Island and reminds everyone it has traditionally been a one-on-one tournament. Jean announces that this time the 200 qualifiers will fight in a Battle Royale-style match with a 12-hour limit, where the last survivor or top killer wins. She says players are now logging into the server and invites the crowd to see what is happening in the waiting room. A rule card explains that killing other players in the waiting room is prohibited, so the audience should hold their excitement. Inside the waiting room, armed contestants mill about intense silence. Someone enters through a creaking door, drawing attention. The room recognizes the newcomer as Lucia, a famous competitor. As Lucia walks in, onlookers whisper that she is expected to win the entire competition. A nearby group mocks that idea, laughing at the notion that she is that strong. Lucia glares coldly, clearly irritated by their derision. The taunters continue, claiming Lucia is overrated and only respected because of her well-known brother. An internal narration identifies the mockers as members of the military-based Bacalo Guild, whose visible members are its elite officers. Lucia thinks about rumors that Bacalo entered the tournament just to kill her for fame, and decides to judge their real strength once fighting starts. She sighs in annoyance at all the trash talk. Leaning against the wall, Lucia thinks that people always badmouth rankers yet never dare to prove themselves, calling their bluffing pathetic. At the door, the boy arrives just in time and remarks he almost missed the deadline. He asks if he is late, while Lucia dismissively assumes he is another careless loser. Lucia is startled to see that the newcomer is casually eating a banana right in the middle of the tense room. As others murmur and whisper, he nervously keeps munching his banana, unsure why everyone is staring. Turning, he reacts in alarm when he notices Lucia's intense gaze on him. He recoils, shocked by her fierce glare. Flustered, he offers her a banana, stuttering as he does so. Lucia, surprised, asks if he really means her, and he explains he thought she was hungry because she was staring at his banana. He looks confused when she suddenly bursts out laughing. Lucia laughs heartily, finding his innocent misunderstanding hilarious. When he asks what is funny, she apologizes and prepares to explain. She notes that everyone else is tense but he seems completely relaxed. He replies that he sees no reason to be nervous. Saying she is not nervous either, Lucia lifts up a bottle of soda. She kindly offers him the soda, remarking he must be thirsty from eating so many bananas. He asks if he may really drink it, and she tells him to help himself. He gratefully thanks her for being so nice as she hands the bottle over, insisting it is nothing. He announces that he will use the soda to make something delicious, puzzling Lucia. He pulls out a whole watermelon from his inventory. Lucia demands to know what he is doing, and he cheerfully explains that it is a watermelon. He says that with soda he can now make watermelon punch, leaving Lucia astonished that he intends to prepare it here and now. He happily reflects that this game even refrigerates items in his inventory, so the watermelon is perfectly chilled. He begins the recipe by scooping out the juicy watermelon flesh into a bowl. Next, he adds a mixture of fruit cocktail pieces to the watermelon. Then he pours in fizzy soda and sweetened condensed milk as the finishing touch. Presenting the completed dish, he proudly calls it easy watermelon punch, and Lucia marvels at how delicious it looks. Elsewhere in the room, he casually asks Lucia again if she is sure she does not want any of it. Lucia politely declines but thanks him, and he prepares to eat by himself. Delighted, he announces that it is time to dig into the punch. He tastes a spoonful, closing his eyes in satisfaction. He revels in the refreshing mix, thinking that the fizzy soda pairs wonderfully with the sweet watermelon. He notes that the fruit cocktail pieces add a pleasantly chewy texture to the punch. He especially loves how the soda absorbs the sweet flavors of the fruit. Smiling in bliss, he decides this is one of the best ways to enjoy watermelon. Watching him eat, Lucia smiles to herself and admits he is odd but quite likable. She asks how long he took to clear the preliminaries, and he casually answers about 29 minutes and 50 seconds, prompting her to comment that he barely made the cutoff. He again offers her some punch since she keeps eyeing it, and she shyly decides to try a little while wondering why he is being so friendly when he must know who she is. He insists she deserves some because she generously gave him the soda and good people should enjoy watermelon punch, making her laugh. Meanwhile, the Bacalo members who mocked Lucia earlier snicker to themselves. One of them approaches with heavy footsteps toward Lucia and the boy. The man abruptly kicks their watermelon bowl, sending the punch flying and splattering. The boy sees his hard-made watermelon punch destroyed and is stunned. Lucia leaps back from the spilled punch, startled and upset. The offender feigns an apology, saying he only accidentally ruined their fun while his comrade laughs. Lucia furiously demands an explanation, while the man brushes it off as a mistake and accuses the boy of shamelessly trying to bribe a top ranker with food. Out of sight, the boy trembles with anger at what they did. As Lucia begins to defend him, the Bacalo men suggest moving the confrontation outside, clearly wanting a fight. Lucia, internally cursing them for starting trouble right before the competition, prepares to retaliate when one of them insults the boy as a dog-faced nobody. The boy glares darkly and orders the man to clean up the mess immediately. The bully smirks, amused by the demand. Instead of obeying, he stomps on the remaining watermelon, mocking the boy as a worthless nobody who cannot order him around. The boy strides toward him in restrained fury. Lucia reaches out to stop him. She warns him that it is dangerous and insists on handling the Bacalo guild herself. Walking beside him, Lucia explains that Bacalo is deliberately provoking them to start a fight, and advises him to be wary of this troublesome guild. She tells him firmly that she will deal with the situation. Inside, the Bacalo members look uneasy as they anticipate confronting Lucia. Lucia agrees to settle things outside, her expression deadly serious. The announcers note that the competition will begin in minutes, but Lucia and Bacalo have already left the waiting room. Lucia's brother panics in the stands, shouting that her leaving is a trap, while his companion asks what is wrong. He yells that if Lucia is not in the waiting room at the start, her spawn point will not be randomized, and Bacalo clearly lured her out, though his friend urges him to relax because Lucia is the strongest. She counters that the real danger is Bacalo's leader, who possesses a secret character class. She reveals his title as the Cold-Blooded Commander. She explains that this commander grants powerful combat buffs to his guild in specific formations and monitors their status on a map, which would give them the advantage if Lucia fights them directly. In the forest, Lucia walks with two Bacalo members while someone hidden watches her approach. The hidden assassin confirms via communication that he has Lucia in sight and is ordered to strike the moment the competition begins. The assassin stalks closer, counting down the seconds until the match officially starts. As soon as the countdown ends, the order to attack is given and the assassin lunges toward Lucia. With a crazed grin and dagger drawn, the assassin rushes in, intent on killing Lucia. Lucia senses the attack and sharply turns toward the threat. The assassin charges through swirling dark energy, confident in his ambush. Suddenly Lucia vanishes from his view, leaving him shocked. He stumbles as a blast of motion passes, wondering if she knew about his ambush. Surrounded by dark smoke, Lucia reappears behind him, criticizing his poor stealth. Standing calmly above him, she advises that he needs to learn to be more discreet. Turning to the others, Lucia dryly notes that this clumsy ambush was the reason they called her outside. One shaken Bacalo member realizes that this means the competition has already begun. Lucia coldly says that if they had not lured her out, they might have survived a bit longer, causing one to shout for retreat. Moments later, their bodies lie defeated on the ground around Lucia. In the arena, the crowd erupts as the host announces that Lucia has already scored 6 kills at the very start. Lucia's brother proudly tells his companion he knew there was nothing to worry about, and calls Lucia his baby sister. Commentary notes that the Bacalo leader has just learned of the failed ambush, and he furiously strikes the assassin for botching his sole task. The commentator observes that the angry leader now studies his map again, apparently switching to a backup plan. The leader pins a new location on the map. His map shows a target marker locking onto a specific area of the island. Spectators realize the new marker corresponds to the boy who had been talking with Lucia. They wonder why Bacalo has chosen him as their next target, and predict trouble, saying his low level makes picking a fight with them foolish. Lucia's female companion smiles slightly as she considers this. She dismissively suggests that boy is probably irrelevant, and continues eating roasted chestnuts. On the island, the boy confronts a group and bluntly asks if they are from the Bacalo Guild, while they mock him for challenging them. Watching on the map, the Bacalo commander laughs ominously. He reflects that after witnessing the waiting room incident, he suspects some relationship between that boy and Lucia. Smirking, he concludes there is definitely something going on between them. He speculates whether they are friends or lovers and is convinced they are more than strangers as he watches the boy approach his enemies. From his perspective, the guild decides that although they failed to get Lucia, killing the boy should be easy. Their plan is to murder him first, then exploit Lucia's grief as an opening to strike her. Oblivious to those details, the boy charges at Bacalo's formation, shouting that he is avenging the watermelon he personally grew. Bacalo's leader mentally boasts that once they form up, their guild will be unstoppable and the pair of lovebirds are doomed. One Bacalo fighter sees the boy rushing in and calls him a fool while raising his sword. The swordsman swings down, thinking this reckless noob is as good as dead. To his shock, the boy intercepts and parries the blow. The attacker cannot believe his strike was blocked by someone with such a low visible level. The boy then grabs the man's arm mid-movement. Using that hold, he slams the man hard onto the ground. He follows up by stomping painfully on the fallen man. With a chilling expression, the boy grips his sheathed sword, clearly ready to escalate. The surrounding Bacalo members realize in horror that the supposed noob is actually very strong. They freeze as the boy stands over the first victim, radiating menace. He declares that they have wronged his beloved watermelon, implying he will show no mercy. Intimidated, one of the remaining fighters flinches and hesitates to attack. The boy roars that he will not forgive them and sprints after the fleeing guild members, sending them running in terror. Back at the command post, the guild leader watches his map fill with skull markers as his members are rapidly slaughtered, baffled by what is happening. Furious, he calls the situation a disgrace to their guild while aides shout for him, panicking. He demands an explanation for how their supposedly elite guild is being decimated by a low-level newcomer, while someone nervously begins to answer. A subordinate reports that the boy is actually fighting while repeatedly drinking the powerful twin-headed troll blood potion. The report continues that no matter how much they attack, his health keeps restoring as he chomps on bananas mid-battle. Hearing this, the commander is shocked that the boy is burning through such an expensive recovery potion. Another subordinate concludes that the only explanation for his constant recovery is that he is chugging those potions non-stop, with an inventory packed full of them. Observers speculate the overpowered contestant must be backed by a top guild supplying him. Bandits tremble, realizing they attack someone far stronger than expected. The protagonist checks his status and sees his HP bar full. A new active skill called Absorption appears, letting him heal a large portion of HP by eating, which he finds useful. Priests stand in a grand hall while the crowd outside cheers and chatters. From her throne, the Empress notes that the competition has reached its peak as officials approach her. The Empress is informed that one competitor is overwhelmingly outperforming everyone else. Surprised, the Empress confirms that this standout contestant is acting alone without guild support. She orders a priest to bring the crystal ball to observe the remarkable competitor. The crystal ball shows the focused face of the black-haired contestant. The Empress studies the image with growing interest. Her eye widens as she notices something alarming. Through the crystal ball, officials see the contestant drawing a distinctive sword. They recognize the weapon and react in shock, wondering if it is what they think it is. In the arena, commentators call out Lucia's continuous kills and wonder if a rival guild is retreating. Two spectators remark that Lucia seems destined to win easily, though one predicts a possible twist. The friend clarifies that the match is only halfway through, so an upset can still occur. Rules are explained that in the second half the shrinking barrier drains HP on contact, forcing surviving players into a smaller combat zone. Announcers declare that event monsters have appeared, exciting the audience who came for spectacle. The commentators explain that adding monsters makes the match chaotic and that victory is still up for grabs. On the island, a huge frog-like event monster bursts into the melee, scattering players. A cloaked participant hides behind a tree as monsters move past. Spectators recognize the lurking cloaked man and focus their attention on him. Commentators note that this man has suspiciously hidden the entire game instead of taking advantage of the chaos to get kills. They wonder what he is plotting as he smiles ominously in the darkness. The cloaked man reveals he has been waiting for event mobs to appear so he can finally act. He grins maniacally, clearly excited for his plan. He anticipates even stronger monsters spawning later and decides to target only the toughest ones, ignoring weak mobs. He declares that he is aiming solely for the strongest enemy. He plans to use his legendary skill Total Domination, which lets him control a monster for an hour at great risk, envisioning a dragon under his command. To prepare, he hides and conserves his MP and mental strength while other players fight around him. A powerful slash sound signals a sudden attack in the ongoing battles. Elsewhere, Lucia walks among the defeated, casually acknowledging how easily she dispatched them. Lucia admits that mowing down opponents has become boring. She considers what to do next but is distracted by something unexpected. Lucia looks up to see a large horned beast appearing near her. A notification reveals it is a level 140 Minotaur, startling her. As the barrier shrinks behind them, Lucia dashes away while realizing the towering Minotaur is an event monster. She panics that a level 140 monster is impossible for any current competitor to kill and questions the fairness of its appearance. Noting the battlefield is shrinking, Lucia decides she must find the center, spotting the central waiting room fortress. Players at the fortress notice rumbling outside and wonder what is happening. Lucia sprints toward the fortress with the charging Minotaur right behind her, prompting onlookers to ask if it is an event mob. The gathered players fear Lucia has dragged the monster toward them, and realize that type of mob is usually not aggressive. Hearing it is normally non-aggressive, Lucia realizes she never initiated an attack on it. The Minotaur growls and advances menacingly. A dark aura wraps around the Minotaur's arm, causing Lucia to notice something strange. The cloaked dark magician laughs triumphantly as his control magic takes hold. Under magical shackles, the Minotaur bows as if acknowledging the magician's command. Lucia, confused, wonders what is happening. Commentators excitedly announce that Jackal the Dark Magician has activated the rare Total Domination skill, noting how risky it normally is. Spectators are stunned that he succeeded in controlling such a powerful mob, realizing this could lead to a slaughter. Under control, the Minotaur savagely begins massacring nearby competitors. Lucia watches as the barrier keeps narrowing again, cutting off escape routes. She concludes she cannot defeat the Minotaur and must stall for time instead. Lucia unleashes a flurry of thrown daggers at the charging monster. The daggers bounce harmlessly off the Minotaur's tough hide. She realizes her attacks are useless because the level difference is too great. The Minotaur swings a massive punch at her, leaving her cursing. The blow sends Lucia flying and slamming into a tree with tremendous force. Her HP drops sharply, and a status message shows she is stunned as she collapses against the tree. Unable to move, Lucia watches in fear as the Minotaur stomps toward her. She panics internally, realizing she still cannot move while the monster looms over her. Determined not to die helplessly, she steels herself and refuses to accept this end. Footsteps rapidly approach through the trees toward the scene. Someone skids to a stop nearby, as if arriving just in time. The black-haired contestant appears in front of Lucia, causing her to exclaim in surprise. He calmly looks ahead, sizing up the situation. Lucia recognizes him as the guy who earlier wanted her watermelon. She wonders in shock why he came here of all places when the Minotaur is present. Seeing him face the Minotaur, she urges him to run away so he will just be logged out. Lucia, stunned, questions if he is really planning to save her. Watching him lick his lips, she concludes he indeed came to rescue her. A memory of sizzling barbecue and warnings about hot food sets the tone for his hunger. He reminisces about dining at a barbecue restaurant as meat is prepared before him. He recalls the anticipation while the grill heats. He remembers eagerly holding chopsticks, ready to eat. His mind fixates on placing a thick marinated beef rib on the grill. He savors the memory of beef sizzling as it cooks perfectly. He imagines wrapping grilled meat with pickled onions and lettuce, recalling how delicious it tastes. Back in the present, he drools at the thought. Muttering to himself, he decides what he wants to eat today. He loudly declares he will eat beef, swinging his sword with enthusiasm. Lucia yells that he does not need to fight just to save her. Blushing, she reflects that his earlier actions toward her now make sense. She recalls how he offered her a banana, realizing he was trying to get her attention from the start. She remembers him praising her kindness with a bright smile. She thinks back to him sitting close by and talking with her. She also recalls him gratefully accepting soda and calling her a good person, convincing her he must like her. Tearfully, she begs him not to act so recklessly for her sake. She cries out not to sacrifice himself just to save her. He turns, confused, asking what she is talking about. An axe slams into the ground as he leaps away from the Minotaur's strike. Landing from the dodge, he acknowledges how strong the Minotaur's blow was. Gripping his sword hilt, he prepares for a serious attack. He charges the Minotaur while shouting that its meat must be extremely tasty. Lucia watches in astonishment at his speed as he closes in on the monster. He clashes directly with the Minotaur's weapon, trading blows. They continue exchanging strikes as he dodges and counters. The enraged Minotaur roars and raises its weapon for a powerful skill. It slams its axe into the ground, triggering an earth-shattering attack. The earth quakes violently under his feet as the skill ripples across the battlefield. He activates Mahava's double ring and shouts Absorb to capture the Minotaur's earth skill. The ring stores the absorbed ability, which can only be used once. Purple energy surges as he unleashes the copied earth power. He yells and brings his sword down to drive the skill into the ground. The impact sends a destructive shockwave plunging through the earth. The ground splits open, creating a deep chasm. The Minotaur is thrown off balance and begins to fall. A close-up shows fear in the Minotaur's eye as it realizes the danger. He lunges in again, following up while the monster is staggered. With a gleeful smile he declares he cannot hold back. Thinking of food, he vows he cannot wait to taste the Minotaur's meat as the creature collapses. In the stadium, the big screen announces the Minotaur's defeat and the large points and fame awarded to Minhyuk, astonishing the crowd. Announcers say the competition is nearly over as Minhyuk catches his breath and Lucia rushes toward him. Minhyuk checks on Lucia and reminds her to quickly loot items before they are warped back to the stadium, surprising her that it is already ending. Wanting to cook, he hurriedly uses the interface on the Minotaur's body to gather ingredients. As the announcer explains that surviving players are about to be warped, Minhyuk happily selects various prime beef cuts while Lucia watches. The survivors are teleported back to the stadium amid confetti and congratulations. Officials state they will tally scores to decide the overall champion. Lucia grabs Minhyuk's arm to speak to him as he looks down in response. Minhyuk immediately asks Lucia if there will be any more cows now that the competition is over. The rankings announcement begins, and Lucia remarks that the final results are being revealed. Hearing this, Minhyuk reacts with mild surprise. The board cycles through positions, announcing placements up to the runner-up. The announcer names Lucia as the second-place finisher. She clenches her fist, trying to control her emotions. Lucia reflects sadly that she only placed second and wonders if she is still not strong enough. As the grand champion is about to be named, she decides she is still happy for Minhyuk and turns to congratulate him for saving her. Realizing he is no longer beside her, she looks around and wonders where he went. The empress arrives at the ceremony to present the award to the champion. A nervous attendant whispers to the empress that there is a problem. The empress sharply demands clarification on what was just said. It is revealed that the champion is missing while Minhyuk is shown running excitedly out of the stadium. The empress asks where the champion has gone as the attendant starts to explain. Guards shout after Minhyuk that the empress is about to arrive, but he yells back that he needs to eat the beef while it is still fresh and thanks them as he dashes away. The empress learns he left simply to eat despite being informed about the ceremony. The attendant adds that Minhyuk did not care about the ceremony and ran off grinning from ear to ear. The empress's attendant nervously addresses her as she trembles with some emotion. Instead of anger, the empress bursts into hearty laughter. While an aide insists they should punish him, the empress chuckles and tells them to leave him alone. She reasons that skipping the ceremony to enjoy a good meal is understandable and decides to return to the palace. Ignoring protests about skipping the ceremony, she says it is not important and walks away. Reflecting on her late companion Lan, she realizes she now understands why he entrusted her knife to Minhyuk. The stadium screen informs the crowd that the champion is missing and that Empress L has departed for the palace. Kane assumes Lucia must be disappointed but reassures her that she still did very well. Lucia instead worries about the missing champion and is reminded by Kane that life is unpredictable. She recalls Minhyuk's bright smile and thinks fondly of him. Remembering moments spent together, she wonders where he could have gone. Meanwhile, a knife swiftly chops ingredients on a cutting board. Minhyuk cracks eggs into a bowl, beginning to cook with his freshly gathered Minotaur beef. Meat drops into water with a splash as cooking begins. A plate of steak tartare with egg and sides is presented. Various cuts of raw beef and vegetables are laid out for grilling. Additional beef dishes and cold noodle bowls are prepared. The full barbecue spread is revealed, and the cook relaxes, proud of the feast. The knight admires how delicious the meal he prepared looks. Excited, he decides to start eating with the steak tartare. He pops the egg yolk on the tartare with his chopsticks. He mixes the egg thoroughly into the seasoned raw beef. With sparkling eyes, he lifts a juicy piece of tartare to eat, calling it beautiful. In his mind, he eagerly urges the food to go into his stomach. While savoring it, he reflects that the sweet savory seasoning and pear strips make the chewy beef incredible. He concludes tartare has a unique charm unlike cooked beef and reaches for the next dish. He chooses chilled spicy naengmyeon as his following course. Mixing the noodles, he wonders how anyone could refuse such a dish. He pairs the cold noodles with grilled beef, saying that is his favorite way to eat naengmyeon. He notes rib meat is the best for this combination as he prepares a bite. He bites into the beef and noodles. Overwhelmed, his eyes sparkle in astonishment at the taste. Chewing, he analyzes the dish, first feeling a refreshing chill, then spice and springy noodles. He finishes by praising the savory tender beef and thinking he never wants this dreamlike meal to end. He recalls joyfully hunting a minotaur, with the monster comically begging him to wait. Eating, he tearfully thanks the cow for providing such delicious meat. Sitting before the low table, he muses that now, with food like this, his life has changed. As he eats more beef, he remarks he has almost forgotten his former miserable tomato diet. Overjoyed, he says he is so happy he could cry. He stacks his emptied bowls, satisfied with how much he has eaten. He collapses into the grass contentedly, declaring that this is the good life. Relaxing, he suddenly hears a notification sound. A system window informs him that from the food's true value he can obtain the Minotaur skill Earthquake, which he recognizes as a new skill. Still lying in the grass, he selects yes to acquire the Earthquake skill. Progress bars show the skill's acquisition steadily climbing toward completion. Once Earthquake is fully learned, he wonders if becoming stronger will let him eat even more delicious food. The wind rustles through the trees above him as time passes. Lying there, his eyes flutter half open in drowsy contentment. He falls asleep in the field, drooling slightly. The scene shifts to a distant imperial palace under a clear sky. Inside the throne room, the Horned Empress sits on her throne as someone addresses her. A courtier reports that the winner of the competition wishes an audience, and the Empress allows him in. Minhyuk enters, greeting the Empress, who identifies him as this year's champion. Smiling, he confirms he is indeed the winner. The Empress thanks him for an exciting performance and offers to personally teach him sword skills as a reward. Minhyuk politely accepts but is distracted by a drifting aroma. Noticing his lukewarm reaction, the Empress wonders if something is wrong and asks him directly. Flustered, Minhyuk says it is nothing and asks permission to pose a question, which she grants. He brings up the rumor that she would grant the victor a small wish. The Empress clenches her hand on the throne, tense at the topic. She recalls Lan, a pure-hearted man who lovingly cooked for her despite being unable to taste food himself. She had believed Lan would entrust her sword only to someone with a heart as pure as his. Now she realizes she misjudged Minhyuk's motives. Expecting greed, she asks what he wants, offering palace treasures, titles, or gold. Minhyuk, nervous, asks her to grant his difficult wish, while she internally assumes he is like other greedy outsiders. She promises to grant his request if it is within her power, still thinking of him as selfish. Instead, his wish is simply to have some spam, which utterly surprises her. Minhyuk happily exclaims about spam, his favorite canned meat. A short flashback shows a servant greeting Minhyuk as champion a few minutes earlier. The servant asked him to follow, while Minhyuk was already sniffing a familiar aroma. Walking through the palace, he notes he smelled this scent the moment he entered and tries to identify it. He realizes the smell is unmistakably spam sizzling and stewing in dishes. Wondering if royalty also eats spam, he follows the scent and responds distractedly to the Empress. He reasons that of course royals would eat it since it is so delicious and imagines the palace stores piled high with it. He mentally struggles to resist the mouth-watering smell and thinks again that he wants spam. Back in the throne room, he begins to stammer out his unusual request. The Empress suddenly bursts into laughter at how absurdly modest his wish sounds. She keeps laughing loudly while he stands there confused. Minhyuk wonders why she finds it funny, insisting to himself that it makes sense to desire spam when the entire palace smells of it. Another notification chimes in his ear. A system window states his affinity with L has risen, boosting his stats and fame. Seeing this, he questions why raising affinity grants bonus stats. The Empress confirms that what he wants is spam, and he enthusiastically agrees. Smiling, she says it is nearly lunchtime and invites him to join her, surprising her attendant. When the attendant protests, she curtly tells him to be quiet. She then leads Minhyuk away from the throne, instructing him to follow. They arrive in an opulent dining room. A lavish Western-style meal including a burger, pasta, and sides is unveiled, impressing Minhyuk. The Empress asks if this amount of food is sufficient, and Minhyuk gushes that it is amazing. As he admires it, he pauses, realizing something about the spread. Haltingly, he tells the Empress there is something he needs to say, while she warmly encourages him to speak freely and not worry about formal address. Taking her at her word, he asks if he may simply call her L. She agrees, shocking the attendant who exclaims at the familiarity. Minhyuk sadly asks why L eats spam the way she currently does, saying it breaks his heart. She asks if there is something wrong with how it is prepared. He replies that the cooking is not the issue, but that there is a better way to eat spam. Intrigued, L asks if he truly believes his method surpasses that of the palace chefs, and he offers to demonstrate. She agrees and orders the chefs to assist Minhyuk in preparing food with spam. They move into the busy palace kitchen. Several pans of spam sizzle on the stove as cans are opened. L watches while Minhyuk fries the meat, hinting he still has a secret ingredient to add. He reveals the magic ingredient is fluffy white rice, lifting the lid from a pot. Scooping out steaming rice, he says spam tastes best this way. Smiling, he declares that eating spam together with rice is the ideal. He plates a bowl of rice topped with fried spam and egg, plus a side plate of spam and kimchi, which L finds interesting. Back at the table, L is invited to sit and try the new dish. Minhyuk announces he will show her the proper way to enjoy it. He instructs her first to take a spoonful of rice. Next, he tells her to place a piece of spam on top of the rice. Finally, he says she simply has to eat it, and she agrees to taste it. L takes a bite of the spam and rice combination. Shocked by the flavor, she covers her mouth in amazement. She analyzes that the chewy white rice and perfectly fried spam create a balance of saltiness and sweetness. She marvels that just these two simple ingredients can produce such a wonderfully harmonious taste. Minhyuk eagerly asks how it is, and L replies that it is very delicious. She urges him to eat too, reminding him that enjoying spam together was his wish. Minhyuk mentally thanks her for the spam, thinking about how addictive and juicy it is. He reflects that spam is enjoyable in many forms, such as in instant ramen. He imagines it also eaten simply dipped in ketchup. And he emphasizes once more that spam is especially good with plain white rice. Personally, he concludes that simple rice with spam is the best way to eat it. L, stunned by this realization, begins to say my God. She admits she was never fond of spam before and feels foolish for having been ignorant of its potential, while Minhyuk finds her unexpectedly funny. Minhyuk confesses he never thought a cheap ingredient like spam could satisfy him this much. He remarks that price and satisfaction do not necessarily go together. He tells L that the true value of food is that it can make people full and happy regardless of cost. L smiles softly at this sentiment. She agrees wholeheartedly as they continue eating together. Minhyuk then says he came not only as the champion but also for another reason, prompting L to ask what he means. He explains he entered the competition mainly to meet her as a favor for Lan. When she asks what Lan requested, Minhyuk answers that Lan wanted him to cook something delicious for her, which she affirms he has done. Elle adds that while she enjoyed this fam, she cannot let Lan be represented only by such a simple dish and asks about Minhyuk's skills. Minhyuk lists that he can use a sword, cook, and farm but is weak in magic. Elle observes that most outsiders specialize in only one field and finds his diverse talents impressive, noting his overwhelming victory. He happily thinks it is because he eats well and trains hard, earning a chuckle and praise for his diligence. Minhyuk asks if he may request any food he wants next, and Elle readily agrees. He wonders what kind of dish the Empress will choose, expecting something extravagant despite her enjoying spam. He briefly panics at the thought she might name a dish he does not know. Elle begins stating what she would like to eat. She reveals she wants sashimi, especially flounder and rockfish, surprising him. He imagines dramatically reeling in a giant fish and shouting that it is huge. Back in reality, he nervously repeats sashimi and internally wishes himself luck. He confirms weakly that she really wants sashimi while thinking of what it is definitely not. Elle explains that her late father, the former emperor, always told her she needed to be a strong empress, a pressure she disliked. She recounts a day they went fishing together when he caught fish and cooked her sashimi and Mayantang himself. That day she realized how deeply her father loved her, and how unforgettable that meal was. Minhyuk is surprised she requested such a simple dish instead of something extravagant, and admits this challenges his assumptions. He reflects that he was prejudiced to think an empress in a grand palace only ate expensive food. He realizes Lan surely did not cook only luxurious dishes for her, and that he should have known better. Reminding himself he is doing this for Lan, he understands she wants to relive that cherished flavor and asks if he can help her experience it again. Minhyuk passionately accepts the request, vowing to do whatever it takes to serve her sashimi and Mayantang, and a quest notification appears. A linked quest window specifies he must prepare sashimi for Elle, with the reward being an ancient ingredient, which he notes is tied to Lan's quest. Intrigued by mention of an ancient ingredient, he wonders if it is something strange like trilobite meat, while Elle suggests they go outside. She announces that it is time for him to train. She brings him to the Imperial training grounds, explaining that each practice dummy has unique stats. She adds that destroying dummies grants bonus stats, and that they will automatically repair, encouraging him to go all out. She tells him this special dummy is exclusive to the Empire, and proposes they begin. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, she offers ingredient rewards from the royal kitchen whenever he reaches certain mastery levels. At the promise of food, Minhyuk becomes motivated and declares he is ready to start, gaining a new training method. Elle says she will first demonstrate, preparing to show him the Emperor's famed sword skills he has only heard about. Drawing a wooden practice sword, she prompts his surprise that she does not even need a real blade. With a fierce shout and swift motion, she launches a powerful sword strike, beginning his intensive training. Elle demonstrates her swift sword technique by slicing through multiple training dummies while the boy watches. The boy is amazed by Elle's display, and she casually says that what she showed him is basically it. Elle tosses him a practice sword and tells him to repeat her moves, and though he says it was too fast, she offers to teach him step by step. Exhausted and gasping, the boy complains the training is killing him, and Elle tells him the first time is always the hardest. Elle gives him a week to practice, allowing him unlimited use of the training grounds to improve his sword mastery. Still panting, the boy affirms that he understands and is determined to train. On day 1, he clumsily trains with the dummies while others cheer him on. On day 2, he ends up sprawled on the ground from overexertion among the training dummies. A week later, Elle walks toward the training yard, noting that the agreed time has passed. Wondering how much he has improved, Elle looks into the yard and reacts in surprise. She sees the boy standing among numerous broken dummies, having clearly demolished most of them. The boy greets Elle cheerfully, saying he did not expect her to visit that day. Elle starts to ask how he managed such a feat, clearly shocked. As he apologizes for the messy yard, Elle silently notes that the self-restoring dummies have still mostly been destroyed within their reset time. Scratching his head, the boy admits he got a bit carried away during practice. Elle notices his badly worn and injured hands gripping the sword. She recalls that outsiders naturally heal, realizes he trained so hard his healing could not keep up, while he himself is surprised at how injured he is. Staring at him in awe, Elle silently exclaims to herself. She sees the golden aura around his wooden sword and concludes he has surpassed 100% mastery without realizing it. Elle thinks that although he has not noticed, he has likely reached an extraordinary level, while he happily shows off his sword. Beaming, the boy asks if his performance is enough to earn the special ingredients Elle promised him. Elle, thinking of Lan, acknowledges to herself that the boy truly is Lan's disciple. Elsewhere, the sound of chopping echoes from a palace kitchen. Smelling something familiar, Elle asks if he is cooking with canned meat again. Startled while cutting, the boy almost slips with the knife and yells that she scared him. Looking over his many ingredients, Elle hears him muse that this world's canned meat tastes better than anywhere else and asks how many dishes he plans to make. He laughs that all those ingredients are for a single dish, and Elle hands him something to drink before he cooks. She presents a gleaming blue bottle for him to drink. The gain window identifies the bottle as a rare potion of the Empire that boosts a chosen stat and can only be obtained from Empress L. Delighted, the boy calls it magic water, drinks it, and finds it delicious as L says it is a reward for his hard training. He excitedly asks if he can use the potion however he wants, and L tells him it is entirely his, so he prepares to use it. He cooks a bubbling pot of beauty jjigae using the potion of the Empire as an ingredient and proudly presents the finished stew. L asks what the dish is, and he explains that it is called beauty jjigae. He serves her a ladleful and urges her just to try it. As she tastes it, he instructs her to first eat the noodles and ham together. She internally notes that the spicy ramen noodles have the perfect soft yet chewy texture. She further reflects that the juicy canned meat and sausage pair perfectly with the noodles. She concludes that while all components are tasty, the best part is the hearty broth that grows thicker and more flavorful as it simmers, with each sip deeply satisfying. Overwhelmed, she declares the stew heavenly and remarks that canned meat has a special charm when eaten this way, and he happily agrees. He also prepared a rolled omelette to be eaten with rice soaked in the stew's broth. He comments that the omelette is simple but incredibly delicious. While they eat, Elle asks when he plans to leave, and he replies he might depart tomorrow after resting today, which makes her admit she is sad to see him go. He tells Elle not to be sad because he will return, promising to bring ingredients for sashimi and manhtang next time. He vows to recreate the dish so it tastes as good as when her father cooked it for her, asking her to trust him. Elle is moved and looks at him with softened expression. She quietly thanks Minhyuk from the heart. When he asks if she means for the stew, she says her gratitude is for more than just the food. As Minhyuk washes dishes, she says she wants to repay him somehow. She asks him to offer his hand, leaving him confused as he dries it. She takes his hand and tells him to accept what she is about to give. Elle kisses the back of his hand. A system message appears saying Elle's kiss has bestowed him with the mark of a friend, which manifests as a glowing red emblem on his hand. Elle thanks him for promising to help her relive her most precious memory with her father, and says she is truly glad he came to the palace. As Minhyuk later departs, her parting message explains that touching the mark will summon her help. She tells him that whenever he needs assistance, no matter where he is in the world, she will come to him. Minhyuk happily runs away from the city, thinking to himself that they will meet again, and she looks forward to tasting the sashimi dish he will make. Checking his map, Minhyuk is shocked to learn he must be at least level 200 to reach the nearest beach. He laments that ocean fishing will have to wait for a long time. Sitting on a rock with the map, he decides he needs to level up quickly. The map notes that Varus Kingdom is famous for craftsmen and offers many production skills, catching his interest. Minhyuk assumes there will be many cooking quests there and taps the map as something new pops up. In a mountain valley elsewhere, screams and blows echo as fighting or banditry occurs. A boisterous man named Brani, guild master of the Howden Guild, laughs that it is a great day for looting. After robbing some downed players, Brani tells his men to grab the items from the apparent newbies and leave. Looking through the spoils, Brani smugly thinks he has hit the jackpot. A hooded stranger suddenly appears and asks if he is the Howden Guild master, startling Brani. The stranger says he has heard of their mountain bandit guild that robs players and takes shady jobs for money, and Brani angrily demands to know who he is. The hooded man introduces himself as Card. Brani recognizes the name as that of a renowned blacksmith ranked second in his class. Card says he has a job for the Howden Guild located in Varus Kingdom. Minhyuk arrives in Varus Kingdom via Warp Gate, casually snacking on shrimp chips. Observing the town, he notes that many residents appear to be production class players, fitting the kingdom's reputation. Hearing all the blacksmithing sounds, he judges the environment promising. He decides he should be able to create a special item he wants here. He recalls how, ever since making candied sweet potatoes, he has wanted a better pan. He imagines owning a lidded frying pan. He pictures all the different foods he could cook if he had such a pan. Realizing he specifically needs a lid for his frying pan, he bursts into a shop calling out for help. Inside, he notices the workshop appears empty. He calls out to see if anyone is present as he wanders among the tools. While looking around, something catches his eye. A little girl in a yellow dress appears and demands to know who he is. Minhyuk wonders if she is an NPC, but she instead points at his chips and asks if they taste good. He explains that the shrimp chips are very tasty. He kindly offers to share the chips with her. She sadly declines, saying Hyamin cannot eat because it makes her sick. Hearing her say Hyamin, Minhyuk realizes she is likely a real player's avatar, not an NPC. He asks why such delicious chips would make her ill, and she explains that eating hurts her. She begins rummaging in her clothes as she continues speaking. She brings out a handful of chocolates and tells him he can have them. Drooling, Minhyuk asks why she is giving him all the candy instead of keeping some for herself. She explains that her daddy gave her the chocolates, but she does not want them. When he asks if she dislikes chocolate, she repeats that she does not want any, which puzzles him. Minhyuk is internally baffled because he finds chocolate delicious. Caught up in his greed, he lunges so eagerly that she has to push him away. She yells at him not to eat her hands while punching him, and he apologizes with his mouth full, still thinking the candy is tasty. She angrily calls him a pig as he spits out pieces, and he hurriedly apologizes, introducing himself as Minhyuk. He then gently asks Hyamin where her parents are. She answers that her father is very busy and cries every day, while her mother has passed away. She says it is okay because Mr. Ran, who works there, plays with her though he just stepped out, and Minhyuk responds that he understands. To cheer her up, Minhyuk gives Hyamin a piggyback ride around the workshop. He promises to play with her until Mr. Ran returns. Smiling, he asks her how that sounds, and she seems pleased. Their laughter rings outside the shop. From the street, a large man sees them and hears Hyamin laughing on Minhyuk's shoulders. The man calls out Hyamin's name in shock, catching their attention. Hyamin happily exclaims that Mr. Ran is back, while the bearded man nervously asks who Minhyuk is. Minhyuk greets Ran as Hyamin pulls at the blacksmith, and Ran anxiously asks her who this stranger is. Hyamin excitedly tells Ran that the piggy played with her, and even gave her a piggyback ride while he was gone. Ran is stunned that Minhyuk managed to play with Hyamin since she is usually very shy. Ran stares at Minhyuk in confusion, while Hyamin reaches toward him. Ran suggests they all go inside the shop to talk. Seated around a table, Ran confirms Minhyuk came to request a commission and apologizes for not being present earlier, also thanking him for entertaining Hyamin. Minhyuk replies that he enjoyed playing with her. Ran says it is a relief Hyamin was not alone but explains he still cannot accept Minhyuk's commission. Minhyuk asks what is wrong, prompting Ran to begin explaining. Ran describes how Hyamin's father, an outsider who is currently very busy, entrusted Hyamin to him, leading Ran to miss multiple work deadlines while caring for her. He says his clients became angry and cancelled all his contracts, but he could not bring himself to leave Hyamin unattended. Ran looks down, clearly burdened and sad. He reveals that he once lost his own child in an accident. Minhyuk expresses sincere sympathy upon hearing this. Ran concludes that, due to his current situation, he is unable to take on any new requests. Looking at the sleeping Hyamin, Minhyuk considers what to do next. He then asks if there is any way he can help Ran. Minhyuk argues that Ran only missed deadlines because he was caring for Hyamin and suggests clients might understand if he explains the situation and apologizes. Quoting the saying that it takes a village to raise a child, Minhyuk smiles brightly. He earnestly offers to speak with Ran's clients himself, asking Ran to at least let him try, and Ran hesitantly questions whether he is sure. Minhyuk starts to ask if Ran will accept his commission in return for solving the problem, when a quest notification suddenly appears. The system issues a quest help Ran the blacksmith, asking Minhyuk to convince Ran's clients to keep their contracts in exchange for a cooking set, smithing skill, and fame, which excites him. Curious, Minhyuk also asks who Hyamin's father is and why he left her with Ran. Ran says the man is an outsider blacksmith working on something for Hyamin. Ran adds that Hyamin's father mentioned belonging to a certain guild. Minhyuk wonders aloud if the father might visit sometime. Ran replies that it is possible and goes to fetch a list of his clients for Minhyuk. Looking through his documents, Ran tries to recall which guild Hyamin's father is part of. He remembers that the man said he was from the Legend Guild, not noticing Minhyuk's gear tucked nearby. In another location, someone taps a table, pondering which blacksmith to work with. A woman identified as the first aid store owner McKen thinks she liked Ran's products but has reservations. Hearing a knock, she turns toward the door and asks who it is. Minhyuk opens the door, cheerfully greeting her. She asks if he has come to learn bandaging skills, but he says he is there on Ran's behalf. Realizing he represents Ran, she asks if he is trying to reverse her decision to cancel their contract, and he politely requests a chance to talk. She tries to dismiss him, saying her decision is final, but Minhyuk desperately wedges himself in the door to insist there is something she should know. When she still refuses, he quickly offers instead to become her bandaging student and points to her sign advertising lessons. She notes that most outsiders think bandaging is a useless skill, but Minhyuk enthusiastically insists he still wants to learn it. She warns there is also a class fee, and he immediately agrees to pay whatever it costs. She dumps a pile of small enchanted practice dolls and bandages onto the table in front of him. McCann says they will begin his training using those dolls. She demonstrates that cutting the enchanted dolls with a knife creates realistic wounds. She then shows how to wrap and bandage the cuts properly. She explains that completing this task repeatedly will raise his bandaging mastery, displaying a neatly wrapped doll as an example. Finally, she tells Minhyuk to try it himself, and he eagerly agrees to begin. Minhyuk asks McCann if she has ever treated children. McCann accuses him of trying to butter her up to talk about Ran, and refuses to be swayed, while Minhyuk insists that is not his aim. Minhyuk hesitates and prepares to explain his real reason. He says children often get hurt, so he is learning first aid in case Hyamin needs help someday. McCann asks if Hyamin is his sister, and Minhyuk explains Hyamin is a child staying with Ran. McCann begins to mention Ran's situation. Realizing Ran might have a child, McCann slams the table in shock. Minhyuk clarifies Hyamin is not Ran's daughter but someone he is looking after. Minhyuk talks at length, and McCann listens startled, as he explains Ran's circumstances. McCann understands now that Ran missed his deadline because he was caring for a child and admits she had no idea. She says she had only heard Ran was lazy, while Minhyuk explains Ran is behind because he is looking after Hyamin for her busy father. McCann admits she gets it but complains about the trouble his lateness caused, and Minhyuk says he only wanted her to know Ran's situation, not to dismiss her anger. Minhyuk then asks her to consider working with Ron again, appealing as her diligent student. McCann ends the lesson and tells Minhyuk to keep visiting her store to practice, which he agrees to. During a later lesson, she praises how quickly Minhyuk learns, surprising him. Impressed by his focus and dexterity, she thinks he is her best student, while he again requests that she sign a new contract with Ron. Embarrassed, McCann says his praise should not affect her decision as her stomach growls. She walks away blushing, clearly flustered. Minhyuk smiles brightly pleased. Minhyuk excitedly prepares ingredients and tools, announcing he is ready to cook using hotyak mix. When McCann asks what he is doing, he cheerfully says he plans to make a delicious snack. He starts by kneading the dough. While other children work nearby, he explains they must let the dough rise. He then shapes the dough into pancakes and fills them with brown sugar and nuts. Finally, he fries the pancakes in a pan until they sizzle. McCann recognizes the snack as hotyak. The hotyak comes out warm and aromatic. She marvels at how delicious they look. As she thanks him and begins to speak, he quickly pulls the tray away. Minhyuk holds the hotyak out of reach as she reaches toward them. He bluntly tells her to sign a new contract with Ron, and she protests that who she works with is her own business. Minhyuk shrugs and pretends he will eat all of the hotyak himself, prompting her to call him a miser. As he takes a bite, she hurriedly tells him to wait. Watching him eat with total joy, she thinks it looks like he is tasting the best food in the world. Touched by his efforts and charm, McCann decides to reconsider and agrees to sign a contract with Ron, while Minhyuk inwardly congratulates himself on using his skills to cut a deal. Minhyuk rewards her agreement by letting her have a hotyak, while she grumbles that she was swayed by food. She resolves to judge the taste herself. As she eats, she notes the warmth and pleasantly soft yet chewy dough. She savors the gooey sweet filling and crunchy nuts and finds it irresistibly good. She proclaims it the best hotyak she has ever eaten, while Minhyuk reminds her not to forget the contract. While eating together, McCann asks why Minhyuk is going so far to help Ron. Minhyuk answers that Ron is sacrificing for someone else, and it would be tragic for him to lose his business because of that. He adds that people should help one another even if they are outsiders, which makes McCann rethink her assumptions. She recalls believing outsiders only cared about themselves and ignored useful skills that could save others. Comparing that view with Minhyuk's eagerness to learn and help someone he barely knows, she reconsiders. Reflecting on the idea of people helping people, she starts to change her stance. She admits to herself that she may have been selfish and never bothered to ask Ron what was wrong. McCann then firmly states she will sign a new contract with Ron, delighting Minhyuk. She insists she is only doing it because his hotyak is amazing. Minhyuk expresses relief and hopes other clients will be as warm-hearted as McCann, who asks if he is going to visit them too. Seen from outside the shop, McCann and Minhyuk discuss his plans to visit other clients. Time passes and a shop door is shown, indicating Minhyuk has gone around speaking to people. McCann visits Ron's forge, greeting him. She apologizes for the previous request but then unexpectedly asks Ron to resume work under the original contract, declining reimbursement. She explains that Minhyuk visited and told her everything Ron had been going through. Ron apologizes for not explaining his situation earlier, and she replies that she understands how hard it is to care for a child. She adds that Minhyuk even helped her son when he fell and that she is grateful. She relates that Minhyuk went around the village helping everyone. She says he explained Ron's circumstances and persuaded people to give Ron another chance. She comments that Minhyuk is so charming that it is hard to refuse him. Ron is stunned to hear this. Other clients arrive and scold Ron for not telling them he was busy with a child. They explain that everyone assumed he was slacking and that, had he explained, they would not have cut him off. Brett apologizes for the misunderstanding. He then offers to sign a new contract, praising Ron as the best blacksmith in town. Brett also tells Ron to have Minhyuk visit because he likes the hardworking boy, who is also a good cook, saying he has never met an outsider like Minhyuk. Ron, bewildered by all the praise from Minhyuk, says he does not understand. Imagining Minhyuk magically winning everyone over, Ron wonders if he used some kind of spell. Meanwhile, Minhyuk returns to Ron's house, calling out that he is back. Not finding Ron inside, he wonders aloud if he should wait. He decides Ron must be out, and settles in to wait. His intense hunger suddenly makes his stomach growl. The hunger pangs worsen, shown on his strained face. He finally snaps, deciding he cannot take it anymore. Minhyuk declares that the hotyak was not enough, and he needs more food. He starts cooking again, first chopping kimchi. Next he fries the kimchi in oil. Then he adds rice into the pan. He announces the final, magic ingredient. He fries a sunny side-up egg. He prepares to place the egg carefully on the rice. The kimchi fried rice with egg is completed. Minhyuk happily thanks the village grandmother who gave him kimchi, remembering when she shared it. Looking at his dish, he thinks the people in this village are very kind. Excited, he gets ready to eat. Just then something catches his attention. Hyamin bursts into the room, looking determined. The scene flashes back to a modern hospital, where a young Hyamin once refused to eat. In that memory, her father pleads with her at her hospital bedside. Later, her father asks the doctor if there is anything he can do, and the doctor explains Hyamin's fear of eating is a psychological aftereffect of her illness. The doctor urges patience, but Hyamin's father agonizes over watching his thin daughter starve. Overwhelmed, He apologizes to the doctor for his outburst, saying he is just extremely worried. The doctor says she understands and mentions there might be another option. She hands him a document for virtual reality psychological treatment. Confused but hopeful, he looks at it. The doctor explains a VR game called Athene lets players taste food and is being used to treat eating-related conditions, suggesting it for Hyamen. In the present VR world, Minhyuk gently takes Hyamen's hand. Hyamen asks her father if he is crying again as she prepares to enter the VR machine. Her father insists he is fine and apologizes for being too busy to play, while she reassures him she will have fun with Mr. Ron and Piggy in the game. She excitedly chats about Piggy almost eating her hand when she gave him chocolate, and proudly tells her father she has made a friend. He is relieved she is enjoying herself and tells her to play with Ron and Piggy while he is at work, and she happily agrees. Hyamen logs into Athene and appears in Ron's house. She runs through the village announcing she is going to play with Mr. Ron. Reaching the house, she peeks curiously through the slightly open door. She spots Minhyuk cooking and recognizes him as Piggy. Wondering what he is doing, she watches him stir the pan. She sees the dish sizzling and starts to suspect what it is. She realizes he is making kimchi fried rice. Memories surface of how much she used to love her father's kimchi fried rice. She remembers how food later started making her feel sick in the hospital. She recalls the pain and fear associated with eating. Looking at Minhyuk's dish, she notices how bright and sparkling it appears. Determined, she stomps forward. She rushes into the room shouting to get Minhyuk's attention. Nervous and hesitant, she tries to speak. She suddenly blurts out that she wants some of the food too. Minhyuk protests that there is only one fried egg, but she reminds him she gave him all her chocolates. Realizing she has a point, he agrees to share and beckons her over. He hands her a spoon so she can eat. As she reaches toward the food, Minhyuk stops her briefly. He places some rice and egg together on the spoon. He tells her it tastes better with the egg yolk mixed in. Hyamen's inner voice contrasts her hospital meals that always made her feel sick. She remembers how eating caused hair loss and other painful side effects. Her father's pleading in the hospital echoes as she repeatedly refused even one bite. He begs her again in the memory, but she stubbornly refuses. Her father is shown devastated and in tears. Back in the game, Minhyuk gently encourages Hyamen, promising the food will be tasty. He tells her she is a special friend and offers her the prized egg yolk, surprising her. Holding the spoon, she wonders if it will really taste good. She also wonders if Piggy's sparkling eyes mean he truly enjoys food. Hyamen finally takes a bite. Minhyuk eagerly asks if it is good, starting to say that the yolk is the best part, while she notes something feels different. Alarmed, he asks if it tastes bad or strange. She exclaims that it is weird because it does not hurt, and she does not feel sick. Overjoyed, she realizes her stomach does not hurt and that eating actually feels good, while Minhyuk smiles. Minhyuk explains food is supposed to make her feel good and has her repeat the phrase food is good, which she does enthusiastically. He invites her to keep eating, and she happily gobbles more kimchi fried rice. As they eat together, both look up in surprise at someone entering. Hyamen's father appears in the VR world, dropping what he is carrying as he sees them. Realizing Ron is absent, he is shaken and emotional. Minhyuk and Hyamen look at him in confusion as he approaches. He collapses to his knees, overwhelmed that Hyamen is eating. He embraces his daughter tightly, calling her his little girl. Crying with relief, he repeats that she is eating food again. Hyamen hugs him back and softly calls him daddy. Minhyuk is stunned to realize the robed man is her father. The father, still hugging Hyamen, turns to Minhyuk and repeatedly thanks him. Minhyuk, flustered, asks if they really mean him. Hyamen's father explains he heard Minhyuk took care of his daughter when she would not eat and admits how worried he had been about her. Someone praises Hyamen for overcoming her fear of eating and expresses pride in her. A man apologizes for the commotion and introduces himself as Hyamen's father. The narrator notes Hyamen's dad's in-game nickname shows just how much he adores his child. Sitting by the fireplace, Hyamen's dad explains the situation and says he wants to repay the protagonist for helping her. The protagonist insists repayment is unnecessary, but Hyamen's dad continues to say he owes him. The protagonist realizes Hyamen was also at the hospital for treatment and empathizes with her struggles. He reflects that their situations are similar except he overeats, then invites Hyamen's dad to ask for any favor so he can show his gratitude. Hyamen's dad reveals he has long played Athene as a well-known blacksmith and asks if the protagonist knows the artifact called the Dragon Sword. The story explains the Dragon Sword is a legendary weapon forged by a famed blacksmith and is the priciest item ever auctioned. It further states the Dragon Sword has the highest attack and stat bonuses in Athene's history. The protagonist admits he only thought of the Dragon Sword as something useful for chopping tough food like beef bones, startling Hyamen's dad. Hyamen's dad is baffled when the protagonist casually talks about using such a weapon to cut beef bones. Hyamen's dad reveals he is the creator of the Dragon Sword and that he plays a divine-grade blacksmith class. The protagonist suddenly understands and reacts excitedly to this revelation. He enthusiastically calls the blacksmith's work cool and again asks if the sword can actually cut beef bones. Clearing his throat, Hyamen's dad offers to craft an artifact for the protagonist as repayment. The protagonist is shocked he would get an artifact and is told to request whatever he wants. Hyamin's dad remembers his guild master forbade making artifacts for outsiders, but decides the protagonist seems trustworthy enough to keep it secret. Wondering what the protagonist will choose, Hyamin's dad assumes it will be a powerful weapon or armor like most players want. After thinking, the protagonist mutters that there is one thing he really needs. He brightly asks for a new frying pan that can produce perfect stir-fries. Hyamin's dad is stunned that the requested artifact is just a frying pan. He confirms in disbelief that the protagonist truly means an everyday cooking pan, and the protagonist eagerly agrees. Hyamin's dad nervously asks if he is sure he wants a pan instead of combat gear that would make him stronger. He double-checks that the protagonist does not want attack or recovery boosts, only a pan optimized for cooking, and the protagonist happily confirms. Thinking the request might be a hidden test, Hyamin's dad offers to add any bonus stats the protagonist wants. The protagonist prepares to answer, while Hyamin's dad is convinced his guess about extra stats was right. The protagonist adds that it would be wonderful if the frying pan could also make excellent pancakes. He explains he wants a pan that cooks pancakes evenly, astonishing Hyamin's dad. Hyamin's dad repeats the ridiculous-sounding requirements for the frying pan, and the protagonist enthusiastically agrees. The protagonist worries such a pan might be too difficult to make, but Hyamin's dad says difficulty is not the issue. Reluctantly, Hyamin's dad agrees to make the pan, while the protagonist thanks him excitedly. The protagonist tells Hyamin that her dad agreed, and she happily celebrates. Hyamin's dad internally laments that as a divine descendant of Hephaestus he is being asked to forge a mere frying pan. He stares off, wondering what his life has become. Ron the blacksmith, impressed by earlier events, asks the protagonist if he used magic. The protagonist replies he just walked around town eating snacks, and Ron calls him amazing. Ron thanks the protagonist, saying his client issues and contracts were resolved and that Hyamin can now eat again. The game announces the quest to help Ron is completed, granting the protagonist a cooking set and beginner smithing skill, with rewards scaling to his fame. Ron hands over a wooden container as a tangible reward, prompting the protagonist to ask what it is. Inside are neatly arranged ingredients including mushrooms and tofu. More ingredients such as fish, meat, and crab sticks are shown in the container. The full assortment of colorful foods is revealed, forming a complete ingredient set. The protagonist gazes at the glowing container in awe. He realizes from the ingredients that this must be a special cooking set for making John, Korean-style pancakes. He narrates that holiday food used to be the best part of celebrations, but after his condition he was forbidden to eat high-calorie holiday dishes. Drooling at the ingredients, the protagonist asks Ron if he can borrow the kitchen, and Ron agrees while telling him to wipe his drool. The protagonist starts cooking, dipping ingredients into egg batter. He then coats tofu pieces in flour. The battered ingredients sizzle on the pan as he fries them. A finished platter of assorted John is presented, smelling as delicious as it looks. When Ron tries to grab a piece, the protagonist swats his hand away because it is too hot. The protagonist asks Ron to scold him like an older relative would during holidays. He explains he wants to experience a realistic holiday atmosphere, which Ron finds strange. Ron agrees to try and clears his throat to get into character. Ron begins nagging like a boomer uncle, asking about jobs and future plans while the protagonist happily soaks in the scolding. Ron continues with intrusive questions about relationships and marriage, yelling that the protagonist needs to get his life together. The protagonist exclaims that this barrage of nagging completes the authentic holiday experience, and Ron calls him weird. The protagonist stuffs freshly fried John into his mouth. He revels in the sensation of biting into hot John and the savory flavors overwhelming his taste buds. He notes that even though all the pieces are battered the same, each ingredient becomes something special once fried. He says the best way to eat this John is to bite from the side to taste all the layers at once. He then moves on to fish, mushroom, and tofu John in sequence. He reflects that even the simplest ingredients become wonderful when fried to a golden brown. He finally eats dongarang tang, the round meat John he calls the king of John, noting it does not even need dipping sauce. Tearing up from happiness, he says the John is so delicious and laments how much he misses the holidays. Hyamin happily eats the John and declares her love for tasty food while the protagonist asks if she likes it. Ron, fidgeting, mumbles that he would also like some delicious food. The protagonist offers Ron some John, and Ron eagerly accepts, saying they look fantastic. After feeding him, the protagonist asks Ron to teach him smith work. Ron protests that smithing is his livelihood and he cannot teach it for free, so the protagonist threatens to withhold John. The protagonist cheerfully keeps eating with Hyamin while Ron is shocked into reconsidering. When asked if he likes the John, Ron, moved to tears, admits he does. Overwhelmed by the taste, Ron relents and agrees to teach smith work in exchange for more John, earning praise for the protagonist. Hyamin happily comments on how good the John is, and Ron notes, she finished all of it just like she did with the fried rice. When Ron points this out, Hyamin indignantly reminds the protagonist he once ate all her chocolates, calling him a piggy. She asks the protagonist to confirm her chocolates were delicious, and he shyly agrees while drooling at the memory. Ron notices and asks if the protagonist likes chocolate as well. The protagonist enthusiastically states his love for chocolate while Ron says something important comes to mind. Ron recalls a legend about a mine in the Varis kingdom. He describes a mythical tree there that continually grows chocolate, which shocks the protagonist. The protagonist excitedly shouts about the idea of a chocolate tree. Ron explains that no matter how much chocolate is picked from that tree, it regrows overnight, and the protagonist compares it to a famous fictional candy factory. Ron continues that at Bretley Mine people sometimes unearth chocolate along with ore, fascinating the protagonist and Hyman. He adds that these chocolates are magical and are said to cure even the gravely ill. Ron mentions a miner named Retin at Bretley Mine who knows more about this legend and asks if the protagonist wants to meet him, which immediately triggers a new quest. Hyman makes the protagonist promise to share some chocolate with her in return for her promise to keep eating regular meals. The protagonist, thinking about chocolate, wonders when he last got to enjoy it freely. He reflects on how long it has been since he could eat chocolate to his heart's content. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure in a tavern asks for more details about a job request. A nervous worker agrees but first demands assurance that everything about the request will remain secret. The cloaked man orders him not to reveal his identity to anyone, including his own guild. The worker says he has already told his men to keep the matter quiet and asks what exactly is being requested. The cloaked client begins to state his demand. He asks the worker to help him seize Bradley Mine within 3 days, shocking the listener. The client clarifies he wants all the soldiers in the mine killed so that he can enter safely. He further instructs them to cut off all communication with the kingdom and to protect him from the monsters that appear inside the mine. The worker points out that the deeper monsters are reputed to be very strong. Realizing this, he starts to say that the miners there will likely be in grave danger. The cloaked man smirks and coldly states that the miners will probably all die. He lifts his mug in grim satisfaction. The scene widens to show the bustling tavern as the cloaked man drinks among unsuspecting patrons. The worker asks what the true goal of this operation is, but the cloaked man refuses to reveal it. The mug slams down on the table, emphasizing the tension. The cloaked man internally reveals he possesses a key to a secret door deep in the chocolate mine, and knows Varus' kingdom would react harshly if they learned he had it. He thinks the kingdom would close the mine and tighten security if they found out, so he needs Howden Guild to distract the guards. He narrates that only 3 blacksmiths can forge artifacts using the hidden materials behind that door, naming Karthus as one of them. The narrator adds that the unknown blacksmith who made the dragon sword is another of the 3 but has mysteriously disappeared. The cloaked man concludes that with those 2 out of the way, only he remains able to use the materials, so this is his big chance. He vows to seize all the ingredients and create an artifact that surpasses even the dragon sword, laughing maniacally as onlookers think he is just drunk. At Bretley Mine the next day, soldiers shout that a blacksmith worker ran away, confirming the outsider who arrived yesterday has fled. The mine captain is exasperated to learn this and complains he cannot afford to keep losing workers. He shouts that workers promise to handle the job then sneak away, while another soldier quietly notes the workload is far too intense. The narration hints that Unit 5 of the mine has additional problems. It explains that Unit 5 has bad relations with Varus Kingdom soldiers, receiving less support and seldom getting replacement tools, which hurts their productivity. Retin admits that even he sometimes feels like running away from these conditions. Another worker tells Retin a newcomer from outside has been assigned to their unit. The newcomer is revealed to be the protagonist, seen happily munching on a chocolate bar. With his mouth full, the protagonist greets them, and Retin privately despairs that their new recruit seems like an idiot. Retin begins assessing him by asking his level and character class. The protagonist answers that he is around level 90 and mainly a cook. He quickly adds that he can also farm, fight with a sword, and use bandaging skills, while Retin groans that this is not what he hoped for. Retin asks if the protagonist has any particular strengths, and he proudly claims he can eat 100 chocolate bars in one sitting. Retin decides the protagonist is useless for mining and plans to delegate him to simple errands. The protagonist notices Retin's scraped knee and learns it was injured from hauling carts, but is told it is nothing serious. He asks permission to inspect the injury more closely. Surprised, Retin wonders if he is a healer, but the protagonist clarifies he only studied some bandaging techniques. The protagonist insists Retin just give him his knee despite Retin doubting the skill's usefulness. He carefully examines the scraped knee. The bandaging skill activates as he wraps the wound, greatly speeding its recovery. Retin is astonished by the immediate change, while the protagonist asks if it feels better. Retin happily kicks his leg, saying the pain and bleeding are gone and thanking the protagonist for removing this obstacle to work. The protagonist cheerfully says he is glad to help. Energized, Retin rallies the workers, telling them it is time to get to work. Noticing a badly rusted pickaxe, someone questions why it is in such poor condition. The protagonist points out that using such a tool is dangerous and suggests they request new equipment. Retin replies that he would love better tools but these worn-out ones are all the kingdom provides. Another worker calls everyone to head out as the protagonist silently reflects on the situation. The protagonist then asks Retin if he can at least try repairing the damaged pickaxe. Retin is excited to hear he can do smith work and asks how long he has trained, only to learn it has been since yesterday. Retin silently turns away in disbelief. He decides not to risk the only working pickaxe and instead leads the team off to work, resolving not to let the rookie touch the tools. The protagonist grabs Retin's back, urgently stopping him. With teary eyes he pleads, asking what will happen if Reton gets hurt again. He reminds Reton that his knee is already injured, making Reton feel pressured by the concern. Reton finally tells him to wait and goes off briefly, to the protagonist's delight. Reton returns and tosses him an even more worn-out pickaxe, challenging him to fix that one. Back at the smithy, the protagonist is horrified they had actually been using such a ruined tool, while Reton admits he was about to discard it. Reton points to a heap of broken tools and orders the protagonist to repair all of them, which the protagonist accepts. Reton internally decides to let the rookie mess with those worthless tools, not caring if he breaks every last one. The young man practices blacksmithing while his superior worries that giving good tools to a novice could leave them with nothing if he breaks them. He focuses on a damaged pickaxe, using visual guides that highlight the exact parts needing repair, a helper effect tied to his dexterity skills. He recalls seeing similar guidance when learning bandaging, realizing this support appears whenever he uses dexterity-based abilities. Concluding that he just needs to strike only the highlighted spots, he confidently begins hammering the tool. The older blacksmith watches in surprise, muttering about the kid as he hears the steady clanging of skilled work. Astonished, the man remembers the boy said he only started training yesterday while watching him hammer away. Observing the boy's grip, aim, swings, and precise movements, the man is stunned by how accurate and polished his form already is. Rubbing his eyes, the older man wonders if he is hallucinating from what he just saw. The boy finishes his work and cheerfully asks if his repair is satisfactory. He hands over the repaired pickaxe so the older man can inspect it. Seeing the result up close, the man's eyes widen in shock. The pickaxe looks completely renewed, and the man can hardly believe how perfectly it has been restored. The man asks if the boy triggered an excellent quality repair, and the boy realizes that must have been the notification he saw. A system window shows the pickaxe has gained durability and mining buffs, and the man exclaims that even veteran blacksmiths rarely get such results, calling the boy naturally gifted. Delighted by the praise, the boy shyly asks if the man really thinks so, and is told he has very skillful hands. The boy attributes his talent to having invested most of his stat points into dexterity, just as a crowd of miners rushes over in excitement. The miners learn he fixed the pickaxe, assume he has blacksmith experience, and start begging him to repair their shovels and tools as well, while he bashfully denies being experienced. Happy to help, the boy agrees to fix more tools and the grateful miners thank him enthusiastically. As the boy works, the older man wonders how the kid applied such a strong buff in one attempt and decides to keep an eye on him. Time passes at the smithy as the day moves on. In real life, Minhyuk wipes sweat while working, thinking about his situation. He reflects that Hyamin has begun eating properly again, even hospital food, and is steadily getting healthier. Grateful, he credits Minhyuk for her recovery and resolves to help Minhyuk with anything he needs. However, he hesitates, feeling conflicted about something. Frustrated, he yells in the forge, lamenting that his big new task is to make a frying pan. Comparing it to crafting a legendary sword in the past, he feels disheartened about being reduced to making cookware. As he forges the pan, he senses it is coming together but that some crucial element is still missing. He reasons that to create the special frying pan Minhyuk requested, he has already added a unique ingredient and several flame attribute materials. He suspects he may need more than just flame attributes and recalls rumors of an ingredient that embodies all attributes. He wonders where he could possibly find such an all-encompassing ingredient. The scene shifts back to the rocky mine area where Minhyuk works in the game. Minhyuk is amazed to see all the miners' tools he repaired now shining as they use them. The miners praise him as incredible, while he modestly says he only hit the tools with a hammer. The group crowds around, thrilled that items they thought irreparable are fixed and boasting they now have a top performer on their team. Minhyuk takes the chance to ask Reton something that has been on his mind. He inquires if Reton knows anything about the so-called chocolate tree, causing the man to flinch. Reton feigns ignorance, calling it merely a childish legend and walking away. Minhyuk replies that he understands, though he watches Reton leave with a puzzled look. He recalls Ron also dismissing the chocolate tree as a legend, but hopes he might still find clues, then suddenly remembers another option. Remembering his ingredient tracking skill, he activates it, wondering what buff condition to use in order to locate the chocolate tree. He sets the tracking condition as an ingredient that can revive the dead, prompting the system to begin searching. The ingredient tracking skill successfully detects a target within 1 kilometer and displays its location on a cave map. Minhyuk marvels that the skill even shows a map and guesses the ingredient must be nearby. Outside the cave entrance, miners announce that all monsters inside have been cleared. Reton tells Minhyuk to grab his belongings and follow as they move into the mine. Deep inside, Reton decides they have gone far enough and halts the group. He asks another outsider, Rowena, to guide the rookie around and show him how things work in the mine. Rowena calls Minhyuk over to teach him the basics of mining. He demonstrates how to swing the pickaxe properly while Minhyuk watches and thanks him. Rowena explains that ores are hard to find at first, but after a couple of hours Minhyuk should gather a decent number, and Minhyuk thanks him for the advice. While Minhyuk mines tirelessly, Rowena wonders why anyone would choose the exhausting, low-paying miner job. Minhyuk excitedly shows off a rock he believes is an ore, astonishing Rowena. Rowena corrects him, saying the object is actually chocolate, not ore. Minhyuk is shocked to learn the rocks here become chocolate, and Rowan complains that this strange mine rewards miners mostly with chocolate instead of useful resources. Rowan grumbles that he does not understand the system and wonders if these chocolates are meant to be sold to cooks, while Minhyuk realizes they truly are in a chocolate mine. Delighted, Minhyuk secretly thinks this is perfect for him and that, given the circumstances, he can take full advantage. Rowan encourages him, saying he will eventually find real ores, while Minhyuk giggles to himself, more focused on the chocolate. After a tiring session, Rowan tallies his haul and considers staying longer to raise his mining mastery. He notes he collected around 40 ores in 2 hours and debates continuing. Suddenly hearing excited shouts elsewhere in the mine, he turns to see what is happening. Curious about the commotion near another tunnel, Rowan wonders what is going on. He runs over and asks if there is a problem, but the miners tell him it is about the rookie. A colleague laughs that Minhyuk is digging like a crazed mole, prompting Rowan's interest. Minhyuk happily calls out to Rowan, eager to show him what he has gathered. He credits Rowan for his success, confusing the older miner about why he is being thanked. Minhyuk rummages through his inventory, saying he has something impressive to reveal to Rowan. Beaming, Minhyuk displays an armful of stones he calls his bounty. Rowan scolds him that those are just chocolates, not ores, and begins to call them worthless before Minhyuk mentions he has ores too. Minhyuk points to a huge sparkling mound of real ores he piled up elsewhere in the mine. The surrounding miners stare in shock at the massive heap he collected. Minhyuk joyfully remarks how lucky he is to have found so many, while the onlookers whisper in amazement. Rowan nervously agrees Minhyuk must be very lucky and internally wonders how the rookie could mine that much. He thinks that even with his high mining mastery he could not gather such a quantity in one day. When Rowan notices Minhyuk's hands, they are bloody and scraped, prompting concern. Minhyuk waves it off, saying his hands just are not used to this work yet. Rowan insists he should rest because his hands look badly injured, but Minhyuk protests that he needs to keep digging. Minhyuk says he can simply bandage his fingers, while Rowan silently wonders why the boy is pushing himself so hard. Rowan reflects that Minhyuk is not even a real miner, and cannot be doing this just for chocolate, which seems illogical to him. Inspired by Minhyuk's effort, the other miners rally themselves, deciding they must also work hard and not lose to the rookie. They raise their fists and shout in agreement, fired up to mine more. A decorative frame introduces a famous movie quote about life and chocolates. The quote about life being like a box of chocolates appears alongside an illustration of assorted chocolates. Minhyuk admits he never understood that saying because of his own experience. He remembers that, metaphorically, his own box of chocolates in life used to be completely empty. Now, however, that is no longer true, and Reton urges the miners onward whether their progress is bitter or sweet. Minhyuk, clutching chocolate rocks, happily declares he will gladly accept any kind of chocolate. He concludes that what really matters is that his once empty box is now overflowing. Watching him, Reton and the miners marvel at how extraordinary this rookie is. The miners remark they have never seen an outsider dig so much on their first day and describe how intensely focused Minhyuk was. They recall that he was so absorbed shouting about chocolate while mining that he could not even hear them calling his name. The narration notes that thanks to Minhyuk repairing all their tools, the miners extracted more ore than usual. Reton personally thanks Minhyuk, saying he has been a huge help and that they are lucky to have him. He then asks Minhyuk to follow him privately because there is something important he wants to say. Once alone in a rocky chamber, Minhyuk asks what it is, and Reton tells him to sit. Reton awkwardly admits that regarding Minhyuk's earlier question, he lied. Minhyuk reacts with surprise, waiting for an explanation. Reton reveals that the chocolate tree is not just a legend but truly exists. Minhyuk realizes the ingredient marked on his tracking map must have been the chocolate tree and wonders why Reton is sharing this secret now. Reton explains that if word of the tree spread, it could endanger the mine, but he trusts that Minhyuk will not threaten them. He says he mainly wanted to apologize to Minhyuk for having lied about the tree. A system window appears announcing that the secret quest to true lover of chocolates is complete, and that Minhyuk will earn a special chocolate for every special ore he mines. Overwhelmed, Minhyuk rejoices at receiving a secret quest and the promise of special chocolates. Minhyuk drools happily at the thought of earning special chocolates, while Reton says he would also like Minhyuk to find the tree, though there is a catch. Reton recounts the legend that only someone possessing a special key can open the path to the chocolate tree. Minhyuk asks if that means he currently cannot reach the tree, and Reton confirms that is true because Minhyuk does not yet have the key. Minhyuk says he understands and notes that it is unfortunate he cannot go yet. He consoles himself that at least he can still obtain and eat special chocolates from mining. He resolves that if he keeps working hard and leveling up, he might eventually gain the key, believing nothing in this world is impossible. Smiling, Minhyuk vows to do his best until he finds the key and asks Reton to help him reach the tree once that happens. Amused, Reton chuckles and silently agrees to the request. Reton affirms out loud that he will indeed help Minhyuk when the time comes. Elsewhere, rocks shift as someone quickly moves through a hidden tunnel inside the mine. A blue-haired user sneaks invisibly among the rocks, wondering if this is the final section he must scout. Using an invisibility potion that only lasts 30 minutes, he hurries to count how many troops are stationed in the mine. He notes there seems to be only one NPC and one user present in this section as he slips past them unseen. Determined, he continues moving, focused on his covert mission. Back with Minhyuk and Reton, Minhyuk hears something odd, causing both of them to look around. Minhyuk tells Reton he thinks he heard a noise, unaware that the invisible user is right behind a rock near them. Reton suggests he may have imagined it while the hidden infiltrator panics over what he just stepped on. The infiltrator realizes he has crunched Minhyuk's discarded chocolate wrappers underfoot. Irritated, he wonders who ate so much chocolate here while Minhyuk, still puzzled, insists he heard something. Overhearing Minhyuk's conversation, the infiltrator perks up when he hears them ask why a supposed cook is working in the mine. Minhyuk candidly answers that he came mainly to see the chocolate tree and to learn some mining along the way, which Reton notes is unusual compared to combat-focused outsiders. Minhyuk explains that while others chase combat thrills, he simply enjoys eating delicious food. Listening, the hidden user concludes that this is why Minhyuk worked so frantically earlier and grins wickedly, thinking this is good for his own plans. He tallies about 30 troops spread across the mine and only 2 users, both in non-combat classes, making the location seem easy to seize. He reasons that NPCs are weak fighters, so only players mattered, and decides this takeover job will be simple. He thinks all that remains is to leave the mine and prepare his group to capture it. As he moves away, the rocks shift dangerously around him. The unstable pile begins to wobble, startling him as it threatens to collapse. The rocks tumble down toward Minhyuk, who turns just as debris starts flying. Reton lunges and shouts for Minhyuk to watch out, reaching toward him as the rocks fall. The two are knocked to the ground amid dust and rubble from the brief collapse. Reton quickly checks on Minhyuk, anxiously asking if he is okay. Minhyuk replies that he is fine, and Reton warns him to be careful around stacked rocks, relieved that he was not hurt. Minhyuk says he doubts that noise earlier was only falling rocks, while elsewhere the cloaked infiltrator dashes away. Privately, Minhyuk is sure the suspicious sound came from a person, not just the stones. Outside, a hooded leader contacts allies to confirm everyone is in position around the mine. A response comes that the entire guild is assembled there and ready to act. The leader orders them to wait for his signal, and the blue-haired infiltrator acknowledges enthusiastically. The hooded man smirks and activates an item called the Key of the Legend. Using the key, he opens the legendary path associated with it as the item shines in his hand. A system warning announces that a horde of monsters will soon appear, advising caution, even as mining continues inside. Observers note that Minhyuk has been mining relentlessly for days and wonder what drives him so hard. Minhyuk's determined expression reveals his simple motivation, a strong desire to obtain more special chocolate. He narrates that he has spent the past few days digging up various chocolates, such as dark chocolate from iron ores. He also discovered that silver ores yield creamy milk chocolate. He speculates that rarer ores might produce even tastier treats, just as he uncovers a new type of shining ore. The system identifies it as gold ore that can be exchanged for a special chocolate, and Minhyuk examines it curiously. Rowena sees the golden rock and excitedly points out that Minhyuk has found valuable gold ore, remarking how lucky that is. As the miner suggests selling the ore for money, Minhyuk casually bites into it. Minhyuk savors the rich chocolate flavor and crunchy bits, realizing it is chocolate with almonds. He reflects that chocolate is amazing because it pairs well with all sorts of fillings and textures. Overwhelmed by how good it is, Minhyuk thinks he wants to eat all the chocolate. The miner freaks out as Minhyuk explains he changed the gold into chocolate because a system notification allowed it, and he prefers edible chocolate over useless gold. The miner yells about the ore's value, but Minhyuk insists he does not care, just as a notification sound appears. While the miner nags that Minhyuk could have simply bought chocolate, a system achievement rewards Minhyuk with a huge sum and the ability to earn gold whenever he eats chocolate mined here, making him ask the ore's market price. The miner recalls that each gold ore is worth about 5 million, which Minhyuk deems unimpressive. Minhyuk dismisses the ore's value as trivial, prompting the miner to ask if he is secretly rich. Outside the mine, a man named Reton curses the soldiers just as Minhyuk and the miner call out to him. They ask Reton whether the soldiers will send more support, and he reports that despite higher output they still receive nothing because the authorities bear a grudge. The miner complains that the rulers of Varus are spiteful and apologizes to Minhyuk that conditions in the mine will remain harsh. He internally notes that productivity has increased thanks to Minhyuk, yet the authorities only respond by overworking them more. Reton concludes they must make do with what little they have and orders everyone to resume mining. In another tunnel, miners are startled by someone screaming in alarm. Hearing the commotion, Minhyuk's group rushes toward the disturbance asking what is wrong. They discover a pack of threatening iron wolves blocking the path, growling and glaring. Reton is shocked that iron wolves have appeared in this area where they normally do not spawn, while checking if the miners are okay. The miner worries that although he can fight, there are too many wolves for him alone and Minhyuk's class is focused on production, not combat. Resolving to protect everyone even if it costs his loot, he activates a skill called Lion's Roar to draw all the monsters' attention, deciding it is better he die alone than both of them. He shouts for Minhyuk to flee with the others while he holds off the wolves by himself. Minhyuk turns at the call, concerned as the situation escalates. The wolves immediately rush the miner, who panics as they target him. A massive impact occurs as something intercepts the attack. Minhyuk appears, having slain a wolf with his pickaxe and knocked the miner aside to safety. The miner stares in stunned disbelief at Minhyuk's unexpected prowess. More wolves charge at them in a furious assault. Minhyuk draws his sword to counter the incoming pack. He unleashes a technique called Rampaging Sword, cutting through the surrounding wolves in a sweeping attack. Watching this, the miner is dumbfounded, wondering if he misheard when Minhyuk previously claimed to be just a cook. Minhyuk exclaims he almost forgot something, confusing the miner who asks what he nearly missed. Minhyuk reveals a new blue ore embedded in the wall and happily announces he has discovered a new ore type. Delighted, he realizes it is another special ore and excitedly wonders what new kind of chocolate it can be exchanged for. He daydreams about white chocolate or mint chocolate from the ore while the miner anxiously reminds him they do not have time to fantasize. The miner urges that they must escape the mine immediately, and Minhyuk agrees. Outside, hostile players from the Howden Guild decide the monsters will wipe out everyone inside and order the mine entrance sealed. Before they can close it, someone yells for them to stop as the miners emerge from the entrance alive. Retin demands they not seal the entrance because people survived, leaving the hostile leader shocked that anyone made it through. The hostile leader grumbles that Minhyuk and the miner are not even combat classes yet somehow survived and decides he will personally eliminate them. A red-haired Howden member named Ras proclaims that his guild now owns the mine and commands the miners to kneel. At the entrance, nervous miners hesitate over the order to kneel while Ras demands obedience again. Minhyuk dismissively calls the Howden Guild immature while casually chewing. The miner is startled as Minhyuk strolls outside toward the enemies, prompting him to sneak closer. From partial cover, the miner questions why the Howden Guild is bullying people in a place that belongs to no one and asks what the miners ever did to them. Ras becomes furious at being defied and is told he has no right to take over the mine. Enraged, Ras charges forward to punch Minhyuk. Meanwhile, the miner secretly presses something against the mine's wall, activating a device. Ras' punch slams into an invisible barrier in front of Minhyuk with a metallic clang instead of hitting him. Both realize there is a transparent glass wall between them blocking any attacks. Ras panics, learning from the miner that the wall is a kingdom-made defensive device used to prevent monsters from escaping the mine. Frustrated he cannot hit Minhyuk, Ras laments that he really wanted to punch the kid. Sneering through the barrier, he threatens that monsters will tear Minhyuk apart, and boasts he will break the wall and kill them himself. Minhyuk's side wonders how to respond as Ras taunts him to see what he will do now. Minhyuk cheerfully says he will simply tell his powerful big sister everything, treating that as the obvious solution. Outside, the Howden members are stunned into silence by this declaration. They mock Minhyuk for planning to tattle to his sister, laughing and asking if she is some big-shot ranker. Minhyuk asks if they are belittling his big sister as Ras arrogantly says he does not care and tells him to complain to her. Smirking, Minhyuk activates a glowing mark on his hand and warns Ras he will regret insulting her. One of the Howden members proposes smashing through the barrier before the supposedly scary sister arrives, and the group eagerly agrees. Inside the mine, the miner nervously asks Minhyuk what to do and whether his sister can truly fix the situation, while Minhyuk thinks they should proceed with his plan. Minhyuk concludes that what they should do right now is eat, leaving the miner aghast that he can think about food in this crisis. Minhyuk argues that they cannot fight on empty stomachs and hands Rowena ingredients to chop for cooking. Rowena offers to cook and notices all the ingredients Minhyuk provides grant powerful buffs. Miners realize Minhyuk is preparing food to boost their strength for battle and recognize him as a true chef as he finishes a large fried rice dish. Retin and the miners suddenly realize they are hungry after focusing so much on the danger. Minhyuk urges everyone to take a plate and fuel up despite Rowena's concern that monsters might appear soon. Minhyuk reassures them with a superstition that even animals do not disturb someone eating, so Retin suggests they may as well eat since they have no better options. Rowena takes a bite of the fried rice. Overwhelmed by flavor, he and the miners exclaim that the food is incredibly delicious. Miners rave that it is the best fried rice they have ever eaten, feel invigorated by it, and wonder what special ingredients Minhyuk used. Some miners feel confident they could even face monsters immediately, while others worry this bravado might jinx them. As they eat, the miners suddenly sense something coming and react in surprise. Outside, a Howden member complains that no matter how hard he hits, the barrier will not break. He considers that the barrier might only be removable from the inside. Anxious Varus soldiers urge the Howden leader to hurry through the door before it closes while he blames them for not giving proper information. Another subordinate calls out to the Howden leader, Brani, as their argument escalates. Brani argues with his hired helper over being called a moron, while someone reminds them now is not the time because they have bigger issues. Irritated, Brani demands to know what new problem he is being told about. A heavily armored red-haired woman, Elle, arrives with Imperial guards, exuding authority. Elle notices the commotion and becomes alert. Recognizing her, Brani panics and wonders why she is here. Suddenly the Varus priest is lifted by magical force, shocking Brani. Elle gathers power in her hands, preparing to punish the scheming priest. She concludes the priest must be the mastermind behind the attempted massacre. Brani realizes the captured man is Card, a high-ranking blacksmith from the Aries guild who is famous for ranking second in his class. Elle reacts to something as Card cries out in fear. Minhyuk joyfully greets Elle, saying she arrived sooner than he expected. Elle states she came immediately because her little brother called, shocking Card when he learns Minhyuk is considered her younger brother. Minhyuk thanks her excitedly while Elle says she remembered the promise tied to the magical mark, leaving Card collapsed in terror. Card trembles and insists he remembers their promise as well, trying to appease Elle. The miner, astonished that Minhyuk is friends with the Empress Elle, records the scene and wonders about the mark they mentioned, realizing this footage will be huge. On the recording, Minhyuk explains he has been leveling up at the mine so he can one day visit the ocean with Elle, and she asks why he summoned her. Elle affectionately asks Minhyuk if someone tried to hurt him. Minhyuk glances toward Card and prepares to explain what happened. He whispers all the details into Elle's ear while she listens seriously. Elle confronts Card's group, summarizing their crimes of attempting to take over the mine, harming miners, and threatening Minhyuk, which they desperately deny as a misunderstanding. Card remembers how they mocked Minhyuk for planning to call his big sister. He also recalls boasting about smashing the wall before Minhyuk's scary sister could arrive. Elle darkly repeats the word misunderstanding, clearly unconvinced. She orders her guards to arrest all of them as some of the culprits scream and try to flee. Elle questions Card, confirming he used the key for his own purposes even though he knew miners were still inside. Card admits his wrongdoing and begs Elle to forgive him just once. In desperation, he offers to craft the greatest artifact in the Empire if she lets him go, fearing a long prison sentence would effectively end his character. He resolves internally that he must persuade Elle to spare him. Instead, Elle turns to Minhyuk and grants him the authority to decide what should happen to Card. Minhyuk remembers Card mentioning a special key-locked ingredient and considers its implications. He asks Card if the key has already been used, and Card confirms it has. Minhyuk cheerfully asks for permission to enter the special location himself now that the key is spent, surprising Card. Card protests that only a master blacksmith can handle the ingredient inside, but Minhyuk bluntly says what he does with it is none of Card's concern. Elle accepts Minhyuk's wish and allows him to go, making him celebrate excitedly. Minhyuk calls out to Elle again. He then innocently requests that Elle punish the wrongdoers properly so they cannot escape justice, and she agrees with a laugh as the bound culprits despair. Later, Minhyuk walks into a new area beyond the mine entrance. A system message states that he has stepped into the realm of legend. Another message informs him he has only 1 hour to explore this place. He finds himself in the legendary chocolate paradise, surrounded by cacao trees heavy with pods. He notices even the flowing stream appears to be pure chocolate. He sees more fantastical treats, like rocky chocolate formations and cookie-like mounds. He passes candy cane and chocolate stick plants growing like real vegetation. Overjoyed, Minhyuk realizes he has found a mythical tree that literally grows chocolate. He is stunned, thinking he never imagined he would witness it in person. Snapping out of his awe, he remembers he only has 1 hour in this paradise and must act quickly. He marvels at the huge chocolate tree and examines its trunk. Placing his hand on the tree, he uses his gathering ability to extract ingredients. The system grants him legendary white and dark chocolate ingredients of panacea-grade quality. He then obtains the holy twig of the Elemental King, recognizing it as the rare ingredient Card wanted. As he gathers, the tree begins emitting an odd sound, catching his attention. A message announces he has also acquired the entire legendary chocolate tree itself. Minhyuk checks his inventory in shock and sees the whole tree stored there. Another message explains he can harvest a limited amount of chocolate from this tree in his inventory every day, making him realize he can now eat chocolate daily forever. Minhyuk rejoices that this is the greatest thing ever and even thanks Card in his heart, while the captured blacksmith screams he will never forgive him. Minhyuk vows to tell Retin all about the chocolate realm later, but for now he is focused on feasting. He gleefully runs around the paradise devouring everything, basking in his dreamlike chocolate feast. Online, players discuss the incident, condemning Card and Howden Guild for treating realistic NPCs like disposable objects and praising how justice was served, while speculating about Minhyuk and Elle's relationship. Search rankings show Elle, her affinity, the involved guilds, and Elle's mysterious little brother dominating the top queries. A viral video of Elle punishing the culprits racks up over 1 million views, with commentary noting this is the first time she has befriended a player. Rowena watches the clips in town, wondering what consequences Card will face and noting Elle might now oppose his entire guild. He shrugs that the guild drama is none of his concern and logs out. As he sits in the real-world town square, Rowena hopes Minhyuk return from the special realm safely. Minhyuk then bursts cheerfully through a doorway announcing his return. A little girl excitedly runs to greet him, and an older man is relieved he made it back, asking how the trip was. Minhyuk recalls waving goodbye to the miners and simply says that the experience was fun. The man admits he found the mine miserable when he visited and asks if Minhyuk at least got lots of chocolate, which his daughter eagerly inquires about too. Minhyuk repeats their question about chocolate, about to reveal his haul. He then dumps an enormous pile of chocolates onto the table. The man is astonished at their size and abundance, but Minhyuk explains these particular chocolates are from somewhere else, not from the beginner mine. The man wonders where Minhyuk could have possibly obtained such treats, as he stares at the shining pile. Realizing what one of the items is, he calls Minhyuk's name in shock. He recognizes the twig as an SS-grade crafting material and demands to know how Minhyuk got it, to which Minhyuk casually replies it appeared while harvesting chocolate. The man, thrilled, explains that only a master blacksmith can use such a material and it cannot even be sold, while Minhyuk agrees that this arrangement suits him just fine. Minhyuk asks to use an item for the blacksmith's production request and gratefully receives permission. Minhyuk is pleased, thinking this item completes his plan. The blacksmith happily returns to work and Minhyuk receives a pile of chocolate. Hyamin asks for a piece of the huge chocolate, and Minhyuk offers to bake her something if there is an oven. The blacksmith confirms the oven is in the kitchen. Minhyuk prepares to cook with Hyamin, saying they will make something similar to cake. He explains they must chop and melt the chocolate with butter over a double boiler. Next, they sift cocoa powder and flour into another bowl while stirring. They add eggs to the melted chocolate mixture. Minhyuk combines the chocolate and flour mixtures until smooth and pours the batter into a pan, impressing Hyamin. They place the pan in the oven to bake. Minhyuk tells Hyamin to wait for the timer as they pass time together. After baking, he lets the dessert cool. He reveals the finished dessert as brownies topped with ice cream. Minhyuk and Hyamin excitedly sit down to eat the brownies. Minhyuk digs his fork into the warm brownie and ice cream. He narrates how warm brownies with vanilla ice cream and melty chocolate chunks create a delicious texture. He then reaches for a glass of iced coffee as his mouth fills with sweetness. Minhyuk takes a sip through the straw. He savors how bitter iced coffee balances the brownie's sweetness. Minhyuk and Hyamin cheerfully debate whether milk or iced coffee is the best drink with sweets. Hyamin thanks Minhyuk, saying eating no longer hurts. She happily explains that she now enjoys food, including the hospital food and this chocolate dessert. Minhyuk smiles warmly at her joy. He tells her there is no need to thank him, recalling his belief that delicious food is best, when the blacksmith suddenly calls his name. The panting blacksmith rushes in, saying he has finished something, prompting Minhyuk to ask what it is. The blacksmith proudly presents the completed frying pan. He excitedly declares it an all-purpose item and a successful creation, while Minhyuk marvels at it. A system window reveals Hephaestus' legendary frying pan with powerful stats and skills, and the blacksmith insists all requested options are included. Minhyuk eagerly agrees to cook with the new pan and asks if there are ingredients he can use. The blacksmith says he has ingredients, and tells Minhyuk to put them into the frying pan. Looking over his huge ingredient inventory, Minhyuk debates making pancakes or stir-fry while the blacksmith wonders why he has so much food. Minhyuk chooses pork to make jjukbakyum, a spicy stir-fried dish. As he activates the pan, ingredients appear in it with a system message recognizing them. The legendary pan heats the food, causing it to sizzle with flames. The dish stir-fries at high speed, amazing the watching blacksmith. Minhyuk finishes the perfectly cooked spicy pork dish. The blacksmith explains confidently that the pan can cook crisp, evenly done pancakes and calls it one of his greatest works thanks to Minhyuk's materials, leaving Minhyuk in awe. He adds that the pan wields every elemental power, self-cleans, and can even be enlarged for combat, though Minhyuk ignores the combat part. Minhyuk gushes that he loves the pan and thanks the blacksmith, who shyly accepts the praise. A notification shows Minhyuk has equipped L's kitchen knife. The blacksmith informs Minhyuk that Hyamin's treatment has finished so they will be online less because he must care for her offline. Hyamin cheerfully says Minhyuk is the reason for her recovery. Minhyuk modestly repeats that he just ate tasty food with her and that no thanks are needed. The blacksmith insists that is exactly what Hyamin needed, says he is glad they met, and asks to add Minhyuk as a friend, which Minhyuk allows. The blacksmith again sincerely thanks Minhyuk. Time passes and the scene shifts back to the blacksmith's forge exterior. Minhyuk greets the blacksmith there as Hyamin's father. Elle appears and asks the blacksmith whether he finished the gift he was crafting. She says she has already given Minhyuk the gift and thanks the blacksmith for letting her handle the request, while he downplays it as just a frying pan. The blacksmith laughs that Minhyuk deserves such a gift because he helped Hyamin. Elle says Minhyuk always reminded her of someone, and now she realizes it was the blacksmith himself. The blacksmith confirms Minhyuk is similar, strange but very caring, which surprises and delights Elle. Elle thoughtfully considers this comparison. Curious now, she says she wants to meet Minhyuk. Outside, Minhyuk checks the legendary frying pan's detailed information on his phone. The item description lists its legendary grade, stat boosts, resistances, elemental traits, cooking abilities, and special skills like Griffin's Scream and Gigantic Frying Pan. In the real world, Changuk admires the frying pan's abilities and wishes he could have it but lacks the dexterity requirement. He notes Minhyuk will soon reach level 100. Changuk reminds Minhyuk not to forget about episode quests that depend on fame, and Minhyuk agrees. Minhyuk asks if he can focus on class quests first, and Changuk says he can complete quests in any order. Encouraged, Minhyuk becomes determined to pursue his class quests. Back in the game, the blacksmith remarks that a frying pan suits Minhyuk more than a sword and assumes he is a cook. Minhyuk corrects him, saying he is not actually a cook. He explains that his player class is God of Food, so he cooks but that is not his normal character class, shocking the blacksmith. The blacksmith exclaims that he thought Minhyuk was a cook and wonders if God of Food is a hidden class tied to a certain legend, while Minhyuk asks what legend he means. The blacksmith says he heard about the legend at the Tower of Cooks and that all production class users know it, prompting Minhyuk to ask for details. The narration begins describing a man so powerful he could tear apart the earth and sky. It explains that he loved to eat, traveled the world searching for food, rejected even the emperor's offer to stay by his side, and continued adventuring. The story shows him asking a black dragon to cook meat with its breath. It also tells how he dipped rice cakes into sacred honey from the fairy's guardian tree, and although the tales sound absurd, they are a famous legend. Hearing all this, Minhyuk thinks the man is a genius and wants to meet him. The legend continues that the man visited a craftsman called the Golden Hammer with divine metal to request special cooking utensils. Minhyuk realizes this mirrors what he just did with the blacksmith. The blacksmith suggests Minhyuk might be following that legendary man's footsteps, and Minhyuk asks if there is more information. The blacksmith says Minhyuk can learn more by visiting the town of Cooks himself, which Minhyuk recalls. Back home, Changuk tells Minhyuk he is going out to meet friends. Minhyuk jokingly complains about being left alone eating tomatoes, and Changuk apologizes. Minhyuk quickly says he was only kidding and tells Changuk to have fun. Changuk leaves the apartment. Minhyuk sits alone, looking around the quiet room. He reflects that he envies Changuk's social life, recalling how he once had friends before his health worsened. He remembers that meeting people became difficult, and he pushed away all his close friends. He admits he was embarrassed about his changed appearance, and abandoned his friends first out of fear they would leave him. Minhyuk wonders how those friends are doing now. He hesitates over installing the PeopleBook app on his phone. After installing, he tries to recall his old username and password. Once logged in, his phone erupts with notifications. Startled by the buzzing, he wonders why he has so many notifications. He scrolls through old messages from someone named Genie asking how he is and teasing him about eating ramen. Minhyuk realizes the account called Genie is his friend Jaihai. He recalls using that Genie username since elementary school and jokes about friends pestering him like a wish-granting genie. He reads Jaihai's playful messages saying she has changed, that they miss him, and that he should be curious enough to meet them. Minhyuk smiles wistfully, remembering how they used to meet almost every week. He feels relieved to see that Jaihai seems to be doing well. Another message says the three friends now play Athene together, and invites Minhyuk to add Jaihai using her game code. He notes that they still hang out as a group. Minhyuk considers that meeting them in Athene might be easier since it is not his real body and wonders if he should ask about joining. He stares at the chat screen, hesitating to type. He talks himself out of replying, thinking there is no point in reconnecting. The scene shifts from his gloomy mood to a bleak, barren landscape. In that game area, dead monsters lie scattered on the ground. Two guild members approach Genie, asking why she killed so many monsters. Hearing her name, Genie turns. She is introduced as the guild master of Legend Guild. Her companions Khan and Locke, also members of Legend Guild, stand beside her. Genie asks about their search for a healer and learns they found no suitable candidates, lamenting how rare healers are. They joke that the shortage is Locke's fault for not choosing the priest class, and he protests that he hates support roles. Locke gets riled up, while Khan tells him to calm down, and Genie changes the subject to ask if they saw any cooks. Khan says they checked everyone and found no cook, but Genie feels a cook would suit their damage-heavy, often soloing party just as a notification arrives. Genie pauses their conversation to answer a voice chat from someone named Robin. Khan asks who Robin is and Locke explains he is a new guild member, and Genie's acquaintance from another game. During the voice chat, Genie happily encourages Robin about his leveling and asks his current level, praising his progress. She then ambitiously asks if he can reach level 300 by next month, which horrifies Khan and Locke because of the intense grinding implied. Genie cheerfully tells Robin she is counting on him, leaving Khan and Locke trembling at her demanding standards. A system window shows the voice chat has ended. The story jumps to the Hills of Despair entrance where players gather before a dungeon gate. A red-haired warrior named Robin mutters that he needs to find a dimwit. At the gate, Minhyuk asks the guard if he can solo the dungeon but is told a minimum party of 2 is required. Robin grumbles that being forced into a party means sharing experience, rewards, and loot even though he believes he does most of the damage. He then receives a hidden quest instructing him to seek the Great Conjurer's power of sin. Robin resolves not to share the quest rewards and wonders who might be foolish enough to join him without asking for a share. He catches the scent of Minhyuk's cooking drifting from near the gate. Robin spots Minhyuk happily cooking and is stunned by what he is seeing. A guard tells Minhyuk to cook elsewhere, but Minhyuk asks if fire is forbidden in the valley, and the guard explains that is not the issue. Robin exasperatedly points out that it is absurd to fry pancakes right in front of a dungeon. Minhyuk flips a savory pancake in his legendary frying pan while Robin watches in disbelief. Robin recognizes the dish and starts to crave it. He realizes it is kimchi jjigae and thinks he wants some. Minhyuk enjoys the kimchi jjigae, admiring its aroma, crisp crust, and perfect doneness. Watching, Robin salivates and worries he is staring too intensely. Robin decides he will eat kimchi jjigae later and asks Minhyuk if he will make one for him if they enter the dungeon together. Minhyuk, still eating, points out that the guard must stay at his post. The guard hesitates, but Minhyuk's remark leaves the situation unresolved. Robin incredulously wonders if Minhyuk is an idiot for refusing that offer. Minhyuk instead proposes that he will cook kimchi jjigae in exchange for extra duck meat as his reward share. Robin thinks Minhyuk seems like a clueless newbie and plots to carry him through the dungeon to take his share of the rewards. When Minhyuk asks for the meat in advance since he has no party, Robin refuses aloud but internally agrees to the deal, and Minhyuk admits Robin has caught him. Minhyuk turns as Robin calls out to him. Robin formally asks Minhyuk to join his party. He promises to handle all the damage if Minhyuk will just party with him, leaving Minhyuk confused about why he should. Robin protests that Minhyuk needs party members and Minhyuk privately feels Robin's eagerness is suspicious. Desperate, Robin offers to give Minhyuk all the duck meat if he will come. Tempted by the meat, Minhyuk accepts, and a notification confirms he has joined Robin's party as they celebrate with a high five. Minhyuk excitedly imagines duck meat and urges that they start immediately, while Robin agrees that the gatekeepers must now admit them. The two travel deeper into the Hills of Despair, and Robin begins asking Minhyuk about legendary character classes. Robin proudly reveals that he is a legendary berserker class and believes he is naturally destined to be a top-ranked player. He boasts that he was also a ranker in their previous game, and that Minhyuk will be amazed by berserker damage, while Minhyuk answers politely. As they walk, Minhyuk absent-mindedly eats, joking to himself that the word berserker reminds him of a dessert like red bean jelly. Robin warns Minhyuk to be careful because anything might appear suddenly. Robin says he will handle all the fighting and asks Minhyuk just to support and watch his back, and Minhyuk agrees. Suddenly an attack streaks through the air toward Robin, signaling the start of combat. Someone shouts for Robin to watch out as something flies past his face. Robin realizes he was just attacked with a flying frying pan and Minhyuk senses something nearby. Minhyuk, chewing on a bun, notices whatever approached. A bird-like foot slams into the ground. A fire-wielding duck monster appears, shocking them. Minhyuk eagerly charges at the duck with his frying pan despite Robin yelling that the pan is useless. Robin warns that the cute duck is still a dungeon monster and that a mere cook will be beaten. Ignoring that, Minhyuk leaps at the duck, pan raised. He smacks the duck with the pan, making it quack. The duck survives the blow, and Robin exclaims that of course it is not dead. The duck jumps back up into the air. Angered, the duck starts forming fiery projectiles. Robin shouts for Minhyuk to dodge as fireballs rain down around him. Minhyuk twirls his frying pan in preparation. He hefts the oversized pan like a massive weapon. With determination, he swings the pan again. The pan deflects or blocks the incoming flames with a loud clang. Minhyuk presses the attack while the duck flails and quacks in pain. He gulps down the last of his bun, satisfied. Feeling victorious, Minhyuk says that fight was easy and offers to help more. Robin, sweating, awkwardly agrees and admits Minhyuk's ability is impressive. Minhyuk happily explains the pan was a gift, and says he loves using it, while Robin wonders if he is some kind of combat cook. Robin thinks a normal pan should have broken already and questions what sort of item it is. Robin explains they must hunt more ducks to unlock entry to a field, and Minhyuk reacts with interest. Robin asks if Minhyuk can wipe them out at once, and Minhyuk thinks he probably can. Minhyuk activates the skill Griffin Scream, giving nearby allies a stat boost. A system message says all nearby monsters now target Robin, and he realizes it is an aggro skill. Robin suddenly finds himself surrounded by a crowd of ducks. Swarms of ducks attack Robin, making him scream in disbelief. Minhyuk cheerfully says his plan should work while Robin shrieks that Minhyuk is insane. Robin's agonized cry echoes through the sky as birds scatter. System messages award the party duck meat and experience while Robin collapses, utterly exhausted, and Minhyuk calmly eats. Robin lies on the ground saying he cannot go on, while Minhyuk is surprised he is already worn out. Robin complains he is near death and asks if the bun boosts stats, but Minhyuk insists they still need to hunt more ducks. Robin protests that they already massacred plenty, whereas Minhyuk whines that it is not enough to fill his heavy appetite. Robin yells at him to just finish the bun, and Minhyuk decides they can take a break if Robin is that tired. Minhyuk immediately announces he is hungry and wants to eat, shocking Robin, who notes he has been eating all along. Minhyuk tosses vegetables to Robin and asks him to chop them, leaving Robin confused. Minhyuk opens his inventory, selects the duck meat, and begins preparing it. He decides to marinate and stir-fry the duck slices. Next he adds the chopped vegetables to the pan. Minhyuk keeps frying the dish enthusiastically until it reaches perfection. He finishes the dish by topping it with perilla leaves and chives, creating duck bulgogi. Carrying the platter, Minhyuk asks whether Robin chopped things as instructed, and Robin answers vaguely. Minhyuk praises how good the side dishes look, complimenting Robin's chopping. Minhyuk passes Robin a wrapped bite with chopsticks, saying now they can eat. A steaming piece of duck wrapped in a leaf is held up, ready to be eaten. Minhyuk announces that it is time to dig in. As Robin eats, narration describes the sweet spicy marinade and incredibly tender, flavorful duck. Robin exclaims that it tastes delicious while Minhyuk encourages him to try another style. Minhyuk shows how to place meat and vegetables on pickled radish and eat it in one bite. Robin marvels that the refreshing radish transforms the flavor as Minhyuk reminds him there is more to add. Minhyuk dramatically reveals a can of soda, saying Robin must drink it too. Robin is surprised that the world of Athene even has soda as he pours it into a glass. Minhyuk says now Robin knows and proposes a toast, and they clink their glasses. Both of them happily chug their soda together. Refreshed, Robin laughs with delight, glass in hand. Minhyuk asks how he feels and whether the meal and drink revived him. Robin realizes he feels better than ever. Robin reflects that he once treated food only as fuel and ate only simple rations, choosing meals purely for efficiency. He now thinks Minhyuk views food very differently, as something joyful rather than just necessary. Robin concludes that is why he feels so invigorated after eating Minhyuk's cooking and announces he is completely recovered. He admits Minhyuk is strange but finds him very likable. After resting, they confirm they are ready to resume hunting. Heading back out, they discuss how many ducks remain and Minhyuk checks the quest status. Minhyuk notes they are finishing faster than expected when a notification sound interrupts him. A system message announces the appearance of the boss monster, and that all monsters in the Hills of Despair have grown stronger, startling the pair. Robin explains that the boss is an epic-grade monster that normally appears deeper in the dungeon. Minhyuk is excited about the timing and wants to go for it immediately, though he laments not getting to eat more duck first. He even suggests hunting more ducks before tackling the boss, to Robin's confusion about giving up epic loot. Minhyuk pleads with sparkling eyes, begging to stay for more ducks. Robin relents and, as they head out, warns that the boss itself is actually a giant duck, which thrills Minhyuk. The scene shifts to the Aries Guild, where its guild master studies information at his desk. A message begging forgiveness from a member named Card pops up with an option to block him. Guildmaster Aries blocks Card, calling him a moron. Aries thinks about how he publicly distanced the guild from Card's scandal and expects the uproar to subside. He then muses about the powerful legend guild preparing to claim a territory and their reputed unofficial top-rank members. An aide enters, and Aries schemes that attacking Legend's future territory could earn them fame as the aide brings requested intel. The aide points to a photo of Robin, reminding Aries of the infamous hunter from Versailles. He reports that Robin recently joined Athene and is currently affiliated with the Legend Guild. Back in the dungeon, Minhyuk wonders aloud who this Robin person others keep talking about. In the guild, the aide explains that Minhyuk is just an unknown low-level user Robin brought along to fulfill party requirements, and that Robin usually hunts solo in the Hills of Despair. Aries asks if the assault unit is online and receives confirmation. He orders everyone to gather at the Hills of Despair, intending to recruit Robin as their spy against Legend. Aries notes the promotional value of a celebrity ranker and says recruiting Robin would be a major gain. The aide worries about winning Robin over, given his fame. Aries replies that they will offer Robin gold, artifacts, and hunting grounds, promising any resources he desires to secure him. The aide then asks what they will do if Robin refuses the proposal. Aries coldly answers that, in that case, they will kill him. Meanwhile, Minhyuk and Robin sprint through a fiery battlefield toward the newly appeared boss. Robin spots the chaos ahead and points Minhyuk toward it. Other adventurers scream and flee from the intense heat and flames. The boss, a gigantic golden duck breathing fire, terrifies the crowd. A cocky fighter steps forward, calling the others weaklings. That fighter leaps to attack, claiming he will handle the boss. The giant duck blasts a fire attack from its beak. The attacker is instantly engulfed in flames. Robin warns Minhyuk that the boss is extremely strong and points out the man who just got fried as proof. Minhyuk instead stares hungrily at the duck, saying it looks delicious, while Robin shouts at him to listen. Minhyuk daydreams that named monsters always taste best, so this boss should be especially tasty, ignoring Robin. Driven by that thought, Minhyuk dashes straight at the giant duck, shouting about how tasty it will be. As Robin screams in frustration, Minhyuk focuses seriously and accelerates. Minhyuk closes in as the duck charges a fiery attack from its rear. He swaps to and swings his legendary frying pan again. The pan intercepts the massive fire blast, creating a blazing clash. Onlookers gape at the spectacle and the durability of Minhyuk's frying pan. They marvel at what kind of artifact the pan must be while Minhyuk strains against the flames. Minhyuk slams the pan down in a powerful attack amid the fire. The duck reacts in alarm as the unexpected counterattack lands. Robin prepares to follow up with damage of his own but is startled by what happens next. He unleashes an area flame skill across the battlefield as part of their assault. Watching the duck's HP bar barely budge, Robin realizes it is far tougher than expected and wonders how many hits it will take. Minhyuk's weapon strikes a shimmering hexagonal barrier around the duck. Robin recognizes that the boss is protected by a strong shield. The duck counters by smacking Robin away, knocking him hard to the ground. Injured Robin calls to Minhyuk to be careful, while Minhyuk sprints forward. Minhyuk leaps toward the duck with only a sword, prompting Robin to ask where his pan went. Minhyuk decides to activate L's sword skills instead. The dancing blade skill summons multiple slashes that slice around the duck. Bright flashes show the attack hitting, but the shield still holds as the duck cries out. Minhyuk sees that even this did not break through. Resolving that he must win, he charges again. His motivation is shown as visions of various delicious duck dishes that he longs to eat. He focuses all his will on breaking the shield so he can enjoy duck meat and triggers Vital Stab. Minhyuk roars that he will devour the duck, channeling his hunger into aggression. He repeatedly pierces the giant duck's shielded body with rapid strikes. The duck screeches in panic as the relentless assault continues. A nearby fighter exclaims that Minhyuk has finally shattered the duck's magical shield. Others shout in amazement that he broke the barrier as he presses the attack. System messages announce that the giant golden duck has been defeated and credit Robin's party with the kill. The dead boss collapses at Minhyuk's feet, his sword still drawn. Robin receives the epic reward item Millennial Medicine and examines it curiously. Minhyuk checks whether Robin is alright, and Robin thanks him. Minhyuk asks if Robin got the epic he wanted, while Robin hesitates over the nature of the reward. Minhyuk is relieved to hear Robin did, while Robin is puzzled by his reaction. Minhyuk comments that Robin really seemed to want that epic item. Robin, touched, says he is glad Minhyuk obtained it. The item description shows Millennial Medicine, a powerful turnip-like ingredient that boosts intelligence and magic resistance. Robin offers the prized vegetable to Minhyuk. He tells Minhyuk that he believes Minhyuk should be the one to have it. A cutaway shows the canyon as someone reacts in confusion. Minhyuk, delighted, asks how much he owes, but Robin insists he is not selling it. Robin tells him to simply accept the item as a gift. Minhyuk double-checks if Robin is sure, and Robin replies that Minhyuk hunted many ducks and helped him a lot. Robin proudly thinks of himself as generous while saying Minhyuk was also a big help to him. Robin suddenly senses something off and turns. Horrified, he sees Minhyuk happily peeling or handling the rare vegetable in a way that alarms him. Robin panics that Minhyuk is wasting a miraculous panacea and protests that it should not be cooked. Minhyuk considers the warning but still imagines using the radish in a rich stew. Minhyuk then excitedly wonders aloud how amazing it would taste if they turned this legendary radish into kakaktu, leaving Robin speechless. Robin recalls Minhyuk persuading him to try a crunchy, refreshing kakaktu he had given him. Minhyuk tempts Robin by praising kakaktu with soup and fried rice until Robin reluctantly agrees. Robin reassures himself it is only a game, so everything should be fine. Aries guild members march through a rocky pass toward their objective. Aries officer asks players if they have seen a frying pan user traveling with one companion and learns of the Frypan Slayer. Hearing the nickname Frypan Slayer, the officer is told that the frying pan user had been fighting impressively and went a certain way. The officer thinks the nickname is odd since the man is not a murderer, then asks if anything unusual was noticed but is told no. One player remembers the frying pan user saying he needed a place to cook, so the officer thanks him and heads in that direction. As they search the woods, the officer wonders where Robin is. Smelling something, Robin follows the scent while Aries members approach. Robin realizes the smell is from a pot of Sunday gukbap. Minhyuk offers spices but Robin prefers the soup plain, while hidden observers whisper that Minhyuk is using Sunday gukbap to gain a buff. The observers marvel at how packed with meat the soup is and how delicious it looks. Minhyuk explains that the first step is to add rice into the soup and mix it. Robin eats, enjoying the warmth and praising the Sunday. Robin feels the meal is perfect except for missing one crunchy piece of kakaktu, and reaches for the radish kimchi. Robin eagerly bites into the kakaktu. Nearby spectators admire that Robin knows to eat kakaktu with Sunday gukbap and agree that combination is essential. Robin says this kakaktu is better than any he has had, attributing it to being made with Millennium Medicine. Hidden listeners are shocked that anyone would use precious Millennium Medicine in kakaktu and doubt the claim is serious. Hilton scolds a distracted subordinate, then orders part of the guild to block Robin's escape route while the rest follow him. The Aries guild master contacts Hilton, who reports that he has found Robin. When asked what Robin is doing, Hilton awkwardly answers that Robin is eating Sunday gukbap. The guild master angrily accuses Hilton of joking, while Hilton insists he is telling the truth. The guild master orders Hilton to persuade Robin with their offer first, then hints at harsher action if Robin refuses. The guild master ominously reminds Hilton that he knows what to do if negotiations fail. After finishing the meal, Minhyuk praises it and thanks Robin for the amazing kakaktu. Robin starts to comment on the Millennium Medicine when Minhyuk notices something approaching. Hilton and the Aries guild emerge from the bushes, greeting Robin. Hilton confirms Robin's identity as the famous berserker. Robin recognizes that the newcomers are the Aries guild. Seeing that Hilton brought many members, Robin wonders why he came with such a large group. Robin quietly tells Minhyuk to run if things get dangerous, while Hilton thinks about how to begin the conversation. Robin demands that Hilton get to the point, so Hilton introduces himself as a member of the Aries guild. Hilton recounts Robin's legend from their old game Versailles and formally offers to recruit him into Aries. Robin is surprised Versailles is remembered, while Minhyuk excitedly says he used to play that game too. Robin thinks he plays this game just to pass time, but suspects Aries might be preparing for guild war. Confused at being called overly immersed, Robin checks a message from Genie asking how Aries found him. Hilton outlines generous support, resources, hunting grounds, artifacts, and gold if Robin joins Aries, while Robin messages Genie that they are trying to make a deal. Genie replies that Robin is free to switch guilds if he likes the offer, surprising Robin. Genie adds that Aries has now made themselves Legend Guild's enemy by courting him, and Robin replies he does not want to join them anyway. Genie then asks whether Robin thinks he can safely escape from Aries. Genie asks if Robin is still with his party member. Robin realizes Aries believes Minhyuk is Legends Guild master. Robin laughs to himself while thinking Hilton is spouting nonsense. Hilton reports to his guild master that Robin refuses to join and wonders what Legend Guild offered him. The guild master coldly authorizes Hilton's team to eliminate Robin. Aries members whisper about what to do with Robin's companion and decide to kill both before preparing to cast spells. Robin starts to talk about his own guild when a spell suddenly whooshes past him. A spell slams into the ground near him, and Robin demands to know what Aries just did. As Hilton calls for a coordinated attack, Robin draws his huge sword and yells at them for attacking. Robin sees a powerful attack incoming, aimed toward him. Minhyuk leaps forward, wielding his frying pan like a gigantic weapon to counter the magic. The pan strike sends the enemy caster flying with a crash, shocking nearby mages. A shocked mage yells in disbelief at the power of Minhyuk's frying pan. Robin retaliates by smashing his sword into the mage with a fierce blow. Hilton orders his men to get Robin as Minhyuk rushes past fallen enemies. Robin realizes he and Minhyuk are strong but vastly outnumbered, searching frantically for a way out. Minhyuk suddenly remembers a plan while moving, gripping his frying pan. Robin thinks that if they can reach a certain place, Minhyuk might be able to turn the situation. Robin shouts for Minhyuk to run with him immediately. Minhyuk grabs Robin's hand and they sprint away under a barrage of fireballs. As they run, Minhyuk worriedly asks where Robin is leading them. Hilton and the Aries guild chase after them, determined not to lose Robin. Hilton angrily informs his guild master that their target is escaping. The guild master is told that the supposed cook is a powerful level 200 fighter whose frying pan is actually a disguised artifact. Legend's guild master calmly says to brief him on the situation and confirms that they are pursuing Robin and Minhyuk. He resolves that losing Robin to Legend would shame Aries, just as his men report that Robin has entered the Dark Lands. At the thorny entrance to the Dark Lands, Minhyuk assures Robin he has the situation under control. Watching from elsewhere, the Aries guild master vows to kill both intruders. He also resolves to eventually claim Minhyuk's powerful frying pan for himself. Robin and Minhyuk flee across the ominous black swamp. Exhausted, they are ordered to stop by their pursuing enemies. Aries members insult them for running in close in. Robin sees that even more Aries members have arrived and realizes they are badly outnumbered. Hilton offers Robin one final chance to join Aries, promising protection if he accepts. Robin scoffs at the idea of working for Aries. He insults Hilton as a weakling and blatantly refuses, further provoking Aries. Robin declares he only plays to have fun and will not become anyone's obedient subordinate. Hilton realizes Robin cannot be reasoned with any longer. He orders his men to attack. The Aries force charges across the swamp toward Robin and Minhyuk. Robin smirks, having anticipated this. He raises a mysterious scroll, preparing to activate it. Robin chooses to use the scroll, triggering a hidden quest linked to the item. The system announces that the hidden quest has begun as dark slime begins to stir on the ground. A mysterious purple puddle starts moving toward Aries members, alarming them. A disembodied chant echoes as the purple liquid creeps around the players, who wonder where the voice is coming from. The liquid forms into a monstrous entity that looms over one of the players. Terrified, a player tries to warn the others but can barely speak. They desperately shout for everyone to run as text reveals they have entered the realm of the great magician Lefeld. A system message states that all debuff immunities are disabled, and Robin warns Minhyuk to get ready. Another message announces that all magic defense is blocked, and Robin says he is counting on Minhyuk. The system declares that the 7 deadly sins have been activated. The specific sin gluttony is highlighted as the one now in effect. Robin staggers, recognizing that he has been struck by the curse of the 7 deadly sins. Minhyuk rushes to him, but Robin only mutters that he is hungry. Robin screams that he is starving, and Minhyuk suddenly realizes he feels hungry too. Their inventories burst open as food items tumble out while a voice urges them to eat and devour everything. Robin frantically stuffs the food into his mouth while Minhyuk angrily calls it cheating for hiding food. Robin even bites into raw meat despite Minhyuk insisting it should be cooked first. Around them, cursed Aries members writhe on the ground, moaning that they are hungry and want food. Some start eating dirt in desperation, still muttering that they need food. Minhyuk watches the madness, realizing his theory about the curse's effect is correct. He concludes that Robin is immune to the gluttony curse while the others succumb to eating dirt. Robin, though still hungry, tells Minhyuk this is their chance to wipe out Aries and asks to be tied up with a rope, which Minhyuk misinterprets humorously before agreeing. Minhyuk knocks out a cursed player with his frying pan. He surveys the battlefield, calling it a disaster, and wondering what happened to everyone as Robin lies trussed up. Minhyuk explains that they are under a powerful hunger curse from the great magician, while Robin groans that he is starving. Robin says he expected Minhyuk to withstand it since he is always hungry, though he still marvels that Minhyuk seems untouched. Robin questions how Minhyuk can be unaffected at all. Minhyuk reveals with a smile that he lives with that hunger curse constantly, so it does not change anything for him. A dazed Robin tries to follow the conversation and asks vaguely how many they have left. Nearby, a half-crazed Hilton clings to Minhyuk, still affected by hunger. Hilton, with dirt in his mouth, snarls that he will not let Minhyuk escape because he is starving. Hilton bites Minhyuk's leg, forcing Minhyuk to kick him away while yelling that he is not food. Robin, losing control to hunger, screams for Minhyuk as he feels himself slipping away. In his frenzy, Robin tackles Hilton to the ground. Robin struggles on top of Hilton, barely conscious. Robin stares at Hilton's hand and starts hallucinating. In his vision, Hilton's fingers resemble a pile of dumplings, making Robin drool. Robin tries to bite what he believes is a dumpling, terrifying Hilton. Minhyuk scolds the crazed Robin, saying he must not bite people, while Hilton begs for help. As Robin keeps chanting about dumplings, Minhyuk rummages through his inventory, thinking he might have a solution. Minhyuk pulls out a large steamed bun-like dumpling. He opens and enjoys a couple of warm, steamy stuffed buns. After tasting one, Minhyuk saves another small dumpling in his hand. He tosses the bun toward Robin like he is feeding an overexcited dog. Robin and other curse players chase after the thrown food while Minhyuk yells that the bun is meant for them, not Robin. Scene shifts to Aries Guild's real-world office, showing the Guildmaster's study. The furious Aries Guildmaster wonders why his people have all logged out and suspects they lost to just 2 players. He receives a report that everyone at the Hills of Despair fell into the Black Swamp and were brainwashed by one of the 7 deadly sins. He asks if the curse forced them offline and is told that is not the direct cause. The report clarifies that the frying pan user knocked everyone out and thus logged them off. The Guildmaster is shocked that Minhyuk resisted the curse even while inside its zone. He speculates in disbelief that Minhyuk might possess an artifact called the Purifying Torch. An explanation describes the Purifying Torch as an artifact that shields its bearer from all curses. The Guildmaster recalls hearing that a mysterious rich player bought the torch at a huge price and concludes that buyer must be Minhyuk, just as a subordinate reports a complete wipeout. Frustrated, the Guildmaster slams his fist and curses the situation. He orders all Aries members to retreat, acknowledging that the frying pan man is extremely dangerous. Back in the game world, Minhyuk eyes the loot scattered where Aries members vanished. He debates whether to take the items lying around. Justifying that there is no rule against it, he starts gathering the drops, planning to share them with Robin. Minhyuk happily calls Robin to see the haul, saying Aries has provided them with lots of items. Robin, still tied up and foaming at the mouth, looks barely conscious as Minhyuk asks if he is okay. Seeing Robin cannot open his eyes, Minhyuk promises to find ingredients to cure the curse while Robin weakly mutters about dumplings. Robin suddenly screams for dumplings again and lunges, so Minhyuk reflexively smacks him with the frying pan while pondering using his ingredient tracking skill. Minhyuk drags the bound Robin along, promising that once they escape he will feed him delicious duck meat. Minhyuk then notices a mysterious light shining ahead. Shielding his eyes, he looks toward the light. System messages appear, informing Minhyuk repeatedly that he has leveled up. Minhyuk resists the gluttony curse and enters a hidden field, surprised by the notification. Robin comes to his senses, reacting in confusion as Minhyuk finishes tying him up. Robin wakes bound and gasping, asking Minhyuk what happened to him. Minhyuk happily says Robin had been raving about dumplings and asks if he is alright, while Robin vaguely recalls dreaming of dumplings. Robin, noticing a sudden nosebleed, agrees to leave but wonders where they are. A heavy thump startles both of them as they look toward the source. They see a gigantic toad approaching and recognize it with shock. Minhyuk, judging the unknown creature as a likely boss of this hidden field, warns Robin to be cautious and avoid attacking first. The toad's swollen belly gurgles ominously as it prepares to spit something. The two stare up in puzzlement as the toad aims at them. The monster suddenly spews a huge jet of liquid down at them. Minhyuk and Robin dash aside, dodging the caustic liquid. They see the spray hit the ground with a hiss, surprising them. Robin warns that the liquid seems able to dissolve anything, making them wary. Worrying about their lack of information, Robin asks if Minhyuk's frying pan can resist poison as Minhyuk dips it into the puddle. Robin panics as Minhyuk actually tastes the substance, while Minhyuk calmly notes that it smells oddly appetizing. System messages reveal Minhyuk's class trait makes him immune to foodborne poisons, and that he has earned skill points by tasting an item called poison soy sauce, which confuses him. Another window explains that Poison Toad King's poison soy sauce is a special ingredient obtainable from the boss. Robin tries to refocus on battle strategy, asking Minhyuk to hold the toad's aggro with his frying pan. Minhyuk instead sprints off toward the boss mid-conversation, leaving Robin shouting after him. As Minhyuk runs, he realizes that if the poison is soy sauce, it has huge culinary implications. He excitedly imagines eating rice with soy sauce and eggs made from this ingredient. He further fantasizes topping the soy sauce rice with kimchi for an even better meal. His daydream expands into using soy sauce for soups, stir-fries, and tofu dishes, noting how versatile it is. He dreams of reaching the ocean after leveling up, catching crabs there, and marinating them in the soy sauce. He imagines savoring soy sauce marinated crab, anticipating a big bite of rich roe. He dwells on how mixing crab roe with rice makes an amazing combination. In his fantasy's finale, he happily eats the crab over rice, then snaps back to reality drooling. Fired up, Minhyuk decides that obtaining soy sauce from the toad will make all these dishes possible and charges the boss. Shouting his intent, he leaps high with frying pan raised to attack the toad. He slams the pan down on the toad's head with a deafening impact. Minhyuk relentlessly batters the giant toad all over with rapid frying pan blows. The pummeling continues, multiple strikes landing on the monster's body. The toad reels and wobbles under the barrage, clearly weakened. Seeing an opening, Minhyuk yells that now is the moment and activates his ingredient collecting skill. The skill successfully extracts another portion of Poison Toad King's poison soy sauce as a loot item. Delighted, Minhyuk celebrates getting the soy sauce and proudly shows Robin, who incredulously points out that this soy sauce can melt rock. Minhyuk cheekily suggests Robin brought him here specifically for this ingredient, earning an exasperated denial. Obsessed, Minhyuk dashes off again for a second round, while Robin protests that they need an actual plan. As Minhyuk rushes back, Robin notices the toad reacting strangely, something clearly amiss. The enraged toad launches another deadly spray toward Minhyuk, and Robin shouts his name in alarm. Minhyuk sprints in with his pan ready, determined to respond. He elegantly deflects the poisonous spray with his frying pan, causing it to splash harmlessly aside. He then calmly pours the collected liquid into a container, thrilled to have secured yet another bottle as the toad gurgles in dismay. Minhyuk, thinking aloud, suggests that even this amount of soy sauce may not satisfy him. His eyes gleam maniacally as he decides he needs to harvest even more of the ingredient. The battered toad flinches nervously at Minhyuk's renewed determination. Minhyuk's shout to gather ingredients echoes as the toad lets out a terrified croak across the rocky field. Later, Minhyuk and Robin look down at the exhausted, shrunken toad, shocked at its condition. Robin scolds Minhyuk for practically draining the monster dry, while Minhyuk just shrugs that he needed the soy sauce, noting the toad now can hardly stand. Holding the limp creature, Minhyuk admits he did not expect the plan to work this well, as level-up notifications pour in and Robin marvels at the experience gain. Minhyuk confirms his level has risen dramatically thanks to the boss and its ingredient. A class quest called Relics of the Food God unlocks, tasking Minhyuk with finding legendary divine dishes starting by meeting Bortos at the Tower of Cooks. Minhyuk repeats in awe that he must seek these relics of the food god. He rereads the quest description about tracing the divine dishes and mentally fixates on the phrase, Relics of the Food God. System messages announce rewards, giving Minhyuk a powerful cloak and Robin a matching staff as they consider heading to the village of Cooks. Minhyuk recalls Hyamin's father mentioning a hidden class tied to the food god legend, realizing this is what he has obtained. He remembers hearing the Relics of the Food God's story while visiting the Tower of Cooks, knowing it is famous among production class players. He wonders if following this quest will actually let him discover all 5 divine dishes. Robin reminds Minhyuk to check his newly acquired artifacts and loot, prompting him to agree. Robin confesses he originally invited Minhyuk thinking he would be weak, but now feels like the weaker one who contributed little. Smiling, Robin thanks Minhyuk sincerely, saying he could not have cleared the quest without him. Robin offers Minhyuk all the gold as a reward, but Minhyuk first asks to address something else. Minhyuk focuses on Robin's injuries and says they should heal him before anything, drawing attention to his wound. Robin stares in surprise at Minhyuk's concern and capability. After bandaging him, Minhyuk cheerfully declares the treatment done, while Robin internally marvels that Minhyuk excels at cooking, combat, and now first aid too. Robin praises Minhyuk for being good at everything and asks his secret, and Minhyuk casually credits healthy eating and exercise. Robin studies him suspiciously, wondering if Minhyuk is hiding something, then calls his name. Robin suddenly proposes a duel with Minhyuk to gauge his true strength, leaving Minhyuk startled. When Minhyuk questions the idea and location, Robin insists on fighting here to see how strong he really is. Robin reflects that Minhyuk clearly has something special about him and becomes even more curious. He wonders if Minhyuk's power comes from his strange artifact or genuine gaming skill. Robin thinks that if Minhyuk is truly that skilled, it changes everything. Minhyuk agrees to duel but suggests they first leave this ominous area, and Robin accepts. Elsewhere, a content creator complains he needs exciting footage that will bring in views. The streamer says she has come to this rocky area hoping to capture the legendary Fry Pan Slayer on video, expecting huge subscriber growth. She notices something and perks up with interest. Spotting Minhyuk holding a frying pan opposite Robin, she realizes this must be the rumored fry pan user. Robin declares the duel will continue until one of them surrenders, clearly excited. Minhyuk agrees enthusiastically, ready to fight. The streamer confirms to herself that this is really the Fry Pan Slayer fighting in a PvP match and hurriedly prepares to go live. As Minhyuk and Robin dash toward each other, she begins streaming and ponders a catchy title for the broadcast. The live video starts under the title, On-Site Live! The Fry Pan Slayer! With a modest initial audience, chat messages pour in as viewers react to the mysterious frying pan warrior and ask who Robin is. One chatter recognizes Robin as the infamous wild hunting horse. Others identify Robin's guild and remark on his reputation as the duel begins in earnest. The audience comments that Minhyuk seems to be getting overpowered as Robin presses him hard. Another viewer argues it is too early to judge, as Minhyuk begins counterattacking with growing intensity. Observers note that Robin looks rattled and may have taken a hit during Minhyuk's aggressive move. Someone questions whether Robin is really panicked as he grits through the fight. Chat alternates between mocking Minhyuk as a loser and defending him, while Minhyuk focuses seriously on the battle. Viewers recognize the location as the Hills of Despair, deducing both duelists must be around level 100. The audience is amazed by the high-level clash and calls it totally impressive. The stream's viewer count skyrockets into the thousands as more people tune in. The streamer excitedly notices the rapidly rising view count and realizes these two fighters are pulling in huge attention. Still filming, she wonders who these remarkable players actually are as they continue trading blows. The duel's sounds echo across the rocky landscape, emphasizing its intensity. Minhyuk finally slams Robin into a rock face, visibly depleting Robin's HP bar. Exhausted and nearly out of health, Robin realizes he is about to lose. He notes that while his HP is nearly empty, Minhyuk's health bar remains almost full as Minhyuk runs toward him again. Robin calls for the fight to stop, signaling surrender before Minhyuk can strike again. Robin raises his hands and admits defeat, complimenting Minhyuk's strength. Minhyuk cheerfully says the duel was fun and praises Robin's strength as well, starting to ask if he is okay. Robin, dazed and staggering, can barely respond as he recovers from the duel. Minhyuk suddenly clutches his stomach, admitting that the intense fight has left him extremely hungry. Robin laughs heartily at Minhyuk's ever-present appetite. Regaining composure, Robin calls out to Minhyuk to say something important. He invites Minhyuk to join his guild, confident the guild master would be thrilled to recruit him. Minhyuk politely declines the offer despite appreciating it. Robin assumes Minhyuk might be joining another guild, but Minhyuk says that is not the case. Thinking of Hyamin's invitation, Minhyuk reflects that there is another reason he must refuse. He explains that there is a particular place he really wants to visit instead. Robin says he is sad to part ways, while Minhyuk apologizes for turning down the guild. Robin asks to add Minhyuk as a friend so they can meet again in the future, and Minhyuk readily agrees. Back in the real world, Robin logs out, stretches on his bed, and comments on how intense the session was. He reflects that Minhyuk was a great companion, if a bit too obsessed with food, and wishes they could keep gaming together. Lying in bed, he checks the time on his phone. Seeing the device powered off and low on battery, he plugs it in and wonders why it died. The phone begins charging from 8% as he reconnects it. Noticing many messages from his guildmaster, he prepares to explain that his phone had been off. Opening the texts, he reacts in shock at what he sees. The guildmaster has sent him a link to a viral video of his duel labeled "On-Site Live! The Fry Pan Slayer!" and demands to know what is going on. Scrolling through the desperate messages, Robin worries he might have done something wrong. One message reveals the guildmaster urgently asking after Minhyuk's safety, calling him her friend, which stuns Robin. Robin realizes that Minhyuk and his powerful guildmaster Genie are actually friends, which he finds unbelievable. His phone suddenly rings, startling him. Robin hurriedly answers, addressing Genie on the line. Genie yells over the phone demanding to know where he has been, and Robin apologizes, saying a hidden dungeon suddenly appeared. When he clarifies that Minhyuk was the player with him in the video, Genie confirms they indeed know each other. Robin, overwhelmed, asks if they can meet in person tomorrow since this is too complex to discuss over the phone. The next day, Minhyuk, back in his heavier real-world body, reacts in surprise upon arriving somewhere. He greets Changuk, who teasingly calls him the sexy frying pan slayer, and learns Changuk is visiting his father. Over breakfast, Changuk reveals that Minhyuk's duel with a high-ranking player became the hottest topic online and identifies him as the famed fry pan slayer. Changuk explains that people gave Minhyuk that nickname because he crushes opponents with his frying pan, though Minhyuk feels the title sounds frightening. Changuk says he tried to message Minhyuk after seeing the live video but chat was disabled, asking why Minhyuk blocked it. Minhyuk answers that a certain girl kept spamming him to eat watermelon punch again, which confused Changuk. He clarifies that the girl was Lucia, whose punch had been sabotaged at a previous contest. Minhyuk identifies her as Lucia from that same contest, which shocks Changuk. Changuk realizes Minhyuk means the famous Lucia, while Minhyuk, still oblivious, complains he does not know why she keeps asking him for watermelon punch when it is common. Changuk hints that Minhyuk is missing something obvious about Lucia's interest, but Minhyuk remains clueless. Changuk tells him to drop it, and instead asks if Minhyuk will be logging into the game after breakfast, reminding him of his quest. As he eats, Minhyuk thinks excitedly about going to the village of cooks to meet Bortos and pursue the food god quest. Elsewhere in a cafe, Minhyuk's friends gather, and one of them begins explaining the situation. They watch the duel video on a tablet as someone recaps what happened. Two friends are stunned to hear that the impressive frypan fighter in the video is supposedly their old friend Minhyuk. Genie confirms that Robin told her the frypan slayer's username is also Minhyuk. The group debates this revelation, some insisting Minhyuk was always terrible at games while others admit that was long ago. One friend suggests that this game Athene might suit Minhyuk differently, and that he could have adapted well to its system. Another scoffs loudly, about to argue there is no way Minhyuk could be that skilled. He grits his teeth in frustration, still unwilling to believe Minhyuk has become a powerful player. One friend insists that if the figure they saw is really Minhyuk, he owes them a full explanation. Another complains that Minhyuk cut contact for years without reason and probably no longer wants them as friends. They note that Minhyuk vanished then suddenly reappeared years later in a random person's live stream. They remind Jaihai she even invited Minhyuk to play Athene, and say he should at least have talked to them. Jaihai quietly suggests Minhyuk might have had his own reasons for staying silent. She insists he must have circumstances he could not share with them. One friend agrees and asks Jisoo not to be so mad at Minhyuk. Jisoo admits he still struggles to forgive what Minhyuk did. Robin arrives at the cafe, catching Jaihai's attention. Jaihai calls Robin over, and he greets her as Genie. Jai-hai introduces Robin to Khan and Locke, and Robin greets the group. Over drinks, someone remarks how surprising it is to meet like this, and how small the world feels. Jai-hai laughs that they never expected Minhyuk to be associated with Robin. Robin internally realizes Minhyuk is friends with his guild's core members and wonders if that is why Minhyuk turned down his earlier request. Robin says he understands Minhyuk's situation now, and will connect him with Genie if Minhyuk ever replies. Genie is confused by the idea that Minhyuk might never reply, and Robin explains Minhyuk's chat is disabled. Genie anxiously asks if Minhyuk is doing alright. Robin hesitates, unsure how to answer. He then admits Minhyuk is actually doing very well. Robin recounts how Minhyuk hoards duck meat and eats buns even in battle, baffling the others. He adds that Minhyuk once tasted boss poison because it smelled like soy sauce, and his friends recall his love of food. Jisoo shouts that Minhyuk's obsession with food has gone overboard while Khan smiles. They joke that Minhyuk seems to play Athene mainly to eat and that his giant frying pan weapon should make him easy to spot. Jisoo realizes they have missed something important. He shows Genie his phone, saying they cannot easily find Minhyuk and wants her to see something. The phone reveals a popular blacksmith account selling weapon-grade frying pans, showing that many players now use them. Shocked, Genie and Jisoo exclaim that frying pan weapons have become a trend. They note that blacksmith guilds are overwhelmed with frying pan orders, so finding Minhyuk will be difficult unless he opens chat or they meet by chance. Genie looks at her phone sadly and thinks of Minhyuk. In Athene's village of cooks, people wonder where Minhyuk might be. Elsewhere, a door slams in frustration. The former master of the Tower of Cooks, Bordeaux, laments that the legendary food god is dead and his successor will never appear. Other villagers tell Bordeaux he treats the legend too seriously, but he angrily dismisses them. A narration explains that most people regard the food god legend as a fairy tale, though Bordeaux can understand why. He reflects that he has waited many years for the food god's successor but doubts that person will ever come. Remembering his father and a family photo, he recalls his father's words. As a child, Bordeaux was told their family had long served the god of food. His father described the food god's overwhelming power and insisted that one day a successor would appear and Bordeaux must remember this. On his father's deathbed, Bordeaux was told the successor would someday seek him out. Bordeaux swears he cannot ignore his father's dying wish. He became master of the Tower of Cooks solely to find the food god's successor. He devoted his entire life to that mission and vows to continue doing so. Now older and drinking, he broods alone in his home. A late-night knock makes him wonder who would visit at such an hour. He opens the door to see who it is. Outside stands Minhyuk, happily munching skewers in both hands. Bordeaux gulps in surprise at the sight. Minhyuk cheerfully introduces himself and announces he is there to find the food god's relics. Bordeaux, stunned, repeats the words. Relics of the food god. Minhyuk nods while still eating his skewers. Thinking this youth might be special, Bordeaux invites Minhyuk inside, and Minhyuk gratefully accepts. Bordeaux sets a cup on the table, formally beginning their talk. He confirms that Minhyuk has come seeking the legendary relics. Minhyuk explains that a quest directed him to find Bordeaux, who assumes Minhyuk has traveled far. Minhyuk shyly agrees, while Bordeaux privately thinks he does not seem very seasoned. Bordeaux decides to test Minhyuk's qualifications with a series of interview questions, and Minhyuk eagerly agrees. Asked what he thinks of first each morning, Minhyuk answers that he simply feels very hungry. When asked what gift he would request from the Dragon Lord, Minhyuk imagines asking for the tip of the dragon's tail just to taste it. The questioning continues pleasantly, and both of them laugh together. Finally, Bordeaux announces one last crucial question. He asks what Minhyuk would do if the world were to end tomorrow. Minhyuk thinks seriously before answering. He declares he would spend the night eating food without any regrets. Bordeaux recognizes this as the answer he hoped for but decides Minhyuk must pass one final test. He explains that only the true successor can eat a special food sealed by the food god's power, and thereby prove worthiness for the relics. Bordeaux presents the sealed dish and invites Minhyuk to try it. Minhyuk initially refuses. He says the dish is incomplete, as if something essential is missing. The focus shifts to a simple bowl of rice beside the dish. Minhyuk completes the meal, saying quail egg jangjorim must be eaten with steaming hot rice. As Bordeaux objects that the eggs are not ordinary quail eggs, Minhyuk excitedly praises how delicious the dish looks. He spears one egg with his chopsticks. Minhyuk eats it without hesitation, shocking Bordeaux. Narration describes how the hot white rice is fluffy, juicy, and warming. It then details the pleasant textures of the egg white and yolk. Minhyuk notes that though the egg is tiny, its taste is immense. He happily devours rice and eggs, exclaiming how good they are. Overwhelmed, he begins to address Bordeaux. Bordeaux suddenly bows to the floor, crying out to the god of food. Minhyuk stares in disbelief at being worshipped. In the real world, Khan tells Jai-hai to check their guild chat. The guild chat shows excited messages and prompts a shocked reaction from them. Jai-hai confirms what she is reading with Abel in chat. They discuss a difficult 3-person dungeon they failed due to lacking buffs, and why they could not bring a buffer. Abel explains that powerful food buffs are now popular, removing the need for an extra support player, and Jai-hai pays close attention. Abel tells her about Laven Village, the village of cooks, where a hidden quest rewards buff-granting food. He adds that the buff from that quest is strong enough to clear the entire dungeon, astonishing them. Somewhere in Athene, another player muses aloud about the village of cooks. Back with Bordeaux, Minhyuk insists he is just a player whose class is titled God of Food and that he is no actual deity. Bordeaux refutes this, saying only the food god's true successor could eat the sealed dish Minhyuk just consumed. He loudly proclaims that Minhyuk is the successor of the god of food, leaving Minhyuk stunned. Bordeaux reminds Minhyuk that he came seeking the food god's relics and begins to explain the god's many followers. Narration states those followers were legendary figures across the Ascan continent. Examples are given of a commander with 1,000,000 troops, a warrior who fought a legion of devils, and a king of kings among those legends. The food god had these followers prepare ingredients for divine dishes intended for his successor. After the food god's death, the dishes were sealed with their powers, and legend says eating them grants unimaginable might. Thus the divine dishes themselves are the food god's relics. Bordeaux reveals that the dish Minhyuk ate used phoenix eggs and is connected to the first divine dish. Minhyuk is shocked to learn the jangjoram was made from phoenix eggs. Bordeaux notes how good the eggs must have tasted. Minhyuk, thrilled, says he is now eager to taste the phoenix itself. Bordeaux nervously wonders if phoenix meat is even edible, while Minhyuk is sure the eggs were special. Bordeaux then gives Minhyuk a class quest directing him to the land of sea love to seek clues to the first divine dish. Minhyuk grumbles that the quest information is sparse and he would rather be hunting ducks. But Bordeaux tempts him by saying the divine dishes taste incredible. Motivated by flavor, Minhyuk searches Athene's interface for directions to sea love. Before leaving, he thanks Bordeaux and tosses him a banana as a parting gift. Minhyuk explains bananas help with hangovers, and Bordeaux reverently calls him dear successor of God as he departs. Bordeaux watches from the doorway as Minhyuk waves goodbye. Minhyuk sets off happily through the countryside, frying pan on his back. In another area, Genie's party examines a map inside the game. Minhyuk arranges transport with a wagon driver. Genie's group also approaches, seemingly heading the same way. Narration links Minhyuk with the food god and his followers. Minhyuk thinks about the divine dishes. Jai-hai in-game focuses on the buff she wants, imagining food that tastes amazing. Minhyuk steps off the wagon, ready to proceed. He declares his goal of searching for delicious food. He grills duck meat and vegetables over a sizzling portable grill. The scene zooms in on the grilling food. Smoke rises as the ingredients cook on the hot plate. He flips meat slices on top of potatoes as they sizzle. He prepares a lettuce wrap with meat, garlic, and sauce. Minhyuk happily stuffs food into his mouth. At Sea Love's rocky hunting grounds, he complains that the area is terrible because hunting here offers nothing good to eat. Surrounded by spider corpses, he laments that the place has only spiders and no tasty prey. He admits he loves eating but draws the line at spiders, deciding to use up his precious duck meat instead. Even while regretting spending it, he enjoys the meat so much that he shouts his love for it as a spider creeps up behind him. A spider suddenly screeches and lunges at him mid-bite. Minhyuk flicks his tongs aside as he reacts. He swiftly slashes the spider with his sword. Frustrated, he yells that he cannot even eat in peace here. After continuing the quest, he gains an unknown seed from Sea Love and wonders about its purpose. He notes that he keeps looting these and has already collected over 200 seeds from the spiders. Searching Athene's database for unknown seed yields no results, making him consider grinding more spiders until he finds a clue. Suddenly Minhyuk smells something intriguing. He traces the tantalizing aroma to a hidden cave entrance. He steps inside the cave. Following the scent, he thinks it smells delicious and familiar. He realizes it resembles the lingering aroma of fried chicken in a small elevator. Then the smell abruptly disappears, leaving him puzzled. Deeper inside, he notices a mysterious light ahead in the tunnel. A dazzling flash forces him to shield his eyes. When his vision clears, he finds a barren wasteland filled with withered trees and dead creatures. Nearby monsters awaken in confusion. Other skeletal monsters and orcs also stir, shocked at their surroundings. Minhyuk observes that despite it not being winter, everything is desolate, and even the monsters look emaciated. Disturbed, he wonders what disaster struck this place. He then spots a great bird soaring in the sunlight overhead. The bird's fiery feathers fall around him, casting a huge shadow. Minhyuk stares at the majestic phoenix and wordlessly wonders if it is the creature he seeks. The phoenix wonders if the boy is the successor of Vallen, the god of food. A system message announces that the boy is the first to discover the legendary Phoenix Lord and gains fame. The boy, overwhelmed, stammers that the phoenix looks really impressive. Thinking of various dishes, the boy blurts out that the phoenix looks delicious, leaving the phoenix confused. The phoenix sternly repeats its question, asking if the boy is Alan's successor. The boy cheerfully claims he is Alan's successor, and notes Alan's name for the first time. The phoenix introduces himself as Chronicle, Phoenix Lord and Guardian of the Paradise of Monsters. The boy looks around the barren land, unsettled by the contrast with the word paradise. He questions the idea of this wasteland being a paradise. A flashback shows starving monsters, emphasizing that the current place is anything but a paradise. The boy assumes the phoenix follows the food god, but Chronicle clarifies his lord is actually the food god's apostle. Chronicle reveals that his lord, the apostle, has died and now rests in eternal peace, shocking the boy. The boy recalls being told the follower of the food god would explain divine dishes and realizes eternal peace means death. Chronicle adds that the apostle is not gone forever and that he waited his entire life for Alan's successor to appear. Chronicle explains that before dying, his lord entrusted him with the power to awaken him again even after his last breath. Chronicle says he recently lost that entrusted power, prompting the boy's alarmed reaction. Chronicle recounts that although the paradise is now ruined, it once truly was a haven for monsters. He explains that monsters normally cannot coexist, but here a sacred rule not to eat one another prevailed under the god of food and his apostle. Chronicle narrates how the apostle cultivated crops while the food god provided abundant food so no monster would starve. He says this prosperity lasted for decades until the special food's effect eventually ran out. After that, the paradise withered, but Chronicle tells the boy he has arrived just in time to change things. A quest window appears, tasking the boy with feeding the starving monsters on behalf of Alan, with a monster egg and meeting the apostle as rewards. The boy exclaims in disbelief at the mission to feed all the starving monsters. Feeling overwhelmed, he protests that the quest is too much, while Chronicle notes his startled reaction is natural. The boy mutters he is already busy feeding himself, which makes the phoenix flinch. The boy suddenly has an idea and looks up in realization. Chronicle asks what is wrong, and the boy hesitates, saying nothing is wrong. Chronicle remarks that the boy is exactly as Alan predicted, someone constantly focused on feeding himself. Delighted, the boy thinks Alan understands him, but Chronicle hints there is more to it. Chronicle conveys Alan's wish that his successor learn the joy of sharing by cooking delicious food for others. Chronicle adds that sharing food brings greater joy than eating alone, which makes the boy thoughtful. The boy remembers happy scenes of people enjoying his cooking and recalls the joy of sharing. Chronicle further says that if the boy pours his heart into the quest, he will gain something deeply satisfying. The boy points to himself, surprised that such a reward might await him. He confirms mentally that completing the quest could net him something he really likes. Heart pounding, he wonders if the reward will be cooking ingredients. Chronicle recalls that his late lord once argued with the god of food. Chronicle explains that soon after that argument, his lord was devastated by news of the food god's death, suggesting their closeness. Curious, the boy asks why the two had argued. Chronicle bluntly reveals that Alan stole his eggs, shocking the boy. He recounts how his lord asked what happened to the eggs and the god of food cheerfully admitted to cooking and enjoying them. The boy recognizes those eggs as the quail eggs he once ate in Janjurum. Chronicle declares he will never forgive the god of food for that theft. In a fiery outburst, Chronicle vows to hate Alan even if he meets him in hell. Intimidated by the flaming phoenix, the boy nervously agrees that Alan must have been a terrible person. Chronicle calms down, praises the boy for understanding, and sets a 2-week deadline with the condition that monster satisfaction must reach 50%. Chronicle explains that the necessary ingredients lie on the nearby cliff and plains but warns the task will be difficult alone. He instructs the boy to complete the quest together with his own apostle, though the boy admits he has none. Startled, Chronicle asks what he means, but the boy confidently insists he can manage alone. Chronicle wonders how the boy can wield nurturing power without an apostle and begins to suspect something. Imagining the worst, Chronicle asks if the boy ate his apostle, and the boy frantically denies eating people. Accepting this, Chronicle dismisses him to start the quest and says he is too hungry to keep talking. As the boy leaves, Chronicle glances after him, mulling over the situation. Chronicle anxiously thinks that with this glutton in charge, everyone might still starve to death. The boy studies a satisfaction meter stuck at 0%. He examines the quest's monster egg reward, learning that its quality will depend on the final satisfaction level. He imagines getting a higher grade egg and daydreams about turning it into a tasty sunny side-up egg. Excited, he grabs his pickaxe and declares he is ready to begin. Swinging the pickaxe, he starts digging while vowing to feed the monsters. He drives the pick into the ground, determined to unearth ingredients. As he digs, his power of will activates, boosting dexterity skills and making the labor feel like harvesting sweet potatoes. Remembering snacking on sweet potatoes while working, he longs for a hearty snack now. After much effort, he wipes his brow, exhausted. He proudly surveys the furrowed field he has prepared. He plants the seeds and carefully waters them. He notes that the field is planted and now he only needs to secure nutrients. He slams the pickaxe into the cliff wall to search for fertilizer. Enthused, he repeatedly strikes the rock, declaring it is time to dig. A puffball of fertilizer drops from the cliff, and the system confirms he has acquired it. He learns that the fertilizer accelerates seed growth and can be applied multiple times, so he decides to collect many puffs. Hugging a huge pile of fertilizer, he decides it should be sufficient. He scatters the nutrients over the tilled ground, urging his seeds to grow. The system reports that the seeds will now grow faster as sprouts begin to emerge. The boy marvels as the plants shoot up rapidly, and the mysterious seeds quickly bear fruit. A notification permits him to harvest the fruit as a plump pink object bounces within a blossom. A pig suddenly pops out of the plant, astonishing the boy. He nervously suspects the mysterious seeds may all be something unusual. More animals appear from the plants, and he realizes they are all potential cooking ingredients. Delighted to see even a cow, he dreams of taking the miraculous seeds home. The system declares that he has harvested a special cow and obtained all its parts as special beef meant for feeding monsters. Upset he cannot eat the beef himself, he consoles himself by remembering the Phoenix Lord's promised ingredient reward. Fired up again, he raises his pan and vows to collect every ingredient. Elsewhere, an orc chieftain sits weakly beneath a tree starving. Hearing footsteps, the exhausted orc looks up in alarm. The boy approaches, shaking, and nervously greets the orc chieftain while presenting a steak dish, which makes the orc scream. Struggling with temptation, the boy begs his own hands to offer the precious meat instead of eating it himself. He steels his resolve, reminding himself that feeding monsters is necessary to reach the divine dishes. He gently pushes the plate toward the orc, hoping it will help him. When the orc knocks the meat away, the boy furiously defends the sacred pork and demands an apology. The orc shouts back that orcs never eat cooked meat. Shocked, the boy verifies that they only eat meat raw, which the orc confirms while trembling. The boy reflects that diets vary among creatures and notes how appearance does not dictate what one eats. The orc shyly apologizes for dropping the meat out of fear, and the boy starts planning a raw meat dish. He decides to prepare steak sashimi, slicing the beef thinly for the orc. He explains that steak sashimi tastes best with a sweet spicy sesame oil sauce. Handing over the platter, he tells the orc to dip the raw slices in the sauce, and the orc eagerly agrees. The orc takes a tentative bite of the seasoned raw beef. Overwhelmed by flavor, the orc melts with pleasure. The orc chieftain devours the dish, declaring it incredibly delicious, and the system reports his high satisfaction. The boy learns his quest reward has been upgraded but laments that he still wants more cooking ingredients and assumes he must feed more monsters. He calls out to the other starving orcs, addressing them as hungry fellows. Holding up his pan, he invites them to come over because he has food for them. Soon the other orcs gobble his dishes and exclaim that it is the best food they have ever tasted. Watching their joy, the boy tears up and realizes this must be the joy of sharing that the god of food wanted him to learn. As satisfaction increases, the system grants him a legendary piece of salted mackerel marinated by the god of food. He is stunned that the mackerel was cured in 100-year salt. He imagines grilling the mackerel to sizzling perfection. He also pictures its juicy, perfectly salted flesh dipped into soy sauce with wasabi. Just thinking about the dish, he praises the god of food and feels blissfully happy. Suddenly something about the mackerel description catches his attention. He discovers that the salted mackerel can only be eaten after gathering a full set of ingredients for fantastic home dishes. A new list appears detailing the required side dishes, and he becomes excited by the prospect of a full home-style meal. Pumped up, he vows to obtain every component and raise the satisfaction level. A group of orcs approaches, calling him kind human, drawing his attention. Their leader gratefully reports that everyone enjoyed the food. He apologizes that they have nothing material to repay him with, and can only offer thanks. The boy realizes they do not know he is being rewarded by the quest and figures he can use that to raise satisfaction faster. He proposes another plan, asking them to consider something else. He suggests the orcs help him with farming. The orcs glance at each other uncertainly. They immediately pretend to feel sore, heartbroken, and dizzy to avoid work. Annoyed, the boy calls them lazy. Smiling slyly, he hints that if they are truly too sick to work, they must be stuffed from eating his food and thus uninterested in more. He adds that he had planned to cook them something even tastier once he finished feeding the other monsters, if only they helped. Motivated by the promise of better food, the orcs suddenly claim to be full of strength. They eagerly ask what he wants them to do, and he tasks them with fetching water to irrigate the seeds. The orcs admit they lack a usable bucket, complaining they have none. The boy is aghast to hear this obstacle. He despairs at the thought of farming alone for 2 weeks without assistance. One orc remembers an old bucket that has become rusty from disuse. The boy is relieved they at least have a bucket and asks if they possess any other old tools he can use. He confidently tells them to bring all their equipment so he can repair it. Using his abilities, he restores the tools to mint condition, delighting that everything looks brand new. The grateful orcs promise to handle the farm work with the renewed tools. With the orcs now fed, the boy declares that the next step is feeding the ogres. He prepares fresh beef slices, announcing it is time to feed the ogres. Knowing from the orcs that ogres are omnivores, he decides cooked meat will suit them and starts frying it. As the meat sizzles, ogres nearby catch the aroma. One ogre sniffs the air, drawn by the smell. The hungry ogres discuss how good it smells while eyeing the cooking from a distance. The boy invites them over, saying the food is ready. Waving his hand, he urges them to hurry before the beef overcooks. He feeds a piece to one of the ogre's heads, asking how it tastes. The ogre's reaction shows the meat is unbelievably awesome. Ecstatic, the twin-headed ogre praises the dish, and the boy tells him to gather his companions. A crowd of ogres clamors for food, and the system announces that he has successfully fed them. Another reward notification appears. He receives epic twin-head ogre gauntlets but complains that he wants ingredients rather than equipment. Soon after, he gains Dunjang Jigi as another ingredient for the fantastic home dishes set. Seeing satisfaction rise quickly thanks to the working orcs, he happily resolves to assign tasks to the ogres as well. The human cook asks the monsters to help him if they like the food, but they angrily insist they are proud ogres. A pickaxe swings down with force. Urged on by promises of more delicious food for them and their friends in paradise, the ogres enthusiastically keep working. The two-headed ogre realizes the cook's argument about food for everyone is convincing. The ogres and orcs say they are working for their friends, not just meat, while the cook happily encourages them. The cook turns toward a large egg, wondering how much it has grown. He discovers the monster egg has become a unique grade pet that grows with satisfaction and thinks it can grow even further. He worries he is almost out of monster seed ingredients and considers hunting spiders again, then suddenly gets an idea. Remembering the quest description, he notes the monsters already in this paradise are trapped here starving. He realizes the quest never mentioned any new monsters entering the paradise. The scene shifts to the cliffside entrance of the cave. The cook steps out, relieved. He prepares to use a skill by putting fingers to his lips. He activates the skill Griffin Scream. The loud call lures a horde of giant spiders rushing toward him. Seeing the spiders arrive, he runs back toward the cave as part of his plan. He dashes inside asking the orcs for help as the spiders hiss behind him. He explains that those spiders drop seeds that can grow food ingredients. The orcs get excited at the mention of food. Orcs and ogres charge out, eager to fight the spiders for ingredients. The monsters slash into the spiders. Battle sounds echo around the cave entrance as the fight continues. Afterward, the ogre reports all the spiders have been killed, standing by a huge pile of corpses. The cook notes that the local monsters are stronger than spiders, so the job ended quickly, and praises everyone. System messages show he has acquired several prepared food items like steamed eggs, marinated spinach, bean sprouts, and roasted seaweed. Delighted, he exclaims that he has gathered all the necessary ingredients. He congratulates the monsters on their work and instructs them to plant, water, and fertilize the new seeds. He tells them he will return soon and leaves the paradise. The scene shifts to a quiet forest floor. He sets up under a tree with a table, ready to cook. Lifting the pot lid, he announces that the dish is finally done. A spread of Korean dishes, centered on a bubbling stew, is laid out. More dishes such as grilled fish and steamed eggs complete the meal. The cook excitedly declares that it is finally his turn to eat. He scoops a ladle of the hearty stew. He cools the spoonful and slurps the stew. He savors the deep umami and slight spiciness he has missed so much. He mixes the stew with hot white rice, insisting this combination must be tried. He remarks that the simple rice mixed with stew is always satisfying. Though sad the doenjang jjigae is gone, he happily moves on to roasted seaweed. He explains that nori is good alone but even better when dipped in soy seasoning with rice. Enjoying it, he says the sea's briny flavor matches the soy sauce perfectly. He praises the steamed eggs for their soft, fluffy texture and the chopped scallions on top. He eagerly devours the marinated spinach and bean sprouts too, admitting he cannot stop eating. Suddenly he remembers something important. Panicking, he realizes he almost forgot the roasted mackerel and is glad he still has rice left. He describes the mackerel as crispy outside, soft inside, and piles a juicy piece on hot rice. Overjoyed by the salty taste, he says he could eat this meal forever, and a message confirms he has consumed fantastic home dishes. Completely satisfied yet wanting more, he wishes he had additional rice and home dishes. Elsewhere, a phoenix-like bird wakes up yawning. The phoenix lord complains of hunger, assumes the food god's successor is working hard, and stirs in its nest. It spots the successor casually eating an apple under a tree and is shocked. The cook happily munches the apple, unaware he is being watched. The phoenix lord thinks it overestimated him compared to Alan, while he reacts in confusion. The furious phoenix lord appears wreathed in flames, scolding him for eating leisurely while others starve. The cook hurriedly defends himself, saying he was only taking a break and that the egg satisfaction level is nearly full. The phoenix lord denies that 2 weeks is enough to feed all monsters and accuses him of lying. When he insists it is true, the phoenix lord finds his lack of remorse disappointing. The phoenix lord flies off to inspect the egg personally. It arrives in the paradise and lands near the now large monster egg. Seeing the system notice that a legendary pet is about to hatch from the nearly full satisfaction egg, the phoenix lord is stunned. The cook, still nervous, calls out to Chronicle. Showing the egg, he says he was telling the truth. The phoenix lord awkwardly admits it misjudged him and apologizes. The cook explains he has fed every monster here but his satisfaction stopped at 95%, wondering why. The phoenix lord says he is right and reveals his final task is to cook a meal specifically for it. The cook readily agrees to cook for Chronicle. Narration explains that since then he has been preparing food for Chronicle, but there is a problem. Chronicle rejects one dish, saying it does not suit its taste. It calls another meat dish smelly and orders him to take it away, to his dismay. Outraged at being offered roast bird, Chronicle demands whether he wants it to eat a fellow child. The cook despairs over how to satisfy such a picky bird. When Chronicle suspiciously asks what he said, he nervously claims it was nothing. He mutters that Chronicle is a picky bird as other creatures fly overhead. Seeing winged monsters, he realizes different monsters have different diets and recalls Chronicle is a bird. He searches online about what birds eat. Discovering that birds often eat caterpillars, he focuses on a post about one in Selov Cave. He reacts decisively to this new idea. Meanwhile, goblins in paradise boast about their full bellies and how great it feels to be stuffed. Chronicle's stomach growls as it waits hungrily for the successor, who has gone to Selov. It wonders anxiously whether the cook can find something it will enjoy. Chronicle recalls that even the previous food god rarely satisfied its picky palate and doubts the new successor can either. It muses that if the new cook somehow satisfies it, then he will receive not only the food god's relic, but also a pet as powerful as Chronicle itself, though it doubts such a miracle will ever happen. Chronicle suddenly senses something and reacts with interest. Seeing the cook return, Chronicle happily greets the kind human. Observing the bundles in his arms, Chronicle wonders what he has brought back. The cook opens one of the bundles to reveal the ingredient. He has obtained silkworm pupae. As the pupae boil, he begins cooking them. He chops scallions, onions, and garlic to season the dish. Adding a final touch of salt, he thickens the sauce confidently. He proudly finishes and names the stir-fried silkworm dish. He presents the steaming plate to Chronicle, who eyes it skeptically. Remembering his childhood enjoyment of this street food, he feels confident Chronicle will like it. Chronicle swallows the pupae. Shocked by the flavor, Chronicle's eyes widen. It relishes the juicy, savory silkworms and praises their popping, non-slimy texture. Chronicle finishes everything, declaring the dish very delicious, and a message confirms the Phoenix Lord has been fed to satisfaction. Grateful for the wonderful meal, Chronicle tells him his reward will come from its king, and the system announces he may claim his final reward. Chronicle lets out a powerful cry as flames erupt. A pillar of flame rises. The flames explode and a figure steps forth while the cook shields himself. The cook lowers his arm, watching. A flaming step announces the arrival of someone new. A red-haired warrior appears through the fire, greeting Alan's successor, and the system notes he is one of the 7 legendary figures. He introduces himself as Balzac, the Taming Lord, and the cook gains fame, realizing this man is a follower of the food god. The system grants the cook the title one who has come close to legend, and he thinks Balzac can explain the first divine dish. Balzac thanks him for feeding everyone including Chronicle and offers him a reward. The reward is revealed as the legendary immortal armor, with strong defensive and reflective abilities. Balzac explains that the food god himself once wore this armor, which reflects physical attacks back at enemies. Watching the cook receive it, Balzac thinks he never expected anyone to wear the armor again, and is surprised Alan's successor truly appeared. Narration praises Alan as a great man. Balzac recalls that Alan often lost control around food, even stealing Chronicle's eggs, which caused Balzac much trouble. Comparing them, Balzac thinks the new successor might actually be better than Alan. The cook immediately asks Balzac about divine dishes instead of admiring the armor, showing where his priorities lie. He insists food matters more than armor, confusing Balzac. The cook's eyes gleam with scheming intent. He flatters Balzac while eyeing his bone armor, secretly thinking about using the bones for broth. Balzac, horrified that he might be worse than Alan regarding food obsession, yells at him to get off his armor as the cook begs for a single bone. The cook cheerfully claims rules are meant to be broken and demands food first. Balzac snaps that he will give nothing if the cook keeps insisting like that. Once the cook calms down, Balzac tells him to first check on the monster egg he raised. The cook looks up to see the glowing egg floating above the forest. He notices the egg's grade has reverted from legendary to unknown, though it still promises a legendary pet when satisfaction is full. Balzac explains this is because the cook must visit another monster paradise to choose which monster will become his pet. Balzac tells him that world contains monsters of great potential and advises him to pick the one that resonates with him. The cook excitedly likens it to choosing from a food court, appalling Balzac. Balzac sternly says he cannot eat his pet and describes pets as partners that share strength rather than food. The cook, disappointed, admits he still wants to know what dragon meat tastes like, so Balzac promises the divine dish after he returns. Balzac describes Alan's divine dish, lava-cooked pork hocks made using a special artifact and meat from the golden pig. Tempted, the cook drools at the thought and is eager to taste it. He declares he is ready to go immediately and urges Balzac to send him. Balzac agrees but cautions him that he can only probe the monster's strength twice, so he must choose carefully. With a spell, Balzac sends Alan's successor away. The scene shifts as the transfer light streaks through a bright sky and grassy field. A system message announces he has entered the legendary paradise of monsters. Another message states he is only the 35th user ever to reach this realm. The paradise is shown filled with various mythical beasts relaxing together. Seeing them, the cook excitedly marvels at how tasty the monsters all look. He is especially drawn to a monkfish-like creature, imagining simmering it in spicy broth. Accepting he cannot eat them, he decides to inspect more monsters and walks on. He discovers a sleeping baby dragon and recognizes it as a hatchling. Imagining using the powerful dragon as a pet to help cook better food, he has it breathe fire on meat. He checks the hatchling stats and sees it is legendary but cannot evolve further. He likes its current power but regrets it has no evolutionary potential, making him hesitant to choose it. What bothers him most is that he would not be allowed to eat this dragon, so he moves on to other candidates. He strolls through the forest, still searching. He notices a pink pig happily munching on grass and wonders what it is eating. Watching the content pig, he thinks whatever it is eating must be delicious and even he starts to feel hungry. Minhyuk impulsively decides he must eat a corn dog and conjures one from his inventory. As he starts eating, a small pig appears and oinks at him, catching his attention. The pig looks at him with sparkling, tearful eyes as if pleading. Startled, Minhyuk tells the pig to go away and insists he does not share food easily. Seeing the pig actually crying, he momentarily sympathizes with it. He then declares he will not be fooled by pitiful eyes, claiming he is a pig himself and will never share. The pig drops the act and glares angrily at him. Minhyuk panics at the pig's changed expression and calls it an evil pig while it advances. The pig taps his boot, getting his attention. The pig winks again, as if commanding or calling him. Minhyuk wonders if the pig wants him to follow it. Confused but curious, he walks along a path as several pigs sniff around. One pig nods toward a patch of clover, prompting Minhyuk to inspect it. He discovers an identified item, a special 5-leafed herb classified as a B-rank ingredient. Holding the herb, Minhyuk is bewildered by what he has just found. The pig enthusiastically suggests exchanging that herb for Minhyuk's corn dog. Minhyuk considers the trade but decides he must first learn more about this pig's abilities. Offended, the pig snorts and turns away. It then guides Minhyuk to a tree full of large, magical apples. Minhyuk harvests one, and an item window reveals it as a powerful healing apple grown from a hatchling's magic. Shocked to receive such an apple, Minhyuk realizes the tree is full of similar fruits. He deduces that this pig can track down rare and special ingredients. The pig eagerly winks for its promised reward, so Minhyuk agrees to give it a corn dog. The pig happily devours the corn dog. Overwhelmed by deliciousness, the pig cries tears of joy. Minhyuk laughs, delighted by how much the pig enjoys the food and its wagging tail. He proposes a partnership, offering plenty of corn dogs if the pig keeps finding special ingredients. The pig answers with a pleased oink, accepting. An item window appears describing the baby pig pet, its ingredient-finding powers, and how it grows as its owner eats tasty food. Minhyuk, reading its stats, calls the pig unique while it continues chewing the corn dog on his lap. He notes that the pet gains experience whenever he eats delicious food and wonders about its high potential stat. Deciding the key point is its ability to locate good ingredients, he resolves to help the pig grow quickly. He privately adds that if the pig grows into a fine hog, he might eat it in an emergency, horrifying the pig. Minhyuk officially chooses Baby Pig as his pet, binding it to himself. A prompt asks if he wants to rename Baby Pig, making him ponder a name. When he suggests the name Little Pig, the pig angrily rejects it. It also growls in displeasure at the name Pinky Pig. The pig even spits in disgust when he proposes the name Oinks. Minhyuk agonizes over what to name a pig and briefly considers but dismisses the dog named Fido. When he finally blurts out Fido, the pig's eyes sparkle with approval. Minhyuk is taken aback by how happy the pig looks with that name. He accepts and renames Baby Pig to Fido, who responds with a cheerful oink. Asked if it likes the name, Fido oinks affirmatively as a system message announces Minhyuk's pet selection is complete. Minhyuk is transported back to a grassy canyon area, pondering his next move. Back with Balzark, the red-haired mentor asks why Minhyuk chose a pig among the monsters, and Minhyuk says it has a special ability. He explains that the pig grows stronger whenever he eats delicious food, prompting Balzark to guess it will help him level faster. Minhyuk denies that, instead asking why people raise cows and pigs, leading Balzark to answer that it is to eat them. Minhyuk confirms that logic, shocking Balzark, who realizes Minhyuk might actually plan to eat the pig someday. Minhyuk even imagines Fido as a roasted dish and drools, frightening his pet. Balzark reminds him about their deal and asks for his promised reward, making Minhyuk agree nervously. Minhyuk receives a lavish spread of jokbal, braised pig's feet, and side dishes and marvels at the feast. Overjoyed, he thanks Balzark while Fido, wearing a bandana, eagerly prepares to eat with utensils. When Minhyuk tries to protect his food, Fido defiantly oinks and rushes toward the dishes. Minhyuk pauses, confused by Fido's determination. He realizes Fido expects to eat the same food he does and sees it proudly seated before its own matching plates. Reluctantly he agrees but warns Fido not to touch his portion, while the pig glares protectively over its own plate. Minhyuk lifts a glistening piece of jokbal with chopsticks, savoring the anticipation. Before he can bite, Fido urgently grabs his hand to stop him from eating too fast. After finally tasting it, Minhyuk is overwhelmed by how good the jokbal set is and appreciates it in reverent silence alongside Fido. He describes the meat as meldingly soft yet not greasy thanks to perfect seasoning. He muses that Balzark may have cooked the jokbal in lava, praising the amazing texture of the outer skin. Before focusing solely on jokbal, he insists on trying the spicy Makuksun noodles first. Fido slurps up the noodles joyfully, thinking the sweet and spicy flavors are incredible. Minhyuk then celebrates by pulling out cola, calling it the best drink on earth. Surprised Fido can also drink cola, Minhyuk watches as the pig confidently holds a can. They clink mug and can together, cheering. Ecstatic, Minhyuk exclaims that everything tastes wonderful as a system notice appears about the jokbal set. A message states he has eaten the first divine dish, granting him resistance to all poisons and debuffs. New skill updates appear, extending his ingredient tracking range and granting a divine cooking skill that lets him know recipes others desire. Minhyuk is pleased about more tracking uses but puzzled by the new cooking effect, then suddenly senses something more. Another skill, the joy of sharing, is revealed, granting him the same dish he prepares for others whenever he cooks for them. Minhyuk interprets this as the god Allen trying to teach him to share but notes it also benefits him since he loves eating more food. Balzac asks how he likes his rewards, and Minhyuk enthusiastically replies that they are great. Balzac relays that the god of food said this divine dish would greatly help Minhyuk and then assigns him a new quest to find the next divine dish. The new class quest explains that by feeding others and raising a fulfillment stat to 100%, Minhyuk will earn a second divine dish and an artifact tied to the god of food. As Balzac's fiery form begins to vanish, he bids farewell to Alan's successor and tells him to keep eating. Minhyuk thanks Balzac for everything and promises he will continue eating as the mentor disappears in flames. Left alone, Minhyuk contemplates the meaning of the new fulfillment stat. Time passes and the scene shifts to a bustling town with a building marked by utensils, hinting at Minhyuk's destination. Minhyuk walks while Fido naps contentedly on his shoulder after their big meal. Back at Bortoz's shop, Minhyuk recalls Fido to rest and Bortoz excitedly asks if he tasted the divine dish. Minhyuk cheerfully confirms it was amazing, and Bortoz invites him inside. They sit at a table as Bortoz offers to bring him something to drink and Minhyuk thanks him. Minhyuk decides this is a good chance to test fulfillment, and asks Bortoz if there is anything he can do for him. Bortoz is about to explain when a knock on the door interrupts. Surprised that anyone is visiting, Bortoz wonders who it is since he rarely gets guests. As Bortoz moves to answer, Minhyuk sprints ahead to check first. Minhyuk moves protectively in front of Bortoz, ready to meet whoever is outside. He tells Bortoz to stay back while he handles the door. Bortoz, thinking Minhyuk sensed danger, asks in awe, but Minhyuk admits he simply smells something delicious. He confidently states he smells tasty food, leaving Bortoz speechless. Minhyuk offers to open the door just in case, and Bortoz permits him. Minhyuk calls out that he is coming as someone outside wonders if anyone is home. He cracks open the door to see a figure dressed in armor and casual clothes. Startled by who he sees, Minhyuk exclaims in surprise. The armored woman is equally shocked, recognizing him and blurting out that it is him. A flashback shows her enjoying croquettes, remarking on how delicious they look. She had admired their freshly fried, crunchy golden crust. She also savored their crispy exterior and soft interior, finding them irresistible. She remembered how the filling was packed with tasty ingredients that made every bite savory. Following her research, she had traced the source of a hidden buff-granting food quest to Bortoz's place. She arrives at the door thinking this is where she will trigger the hidden quest, planning to finish her croquettes later and curious about how strong the buffs are. She knocks and calls out, while someone inside answers that they are coming. As the door opens, she looks up expectantly. Minhyuk appears, and she recognizes him as Minhyuk, stunned to see him. Outside, she panics internally, wondering if he recognized her from real life. Minhyuk suddenly tells her she is very beautiful, startling her. He gushes awkwardly about the shiny grease on her lips, calling her the most beautiful woman he has ever seen and assuming she must be popular. Noticing the bag in her hand, he excitedly asks if it is food and learns they are croquettes. He immediately asks if he can have one, revealing he cares more about the food than recognizing her. She agrees to share a croquette, and Minhyuk joyfully blesses her for the treat. While Minhyuk happily eats, she rationalizes that he might not recognize her after so long and worries whether he will run if she reveals her identity. Bortoz appears and asks who is at the door, and Minhyuk casually tells him he has a visitor. The woman politely greets Bortoz and offers to help him find something he needs, prompting him to invite her inside. The three of them sit at the table together to talk. Minhyuk remarks that her voice reminds him of someone he knows, making her nervous that he might figure it out. She smiles and says she imagines that person must be sweet, while inwardly begging Minhyuk to recognize her. Minhyuk bluntly says that the person is not sweet at all. Curious, she asks what that friend was like while trying to hide her anxiety. Minhyuk recounts that his middle school friend once beat him up violently when he took a bite of her tonkatsu. He insists he still has nightmares about that day despite Bortoz suggesting she did not mean it and was just young. Embarrassed, the woman laughs awkwardly, thinking Minhyuk probably stopped contacting her for reasons beyond that incident. She then decides this is her chance, and resolves to keep pretending she does not know him. Internally, she vows to discover why he suddenly ghosted all their friends. Bortoz announces he has a task for both of them, and they agree to take it. She is surprised and impressed that Minhyuk will be on the same quest with her, assuming he must be strong for his level. She asks if he has heard of the northern continent. The mention excites Minhyuk, who knows it is a hot topic among players and that quests involving it are rare. Bortoz offers to draw them a map that will guide them to Valkyrie Kingdom in that region. As they leave, the woman realizes that a kingdom means there will be undeveloped territories where their forces could grow. A map illustrates that the northern continent still has open villages and lands to claim, unlike the already taken territories of the southern empire. Minhyuk senses this quest will be a huge opportunity for them. Bortoz states their objective is to find the legendary chef residing in Valkyrie Kingdom. He explains that this chef's skills are unparalleled and have reached their peak. Having tasted the chef's food himself, Bortoz admits it was so good it made him feel inferior about his own cooking. Minhyuk, knowing Bortoz is a former master of the Tower of Cooks, is thrilled and can hardly wait to try such food. Bortoz adds that the legendary chef will teach them more about the mysterious azurite droplets. He describes azurite droplets as precious water that forms drop by drop in deep underground caves. Drinking this water instantly grants special abilities and tastes excellent as well. Minhyuk's eyes shine when he learns the secret is that this miraculous water is actually naturally carbonated. Later, Minhyuk and the woman set out from town together, prepared for their journey. A hidden quest window appears detailing their mission to find the legendary chef and obtain azurite droplets, with Bortosa's buffed food as a reward. Minhyuk eagerly anticipates tasting it. As they part from Bortosa's house, Minhyuk thanks the woman for the croquettes and casually says he will see her around, assuming they are not traveling together. When she protests, he refuses because he does not want an extra mouth to feed, leaving her fuming. Desperate to join him, she runs after him and blurts out that she will buy him food. Instantly won over by the promise of food, Minhyuk gallantly invites her to go first, promising to find their way to Valkyrie Kingdom. When he asks her name, she hurriedly introduces herself under the alias Rani, and he accepts it without suspicion. As they walk, he asks to stop by a village so he can sell items from his overfilled inventory. The scene shifts to a bustling market town where they can trade. In the marketplace, a lively buyer shouts that he will pay better than merchants for all trash items, attracting players like Minhyuk and Rani. The protagonist thanks a woman after receiving a bundle of miscellaneous items. Examining the items later, he sighs and realizes she basically gave him junk. He complains internally that he wanted a strong player to help with his quest, not useless items. Frustrated at only attracting weak newbies, he responds when another player asks if he is buying items. A cheerful boy with a frying pan asks if he will really buy everything because he has a lot to sell. The protagonist cheerfully agrees to buy all of it while inwardly dreading another batch of worthless gear. Noting that the boy's armored companion looks strong, he agrees to a trade request to check their items. When the trade window opens, he is shocked by what he sees. The inventory reveals multiple sparkling high-grade weapons and items. He realizes the trade contains a Phoenix Lord's feather and powerful Orc chieftain swords, all high-level loot. Concluding that this seller is the one he has been searching for, he eagerly selects many of the items. Amazed at their high ratings, he nervously asks the boy what his level is. The stern female companion glares, thinking the protagonist's inquisitive look is suspicious. Deciding to confirm their strength himself, he prepares to appraise them using his special sword. He draws the ornate sword, explaining that it can appraise people. The woman is startled as she recognizes the sword. The protagonist prays to the Sword of the Sun to appraise the fame of the two players before him. The sword's light flares as it checks the boy's fame, startling both him and his companion. Seeing the sword shine brighter than ever before, the protagonist realizes this target is extraordinary. Convinced, he celebrates internally that he has finally found the right person. He drops to his knees before the boy and desperately begs him for help. He promises that if the boy helps him, he will ensure the items sell for triple their usual price. The woman quietly urges Minhyuk to help, saying she recognizes the sword, but he initially refuses, claiming he is busy. As Minhyuk turns to leave, the protagonist pleads one last time, but Minhyuk says he will just sell his items elsewhere. The woman kneels and whispers a suggestion into the protagonist's ear, giving him an idea. The protagonist shouts that he will buy Minhyuk food, causing Minhyuk to freeze mid-step. Now moved, Minhyuk approaches kindly, saying he cannot ignore someone in desperate need. Narration shifts to explain that between the empires of Philips and Kolodis lies the northern continent of Valkyrie. Both empires tried many times to claim this monster-filled land but repeatedly failed. It is noted that neither empire knew one crucial fact about this region. The hidden Valkyrie kingdom there has been protected by the blessing of the god Zeus. One day, Valkyrie soldiers encountered the Philips imperial army near their borders. Hearing this, King Vallen of Valkyrie decided to seek an alliance with this newly found empire. He organized an expedition party to cross into Philips' territory. However, the expedition was ambushed, nearly everyone was killed, and only Vallen and his aide barely escaped. The aide now explains he suspects Kolos ordered the attack, so they came to Levin seeking strong users' help. He reveals that King Vallen entrusted him with the Sword of the Sun to gauge users' fame, and that buying trash was just a cover that led him to Minhyuk and his companion. Minhyuk and the woman listen as he finishes explaining this backstory. The aide thinks Minhyuk may look like a typical frying pan imitator, but believes he is actually a hidden high ranker. He reflects that if Minhyuk helps complete his escort quest for King Vallen, he will gain noble status and a territory in Valkyrie. Dreaming of living off tax income from such a territory, he happily leads Minhyuk and the woman inside to meet the king. He opens a door, announcing that King Vallen is waiting to see them. Entering, he tells His Majesty that he has brought outsiders who can assist them. The king acknowledges this with a calm response. Vallen thanks the aide for his effort. The woman realizes this imposing man is King Vallen of Valkyrie Kingdom. Vallen looks at Minhyuk and bluntly asks what class this frying pan carrying outsider belongs to. Minhyuk casually answers that his class is cook. Both the aide and the king exclaim in disbelief, questioning why a cook is here. Minhyuk innocently explains that he came because the aide promised to buy his food. The aide panics, having assumed Minhyuk was a melee fighter just because he carried a sword like the others, and wonders if Minhyuk's fame comes purely from cooking. In private, Vallen demands an explanation from the aide, doubting whether this cook can escort him to Empress L. The aide weakly suggests that maybe Minhyuk can. Vallen tells him to go find alternative helpers, but the aide insists that is impossible. The aide warns that the pursuing enemy gang has already entered the village, so they must flee quickly. Meanwhile, Minhyuk and the woman stand before Vallen, waiting as plans are discussed. The woman reasons that they need more fighters because their party is being chased. She asks Vallen if he wants additional combat-capable supporters, and he agrees dejectedly that the more the better. She confidently says she will call her strong friends. Outside, she thinks about her powerful allies who can aid them. Elsewhere, a massive wind attack called Tornado's Spear annihilates a group of enemies. A spear-wielding man stands among their corpses, clearly the one who used that attack. The angry bandit chief charges at him, shouting insults. The chief vows to personally handle him and swings his sword. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, daring the spear user to block them. The spear user smoothly deflects the incoming blows. He counters with an explosive technique called Spear Boom that engulfs the chief. The chief is blown up, and a system message announces his defeat. Another message tells the victorious man, a bounty hunter named Crow, that he can now claim his bounty. As he prepares to leave, Crow receives an urgent notification from his guild. The message explains a new quest to escort King Vallen to Empress L while evading assassins and promises a huge reward. A follow-up from Guildmaster Genie warns that anyone who refuses to participate will forfeit the reward, which intrigues Crow. Crow teleports away in a column of light. He appears in the guild hall and greets Ace. Ace and another member, Asgar, are introduced as Flame Fighter Ace and Battlefield God Asgar, and Ace jokingly asks if Crow has found a girlfriend yet. Crow says he has not and claims he is now interested only in mature women, boasting about being the toughest at his elementary school and wanting a girl who can match him. Ace asks where Locke and Khan are, concluding they are at a tower and probably have not seen the urgent notice. They decide to get ready to depart once the others respond, trusting that Genie will allow them some time, and Ace turns to ask Crow another question. Ace grins and wonders if Crow thinks this new mission will be fun. Crow smiles back and assures him it will be. Crow and Ace laugh loudly together while Asgar looks on awkwardly. Asgar sighs and shakes his head as their laughter continues. The scene shifts to a quiet night view of a moonlit building. Inside, someone looks over another quest notice, murmuring approvingly. Aries, the guild master of the Iris Guild, notes that this quest has been shared. He observes that the quest is designed for Colodus Empire users, which is inconvenient since he belongs to a Phillips. Nevertheless, he decides to side with Colodus this time, saying he always chooses the likely winner. Narration identifies the former captain of the Beast Mercenaries. That infamous powerhouse, Ramad the Strongman, is currently allied with Colodus. Aries reasons that unless Empress L herself intervenes, Colodus will win, and hints that he has another motive for joining them. His real interest lies in King Vallen's rare skill called evolution. He reflects that evolution can upgrade anything to a higher grade, a reward far superior to standard fortifications, and he refuses to miss such a prize. A subordinate interrupts Aries in his office. The subordinate reports that King Vallen was last seen in Leyden village. He adds that Vallen is traveling with 3 users, one of whom carries a frying pan. Irritated by yet another frying pan user, Aries mutters how tired he is of seeing them everywhere. Aries orders his man to tell Cospo to continue pursuing the group, and the subordinate agrees. He specifically instructs that Minhyuk, the frying pan wielder, should be eliminated. Back on the road, the aide drives a carriage carrying King Vallen and the 2 players. Inside the carriage, an awkward silence hangs over Vallen, Minhyuk, and the woman. The woman admires Vallen's dignified presence and senses a special aura around him. Vallen looks on without speaking, watching his escorts. Minhyuk and the woman happily snack during the ride. Vallen's stomach growls loudly as he realizes how hungry he is. He laments internally that it has been far too long since his last meal and that he needs food. He straightens up, eyeing Minhyuk's bag of snacks. Minhyuk bites into a boiled egg, and Vallen wonders if it is what he thinks it is. The woman chides Minhyuk for eating alone and asks for one as well, and he readily shares because she earlier gave him a croquette. Vallen gulps as both of them pass eggs back and forth, longing for a taste. The woman presents one egg, calling it a simple boiled egg. Vallen's thoughts dwell on the soft yolk that makes his mouth water. Minhyuk glances over at Vallen. He asks if the king would like one too, catching Vallen off guard. Vallen badly wants the egg but refuses to save face, reminding himself that he is a king. Accepting the refusal at face value, Minhyuk simply keeps eating. Vallen fumes inside, thinking Minhyuk should have insisted several times instead of giving up immediately. The woman urges Vallen to eat, saying he needs his strength for the journey. Vallen decides he will reward this considerate woman later, but Minhyuk assumes the king just dislikes such simple food and advises not to pressure him. Vallen starts to protest this misunderstanding while the woman frets over addressing a king. Trying to keep his dignity, Vallen awkwardly says it is fine while inwardly screaming in frustration that she was stopped from feeding him. He clenches his fist, torn between pride and hunger. Finally he admits that while he is not particularly fond of such fare, it is true he has not eaten anything yet. Saying he cannot afford to starve when his people depend on him, he steels himself as Minhyuk listens. Minhyuk cheerfully interprets this as the king simply wanting eggs. The woman scolds Minhyuk for his bluntness, smacking him as Vallen watches in embarrassment. Minhyuk relents, tells Vallen to eat eggs to keep up his energy, and rummages in his bag for more. He also offers a can of chill cider to go with the eggs. Vallen is moved that Minhyuk even provided a drink, thanking him while thinking gratefully about the gesture. Vallen eagerly starts eating the egg. As he tastes it, narration praises the egg's wonderfully savory flavor. Vallen enjoys the texture, marveling at how perfectly roasted the egg is. Planning his meal, he decides to save the cider for last because egg yolk makes him thirsty. He then drinks the soda, savoring the refreshing taste. Vallen exclaims with satisfaction, clearly delighted. Minhyuk and the woman giggle at his reaction, while he grows self-conscious. Trying to downplay it, Vallen says the food is merely alright, yet internally admits he is surprised at how satisfying it is compared to his usual royal meals. He explains that their palace chef Roald, famed outside Valkyrie as a legendary chef, normally cooks for him. Minhyuk is shocked, recognizing Roald as the legendary chef who knows about azurite droplets. Vallen fondly says he misses Roald's cooking, especially his amazing dishes. Hearing that Roald makes superb sushi, Minhyuk excitedly asks where he gets fish in this land. Vallen shows a map, explaining that Valkyrie's eastern border reaches the Sea of the Dragon King. Minhyuk realizes that going to the sea will also let him complete El's quest and dreams of tasting Roald's cooking. Remembering that Minhyuk is a cook, Vallen brings this up. Vallen considers him thoughtfully. Minhyuk, sensing an opportunity, asks what Vallen has in mind. Vallen proposes that if Minhyuk can prepare a dish that truly satisfies him, he will let Minhyuk taste Roald's food. The offer appears as a hidden S-grade quest named Satisfy the Hungry King, promising Vallen's evolution skill and legendary sushi as rewards. The woman is stunned to hear that Vallen's personal skill is evolution and notes how incredible it is. She asks Minhyuk about the quest's difficulty, and he replies that it is an S-grade hidden quest. She recalls hearing that Minhyuk's food buffs are impressive and contemplates this challenging opportunity. Minhyuk worries whether his efforts will satisfy the king but agrees to take on the task. He recalls that he has just gained a new skill and tries to remember its name. He activates recipe creation and receives a unique legendary steak recipe specifically for King Vallen. Reading the recipe, he notes how demanding it is and that he lacks many of the necessary ingredients. The system offers to substitute missing ingredients from his inventory at the cost of lowering the dish's rating, and he accepts. Minhyuk summons available ingredients onto a table to begin cooking. He starts by preparing the vegetables, peeling an onion. He seasons the steak with salt and pepper and rubs it with olive oil. He sears the steak in butter in a pan and adds the vegetables to cook together. The dish steak for King Vallen is completed, granting a long buff that increases all stats and skill levels. El is shocked by the powerful buffs and questions if Minhyuk's cooking is really that amazing. King Vallen remarks that the steak looks appetizing and decides to taste it. As he cuts into the meat, he notes it was cooked quickly but still looks excellent, proving Minhyuk knows how to handle steak. The king takes a bite of the steak. The flavor immediately surprises him. He experiences the steak as incredibly tender, juicy, and well seasoned. He feels that the sauce completes the dish perfectly. Overwhelmed, King Vallen declares the steak delicious. He finishes eating, setting down his utensils. The king thanks Minhyuk for the very tasty steak. Embarrassed, he claims it was not quite perfect for his picky taste, while Minhyuk and El silently note that he cleaned the plate. Keeping his promise, King Vallen states he will upgrade one of Minhyuk's skills, while Minhyuk is just excited about receiving sushi. The king asks Minhyuk which particular skill he wants upgraded. Minhyuk requests that El's sword skills be upgraded instead of his own. The king is surprised to hear El's name but agrees to the request. King Vallen activates his ability, causing El's sword skills to evolve. As the upgrade completes, Minhyuk is about to check the results when something interrupts them. The coachman suddenly shouts an alarm while driving the carriage. A loud impact shocks everyone inside the carriage. Arrows strike and kill the horses pulling the carriage. The coachman curses in panic. He realizes the carriage has been damaged by the attack. Guards yell that the king is under ambush and urge him to leave the broken carriage. While helping the king move, Minhyuk notices a glint from the trees, sensing danger. An arrow is shot directly at them. The arrow hits Minhyuk's armor, and its physical damage is reflected back. The attacker suffers doubled reflected damage, and his HP drops dangerously low. Another hidden enemy is shocked by Minhyuk's armor and its absurd defensive power. Jeannie suddenly dashes away from Minhyuk at high speed. She orders Lieutenant and Minhyuk to protect King Vallen while she charges the enemy with her whip. Jeannie lashes out her whip across the battlefield. Her whip wraps around a hidden archer, restraining and injuring him. The whip ignites with flames, burning the trapped attacker. The burning enemy screams as he dies and logs out. Another enemy in a tree panics as a message shows he too has been forced to log out, marveling at Jeannie's strength. A third attacker tries to rally them but is immediately struck by Jeannie's whip. That attacker logs out as well, cursing their defeat. The coachman sees the chaos and decides this is their chance to escape. He urges Minhyuk to flee with him from the battlefield. The three of them, including King Vallen, run to get away. As they run, they spot more enemies positioned on a cliff ahead. Ground forces appear and shout to catch them, closing in. Lieutenant tells everyone not to panic, insisting they still have a chance if they stay calm. Another ominous enemy, a hooded figure with a dark orb, appears ahead, seemingly lying in wait. The hooded man grins menacingly, revealing himself as the real threat. The king, Lieutenant, and Minhyuk continue fleeing as danger mounts around them. Lieutenant is suddenly struck, reacting in pain while trying to defend. Meanwhile, Minhyuk bites into a special food item. He finishes eating the item, preparing to use its effects. The hooded enemy, Kohei, watches sharply, ready to act. Kohei's curse engulfs the area in a red darkness, blinding Lieutenant and the others. A panicked guard cries out into the darkness, unable to locate anyone. Outside the game, a viewer comments that Athene is getting a major update today. He turns on Athene Live, watching the live broadcast that now focuses on King Vallen's crisis. The broadcast explains that King Vallen of Valkyrie Kingdom is the key figure who must survive the clash between two empires. The commentator asks who will win this fight, those defending the king or those seeking his death. The viewer recognizes Kohei on screen as the player who once defeated the legendary class Maestro. The narration introduces Kohei as a divine class cursed knight famous for dirty tactics. Kohei mocks the blinded defenders as pathetic, trapped by his despair of the unseeing. King Vallen calls out to Lieutenant in confusion, unable to see anything. Minhyuk speaks up from within the darkness, addressing Kohei. He confronts Kohei, questioning whether he finds this situation amusing. Kohei scoffs and asks who Minhyuk thinks he is. Minhyuk calls Kohei disgusting for enjoying others' panic, while a system notice says his vision is impaired by the curse. Another notice reveals that Minhyuk's unique trait, impenetrable immunity, nullifies all debuffs despite the curse. Minhyuk suddenly leaps into action. He activates his scattering blade skill, wielding his frying pan like a weapon. Kohei is caught off guard as blades streak past and slice at him. Kohei shifts his footing, preparing to respond. He notes Minhyuk's curse immunity but confidently claims it will not matter. Kohei unleashes his powerful attack of the curse god's skill, boasting that Minhyuk cannot match him. The devastating curse spreads, said to be able to wipe out all living things. Minhyuk braces himself, raising his frying pan to block. The curse wave crashes against Minhyuk's frying pan instead of harming him. Kohei is horrified that his ultimate spell was blocked by a frying pan. Lieutenant notices the strange aftermath and calls out to Minhyuk. He marvels that Minhyuk, supposedly just a cook, seems unaffected by the cursed knight's abilities. Lieutenant confirms that his own vision has returned. Minhyuk tells Lieutenant to take King Vallen and leave the rest to him, promising to end the fight soon. Kohei, enraged, charges after them, shouting for Minhyuk not to interfere. Minhyuk intercepts Kohei in close combat with his pan and knife. He uses scattering blades again, launching another flurry of strikes. A wounded Kohei curses as he realizes the danger he is in. He hurriedly summons a cursed shield made of bones to defend himself. Minhyuk's attacks pound against the summoned shield, causing it to rumble. The shield explodes with a massive blast as their attacks collide. Amid the chaos, one of Minhyuk's blades flies straight toward Kohei. Kohei is struck and cries out in agony. A notice appears that Kohei has logged out, signaling Minhyuk's victory. Minhyuk hears someone scream and turns toward the new disturbance. He recognizes the voice as someone important to him. King Vallen looks up in fear, sensing further danger. Two new enemy players, an archer and his ally, appear nearby and prepare to attack. Lieutenant is hit while shielding the king, and Vallen cries his name in alarm. The wounded lieutenant reassures the king he will heal quickly because he is an outsider player. Lieutenant realizes he lacks enough MP to use defensive skills. He sees a large squad of enemy archers drawing their bows. Determined, Lieutenant decides he must confront the archers head-on. He fires an arrow high into the sky toward them. The shot splits an enemy bow, interrupting their volley. Lieutenant performs swift acrobatic shots as more arrows fly. Despite his efforts, he knows he cannot block the entire incoming rain of arrows. Facing the massive volley, he begs King Vallen to survive. A fiery spell suddenly erupts near Lieutenant, surprising him. The explosion of flames annihilates the incoming arrows. As the smoke clears, Lieutenant excitedly asks if others saw how cool he looked, but his rescuer brushes it off. A group of powerful players appears, and Lieutenant asks who they are. They say they will handle the remaining enemies and first offer to heal Lieutenant's injuries. Lieutenant, confused, thanks them and wonders if they are allies while asking after Jeannie. One of them, a red-haired mage, asks who Jeannie is, prompting Lieutenant to describe her as the long-haired girl with a whip. The swordsman realizes he means Rani and confirms that is her. Lieutenant realizes these newcomers must be Rani's friends. They clarify that they are actually members of Jeannie's guild. Lieutenant remarks that Minhyuk is still fighting Kohei, learning the battle was broadcast live. The mage says he missed seeing the duel in person but already watched it via the update broadcast and knows Minhyuk crushed Kohei. He happily explains that Minhyuk won by a landslide. Lieutenant is amazed to hear Minhyuk defeated Kohei. The swordsman adds that viewers went wild over Lieutenant's archery during the fight and asks if Lieutenant saw the comments. He casually mentions it was great seeing an Olympic gold medalist archer shoot. Shocked, Lieutenant asks how he knew, and the swordsman replies that everyone already knows. Lieutenant bitterly notes that fame is meaningless when an accident ruined his real-life archery career. The mage counters that Lieutenant is still the same person and can still shoot brilliantly in this world. Lieutenant is moved by those words. He smiles, slightly embarrassed but encouraged. He then asks when more reinforcements will arrive, only to be told that this small group is the backup. A humorous image represents how large their so-called backup actually is, suggesting they might have overdone it. Nervous, Lieutenant asks the newcomers for their guild's name. They proudly reveal that they are from the Legend Guild. Live chat explodes with excitement at the prospect of the top-tier Legend Guild clashing with Aries, and viewers anticipate an intense battle. The viewer at home, watching the broadcast, settles in, expecting great entertainment. Elsewhere, Jeannie rushes through the forest, hair streaming behind her. She leaps forward, covering ground quickly. She continues sprinting at full speed toward the new battlefield. Panting, she urges the others to hurry since they are nearly there. Jeannie arrives to find a group of enemies blocking her path. Seeing the opposition, she readies her whip, cursing the situation. She suddenly notices something strange, reacting in surprise. Jeannie hears heavy stomping sounds approaching and wonders what it is. A close view shows someone's boots slamming into the ground as they approach her. The image focuses on a hand gripping a weapon handle, hinting at a new arrival about to join the fray. A man strokes his chin, thinking as something approaches. The powerful NPC Romed the Strongman appears, confidently carrying a huge sword and hammer. Jeannie receives a system debuff of intense fear and recoils. Shocked, Jeannie recognizes that Romed is a strongman. She recalls that the strongman title is reserved for the strongest NPCs, and defeating one grants great fame and rare artifacts. Jeannie worries that this is the worst possible moment to encounter such an NPC. Seeing Romed among enemies, she concludes he has joined forces with them. Despite wanting to flee, Jeannie resolves to fight because the whole battle is being streamed live. She lashes her red whip in a wide arc toward Romed and his group. Using the skill Roaring Whip, she sends a fiery beast-shaped attack surging along the ground. Romed, amused, asks who dares challenge him. He charges through the incoming flames, slashing them aside. Jeannie is startled as her fire attack is easily overcome. Light flares, obscuring the scene. Romed dashes straight toward her with incredible speed. He closes in and brutally kicks Jeannie in the stomach, mocking her trick. Jeannie skids across the ground, while Romed remarks that her blow barely hurt him. Surrounded by enemies closing in, Jeannie curses her situation. Elsewhere, a purple-haired man rises, vowing that today he will finally act. He proclaims his intent to defeat the Legend Guild. Jeannie, now facing him, recognizes Aries. Aries orders his forces to kill Jeannie, who charges forward grimly. Romed casually says defeating her was child's play. Jeannie's whip slams another opponent into a tree. Bleeding and exhausted, Jeannie realizes the tide of battle looks bad. She admits she cannot win as she is and must buy more time. Activating Whirlwind Whip, she creates a spiraling vortex of red lashes that scatters enemies. The spinning whip carves through Aries' men, reaching toward him. Aries is struck, crying out as he's sliced and damaged. He notes that the powerful skill he used requires a huge amount of MP. Lunging again with that MP-draining skill, he attempts to finish Jeannie. A bright flash appears as someone uses an absorb ability on his attack. Jeannie awakens on the ground, surprised she has not been forced to log out. Sitting up, she wonders what just happened. She sees Minhyuk standing there, and exclaims his name in disbelief. Aries realizes Minhyuk absorbed his attack, wondering what kind of monster this new opponent is and since when Legend Guild had such a member. Minhyuk looks at the shining frying pan artifact in his hand. Aries charges Minhyuk, starting to ask if he is the famed frying pan slayer. Legend Guild members coordinate, one staying behind to deal with Aries while others evacuate King Vallen and mop up remaining enemies. The teammate asks if Jeannie is alright. Locke reassures Minhyuk that he'll heal him, happy he's safe. Minhyuk, confused, asks who these people are, and Jeannie explains they are Ronnie's friends. Overwhelmed, Minhyuk shouts again demanding to know who they are. Locke is puzzled, while Jeannie worries that Minhyuk has finally recognized them. Minhyuk, stunned, asks if Ronnie also remembers who he is. Jeannie smiles warmly and confirms that she is indeed Ronnie. Minhyuk, trembling, asks if they truly are his old friends. Images of their school days overlay their current avatars as he recognizes Jusa, Jaihai, and Siakti. Bowing his head, Minhyuk hopes they are not too angry and admits he did not mean to hide his identity. Jeannie explains they never intended deception. She simply did not know how to tell him once she realized he no longer recognized her. She adds she feared he might disappear again if she pushed the issue. Minhyuk suddenly rushes forward and hugs them, crying out to his friends. In a flustered yet emotional exchange, he says he is glad to see them again and thanks them, while they tease him for being corny. Siakti suggests postponing reunions to focus on the unresolved battle. Minhyuk senses danger and reacts as something happens off-panel. Romed's silhouette reappears, threatening that they can continue their reunion in the afterlife. Romed steps forth, saying he is enjoying himself and cannot stand their sentimental chatter. Jeannie panics as Minhyuk is hurt again and orders Locke to heal him immediately. Legend Guild members rally and charge Romed together. Locke heals Minhyuk but notes his HP is recovering unusually slowly. One attacker swings a flaming sword at Romed's back. Another warrior clashes blades with Romed in close combat. A knight slashes from above, forcing Romed to dodge. Jeannie commands everyone to unleash all of their ranged skills. The party focuses their combined magic and projectiles on Romed. Their concentrated barrage explodes, engulfing Romed in a huge blast. Coughing in the aftermath, Jeannie worries because no system notification signaled Romed's death. She starts to check on everyone's safety as ominous footsteps sound. Rowena emerges untouched, seizing Jeannie by the throat and claiming her tricks are useless. Minhyuk, still weak, demands that Rowena release her. Lying in Locke's arms, Minhyuk thinks about Jeannie. He remembers how she kept messaging him on social media and his own fear that friends would reject him after he changed. He recalls selfishly blocking their contacts and regrets not staying in touch. Determined to apologize despite his condition, he struggles to stand while Locke protests. A system message announces his imperishable armor's special effect, greatly boosting his HP and MP recovery. Deciding it is now or never, Minhyuk rises with his sword. He steels himself, gripping the weapon firmly. Activating the skill Sword of Fury, he dashes toward Rowena in a burst of light. With a cry of effort, he commits fully to the attack. Minhyuk's strike pierces Rowena's body, triggering vital stab with double damage while Jeannie is still held. Rowena, shocked and bleeding from the mouth, reels from the fatal blow. Minhyuk, panting, stands by Rowena's collapsing body as someone calls his name in relief. Jeannie falls to the ground, dazed, as Rowena staggers away. A notification declares that Rowena, the Empire's sword, has been defeated as his body dissolves. The raid rewards appear, listing enormous gold, special weapons, and treasure chests for all participants, astonishing everyone. The party cheers and thanks heaven that the ordeal is over. Minhyuk, holding El's sword, notes he has upgraded her sword's skills. Locke calls him a jerk for hiding his identity, though clearly not serious. Minhyuk admits with a small smile that he knows he has been a jerk. Jisoo lunges in for another hug, shouting the accusation affectionately. Crying, Jisoo asks why Minhyuk vanished when they had searched for him for years. Minhyuk hugs him back and apologizes sincerely. Still holding Jisoo, Minhyuk says there is something important he needs to tell them all. Later in the real world, someone calls out to Changuk at a house. Changuk greets Minhyuk, excitedly praising the final attack he saw on the live broadcast. Noticing Minhyuk's gloomy expression, Changuk asks why he looks sad. Minhyuk hesitantly brings up the Legend Guild members, which Changuk identifies as Jeannie, Locke, and Khan. Changuk shows a phone photo and reveals that those three are actually his old middle school friends. Shocked, Changuk asks if Minhyuk is serious when he confirms this. Clutching his phone to his chest, Minhyuk gathers his courage. He declares that he has decided to meet his friends again in person. Changuk imagines himself weeping with joy, touched by Minhyuk's resolve. He asks if Minhyuk is comfortable letting his friends see his real appearance, and Minhyuk says he is ready. Changuk, tearing up, says Minhyuk cannot live isolated forever. He proudly encourages Minhyuk for this decision. Changuk suggests they go out and buy Minhyuk some clothes, and Minhyuk happily agrees. In the mountains, Minhyuk's three friends trek through the forest, wondering if they are headed the right way. Exhausted, they complain about the distance and question whether anyone lives so deep in the mountains. Seokti slaps Jisoo, scolding him for forgetting Minhyuk's situation. He reminds Jisoo that Minhyuk's family was not well off financially. Seokti recalls asking Minhyuk about his parents back in school. In that memory, young Minhyuk explains that his dad works various jobs like construction, food sales, and plans to sell electronics. The friends had awkwardly reacted, realizing how hard Minhyuk's father must work. Back in the present, Seokti and Jisoo cringe at the memory, calling it one of the most awkward moments of their lives. Jeannie tells them that is not the real issue, pointing out they have reached the correct address. They stare at an unexpectedly luxurious mansion that does not match their expectations of Minhyuk's home. Startled, Jeannie and Jisoo react as the gate or door opens. Changuk appears cheerfully, welcoming them as Minhyuk's friends. Somewhat intimidated, they confirm who they are and follow him inside. Inside, gleaming display cases full of trophies and awards catch their eye. Overwhelmed, they question if this mansion truly belongs to Minhyuk and joke about his parents winning the lottery. Changuk leads them to Minhyuk's room, hoping they will keep in close contact with him. Jeannie assures him that of course they will. As they grasp the door handle, Jeannie wonders why Minhyuk lives alone up in the mountains. She also questions why Changuk seems so concerned about Minhyuk. They see Minhyuk sitting with his back to them in a desk chair. Nervously, they call out his name as they step into the room. Minhyuk slowly spins his chair around to face them. Smiling broadly, he says he is glad they really came. The three friends respond that of course they came, happy to see him. Later, the four share a meal together, some of them still sniffling with emotion. Jeannie says she cannot believe what he went through and is relieved he is recovering. They ask Minhyuk to promise he will never disappear on them again, assuring him they would not abandon him over his weight. Minhyuk thanks them and promises he will not vanish anymore. Conversation shifts. They check the time and remember Athene's upcoming game patch. Minhyuk checks his phone and realizes he had forgotten about the 1 a.m. update. A notification details the new Northern Continent update with new quests, dungeons, and powerful items. Minhyuk fixates on mention of a higher grade panacea, excited about how delicious it might be. Jeannie then asks Minhyuk if he has considered joining their guild. He is taken aback, silently weighing the offer. Encouraged by the knowledge that his friends accept him regardless of his body, he decides there is no reason to run away anymore. He answers that he will join their guild, delighting his friends. Jisoo exclaims that they will play games together again like in their childhood, and urges them to log in immediately. Genie suggests using King Vallen's Hearthstone to visit Valkyrie Kingdom, and wonders if there is a capsule room nearby. Minhyuk casually reveals that his house already has enough game capsules for everyone. Seokti, surprised there are multiple capsules, cautiously asks another question. He inquires what Minhyuk's father actually does for a living, prompting Minhyuk to answer. Minhyuk explains that his dad is the chairman of Ilwa Group, a conglomerate spanning food, construction, electronics, and medicine, stunning his friends. Jisoo laughs off his earlier worries and suggests they go see the capsule room. They marvel at the latest model capsules, excitedly preparing to dive into the game together again. Huge capsule-like machines power on with a whir. Minhyuk logs into the game world, eyes closed in anticipation. The system announces that Minhyuk has arrived in Valkyrie Kingdom for the first time. His companions marvel that they have really entered Valkyrie Kingdom. A system message reveals the whole kingdom knows Minhyuk saved King Vallen, giving their party high affinity with the locals. The group decides to visit King Vallen for rewards, assuming Genie will earn the special title due to her fame. Genie agrees and suddenly gets an idea. She asks Minhyuk if she can pose a question, and he tells her to go ahead. Genie seriously asks if Minhyuk can cook buff granting food for their guild members. She reminds him of the powerful buff steak he cooked for King Vallen. She recalls investigating that steak's massive stat and skill boosts, and having checked his cooking abilities. Genie offers to supply ingredients if Minhyuk will cook for the guild. She adds that they will pay any price he names. When she even offers power leveling help, Minhyuk declines such rewards. He says he only wants lots of delicious, high-grade ingredients as payment. Genie confirms that ingredients alone are enough, and Minhyuk happily agrees. Other guild members run up calling for their guild master Genie. Crow complains about the delay and says they were waiting to hear her good news. Lieutenant spots Minhyuk and is surprised to meet him again. Minhyuk and Lieutenant happily recognize each other. Genie announces to the assembled guild that Minhyuk and Lieutenant will be joining them, noting their prowess from the last battle. Crow agrees that both newcomers are impressive. A small member welcomes them and asks Minhyuk what his class is, puzzled by the frying pan. Genie notes there's a reason Minhyuk gained the nickname Frying Pan Slayer. She explains that Minhyuk's class is cook and that he will provide buff foods to enhance their dungeon raids. Minhyuk greets everyone. Crow and the others are shocked that someone so strong is only a cook. They loudly question what on earth is in Minhyuk's cooking. Elsewhere, an ominous stone entrance to a hidden cave is shown. Cloaked figures walk deep into the dark tunnel. Their leader tells someone named Vark to prepare. A hooded mage kneels at a magic circle and begins a summoning ritual. The ritual calls forth the translucent spirit of an old man. The summoner binds the spirit to speak only truth and confirms he is a high-ranking priest of Valkyrie Kingdom. The priest's spirit affirms this, and the summoner demands to know how to destroy the kingdom. The spirit explains that every year Valkyrie holds a food offering ceremony to the food-loving goddess Jewess, who is pleased by good taste and angered by bad. The spirit recounts that Jewess once punished the kingdom with drought and instructs them to poison the ceremonial offering. He clarifies that poison will not kill Jewess but will enrage her into punishing the kingdom. The conspirators learn that her fury will bring ruin upon Valkyrie, pleasing their leader. They ask if there is any way to calm the enraged goddess afterward, and the spirit says there is. The spirit says they must go to Jewess' dungeon and soothe her wrathful soul. Once her soul is calmed, they must present her with a satisfying feast to earn a reward. At that moment, Minhyuk receives an SS-grade quest to appease Jewess' enraged soul in her fallen dungeon with a feast. The plotting priest plans to use this catastrophe to frame Legend Guild and restore his guild's reputation in Ephelep's empire. He concludes that Aries Guild will be hailed as Valkyrie's saviors. One subordinate worries about finding a cook for the feast, but another tells him to leave it to him. That man says the famed Twilight cook Black will know how to handle it. The scene shifts back to Valkyrie's grand cathedral complex. As Minhyuk walks with Lieutenant, he learns Lieutenant has been friends with Genie since childhood and reunited with her after 5 years. Lieutenant also praises Minhyuk as a buff food cook full of surprises. Minhyuk suddenly focuses, noticing something. He observes that the kingdom's people are hurrying about and wonders what is happening. Lieutenant explains they are preparing for an upcoming ceremony, confusing Minhyuk. Lieutenant reminds him that Valkyrie is protected by goddess Jewess and that the people hold a week-long annual ceremony to thank her. Minhyuk is amazed she receives offerings for an entire week, while Lieutenant says the goddess is picky about food. Lieutenant adds that Jewess eats only dishes cooked by the legendary chef Rald. Minhyuk recalls that King Vallen once promised him a chance to taste sushi made by this chef. Minhyuk imagines how extraordinary Rald's cooking must be if he serves the goddess herself. He drools, dreaming that Rald's sushi must taste incredible. Fired up by this thought, Minhyuk asks Genie if they can stay in Valkyrie until the ceremony ends. Genie wonders why he suddenly wants to stay longer. Minhyuk admits he wants to eat delicious sushi. In the cathedral, priests begin the annual prayer to goddess Jewess before an altar laden with food. They vow continued devotion and beg the goddess for her blessing. A priest comments that Jewess will surely be pleased with this year's food. Legendary cook Rald and the palace chefs are said to have put in special effort for the offerings. They present her favorite dishes plus an epic-grade galbijim made from the finest S-grade ingredients. The priest nervously notes it is the first time they have served such a high-grade dish, and hopes it will bring even greater prosperity. Everyone bows low as divine light begins to gather around the altar. A powerful flash of light signals the goddess's descent. Jewess steps into the hall from the blinding light. The radiant goddess Jewess fully manifests before the worshippers. She approaches the laden table while the priests remain prostrated. The goddess calmly inspects the feast that has been prepared for her. She remarks that the food indeed looks especially good this year and acknowledges the efforts spent gathering ingredients. Jewess lifts a piece of galbijim with chopsticks. She blows on the meat and prepares to taste it. The goddess takes a bite. She chews thoughtfully, her expression tightening. The head priest anxiously reacts, as if something is wrong. Jewess declares the flavor unpleasant, senses poison in the food, and accuses them of repaying her blessings with treachery. The priest is horrified, insisting their cooks would never do such a thing and wondering if someone poisoned the offerings on purpose. Jewess raises her hand, gathering terrifying divine power. She unleashes her wrathful blast, sending people flying as green energy surges through the temple. One poisoned cook collapses, revealing an assassin, and the priest realizes the culprit was not from his kitchen. The priest desperately begs Jewess to believe that the palace was not behind the poisoning. Jewess addresses him gently as child. She says she knows he would never concoct such a disrespectful plot. However, she declares he must still pay for neglecting his duty. Jewess pronounces a curse. Monsters will howl endlessly, the ground will crack apart, and despair will engulf the kingdom. She commands everyone to repent under her punishment. Outside, Minhyuk and Crow feel the ground shake and wonder if this is part of the ritual. Lieutenant insists something has gone wrong just as system alerts begin ringing. A global message announces Jewess' wrath. Monsters are stronger, and the scorching sun will exhaust all life, confirming the ritual's failure. Genie orders someone to investigate what is happening. Another guild member checks the forums and sees that players across the northern continent are suffering the same debuff. He reads posts showing that people blame Legend Guild for the disaster, and that someone is clearly framing them. Crow exclaims in shock as he reads another post saying Aries Guild claims they will lift the curse and are teaming up with Aries Guild. He is baffled by this announcement that the two top guilds intend to confront the cursing god. More posts advertise that Aries and Aries will raid Jewess and stream it live, drawing attention. Back in Valkyrie, King Vallen learns that Chef Roald has collapsed. The king explains to Minhyuk that someone poisoned the ceremonial food, enraged the goddess, and apologizes since Minhyuk had been looking forward to Roald's cooking. Minhyuk says they should not worry about his disappointment, and calls the situation itself terrible. The king agrees and asks Minhyuk for another favor. Minhyuk receives a kingdom quest to offer Jewess a legendary dish to calm her rage and wins special rewards. The king reiterates that the realm is in crisis due to the goddess's wrath, and they must appease her with a legendary meal she truly enjoys. Minhyuk hesitates, admitting he has never cooked a legendary grade dish before. The king promises the palace will provide every ingredient he needs, which makes Minhyuk secretly happy at the thought of eating his failed attempts. The king further promises to send knights to gather high-quality ingredients, especially if Roald recovers, so Minhyuk can eventually taste even better sushi. Tempted by the offer and rewards, Minhyuk agrees to attempt the legendary dish despite uncertainty. Minhyuk asks if he can meet the goddess in person since his cooking skills work best when he sees his target. Vallen orders his staff to arrange an audience with Jewess. Before Minhyuk leaves, the king reminds him to treat the goddess with utmost respect, and Minhyuk agrees. Dark clouds swirl above the temple, emphasizing the dire mood. A priest opens the radiant door to Jewess' chamber and calls upon her. Minhyuk kneels as the goddess appears before him in a flash of light. Jewess sternly asks if he is the one who intends to cook for her. She begins to say that his effort is admirable but likely futile, then suddenly stops, startled. Her attention is caught by Minhyuk's small pig companion, which innocently winks. Recognizing the pig, Jewess angrily demands to know why that creature is here. A system notice tells Jewess that the god of Athene is stopping her from acting against the pig, leaving her flustered. Minhyuk hurriedly stuffs the protesting pig back into his inventory while Jewess mentally reels. He explains respectfully that his skills require seeing the person who will eat his food and asks for permission to look into her eyes. Sensing his aura, Jewess realizes that despite his meek appearance he carries a faint divine presence. Intrigued, she acknowledges his unusual ability and asks what his class is. Minhyuk's status reveals he follows the unknown god of food, which Jewess interprets as a deity from another continent. She praises his courage and grants him permission to gaze upon her true form. As Minhyuk looks up, a bright interface triggers his create recipe skill in the goddess's presence. The system generates a special decalbi recipe for Jewess, listing rare ingredients and powerful holy effects. Minhyuk joyfully imagines how tasty decalbi is and already hears it sizzling. He reminisces about how having decalbi cooked at the table by a server always makes it taste better. He recalls the moment when the server finally announces the dish is ready to eat. He notes that this is when the mouth-watering excitement truly begins. Jewess warns him that calming her anger will not be easy. As she dismisses him, she instructs that a second disaster will soon fall on the northern continent if they fail. Her words echo, the second disaster is imminent for the north. Alone on her throne, Jewess muses about the food that might appease her rage. She thinks that even she has only eaten a legendary dish once and doubts a mortal could recreate it. The goddess silently regards Minhyuk, pondering. She reflects on this god of food and realizes Minhyuk appears to be an incarnation of gluttony. Outside, Vallen double-checks with his staff that the goddess really delivered this message. Alarmed by the time limit, Vallen orders all knights to search for the needed ingredients, and Minhyuk agrees. Minhyuk begins writing the ingredient list while knights ask what they must find. Studying the recipe, he notices that the toppings are not specified in the list. He decides to personally add special toppings like cheese, noodles, and rice cakes using high-grade ingredients. Minhyuk believes that by enhancing the toppings he can push the dish to an even higher level. Meanwhile, forum users gossip and laugh about the situation, speculating on the cause of Ju's anger. Twilight Cook Black mocks Minhyuk online, doubting anyone could cook food worthy of a goddess. Black notes that even for a top-tier cook the task requires extraordinary luck, so he expects Minhyuk to fail. He reasons that if Legend Guild had a cook of that caliber he would have known, so he dismisses that possibility. Black confidently tells his ally that they, not Minhyuk, will be the ones to satisfy the goddess. They say their only tasks are clearing the dungeon and preparing food, timing the raid for the day the second disaster arrives. Confident of winning, the schemer proposes spreading rumors on forums to gain more attention. Online spectators discuss Aries and Legend guilds competing to clear Ju's dungeon and bring her food, noting only one guild can win. Minhyuk tirelessly cooks in the royal kitchen. The king and a knight are stunned when Minhyuk presents a magnificent dish. The knight marvels that Minhyuk has already produced an epic grade dish, and Minhyuk cheerfully confirms it. Minhyuk explains that grade ingredients plus his skills and dexterity let him achieve this result. Encouraged, Minhyuk predicts he will soon make a legendary grade dish, and the king agrees. The king entrusts Minhyuk with Valkyrie Kingdom's fate, saying everything rests on his cooking. Minhyuk happily vows to do his utmost. Time passes peacefully under a bright sky and rainbow. A broadcast announces they are at Ju's fallen dungeon entrance. The commentator explains Aries Guild has trained non-stop to clear the dungeon and end Ju's curse. A group chat notes the live broadcast is tough, with Aries still near the entrance, consuming many potions, and Minhyuk realizes Aries Guild has already begun the raid. One companion notes it is already the third day since the raid started. Exhausted but determined, Minhyuk keeps cooking large quantities of food. Watching his struggle, the king nervously asks if Minhyuk can truly pull this off. Sweating, Minhyuk insists he can. Inside the dungeon, Aries Guild's leader Carlian presses forward in fierce combat, telling himself they are almost there. At the same time, Minhyuk strains over a clam dish, urging himself to push a little more. The commentator celebrates soaring ratings as Aries Guild battles monsters deep inside the dungeon. The broadcast explains that although Ju's monsters are extremely powerful, Aries Guild's rankers are dominating thanks to their top strength. Spectators watching remark in worry that Aries has already reached the boss room. Minhyuk's friends fear Aries might actually clear the dungeon first and debate preparing a backup plan. The guild master resolves they should simply trust in Minhyuk. Inside the boss room, the corrupted goddess avatar collapses under Aries Guild's assault. Carlian, exhausted, announces they have finally reached the boss chamber. He notes only 4 party members remain because they sacrificed many to protect their non-combat cook, Black. Carlian steels himself, believing all their sacrifices were for the greater good. The remaining fighters silently agree and prepare to fight. The martial artist kicks open the boss door and orders Aries Guild to attack. The party charges the shrieking corrupted goddess. The goddess lashes out with a powerful attack. 2 frontliners are simultaneously struck and entangled by dark tendrils. As he is overwhelmed, one warrior entrusts the rest of the fight to Carlian, urging him to win for all who have fallen. Carlian raises his sword to bring peace to the northern continent and strikes the goddess. He thinks that at this rate he will be hailed as a hero. His sword's blinding blow slices toward the boss. Carlian declares he will repel the disaster corrupting the land as the boss screams. The blow lands as a critical hit, grievously injuring the corrupted goddess. Carlian prepares one final strike to finish the boss. A flash erupts as the attack is unleashed. Carlian is shocked by what happens at the moment of impact. Chat viewers initially believe Aries has won, praising the fight and thinking the raid is over. More observant viewers point out the boss disappeared before the last strike hit, questioning what really happened. System messages declare Ju's wrath and all catastrophes have ended and that she now blesses the northern continent. Aries Guild members congratulate Carlian as Guild chat confirms the raid's success and a 40% audience rating. Carlian reacts tensely despite the celebration, slamming his sword into the ground. Frustrated, he curses under his breath. Outside the cathedral-like dungeon, the area is shown calm after the incident. In Ju's inner sanctum, the uncorrupted goddess lounges on her throne as Minhyuk approaches. Smiling, Minhyuk offers her a glowing meal, hoping it will soothe her anger. Ju's is stunned that such a dish has been presented to her. She realizes he somehow knew she was craving cheese de kalbi and admires its appearance and heat. Convinced it is truly a legendary grade dish, she eagerly tells him to bring it to her. Minhyuk hands over the de kalbi plate to Jus. Using his sharing skill, he instantly produces an identical second plate so they can both eat. He explains he has a skill that allows him to share food he cooks and asks if he may dine with her. Touched by his effort over 4 days and nights, Jus agrees he has earned the right to eat with her. Minhyuk then shyly asks to summon his pet Fido, explaining the pig also wants to taste the dekalbi. Juice, recognizing Fido as the incarnation of gluttony, nods her permission. Minhyuk happily calls Fido out to eat with them. Minhyuk and Fido sit with their own steaming plates, ready to dig in. Minhyuk excitedly decides to begin with a juicy piece of chicken. He and Fido start eating the dekalbi together with obvious delight. Juice samples the dish herself. She internally praises the spicy, tangy marinade and the soft, juicy chicken. Juice, Minhyuk, and Fido all agree this is the best dekalbi they have ever tasted. Minhyuk offers to show the goddess an even better way to enjoy dekalbi. He demonstrates dipping the chicken deeply into the cheese like fondue. He shows how to roll the cheese-coated chicken up like a burrito. He then eats the cheese-wrapped bite in one mouthful, savoring everything together. Juice laughs that Minhyuk clearly loves to eat, and he replies that she seems just as much of a foodie. Minhyuk points out how tasty the sweet potatoes in the dekalbi are, and Juice agrees. Juice says it feels wonderful to share good food with someone who loves eating and admits she envies him for having a like-minded pet. Minhyuk nervously wonders if she is comparing him to his pig and jokes that they do not really look alike. Fido gives him a pointed oink, making him self-conscious. The pig insists, through its expression, that Minhyuk cannot deny the truth, while Minhyuk protests. Satisfied, Juice says this is the first dish she has truly enjoyed in a year, and that it has fully quenched her long hunger. Shocked she only eats once a year, Minhyuk hears her clarify she only eats what is offered during the annual ceremony. He sympathizes, saying he would also be furious after starving a year, and promises to tell King Vallen to treat her food with extra care, which she gratefully accepts. Minhyuk asks if she has room for fried rice, reminding her she rarely gets to eat, and she enthusiastically says she always has space for more. He explains that once most of the dekalbi is eaten, he starts round 2 by tossing rice into the remaining sauce. He fries the rice with perilla leaves, lettuce, and kimchi. When everything is mixed, he finishes it with sesame oil, creating delicious fried rice. He notes he fried the rice until crispy and invites her to eat as much as she wants. He also serves her cider to wash it down, which she finds delightful. After finishing, Juice sighs contentedly that the meal was very satisfying. She decides to give Minhyuk a small gift to show her gratitude. System notices confirm the kingdom quest to offer Juice a legendary dish is complete, and that her wrath and the northern disasters have ended. Minhyuk receives major buffs and a special item, Barrett's glass, leaving him awed. He thanks Juice profusely and blesses her, while she modestly calls the reward a small gift. She adds that she has another reward for him. Minhyuk obtains Pandora's helmet, a legendary item that reduces all skill cooldowns and MP costs. Juice tells him to rejoice because no one has ever been granted this helmet before. As she explains how coveted it is, Minhyuk excitedly thanks her, clutches the helmet, and rushes off. Juice is left alone in her hall as a breeze gently blows through. From outside, she muses playfully whether she should revive the disasters again. Back in the kingdom, the overjoyed king hugs Minhyuk in gratitude. The king thanks him, explaining that Rald's curse has been lifted, which Minhyuk is delighted to hear. Minhyuk politely thanks the king in return. Rald appears fully healed, saying he now feels completely fine. He says the king told him Minhyuk appeased the enraged goddess with a legendary dish, which impresses him greatly, while Minhyuk downplays it. Rald hesitantly starts to ask if the king also mentioned something else. Minhyuk recalls the king's promise to let Rald try his cooking but notes Rald just got out of bed. Burning with desire for food, Minhyuk insists he is fine and tries to hide that he is starving. Alarmed, Rald rushes to prepare something for him right away. Minhyuk cheerfully agrees if Rald insists, and follows him. Rald leads Minhyuk to a cozy sushi bar he has set up. The interior of the bar is shown, ready for customers. Minhyuk enters and marvels that it looks like a real sushi bar. As they sit, Rald says the king loves sushi. Minhyuk wishes he had such a bar at home, and Rald asks if he is ready. Minhyuk stops him to ask a question first. He whispers a special request to Rald, who looks uneasy. Rald wonders if the request is necessary, while Minhyuk insists it will help him enjoy the food more. Minhyuk then bursts back into the bar, eager to begin the role-playing sushi experience. Rald greets him as a customer, and Minhyuk happily says hello. Sitting at the counter, Minhyuk comments how nice the sushi place and atmosphere are. Rald, flustered but pleased, says he put effort into the design and asks for Minhyuk's order. Rald recommends the course meal called the legendary sushi set, which Minhyuk immediately chooses. While Minhyuk enjoys role-playing, Rald thinks to himself that this customer is extremely weird. Rald presents a platter of assorted high-quality sushi made from the chef's best ingredients. Minhyuk is dazzled by how beautiful and fresh the sushi looks. Rald explains every piece uses SS-grade ingredients and tells Minhyuk to enjoy. Minhyuk decides to start with halibut and thanks the chef. As he eats, he savoringly describes the delicate sea flavor, the wasabi's tang with the fish, and the rice's sweetness tying it all together. He then moves on to salmon, one of his favorites, praising how the toppings enhance the rich, fatty fish. Next he relishes tuna, noting its soft, meaty texture that earns it the title beef of the sea. He enjoys the eel, appreciating its perfect cooking and sweet marinade. Finally he takes the egg sushi, acknowledging that though it looks simple, it should not be underestimated. He reflects that making good egg sushi requires refined skills and begins to taste it. The flavor surprises him so much that he gasps. He finds it sweet, savory, fluffy, and almost dessert-like. Minhyuk concludes the egg is especially sophisticated, which is why it is saved for last in sushi courses. Content and full, he tells Raul the meal was delicious and starts to call him a legendary chef. Remembering his mission, he suddenly asks Raul if he knows anything about azurite droplets. Raul is surprised Minhyuk knows that term, deduces he is not from the northern continent, and hears that Borto sent Minhyuk to find some. Raul explains azurite droplets form in deep underground or underwater caves, in tiny amounts and hidden places far from people. He admits he does not know how to locate them himself, but hints that someone else might. Minhyuk asks who that could be. Raul reveals the being who might know is the Dragon King of the Sea. Minhyuk realizes this refers to the Northern Sea's ruler, and decides he must go to the ocean anyway for El's sashimi. Raul warns that meeting the Dragon King is not easy. He elaborates that the Dragon King's palace lies deep on the ocean floor and that his 3 powerful children must be treated with utmost respect to avoid trouble. Minhyuk agrees to be careful, thanks Raul for the sushi, and prepares to leave, while Raul asks if he is going immediately. Minhyuk says he must get ready for the trip, and Raul searches for something to help him. Raul hands Minhyuk a small item, prompting Minhyuk to ask what it is. Raul explains it is bubblegum that lets the user breathe underwater for an hour per stick and can be bought from merchants, delighting Minhyuk. Minhyuk thanks Raul enthusiastically, and Raul replies it is his pleasure, and again thanks Minhyuk for lifting his curse. The scene shifts outside to the bright, peaceful kingdom, now freed from Juris disasters. Minhyuk reviews his supplies, thinking he has everything for a fishing trip. System messages suddenly spam that Fido wants to be summoned, confusing Minhyuk. Minhyuk summons Fido, the pig, and asks what is wrong. Fido dashes off and Minhyuk chases after him, asking where he is going. Panting, Minhyuk calls out to Fido and is startled. Fido stops at a mailbox, reminding Minhyuk that the artifact he ordered should have arrived. Minhyuk recalls that because Fido leveled up, Hyamin's daddy crafted a special artifact for him and sent it to the mailbox. Fido shows off his new gear, a magical pot and bladed spatula from Hephaestus. Minhyuk bursts out laughing at Fido's ridiculous new look. Amused, Minhyuk pets Fido, calls him adorable, and has Fido store the items. Minhyuk says they are ready to go. Minhyuk happily runs along the beach with Fido, declaring it is time to fish. Narration shifts to deep beneath the sea, introducing the once peaceful palace of the Dragon King. A rabbit character looks down anxiously at someone unseen. The Dragon King, now sick and coughing, is shown. Narration explains the palace is no longer what it used to be as the Dragon King broods on his throne surrounded by dead attendants and frightened servants. The story notes that a major change occurred at a certain time. It recounts that the great magician Laffield, believed dead, reappeared. Laffield returned as a lich, king of the dead, and launched an attack on the palace. The Dragon King defeated Laffield but was gravely wounded and afterward weakened day by day. Over time the Dragon King gradually transformed into a ferocious monster. A rabbit narrator recalls that the Dragon King once was kind and lovingly raised her and her sisters though he was not their biological father. She wonders whether pain alone could so drastically warp his personality, or if there is another reason. Troubled, she suspects there might be some unknown cause behind his change. An octopus courtier rushes in, claiming to have found a cure for the Dragon King's illness. The Dragon King skeptically asks if this is true, and the courtier confirms but says something is required. The courtier reveals that the medicine needs a rabbit's liver, horrifying the rabbit princess. Kyari, the rabbit, nervously glances up in shock. The Dragon King muses with interest upon hearing that a rabbit liver is needed. Kyari volunteers to offer her own liver if it will restore the Dragon King's health, declaring she will sacrifice herself. The octopus regretfully says Kyari's liver is useless for the cure. He states that the necessary liver actually belongs to Kyari's sister, Jevet, stunning Kyari. The Dragon King simply calls this unfortunate. He dismisses Kyari from his presence, saying she is no longer needed, and she complies. Kyari walks away sadly from the throne room. The Dragon King greets a newcomer, Radin. The newcomer is revealed to be Lawful, secretly allied with Laffield. Lawful formally offers his services to the great magician Laffield. Laffield reveals that Jevet's liver is a divine treasure that greatly amplifies holy power and would make him stronger. Lawful explains that Jevet has gone to the Predator's cave seeking herbs to cure the Dragon King. Laffield warns that time is short because the body he stole with a soul exchange spell is deteriorating. He orders Lawful to quickly bring him Jevet's liver. The scene returns to the surface ocean, showing calm waves and seabirds. A young man asks Old Man Ben if he is heading out to sea again, and Ben confirms. Ben says there is a particular fish he must catch no matter what. Someone calls out to Ben to get his attention. Minhyuk, eating corn, asks Ben if he is going fishing and requests to join him. Ben allows it and asks if Minhyuk is an outsider. Minhyuk says yes and introduces himself as a cook. Minhyuk promises to cook delicious dishes with their catch, and Ben happily invites him aboard. As they sail, Ben proudly talks about all the different fish in the sea and offers to show Minhyuk, who is excited. Ben cheerfully promises to catch plenty of fish for Minhyuk to cook. Ben rows while smiling at Minhyuk. Minhyuk excitedly shows off another fish he caught and calls to Ben. Impressed, Ben asks if this is Minhyuk's first time fishing. Minhyuk answers that his high dexterity probably helps as they pile up fish. Ben gloomily reflects that despite a lifetime of fishing he has never caught more than 5 fish a day. Minhyuk wonders if Ben feels seasick and decides to cheer him up by cooking something, activating his create recipe ability. He asks Ben if he would like crab ramen, generating a special ramen recipe tailored for Ben. Ben eagerly accepts, saying seafood ramen would be wonderful after too much plain sashimi, and Minhyuk agrees to cook it quickly. Narration describes how easy ramen is to make, boiling the broth and adding crab. Minhyuk adds noodles, peppers, and bean sprouts as the crab shell reddens. He finishes the dish and announces that the crab ramen is ready to be served. Ben gulps in anticipation as he raises a spoonful. Ben takes his first sip of the steaming broth. He marvels internally at how the spicy soup is elevated by crab, peppers, and sprouts, calling it the best broth he has ever tasted. Minhyuk enjoys the crab meat himself, savoring its delicate texture. While eating, Minhyuk insists ramen is best with kimchi, though Ben barely understands his words. Ben slurps the noodles enthusiastically, shocked by how good they are. He says the kimchi made the ramen perfect and thanks Minhyuk for the delicious meal. A system notification tells Ben that the meal granted him buffs, and he is astonished that the food provides special effects. Ben realizes Minhyuk is not only an excellent fisherman, but also an amazing cook and thinks about the fish he seeks. He becomes hopeful that with Minhyuk's help he can finally catch the elusive fish he has chased for years. Ben asks Minhyuk to listen to a request, and Minhyuk agrees. Ben recounts that he was once a wandering vagabond but dearly loved his son, who always prepared feasts when Ben visited once a year. One day his son ventured to sea in search of ingredients, and was devoured by a monstrous predator that eats everything in the ocean. Ben explains that is why he came here, to avenge his son who was eaten just like any other prey. He says he remains to take revenge but hints there is one major obstacle. The problem is that he cannot even catch the bait fish needed to lure the predator. Ben explains the predator lives in a deep undersea cave only outsiders can enter and must be lured with its favorite prey, but years of attempts have failed. He asks Minhyuk to help him by catching the golden salmon, turning it into a formal quest. Minhyuk envisions the legendary golden salmon as delicious, with pink flesh and golden skin, and becomes hungry. He drools at the thought of how special the salmon will taste. Ben clarifies that the predator is a powerful shellfish golem covered in various shells, giving it formidable defense. Minhyuk confirms it includes all kinds of shellfish and mentions abalone, while Ben lists many shell types it bears. Fired up by the prospect of a seafood platter, Minhyuk pledges to help Ben avenge his son. Minhyuk asks what is special about the golden salmon beyond taste and whether it has special powers. Ben explains that whoever eats the golden salmon can enhance any ability they choose. Minhyuk suspects this implies special stats and decides to use his ingredient tracking skill to examine it. While activating the skill, he daydreams about eating golden salmon sashimi. Ben, moved, thinks Minhyuk is doing his utmost to help despite them only just meeting. Determined to support Minhyuk in return, Ben silently resolves to help him however he can. Minhyuk completes the tracking setup and hopes the destination is nearby. Navigation immediately announces they are already above the golden salmon's location, surprising him. Minhyuk tells Ben the golden salmon is right beneath their boat, leaving Ben incredulous. Ben insists the golden salmon is extremely rare and hard to find. He recalls seeing it once with his own eyes but losing it instantly. Ben suddenly notices something start to happen. Water erupts beside the boat as the legendary fish leaps, astonishing both men. Minhyuk suggests using Ben's spears to catch it rather than relying solely on the fishing rod. Ben stops him, explaining that because the shellfish golem prefers living prey, they must catch the salmon alive with a fishing pole. Minhyuk agrees and decides to concoct a special bait recipe to lure it, invoking create recipe again. He is relieved the bait recipe appears and that he already has all required ingredients, then prepares to hook the bait. He casts the line, eagerly anticipating catching both salmon and shellfish. Minhyuk waits nervously as the float sits still on the water. He worries the salmon may have left, but Ben assures him the gluttonous yet clever fish will return for more food. Ben urges Minhyuk to trust him, and the float suddenly starts to move. The rod bends violently as something huge bites, shocking both Ben and Minhyuk. Ben grabs Minhyuk from behind and tells him to hold on while they struggle with the powerful fish. Ben tells him not to worry, boasting that though he is a mediocre fisherman he is still the strongest man in town, and he hauls up the salmon. Their combined strength yanks the golden salmon out of the water in a great splash. A notification declares that Minhyuk has caught the legendary golden salmon and earned the King of Fishermen title. Minhyuk and Ben celebrate their success and Ben says they must tie the fish with a magic rope and head underwater. Minhyuk hands Ben special gum, explaining they need to chew it before diving. Ben thanks him. The system states that Dorito gum lets them breathe underwater for an hour as Minhyuk stuffs several pieces into his mouth at once. They plunge into the sea. Underwater, Minhyuk and Ben swim while towing the bound golden salmon. They continue descending through the ocean depths toward their destination. They arrive at the entrance to the dark predator's cave, still dragging the salmon. Inside the cave, Ben says this is where the shellfish golem lives and that they must wait until it emerges for the salmon. The restrained golden salmon wriggles anxiously. Growing impatient, Minhyuk asks if the golem usually takes this long, and Ben admits something feels off. Minhyuk asks Ben how strong the shellfish golem actually is. Ben compares its strength to that of an imperial knight, which Minhyuk finds underwhelming. Minhyuk decides he will personally enter the cave to lure the golem rather than risk using the precious salmon as bait, touching Ben. Ben ties a safety rope around Minhyuk's waist and agrees to pull him back if he tugs 3 times. Minhyuk heads toward the cave entrance while Ben worries and tells him to be safe. Minhyuk recalls that his job is simply to lure the golem and considers wearing an invisibility cloak for safety. Cloaked and still leading the salmon, he slips quietly into the dark tunnel. He marvels at exploring an underwater cave for the first time. He notes how huge and surprisingly bright the cavern is, thinking it suits a golem said to be truck-sized. Just as he wonders where the monster is, debris crumbles from above. Minhyuk looks up to see the enraged shellfish golem, a legendary monster, looming overhead. He questions the label as the golem appears smaller and weaker than expected. Confident, he prepares to fight, but the golem suddenly lunges toward the salmon. Minhyuk panics at the threat to his prized fish. Shouting that the salmon is his, Minhyuk strikes the golem with his sword to protect it. He is shocked when his attack bounces harmlessly off the creature's rock-hard shell. He considers using the special sword skill he learned previously. Minhyuk unleashes Shapeless Sword, landing a heavy blow on the golem. Even though the skill should ignore defenses, it barely scratches the shell while the enraged golem charges him. The golem's eye glows ominously as it focuses on him. It crashes toward Minhyuk, breaking his invisibility. Minhyuk realizes the golem can now clearly see him. The huge construct advances aggressively through the water. Minhyuk responds by enlarging his magic frying pan to block the incoming attack. He manages to defend with the frying pan but still suffers severe damage, his HP plummeting. The golem follows up with a massive punch, slamming Minhyuk hard. Minhyuk is struck brutally, coughing blood in the water. A warning shows his HP has dropped below 30%, and he resolves that he cannot die here. His imperishable armor activates, and restores his HP as he lands a critical hit with Shapeless Sword, vowing to live long enough to enjoy his seafood platter. Exhausted and breathing heavily underwater, Minhyuk wonders if his last strike finally defeated the golem. The shellfish golem grabs the hero's arm underwater. The shellfish golem unleashes a roar that boosts its stats significantly. The hero thrusts his glowing sword into the golem's body. A massive red beam erupts upward as the attack detonates. The exhausted hero collapses among the crumbling rocks. Staring at the advancing golem, he despairs that he has never faced anything this strong and feels powerless. Wondering if his quest is about to fail, he notices a sudden bright light nearby. He turns to see a glowing pig-shaped silhouette emerging from the flash. Shocked, he reacts in astonishment to what he sees. The shellfish golem also reacts in surprise at the unexpected light. Something heavy lands as the newcomer appears. A determined pig, Fido, charges forward while the hero cries out in disbelief at his arrival. Fido snorts, bracing himself as debris and bubbles swirl. The hero realizes in disbelief that Fido blocked the golem's attack. The shellfish golem hesitates, unnerved. The hero wonders why the golem seems afraid of Fido. Fido charges fiercely toward the golem. The pig body slams the shellfish golem, knocking it back. The hero screams Fido's name and dashes toward them. He leaps with a battle cry, sword raised overhead. His blade descends in a swift vertical strike toward the golem. Seeing his blow land, the hero exclaims that his plan worked. He skids to a stop and activates his Shapeless Sword ability. Using Sword of Fury, he unleashes a powerful, glowing combo on the golem. The golem's body cracks and begins crumbling apart. The hero watches as the shattered golem dissolves around him. He rushes to Fido's side, anxiously asking if the pig is okay. Holding a trembling Fido, he worries and asks what is wrong. Fido's distress reminds him of the forgotten objective of gathering seafood ingredients. Overjoyed by the pile of seafood, he eagerly decides to harvest everything, thanking Fido. As he gathers, something unexpected catches his attention. He picks up an unusually white oyster shell, identifying it as an oyster of purification. Curious about its special flavor, he stores the oyster and the rest of the haul in his inventory, then notices another glint. He discovers that one of the items is not food but a pocket watch lying among the shells. Remembering his mentor's advice not to discard non-food items, he inspects the watch thoughtfully. Deciding he should keep it too, he watches Fido sniffing around. Fido suddenly zooms off, prompting the hero to call after him. Relieved to catch up, the hero follows as Fido dashes ahead. He finds Fido digging through rubble and asks what the pig is doing. Fido, excited, signals that he has found something to show. The hero leans in, puzzled, as Fido presents his discovery. A system window reveals the item as a high-grade rabbit's liver with useful resistances and wisdom bonuses. The hero wonders if this tasty, sundae-like liver can be used as an ingredient and decides to appraise it. The system begins checking the sealed abilities of the rabbit's liver. A flash of light shocks the hero as the appraisal completes. The item is revealed as Robotha's ocean treasure, a god-given panacea-grade liver infused with powerful holy attributes. Amazed by the god-given rating, he speculates it might have been added in a game update. He questions why a rabbit's liver would be hidden in an underwater cave, and what reward it signifies. He suddenly recalls the folktale about a rabbit's liver, and wonders if this is related. Dismissing the idea as too silly for such a serious artifact, he decides to store the treasure safely. Deciding the cavern has a great view, he chooses it as the spot to sit and eat with Fido. He grills the assorted seafood, delighted by the sizzling, mouth-watering spread. He plans to start his feast with the special oyster he found. Narrating how versatile oysters are, he thinks about various ways they can be cooked. He concludes that the best way to enjoy fresh oysters is raw, admiring how juicy this one looks. He declares that oysters pair best with vinegared red pepper paste and garlic, while Fido readies wasabi. Surprised by Fido's wasabi choice, he shrugs and lets the pig decide his own condiment. He slurps the dressed oyster, officially starting the meal. The flavor stuns him as his heart races with excitement. He savors the oyster's oceanic taste, melt-in-the-mouth texture, and milky sweetness. He revels in how the red pepper paste and garlic enhance the oyster's delicate flavor, calling it incredibly delicious. A system message states he has eaten the oyster of purification and gained bonus holy power and magic resistance. While he laments that there was only one, he cheerfully tells Fido to relax while he opens the clams for them. He opens a clam and admires how perfectly it is cooked. Drinking the clam juice straight from the shell, he insists that the broth is the best part, as Fido protests about his share. Stuffed with clams, he enjoys every tender, umami-filled bite. He moves on to cheese-covered scallops, eagerly anticipating their taste. After tasting them, he proclaims that the savory cheese perfectly complements the scallop's subtle sweetness. He marvels at a beautifully scored abalone and anticipates the comforting clam soup beside it. He adores the sweet salty shrimp, thinking he could eat them every day. Content and playful, he wishes he could live in this place forever for the endless free seafood. Finally, he grills the God-given panacea liver, planning to end the feast with it. Calling it the highest-rated ingredient he has ever seen, he eagerly takes a bite. Overwhelmed, he praises it as the best liver of his life while the system grants enormous boosts to holy power and wisdom. Another message explains he will deal extra damage and gain more defense against undead foes. Fido reminds him to be grateful for finding the liver, and the hero thanks him, suggesting they finish the food and leave. While eating, the hero remembers that the cave entrance collapsed during his battle with the shellfish golem but knows he can dig out. He realizes Ben must be worried, picturing the cave-in from Ben's perspective. Outside, Ben watches the blocked entrance as rocks continue to crumble. Devastated, Ben blames himself, believing the young cook died in the collapse. He mourns that he has lost both his actual son and the young man who reminded him of his son. Ben weeps underwater, apologizing. As he grieves, a hand stirs and presses against the ground. Ben recalls warning the hero not to fight the golem and questions why the young man was so confident. He cries that the hero was only a cook and would have made a poor warrior, while the hero quietly insists he is not that bad. The narrative clarifies that the hero and Fido safely exited the cave from another passage. The hero happily returns with Fido, announcing that he is back. Relieved, Ben embraces him and asks if he defeated the shellfish golem, and the hero says the hard fight yielded great rewards. Ben nervously asks whether the hero found a pocket watch in the cave. The hero remembers and shows him the pocket watch he picked up. Ben reacts emotionally on seeing the watch. Opening it, he sees the cracked clock face and a photo inside, recognizing it. He confirms it is the pocket watch he once gave his son. Shocked, the hero realizes the connection this implies. When Ben asks to keep the watch, the hero readily agrees and accepts his heartfelt thanks. Ben explains that losing his son taught him that strength is not the most important thing, though he realized it too late. Saying he now has nothing left, Ben still wants to repay the hero somehow, and the system notifies the hero that he has completed a linked quest. Ben solemnly swears an oath before the god of Athene. Declaring himself the former strongman Ghost Spear Ben, he vows to follow the hero to the ends of the world. The stunned hero can barely believe what he is hearing. Internally he panics, wondering if this means he has gained another mouth to feed. He tries to decline, saying Ben need not do anything and should seek his own happiness, but Ben vehemently refuses. Kneeling earnestly, Ben proclaims that his life now belongs to the hero, and he will do anything for him. The hero insists Ben's happiness matters more, but Ben shouts that serving him is his happiness. While they argue about it, Fido casually watches, eating popcorn in 3D glasses. A system message states that Ghost Spear Ben has requested to become a subordinate as he clings to the exasperated hero. The hero remembers Genie previously telling him something important. In a flashback, Genie explains that a noble title would grant him territory and let him hire a vassal. She adds that vassals can manage his land for him, which he considers while looking at Fido. Genie notes that having a title means more mouths to feed, which gives him pause. She clarifies that while a title is not required, it has many perks and he should think it over. He agreed to consider it later, summarizing now that it effectively allows someone else to work for him. Realizing Ben could serve as such a vassal, he imagines making Ben do all the farm work, and Ben cheerfully reaffirms he will do anything. When Ben offers combat help, the hero instead asks if he can make coffee for him. The hero claims he would never send an elder on dangerous tasks, and just wants a warm cup of coffee back on the surface. Ben, touched and calling him like a son, promises to do it and insists it is no problem. Delighted, the hero gives Ben instant coffee sticks and paper cups, saying they will be useful later. A system message records that Ben has pledged eternal loyalty and gained the skill Minhyuk's helper. Ben, moved to tears, silently clutches the coffee supplies. He reflects on being Ghost Spear Ben, a former strongman, even as he contemplates this new supporting role. Meanwhile, the turtle warrior Jevet, wearing a bandana, thinks Chiari is growing suspicious. Jevet spots the collapsed cave entrance and reacts with alarm. Realizing the golem is gone, he panics that the hidden liver inside the cave may have been taken. He wonders if some outsider could help him, and then notices someone nearby. Seeing Ben and the hero, he recognizes the hero as an outsider while overhearing the hero order 200 cups of coffee from Ben. The hero casually asks Jevet if he knows anything about an ingredient called rabbit's liver, startling the turtle. Pretending ignorance, Jevet listens as the hero says he found a delicious liver in the golem's cave, and Jevet freaks out internally that the outsider ate his liver. Jevet worries if the liver was found by chance, and curses his bad luck. Concluding he no longer needs Jevet, Jevet's scheming ally decides to lure the outsider to the palace so Lafield can extract the liver with dark magic. Jevet taps the rock, preparing to reveal himself. He greets the hero and Ben politely as a land dweller addresses them. Ben steps protectively forward toward the approaching turtle. Recognizing him, Ben identifies the stranger as the Dragon King's second child, the turtle warrior. The turtle confirms he is Radin, the Dragon King's second child, and welcomes them to the underwater realm. The hero recalls Rald's warning about the Dragon King's children and is surprised that one now stands before him. Reasoning that this child of the Dragon King seems friendly, the hero asks Radin if he knows about azurite droplets. Radin realizes the outsider seeks information about the droplets, and smirks to himself. Radin lies that the Dragon King knows everything and invites the hero to the palace to ask about the droplets, while inwardly admitting this is deception. The hero hesitates, recalling advice not to follow strangers who tempt him with food, which confuses Radin, who then doubles down by offering exquisite dishes. Unable to resist the promise of amazing food, the hero happily agrees to go. On the way, he looks around in awe at the underwater scenery. Radin brings them to a grand building he calls the dining hall and promises to lead them to the azurite droplets after they eat. Seated at a table, the excited hero says he cannot wait to try the food, and Radin suggests they drink tea while waiting. A shark-headed server brings the hero his tea, which makes him nervously ask if requesting the shark's fin would offend him. Watching, Radin smirks and mentally calls the gullible hero a simpleton. It is revealed that Radin has secretly mixed Vida's lethal poison into the tea so the hero will not notice it is tainted. After drinking, the hero collapses, unable to move, while Radin expects Lafield will soon obtain Jevet's liver from him. Radin and his accomplices close in on the incapacitated hero. A cup shatters dramatically, signaling the next phase of their plan. Believing the hero fully down, Radin shouts to his allies that now is the time to strike. Minhyuk and Ben stand ready with weapons, facing the enemy underwater. Minhyuk angrily scolds the foes for tampering with food as a system message grants him impenetrable immunity against all debuffs. Ben, moved to tears, yells that the enemy almost poisoned his vassal Minhyuk. The lizard-like leader scoffs at Minhyuk's questions, refusing to explain what happened to his food and the azurite droplets. The enemy declares that Minhyuk will be defeated and sacrificed to the Dragon King. The monsters rush forward, vowing that the Dragon King will retrieve Jevet's liver from Minhyuk's stomach. Outraged that they want to take food from Minhyuk's belly, Ben charges, promising not to forgive them. Ben activates the ghost dance skill and dashes through the monsters with blinding spear strikes. A dark, ghostly curse mass races toward Minhyuk and Ben. Ben is shocked by the mysterious power enveloping them as Minhyuk moves in. Minhyuk clashes swords with the turtle commander underwater. A notification explains that Minhyuk gains bonus stats against undead, surprising him. Another message reveals Minhyuk's holy power boosts his damage and defense, and he realizes the turtle is actually an undead monster. A sudden SS-grade quest appears, ordering the god of food to save the undersea palace in exchange for the Dragon King's king crab, which excites Minhyuk. Minhyuk daydreams happily about receiving and eating the Dragon King's special king crab. He marvels that king crab is expensive and thinks of sharing it with his father who loves it too. While Minhyuk spaces out thinking of crab, the turtle attacks, forcing him back into the fight. Minhyuk admits he does not fully understand the situation but prepares a method he knows works well against undead. He activates Praise for God, triggering Pandora's helmet so Ben gains the same holy power as its original wearer. Minhyuk tells Ben the foes are undead and that higher holy power increases their damage, and Ben acknowledges the strategy. Empowered, Ben's holy attacks annihilate several undead subordinates in one sweeping strike. The turtle commander panics, realizing Ben wiped out his men with a single blow. The turtle wonders how a mere old man traveling with an outsider can be so overwhelmingly strong. Minhyuk leaps to continue the assault from above. Coordinating, Minhyuk slashes while Ben thrusts his spear, together shredding another undead foe. The dark curse that was controlling the turtle's body dissipates and falls away. Minhyuk is stunned to see the turtle simply fall asleep, fully healed, instead of dying. Ben explains to Minhyuk that the creatures were under a soul exchange spell's influence. A narration details the soul exchange spell, which lets its caster control another's body at the cost of their own life force when that body is harmed, and notes that only the dark magician Lafield can use it. Ben concludes the palace is in grave danger, and insists they go see the Dragon King at once. Meanwhile, Kyari the rabbit sprints anxiously toward the Dragon King's palace doors. Kyari realizes Jevet went alone to the predator's cave, fearing for her safety. As Kyari swims, he worries Jevet might be in danger and then spots something ahead. He finds Jevet shivering and calls out to her in relief. Kyari hugs Jevet tightly, asking if she came back from the predator's cave alone and confessing how worried he was. Jevet apologizes tearfully, saying she went because she wanted to help the Dragon King recover from his injuries. She explains the predator became enraged, but Kyari is just relieved she returned safely. Jevet, however, laments that she lost her liver. She admits she could remove her liver at will and had hidden it near the cave entrance to protect it from the predator, but someone took it. Jevet adds that Roboth told her to give the liver to the one when he returned to the Dragon King's palace, leaving Kyari confused about who that is. A flashback shows the mysterious man who once saved the palace and left forever, to whom Jevet had wanted to offer her liver in gratitude for loving their seafood. Jevet cries that she had saved her liver to thank that savior and now cannot, believing it is gone forever, while Kyari tries to comfort her. The Dragon King's advisor notes that the Dragon King has grown greedy but suggests Jevet losing her liver might force him to seek another way, which might ultimately be better. The group decides to go inform the Dragon King about everything that has happened. Kyari and Jevet walk solemnly into the throne hall to meet the Dragon King. Nervously, they call out to the Dragon King, announcing themselves as Kyari and Jevet. The Dragon King greets them with a smile, saying he has been waiting for them. He subtly raises his hand, preparing a spell. Suddenly a spear of magical energy impales Kyari as the Dragon King reveals he was waiting for them with malicious intent. Jevet, supporting the wounded Kyari, screams at the Dragon King, explaining her sister no longer has a liver. The Dragon King coldly demands Jevet's liver anyway, insisting it is the only way she can save him. Jevet, in pain and tears, insists she is willing to sacrifice herself so the Dragon King can return to how he once was, but Kyari objects. Jevet still says she wants to help His Majesty even if that is the only way. Kyari clenches his fist and reminds the Dragon King that Jevet fought the enraged predator and lost her liver for his sake, asking how he can do this to her. Kyari draws a water-infused sword and vows he will not allow the Dragon King to sacrifice Jevet, even for his own health. In response, the Dragon King erupts with dark magic, threatening to kill Kyari as well if he interferes. Kyari gathers powerful waves of water around his sword, readying to fight. His water attack collides violently with a dark energy sphere from the Dragon King. Kyari watches in shock as the dark sphere swallows the water blast. The clashing energies explode in a massive blast. The Dragon King sneers that his daughter was unimpressive, implying Kyari has been defeated. A sudden light begins to shine from within the explosion's smoke. A blade suddenly pierces the Dragon King's cheek, startling him. Blood trickles down the Dragon King's face as he reels from the unexpected strike. Minhyuk skids into the hall, and a disembodied voice demands to know who he is. The enraged Dragon King asks how Minhyuk dares to meddle, while Minhyuk positions himself protectively in front of the rabbits. Minhyuk calls his flying sword back with a command, surprising Lafield within the Dragon King. Lafield senses a powerful holy energy from Minhyuk and starts to worry. Dark energy boils from the Dragon King's form as Lafield screams in pain, struggling inside the host's body. Kyari is horrified as Lafield's true presence starts to surface. The dark essence finally emerges, revealing Lafield the great magician. System messages announce that strongman Lafield has appeared and that defeating him yields a reward, while Minhyuk demands to know where the real Dragon King is. Kyari, crying behind Minhyuk, wonders how everything ended up like this. A flashback explains that when Lafield attacked the palace, the Dragon King fought him with all his strength. After that battle, the Dragon King's personality changed completely, which had made Ben suspicious. It is now revealed that Lafield used soul exchange to take over the Dragon King's body. Minhyuk, shocked by this revelation, immediately worries about his promised king crab reward. Jevet, trembling, tells Minhyuk he can have anything he wants as a reward if he will help them. Crying, she begs him. Jevet then specifically pleads with Minhyuk to save the Dragon King and their palace. Minhyuk listens seriously, clearly moved by their request. He agrees and declares he will try to save the Dragon King. Lafield mockingly asks if Minhyuk is challenging him and begins casting another spell. He unleashes one of his deadliest curses, Sloth, from among the 7 deadly sins. Thick curse fog blinds Minhyuk as Lafield boasts that his liver will soon be Lafield's. Lafield smirks, believing the curse to be easy work. However, Minhyuk charges straight through the dark mist toward Lafield, shocking him. The system reminds us Minhyuk's impenetrable immunity negates all debuffs, and his strike clashes with Lafield's weapon. Enraged, Lafield watches Minhyuk's sword hammer his hexagonal shield. The shield shatters, and Lafield curses the loss of his protection. He is stunned that Minhyuk has completely blocked his curse. Desperate, Lafield prepares another, stronger wave of dark power. At that moment, Jevet and Kyari cry out and begin praying fervently. Their prayer grants Minhyuk the Chosen One's blessing, massively raising his stats and magic resistance. As Lafield prepares a final dark sphere, Minhyuk readies his weapon to strike it down. He swings through the black energy, cutting through Lafield's magic. Lafield panics as Minhyuk relentlessly closes in. Minhyuk's fierce expression shows his determination as he attacks. He pierces Lafield's body, landing a decisive blow. As Lafield screams and begins to fade, Minhyuk refuses to let up. Minhyuk endures burning pain in his hands from the evil energy, but vows he will not stop until it is over. The corrupted form collapses and the Dragon King's body falls free, covered in dark residue. System messages announce that Minhyuk has defeated Lafield the strongman and earned a reward, while the rabbits watch in amazement. Exhausted, Minhyuk's legs wobble. He flops down on the floor, wondering if Lafield truly disappeared, while calling out to Kyari and Jevit. Ben tends to the now awakened Turtle Commander Radin, who is confused about what just occurred. Kyari reassures Radin and says they will explain later, prioritizing helping the Dragon King. Kyari and Jevit plead for their groaning, weakened monarch to wake up. Ben assesses that the Dragon King is extremely weak because Lafield controlled his body without letting it recover from battle. The Dragon King murmurs that he is okay and thanks Minhyuk for saving his children. As he stirs, Minhyuk is relieved but once again worries about his promised king crab. Minhyuk recalls having once entered the legendary chocolate paradise and acquired panacea-grade white chocolate, thinking it might save the Dragon King. He secretly pulls out the white chocolate while Jevit watches curiously. Ignoring protests, Minhyuk forces the chocolate into the Dragon King's mouth. A miracle occurs as the power of legendary white chocolate floods the Dragon King's body. A system notice confirms the Dragon King has fully recovered thanks to the panacea. The Dragon King sits up, amazed at his newfound strength and wondering where it came from. Minhyuk cheerfully explains it was a special chocolate. Rising, the Dragon King calls Jevit and Kyari to him, saying he already feels much better. The rabbits joyfully hug their restored king. The court rejoices, and Minhyuk watches with a satisfied smile while the subjects cry that they miss their ruler. A quest completion message displays that Minhyuk perfectly saved the undersea palace, earning the Dragon King's king crab and Lafield's wand, though he hesitates to ask for the crab at such a moment. The scene shifts to a tranquil view of the now safe undersea palace under the sea. Later, Kyari offers the Dragon King tea, which he gratefully accepts. He sits drinking on his throne while Kyari waits respectfully nearby. The Dragon King addresses Kyari and she answers attentively. He unexpectedly orders Kyari to bring him the box, startling her. Another courtier asks if the Dragon King is sure about giving that box to an outsider. The Dragon King replies that Minhyuk saved them all from evil, so he deserves the box more than anyone. Minhyuk, overjoyed in carrying the box, thanks them for being grateful that he saved the palace. The Dragon King tells Minhyuk to open it, prompting Minhyuk to ask what is inside. The Dragon King says it is Minhyuk's reward for saving everyone, and Minhyuk wonders excitedly if it is his long-awaited king crab. Minhyuk imagines the king crab and muses about what delicious dish he should make with it. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Minhyuk thanks the Dragon King profusely as he opens the chest. Instead of crab, he finds a shining object inside and asks what it is. It is revealed to be the ancient water dragon Valaka's great sword, a powerful legendary weapon bound to Minhyuk. The sword glows brilliantly as Minhyuk holds it before the astonished court. Minhyuk stares at the weapon in disbelief. Worried Minhyuk might not like the gift, the Dragon King urges him to read the sword's description. Minhyuk reviews the sword's impressive legendary stats and decides its specifications are actually very good. He fuses Valaka's great sword with L's kitchen knife, upgrading his culinary weapon. Still, he laments that he cannot eat the sword and frets again about not receiving King Crab. When Minhyuk mentions King Crab, the Dragon King looks puzzled and repeats the words back to him. The Dragon King instead asks Minhyuk what his class is, surprising him. Minhyuk answers that he is the god of food, shocking the Dragon King and the rabbits. The Dragon King exclaims that the successor to the previous god of food has finally arrived, implying Jevit's mission is complete. Kyari and Jevit, holding hands, rejoice that Jevit has fulfilled her divine mission. The Dragon King formally addresses Minhyuk as Alan's successor and says they have long awaited his arrival. He explains that his children Kyari and Jevit were sent by the god Roboth to guard the undersea palace. He adds that Jevit alone can communicate directly with Roboth, highlighting her special role. The sea creatures recall how the god of food once saved them, and a prophecy said he would return to the palace to receive treasures they must collect. Minhyuk hears about treasures and excitedly wonders if it is what he thinks. The Sea King explains they safeguarded the treasures for ages and now believe Minhyuk, the rightful owner, has arrived, offering him a crate of crabs. Overjoyed to see King Crabs, Minhyuk tosses aside the legendary sword and celebrates that good fortune comes to good people. Minhyuk thanks the Sea King while happily holding up a crab, and the king tells Kyari to guide the god of food to a cave. Minhyuk agrees to the request, though he looks slightly puzzled. They enter a dark cave, their footsteps echoing as they go deeper. Kyari leads Minhyuk through the cave and announces that they have reached their destination. Minhyuk notices something ahead and asks what it is. Kyari explains that the glowing pool is where azurite droplets collect, astonishing Minhyuk. Kyari says the droplets are a gift that, according to legend, grant strength when drunk, and Minhyuk thinks their color looks familiar. Observing the bubbles, Minhyuk suspects it is carbonated and can hardly believe it. Minhyuk drinks the azurite droplets, realizes they taste like cola, and gains significant boosts to strength and agility. He marvels at how fizzy and cold the drink is, like chilled cola from a fridge, and gulps it down in delight. Delighted by the taste, Minhyuk decides to take as much of the azurite cola as possible while Kyari silently watches. As he keeps drinking, Minhyuk thanks Kyari and the sea folk for saving them. Kyari blushes and smiles softly in response to his gratitude. Minhyuk cheerfully says it was no problem, clearly happy he could help. When asked about his next destination, Minhyuk replies that he is heading to the Ephilypse Empire, and Kyari acknowledges it. The sea folk wish Minhyuk a safe journey and vow never to forget what he has done for them. The scene shifts to the imposing palace of the Ephilypse Empire. Arriving back at the palace, Minhyuk joyfully announces his return to El. El rushes to greet Minhyuk warmly, asking where he has been while an attendant urges her to act more regally. Minhyuk explains that he was out at sea and, holding El's hands, hints that he has something to tell her. Smiling, Minhyuk declares that he has come to make her maintang, a spicy fish stew. Minhyuk starts preparing food in the palace kitchen. He chops vegetables and herbs with practiced skill. El comes into the kitchen, surprised that he returns sooner than expected. Minhyuk says he wanted to come back earlier but many things happened, and El comments that his journey sounds eventful. Minhyuk says the important thing is that he is here now and asks if El wants ramen noodles with her maintang, which she gladly accepts. He presents an appetizer, explaining it is for her to enjoy while he finishes the main dish. El looks at the appetizer and remarks in awe at how impressive it is. She sees that Minhyuk has arranged the sashimi into the shape of a phoenix on the plate. El praises the beauty of the dish and calls Minhyuk quite the chef, patting his head while he giggles. El encourages him to taste the sashimi she caught from the Dragon King's sea, and Minhyuk invites her to eat with him. Minhyuk enthusiastically agrees to dine together, and El notes that food tastes better when shared. Minhyuk tastes the sashimi and ponders its flavor. El suggests they dig in, amused at how much Minhyuk loves to eat. Minhyuk admires a slice of sashimi, recognizing it as an excellent piece. Dipping the flatfish sashimi into sauce, he notes its great texture and delicately balanced taste. He reflects that flatfish is a beloved white fish because of its rich umami flavor. Minhyuk enjoys how perfectly the soy sauce and wasabi complement the sashimi. Hearing the stew simmer, he realizes the maintang is ready and rushes to serve it. Minhyuk places the bubbling pot of spicy fish stew on the table and tells El to enjoy. El leans in, saying the dish looks extremely delicious. She scoops up some broth, preparing to taste it. Minhyuk watches nervously as El takes her first sip of the soup. El feels the hot, spicy broth warming her entire body and thinks how well maintang pairs with cold sashimi. She savors the sea-flavored, spicy broth and notes how the heat adds a new dimension to the dish. She also appreciates how the vegetables add freshness and imagines how good it tastes with steaming white rice. El gulps down the soup, clearly enjoying it. Minhyuk eagerly asks El what she thinks of his maintang. El shyly asks if it tastes okay, still savoring the flavor. A quiet outdoor scene transitions into her memories being stirred. Remembering her father, El recalls thinking he only wanted her to become stronger. A flashback shows young El fishing with her father, wondering why they are out fishing. Her father pulls a big fish from the water. Proud, he suggests they eat sashimi and maintang together, promising to cook something for her despite not being a great cook. Young El protests that cooking is not his job. She tries to insist she is not hungry even as her stomach growls loudly. Her father laughs, saying it sounds like someone is very hungry. Patting her head, he tells El that eating well is important to grow big and strong. He adds that he simply wants her to be healthy and happy, which he believes is the real secret to becoming stronger. Returning to the present, El finishes every last drop of Minhyuk's stew. She smiles softly, clearly moved. El says the meal was very delicious. She explains that his food brought back fond childhood memories and thanks him for the wonderful meal. System messages announce that Minhyuk has completed a linked quest and earned a reward chest plus El's sword skills skill book. Minhyuk exclaims that he wants to check what is inside the chest. He is frustrated to find the chest locked and wonders where the key is. El laughs, saying she expected him to look at the chest before the skill book. Dangling the key, she promises to give it to him if he reads her skill book first, and Minhyuk admits she knows him too well. Minhyuk takes the ornate skill book, initiating its acquisition. New sword skills are added to his repertoire, granting him Blooming Sword and Splitting Sword. The descriptions explain that Blooming Sword causes a sword to erupt from the ground and explode for extra damage, while Splitting Sword greatly boosts attack and strikes with a powerful red aura. Minhyuk is excited that both are area of effect skills, allowing him to hit enemies from afar. After he learns the skills, El hands over the chest key and Minhyuk happily thanks her. Opening the chest, he obtains an item called Ancient Yogurt. El tells the story of a man in their empire who perfected an unforgettable yogurt that never spoils and wanted its taste remembered. She presents Minhyuk with that very yogurt and urges him to try it, leaving him awestruck. Minhyuk admires the creamy, pudding-like yogurt and notes that it is a deliciously healthy treat. He takes a spoonful and puts it in his mouth. Expecting sourness from long fermentation, he is amazed that the yogurt is sweet and not tangy at all. He tastes the rich milk flavor and imagines pairing it with granola or berries, eager to try many toppings. Hugging several jars, Minhyuk thanks El for the yogurt, calling it the best gift, and she says she is glad he likes it. Later, in the Grand Hall, El bids Minhyuk farewell and wishes him a safe journey. A new scene shows another ornate city, signaling a change of place. In a ceremony, Minhyuk of Legend Guild is publicly awarded the noble title of Viscount. The king proclaims that Minhyuk receives this title for saving the kingdom from danger. Blessings are invoked on Minhyuk, and announcements state he is the first user to gain a noble title on the northern continent, with Legend Guild registering Valhalla as its base. Back at home, Minhyuk licks yogurt from a lid. He revels in how much he enjoys licking yogurt off the lid. An elderly man, Ben, smiles happily, glad that Minhyuk is enjoying the yogurt. Minhyuk asks Ben if he found what was requested, and Ben confirms that he did. Ben proudly shows a humorous barista guidebook about becoming a barista after retirement, saying he can now brew better coffee for Minhyuk. Minhyuk is relieved he will no longer drink bland coffee and immediately asks for a cup, which Ben enthusiastically agrees to make. Ben begins boiling water in a large pot to prepare the coffee. Using exaggerated technique, Ben dramatically pours coffee grounds and hot water, following the book's method. He stirs the brew intensely, fully concentrating. Ben tastes the finished coffee from a ladle to check the flavor. Confident, he serves Minhyuk a cup, saying he knows Minhyuk will love it. Minhyuk declares that 1 cup is not nearly enough and jokes he needs at least 50 cups in the morning, and Ben promises there is plenty more. Elsewhere, members of the guild nervously ask Jeannie if the old man Ben is really going to be their first vassal. Jeannie, flustered, says she will try to talk Minhyuk out of it, insisting that a vassal must be strong enough to defend their territory. She then reveals she has actually found an ideal NPC vassal known as the Heavenly Spearman and stresses how hard she worked to earn his favor. Jeannie cautiously asks Minhyuk how he knows Ben, and he casually replies that Ben is just an old fisherman he met. Minhyuk explains in flashback that Ben was a fisherman who decided to stick with him forever. Realizing Minhyuk was simply helping an elderly man, Jeannie is moved and sees his actions as kind-hearted support for a senior citizen. Feeling guilty, Jeannie decides they should appoint Ben as their vassal after all, baffling her teammates. As they worry about losing the Heavenly Spearman, the guild hall door opens and someone enters, asking for attention. The newcomer introduces himself as the Heavenly Spearman Yankee and says he has come to apply as Legend Guild's vassal. One guild member enthusiastically greets Yankee and invites him in. Ben, overhearing, is stunned and delighted, glad that Minhyuk enjoyed his coffee. Yankee, recognizing Ben as the legendary ghost spear Ben, dramatically bows and expresses his honor at meeting him. Ben greets Yankee after a long time, mentioning he heard Yankee rose to the rank of Heavenly Spearman. Yankee, teary-eyed, recalls he was just a kid when Ben last saw him and is touched. Crow is shocked to learn that the old man is really Ben and reacts in disbelief. Crow reveals Ben's true identity as Ghost Spear Ben, the legendary spearman who once defeated Ouroboros. The guild members are amazed that such a famed warrior will serve as their vassal, and Minhyuk jokes that Ben has made Yankee cry. Jeannie admits Minhyuk keeps surprising her, realizing she had mistaken Ben for a helpless old man. With vassals decided, they switch topics to who should enter the time attack dungeon, and Jeannie suggests she, Locke, and Khan remain the main team due to their roles and high damage. Inside the dungeon, they discuss having only 3 attempts left and still lacking an efficient way to handle tough undead monsters, considering letting others try. Minhyuk volunteers to go instead. He explains that he recently gained significant holy power and believes he can help clear the undead enemies. He adds that he needs a favor in return, prompting Jeannie to ask what he wants. Minhyuk requests help gathering high-grade ingredients so he can cook a special meal for his father's upcoming birthday. He thinks fondly about making a heartfelt meal for his dad, recalling family dinners together. Later, at the dungeon entrance, Minhyuk sees the team off with well wishes while stating he will wait outside. As they proceed, Minhyuk learns that the dungeon only allows a party of 3 and that Jeannie used to fill the extra damage role. Jeannie worries about them, thinking Minhyuk's holy power is useful against undead but that his level is still relatively low. She reflects that their previous best clear time still leaves them far behind first place and doubts they can go much faster. Nonetheless, she hopes the group will make it through safely. Inside the dungeon, Minhyuk's party slices through skeletons. Afterward, Khan points out how strong the monsters are, and Minhyuk agrees. They pause to drink antidote potions, with Minhyuk commenting that they taste bad. As ghostly enemies appear, Khan warns that this section is difficult because he and Locke lack area of effect skills. Minhyuk reveals he now has AoE skills and offers to use them, which Khan eagerly accepts while planning to draw aggro. The ghosts swarm them as Khan moves forward to attract their attention. Minhyuk calmly summons ancient water dragon Valaka's great sword. He silently prepares himself to unleash his new skill. Minhyuk activates Blooming Sword, channeling power into the great sword. Khan looks back, startled by the sudden surge of energy. Swords of energy burst from the ground among the ghosts, striking them all at once. Minhyuk stands amidst the glowing blades, having wiped out the enemies with a single AoE attack. His teammates, astonished by his strength, ask how he became so powerful, and he simply credits regular eating and exercise. They note that thanks to Minhyuk they cleared the phase faster than expected and urge each other to hurry onward. Advancing deeper, the party hears their footsteps echo as the environment darkens. Minhyuk notices something unusual ahead and braces himself. They arrive at a blazing river of lava blocking their path, leaving them bewildered. Khan identifies it as a river of lava and recognizes it as a difficult obstacle they must somehow overcome. Minhyuk is handed potions that can freeze lava and is told to use them to create an ice bridge, but he questions the plan. Another teammate complains that the plan sounds like too much trouble. The group notes they lack freezing skills, while Minhyuk casually eats cake, and someone remarks that using potions this way is inefficient. Minhyuk agrees it is inefficient but says they have no other option, then starts thinking. He pulls out a frying pan and says he has a better idea. Minhyuk enlarges his frying pan with a skill. The giant pan slams onto the lava in front of the party. Minhyuk orders his teammates to toss the freezing potions into the pan. The potions freeze the pan's surface solid over the lava. Minhyuk happily tells the others to follow him across. Off-screen praise notes that Minhyuk's idea was clever. The scene shifts to the outside of the dungeon area. A woman monitoring the run admits she sent low-level Minhyuk in to try something new but now worries about him compared to his stronger teammates. She looks at the timer and hopes the team is doing fine. Inside, Minhyuk reaches the boss chamber. The dungeon's boss monster, the Durahan King, appears on a spectral horse. Khan checks that Minhyuk remembers his role in the fight, and Minhyuk confirms. Khan and Locke charge the Durahan King, saying they will finish the battle quickly. The boss rushes them and clashes with their attacks. Khan blocks the boss's glowing sword with his halberd. Locke strikes the Durahan King with a powerful blow. Minhyuk observes that the Durahan King is a heavily armored boss with high defense. Minhyuk examines his skill-splitting sword, which greatly boosts attack power, and hopes it will work. Khan launches another heavy attack at the boss. Locke also swings a massive strike at the Durahan King. Minhyuk steels himself, gripping his sword and deciding to use the skill. Splitting sword activates, covering his weapon in fiery energy as he prepares to attack. Locke marvels at Minhyuk's flaming sword while Khan tells him to stay focused. Minhyuk waits for the perfect moment to strike. The Durahan King lifts his sword to unleash a big attack. Seeing the opening, Minhyuk charges forward. Outside, the monitoring woman hears notification sounds as onlookers react. She notices the crowd getting excited and wonders what is happening. She reads chat messages saying Team Legend with the new member broke the dungeon record and that Minhyuk's skill is overpowered and great even for non-combat classes. After the fight, Minhyuk and his companions catch their breath. The woman covers her mouth in surprised relief. A system message declares the dungeon cleared as the Durahan King falls. Rankings show Korea's Team Legend taking first place with a new record time, beating the American team Black Swan. The woman and the internet celebrate that Team Korea won by breaking the world record. Inside, Khan excitedly says they are the first to clear the dungeon in under 40 minutes, and calls Minhyuk amazing, insisting Minhyuk should take the reward. Locke tells Minhyuk to grow strong so they can hunt together, says they already have lots of rewards from earlier attempts, and urges him to accept the prize. Minhyuk happily accepts the treasure chest. The chest is identified as a dungeon reward that grants a random artifact suited to the opener's class, which surprises Minhyuk. Minhyuk opens it and is startled by the bright light. He obtains Gorak's fermenting pot, an artifact that perfectly ferments food. Minhyuk is shocked but quickly realizes the pot's significance. He reads the item description explaining that the pot infinitely ferments food to perfection and becomes ecstatic about getting a fermenting pot. His teammates ask what reward he got, hoping it is a powerful weapon, armor, or rare accessory. Embarrassed to reveal it is cookware, Minhyuk hurriedly says something urgent came up and leaves, prompting curiosity about what he is carrying. When asked about the pot, he nervously starts to explain. Before he can, a party notification shows Minhyuk has left, leaving Khan and Locke frustrated that he ran off mid-sentence. Narration jokes that one way to drive people crazy is to stop speaking mid-sentence, which is exactly what Minhyuk did to his teammates. Elsewhere, Minhyuk puts ingredients into the fermenting pot, closes the lid, and prepares to use its magic. The pot's special ability activates, beginning to ferment soy sauce marinated crab. When he opens it, perfectly marinated crabs are revealed, looking delicious. Minhyuk confirms the crab fermented instantly, and eagerly anticipates eating it. He decides to maximize his enjoyment by also preparing rice and a simple side dish to go with the crab. He presents bowls of rice, marinated crab, and a plate of salmon sashimi. Delighted, Minhyuk sits down to what he calls a feast of soy sauce crab and golden salmon sashimi. Starving, he reaches for the food. He admires how plump and juicy the crab meat looks in his hand. Minhyuk cheerfully begins eating, wishing himself a good meal. As he eats, he describes the intense umami, ocean flavor, and melt-in-the-mouth softness of the crab meat. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaims how incredibly good it tastes. He tops crab shell rice with seaweed, saying a salty twist is added by mixing rice and seaweed into the savory crab sauce. He explains that seaweed and rice elevate the marinated crab, adding salty richness and making the dish filling, calling crab and rice a heavenly match. Completely satisfied, Minhyuk wishes he had more rice because he could keep eating the dish forever. He reminds himself the meal is not finished yet and prepares to taste the salmon next. Holding up a piece of salmon, he marvels at its brilliant color and glossy sheen. He explains the best way to enjoy salmon is with sliced onions and horseradish on top. After tasting it that way, he notes how the sharp onion and pungent horseradish perfectly complement the sweet, fatty salmon. Minhyuk wonders how anyone could dislike such flavors. He praises salmon with rice and wasabi as well, exalting salmon as an amazing fish. Dreamily, he thinks that some vinegared red pepper paste would be perfect with his sashimi right now. The scene transitions to a city where someone apologizes, starting another situation. A male player in red armor regrets going live earlier. Reporter Jua bows and apologizes for the trouble she caused. The armored player tells her she should be apologizing to the frying pan slayer whose footage she broadcast, saying her video caused him hardship despite her being a fan. Jua admits she acted thoughtlessly and promises to make it up to Minhyuk. Worried, she thinks Minhyuk might demand expensive compensation, since he seems rich and high level, while the red armored player prompts her to continue. He instead asks if she knows any good places for tasty food. Back outside, a full Minhyuk relaxes after his meal. He pats his stomach, saying the meal was great and that he might head to the ocean again. As he decides to sail tomorrow, a notification pops up that General wants a voice chat, which surprises him. Minhyuk wonders why Changuk is calling and answers. Changuk excitedly says he has an amazing tip Minhyuk will love, prompting Minhyuk to ask what it is. Minhyuk reminds him that he cares more about food than items. Changuk agrees and brings up the user who streamed Minhyuk's video with Robin. Minhyuk recalls that the user was named Jua. Changuk explains he settled things by asking Jua to provide valuable information in return, and Minhyuk leans in, ready to listen. Hearing about a special millstone, Minhyuk dashes off in excitement, while still on the call. Changuk describes the millstone as a rare artifact that multiplies and grinds ingredients. He adds that it also enhances the flavor of whatever it processes, leaving Minhyuk stunned. Minhyuk reacts as if this food-related artifact sounds better than winning the lottery. Changuk tells him the millstone is located in Lakito's tomb, a dungeon no one has cleared because its test is too difficult and often abandoned. Changuk asks if the tip was good enough and whether Minhyuk will now drop his complaint against Jua. Minhyuk agrees to withdraw it but asks Changuk not to tell her, planning to continue using her as an information source. Minhyuk thinks Jua likely has lots of intel as a reporter and vows not to let such a resource go, prompting Changuk to think Minhyuk is a bit evil. Changuk wonders if he is doomed to be a middleman forever while Minhyuk prepares another question. Minhyuk complains that his dexterity stat has stalled and asks if trying archery would help. Changuk recommends using a bow to raise dexterity, and Minhyuk considers giving it a try. They end the call amicably, promising to stay in touch. Minhyuk then decides to head to Lakito's tomb and see what ingredients he can gather nearby. As he walks, something catches his attention. He reads a quest list showing a moon wheat drop quest near Lakito's tomb and fixates on the word moon wheat. Imagining all the noodles he could make with wheat, he gets excited about moon wheat, thinking it is special compared to ordinary wheat. He starts craving noodles right away. He daydreams about making a warm bowl of noodle soup with various colorful toppings. The thought makes him drool in anticipation. He also imagines a spicy, sweet cold noodle dish as an alternative. Deciding either style is fine, he vows to go get noodles. Minhyuk resolves to visit Lakito's tomb tomorrow. Nearby, someone else arrives in the area, exhausted. A woman identified as professional killer Javan finishes off a player and claims his ring, calling him a decent newbie opponent. She decides the hunting spot is tapped out and prepares to move on. Javan considers finding one last victim before leaving and looks around. From the bushes she spots Minhyuk busily gathering moon wheat stalks. Minhyuk, with wheat in his hands, notices someone watching and wonders who it is. He continues plucking moon wheat from the ground. After finishing the quest limit, Minhyuk wipes his brow, satisfied with his gathered wheat. He happily notes he now has 5 kilograms of moon wheat and plans to make noodles with it. He explains he will use his gather ingredients skill to grind the wheat into flour and then knead the dough. He then forces the dough through a large noodle maker, complaining that the process is hard work. Next he prepares anchovy and vegetable broth and plans to add the noodles and toppings into it. He completes the noodle soup and proudly presents the finished dish. While eating, Minhyuk remarks that food tastes even better when you work hard to cook it. He slurps the noodles enthusiastically. He savors the light, refreshing anchovy broth and the noodles' perfect soft chewy texture. He then enjoys another bite with kimchi, saying the added spice deepens the flavor experience. As he eats, something glittering in the bushes catches his eye. An owl-bear monster suddenly appears with a loud cry. The creature charges Minhyuk while he sits at his makeshift dining table. Minhyuk quickly pulls back his bowstring and aims. Annoyed at being disturbed during a meal, he shoots and instantly kills the owlbear, which increases his dexterity stat. Javan, hiding in the bushes, is shocked at what she sees. She realizes he defeated an owlbear with a basic attack and no visible skills, wonders what kind of bow does such damage, and suspects it came from a recent update. Concluding that the bow must be an epic weapon with a powerful buff and that it lets him eat leisurely in dangerous zones, she becomes determined to obtain it. Meanwhile, Minhyuk continues calmly eating and reacts to something happening nearby. He suddenly panics. He realizes his noodle pot is empty and that he has eaten everything. Lamenting that the quest only allowed 5 kilograms of moon wheat, he cries because he forgot to save some for spicy noodles and calls the situation the worst. Just then, he hears someone screaming for help. Javan runs toward him, chased by owlbears, promising to give him everything she has if he handles the monsters. Minhyuk is startled by her plea. He notices moon wheat grains dropping from her, deduces she is on the same moon wheat quest, and sees an opportunity. Thinking he can get spicy noodles if she gives him her moon wheat, he lifts his bow. He swiftly shoots down the attacking owlbears. Javan thanks him in awe of his speed. She gratefully offers all the loot to him as payment. Minhyuk joyfully accepts her offer. Javan is left bewildered, realizing she may have given away more than she expected. The protagonist worries the party members might not share the loot even though he landed the first hit. Annoyed that her target is staying guarded, Javan resolves to stick around until she finds a chance to strike him. She politely approaches the young man and asks him for a favor. Javan explains she is heading to Lukto's tomb to meet her party, but as a low-damage tank she wants to travel there with him. She offers to let him keep all the loot if he escorts her to the tomb. Though suspicious of her generosity, he decides it benefits him too and agrees, saying he will hunt monsters on the way to level up. Javan enthusiastically agrees, promising to tank all the monsters so he can fight safely. She gratefully thanks him as they set off together. Later, seeing what he does, Javan internally calls him crazy. She is horrified that he has pulled aggro from dozens of monsters while casually eating noodles. After finishing his meal, he cheerfully suggests they continue, and she hurriedly agrees. Javan thinks about backstabbing him but chooses to stay patient, while he excitedly heads toward the millstone objective. She reflects that although she tanked, he easily wiped out a pack of monsters, and she messages her guild for help. Buckle sees Javan's apology in chat and wonders what is going on. Reading her message about finding a strong guy with a good bow, Buckle assumes she has found a new victim and agrees to assist. Buckle, eager for the hunt, looks forward to preying on this new target. Javan arrives late at the tomb with the protagonist and apologizes to Buckle for making him wait. Buckle courteously thanks the protagonist for helping their guildmate, while the protagonist says he simply upheld his deal. Buckle relaxes, then prepares to bring something up as the protagonist looks at him curiously. Buckle invites the protagonist to join their party since he is also attempting Lukto's tomb. Explaining that they needed another member and can easily carry a first-timer, Buckle persuades him to join, and the protagonist agrees mid-snack. A party join notice appears as Buckle and his grinning guildmates suggest they get started. The group walks into the dungeon with Buckle eyeing the protagonist, who munches chocolate while Javan trails behind. The protagonist notes that Buckle was farming in a higher-level field than his own level, concluding that Buckle's weapon must be exceptional. Buckle secretly thinks the protagonist's bow will fetch a lot of money and congratulates Javan on learning the perfect mark. In the dungeon, Buckle instructs the protagonist to stick close because it is tricky, claiming the middle hallway is the safest path. Smirking, Buckle reveals to himself that they are actually heading toward the path of control. He internally explains that this path automatically disarms visitors and that they have killed previous victims here who only carried class weapons. The protagonist hears a notification and realizes something is happening to his equipment. A system message states his main weapon is removed for an hour, and he tells the others he has been disarmed. Buckle feigns regret, saying he forgot to warn him to bring a backup weapon, then kindly offers him one of his own spares. Instead of handing over a weapon, Buckle secretly draws his own blade. Buckle reveals his murderous intent, declaring he kills fools like the protagonist in this tomb and launches an assassin strike. The protagonist slips past the surprise attack with agile movement. Buckle is stunned that his blow was dodged. Buckle crashes to the ground while the protagonist calmly walks past him. The protagonist stops and prepares to respond seriously. Javan and another guildmate close in with weapons, realizing something is off. The protagonist coldly asks what they want from him. He demands to know what is going on as the three surround him in the disarming hallway. Buckle tells him to shut up because he is doomed anyway, while the protagonist recalls that Javan's behavior had seemed suspicious from the start. He remembers how she cheerfully asked to travel together to the tomb without complaining about not getting any loot. He admits he still trusted her because she had appeared kind. Drawing his hidden greatsword, he states he despises people who betray his trust. Buckle is shocked that the supposedly archer-class protagonist is wielding a greatsword at all. Coveting the powerful artifacts he now realizes the protagonist carries, Buckle gets excited about the drops they might gain. Javan happily prepares for a fight, asking Javan the tank to hold aggro while she activates stealth to position herself. She rushes straight at the protagonist, intent on attacking. While charging, she wonders how he owns so many rare items and decides she will claim that sword for herself. Thrilled by the prospect of looting him, she grins to herself. Javan activates Silver Golem's blessing, doubling her defense and boasting that even top rankers struggle to pierce it. She becomes uneasy when she sees the protagonist calmly laughing as she approaches. Javan rushes in with an overhead strike aimed at his head. She slams her shield or weapon into the ground, only to realize he has vanished from directly in front of her. Shocked, she frantically looks around and wonders where he disappeared to. She then sees his giant blade carving the ground beside her, and cannot comprehend how he moved so fast. The protagonist solemnly prepares a skill with his great sword called Blooming Sword. Multiple spectral sword slashes rain down the corridor toward Javan. Javan is struck and cries out in pain as the blades cut through her. Staggering from the assault, she cannot understand how someone lower-leveled is overpowering her. Buckle, watching, admits he did not expect the area of effect skill but begins analyzing the situation. He reasons that the greatsword sacrifices speed and requires two hands, thinking this will give him an opening. Confident he can catch the protagonist off guard, Buckle charges in with a heavy axe attack. The protagonist notices the ambush and reacts. Their weapons clash in a powerful impact as sword and axe meet. Buckle recovers and prepares his next move with a determined look. He praises the block but immediately launches another fierce attack, daring the protagonist to defend again. As the axe descends, a small pink pig suddenly leaps in and blocks the blow between them. Both warriors are surprised, and the protagonist shouts at the pig, "Fido," to get away from the danger. Buckle stares at the defiant pig and wonders why a pig is here. Irritated, Buckle yells at the animal to move out of his way. Instead, Fido leaps toward him with a determined oink. The pig violently smacks Buckle with a cooking spatula, driving him back as Buckle howls and demands it go away. Fido lands a heavy spatula blow on Buckle's head, leaving him stunned. A system message declares Buckle has fainted from critical damage, while Fido taps at his low HP bar and the protagonist calls out his name. Another guildmate, furious, screams at the protagonist for what happened to Buckle. The protagonist darkly replies that he is the one who should be offended, accusing them of exploiting innocent players. He menacingly repeats the man's earlier words, "How dare I," and advances, causing the last guildmate to panic. The terrified man watches as the protagonist readies his signature frying pan weapon to punish him. Realizing who they are dealing with, the man recognizes him as the infamous frying pan slayer, and is horrified. The remaining guildmate stammers and sweats, unable to form a proper excuse. He decides he does not want to die and sprints away while the protagonist shouts after him that he still needs to be punished. Watching him flee, the protagonist calls him a coward and idly swings his frying pan. He then notices Buckle's unconscious body has vanished, and wonders if the man logged out as Fido claims to have finished him off. Turning back to Javan, who lies injured on the floor, he notes that only one enemy remains. Javan quickly begs for mercy, insisting she did not really mean to harm him and asking for forgiveness. She pleads further, explaining that another forced logout will get her account suspended. The protagonist coldly responds that it does not matter because she tried to kill him. Flustered, she starts making excuses but cannot justify her actions. Afterward, back on his own, the protagonist stretches, feeling hungry again and hoping more moon wheat drops for him. Something catches his eye, and he reacts with curiosity. A glowing scroll appears before him, which he identifies as some kind of reward. Scene shifts to Vakran Guild headquarters, establishing their location. Guild Master Crone notices Buckle logged out during combat and decides to investigate. Crone sees a report indicating Buckle's party encountered the notorious frying pan slayer. Javan's message admits they tried to rob the protagonist but got logged out and lost their scroll, prompting Crone to sigh over the fiasco. Back at the tomb, Crone wonders if this means the frying pan slayer is attempting Lakito's test. He and another guild member conclude that even so, clearing the test alone should be impossible, as not even their guild could do it, while the protagonist casually eats a sausage pastry before the door. Confident the outsider will fail against the boss, Crone relaxes. While inside the tomb, the protagonist opens the massive door and steps through. Crone smugly states that the protagonist will never defeat that boss. Inside, the reward scroll suddenly unfurls with a burst of light. The protagonist recognizes it as the scroll he just looted in the dungeon. The scroll offers a choice of rewards such as gold, artifact, food ingredient, or experience. Assuming it is for clearing the dungeon, he eagerly chooses food as his reward. Just as he plans to finish his snack before starting the test, a dark slash interrupts him. His sausage pastry is knocked from his hands and hits the ground. He looks up in shock at the sudden attack. A dark, caped vampire appears and ominously approaches, calling him out. The vampire eyes him hungrily, describing him as a delicious-looking human. The protagonist, furious that his food was ruined, vows revenge for making him drop his precious sausage pastry. Brandishing his frying pan, he shouts that he will not forgive the vampire and prepares for battle as a quest notification appears. The system states that defeating Rune the vampire will grant noble vampire blood. Excited by the mention of vampire blood, the protagonist's eyes widen. Realizing he selected food ingredient as his reward, he deduces the blood could become a new cooking material. Imagining a rich blood jelly hangover soup, he becomes giddy with anticipation. Rune angrily launches a bat-filled dark magic attack, telling the drooling human to stop staring at him like food. The protagonist swaps to his bow and begins shooting down the incoming bats. His arrows pierce the bat swarm, killing many of them mid-flight. As he continues shooting, he happily remarks that a noble's blood should taste especially fresh and delicious. Rune transforms partially into a bat and darts in, striking the protagonist and proving he is not weak. As the injured protagonist falls, Rune notes that the outsider managed to avoid his skill, confirming his strength. Rune reveals that by drinking blood he can copy his opponent's skills. Confident of victory after tasting the protagonist's blood, Rune gloats that the battle is his. Moments later, Rune collapses to the ground in agony from ingesting the holy charged blood. Burning from within, Rune screams that it feels like he swallowed the sun. The protagonist watches the vampire convulsing and wonders what is happening to him. He reasons that vampires, being undead, must be weak to his exceptionally high holy power. Concluding this, he slashes his own palm to draw more blood. He then deliberately sprays his blood so that Rune is drenched, further weakening the vampire. Declaring it vengeance for his ruined pastry, he readies another powerful strike with his great sword. He unleashes Blooming Sword again, sending a flurry of blades at the vampire. Rune is sliced apart by the attack, mortally wounded. A system message announces that the protagonist has cleared Lakitoa's 6th test and even set a new record, earning a special reward. He then notices a hidden compartment opening in the wall, surprising him. Inside he discovers the long-sought millstone that had been concealed behind the wall. Overjoyed, he hugs the millstone of abundance, celebrating that he can now make tofu and noting he also obtained noble vampire blood. He reverently sets the millstone on a pedestal, causing the demonic statue behind it to shimmer with energy. Startled as the statue animates, he clutches his millstone and watches the emerging figure. A watery, ethereal presence speaks, noting he has the fermenting pot, defeated Rune, and now has the millstone, and asks if he intends to take that too. The presence manifests fully as Gorak, a demon and one of the 7 mythical figures, demanding an answer from the outsider. The protagonist recognizes him in shock as Gorak the demon. Realizing Gorak crafted both his fermenting pot and this millstone, the protagonist concludes the demon must be a fellow food enthusiast. Delighted, he proclaims his respect for Gorak as bats flit around them. He sincerely thanks Gorak for creating such amazing cooking artifacts, gushing about how much he loves the fermenting pot. Gorak wonders if the outsider really uses the legendary pot only for cooking and notes how strange it is that someone strong enough to beat Rune ignores its secret abilities. Pleased by the appreciation, Gorak says he is glad and produces a shining claw-shaped gift. The system explains that the gift is Gorak's tome, a class switch item, though the protagonist cannot abandon his divine god of food class. Gorak tells him the tome is extremely valuable and urges him to take good care of it, which the protagonist gratefully promises. Gorak adds that he has one more question for the outsider. The protagonist flatters Gorak's impressive appearance, and guessing he knows many delicious ingredients, eagerly asks if the demon can share any culinary knowledge. Gorak muses that the human flatters him and is odd for seeking his help. Gorak reveals he knows where to obtain special ingredients in the demon world. Gorak says the human is in luck and mentions a rare ingredient hidden in a temple. The adventurer eagerly bows and asks Gorak to explain more about the ingredient. Gorak produces a magical map, surprising the delighted adventurer. Gorak grins and warns him to think carefully before choosing to visit the temple. Outside the tomb, an announcement declares Lakitoa's 6th test cleared, angering onlookers. A man tells his guild he returned for revenge, but the frying pan slayer has already passed the 6th test. He says they must retrieve the artifact they lost and wonders why their target has not emerged. Blackstone Lark observes that the others know nothing about Lakitoa's tomb. Exposition explains that the millstone is an artifact obtained after passing the 6th test. It details that Demon Gorak crafted the prankish millstone, which only works if a specific action is repeated. Blackstone notes the frying pan slayer is unusual for lingering after clearing the 6th test. He deduces the slayer got Gorak's scroll elsewhere, and already knew how to earn the artifact. Blackstone approaches Kystra, accompanied by the white wolf Fenris. Kystra says the slayer must know the millstone is a new great artifact and doubts they can trade it for another, so their plan must change. Kystra protests that Blackstone has planned this for months and is a legendary explorer. Blackstone explains he hired the Vakran Guild to clear the tomb, but they failed and he regrets not doing it himself. He concludes they must still deliver the artifact, join forces with Vakran, and kill the frying pan slayer. He asks Kystra if that plan sounds good, saying they cannot let Vakran blunder again. Blackstone orders them to prepare to ambush the frying pan slayer as soon as he exits the tomb. Kystra admits they do need to get the artifact back. He reminds himself that retrieving the artifact is the mission they were given. He thinks he cannot follow the ambush plan because of a promise he made to Rish. Flashback. Sick Rish asks Kystra to remember the people who helped them when they were starving. Kystra recalls answering that of course he remembers the benefactors who saved them and let them play Athene. Rish then asked if Kystra remembered the chicken kanji they once received. Kystra remembers how hearty and warm that porridge was and that he still cannot forget its taste. Rish, Bedardin, says his only wish is to eat that chicken kanji one last time. Back in the present, he pleads with Kystra, and Kystra emotionally repeats his name. Kystra thinks that rumors say the frying pan slayer cooks even better than the famous Twilight cook Black. He fears that if he refuses to join the ambush and lets the slayer escape, he will be betraying his employers. Kystra realizes that sparing the slayer would brand him a traitor to Blackstone and Kennerwell. Despite this, Kystra steels himself. He resolves that to honor his promise to Rish he must act, and the millstone begins grinding. Kystra decides he needs the frying pan slayer's help, while the slayer vigorously spins the millstone. After grinding, the slayer pauses to rest. He sees the amount of tofu produced and deems it sufficient. Enjoying himself, he remarks that fresh tofu tastes great alone. He adds that it is even better cooked with other ingredients as he slices it. He seasons a pan and cracks an egg over the tofu stew. He proudly reveals a finished bubbling tofu dish. Excited, he admires the silky tofu and prepares to eat. He savors the sundae jjigae, praising the spicy broth and tofu combination. He notes how the clams, vegetables, and half-cooked egg elevate the stew. Overjoyed, he calls the dish perfect soul food. He restrains himself from overeating to leave room for the main course. He unveils tofu kimchi as the next dish. He relishes how the sweet spicy sautéed kimchi and crunchy texture complement the tofu. Stuffed yet blissful, he wishes he could keep eating forever as he stacks empty bowls. He affectionately praises tofu as tasty, healthy, and rich in protein. The aroma fills the tomb corridor as he declares everything delicious. He suddenly realizes he has eaten all the tofu he made. Still hungry and waiting for blood jelly to set, he decides to grind more tofu. He resumes turning the millstone. The millstone suddenly glows, startling him. Light bursts from the millstone as he falls back, wondering what is happening. His fermenting pot also floats and shines, surprising him because he had not taken it out. System messages announce the millstone and pot unsealed, uprated to Gorak's lightning set, and raised to catastrophic class. Another message grants him a new skill, leaving him amazed. He examines the new Thunderbolt and Thunder Inferno artifact skills and their effects. Thrilled, he exclaims that with these skills he will never starve again. The system confirms he has unsealed the artifact and passed all tests. Another notification states he has cleared Lakitoa's tomb as the outside world rumbles. The waiting enemies panic that he finished so quickly and rush toward the entrance. Blackstone, still hiding in the woods, wonders why the Slayer has not emerged. He realizes the dungeon might have another exit the Slayer could use. Turning to speak, he discovers Kystra has vanished. We see Kystra racing away on Fenris, with Blackstone shouting after him. Determined, Kystra rides hard. As he approaches the tomb, Kystra wonders what reward the Slayer would want, doubting gold or artifacts would appeal to someone already strong. Inside, Kystra sprints through the tunnel, desperate to meet the Slayer in time. He spots the Slayer inside the tomb, who is looking at a scroll. Kystra realizes the Slayer is about to use a return scroll and panics. He blurts out that a hungry child desperately needs the Slayer's help, stopping him. Kystra tearfully explains that he and the child live together in Africa and that there is one dish the boy longs to eat. Ashamed of his clumsy plea, Kystra thinks he has ruined his only chance. The Slayer silently considers him. He calmly asks what the boy wants to eat and confirms that Kystra wants him to cook it. Kystra begs him, offering any reward if he will agree. The Slayer reflects on what he truly wants. He answers that his wish is for a world without hungry people. Kystra is stunned by this answer. Flashback: children in an African village laugh and play. Kystra recounts hearing that the Slayer financially supports orphanages and senior homes worldwide. Young Kystra once asked the Slayer's benefactor why he does so much charity. The man noted that the recipients cannot repay him. He replied that he expects nothing in return. Smiling, he said that what he wants is also a world without hungry people. Back in the present, the Slayer stands beside the memory of that benefactor, showing he inherited the same ideal. Deeply moved, Kystra asks who the Slayer really is. The Slayer modestly introduces himself as just someone who loves good food. Shouts from enemies echo through the tomb as they search for the frying pan Slayer. Kystra warns that fighting here would favor their pursuers and signals the Slayer to move. Kystra activates a teleportation-like ability, telling the Slayer to come with him. Fenris appears beside them, ready as their escape mount. Kystra urges the Slayer to hop on so they can flee. The confused Slayer hesitates. Fenris grabs him as Kystra pulls him up, and they start fleeing together. They race out of the forest on Fenris's back. Riding behind Kystra, the Slayer says he shares the dream of a world without hunger. Kystra smiles and calls him amazing for that ideal. The Slayer returns the smile, clearly moved. As they leap along a cliffside, Kystra thanks him. Back in the game village, Kystra brings the Slayer to Rish and asks how he is feeling. In-game Rish, now an avatar, happily welcomes Kystra back. Rish says he feels fine while playing and asks why Kystra summoned him. So Kystra hints he has brought someone to cook. Kystra introduces the frying pan Slayer to Rish. Rish excitedly greets the Slayer, amazed that food can be tasted in the game. A special chicken kanji recipe for Rish appears, listing fantasy ingredients and its beneficial effects. The Slayer notes that he lacks many required ingredients and resolves to find substitutes with similar effects. He tells Rish to wait while he goes to prepare the food. He begins by simmering a whole chicken in broth. He removes the hot-boiled chicken from the bones. He adds onions, carrots, green onions, and sticky rice to the broth to make kanji. The aroma makes Rish remark how good it smells and how eager he is to taste it. The Slayer says it will be worth the wait, asking for a little more time, and Rish agrees. He checks the finished dish's stats, finding it only rare grade so far and feeling pressured by Rish's illness. He decides that buffs are secondary and that he wants to cook truly delicious food for Rish. Resolving to make the meal unforgettable, he tends the fire under the pot. Focusing intently, he chops ingredients, hoping his cooking will make Rish happy. He ladles the creamy chicken kanji into a bowl. He sets the finished bowl on the counter in front of the boys. Kystra and Rish react as the dish is served. The Slayer apologizes for the wait and presents the steaming chicken kanji. Rish leans in to inhale the comforting fragrance. In a memory overlay, young Rish in the hospital marvels that he can smell chicken kanji again. Back in the game, he smiles, recognizing the same savory aroma as before. The Slayer urges him to taste it, and Rish agrees, cooling a spoonful. Rish takes his first bite of the long-awaited kanji. He finds the broth warm, the rice soft, and the dish filled with nostalgic comfort. Flashback: Sick child Riche realizes this is the kanji he once ate. He confirms that the flavor matches the taste he had missed so dearly. Overjoyed, he exclaims that the dish is delicious and just like what he used to eat. The Slayer happily says he is glad Riche likes it as a secret quest completion notification appears. The system announces the secret quest realization, rewarding him with full achievement in his class quest and a new divine dinner course. Surprised his achievement jumped from 50%, he wonders if he will finally get to eat the second divine dish. A message from the god of food appears, surprising him. The god says he believed the Slayer would one day cook sincerely for others, which the Slayer realizes was the quest's true aim. The Slayer acknowledges this and turns to see what reward he has earned. He joyfully unveils the gourmet dinner course, a spread of luxurious dishes. He offers to share, but Kaistra refuses, wanting to savor the warmth of the kanji longer, while Riche smiles. The Slayer tells them to ask if they want more kanji, and they agree. He begins his own feast by cutting into a delicious steak. He lifts a juicy slice of steak on his fork. He takes a bite. He relishes how the steak's exterior is perfectly seared while the inside remains juicy and tender. Content, he notes that medium rare is the best way to enjoy steak. The next course, a creamy pasta dish, is shown on the table. He twirls the pasta on his fork, saying it is time to enjoy that dish next. Minhyuk excitedly eats pasta stacked with a piece of steak, expecting it to taste even better. While devouring carbonara, he revels in its rich, not too oily cream sauce and perfect al dente noodles. Seeing his friends only watch him eat, Minhyuk feels awkward and asks if they really will not share the food. When they insist, he decides he will cook for them later and moves on to taste the final dish. He reveals the last course as rice pilaf topped with grilled pork and a fried egg. Enjoying himself, he pierces the egg and admires the beauty of the runny yolk flowing out. He mixes the yolk and mayonnaise evenly through the pilaf, then invites himself to dig in. As he tastes it, he notes how juicy pork, fresh vegetables, and fluffy rice blend together in perfect harmony. Overwhelmed, Minhyuk judges this divine dish as amazing as the first and cannot decide which is better. After everyone finishes eating, one child says he is full, surprising Minhyuk, who is ready to cook more. The boy reassures him that he is already satisfied and happy. Minhyuk smiles, relieved and pleased that his cooking made them feel that way. A system message informs Minhyuk he has eaten the second divine dish, gained a 100% buff, the skilled charming food, and some fame. Reading charming food's description, he realizes he can tame targets with dishes they like but worries about accidentally gathering too many vassals. Minhyuk asks Kaistra if other children in his village can also log into Athene, learning that they can. Fired up, Minhyuk tells Kaistra to summon everyone in town because he wants to cook much more food. He explains that his goal is to make as many people as possible happy through his cooking, believing the more the merrier. The scene shifts to the desolate Vahum's field, a battlefield in hell strewn with flags and swords. A cloaked figure stands alone, gazing at the blood-red sky over the battlefield. Beast-headed warriors growl and brandish weapons, facing this robed opponent. More armored beastmen snarl, ready to join the confrontation. The beast army roars as the robed leader walks toward them at the head of his forces. The mysterious leader unsheathes a folding fan with a dramatic snap. With a swift motion of the fan, he unleashes a powerful gust that hurls the beast soldiers back. A horse-headed warrior is battered by the raging wind, eyes wide with shock. The leader snaps the fan shut, finishing the attack's motion. He then spins within a vortex of cutting wind that tears into the battlefield. In the aftermath, his device pings with a new message. The message from Crone reports that the catastrophic artifact was stolen by the user called Frying Pan Slayer, who escaped before their guild could stop him. Outraged that his catastrophic artifact was stolen, Kenrawell concludes there is only one course of action he can take. Back in the village, Kaistra thanks Minhyuk, noting that Riche looks healthier and is playing with friends again. Minhyuk replies he is glad he could help and is happy for Riche's recovery. He reflects aloud that it feels wonderful to be able to help others. Kaistra hesitantly asks if he can pose a personal question to Minhyuk. He then asks if Minhyuk's father is Mr. Kong of Ilwa Group, leaving Minhyuk startled and asking how he knows his dad. Realizing it is true, Kaistra drops to his knees, shocking Minhyuk, who urges him to stand. Kaistra explains that although Minhyuk does not know it, Mr. Kong once saved their village and is regarded as their hero. Overwhelmed, Minhyuk hears Kaistra say he owes Mr. Kong his life and feels a strong sense of déjà vu from this gratitude. Kaistra adds that Minhyuk also saved Riche yesterday, and says he has made up his mind about something. With fierce determination, Kaistra vows to devote his life and loyalty to Minhyuk. A system prompt appears stating that Kaistra wants to become Minhyuk's subordinate, making Minhyuk wonder when his life started going this way. Seeing Kaistra's sincere expression, Minhyuk considers accepting him as his final vassal. Minhyuk asks about Kaistra's class, and Kaistra proudly introduces himself as a pet training messenger of incarnation and presents his companion Fenris. Kaistra further explains that he is secretly ranked 9th in the world, though he admits this has nothing to do with cooking. Minhyuk takes Kaistra's hand and calls his name to make a request. Kneeling before him, Minhyuk seriously asks whether Kaistra is good at washing dishes. Kaistra and Fenris freeze in shock, not expecting that question. As Kaistra continues to stare, Minhyuk receives a message from Genie saying they have gathered all the ingredients needed to cook for his dad. Delighted by Genie's timing, Minhyuk turns to Kystra to speak again. He asks the startled boy if he would like to go meet his father in person. Hearing this invitation, Minhyuk beams warmly at Kystra. Kystra is briefly stunned to silence, eyes welling. Then he lights up joyfully and agrees enthusiastically to go see Minhyuk's dad. The scene changes to nighttime over a brightly lit city skyline where Minhyuk's father works. Outside his office, an aide opens the door to enter. Another subordinate greets Mr. Kong respectfully as he steps in. Looking out over the city, the aide comments on how happy Mr. Kong seems and asks if he is excited about Minhyuk's upcoming birthday meal for him. Mr. Kong admits he is really looking forward to it, happy that he will finally share a dinner with his son again, even if it is only online. He then asks his aide whether he learned anything about the subject he had previously requested. The aide reports on a field of icebergs near Kalami's territory and points out that one unusual bright white iceberg stands out among them. He explains that this special iceberg yields milk-flavored ice that would make delicious shaved ice. Mr. Kong thanks him for the tip and suggests they become friends in Athene. Smiling, Mr. Kong reveals that his in-game username is Black Flame Dragon. He recalls how online users once recommended that cool-sounding name to an older dad wanting something youthful, and he thought it was impressive. Curious, he asks Mr. Park what username he chose. Mr. Park shyly answers that his own username is King God, admitting youngsters helped pick it and praising Mr. Kang's cooler name. Mr. Kong invites Mr. Park to log in with him that day, saying Minhyuk will be glad to see him as well. Under the full moon, the real-world night passes. In Athene, the mighty black flame dragon materializes in the night sky with a flap of its wings. Mr. Kong and Mr. Park ride the dragon together through the clouds. As they fly, Mr. Park gushes over Mr. Kang's great merchant class and dragon mount, amazed at his gaming skill. Mr. Kong narrates that reaching this point was difficult because many players mocked his username. Determined to get better for Minhyuk, he kept playing despite the ridicule. One day the system announced he had completed a hidden quest called Growing Pains. At that time, dark energy coiled around his arm, signaling something extraordinary. As a reward, he obtained the Black Flame Dragon, marking the first time he met his companion Brenne. From then on, he always traveled with Brenne, and people stopped laughing at him, which deeply impressed Mr. Park. The dragon brings them to Minhyuk's Grand Athene estate, where Mr. Kong says they have arrived. They land in the courtyard with Brenne looming protectively beside them. Mr. Park admires the place and asks if this is where Minhyuk lives in Athene, as dark energy flickers around Mr. Kang's arm. Breathing heavily, Mr. Kong steels himself emotionally. He clasps his hands, preparing to knock on the door. When the doors open, he is greeted by a surprise party with confetti and a cake set before him. Minhyuk and his friends cheerfully wish him a happy birthday. Minhyuk joyfully explains that he and his friends prepared everything and hopes his father enjoys the birthday meal. Mr. Kong, overwhelmed, is briefly speechless. He then quietly thanks everyone present for the celebration. The table is revealed to be filled with luxurious dishes like crab and various side plates. Father, son, and friends share a hearty meal together, happily eating and talking. Afterward, Minhyuk's friends respectfully thank Mr. Kong and bow. Mr. Kong warmly hugs the tearful Kystra, grateful for what Minhyuk did for the boy. He smiles brighter than ever, clearly moved by the whole experience. Minhyuk urges his dad to make a birthday wish before the candles on the cake. Mr. Kong blows out the candles in one breath. Internally, he wishes for Minhyuk's illness to be cured so they can share real meals together again like before. He resolves that until that day, he will do everything he can to support his son. As he departs on Brenne, he silently tells Minhyuk he loves him and begs him not to give up. The dragon beats its wings and soars away into the snowy sky. Mr. Kong urges Brenne onward toward Kalami's territory in search of the special ice. Riding the dragon, he speeds through a field of towering icebergs. Entering Kalami's territory, he shivers from the intense cold and decides to equip warmer gear. After donning the fire elemental blacksmith's cloak, the ground rumbles as a hostile presence questions his intrusion. The ice witch appears and threatens to show him the fearsome power of cold. Seeing her formidable form, Mr. Kong acknowledges the danger. Despite this, he says he is not afraid because he has Brenne by his side, while the dragon winces at the cheesy remark. He rallies Brenne to attack and charges the ice witch in a blazing aerial assault. Brenne unleashes a mighty roar that boosts Mr. Kang's strength through a skill called Brenne's Roar. Sword flaming, Mr. Kong dives toward his enemy with a fierce shout. The ice witch flicks her fingers to unleash another wave of icy magic. Shards of ice explode upward around her, forcing Mr. Kong to react. From above, he sees the battlefield fill with deadly ice spikes and realizes the danger. Brenne responds with a powerful breath attack as Mr. Kong calls out to him in alarm. The dragon engulfs the ice witch's attack in a torrent of fire. She easily dispels this first assault, calling it child's play. Mr. Kong is shocked as more ice lances shoot toward him. He manages to dodge through the storm while shards crash around him. The ice witch smirks confidently, preparing yet another barrage. She warns that she has many more such attacks, while Mr. Kong braces himself. Numerous ice bolts slam into Brenne's body midair. One strike hits Mr. Kang's arm directly, encasing it in ice and causing sharp pain. System messages warn that his body is freezing and his HP is rapidly dropping, alarming him. Remembering Minhyuk happily eating shaved ice, Mr. Kong tightens his grip and refuses to give up on obtaining the milk ice. Shouting that he is fighting for Minhyuk, he urges Bretney forward in one last desperate charge. Elsewhere, Genie muses that their guild needs a strong summoner to fill a gap in their lineup. Looking at a map of Valkuth Kingdom and their base, she decides they must prepare for a guild war to expand their territory. She also worries that Minhyuk neglects territory management and considers asking him to hire an administrator when a new chat message arrives. The guild chat shows Minhyuk announcing he is almost at Valhalla and will stop by the market first, which excites Genie. Morning breaks over Minhyuk's bright, stately manner. Genie, Locke, and Brad arrive at the estate, calling out for Minhyuk as they enter. Genie is surprised to find Kystra outside diligently washing mountains of dishes. Kystra abruptly looks back, startled while still scrubbing a plate. He apologetically greets them, saying he did not hear them come in, and they tell him it is fine. Kystra explains that the Viscount asked him to guide them inside, leaving them wondering who this boy is. On the way in, Genie bluntly asks Kystra who he is. He cheerfully introduces himself as Minhyuk's vassal whose job is to follow him and wash his dishes. The others are stunned that a vassal's duty is dishwashing as Kystra tells them to wait in the parlor and returns to his work. They secretly peek while Kystra rushes off, intent on finishing his chores quickly. Outside again, Kystra tirelessly scrubs an endless pile of plates. His arms ache as he rubs his shoulder, while the 3 guild members watch in disbelief from hiding. He accidentally gets dish soap in his eyes and tears up in pain. Seeing him crying, the onlookers panic, thinking something terrible has happened. Minhyuk suddenly appears, scolding his friends for not waiting inside, as he had told them. Genie glares at him disapprovingly while he looks back, puzzled. Locke shouts that they need to talk, angrily demanding how Minhyuk could treat a vassal this way. The narrative cuts back to Mr. Kong collapsed on the snow, panting heavily after the fierce fight. A system message declares he has completed a legendary quest by defeating the Ice Witch. Another message says the Ice Witch has returned to the summoner's room, and Mr. Kong, battered but elated, says he succeeded. He is then informed he has earned the legendary Ice Dragon and a special piece of ice as rewards. As the system announces he is warping back to the dungeon entrance, Mr. Kong smiles in satisfaction. He and Bretney reappear before the glittering icebergs, ready to return with the precious ice for Minhyuk. Minhyuk calls out to the Black Flame Dragon, excited that his father really did it. Bandits from the Vakran Guild threaten an old man and demand his items. A Vakran member asks Crone if he is sure about killing their target, and Crone coldly affirms it. 2 men report that Gorak's artifact is gone because the Frying Pan Slayer surprised them. Hooded figures decide their only way to appease Blackstone is to steal another artifact as valuable as Gorak's millstone. The Vakran Guild notes that Minhyuk cleared Kalami's territory. They infer he must possess the Ice Witch's dropped artifact and plan to loot his good gear after killing him. Crone charges with his men, ordering an all-out attack. Time shifts to a peaceful day outside in the real world. Genie is shocked to hear Minhyuk say a man offered to become his vassal because Minhyuk's father had helped that man's village. Minhyuk confirms this and jokes that taking the vassal and means another person to feed. Ace awkwardly admits they misunderstood Minhyuk's situation. Minhyuk says he only knows his dad donated things like gaming capsules to that village. He decides to go ask his father directly since his dad is home from work today, while Genie wonders if it might be a secret. Minhyuk insists his dad has no secrets and heads off, telling them he will see them later. Genie tells the others to inform her if Minhyuk logs back on. In reality, Minhyuk walks through the house thinking his dad is probably in his office. Approaching the office, he wonders if his father has eaten lunch yet. As he raises his hand to knock, he suddenly recalls the name Vakran Guild. Memories surface that Vakran attacked him for the Ice Witch artifact and killed him. Minhyuk reels from the realization that Vakran killed his father in-game, while his father smiles calmly in the office. His father recounts that he protected the special ice ingredient for Minhyuk with a protection scroll so it would not be lost on logout. Minhyuk trembles, realizing his dad died trying to gather food ingredients for him. Overwhelmed, he rushes away from the office. Inside the game, a notification tells Black Flame Dragon that Minhyuk has sent him a private message. Genie starts to speak to Minhyuk in-game when his terse message cuts in. Minhyuk tells Genie he plans to personally deal with the Vakran Guild. Elsewhere, Crone reads that Askin's nobles will be involved. The message explains that Pharaoh's agent and Askin's nobles will help Vakran recover the catastrophic class artifact from the Frying Pan Slayer, proving Kenuel's power. Pharaoh's agent, who can summon underworld demons, is expected to help Vakran defeat the Legend Guild. Crone receives a private message from Kurin and is glad for the timing. Crone asks Kurin, now in Legend territory, for a status report, and Kurin replies that he is in position. Kurin reports a strange vassal claiming to be second in command, plus a sparsely guarded estate with only a few workers, calling it a perfect chance. Crone is pleased by this news and decides to launch the plan immediately. Kurin walks the streets covertly as Crow and Ace, unaware, approach to hunt a bounty. Crow asks why Ace helps him with bounty hunting, and Ace says he has a personal reason. Ace cheerfully reveals he is saving for his future wedding. He elaborates on his detailed dream life plan, unsettling Crow, who questions how mature a 13-year-old Ace really is. Crow reminds Ace of bounty hunting rule 1, to avoid guild members and guild wars, and notes their target is a non-guild criminal with a huge bounty. Crow suddenly notices something that catches his attention. Kieran strolls by as Crow asks Ace if he is ready to capture their target. Kieran is stopped and surprised by their sudden confrontation. Crow dramatically declares himself a champion of justice. He vows to fight evil and rectify wrongs. Crow includes Kieran in that promise, making Ace join the pose reluctantly. Ace launches a flamboyant fire skill to begin their attack while Crow questions the theatrics. Kieran is blasted and flung into the air, demanding to know why they are doing this. Crow accuses him of massacring merchants and NPCs, insisting those NPCs feel fear and pain too. Kieran angrily dismisses Crow's righteous talk as nonsense. Alarmed, Kieran suddenly flinches as something happens to his body. System messages show Kieran has been logged out and bounty hunting is completed, leaving Crow bewildered at his sudden death. Crow asks if Ace used an overly strong skill, but Ace insists his spell only deals minor damage over time. Ace receives a warning saying he killed Kieran, got a chaotic penalty, and became enemies with the Vakran Guild, which he nervously explains. Crow is shocked that attacking Kieran has made Ace Vakran's enemy. Crow deduces that Kieran must have recently joined Vakran and cleansed his chaotic status by donating at church. Ace anxiously wonders if they walked into a trap. Crow decides they must warn Jeannie because something about the situation feels wrong. Jeannie reads a prompt that Minhyuk is requesting to leave the Legend Guild. She recalls Minhyuk's message that he will leave the guild until he avenges his father, and realizes he does not want them dragged into his fight. Jeannie sadly wonders if there is any way she can help him as she stares at his withdrawal request. A message from Crow arrives, and she wonders if something is wrong. Crow informs her that Ace got a chaotic penalty for killing a Vakran member while bounty hunting. He adds that they never target guild users and believes they were trapped, asking Jeannie for guidance. Jeannie, frustrated, questions why Vakran is targeting them again and what they want. She recalls a common dirty tactic where shady guilds create provocations before raiding another guild and worries that Vakran truly intends war. Jeannie steels herself, reasoning that although Vakran is bigger, Legends members are stronger and should prepare for the worst. Just as she notes that no one likes Vakran, a formal complaint from Crone arrives demanding an apology for Kieran's death. The message states that Vakran's guild master accuses Legend of unjustly killing one of their members and demands an official apology. Jeannie is surprised the news traveled so fast and continues reading Crone's follow-up message. Crone bluntly states he knows Legend will not apologize and therefore declares guild war against them. Explosions suddenly rock the Legend Guild estate. The surrounding town erupts into chaos as civilians flee from the attack. Jeannie springs to her feet, furious at Vakran's brazen assault. Seeing enemies and destruction outside, she demands to know how they dare invade Legend's territory. Pharaoh's agent appears, bringing Egyptian-themed warriors into the battle. Anubis-like demons, summoned by Pharaoh's agent, advance as the invaders. Jeannie urgently calls all Legend Guild members to teleport in, cursing that many are currently away playing soccer. Amid the bombardment, she wonders what Vakran hopes to gain from such madness. Locke rushes out asking what is happening, and Jeannie says they must fight to protect their people. Jeannie draws and ignites her flame whip skill to confront the attackers. Locke powers himself with Berserker's Heel as an Anubis demon approaches. Jeannie's whip engulfs an enemy in flames while Locke prepares to fight at her side. Their attacks barely scratch an Anubis demon, which begins smoking ominously. Locke realizes their blows are ineffective and laments fighting unknown monsters. He panics as a powerful strike comes his way. Locke runs, shouting for Jeannie's help as an Anubis warrior closes in. Pharaoh's agent raises his serpent staff to cast another spell. Pharaoh's curse is activated, lowering all of Legend's stats. Jeannie is hit by the debuff and wonders when Vakran obtains someone capable of large-scale debuffs. A hand taps her shoulder from behind. Kystra calmly asks Jeannie to let him join her guild. She panics at seeing the boy outside and urges him to go back in, but he reminds her she promised he could join. When she asks if he means right now, Kystra nods and insists he wants to help. Jeannie hurriedly accepts, and a notice confirms Kystra has joined Legend. Another notice identifies Kystra as the powerful messenger of incarnation, shocking Jeannie. She repeats the title in disbelief as Kystra walks forward. Kystra strides toward the battle with determination. He looks at the pink rubber gloves Minhyuk gifted him, recalling how he liked using them to wash dishes. Power surges through him as he transforms, thinking he looks cooler this way. In wolf-like form beside his giant wolf Fenris, Kystra revels in his new appearance. Crone assumes the Legend Guild building must already be in ruins. Confident in Pharaoh's minions, he concludes that taking the artifact will be easy if they attack together. Crone orders his gathered forces to prepare to move, and they answer in unison. He then receives a private message from Pharaoh's agent. Crone answers the call, and Pharaoh's agent informs him that Kystra is present. Pharaoh's agent at first calls this great news, saying Kystra is the messenger of incarnation and could be useful, but then abruptly changes his tone. Fenris charges into battle, ready to strike. Pharaoh's agent realizes Kystra is attacking his Anubis minions. Watching Kystra and Fenris cutting down Anubis, Pharaoh's agent concludes the boy betrayed Blackstone and joined the Legend Guild. Crone is stunned and questions why Kystra would side with Legend. He fumes that Kenzrao valued Kystra as an unofficial rancor, but now sees killing this traitor as their chance to win Kenzrao's favor. Crone grins wickedly, imagining himself becoming Kenrawell's most trusted subordinate. He tells Pharaoh's agent he will teleport soon and orders the others to keep Kystra from escaping. Pharaoh's agent agrees but urges him to hurry. Crone then rallies his men to get ready to teleport. As he does, something unexpected makes him pause. A massive wave of water suddenly appears behind Crone as he starts to speak. Crone and his men are drenched by a sudden water deluge. Water spreads around their feet, forming a conductive field. Crone notes they took barely any damage and no debuffs, wondering what that surprise attack was for. He demands to know who caused it, just as someone points and yells for him to look up. The crowd spots Minhyuk standing on the roof as the likely culprit. Crone sneers that Minhyuk must be too scared to fight up close and calls him a coward, asking why he did that. Minhyuk replies that soaking them was for his father, whom they had ganged up on without cause, and reveals his ring tsunami and atonement skills. Gripping his millstone weapon, Minhyuk vows to teach Vakran a lesson. He slams the millstone powerfully, preparing a massive attack. Onlookers nervously wonder what he is doing as the ground rumbles. Crone dismisses him as crazy and tells his men to ignore the act. A sudden realization hits Crone and he cries out to stop. Lightning crackles around the millstone in Minhyuk's hands. As the sky rumbles, Crone recognizes the artifact as a catastrophic class millstone. Lightning blasts down, instantly logging out one of Crone's allies. Crone watches in disbelief as notifications show more allies forcibly logged out. He realizes Minhyuk soaked them in water so the lightning would fry them all. More Vakran members are electrocuted and logged out amid screams. Additional enemies fall to the lightning while Crone curses that they were caught off guard. Crone quickly rallies the survivors, assuming Minhyuk's area attacks are on cooldown, and ordering everyone to swarm the roof. Minhyuk activates another ring skill as they charge. He appears with a glowing weapon and challenges their assumption that he is out of AoE skills. Crone glares up, calling Minhyuk and his allies jerks. Minhyuk declares that none of them will reach the rooftop and readies his blooming sword skill. He unleashes a sweeping storm of ice blades that shred the attackers below. Down on the ground, Kystra and Genie continue cutting through the Anubis demons amid explosions. Fenris and Kystra press the offensive, charging straight at the remaining enemies. Fenris gathers energy in his jaws for a powerful breath. The wolf unleashes a huge icy beam that annihilates the Anubis ranks. Fenris lands solidly after the attack. He lifts his head and howls as power radiates outward. A blessing from Fenris lifts all debuffs from Legend members and boosts their stats. Genie realizes Kystra, the messenger of incarnation, is the famed mystery summoner and thanks heaven that such power now belongs to their guild. The woman rallies Locke, saying Kystra's buff has strengthened them enough to defeat their enemies and urges him to move out. Locke acknowledges her command and prepares to fight with his axe. Their whip attack strikes an Anubis-like enemy. Locke follows up with a heavy blow. Seeing their foe collapse, the woman exclaims that they have successfully taken him down. Hearing someone call for Genie, the woman reacts in surprise. An older man appears, dragging a subdued troublemaker, saying he found hoodlums causing problems in Minhyuk's territory while he was upstairs studying coffee. He confirms that the Vakran Guild suddenly declared war on them, and Genie furiously agrees to join the fight. Something sudden happens nearby, drawing their attention. The older man dashes forward with his spear toward the new disturbance. Vowing not to allow Minhyuk's territory to be ruined, he slashes at an enemy. Genie notices a bright, magical arrival effect beside her. Minhyuk and several players appear, apologizing that they got carried away playing soccer. Minhyuk starts bragging about his last goal and offers to show it. Genie, seething with anger, threatens Minhyuk to come over immediately or else that goal will be his last, prompting his nervous apology. With the Legend Guild assembled, Genie leads everyone to charge into battle. Their archer unleashes a rain of arrows toward the Anubis monsters. Another guild member delivers a powerful sword strike amid explosions. The knight in white armor cuts down several Anubis minions before a robed pharaoh-like figure. The pharaoh realizes in shock that all of his minions have been defeated. Enraged, the pharaoh declares he will retaliate with a powerful move. As the ground rumbles again, Locke wonders in alarm what the pharaoh is doing this time. Minhyuk suddenly senses something shocking. A system message announces that Baphomet, one of the 7 demons of the underworld, has appeared. The huge goat demon Baphomet manifests, leaving nearby players horrified. Elsewhere in town, enemies are electrocuted and drop glowing cubes as loot. Minhyuk walks through the street, surrounded by defeated foes and scattered loot cubes. Picking up a cube, he calls this outcome karma, noting that what goes around comes around. A notification tells him he has gained an artifact modification scroll, which surprises him. He reads that the scroll can change a weapon's shape and options within the same weapon type and decides it will be useful. Minhyuk uses the scroll to transform Valaka's greatsword into a one-handed Valaka sword, pleased because he prefers swords. Right after equipping it, he hears a guild chat notification. In guild chat, Locke and Khan complain that the sheep-headed boss is extremely strong, and that its debuff makes every hit deadly. Reading about the sheep, Minhyuk focuses on that word. He imagines delicious lamb dishes and drools at the thought of eating lamb from this monster. Meanwhile, the intense battle with Anubis forces continues outside Minhyuk's cafe territory. Locke leaps at the pharaoh, shouting as he attacks. The pharaoh turns sharply, reacting to Locke's assault. Locke gasps as he realizes something is wrong. The pharaoh counters with a fiery explosive spell that blasts Locke. Locke is thrown to the ground in pain as Genie rushes to check if he is all right. Genie panics over Locke's condition, while a stranger watches from behind a wall and recognizes them as Legend Guild members. Locke curses the pharaoh, and the stranger, hearing the name, infers that this must be Kenuel's agent. The stranger, Locke, thinks that he came here because Kystra was last seen in Legend Guild territory and now wonders what is happening. Locke suddenly reacts in shock as he notices something. Kystra appears riding a large white wolf, charging into the battlefield. Baphomet hovers above Kystra and his wolf, summoning ghostly blue flames as they confront each other. Locke recognizes Kystra and calls out his name in disbelief. Locke sprints toward Kystra, shouting for him. Locke yells at Kystra for fighting against Kenuel's ally, reminding him how terrifying Kenuel is. Locke recalls that Kystra disappeared after sending him a short apology message and that he never expected Kystra to betray Kenuel. He reflects that Kenuel is a powerful heir of a global conglomerate who will stop at nothing to take revenge on Kystra. Locke clenches his fist anxiously. He pleads with Kystra to reconsider, warning that Baphomet is a demon from hell. Kystra begins to say Locke will not withstand what is coming, then urgently calls Locke's name. Kystra apologizes and explains that he has already pledged loyalty to someone else. Locke, stunned and sweating, asks what Kystra is talking about. As Locke calls out again, Kystra rides his wolf straight at Baphomet, who moves to engage him. Kystra closes in face-to-face with the towering demon. Baphomet raises a magic circle and prepares a devastating attack. Kystra screams in pain as the attack strikes. He collapses to the ground, badly hurt. Baphomet looms menacingly, his medallion gleaming ominously. The enraged demon howls to the sky amid falling debris. He slams his staff into the ground, unleashing a powerful seismic explosion that throws Kystra and devastates the surroundings. Locke cries out in horror, trying to stop the destruction. The shockwave demolishes the nearby cemetery, labeled the tomb of the boy prince, scattering gravestones. Locke stands shaking, using magic to shield Locke and Genie, who ask who he is. He tells them to escape while he holds the barrier for as long as he can, and they thank him. Straining, Locke uses his power to telekinetically move the gravestones. The stones crash down around Baphomet in an attempt to impede him. Baphomet smashes through the gravestones with his staff, undeterred. Kystra, staggering and confused, asks Locke why he is going this far for him. Locke, panting, says he trusts Kystra as a good kid and believes Kystra has a reason for choosing this path. Baphomet emerges from the rubble, growling as rocks crumble off him. Locke shouts that he will help Kystra fight Baphomet. Elsewhere, Minhyuk slashes down an enemy near some civilians. He checks on a father and daughter, warning them to flee to safety. The grateful man thanks him, while Minhyuk waves it off breezily. Minhyuk surveys the ruined territory, wonders where his guildmates are, and worries specifically about Kystra. Suddenly spotting something, he exclaims that he has found it. A notification confirms again that Baphomet has appeared as one of the 7 demons of the underworld, while the demon fights with fiery magic. Minhyuk realizes this is the sheep boss everyone mentioned and sees a list of gourmet ingredients that can be harvested from Baphomet. Facing Baphomet, Minhyuk excitedly confirms that the demon is indeed edible. He charges in, declaring he must obtain this lamb. Locke cues Kystra to act while Baphomet powers up with magic, and Kystra agrees. Minhyuk, watching, recognizes Kystra in the battle. Kystra and his wolf perform a coordinated slash against Baphomet. Minhyuk feels relieved seeing Kystra alive, while Baphomet's arm trembles under some hidden strain. Strange wounds on Baphomet's side begin to writhe. The injury starts to close, making Minhyuk exclaim that it is regenerating. Minhyuk notes in shock that the wound has completely healed by itself. He suddenly gets an idea and thinks he has come up with a brilliant plan. He considers Baphomet a monster with powerful regenerative abilities. Minhyuk remembers his charming food skill, which can tame targets through cooking, and wonders if he can use it on Baphomet. Imagining endless lamb, he fantasizes about running an all-you-can-eat lamb buffet. He resolves to claim Baphomet for himself. Watching from afar, Locke and the others admit they underestimated how strong the demon is. They then spot Minhyuk sprinting straight toward Baphomet. Locke shouts a warning to Minhyuk, stressing the demon's overwhelming strength. Minhyuk cheerfully tells Locke not to worry, though Locke insists he is serious. Baphomet eyes Minhyuk with a dangerous glint. The demon unleashes a massive wind and ice spell that tears through the air. Minhyuk draws his sword in preparation. The spell explodes into a huge blast. From within the storm, Minhyuk remarks that Baphomet's spell damage is indeed very high. Baphomet follows up with a terrifying blue-black magic attack. Minhyuk counters by swinging a frying pan, using it to intercept the magic around him. He quickly moves his feet into position. Standing against the raging winds, he declares he is not afraid of them. Baphomet smirks, amused or confident. Minhyuk looks tense and wary. A gigantic ball of mixed elemental magic plummets toward him. Minhyuk uses the pan like a shield, redirecting the massive attack. The colliding energies erupt in another huge explosion. Ben panics, believing Minhyuk is in danger. Kystra reassures Ben that Minhyuk is fine. After the smoke, movement appears, signaling someone emerging. Minhyuk runs out of the smoke alive, wreathed in golden energy, with his pig companion Fido on his shoulder. A skill description reveals Fido's absolute defense, which granted both of them brief invulnerability, and Minhyuk praises Fido. Minhyuk and Fido leap together toward Baphomet for a joint assault. Using Sword of Fury and Fido's bladed spatula, they slice deeply into Baphomet. Minhyuk notes how impressive these catastrophic class artifacts are. He hopes the Thunderbolt ability on his weapon will trigger. A powerful lightning strike automatically activates, blasting Baphomet. Despite the lightning, Baphomet endures, still not dead. Seeing its huge health pool, Minhyuk wonders if some kind of buff is sustaining it while Fido reacts. Fido suddenly dashes off with a spear in his mouth. The pig charges straight into Baphomet's chest, targeting his medallion. Baphomet's amulet shatters, and a message states that Baphomet's curse has been lifted. Minhyuk happily realizes Fido discovered that the amulet was the demon's power source. With the curse broken, Baphomet shrinks down from a towering demon into a much smaller, lamb-sized version. Now tiny and bleeding, Baphomet floats nervously while Minhyuk approaches, commenting that he now looks and sounds like an ordinary lamb. The mini Baphomet flinches anxiously. Smiling sweetly, Minhyuk offers the lamb a delicious-looking pie, coaxing it to try the food. Minhyuk tastes it himself and declares it delicious to reassure the lamb. A system message informs him he cannot tame Baphomet because their level gap exceeds 100, dashing his hopes. Disappointed, Minhyuk mourns that not all dreams come true and bids farewell to his all-you-can-eat buffet fantasy. He decides he will only get to enjoy this lamb once and prepares to finish Baphomet. As Baphomet cries out, Minhyuk promises to savor him, while a notice announces Minhyuk as the first player to hunt a demon of the underworld. Later, Locke brushes dust off himself after the fight. He complains that Pharaoh's agent logged out even though Locke only chopped and healed him a bit, while a message confirms the agent's logout. Locke and Genie stand over the unconscious agent. Locke yells that the man deserves more punishment, and Genie dryly says to keep hitting since he might be feigning death, joking Locke should have been the axeman. Locke wonders aloud where Minhyuk went, noting the system said Minhyuk killed Baphomet, while Genie is unsure. She guesses Minhyuk is probably off somewhere eating, while Minhyuk actually sits by a grill cooking food. Minhyuk cracks open a cold can. He drinks deeply from the can. Satisfied, he declares that ending the day with a beer is the best. Lamb skewers sizzle on the grill as he thinks about what comes next. Minhyuk happily notes that on top of everything, he now gets to enjoy delicious lamb skewers from the defeated demon. Minhyuk blissfully thinks that eating these grilled skewers feels heavenly. He decides to season his first skewer only with salt to savor the meat's natural flavor before adding spices. Minhyuk bites into the salted lamb skewer. Overwhelmed by how juicy and savory it is, he cries with joy, marveling at such fresh meat. He notes that while salt is good, lamb skewers are best when coated in a spicy seasoning. After finishing, he wipes his mouth, satisfied with the hearty appetizer. Hearing the meat sizzle, he eagerly announces that the main dish of lamb chops is next. The cooked lamb chop is cut into bite-sized pieces. Minhyuk brings a piece of lamb chop to his mouth with chopsticks. Delighted, he chews the lamb chops, clearly loving the taste. He savors the unique flavor and melt-in-the-mouth tenderness of the lamb, thinking he could eat it forever. Still nibbling bones, he even wishes he could eat those too. A system window suddenly appears, alerting him that he can acquire a random skill from Baphomet. Reading the notice more clearly, he realizes he has the chance to obtain Baphomet's skill. Saying it has been a while since he used the true value of food, he happily selects yes to acquire the skill. The acquisition process bar fills as the system gradually copies a random skill from Baphomet. While nervously chewing, Minhyuk watches the progress climb into the high percentages. The system announces that acquisition has reached 100%. A brilliant flash declares that he has successfully obtained Baphomet's skill. The narrative shifts to explain Korea's national Athene competition. It describes how players fight to become national representatives and win prize money plus the title of Korea's MVP. Genie asks Minhyuk if he will try out for the competition, and he uncertainly replies that he is not sure. As Minhyuk eats and polishes his sword, Genie begs him to participate, promising to hide sensitive information, while he protests that he is busy eating. When he imagines the possibility of an eating contest being part of it, Minhyuk's eyes gleam and he eagerly agrees to join. Genie happily accepts his promise, says she must leave to find a Vakran Guild member, and Minhyuk casually says goodbye while eating a sandwich. Minhyuk narrates that after the earlier attack they declared war on the Vakran Guild as he trains with his sword. He explains they offered bounties for Vakran locations and killed any Vakran members they encountered in the fields. Other guild's friends aided them, many Vakran members left their guild, and he assumes Vakran also dropped in the rankings. Taking a break from training, Minhyuk wipes sweat and prepares to move on. He joyfully activates his newly acquired active skill Dark Firestorm, which surrounds him with black flames that damage nearby enemies. Liking the skill more than Earthquake, he stores Dark Firestorm in his sword using the save ability so it will not share cooldowns. Looking at a feeble Baphomet's summoning stone among his rewards, he muses that the tough battle was worth it, and wonders if this means he can eat even more lamb. A new notification appears stating he has received a message, making him pause. The message from Joyful Incorporated asks Minhyuk to read an update about divine classes, which he recognizes as being from Athene. As he reads that his god of food class will no longer gain extra stats from food beyond level 350, Minhyuk panics and yells in disbelief. He then discovers he can still eat normally, sighs in relief, and thinks everything is fine as long as he can keep eating. Feeling sentimental about soon reaching level 350, he allocates his remaining stat points into dexterity. As he prepares to return to his territory, a flashing system message tells him that he has unsealed a map to a hidden temple, surprising him. The notice repeats that he has unsealed the map to the hidden temple, and he exclaims in shock. The scene cuts to a dark hall filled with ominous statues and demonic imagery. Gremory, a horned demon woman, realizes from far away that someone has unsealed her map. Smiling and raising a glowing hand, she remarks that it seems she will be receiving a visitor. She activates a magic circle on the floor with a summoning command. A man materializes before her throne amid light and energy while she reacts wearily, saying not again. The summoned man, Vallen, asks Gremory why she called him this time. She teases that he is still cold as ever, while he impatiently asks her to state what she wants. Gremory claims she summoned him because she missed her old friend, the sword god, though he answers silently. She peers at him, asking if he is still hiding his true identity. Vallen's narration reveals he now lives quietly training beginners in a small village as instructed by Athene's god. Gremory incredulously repeats that he is a teacher, which he confirms while wondering why she finds that amusing. She protests that the title seems unfitting for the sword god who once saved the world, but he replies that she can think what she likes. Vallen states he is now married with a child and living a normal life, unlike her. Gremory contemplates this with a thoughtful expression. She then asks what happened to the sword he always carried, prompting him to recall it. Vallen explains that he gave the sword to someone who gave him unforgettable memories. Hearing this, Gremory comments that such memories show he is human after all as she steps closer. Vallen agrees that he is indeed human. He then asks if someone is coming to the temple, steering the topic back to the present. Gremory answers that yes, her map has been unsealed, implying a new challenger is on the way. Vallen remarks that he is eager to see who this person will be. He declares that any challenger who wins will gain a portion of his power, but warns there will be consequences for failure. The perspective returns to Athene's academy-like complex under a bright sky. Minhyuk's vassals, Brod and Kystra, enthusiastically tell him they will go anywhere with him. Minhyuk explains that it is not a fun trip and that he needs their help clearing a secret temple quest. Far from discouraged, the two say that sounds fun and express excitement about hunting with him. Chuckling at their enthusiasm, Minhyuk shares the hidden temple quest with his party through the system prompt. The quest details appear before them as the party accepts. Realizing there is a penalty for arriving late, Kystra and Brod rush to get ready immediately. The group sets out under a sunny, leafy sky. Riding on the back of the giant white wolf Fenris, the three dash at high speed across the landscape. While riding, Minhyuk calls Kystra's name, getting his attention. Minhyuk asks what Kystra would do if they receive an underworld food ingredient as a reward, and Kystra cheerfully promises to give it to him. Minhyuk, eyes sparkling, confirms that Kystra really wants him to have the reward and gladly accepts the offer while insisting he is not forcing him. In return, Minhyuk asks for more homemade bread, which surprises Kystra. Brod explains that Kystra has been eating Minhyuk's bread every day since tasting it, showing how much he liked it. Pleased, Minhyuk pats Kystra and promises to bake more, making the boy rejoice. Brod chides Kystra for making Minhyuk do extra work, and Kystra sheepishly apologizes. As they continue riding, Minhyuk studies the map and says they are nearly at the temple, though Brod only sees endless trees. The map indicates they have reached the marked location even if nothing is visible. Minhyuk asks Fenris to help locate the temple, and the wolf sniffs the surroundings. Fenris suddenly charges through what appears to be a leafy dead end, alarming Brod. Passing through the foliage, the group is shocked as Fenris reveals a hidden path. They emerge to see the grand, overgrown temple and confirm that Minhyuk was right about the map. Entering the structure with Fenris close behind, Minhyuk tells everyone to be careful. The heavy doors close behind them as they step into the dim interior. Startled by a noise, Minhyuk and Brod spin around. Minhyuk notices the entrance has sealed itself, and a window proclaims he is the first to discover Gremory's temple and may begin her test. Another message states that the test has been adjusted for the size of their party, surprising them. Someone approaches as Minhyuk, Brod, Kystra, and Fenris ready their weapons. Vallen appears and calmly welcomes them to Gremory's temple. Minhyuk recognizes him in shock and starts to say his name. Realizing it is Vallen, he calls out to him in disbelief. Vallen greets Minhyuk, saying it has been a while. Smiling, Vallen remarks that he did not expect Minhyuk to come here accompanied by his vassals. He observes that Minhyuk has grown a lot since they last met. Minhyuk emotionally asks how Vallen and Rowena have been, and Vallen replies that both are doing well thanks to Minhyuk. Gremory interjects that they must focus on the important matter, declaring there is serious business today. She explains the rules of the test, stating that Minhyuk must defeat Vallen and his comrades without using any powers gained in Athene. Vallen further clarifies that Minhyuk must rely solely on swordsmanship, and Minhyuk confidently agrees. The system resets everyone's stats to default and announces that the test is beginning. The duel starts with a swift movement across the arena floor. Vallen and Minhyuk clash swords in a powerful opening exchange. During the struggle, Vallen apologizes to Minhyuk. He warns that this time he will not hold back against him. As they trade blows, Vallen thinks that the test exists to find the one, and he must not go easy on Minhyuk despite their friendship. He suddenly looks alarmed mid-battle. Vallen loses his sword as it is knocked from his hand. Elsewhere, Broad overwhelms one of Vallen's comrades, berating the opponent for dishonoring their sword. Vallen realizes in dismay that they have already lost one ally early in the fight. He admits his comrades are weaker than he is and is surprised to see them outmatched by Minhyuk's vassals. Beginning to worry they might actually lose, he reassesses the battle. Minhyuk admonishes him to pay attention as he rushes in with another strike. Minhyuk and Vallen meet blade to blade again as the duel intensifies. Their swords lock closely, the enchanted blade glinting. Blood trickles from Vallen, showing he has been wounded. Minhyuk criticizes him for losing focus and calls it disrespectful to an opponent. Vallen apologizes, promising not to let his guard down again. The heated duel continues with rapid clashing around the arena. Minhyuk realizes he cannot win unless he catches Vallen off guard once more. He plans to create an opening while continuing to parry Vallen's strikes. Reminding himself it is only a game, Minhyuk executes a bold attacking maneuver. Vallen reacts with shock as the attack comes in faster than expected. Minhyuk notes that players inherently have an advantage over NPCs and pushes his assault despite being grazed. He even grabs Vallen's blade with his hand to stop it, injuring himself in the process. Using that risky move, Minhyuk lands a decisive stab on Vallen. Vallen staggers, calling him crazy and asking if such recklessness was necessary, while Minhyuk laughs that maybe it was not. Their blades cross again in a final exchange. Minhyuk reflects that his risky strategy will nonetheless secure his victory. Vallen lets out a strained laugh, acknowledging the outcome. Admitting he is cornered, Vallen concedes defeat as the system announces that Minhyuk has completed Gourmet's test. The rewards appear, granting Minhyuk various Demon Lord dishes including grilled cutlass fish, black pork belly, and stir-fried pork. Drooling, Minhyuk marvels at the huge food reward and feels like he is on Jeju Island with all the fish and pork. Numerous system windows pop up as he wonders what each message means. One window states he has reached level 350 and can no longer gain additional stats from the true value of food, which he shrugs off as long as he can still eat. Another informs him he can learn Sword God Vallen's sword skills and even merge them with other sword abilities. Seeing this, Minhyuk realizes Vallen truly is the renowned sword god. He then asks Vallen why he is at the temple, prompting Vallen to say he should start by explaining his past. Vallen begins his story, saying everything began 10 years ago. He recounts how a portal to the underworld opened in a village, unleashing demons that massacred the helpless residents. To stop further casualties, knights from across the kingdom, including Vallen, gathered to fight the demons. Despite their efforts, they were badly outnumbered and on the verge of defeat. At that desperate moment, Gourmet appeared and bestowed her power upon them. She mocked humans as weak yet offered her strength so they could fight the enemy. Vallen explains that Gourmet, though a demon, favored humans. With her help he destroyed the portal and earned the title of Sword God, while she grumbles that it was long ago. Minhyuk flatters Vallen about how amazing he is and inwardly resolves to examine and fuse Vallen's sword skills with his own later. Another brilliant notification states that Minhyuk cleared an SSS grade quest with a top score and that his achievement can be recorded in the Hall of Kings, which he ponders. Imagining the unwanted fame, Minhyuk thinks he prefers anonymity so he can eat in peace without being recognized. He selects the option to record his achievement anonymously, and the system confirms it. The system proclaims the birth of the 10th king and spreads news of Korea's mysterious anonymous king worldwide while Minhyuk casually brushes his hands, unfazed. Minhyuk responds to the situation with a simple okay as the scene closes. An armored man smiles as someone observes that he has not changed at all. Two companions look down in amazement at what they are seeing. The horned demon woman reacts in surprise and mild embarrassment. Minhyuk happily announces it is time to feast on underworld food and invites everyone to eat with him. When asked if they are really invited, Minhyuk insists they join the feast, and one of them blesses him. Minhyuk, sparkling with excitement, readies his chopsticks and spoon to eat. He decides to begin his meal with a large bite of grilled cutlass fish. He scrapes the tender flesh of the cutlass fish with his chopsticks. A chunk of the fish is lifted cleanly from the bone. Eating fish over rice, he savors the intense sea flavor and buttery soft texture. He then turns his attention to the stir-fried pork, marveling at its rich, spicy, meaty taste. Enjoying the dish, he notes how the vegetables add a refreshing crunch to the experience. He is shocked to see the stir-fried pork almost completely gone. Producing a frying pan, Minhyuk calmly says he has a plan. He fries a sunny-side-up egg in the pan. Minhyuk combines the leftovers with rice and the fried egg, proudly presenting the revamped dish while joking about eating himself to death with rice. Realizing he almost forgot about the pork belly on the grill, he rushes over asking them to save him some while the others tell him to hurry. He hurriedly gulps down the food he is still eating so he can get to the pork belly. Mid-bite, Minhyuk suddenly senses something unusual as a system notification appears. A message informs him that one of his stats has reached 2000 and he is now eligible to obtain a dual class, leaving him puzzled. Another message explains that Gorak's tome is automatically selecting the most suitable dual class for him. The tome opens in a blaze of light, and Minhyuk reacts in disbelief at receiving a dual class. As he reads, he sees an illustration of Gorak and becomes absorbed in the tome's story. The tome narrates how Gorak discovered MSG, a mineral seasoning he considered the greatest flavor he had ever tasted. It continues describing Gorak's love for barbecued meat and how he once used wood from the finest tree, Gardine, as firewood. It recalls how Gorak borrowed a magical orb from the water dragon Valaka to make holy water and used it to cook extraordinarily delicious instant ramen. The book explains that food-obsessed Gorak created numerous special food-related classes with unique abilities. A proclamation states that Gorak's tome has now selected a class for Minhyuk, referred to as the Unknown One. His new dual class is revealed as Geeky Foodie, surprising and confusing him. A new quest appears, tasking him to create a special tool, a special dish powered by a special being, and a special seasoning, mirroring Gorak's achievements. System messages grant him several passive skills tied to the Geeky Foodie class. Overwhelmed by the flood of notifications, Minhyuk panics as he struggles to read them all. He asks the system to slow down and taps on the Geeky Chef passive skill to inspect it. Curious, he opens the Geeky Chef description window. He learns that Geeky Chef lets his food knowledge create amazing dishes and grants stats and fame based on his geek score. Minhyuk realizes this class can compensate for the earlier nerf that limited stat gains from food. When asked what is happening, he explains to Gourmet that he has obtained a dual class. She urgently asks where he obtained the tome, and he tells her it is called Gorak's tome and asks if she knows it. Gourmet reveals that Gorak is one of the 3 great demons of the underworld like herself, and wonders if this outsider has gained a new power source. She downplays it aloud, saying not really, leaving Minhyuk slightly confused. After the meal, Gourmet checks if he enjoyed it, and he confirms enthusiastically. She states she will now reward him for passing her test, piquing his interest. She declares that he will inherit the power of the sword god as power begins to swirl around him. Vallen adds that in exchange Minhyuk must complete a task assigned by the god of Athene. Minhyuk nervously asks what task, and they remind him of Vallen's past battle against underworld demons. They explain that the demon behind that attack was Viros, who now seems to be plotting evil again and whose threat Minhyuk must face with Vallen's inherited power. Gourmet shows Viros' image in a sphere and tells Minhyuk he must stop this demon. Minhyuk hesitates, thinking there seems to be no tasty reward for such a mission. He decides to check the new Geeky Foodie Insight skill to see how it might help. As Gourmet warns how malicious Viros is and how he will someday send demons to conquer the human world, Minhyuk activates his new skill. The insight reveals that by infusing Gourmet's demonic energy into jajangmyeon he can create the world's most delicious version of that dish via Gourmet's blessing. Minhyuk fixates on the mention of jajangmyeon and imagines the noodles and black bean sauce. He wonders why jajangmyeon is tied to evil energy, and jokes to himself that it might be because the sauce is dark. Despite the oddity, he happily decides a bowl of jajangmyeon sounds fantastic while Gourmet scolds him for not paying attention. She repeats that he must find something before fighting Viros, and Minhyuk asks what it is. She reveals he must find a special underworld mineral. Gourmet explains she has sealed her power inside crystals made from a mineral called anterinum. Minhyuk is shocked at the name, and wonders if she is talking about the strange item he already has. As she begins telling him to find anterinum, he interrupts her to ask a question. Minhyuk asks if he will receive anything, even just a compliment, for finding anterinum quickly. Gourmet calls him full of himself, but he denies it. He flatters her strength and beauty, admitting he just wants a compliment from someone like her, which leaves her flustered. She begrudgingly agrees to give him her blessing if he returns quickly. She tries to explain he must come back within 3 days and where to find the mineral, but he says that is unnecessary. Smiling slyly, Minhyuk leaves her hanging mid-sentence. He dramatically produces the anterinum crystal from his inventory and proudly reveals he already has it. A memory shows that anterinum is one of several hidden minerals whose collector will gain tremendous power, and the creator is surprised Minhyuk found it so easily. Gourmet is stunned by how quickly he produced the mineral. She wonders how he obtained it so fast as she stares at it glowing in his hands. Minhyuk admits to himself he recently looted it, stored it without knowing its use, and will not reveal that he took it from Baphomet in case that demon served Gourmet. He cheerfully asks if he can receive his promised blessing now, forcing her to honor the deal. As she begins to channel power through her fingers, Minhyuk suddenly shouts for her to wait. Instead of his body, he places a pot over a blazing fire and starts preparing something else, puzzling Gourmet. He reveals a freshly made bowl of black sauce and asks if she can bless it instead. Gourmet reacts in surprise as dark energy crackles around her hand. Minhyuk politely insists that her power will make the sauce taste better, and she nervously channels her energy into it, wondering if he plans to use her energy as an ingredient. The system announces that normal-grade Geeky Jajang sauce infused with Gourmet's blessing has been created and assigns it a geek score of 39. An item window details that this Geeky Jajang sauce grants permanent stat boosts and Gourmet's blessing when eaten. Minhyuk finds it odd that the geek score is not higher despite using the power of a great demon and starts analyzing why. He wonders if his geek score also depends on tools and seasonings, not just special power. Accepting that he cannot be perfect on the first attempt, he readies himself to cook again. Flames roar under the pan as he continues cooking the jajangmyeon. He resolves to improve next time, but for now focuses on enjoying the meal he has made. The finished jajangmyeon, piled with glossy sauce and ingredients over noodles, is presented. Minhyuk thinks that normal grade or not, food is food and still wonderful. Declaring it time to eat, he mixes the noodles thoroughly with the rich sauce. The dark, glossy noodles hang from his chopsticks, coated in sauce. He slurps up a mouthful of the noodles. Delighted, he praises the perfect balance and rich, addictive flavor of the sauce and daydreams about side dishes like fried dumplings and tangsiyuk. After finishing the noodles, he happily uses leftover jajang sauce to mix with rice. He notes that there are many enjoyable ways to eat jajang sauce, including over rice. While devouring the dish, he thanks Gourmet for the blessing as system messages show boosts to his stats and evil energy. New notifications award him a title for resisting evil energy and explain that his high evil energy can intimidate foes, prompting him to admit he must still learn about this new class. Determined, he vows never to give up on his mission of enjoying delicious food. A new sealed episode quest called Will of the Hero appears, confusing him. Gourmet points out that he has finally received the quest. She assures him that he will be able to unseal it soon. She recalls how, 10 years earlier, when Viros attacked the human world, heroes and gods united against him. Gourmet remembers granting her power to humans during that invasion. She explains that she helped because she needed a human strong enough to oppose Viros, a fellow great demon she cannot defeat alone. She admits that human casualties mean little to her. What matters most is destroying Viros, who she believes should follow Gorak into oblivion. Gourmet confesses that Viros is her rival and that she must eliminate him to become the demon god. She decides she should dispose of Minhyuk, whom she considers mediocre, and wait for a more suitable champion. Just as she is about to act, she calls out to him. Instead of killing him, she awkwardly asks if she can taste his food, internally wondering why it smells so good. Minhyuk is startled that she wants his jajangmyeon but agrees, saying she deserves it since her energy is in the dish. He presents a freshly made, warm bowl of jajangmyeon. Gourmet observes that the dark color is unappealing and reminds her of underworld food. Even so, the aroma tempts her, and she becomes curious how it tastes. She takes a cautious slurp of the noodles. The first bite shocks her senses. She drops her chopsticks in astonishment. Overwhelmed, Gourmet lunges toward Minhyuk, begging for more of the mysterious food. Looking desperate and sparkling-eyed, she pleads with him to give her more. Minhyuk sighs, thinking he should negotiate something in return because he dislikes one-sided deals. He agrees to cook more if she shares important information about the underworld. He tempts her further by offering a trio of dishes that pair perfectly together. Excited, Gourmet immediately agrees and asks what he wants to know, while Vallen tries to get a word in. Vallen watches them and chuckles quietly to himself. He comments that Minhyuk seems to be getting along quite well with Gourmet, which flusters Minhyuk. Minhyuk is startled by something he suddenly notices. He sees Vallen's body starting to fade away and cries out in alarm. Vallen calmly explains he is returning to where he belongs and is glad to finally have a successor to inherit his role. He conjures a glowing book as a parting gift. Vallen says the skill book will teach Minhyuk how to wield his power. The book explains Minhyuk can either inherit Vallen's power directly or merge it with his own skills. Minhyuk wonders if he can combine it with another sword skill he already has. Remembering a beloved teacher, he thinks of merging Vallen's swordsmanship with hers. Vallen tells him to do as he wishes, accepting Minhyuk's choice. As Vallen vanishes, he bids Minhyuk goodbye. Minhyuk smiles and says farewell, hoping they will meet again someday. Light bursts from the open skill book, activating the fusion. A notification proclaims that Els and Vallen's sword skills have merged into a demigod class skill. Another message states that Minhyuk is the first player in the world to obtain a demigod class skill and that this achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Kings. Annoyed at the attention, Minhyuk insists his accomplishment be recorded anonymously. Gourmet calls his name, interrupting his thoughts. She urges him to start cooking, and he replies that he was just about to since the ingredients are prepared. She thanks him enthusiastically while he casually asks if he can leave once he finishes cooking. She reluctantly agrees, while Minhyuk happily wonders what to eat next. A grand ornate notification appears before him, startling him. It explains that, as the first to gain a demigod class skill, he is offered a ticket to the Athene national competition in exchange for recording the achievement in the Hall of Kings. Minhyuk recalls how he was not interested when Genie previously asked him to try out for this competition. Now, realizing the ticket is a major reward tied to his demigod skill, he reconsiders. He concludes that the national competition must be a pretty big deal after all. Someone reacts in disbelief that he actually received a ticket to the national competition. Back in the real world, Minhyuk tells his friends the ticket was his reward for obtaining a demigod grade skill. Genie excitedly notes this means he can skip tryouts, and confidently predicts he will win the eating competition. Minhyuk, playfully dog-like with excitement, confirms that this means he is already qualified while Genie tells him to arrive hungry. Another companion wonders if Genie is trying to tame Minhyuk with food. A few days later, the crowded stadium of the Korean National Athene competition is shown, signaling the start of the grand event. Festival goers excitedly speculate about who will win the upcoming competition, with some betting on bad. Minhyuk arrives at the crowded venue, amazed by how many people are gathered. Genie reads that 10 two-person teams will compete in this year's eating event, while Minhyuk worries if his ticket properly registered him. Genie admits she has never seen anyone enter the competition the way Minhyuk did but reassures him that his ticket should work normally. A knight tells Minhyuk the match schedule has been posted and suggests they go check it together. The player list shows notable teams, including Team 10 composed of legendary fisherman Carrie and an unknown cook. Minhyuk realizes he is the unknown cook on Team 10, and Genie agrees. Minhyuk hurriedly leaves for the waiting room, asking his pet Fido if it can manage alone as it jumps around. Minhyuk entrusts Fido to Genie, who wonders where the little pig is headed. Fido appears among many cute animals in the Athene mascot competition, delighting onlookers. Minhyuk excitedly notes that the mascot contest's prize is grilled eel, leaving Genie speechless. The stadium fills with noisy spectators for the main competition. A man in yellow boots complains about his terrible luck. Legendary fisherman Carrie worries because his partner, the unknown cook, is only level 355 while most participants are around level 400. Carrie, who barely passed tryouts, dreads having to carry another weak teammate and checks the partner info while planning to complain to the game master. Locke, the unknown cook Minhyuk, greets the nervous Carrie in the waiting area. Minhyuk warmly says he is happy to be on the same team as Carrie. Carrie politely responds, thinking Minhyuk seems nice despite his low level. Announcers explain that the eating competition is about to start and monsters will appear once the timer begins. The rules state that participants must fight using food buff scrolls that drop from monsters. Minhyuk hears that the faster one eats, the faster one can fight, and that finishing the dish is required to gain the buff. Further rules explain that monsters will attack continuously until the game ends and the team with the most kills wins. Minhyuk asks what food the scrolls provide, and Carrie replies that the theme changes annually. Carrie believes this year's food theme is market food, surprising Minhyuk. Images of sugar-coated twisted donuts and red bean donuts illustrate the market foods available. More examples appear, such as mung bean pancakes, fried chicken, and kimbap, which Carrie lists somewhat uncertainly. Minhyuk asks what happens if they cannot finish in time, and Carrie begins explaining that the buff lasts until the game ends. Carrie finishes by saying that any leftovers will be thrown away, making Minhyuk flinch. Shocked that food will be discarded, Minhyuk questions it while Carrie tells him to just do his best. Carrie silently thinks Minhyuk seems ordinary and likely lacks powerful artifacts. As the announcer tells everyone to get ready, Carrie reassures himself that he can carry a weak teammate because he is used to it. The countdown ends and the game officially begins. Minhyuk immediately dashes straight toward the monsters, surprising Carrie as the announcer notes the unknown cook's charge. Minhyuk is quickly surrounded by monsters, and commentators worry because he has not eaten any buff food yet. Minhyuk focuses intensely and prepares to unleash a powerful skill. He unleashes a devastating attack that heavily damages many monsters with just one skill, astonishing the spectators. Carrie runs after him shouting that they need to use the scrolls, but Minhyuk keeps sprinting ahead. Commentators exclaim that Minhyuk is leaping through the battlefield slaying monsters without using any scroll buffs. Minhyuk continues cutting down enemies with strong sword slashes, clearly ignoring the buff mechanic. Watching him rampage, someone reflects that it is easy to forget Minhyuk technically plays a production, not combat class. Time expires and Minhyuk stands exhausted, bloody but still on his feet. The scoreboard reveals that Team 10, Carrie and the unknown cook, have won the game thanks to Minhyuk. A stunned Carrie demands to know what happened, realizing Minhyuk won without ever using the scrolls. Minhyuk, equally surprised by the crowd's reaction, wonders who this amazing guy everyone is talking about actually is. In the stands, Minhyuk's friends remark that his over-the-top performance is exactly what they expect from him. Announcers explain that winners of each event earn the MVP title and qualify for the international competition, delighting Minhyuk. Commentary notes that the unknown cook is approaching Carrie, and viewers wonder if he will congratulate his teammate. Minhyuk compliments Carrie's effort, thanks him, then casually asks if he can have the leftover scrolls, which Carrie allows. Cameramen are instructed to capture their post-match conversation on film. Genie hears Minhyuk's voice over a buzzing connection and perks up. Minhyuk politely asks his friends in the stands if he can have their scrolls as well. Genie and another friend react in exasperated amusement at his shameless request. A title card announces that Minhyuk has qualified for the International Athene competition. The narrative shifts to the Korean National Athene Combat Class Competition's World Tree event, where players gain vitality by hunting termites that threaten the tree's roots, and the one who contributes the most vitality wins. Jisoo, in armor, worries whether he can become an MVP since Korea's best players are in this event, and Genie chose him to represent their guild. He frets about facing a national kendo champion and several top rankers, wondering how he can beat such professionals. Depressed, Jisoo slumps against a wall, thinking they should have selected Minhyuk instead because Minhyuk would have easily won. A flashback explains that Minhyuk is not only a top gamer but also a naturally gifted athlete who won many kendo trophies when he was younger. Jisoo recalls that unlike Minhyuk he was never athletic and spent his youth mainly playing video games. A game's scoreboard shows Jisoo achieving a huge high score, establishing his prowess in gaming. In another memory, Minhyuk excitedly tells Jisoo he is the best gamer he has met, and asks to be taught. Minhyuk playfully asks Jisoo to be his gaming mentor, which embarrasses Jisoo. Remembering this, Jisoo blushes and feels emotional. He slaps his cheeks to regain confidence, reminding himself that Athene is also just a game and he is a master gamer who will not back down. Jisoo bumps into another armored man while telling himself he has no reason to be scared. Startled, he apologizes, but the other man calmly says he is fine. Jisoo recognizes the man as Kar and realizes he is actually Lee Dahl, the famous gold medal kendo champion. Jisoo panics internally upon realizing he must fight Lee Dahl, whom he just met in person. Lee Dahl confirms his identity and calls Jisoo by name, surprising Jisoo that the champion knows who he is. Lee Dahl recalls seeing Jisoo at a national middle school kendo competition 5 years earlier, triggering Jisoo's memory of that event. Jisoo vaguely remembers attending that competition to cheer on a talented friend who might have won a medal. Lee Dahl darkly asks if Jisoo truly remembers seeing him there, hinting it was the worst day of his life. Jisoo recalls that he had been in the crowd with Minhyuk and Jeannie loudly cheering for another competitor. Lee Dahl bitterly recounts being defeated by a nobody that day and insists his opponent only won because he was sick. He remembers the humiliating loss, shown as him kneeling on the floor after the match. Lee Dahl vows he will never forget what happened in that match. Now in Athene, he tells Jisoo that he searched for that opponent for years but could not find him, and believes his chance for revenge has finally arrived. Filled with resentment, Jisoo resolves to crush Minhyuk, Lee Dahl's former opponent, and Jisoo's friend. As Jisoo fumes, the interviewer arrives, but Lee Dahl says there is one more thing Jisoo needs to hear. Lee Dahl reveals that while investigating Minhyuk he also learned about Jisoo. He insults Jisoo as a former ugly nerd who was talented at nothing. Lee Dahl adds that gaming is the only thing Jisoo is good at and sneers that Jisoo does not deserve any spotlight. Reporters interrupt to request an interview with Kar and Locke before the World Tree event begins. Jisoo meekly agrees to be interviewed. Lee Dahl coldly refuses the interview, further unnerving the reporter. Jisoo complains privately that he cannot stand Lee Dahl's perfume and feels like throwing up. Lee Dahl brushes this off and says he will go prepare himself for the game. The system announces that crazy priest Locke, Jisoo's character, has entered the World Tree event area. A notification states that the World Tree event is starting as strange creatures stir. The objective appears: eliminate the giant termites undermining the tree. Another prompt explains that players must infuse vitality into the World Tree's root after killing termites. Jisoo hears Lee Dahl's earlier insult echoing in his mind about being an ugly nerd only good at games. He admits inwardly that this was once true and recalls being mocked when he was younger. But he now takes strength from Minhyuk and his other friends who enjoy playing games with him. Determined not to dwell on the past, he resolves not to harbor bitterness. Locke throws himself into combat, fiercely attacking the termites with his axes. He unleashes a huge explosive attack on the swarm, creating a bloody blast. Locke grins amid the destruction, axes raised for more. Termites are sliced apart by his sweeping attacks. Commentators describe Locke's flashy opening moves as he tears through the termites. They note that although Locke is known for defensive play, he is aggressively crushing the termites and taking the early lead. The broadcast marvels at how intense battles reveal a player's true nature as Locke keeps charging forward. Observers predict that if this continues, Locke will become the MVP of the event. Lee Dahl, however, vows he will not allow Locke to take that title. Locke pauses, panting, surrounded by piles of termite corpses. Other players confront him in the cave and shout his name. They accuse him of belittling Kar and declare they will not let him win the game. Confused, Locke asks what they mean. He then remembers his earlier remark about Lee Dahl's perfume and realizes the attackers refer to that insult. The trio say they do not care about winning themselves and are only here to stop Locke from becoming the victor. Announcers report that 3 players have ganged up on Locke. The broadcast continues that those 3 have launched a coordinated attack on Locke. Viewers comment in chat, some saying justice is being served and others criticizing the unfair gang up, while commentators wonder if Locke can survive. Jeannie worries that Jisoo is wasting too much mana using his powerful new skills and will not last long at this rate. During the chaotic fight, Jisoo wonders where the rumor came from that he insulted another player. Minhyuk quietly laments that Jisoo trained harder than anyone to become MVP and that he feels sorry seeing his friend in this situation. Minhyuk falls silent, clearly troubled. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Jisoo collapses to the ground as his attackers claim victory. The trio leave him lying there, mocking him and telling him to enjoy watching Kar become MVP. Jisoo forces a chuckle, trying to laugh off their cruelty even as he lies face down. In his thoughts, he agrees with Lee Dahl's criticism and believes he does not deserve to be MVP since the crowd favors Kar. He concludes he brought this misfortune on himself and fears his friends will be disappointed in him. Lying on the ground, he apologizes to his friends in his mind. Suddenly the sound of clashing weapons and cries from his attackers is heard. Footsteps approach through the darkness, revealing a new arrival. A hand reaches out toward the fallen Jisoo. Minhyuk appears and encourages Jisoo not to let the bully's words affect him, reminding him that he is a master gamer. Minhyuk offers his hand and urges Jisoo to show everyone how great he is. Jisoo grabs Minhyuk's hand and, astonished to see him there, asks how Minhyuk entered the event. Minhyuk helps him up and reminds Jisoo that he registered anonymously in the Hall of Kings, which allowed him to join. Minhyuk cheerfully says that record lets him participate in any event. Jisoo, moved to tears, starts to say that Minhyuk came just to save him. Minhyuk instead gushes that the world tree itself is the event's prize and he could not miss grilling eel over its 3,000-year-old charcoal. He fantasizes about how the smoky aroma will make the grilled eel even more perfect. Jisoo is left speechless by Minhyuk's food-obsessed reasoning. Internally, Jisoo grumbles that he thought Minhyuk came for him and calls him a jerk, although he outwardly agrees. Minhyuk smiles softly, showing he still genuinely cares. He tells Jisoo to let him help, promising to handle the bullies blocking Jisoo's path. Minhyuk instructs Jisoo to keep focusing on feeding vitality into the world tree as he fights. Minhyuk vows to become MVP and win the world tree prize on Jisoo's behalf while Jisoo sobs with gratitude. Someone approaches, remarking that it is surprising to see a production class player recorded twice in the Hall of Kings. Lee Dahl realizes that this famed production class user has now joined the game, and Minhyuk turns toward him. Lee Dahl admits he did not expect Minhyuk to be the anonymous Hall of Kings player. Minhyuk recognizes Lee Dahl as the kendo champion from the old match. Minhyuk greets him curtly, saying he is not particularly happy to see him. Lee Dahl angrily claims Minhyuk's past victory was pure luck and demands how he dares insult him. The two slowly close the distance, trading barbs about whether Minhyuk's Hall of Kings record is due to luck. A system message grants the blessing of the world tree, equalizing all players' stats for 20 minutes, and Lee Dahl declares Minhyuk's lucky streak over. A white blur rushes across the field as Lee Dahl charges. Lee Dahl clashes swords with Minhyuk, vowing to crush him and prove he is the better fighter. The armored swordsman lunges forward, drawing his blade. His opponent, a young man with a short sword, braces as golden slashes rush in. The youth widens his eyes as a glowing strike comes right for him. Close up, he focuses intensely on the impending blow. His blue sword whips out to counterattack. Spectators note that the new player is dueling Lee Dahl, a national kendo champion, in an even sword fight. Commentators say the match is neck and neck as a small device spins through the air. The narration calls the situation unbelievable and hints that few know the truth about this player. Flashback, he recalls being a good athlete who once dreamed of becoming a kendo champion before illness, yet kept practicing. He remembers training hard at kendo despite gaining weight and his condition. He also trains with swords inside the game world. He thinks that although he never became a national champion, he can still fight one here and grips his sword. Determined, he dashes forward, vowing to defeat a champion. Lee Dahl charges in with a fierce slash. Dahl, bleeding and shocked, internally rages that he is losing to this opponent again. The protagonist's attack sends Dahl skidding back across the field. A system notice says the world tree's blessing has ended, and Dahl despairs at failing again. The message confirms the blessing of the world tree has expired, and Dahl thinks not him. Enraged, Dahl summons 8 huge glowing great swords, shouting that he will not be made a fool. One of the giant swords slams near the protagonist as the barrage begins. More great swords crash down around him in a deadly cage. The swords form a ring around the protagonist, trapping him. Dahl, sweating and crazed, declares it is finally his turn to win. A system message warns the protagonist that he cannot dodge the 8 legendary great swords, leaving him stunned. Blinding light engulfs him as the swords strike. He is slashed repeatedly, his HP dropping under 60%, then under 40%. He curses that he cannot use potions in this event and resents that Dahl used such a skill. Thinking hard, he wishes he could destroy the great swords as light flares from his weapon. A few blue feathers or petals drift in the white light, signaling something activating. Suddenly he blocks another strike, surprised that something has changed. A powerful impact occurs, shaking the scene. Dahl looks toward a forest of vertical stone-like pillars, sensing the aftermath. Believing he has won, Dahl smiles and thinks the fight is finally over. As he is about to claim victory, cracks form in the surrounding pillars. The pillars shatter, revealing the protagonist standing unharmed among the broken great swords. Dahl stares in disbelief, asking how this is possible. Announcers marvel that even the second highest ranker could not escape this skill, while a notice shows imperishable armor activating to rapidly restore the protagonist's HP and MP, shocking Dahl. Dahl, panicking, demands to know what the protagonist is while reactivating his telekinetic blades. He screams why the protagonist always gets in his way as countless golden swords rain down again. The protagonist's silhouette moves swiftly as he prepares a counter. His feet sprint across the ground, closing the distance. He dashes past Dahl in a blur, setting up a decisive strike. Pinning Dahl and raising his glowing sword, he prepares to finish the duel. Dahl, terrified, notices the overwhelming aura emanating from the blade. He realizes it is the same ability that destroyed the 8 legendary great swords and wonders why it has no cooldown. The protagonist calmly names his technique Scattering Sword and unleashes it despite Dahl's desperate question. The blue, petal-like slash engulfs Dahl, who screams in pain. A digital timer beeps as the event comes to an end. After the event ends, the crowd celebrates while the narration says the MVP announcement is next. The MVP of the World Tree event is declared to be Locke, the crazy priest, who wins the World Tree itself as a reward. Everyone happily congratulates Jisoo, the player behind Locke. The narration notes that everyone is happy except for one hooded person watching silently. That person, revealed as Lee Dahl, grits his teeth in anger. He slams something and yells that the result makes no sense. Locke hears Dahl ranting about how a loser like Locke managed to beat him. Dahl barges into the waiting room, accusing Locke and his ally of plotting against him, while narration notes, he is causing a scene. Panting with rage, Dahl insists this loss does not prove Locke is better, and calls him a pathetic loner. Locke accepts being called a loner, but says he no longer cares what Dahl thinks. The narration points out the nearby cameras, hinting that Dahl's outburst is being recorded. Reporters swarm the room snapping photos, and Locke tells Dahl he is the one who should worry about others' opinions and reflect on his actions. An article recounts how national kendo champion Lee Dahl, known as Carr, publicly insulted Locke in the waiting room, shocking fans and turning public opinion in Locke's favor. Narration explains that Lee Dahl was heavily criticized by users and vanished from sight after the World Tree event. Time passes, and we see a campfire crackling as a new cooking scene begins. Locke sniffs the air happily, delighted by the smell of the food he is preparing. Relaxing outdoors with his pig companion Fido, he says the charcoal is ready and asks if Fido is prepared to grill eel. The eel fillets sizzle on the grill as Locke tells Fido that the eel is his prize. Fido sits before a plate of grilled eel, drooling and winking eagerly. Locke decides to take a bite himself and snips off a piece of eel. A glistening piece of eel is lifted with chopsticks, ready to be eaten. Locke happily thanks Fido for the eel as he pops it into his mouth. In exaggerated bliss, Locke and Fido appear angelic as they enjoy the heavenly taste. Locke internally gushes that the eel is perfectly grilled, with soft, juicy flesh, crispy skin, and rich flavor. Overwhelmed, he feels like he is in heaven and notes that the first bite is best eaten plain, without sauce. He explains that eating it plain lets you savor the eel's natural flavor, though it also pairs well with teriyaki sauce and perilla leaves. He adds that spicy marinades are great too, but insists one should appreciate the pure flavor before trying other combinations. Stuffing himself, he notes the eel tastes even better because it was grilled over World Tree charcoal. Suddenly he notices something and turns to see Fido reaching for more food. Locke scolds Fido for going after his tail meat when Fido has already eaten his share. Locke defiantly eats the tail himself, saying no one takes that part from him, leaving Fido dismayed. As he chews, his heart pounds and something begins to awaken within him. Feeling energized, Locke flexes beside a similarly pumped-up Fido, exclaiming that he can feel the power of the eel. A system message appears stating he has cooked a unique class grilled eel using World Tree charcoal and a 3,000-year-old eel. Further notices report his geek score and that the might of the food god has been infused into this geeky dish. Additional messages grant him large stat bonuses, affinity with elves, and the ability to save a portion of those stats and the blessing of the World Tree. Locke is stunned that the eel has been infused with the might of the food god. He thinks deeply about what this new information implies. He recalls that when he cooked the panacea, extra stats should have vanished, but his might of the food god's skill preserved them, and he wonders if that same effect works on geeky dishes. He reasons that the save function behaves like an artifact and decides he can overwrite the power from his previous geeky jajangmyeon with the superior power from the geeky grilled eel. A quest completion notice appears for creating a special tool. He obtains Gorak's ingredient prep skill, which manifests as a blender-like tool that lets him grind minerals for seasoning. Excited, Locke realizes he might be able to use the rare mineral anterinum as a cooking ingredient with this skill. A message confirms that powdered anterinum works as a superior red pepper powder, and Locke is relieved he will not have to eat the raw mineral. He uses the blender to grind the mineral, and a notice declares grinding complete. Another class quest completes, awarding him a special seasoning made from the ground anterinum. He is informed that he will receive a catastrophic class artifact as a reward. The artifact, Gorak's canceling bowl and whisk, appears before him. Locke and Fido stare in amazement at the newly acquired magical cooking tools. Item details explain that Gorak's canceling bowl and whisk provide automatic whisking, the active skill cancel, and a large boost to magic defense. The cancel skill's description shows it has a long cooldown, high MP cost, minor stat penalty, and can negate all magic within a short range. Locke exclaims in disbelief that he has obtained a self-operating whisk. Overjoyed, he kisses the bowl and thanks Gorak, declaring his respect while the demon complains that Locke is ignoring the powerful skills. He resolves to inherit Gorak's passion for food and cook himself a hearty meal. Noting that summer is coming, he decides on a healthy summer dish and thinks of samjitang, a ginseng chicken soup. Drooling at the thought, he anticipates the dish. He knows the perfect ingredient for the soup and sets his sights on the snowy Virist mountains. Elsewhere in those mountains, a cloaked mage mutters that a panacea which boosts his magic by 1.5 times is nearby. The mage reads a quest prompting him to climb Virist's highest peak, confirming the panacea is somewhere close. He notes it took him 2 months to track this objective down. Cloak billowing, he presses onward through the blizzard. He confidently proclaims that the panacea will be his. Back on the mountain path, footsteps mark Locke's approach. Locke arrives in snowy Bias village, the settlement at the base of the Virist mountains. Narration explains that Bias village is Athene's first international meeting hub where users from around the world can gather. Locke observes that the village is empty and reflects on how difficult it was to reach within the 1-week time limit. He is glad he bought information about a shortcut from informant Abel, even if it cost him. Abel's checklist shows steps that led Locke here, including meeting Vallen, earning an interesting seed, and now contacting the village herbalist about thousand-year-old wild ginseng. Locke spots the frail herbalist shivering among herb baskets. He politely greets the old man. Smiling brightly, Locke asks if the herbalist knows anything about thousand-year-old wild ginseng. Snowy winds sweep across a towering peak where Locke will search. A system window appears on Locke's chest, showing a searching process beginning. Ingredient tracking points him toward the highest peak, and he decides to follow it as his navigator. He recalls how the herbalist sadly warned that the ginseng search is dangerous, mentioning a friend who disappeared after 20 years of trying. Locke admits the man said the journey would be hard but notes that his skill is letting him progress easily. He also learned about a mythical 10,000-year-old potato from the herbalist, who urged him to pursue that instead. A legend is recounted. 5 ancient guardians defeated a tyrant controlled by the demon Viros, sealing him into a statue broken into 5 pieces. These guardians, once the tyrant's knights, sealed his favorite foods like the 10,000-year-old potato within the statue to honor him. Over time, those sealed foods accumulated immense power that kept growing. Eventually, the statue fragments awakened as dangerous entities, drawing adventurers to Bias village to subdue them. The herbalist told Locke he could obtain a 10,000-year-old potato by defeating those awakened statue pieces, as described in the SS grade raid quest. Locke decides that before attempting that raid, he will first enjoy his samjitang, and sets off up the snowy slope following the glowing arrow. Ingredient tracking suddenly changes directions, telling him to move 600 meters to the left. Concerned, Locke wonders why the route shifted and whether the skill has malfunctioned. He glances around sharply as something catches his eye. He realizes the ginseng's location itself keeps shifting, which explains why the old herbalist searched in vain for 20 years. Thankful for his tracking skill, Locke hurries before the location changes again. Following rapid instructions, he sprints forward through the snow. He suddenly spots something and reacts with surprise. A small red-flowered plant pokes out of the snow, and he excitedly recognizes it as the target. Locke digs frantically into the snow with bare hands. He pulls out the long root of the ginseng. Triumphant, he holds up the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng as a system notice confirms he has obtained it. He decides it is time to warm himself with good food and heads into a nearby cave. Inside the cave, he sets a pot over a fire and waits as it cooks. He lifts the lid, letting fragrant steam billow out. Inside is a bubbling pot of samjitang, a whole chicken simmered with ginseng, jujubes, mushrooms, and other ingredients. Inspecting the meat, he marvels that the chicken is cooked perfectly. He almost burns his finger on the hot drumstick and blows on it to cool it. Locke takes a big bite, pulling tender chicken from the bone. He savors how incredibly moist, juicy, and tender the chicken is, relishing his hearty meal. Minhyuk ecstatically savors how tender the chicken is as it melts in his mouth. As he devours the chicken, Minhyuk feels his energy and mood rapidly recovering. He decides to sample the rich broth, anticipating its deep flavor. After tasting the broth, he pairs more chicken with spicy ripe kimchi, declaring it the perfect combination. Finished with the main dish, he wipes his mouth and gets ready for the next step. Holding a spoon, he thinks of 2 ways to enjoy the remaining broth completely. Instead of adding more seasoning, he opts to pour the broth over rice with chicken and kimchi. For his final bite, he picks up the ginseng from the soup. Minhyuk prepares to take a huge, delighted bite of the ginseng. A cloaked magician arrives at the cave and is shocked to find Minhyuk eating by the cauldron. The newcomer's cloak whips in the icy wind as he strides forward. Footsteps approach steadily through the snow toward Minhyuk. The magician, sweating nervously, fears that what Minhyuk is eating might be something precious. He recognizes the root in Minhyuk's chopsticks as the legendary 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Horrified, the magician stares, realizing the priceless item is being eaten. Minhyuk calmly continues chewing the ginseng as if nothing is wrong. When asked, Minhyuk casually confirms that it is indeed the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, leaving the magician in shock. A powerful magic circle ignites as someone angrily demands to know who would dare use such a relic this way. Flames erupt while the furious magician rages that 1,000-year-old wild ginseng is being used. He explodes, shouting that such a sacred ingredient is being wasted on ordinary samjitang. Minhyuk stays composed, lips tightening as he prepares to respond. Smiling, Minhyuk admits he knowingly put the legendary ginseng into his soup. The magician's clenched hand and rising smoke show his anger fizzling into despair. Collapsing to the ground, he cries that he searched everywhere for that ginseng. In a flashback, he recalls praying, spending all his time and money, and traveling without rest to find the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Back in the cave, he wails that after all that effort, Minhyuk simply tossed it into samjitang, while Minhyuk burps contentedly. After calming down, he hesitantly starts a conversation with Minhyuk. Minhyuk coldly asks what the magician wants from him, while his pig companion bristles. The magician realizes he was in the wrong, having nearly attacked Minhyuk without explaining anything. He apologizes and explains he has been searching for the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng for a very long time. He reveals he wanted to be the first Korean magician immortalized in the Hall of Kings and devoted himself to hunting the ginseng, even giving up a national championship. Crying, he admits he panicked when he saw Minhyuk cook samjitang with the ginseng and insists he had not truly meant to attack him. Minhyuk whispers to his pig that the magician does not seem like a bad person and that he simply beat him to the prize. Sniffling, the magician hopes Minhyuk will not misunderstand his earlier outburst. Curious, he asks if Minhyuk is a cook, and Minhyuk calmly confirms that he is. To make amends, the magician offers to help Minhyuk descend the mountain. He also presents a gleaming magical snack box as compensation. Minhyuk and his pig are stunned and excited by the mention of a magical snack box. The magician explains that the box dispenses a random snack once a day and opens it to check the day's item. Today's random reward turns out to be a bag of octopus-flavored chips. Minhyuk and his pig each receive a bag and stare at them in amazed delight. Overjoyed, Minhyuk marvels that the magical snack box is an incredible invention. He eagerly tears open the octopus chips. Minhyuk pops a chip into his mouth and starts crunching. He revels in how salty, crunchy, and savory the chips are, saying he could snack on them and lick his fingers all day. Watching Minhyuk devour the bag, the magician comments on how much he seems to like them, and Minhyuk enthusiastically agrees. Minhyuk happily thanks him, calling the magical snack box the best gift ever, while the magician asks if he will try for the Hall of King's quest. Minhyuk confidently answers that he absolutely will, though he knows the only available quest here is the difficult ancient tyrant quest. Minhyuk's pig rustles in an empty chip bag while the magician wonders aloud how he might help Minhyuk. Minhyuk explains that his cooking can grant powerful buffs, offering his skills as support. The scene shifts to the Chinese server, showing its grand architecture. Narration explains that this server is ruled by the infamous Haoshan Guild and its guild master. Although Haoshan's members are misfits, the guild is still formidable. The guild is massive, full of rankers, and considered too dangerous for others to cross. In their headquarters, a subordinate informs the Haoshan Guild master that the ancient tyrant will awaken today. The guild master Ved declares he has been waiting for this day, eager for the event. He notes that rankers from around the world will assemble for the ancient tyrant raid. Ved smirks, already scheming. Exposition states that the ancient tyrant is so powerful that even top rankers must team up to destroy just one fragment of its statue. Ved wonders what might happen if they merge 3 statue pieces and fully awaken the tyrant. The narration warns that once revived, the tyrant will be unstoppable and everyone nearby will be annihilated. Ved instead imagines the incredible artifacts such a catastrophe might drop and grows excited. He rallies Haoshan's members, who respond in unison to his command. Outside, narration says it is time to awaken the tyrant as winds howl around the mountain cave. Back at the cave village, the magician sneezes in the frigid air. Minhyuk notes how cold it is and decides to cook the ideal winter dish while the magician and pig shiver at the table. He starts making fresh dough, kneading it thoroughly. He slices the dough into noodle strips with practiced precision. Assorted clams and vegetables are prepared to accompany the noodles. Soon after, the magician sets a steaming bowl before Minhyuk with a flourish. He tells Minhyuk to enjoy kalguksu with clams, revealing a rich noodle soup. The magician eagerly slurps the noodles, thanking Minhyuk for the food. He savors the silky noodles and hearty broth enhanced by the vegetables. Loving the rich broth, he drains the bowl, wishing there were even more. Overwhelmed by flavor, he feels as if he has briefly ascended to heaven. A system message grants him huge boosts to wisdom, intelligence, and skill cooldown, leaving him bewildered by the sudden power-up. Minhyuk asks if this buff will help him reach the Hall of Kings, and the magician jubilantly declares he is now completely confident. The magician privately judges that even dishes by the famed cook Black cannot compare to Minhyuk's kalguksu. He thinks he can never repay Minhyuk enough for this blessing. He calls Minhyuk by name, wanting to say something important. With a serious glint, he asks Minhyuk to offer his left arm. Startled, Minhyuk feels something slash or mark his arm. The magician reveals a pig face mark on Minhyuk's forearm, saying it proves their friendship. Minhyuk stares in confusion as the magician dramatically asks if he knows when a man truly dies. The magician rejects answers like being killed by magic or curses. He declares that a man dies when forgotten by his friends and says the mark ensures they will always remember each other. Minhyuk counters by promising to buy the magician food if he joins the raid party. Fired up, the magician rushes forward with Minhyuk, leaving the pig behind. Their collision knocks loose a piece of the cave, and a notice announces that 3 pieces of the ancient tyrant's statue have merged. As the ground shakes, Minhyuk and the magician stumble and wonder what is happening. System messages explain that the ancient tyrant and its troops have grown stronger than ever, shocking Minhyuk. Blue light rains down over the snowy mountains as the raid phase begins. Players from around the world are teleported to the mountain peak by the Guardian's Tower. One player realizes the raid is starting and reads that 3 Guardian's powers have been added to the tower, increasing rewards and difficulty. Worried adventurers debate whether to give up, fearing death and item loss. A woman suddenly reacts in surprise to something she sees. People point out the arrival of Musashi Kentaro, Japan's second strongest user. Narration notes that Kentaro has prior experience fighting the ancient tyrant and even earned a legendary artifact blueprint from an earlier raid. Kentaro calmly states he thinks they now have a real chance to clear the raid. He encourages everyone, saying the tyrant's new strength does not guarantee failure if they cooperate. Another player suggests forming balanced 5-man teams to divide rewards efficiently. Various groups loudly advertise for party members, boasting about their classes and levels. Kentaro watches the noisy recruitment around him with folded arms. Someone steps up and respectfully asks Kentaro to join their party. Kentaro turns to consider the offer. He agrees, deciding the two recruiters, an archer and another high-level player, look competent. Using a magical pocket watch, they search nearby for a strong magician to fill the last slot. The watch highlights Minhyuk's magician friend at level 470, and they decide he is ideal. The recruiter approaches and invites the magician to join their team. Kentaro says they already have an archer and healer but welcome the magician gladly. The magician hesitates, recalling the bad rumors he has heard about Kentaro. He weighs the invitation, thinking joining Kentaro might improve his chances of entering the Hall of Kings. He then asks whether his friend can also be included in the party. Kentaro's watch reveals Minhyuk is only level 350 as Minhyuk munches a snack. Kentaro is stunned by Minhyuk's relatively low level and wonders if his presence here is some kind of bug. Kentaro politely asks Minhyuk what his actual level is. Minhyuk answers that he is level 355, astonishing the magician who wonders how such a modest level produced such a strong buff. Kentaro coldly tells Minhyuk he is underqualified and would be the weak link in a team aiming for the summit. He then asks the magician if he still wants to join them under those conditions. The magician refuses, saying he will go with his friend instead and join Kentaro another time. Showing the matching pig mark on his arm, he proudly declares that he and Minhyuk are partners. Kentaro accepts their choice, wishing them luck as a message warns that the ancient tyrant will soon be summoned. The magician happily crosses his marked arms, satisfied with how things worked out. Kentaro, uninterested in underqualified allies, focuses on how fantastic the raid rewards are likely to be. High above, the pieces of the ancient sculpture fuse together in a dark vortex. A massive stone arm forms and slams into place as the fusion continues. The statue's torso locks in, completing the fearsome body. Its eyes blaze to life with an eerie glow. The system announces that the ancient tyrant raid has officially begun as the armored figure speaks in agony, begging its knights to kill it. Tormented, it laments that demons are haunting it. The tyrant's hollow eyes swirl with darkness as it quietly pleads to be saved. It grips its ornate sword, preparing to strike. The ancient tyrant unleashes a devastating wide-range slash, roaring for everyone to die. The attack detonates in a colossal explosion, engulfing many players. System messages report entire teams being wiped out and the Guardian's tower's protective light fading. Survivors panic and scream for healers as they see their comrades collapsing. Voices shout that priests and magicians are dead and that one fighter is the only person left standing on his team. Kentaro is horrified, realizing that almost no one survives the tyrant's signature authority attack. He stares at the towering ancient tyrant, thinking it is practically impossible to defeat and would normally require months of preparation. Dark tentacles of magic spear down from the tyrant, cracking the ground. The tyrant's voice calls the raiders ignorant fools and declares they will pay for their sins with death. As the attack descends, someone believes there is no way any of them can survive the impending blast. Kentaro hears something whoosh by and turns in alarm. He sees a golden hexagonal barrier suddenly manifesting in front of the attack. Inside the barrier, the magician stands firm and asks if everyone is safe. Observers realize he is casting a powerful Class 8 spell called Barrier that even the top magician Alex cannot yet use. Within the glowing shield, Minhyuk and others are startled as a system notification appears. Minhyuk receives a sudden class quest from the ancient tyrant's will, tasked with defeating it in order to save its soul and earn special cooking ingredients. As the barrier deflects the blast, someone yells for it to wait, seeing movement outside. Minhyuk dashes out of the safety of the barrier with his sword, shouting that someone has left the shield and that they must go rescue him. As the mage walks into the glowing barrier, he reassures the others that Minhyuk will be fine. Ali explains that Minhyuk is far stronger and more cautious than he appears. Minhyuk sprints through the snowy field, determined and clutching his weapon. He leaps high toward the towering armored ancient tyrant. Minhyuk activates his frenzied sword skill, surrounding his blade with power. His frenzied slashes tear into the ancient tyrant's armor, making it scream. One of the onlookers stares in shock at Minhyuk's overwhelming assault. Minhyuk smiles, clearly thrilled by the fight. Blood splatters his clothes as he continues the battle unfazed. He and his pig companion rush forward excitedly. Minhyuk reads the SSS quest explaining the ancient tyrant once served the god of food and asked to be stopped before turning evil, with soy-braised jimdak ingredients as the reward, and laments not knowing that earlier. Fired up by the food reward, Minhyuk yells that the jimdak will be his and redoubles his attack on the ancient tyrant. The tyrant roars and trades rapid blows with Minhyuk while the others watch from within the yellow barrier. The masked fighter wonders how Minhyuk can handle a raid even rankers struggle with and questions if Minhyuk is really only level 355. Enraged, the ancient tyrant declares Minhyuk deserves death and dives at him. Someone shouts for Minhyuk to be careful as the tyrant's cape and attack sweep past him. A spatula spins through the air toward the battlefield. Minhyuk deflects the tyrant's strike with his spatula while his pig helps block the blow. The spectators murmur in disbelief at the clashes ringing out beyond the shield. A gloved hand touches the barrier's surface, preparing to dispel it. Ali powers up with holy magic, readying his staff. Ali shouts that this is their moment and promises to shield everyone so they can attack. The raiders charge forward with Ali's barriers on them to help Minhyuk bring down the tyrant. The ancient tyrant recalls once being a mighty monarch who conquered the world. The masked fighter flinches as things escalate. The tyrant vows not to fall, inhales, and begins unleashing a powerful ability. Using the skill Tyrant's Cry, he lunges forward and nullifies all skills and magic for 5 minutes. The raiders are knocked back and cry out as the wave of power hits them. Realizing they suddenly cannot use skills, the masked man is alarmed. The tyrant advances through the storm, vowing to finish Minhyuk. Massive cape strikes lash out across the snow toward the scattered raiders. The survivors look up in dread as the attacks descend. The tyrant's massive blow slams into the ground, creating a huge explosion of snow. When the dust clears, many raiders lie defeated while the tyrant still stands against Minhyuk. From hiding, Ved peeks out from behind rocks, watching the chaos. Ved smirks that everything is unfolding according to his plan. He thinks about stealing all the items dropped by the dead players and then escaping once the last 3 fall. Ved mocks Minhyuk's efforts, asking if that is all he can do. Minhyuk cheerfully says the last exchange was easy while holding a whisk and bowl beside the looming tyrant. The furious tyrant, badly damaged, lunges down at Minhyuk for mocking him. Seeing Minhyuk still alive, Ali joyfully shouts that he is safe. Minhyuk declares it is time to end the fight, raising his whisk over the bowl. He frantically whisks the contents as magic swirls around him. Ali pauses, confused by what Minhyuk is suddenly doing. Ved and the masked fighter also stare in puzzlement at the strange display. The ancient tyrant grips his sword and snarls at Minhyuk. He swears that no one will look down on him and charges again. Minhyuk simply grins, confident. His whisk and bowl shine brilliantly as he completes his culinary magic. Light erupts from the tyrant, triggering a powerful reaction. The tyrant screams as the cancel effect nullifies magic and skills within a 5-meter radius, disrupting his powers. Minhyuk seizes the opening, calling to Ali and declaring this is their chance. He orders everyone to attack the weakened tyrant. Ali responds, casting large-scale magic circles to support Minhyuk. Ali unleashes a finishing spell at the tyrant. Golden spears of light rain down on the tyrant from above. The impact erupts into a massive explosion. Smoke and dust billow up from the devastated battlefield. The shattered tyrant struggles, refusing to accept defeat. He turns toward the one who awakened him, preparing a final act. Dark energy leaves the tyrant's body and races across the snow toward Ved, who begs for its power. Ved breaks into a cold sweat as the ominous energy approaches him. Ali glares at Ved, realizing he sought strength from the tyrant's evil power. Minhyuk walks toward Ved, accusing him of causing this disaster. Ved panics, denying everything and claiming ignorance. The masked fighter tells Ved it is time to face the consequences of his actions and draws his sword. Ved screams and tries to plead for his life. The Guardian's tower lights up, announcing the calculation of contribution scores, with Minhyuk ranked first and Ali second. System messages praise their incredible contribution in the raid and record Ali's achievement in the Hall of Kings, while he tearfully begs to remain anonymous. Another message states that the fame of Korea's anonymous king has now spread worldwide, astonishing the masked fighter. He wonders if Minhyuk is the player who became famous after the Korean Athene Championship, while Minhyuk just complains to his pig that he wishes his reward were more food. The pig addresses Minhyuk, getting his attention. Ali thanks Minhyuk sincerely, saying he could never have done it alone, as news spreads globally of Ali the Dark Magician's fame. They shake hands, Ali saying he was lucky to meet Minhyuk and Minhyuk insisting Ali deserved the honor as a great magician. Ali excitedly promises Minhyuk that he will always come help if his partner ever needs him. Minhyuk smiles warmly at Ali's declaration. Minhyuk agrees to Ali's suggestion and prepares for the next step at the snowy altar. A login notification shows that Ved has just entered the game again. Ved laments that although many rankers died, he did not manage to loot even one item. Instead of profit, Ved realizes he actually lost his own artifact in the chaos. Minhyuk suddenly remembers he has not checked his personal reward and eagerly opens his treasure chest. Elsewhere, Ali receives a 2,000-year-old wild ginseng as his own reward and rejoices. Minhyuk desperately hopes his reward will be fried chicken as he imagines golden pieces spilling from the chest. His hopeful expression turns into a frown when he sees what he actually got. The reward is a demigod artifact blueprint that lets him choose a demigod artifact design, and he angrily complains that it is not food. Minhyuk slumps in disappointment, wondering why he is so unlucky, while Ali is stunned because this rare blueprint is actually an amazing prize. Still sniffling, Minhyuk sadly repeats that it is not fried chicken. He consoles himself that at least he has the ingredients for the tyrant's jimdak. Time passes as jimdak simmers and bubbles in his kitchen. Minhyuk happily prepares to open a pot on the table, ready for his meal. He gulps in anticipation at the thought of eating. The pot reveals a glistening jimdak filled with chicken, vegetables, and noodles. Minhyuk gushes over how delicious it looks, how moist the chicken is, and how good the sweet, savory aroma smells. He lifts a big, glossy chicken leg with chopsticks, thinking possessively of eating it. As he devours it, he marvels at the perfectly balanced sweet-salty soy marinade and the juiciness of the meat, declaring he can never get enough. While nibbling the bone, he reflects that the most important rule is. He proudly shows a white clean bone, concluding that you must never leave meat on the bones and never waste food. He even licks the leftover sauce off his face so none of the flavor is wasted. Next he digs into the jimdak potatoes over rice, admiring how perfectly cooked they are. He happily takes a big spoonful of rice and potatoes together. He delights in how soft and savory the mixture is, thinking the sauce is the true star. Seeing how the glass noodles have absorbed the sauce, he cannot wait to taste them. Minhyuk slurps up the noodles with relish. He finds the noodles bouncy and chewy, and thinks no one could possibly resist them. While savoring the dish, a system message informs him that eating the ancient tyrant's Jimdak has granted him holy power and a new food-related quest from the god of food, surprising him. The quest window explains the god of food's secret skill, letting him sometimes receive quests related to the food he eats, which astonishes him. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to the bustling church of Athene. Priests and knights gather, noticing something is happening. Saint Rowena is called as people ask her what is causing the stir. She is told that today Julian completes his priest training. The crowd gathers because Julian is about to attempt to draw the saint's sword from the ground. Narration explains that the saint's sword has stood embedded for ages and that legend claims whoever pulls it free will become a hero. Despite countless attempts over 2,000 years, no one has ever removed the saint's sword. It is said only someone with great holy power who is pure and without greed can make the sword respond. The narration wonders who will finally succeed as Julian strains to yank it out. Julian struggles mightily but the sword does not move. He grunts and keeps pulling, still unable to budge it. Onlookers complain that the sword is impossible and joke it is a scam, while Rowena concludes Julian is not the chosen one. Later, inside a candlelit chamber, Rowena reflects solemnly. She murmurs in concern. Rowena explains that lately followers of evil have been acting oddly, and she fears something terrible is coming. Her crystal orb reveals that evil energy is steadily growing stronger, which worries her. She suspects the demon Viros and his disciples are plotting something when a knight addresses her. The knight reports that an outsider has been requesting an audience with her ever since arriving a few days earlier. Rowena initially dismisses it, saying she cannot meet every outsider. The knight insists this visitor is different from ordinary petitioners. Rowena is shocked to hear that all the priests of Athene have warmed up to this outsider, which they almost never do. The knight assures her it is true and explains that is why he came to tell her specifically about this person. Rowena marvels that the usually reserved priests all like this stranger. The knight adds that the outsider plans to attempt drawing the saint's sword as well, which startles Rowena. She urgently orders to be taken to him immediately, and the knight agrees to lead her. Rowena hurries through the crowd, slightly out of breath, to see the outsider. She arrives to find Minhyuk standing at the sword, and is surprised that he has not undergone any formal training. Minhyuk casually asks if he should just pull the sword out, while bystanders wonder how powerful his holy strength is. He lightly draws the saint's sword from the stone on his first try. Rowena is utterly dumbfounded by how easily he did it. Trembling, she stammers in disbelief, while Minhyuk worries he might have done something wrong. Confused, Minhyuk instinctively pushes the sword back into the stone, and Rowena yells at him not to. As Rowena nearly faints, the knight panics, and she exclaims that Minhyuk removed the sword as though it were a mere turnip. She steadies herself and begins to reconsider what this means. Minhyuk awkwardly asks whether he should leave the sword out or not, while Rowena starts to grasp the implication. Rowena realizes Minhyuk might actually be the prophesied hero, while he is simply distracted by a good smell. A flashback shows a few days earlier when Minhyuk received an item called Tyrant's Seed, which only the Pope or a papal candidate can awaken. Seeing the seed, Minhyuk thinks he might be able to grow something delicious from it. He decides to ask his friend Abel for help and sends a private message. In their chat, he asks Abel who the Pope and papal candidate are, and Abel explains about Pope Caranu and Saint Rowena. Abel further explains that Saint Rowena is the papal candidate, beloved by all and revered as a lady sent by God. Minhyuk admits he has never heard of her. Abel is stunned, calling Rowena the most beautiful woman in Athene, while Minhyuk asks if there is any way to meet her or the Pope. Abel tells him that if he stays at the Church of Athene for about 10 days, he will likely get a glimpse of them. Minhyuk finishes explaining his reasons as he is led into the church. He internally complains that paying 10 million gold for a church tour is a rip-off. The priest turns back and asks what Minhyuk wants. Minhyuk cheerfully says he wants to meet Saint Rowena. The priest smilingly refuses, saying Minhyuk cannot meet her. Minhyuk begs to know how he can see her, but the priest answers there is no way and threatens to kick him out if he keeps insisting. Frustrated, Minhyuk laments that his plan is falling apart. Seeing the sword in the distant rock, Minhyuk asks Keen what it is. Keen explains it is the saint's sword and that whoever pulls it from the stone becomes a hero. Minhyuk wonders if pulling out the sword would let him meet Saint Rowena. Keen confirms that if Minhyuk can actually pull it, he will definitely meet the saint. As lunchtime approaches, Keen reminds Minhyuk that meat is forbidden in the church. Shocked, Minhyuk mentally protests at yet another unexpected rule. He sees that lunch consists only of overpriced raw vegetables and garlic. Horrified, Minhyuk asks if this is really their lunch, and Keen happily confirms it. Keen says this is a good day, since on worse days they only get raw onions and leeks. Minhyuk thinks he understands the need for vegan food, but raw, uncooked vegetables feel unbearably bad. Watching them eat, Minhyuk thinks these people remind him of his own real-life self. He recalls a monk calmly munching on the harsh salad. Another priest crunches through the same joyless meal. Minhyuk compares them to his real-world self mindlessly snacking from a big box of food. He asks one priest how the food tastes, and hears that it is like eating paper. The priest adds that they have no choice but to eat this bland fare. Minhyuk wonders how they stomach such food daily, thinking vegan dishes could be delicious, like hearty tofu stew and stuffed greens. Suddenly inspired, he freezes as a new idea strikes him. He remembers that Rowena belongs to the Church of Athene and decides befriending the priests might give him a chance to meet her. Minhyuk offers to cook a meal for all of them, claiming he is a skilled cook. Keen is stunned by the unexpected offer. Keen quietly recalls something and seems emotionally affected. Outside, another priest asks why Keen is so dazed. The others say Keen has been like that ever since an outsider cooked for him. Keen fixates on the memory of tofu steak. He vividly remembers the juicy tofu patties Minhyuk once made. He recalls tasting the tofu steak Minhyuk cooked for him. He remembers how the savory onion sauce and hearty tofu created a perfect harmony of flavor. Keen reflects that although he has never eaten meat, that tofu steak showed him what meat might taste like. He now desperately wishes he could taste that tofu steak once more. Time passes over the church as this craving lingers. Overjoyed, Keen greets Minhyuk ecstatically, calling out to him. Keen admits he could not sleep because he kept craving Minhyuk's tofu steak from the previous day. He begs Minhyuk to make him another tofu steak and promises to do anything in return. The other priests also shout that they want tofu steak and plead with Minhyuk. Surprised by the crowd, Minhyuk realizes they all loved his tofu steak and asks if it was really that good, receiving a loud yes. Minhyuk apologetically says he is busy today and cannot cook for them. When they question his excuse, he claims he needs to listen to their harp playing and relax with potato chips instead. The priests desperately offer him huge sums of gold and quality weapons, but he declines, saying he already has enough of those. One priest hesitantly suggests offering him a blessing instead. Minhyuk perks up at the idea of a blessing that increases his holy power. Minhyuk grins to himself as he considers the opportunity. He then brightly agrees, saying he would be delighted to receive blessings. He announces that anyone who blesses him will receive a delicious tofu steak, stunning the priests. The priests excitedly line up to bless Minhyuk, showering him with praises. Minhyuk starts cooking multiple tofu patties on a sizzling pan. A system message shows that he receives Keen's blessing, gaining 50 holy power. More messages show him gaining additional holy power from multiple priests' blessings. Empowered, Minhyuk goes to the saint's sword while onlookers gather around the stone. Easily pulling the sword free, Minhyuk casually declares success. Saint Rowena is shocked and confused as she witnesses this. She stammers in disbelief at how he did it, while Minhyuk anxiously asks if he did something wrong. Trying to fix things, Minhyuk awkwardly slides the sword back into the stone, alarming her further. Rowena and a knight panic over the situation, noting he yanked the sacred sword out like a root vegetable. Regaining composure, Rowena tells the knight to wait as she reassesses the situation. Minhyuk, embarrassed, asks if he should remove the sword again, wondering if this means he is the hero. A proclamation rings out declaring that the legendary hero has appeared because the saint's sword has been pulled from the stone. At the Holy Palace, someone reports to the Pope that an outsider named Minhyuk freed the saint's sword. The Pope repeats the words about the saint's sword with measured interest. He confirms that an outsider did this and receives affirmation. With a sly expression, the Pope says he understands. Gazing at a sacred image, he concludes that this development must be God's will. The Pope dismisses the messenger, who obediently leaves. Left alone, the Pope sits silently, deep in thought. A demonic presence overlapping his form complains that events are not going according to its plan. The demon recounts how it successfully possessed the Pope's body. It admits it never anticipated that an outsider would be the one to free the sword. Yet the demon reassures itself that there is no need to panic. Grinning with glowing eyes and holding a wrapped package, the possessed Pope vows to bend events to his will. Elsewhere, Rowena glares and admits she really dislikes Minhyuk. She thinks he tricked the priest into blessing him with food so he could pull the sword, viewing him as a cheater. She insists that Minhyuk cannot truly be their prophesied legendary hero. Rowena approaches Minhyuk and says she heard he wished to see her, and he confirms it. Minhyuk shows her the tyrant's seed he obtained. He explains that only Rowena and the Pope can unseal the seed, but she says she is too busy to help for free. When he falters, she grudgingly agrees to unseal it under certain conditions. She adds that he must cook food for her, determined to discover why his cooking bewitched her priests while assuring herself she will not be swayed. Later, an empty pot signals that Rowena has finished eating what he prepared. Rowena sits in shock, spoon in hand, overwhelmed by the taste of his dish. The richly garnished bibimbap on her spoon glows appetizingly. In her thoughts she marvels that the moist rice, crisp vegetables, and spicy sauce combine into an amazingly enjoyable vegetable dish. She realizes she devoured everything instantly because it tasted so good, forgetting her saintly composure. Flustered by how much she enjoyed it, she quickly offers to unseal his seed. A system description appears showing that Saint Rowena has unsealed the divine tyrant's seed and that its powers will be revealed once planted, prompting Minhyuk to plan to grow it. Minhyuk excitedly asks if the seed can grow tasty food, while Rowena says she is unsure but believes it will produce something with great holy power. She then tells him that, as the one who freed the saint's sword, he must now meet His Holiness at the Holy Palace, and that Korra will guide him there. At the palace, the Pope warmly greets Minhyuk as the hero who drew the saint's sword. Minhyuk respectfully confirms his identity, and the Pope thanks him for coming. The Pope says he has a special task that only Minhyuk can perform. He asks Minhyuk to deliver blessed rice cakes and wine to the Church of Athene, presenting it as a divine quest with valuable artifact rewards. The Pope casually mentions that Rowena is supposed to serve a special dish to whoever removes the saint's sword and asks whether Minhyuk has tasted it. He explains that Rowena promised rice cake and dumpling soup made from ingredients that appear only once every 100 years. Minhyuk is outraged to learn this and laments that Rowena never told him, despite his love for that very soup. Thanking the Pope for the information, Minhyuk dashes off enthusiastically with the boxed rice cakes. The Pope watches in silence with a calculating look. As Minhyuk races away, someone remarks that he must really love eating, while Minhyuk refuses even the offer of a portal to hurry back. The knight says he trusts Minhyuk to complete the delivery since an artifact was promised as a reward. Yet he still decides to prepare a backup plan in case things go wrong. Minhyuk travels by carriage through the forest with a warm box of rice cakes. Holding the box, he wishes he could eat the delicious-smelling rice cakes himself. Tempted, he convinces himself that merely taking a peek inside will be harmless. He lifts the lid of the box. Inside he finds an assortment of beautifully arranged, shining rice cakes. A system message reveals the rice cake set has a sealed hidden ability that must be appraised to learn more. Minhyuk appraises the item and wonders why that hidden ability is sealed. His eyes widen in alarm at the appraisal result. The description exposes the rice cakes as Viros the demon's rice cakes of disaster, designed to explode with holy power, spread a demonic disease, and turn Saint Rowena into a villain, proving they were made to destroy the Church of Athene. Horrified, Minhyuk realizes that Pope Karanu is actually Viros the demon. He anxiously wonders what he should do now that he is holding these dangerous rice cakes. Looking again, he notices a second layer of ordinary, colorful rice cakes hidden beneath. He sees the harmless, appetizing rice cakes and is further tempted. Concluding the only safe option is to eliminate the cursed food himself, he devours the rice cakes, loudly declaring he will get rid of the evil treats. He munches contentedly, cheeks full. He marvels at how sweet and savory the filled rice cakes are, delighting in the sugary centers that burst as he bites into them. He enjoys the baked injialmi's crispy yet soft stretchiness. He savors the moist spexialgae and the chewy red bean-filled gialpian, finding them all fantastic. Finally, he washes everything down blissfully with a glass of sake. Completely satisfied, he lets out a happy sigh after drinking. He thinks sake is the perfect mildly sweet, slightly bitter drink to pair with rice cakes. Then guilt hits him and he worries about how he will explain this to the priests. Staring at the emptied box, he doubts anyone will believe he ate the rice cakes because they were cursed with evil power. Suddenly the carriage screeches to a halt, tossing Minhyuk and the empty box. Cora rushes in asking if Minhyuk is all right. Dazed on the floor beside the bare box, Minhyuk hears Cora nervously ask what happened to all the rice cakes. Cora incredulously realizes that Minhyuk must have eaten every last rice cake, while Minhyuk inwardly panics, knowing he is in trouble. Cora repeats the accusation in disbelief, stunned that Minhyuk finished the entire box. Minhyuk insists he only did it for the greater good. He frets that he might go to prison for this and imagines suffering through terrible prison food. Cora formally asks him to step out of the carriage. Resigned yet remembering how tasty they were, Minhyuk prepares himself, thinking he does not regret eating them. Instead of anger, the priests and Rowena welcome him as the savior of their church. Rowena smiles and bestows a blessing upon Brother Minhyuk. She then kneels and solemnly pledges her lifelong allegiance and respect to him, astonishing him. Overwhelmed, Minhyuk mentally screams in confusion, wondering why everything is turning out this way. Later, he angrily complains that Rowena never served him her famed rice cake and dumpling soup he loves so much. Frustrated, he storms off with the box again, declaring he is leaving. He mutters that it is unfair, since he even cooked for Rowena, while Cora watches him go in silence. Cora suddenly recalls that Rowena's special rice cake and dumpling soup is made with distinctive cocoon-shaped rice cakes. He remembers that those cocoon-shaped cakes are the signature of her dish. Thinking of the divine image again, he senses that today's strange events must also be God's will. He reflects that the Pope has been referring to God only as the One, which feels off to him. He notes that the Pope now spends nearly all his time secluded in his prayer room. Peeking into the chamber, and seeing the Pope praying before an angel statue, Cora feels a strong sense that something about him is very wrong. Dark ooze creeps over the praying figure's back as something sinister stirs. While praying before a statue, the Pope foresees an unstoppable calamity nearing. A blonde knight secretly watching realizes in horror that the Pope is actually a demon. The knight panics, declaring that the church is in grave danger. Minhyuk, oblivious, thinks he must stop himself from eating. The knight insists the matter is urgent, and rushes to report it. Another armored man approaches a grand door to answer the summons. Bowing, the man says he came because Master Viros requested him. Viros tells Callan that priests will soon gather at the Holy Palace. Viros offers Callan demonic power in exchange for killing Rowena and destroying Athene's church. Callan accepts Viros' command with a sinister smile. Rowena explains that Minhyuk must have understood the truth as soon as he saw the rice cakes. She accuses him of knowing the rice cakes were demonic vessels of disaster. She reasons that this was why he rejected the warp gate and chose a slower carriage. Minhyuk privately admits he only chose the carriage to enjoy the rice cake's warmth longer. Rowena recalls the moment he learned the rice cakes could not simply be discarded. Tearfully, she says he sacrificed himself once he knew they could not be removed. She reveals to the shocked onlookers that he saved everyone by eating the cursed rice cakes. She notes that he finished every single rice cake from the box. Somewhere else, a man sipping a drink muses that he cannot imagine such suffering. He dramatically laments Minhyuk's supposed pain. Rowena apologizes for doubting that Minhyuk was the true hero and begs forgiveness. She is told that forgiveness is unnecessary. Minhyuk claims that eating the rice cakes of doom was hard, but he did it to save the church. Rowena praises Minhyuk's humility and suggests the saint's sword chose him for his selflessness. The church members joyfully cheer and glorify Brother Minhyuk. Minhyuk decides not to confess that he ate the cakes simply because they look tasty. The brothers express relief that Minhyuk is with them, saying they cannot imagine the alternative, as ominous energy gathers overhead. One priest turns, sensing something strange approaching. Callan invokes dark power and calls to his demonic brothers. The priest stares upward, wondering what the ominous object is. A massive purple demonic strike crashes down on the church grounds. Shock waves and debris blast through the area. Priests are thrown to the ground, coughing in the aftermath. Minhyuk shields his head and checks if a nearby priest is okay. The red-haired priest insists she is fine and starts to say they should help Rowena, then freezes in shock. Callan, now leading monstrous forces, orders everyone to bow before Viros. Winged demons descend as Callan, titled Dominator of Destruction and Empowered Strongman, arrives searching for Saint Rowena. Koru, the paladin commander, shouts angrily at the invading demon about defiling holy ground. Koru steps in front of Rowena, vowing not to let anyone harm her. His sword initially shines with holy power, but Viros' influence makes the weapon fizzle and lose its light. Koru realizes in panic that his holy power has been suppressed by Viros. He tries to warn Rowena to run but is slashed from behind mid-sentence. Gravely wounded, Koru spits blood. Rowena cries out Koru's name in horror. She rushes toward him and orders Callan to stop attacking. Confronting Callan, Rowena asks if he came specifically to take her life. Callan moves to finish Koru off with his blade at the fallen paladin's throat. He mockingly comments on Koru's nobility as he prepares to kill him. Callan raises his weapon, confident that killing Rowena next will be easy. Rowena stares in shock as a killing blow is about to fall. She braces herself for death. Minhyuk suddenly blocks Callan's strike with his frying pan weapon. Rowena gasps in disbelief at the unexpected rescue. Minhyuk stands firmly in front of her, parrying the blow. He tells Callan to back away because Rowena is important to him. Rowena's heart races as she processes that Minhyuk considers her important. Minhyuk vows internally never to let Callan kill Rowena because he still wants her cooking. He focuses on surviving so he can enjoy more rice cake and dumpling soup. Callan sneers, doubting Minhyuk can stop him with a mere pan as their weapons grind together. Callan scoffs that Minhyuk's weapon is just a toy and knocks him back with raw force. Minhyuk skids across the ground, regaining his stance. Realizing the frying pan alone cannot defeat Callan, he quickly thinks of another plan. Minhyuk reaches for a glowing object, deciding to use a different weapon. He draws the Saint's Sword, an artifact that ignores much of an evil foe's defense. Rowena casts Praise the Lord to lend Minhyuk her holy power, equalizing their stats. Empowered, Koru starts to recover, coughing as divine energy mends him. Rowena supports Koru as he staggers and calls out Minhyuk's name. Callan notes with surprise that Minhyuk can use holy power despite Viros' suppression, explaining why he could wield the Saint's Sword. Intrigued, Callan remarks that fighting Minhyuk is becoming entertaining. Callan summons a cursed violin, planning to hinder Minhyuk by slowing him. The violin of lethargy screeches, applying a debilitating agility-reducing effect on Minhyuk. Believing Minhyuk weakened, Callan charges, convinced the battle is over. Minhyuk confidently meets the attack instead of faltering. Callan is shocked that his debuff seemingly had no effect. A system message reveals Minhyuk's impenetrable immunity nullified the violin's debuff. Frustrated, Callan prepares a stronger violin skill, vowing to make Minhyuk resist this next. He activates the violin of amplification, which unleashes explosive waves of evil energy toward his foe. A massive explosion erupts where Minhyuk stands, prompting Rowena and Koru to scream his name. Minhyuk appears unharmed inside a hexagonal barrier, accompanied by his pig companion. Callan, stunned, wonders how his powerful attack was blocked. An explanation shows the pig using Hephaestus' nickel-plated pot, an artifact that blocks all attacks. Minhyuk grins now that Callan's strongest move has failed. He activates the blooming sword technique, surrounding the ground with rising blades of energy. Callan realizes he cannot read this new attack's timing. Ice-like blades spear through Callan, striking his body from multiple angles. Bleeding heavily, Callan coughs and cannot believe he is losing. He collapses to the ground, apparently defeated. Minhyuk declares that he hopes Callan has learned his lesson. Koru praises Minhyuk's prowess in awe. Minhyuk offers to treat Koru's wounds himself. He begins to unroll an ordinary-looking bandage for the treatment. A notification confirms Minhyuk has perfectly bandaged the injury, slightly boosting Koru's recovery speed. Koru marvels that Minhyuk's bandaging heals faster than the priest's usual methods. As Minhyuk asks if Koru can walk, the supposedly fallen Callan's hand twitches and he responds that he can. Koru suggests leading everyone to safety, unaware Callan is getting back up behind them. Suddenly Callan's body morphs, transforming him fully into a demon and greatly enhancing his damage, defense, and evil energy. Seeing this power-up, Minhyuk curses that they are doomed, then corrects Korra's language to something more paladin-like. Minhyuk yells that word choice is irrelevant and orders everyone to run for their lives. Gasping, Rowena asks how long they must keep fleeing and whether they cannot just fight back. Minhyuk admits the finishing move he used earlier has a long cooldown, preventing an immediate rematch. He says there is another possible strategy but dislikes it and thinks Korra will too, though Korra insists anything is better than dying. Minhyuk explains the Saint's Blessing skill that could massively increase their stats and those of allies. He notes that by using it, he could boost a party or guild member enough for Korra to fight Callan. However, since Korra is an NPC paladin, he cannot be Minhyuk's party or guild member. Rowena infers that Korra would have to become Minhyuk's vassal to receive the blessing. Minhyuk objects, saying he cannot demand service from a church paladin and thinks they should avoid that plan. Rowena solemnly calls Korra's name. Korra replies that nothing is more important than life itself. Minhyuk internally begs Korra to stay loyal to the church because he already has too many dependents to feed. Their conversation is cut short as the transformed Callan finds them again from the sky. Callan powers up a massive evil spear attack, beginning another assault. He dives, roaring that he will annihilate them all. Korra, empowered by previous blessings, again raises a glowing holy shield to intercept the attack. Minhyuk turns in alarm, realizing Korra is bracing alone. Rowena shouts Korra's name as the impact lands. Korra, seen from behind, quietly agrees to go through with Minhyuk's risky plan. Minhyuk and Rowena are stunned when Korra volunteers. Korra declares he will become Minhyuk's vassal. A notification confirms Korra has sworn eternal loyalty as Minhyuk's vassal, leaving Minhyuk bewildered. Minhyuk despairs over gaining yet another mouth to feed and hopes Korra at least has useful abilities. A description shows Korra's prayer of Athene boosts natural HP and MP recovery of nearby allies. Another note reveals his prayers also accelerate the growth of nearby plants and animals, which Minhyuk finds appealing. Minhyuk tells Korra he has an important mission just for him, and Korra eagerly accepts. Minhyuk assigns Korra the unexpected role of farmer, shocking the paladin. Meanwhile, Callan wonders angrily if they are ignoring him. He bellows that he is right there, and hurls himself toward them in rage. Korra, now buffed, holds firm behind his strengthened holy shield and is amazed at his new power. The force still pushes him back as his feet slide through the dirt. Minhyuk calls Korra's name as he supports him from behind. Minhyuk instructs Korra to start taunting their foe. Korra confirms that Minhyuk truly wants him to provoke Callan, and Minhyuk affirms it. Minhyuk criticizes Korra's first mild insult, and urges him to say something more offensive like before. Minhyuk tells him to unleash his subconscious, and Korra reflects on tapping into that side of himself. Hesitantly starting, Korra struggles to insult Callan. Then Korra unleashes a torrent of harsh insults, calling Callan a worthless dimwit unworthy to be there. He continues by saying Callan looks like a piece of spinach he spat out, further humiliating him. Korra keeps berating Callan and boasts that the demon cannot pierce his holy shield, ignoring Minhyuk's attempt to rein him in. Enraged, Callan slams against the shield, calling Korra a filthy human. His corrupted hand begins cracking through the holy barrier. The shield starts to shatter, and Korra cries out in dismay. Seeing the opening, Minhyuk says this is the perfect moment, and summons his cooking tools. He vigorously whisks in a glowing bowl, channeling divine culinary magic. Minhyuk activates the whisk cancel skill, which nullifies all magic and skills in a nearby radius. Callan curses Minhyuk, furious that his magic has been cancelled. He lunges physically, screaming that he will kill Minhyuk. His strike lands, seemingly impaling Minhyuk with dark energy, as Rowena screams his name. A health bar shows Minhyuk has barely taken any damage, to his confusion. His health instantly returns to full, astonishing everyone, while Callan demands to know who this impossible opponent really is. The defeated foe screams in shock, demanding to know how Minhyuk possesses such overwhelming strength. Smiling, Minhyuk casually explains that his power comes from eating well, exercising, and sleeping properly. He notes that he also has excellent weapons at his disposal. Minhyuk invokes an ability called Scattering Sword, then reconsiders the exact name. He raises a glowing blade and fully unleashes the skill as Scattering Holy Sword. The Holy Sword explodes with a massive golden blast into the sky. A system message declares that Minhyuk has defeated the fourth strongman, Karen, Dominator of Destruction. Notifications appear awarding him fame and multiple level ups. A new class quest titled A Bet with the God of Food is generated. Minhyuk widens his eyes in surprise at the sudden quest. Minhyuk finds himself before Allen, the God of Food, who appears floating and relaxed. Allen greets Minhyuk warmly, commenting that Minhyuk is fitter than expected. Minhyuk responds cheerfully, complimenting Allen's looks in return. Allen laughs, says he has little time, and urges Minhyuk to check the quest request. The quest details show a bet with the God of Food as an SS grade class quest with variable rewards and no failure penalty. The narration explains that Allen, besides being God of Food, was a brilliant commander who won many battles. Other jealous gods mocked Allen, saying his successor would be a lazy glutton who only ate all day. Stung by their teasing, Allen proposed a wager with the other gods. The quest objective states that participants must prove the god of food is more than a glutton, with varying rewards for divine class users. Reward descriptions show food-based prizes and a special kitchen knife for top contributors. Alan concedes Minhyuk is powerful but admits the other gods have a point about his priorities. He recalls that Minhyuk once chose to visit the golden pig instead of a berserker god, tripling his EXP requirement, something a typical power gamer would never do. Yet Alan feels instinctively that Minhyuk is special. Curious about Minhyuk's potential, Alan hands him a glowing stone to test his power. Minhyuk grips the stone tightly. The stone cracks under his strength. Alan is shocked that Minhyuk shattered a stone meant to measure level 470 players. Alan asks what Minhyuk has been doing, and Minhyuk says he simply enjoyed good food like Alan. Alan laughs, acknowledging Minhyuk as his true successor, while Minhyuk humbly insists he still has far to go. They excitedly talk about exotic dishes like chicken roasted with dragon's breath, with Alan praising its smoky flavor. And another knight ask Minhyuk if he accepts Alan's quest. Minhyuk eagerly agrees because the rewards include tekbaki and chicken feet, while Alan notes he cares more about food than artifacts. Minhyuk asks Alan about special cooking tools. He explains he can craft any demigod-grade artifact, astonishing Alan. Alan admits he knows of a unique cooking tool but says it lies in a distant, hard-to-reach place. Intrigued, Minhyuk asks where it is. Alan answers that the tool is in the underworld, startling Minhyuk. Alan explains that the 4 kings of the underworld each possess one of 4 treasures. Collecting all 4 hidden treasure chests will let the owner design any artifact they want. Alan says he once tried to create an oven with such power but failed. The word oven makes Minhyuk imagine cheesy baked dishes and ribs. Fired up by those thoughts, Minhyuk vows to make that oven for Alan. Alan wishes him luck as he departs, glowing brightly. A linked SSS-grade quest appears, tasking Minhyuk to obtain the 4 great demons' treasure chests from the underworld, with severe penalties for failure. Watching the 2 Gourmets, Minhyuk's companions joke that they act like father and son, though one notes Alan is not literally his father. Minhyuk turns to Rowena, saying they have important work ahead and asking if she is ready. Rowena blushes, wondering what important work he means. A magical symbol begins to form, transitioning scenes. After finishing a meal, Minhyuk thinks about how delicious it was. He mentally praises the plump dumplings and rich broth of the soup he just ate. Rowena, thinking of Minhyuk's voracious appetite, fumes internally that eating seems to be his life's purpose while politely saying she is glad he liked it. Later, Minhyuk tells Rowena he has something for her and asks her to close her eyes and give him her hand. She reluctantly complies, wondering what mischief he is planning. Minhyuk slips a ring-shaped item onto her finger, delighted that it fits perfectly, as she starts to react. Feeling the object, Rowena panics inside, assuming Minhyuk has put a real ring on her finger. Minhyuk tells her to open her eyes while she steels herself emotionally. She reminds herself she is a saint whose heart should belong only to God, trying to control her feelings. The item is revealed to be a gaudy candy ring rather than a true engagement ring. Rowena stares in mixed shock and confusion at this realization. Minhyuk apologizes for earlier crankiness over soup and explains that today's snack from his magic snack box happened to be a candy ring he wanted to share. Rowena yells that she hates him, while Minhyuk, baffled, does not understand why. Time shifts to Minhyuk's territory at a grand clocktower-like building. A mustached man stands in a field holding a violin and bow, preparing for something. The violin is identified as the legendary Violin of Resonance, an item reacting to holy and evil energies. The man recalls that Minhyuk personally entrusted him with this mission using the violin. In a flashback, Minhyuk ceremoniously hands the violin over, saying it now belongs to the man, who is shocked to receive such a precious artifact. Minhyuk then tells him he has an important job for him. That job is to nurture a special tyrant seed using the violin's power. The man accepts confidently, vowing to handle it for Minhyuk while beginning to play. He plays with intense determination, shouting that he will not let Minhyuk down. Elsewhere, bat-like demons attack a burning forest, raining destruction. Among them, crazed followers shout praises to the demon Viros. Terrified elves flee the burning woods, screaming for their lives. An elf messenger races to the throne, urging their majesty to escape because they are outnumbered. The elven king slams a fist down in frustration. He insists that if he leaves, demons will seize the elven forest, yet his people argue they have no other option. Resolving himself, the king orders envoys sent to humans, saying it is time to invoke their century-old promise. In a human council chamber, a ruler reflects on that 100-year promise. His advisor explains the pact where elves and humans agreed to aid each other in crises, with room for negotiated compensation. They discuss how demon portals are opening in the elven forest and that if the elves fall, their own nation will be next. The rulers agree they will need help from outside adventurers because wartime travel is difficult. They propose a temporary truce between rival nations, drafting an armistice agreement. The other ruler smiles, saying she was about to suggest the same. The human king then notes that the Aphilips Empire has its own divine successor. He suggests each nation send a divine successor as their representative hero, echoing an ancient legend. After a pause, the horned ruler agrees. Another nation's castle is shown, indicating the broader political stage. Minhyuk is briefed that demons attacked the elven forest and that Prince Argon, the elven king's only child, was kidnapped. The Horned Ruler explains that 3 nations have decided to each send an outsider with a divine class to rescue the prince. She asks if Minhyuk is even listening as he snacks absent-mindedly. Mouth full of food, Minhyuk assures her he is listening and repeats that they must rescue Prince Gorgonzola, clearly mishearing the name. She rubs her forehead, stressing that this dangerous mission requires traveling to the Immortal Land. A description explains that the Immortal Land is packed with high-level monsters, natural disasters, and curses that debuff intruders. Minhyuk reassures Elle he will succeed, then immediately asks if food is part of the reward. She dryly says she guessed as much, having suspected his motives. Seeing his enthusiasm, she relaxes, believing his determination to win is genuine. A system overview announces that the game of the gods has begun, detailing combat and commanding score mechanics, and that highest contribution wins. In another throne room, a ruler remarks that the game has started, addressing 2 kneeling divine-class players. One, Bak, god of death, states that saving Prince Argon will make their Colodus Empire allies with the elves. The other, Ekli, god of war, adds that their empire will be stronger than ever after the armistice ends. Their emperor muses that he did not expect Elle to sign the agreement so readily and predicts she will regret it. He tells the 2 divine players that one of them must rescue Argon from the Immortal Land. He orders them to use any means necessary to seize victory. Ekli interprets this as permission for ruthless tactics, and wonders aloud what it entails. The emperor clarifies they must not be overtly dishonorable but hints there are many discreet ways to act. He suggests using enemies to their advantage, such as revealing rival contestants' locations to hostile forces. Intrigued, Ekli turns to Bak, starting to share his thoughts. Both men smirk, agreeing that this ruthless game sounds entertaining. A global announcement declares the Demon Invasion event has begun. A map of Elvenheim appears, explaining its division into 5 monster-ranked zones through E. Rules state that players earn battle points in each zone and can spend them on artifacts, potions, and supplies. Additional rules explain that the first player to reach the Elven Forest will earn a special reward. Adventurers discuss the event, noting Zone A is the shortest route and predicting strong guilds will converge there. One woman plans for her group to do the same. She worries, though, that her guild lacks enough manpower. She wonders anxiously whether Minhyuk's newly sworn vassal can really protect their territory, while he furiously tills the field with a rake. 2 allies watch the mustached man and joke that he seems more like a thug than a holy paladin. Frustrated with his tool, the man raises his violin bow, deciding to rely on it instead. He plays the violin of resonance, commanding his seeds to grow rapidly. Observers conclude he is not a gangster but simply insane. As his screechy playing echoes, one ally frets about the safety of their territory. Elsewhere, Minhyuk rallies his troops, saying they are going to return victorious, not die on the battlefield. Ekli addresses his elite squadron Cold Blood, commanding the world's heroes to follow him. Bak fires up his Reaper's squadron, declaring that honor is priceless, and they will claim it. Their troops roar in unified enthusiasm. Watching these forces, other soldiers whisper that those units look incredibly strong. Minhyuk's own nervous troops wonder what their commander will say to inspire them. He announces their company name Food Fuel and asks if everyone has eaten. When some admit they have not, Minhyuk is aghast, pointing out that their pay includes meals. He scolds them, insisting that skipping free meals is practically sinful. He states their motto is food is fuel and refuses to move out until everyone is full and satisfied. Minhyuk forces the embarrassed soldiers to chant food is fuel along with him. Watching from afar, Ekli and Bak mock Minhyuk as an idiot and expect the contest to be easy. Some of Minhyuk's own men tremble, feeling hopeless in comparison. Minhyuk cheerfully asks Bak and Ekli if they have eaten lunch, and they awkwardly claim they have. Ekli suggests they travel together until reaching Section 2 of the Immortal Land, proposing that Minhyuk's group stay in the rear as support. Minhyuk confirms he would only be supporting from behind, and Ekli assures him they will handle the front lines. Bak and Ekli smirk, telling him not to complain later since he agreed to this role. Minhyuk's eyes light up as he asks if his side can also loot items for themselves. Ekli smiles, saying they cannot prevent Minhyuk from taking loot he has priority over because of how the game works. Internally, Ekli mocks him, knowing rear support rarely earns battle points or loot. Unaware of the trick, Minhyuk happily agrees to support from the back. Ekli outwardly agrees, thinking how easy it was to manipulate him. Ekli then worries privately about dealing with Bak as a rival. He reveals a demonic crystal called Felicity, planning to use its hidden evil empowering power as his secret trump card. Though he lacks the strongest underworld mineral, he believes Felicity is powerful enough to secure his victory. Minhyuk's red-caped soldiers march forward toward the ominous landscape. A notification appears stating that everyone has entered Section 1 of the Immortal Land. Further rules restrict them to 1 kilogram of outside food and limit potions, scrolls, and portable tents. Minhyuk, devastated at the 1 kilogram food limit, already despises the Immortal Land. Standing atop a cliff before his cheering troops, Minhyuk prepares to address them further despite his food-related frustrations. Immortal ogres and trolls swarm the battlefield as huge enemies. A knight is relieved to be supporting from the rear while another calls him shameless. 2 knights discuss overthrowing their commander but hesitate because the queen trusts him. Vang Ace privately vows to topple the commander the moment he makes a mistake. A powerful punch slams into a shield in the midst of combat. The commander orders his men to hold until his signal, while a soldier blocks the ogre's blow. The ogre strains and sweats, realizing the stalemate. At the commander's shout, the troops are ordered to skewer the ogre with their spears. Numerous spears pierce the ogre's body. Seeing the ogre's health nearly depleted, the commander prepares to finish it off. An arrow flies toward the weakened monster. The final shot kills the ogre and empties its health bar. A notice shows Cold Blood Squadron earning 30 contribution points, shocking their soldiers. Another notice shows Food Fuel Squadron gaining 50 points as Minhyuk happily claims the last hit. The rival commander rages that Minhyuk stole their kill. His men complain they did the hard work, but he tells them to focus since more monsters remain and to guard against more kill steals. Minhyuk obtains the legendary Bell of Pope Lamas, an artifact usable only by him. A memory shows him receiving the bell as church savior, and its effect is boosting his power and defenses against undead and demons. The rival commander grudgingly admits Minhyuk outsmarted them with that artifact. He orders Carmen and Neville to gather their loot and retreat. His subordinates hesitate, and he urges them to hurry and take the loot. They nervously try to speak up about a problem. A system message reveals looting is temporarily unauthorized, preventing them from picking anything up. Contribution rankings show Food Fuel leading far ahead of Reapers and Cold Blood. Minhyuk stows away his new loot among other treasures. The rival commander admits Minhyuk is great at rear support, and Minhyuk cheerfully agrees. Secretly furious, the commander proposes switching positions, insisting Minhyuk can fight at the front. Minhyuk flatly refuses, saying he does not want to change roles. He reminds the commander they agreed on their positions beforehand and should honor that. The commander's eye twitches in restrained anger. He snaps that he will stop working with Minhyuk and questions if Minhyuk can survive in Immortal Land with only 50 men, to which Minhyuk casually agrees. Minhyuk waves goodbye, saying he will just try it on his own. The rival commander panics internally, realizing he only meant to threaten Minhyuk and now lacks rear support. His comrade tells him not to panic because they still have strategic options. Using a hidden map, the comrade explains they can reach Section 3, where Prince Argun is, before Minhyuk. The commander is shocked he had a map all along and was not told sooner. The map holder explains he hid it because they are rivals and only one winner can emerge. He adds that he knows the commander is hiding secrets too, showing a mysterious crystal. He suggests that before they fight each other, they should first eliminate a common enemy. Time shifts to day 3 in Immortal Land, with a snowy cave camp. The map holder notes, hunting is fine but the harsh, changeable weather is causing problems. System messages show his knights are hungry, exhausted, and suffering stat penalties. He worries that their greatest issue is still unresolved. Someone announces dinner is ready. The food turns out to be foul-smelling iron pig stew, angering the commander. He laments they have run out of decent rations and sees no way to find good food here. A further penalty appears, reducing his commanding score because his knights suffer from cold and hunger. He is dismayed about losing points, while his ally assumes Minhyuk must be in even worse shape. Updated scores show Food Fuel excelling in command while Reapers and Cold Blood lead in combat. The rival commander is stunned that Minhyuk's commanding score is so high. He then sees Food Fuel's combat score suddenly surge far past the others. Completely confused, he wonders what is happening. The scene flashes back to 2 days earlier when Minhyuk left their alliance. Vang Ace yells at Minhyuk for splitting from the other squadrons and increasing their danger. He accuses Minhyuk of letting stubbornness cloud his judgment. Minhyuk insists he is protecting his squad, predicting the other commanders will betray them when things worsen. He reasons there is no sense staying with allies he expects to eventually fight. Vang Ace is startled by this clear foresight. Later, Vang Ace realizes Minhyuk deliberately angered the other commanders while considering how many unneeded legendary artifacts he holds. Vang Ace regrets judging Minhyuk too quickly as the Red Cape Knights rejoin Minhyuk. Minhyuk decides their priority is finding food rather than hunting more monsters. His knights doubt food exists in Immortal Land and wonder how they will get any. Minhyuk summons a small pig-like creature and says not to worry. He explains that Fido, the pig, can sniff out food for them. As the harsh sun beats down, a knight nervously asks if Minhyuk is really sure about this. Fido leads them to an unbelievable green pasture, a legendary meat paradise not bound by the usual weight limits. Minhyuk assures his men they do not need to worry about food for a while. The knights don gloves, preparing to handle the ingredients. They offer to do the cooking for Minhyuk, addressing him as commander. Minhyuk smiles to himself, considering their offer. He instead volunteers to cook for them, insisting they should rest while he prepares the meal. A soldier is deeply moved as Minhyuk states his goal is to win this battle without letting his men go hungry. Minhyuk serves an abundant meal and invites everyone to eat. One knight thinks the food looks good but assumes it must taste ordinary. He watches Minhyuk eat wrap bites and finds the style strange. The knight copies Minhyuk, assembling a lettuce wrap of rice, meat, and toppings. He takes a bite of the wrap. The flavor overwhelms him in delight. The narration describes the meat as perfectly cooked, juicy, and irresistibly seasoned. The knight marvels that such amazing food is being eaten in the middle of a battle. A buff triggers, raising all stats for 20 days, and Minhyuk's men rejoice at the boost. Minhyuk confirms everyone is full and rallies them for battle, earning an enthusiastic response. Later, in another camp, discarded weapons lie around Cold Blood's exhausted troops. The rival commander arrives and casually asks how they have been. The Cold Blood soldiers stare down at him with grim, changed expressions. He is shocked to see how healthy and well-fed they look despite the harsh conditions. Meanwhile, his own starving men stagger and complain of hunger. One Cold Blood knight desperately begs for food as Minhyuk smiles subtly. Minhyuk tells Vengeance it is time to convert other knights to their cause. When Vengeance asks what he means, Minhyuk brushes it off, saying to forget his wording. He clarifies that he wants to invite the poor, hungry knights into their squadron. A starving member of Cold Blood, Robert, staggers about on the brink of collapse. Robert narrates that they have gone days without proper food and everyone is losing sanity. Another knight says he would sell his soul for a simple sandwich. That knight suddenly catches the scent of food. He realizes he smells meat and alerts the others. The desperate Cold Blood soldiers sprint toward the source, shouting for barbecue. They follow the smell, crying out that they are hungry, and track it to a specific tent. Peeking inside, they react in disbelief at what they see. They find Minhyuk and his men feasting on pork ribs. One starving knight fixates on the glistening ribs, drooling. He imagines the perfect lettuce-wrapped rib with rice, onions, and garlic. He gets to eat a wrap like that and savors it. The others envy the cozy tent and the mysterious source of pork ribs. A knight gulps, unable to resist any longer. One Cold Blood soldier decides to ask Minhyuk for food despite objections that they are rivals. Minhyuk warmly invites the hungry knights inside to eat. When asked if it is really okay, Minhyuk says they have plenty of food. He declares that no one should starve regardless of origin, appearing saintly compared to the harsh rival commander. Robert is deeply touched as Minhyuk tells him to bring all his friends since there is enough for everyone. More Cold Blood members ask for a share, and Minhyuk graciously welcomes any hungry person to join. Internally, Minhyuk notes that everything is proceeding exactly as he intended. Vengeance knights agree, remarking that the hungry men have fallen into their trap. As the starving soldiers eat, Vengeance marvels that Minhyuk's plan actually worked and praises his brilliance. The map-holder commander barges in furiously, demanding to know what is happening. He berates his men for disgracing the Empire and orders them back to their positions. Minhyuk protests that he is only feeding starving men. The Cold Blood knights retort that the commander never fed them and that hunger matters more than his sense of honor. As he tries to condemn them further, a system alert cuts him off. Notifications state that his affinity with his knights has plummeted and they may now disobey him. Another warning says his commanding score has dropped significantly, and even suggests his knights might abandon him. One knight rips off his emblem or cloak in defiance. The commander is horrified as he realizes his men are turning on him. A representative knight steps forward, clutching his chest where the emblem was removed. That knight formally announces that from now on they are siding with Food Fuel Squadron. The commander panics, warning they will be punished by the emperor for this betrayal. The spokesman coldly turns away from him. The commander grits his teeth in helpless rage. He accuses Minhyuk of orchestrating everything just to steal his men. Minhyuk innocently replies that he only fed hungry people. The former subordinates defend Minhyuk, calling him good-hearted and telling their old commander to back off. The commander's eye twitches with growing murderous anger. He draws his sword with a sharp sound. He proclaims that his men will regret choosing Minhyuk over him for a mere meal and insists the commander must be strong. He then officially challenges Minhyuk to a PvP duel. Minhyuk accepts under the condition that if he wins, the emperor is told command passed to him upon the rival's death. The rival commander smirks, confident as he listens to the condition. He agrees but demands that if he wins, Minhyuk's men will belong to him. A pact is magically formed that penalizes either side with level loss if they break the agreement. The scene shifts to the barren dueling ground as wind howls around them. Minhyuk and the rival commander face each other with swords drawn, ready to duel. The rival rushes Minhyuk, eager to test how long he can last. Minhyuk is quickly slashed, lamenting aloud. The rival follows up with a brutal blow to Minhyuk's face, mocking the knights for choosing such a weak commander. He continues to batter Minhyuk while condemning him as unfit to lead anyone. Bloodied, Minhyuk clenches his teeth and steadies himself. He shouts that he will never allow a cruel commander to lead these men, and vows no one will starve under his command. Some knights watching worry that Minhyuk seems more focused on ideals than on winning the fight. Another knight suddenly realizes what Minhyuk is really doing. The former Cold Blood soldiers are moved to tears, declaring they will follow Commander Minhyuk forever because he is risking his life for them. The watching knights realize why Minhyuk is so admired and remark that he is truly unique. Bak clenches his teeth in frustration, thinking he almost defeated Minhyuk. Exhausted, Bak realizes Minhyuk keeps dodging every critical strike. Bak angrily calls out to Minhyuk. Smirking, Minhyuk taunts that Bak must have used up all his skills. Their hands struggle over Bak's sword hilt. Minhyuk lands a painful blow on Bak while seizing the sword. Bak yells that Minhyuk tricked and outplayed him. The two glare at each other at close range in the midst of the clash. Bak, bleeding, cannot believe he is losing like this. The scene shifts to quiet mountains after the battle. Minhyuk's knights cheer joyfully around him. The soldiers celebrate Commander Minhyuk's victory and pledge lifelong loyalty. Minhyuk smiles modestly amid the adoration. His smile fades as he suddenly grows thoughtful. A glowing rolled parchment appears, which Minhyuk identifies as a map. Minhyuk approaches and questions why a map is lying on the ground. Opening it, he sees locations labeled Minhyuk and Ekli along with a red skull mark. Shocked, he realizes the map shows the entire immortal land. He exclaims that the map even displays his current position and grumbles that Bach hoarded it. A system message notifies him that his commanding score has reached 100%. Another message says he will be granted a reward, surprising him. Minhyuk decides to forgive Bach since the valuable map now belongs to him. The view zooms into Elvenheim's Zone A on the world map. A notification declares that the demon invasion event has begun. The game orders players to fight demons and reclaim elven territories. Further instructions explain that defending a village for 2 days reclaims it and greatly boosts contribution points. A reclaimed village is shown as an objective on the map. Jeannie remarks that reclaiming one village is only the beginning for their small guild. Her comrade notes their guild's small size explains their slow progress. Jeannie reads that reclaiming the village unlocked access to an elven shop. She wonders what grade E means and if higher shop grades exist. An info screen explains elven shops range from grade E up to royal, with better, cheaper artifacts at higher grades. Jeannie asks Abel if the Aries guild currently holds the highest shop grade, and he replies they are at grade C. She mutters about grade C and contemplates their position. Another screen lists the massive contribution points needed to upgrade each shop grade, plus royal permission for royal. Overwhelmed, Jeannie laments how expensive it is and considers giving up on reaching royal grade. Studying the tactical map, she notes their tiny guild lacks allies to guard their rear if they push forward. She decides to postpone strategy worries and enjoy browsing the elven shop first. While shopping, she wonders when Minhyuk and Ace will come join their guild. The story shifts back to a rocky area of the immortal land. Minhyuk thanks fate that Bach dropped the map, or he would have been lost. Looking at the moving markers, he wonders why Ekli has remained stationary for hours. A notification grants him the humorous title All Bark No Bite Commander. Grinning darkly, he thinks this title will make it easy to deceive and manage his knights. His troops dash into battle shouting that they will fight for Commander Minhyuk, making him feel he may not even need the title. Minhyuk gives an emotional pep talk, praising their dedication to training. He vows that together they will conquer the immortal land as his men shout their love for him. Touched to tears, he cries while his troops loudly declare their trust in him. Pretending to go wipe his tears, Minhyuk sprints away as his men chant his praises. Away from the others, he checks that no one is nearby. Seeing the coast is clear, he decides not to share his coming reward with anyone. He reveals his private feast, calling it the reward for his perfect commanding score. Wearing gloves, Minhyuk solemnly announces it is time to dig in. He carefully rolls the rice into bite-sized balls before eating. He explains he makes the rice balls so he can taste everything together in one bite. He is momentarily stunned as he brings the loaded rice ball to his mouth. Overwhelmed, he revels in the smoky, spicy chicken feet perfectly balanced by the seasoned rice. As the heat builds, he prepares to counter it. He follows up with a soothing spoonful of steamed egg. To finish, he happily washes everything down with a sweet drink. He lets out a satisfied exclamation after chugging the beverage. Minhyuk beams in pure bliss, savoring the meal. Having polished off the food, he eyes the now empty chicken feet box. While still eating rice, he studies the map and wonders about the red skull symbol. He speculates the skull might mark a hidden treasure chest. Unsure, he decides it is time to move out regardless. Elsewhere, someone begins to question shocking news. A furious superior screams at Bach for losing his entire squad to the food fighter squadron in a duel. Bach defensively insists Minhyuk was weak and only won through trickery. The superior retorts that being killed by a supposed weakling is even more shameful. Accepting he is doomed, Bach offers his superior a secret tip. He asks if the superior remembers the red skull mark on the map. The narrative shifts to Section 2 of the Immortal Land where monsters gather. A monstrous bird-like creature stomps nervously on the ground. The monsters look around warily as ominous footsteps draw near. The earth trembles and dust rises, signaling an approaching force. Minhyuk's knights charge forward shouting for the monster's death. Seeing his troops fight in his name, Minhyuk encourages them to keep it up. He notes with satisfaction that he reached Section 2 with few casualties and many contribution points. A sudden notice states that Ekli, the god of war, has abandoned the game of the gods, leaving Minhyuk confused. Another reward screen grants Minhyuk Alan's kitchen knife and Alan's bizarre tekbaki set. Nearby knights chat about how much easier things are under Minhyuk's command while he stands aside thinking. Minhyuk ponders why Ekli quit so abruptly and suspects it might be because Ekli's starving troops defected to him. He wonders if that is the real reason as a demonic, blue-flamed figure of Ekli is shown. A flashback shows Bach explaining the ominous red skull mark on the map. Bach reveals that the skull marks the lair of the fallen elemental king, whose defeat can turn a player into a demon. He adds that defeating the fallen elemental king grants immense power and command over its army. However, such a demon user would then become a bounty target for other players. Ekli is shown declaring he does not care about the danger because he wants revenge most of all. He slays the fallen elemental king, clearing its tomb. A system message explains a powerful evil energy is entering Ekli's body. Dark energy seeps into him as his transformation begins. A global notification announces that a demonic user has appeared on the Korean server. Ordinary players excitedly discuss the Aries Guild's impressive gameplay video. As the game master speaks, players wonder if a server maintenance announcement is coming. Instead, everyone hears that the first demonic user has just been born. One player exclaims in disbelief that a demon user is even possible, while another takes a phone call. In chat, players excitedly speculate about the new demonic race and its underworld rewards. Other bystanders gossip that this demonic user will likely become the strongest on the server. Players ask if anyone grabbed screenshots of the demonic user just as another notification pops up. The next message shocks them by announcing the demon user of fire has already been defeated. Back at the battlefield, someone steps through blood-stained ground wondering what just happened. The narration confirms the location as the Immortal Lands, Section 2. And now demonic Ekli glares and curses Minhyuk for outwitting him. Observers note that Minhyuk keeps firing arrows safely from the rear. Ekli orders his spectral flames to burn everything in sight. One of Minhyuk's knights notices a strange smell in the air and calls to his commander. That knight is suddenly impaled and killed by a dark flaming attack. Minhyuk reacts in alarm as the surprise assault begins. Ekli, fully transformed, laughs maniacally that Minhyuk should have listened to him earlier. Minhyuk, not recognizing him at first, asks who he is, and Ekli angrily identifies himself. Seeing Ekli's altered demonic face, Minhyuk bluntly says he did not recognize him because he looks uglier now. Minhyuk charges with determination despite Ekli's furious outburst. He commands his panicking troops to hold their positions and fight together, though they complain the enemy is too strong. Calculating losses, Minhyuk worries he will lose too many men if this continues. He decides he must act quickly and reaches for Alan's kitchen knife embedded in the ground. Gripping the handle, he activates the knife as storm clouds and lightning gather. A massive lightning strike slams into Ekli, electrifying the demon user. Minhyuk, seeing Ekli survive, remarks that the attack was not hot enough to finish him. Ekli, enraged and battered, screams an insult back. Minhyuk flicks the knife, unleashing numerous floating blades. He readies the glowing blade technique called Blooming Sword. Ice-like blades erupt around him, skewering demons and beasts. Ekli staggers but mocks that Minhyuk cannot beat him with such a toy. A system message informs Ekli that 70% of his troops have already been annihilated. Minhyuk taunts that Ekli is as resilient as he is ugly, like a boss monster. Ekli insists that although his army is gone, Minhyuk's tricks will never defeat him. He suddenly looks up in terror as something ominous forms above. Ekli stares at countless knives materializing in the sky and asks what is happening. Feeling his feet freeze in place, he panics that this cannot be real. Minhyuk, smiling, calls out the finishing move Knife Shower. He swings Alan's knife in wide arcs, sending blades raining down while cursing Ekli to hell. Admiring the weapon, he thinks he already loves Alan's kitchen knife and marvels that this demigod artifact is so useful. A notification states Minhyuk has slain the demon user of fire and, as the first to do so, earns an elven heart plus a huge contribution bonus. The elven heart item description explains it can be used in areas reclaimed from demons, though its full abilities are unknown. Reading this, Minhyuk thinks of Genie's reclaimed village and wonders how his guildmates are faring. He considers his next move in silence. His thoughts quickly shift to his stomach as he decides to eat again. He orders everyone to help the wounded and announces that it is mealtime. Alan's spicy tteokbokki set and fish cake skewers are laid out, ready to be devoured. Minhyuk beams, calling the feast his prize for winning the game of the gods and saying he has longed to taste it. He lovingly dips a rice cake deep into the rich sauce and melted cheese. He pops the saucy rice cake into his mouth. Minhyuk delights in how sweet, spicy, chewy, and extra savory the cheese-covered tteokbokki is. To balance the heat, he prepares some steaming fish cake on a skewer. He takes a big, juicy bite of the fish cake. Bracing himself, he excitedly digs in with gusto. He shows off by dramatically slurping the whole fish cake in a flashy ultimate skill. Watching him eat, his knights wonder what delicious food their commander is enjoying and comment that it looks really good. The others decide to leave Minhyuk alone because he clearly does not want to share his food. While checking event rankings, Minhyuk wonders if he should go help Genie since it does not seem urgent. Minhyuk tells his party their break is over and orders everyone to move on to Section 3. A system message announces that Minhyuk has entered Section 3 of the Immortal Land. Another message tells him he can now use the Elven Boutique, which surprises him. Reading the description, Minhyuk realizes the Elven Boutique sells food ingredients, with selection based on its grade. He rapidly upgrades his boutique to Grade A, earning a special reward as the first player to do so. He then learns that raising the boutique to royal grade requires permission from an elven royal. Confused, Minhyuk wonders how he is supposed to obtain permission from an elven royal. A notification chimes, catching his attention. Minhyuk focuses as a new, urgent message appears. The system warns that Argon, the elf prince, will be executed in 6 hours. Elsewhere, the demon commander questions the crucified Prince Argon about opening the royal boutique. The commander mocks Argon for choosing honor over life as Argon weakly addresses him. A demon underling rushes in to report that humans have invaded their base. The commander dismisses the report at first and tells the underling to deal with the weak humans alone. The underling explains that their scouts and raiders in Unit 3 have all been wiped out. Realizing the threat, the commander orders an immediate barrier despite protests about losing evil energy. Minhyuk overhears that the demons plan to use the barrier to stall the invading army and kill the prince. Viro's amazing barrier activates, enclosing the demon base. Alarmed by the barrier, the demon commander fears the enemy might already be inside. He looks for the intruders but instead finds a small pig facing them. The determined pig, actually Minhyuk's summon, stands ready before the demons. The demons wonder why a feisty-looking pig is in their base, and if it is what triggered the alarm. The pig turns around and points its rear at them, baffling the demons. The pig releases a massive, noxious fart cloud toward the demons. Overwhelmed by the stench, the demons gag and complain about the horrible smell. The pig smirks, pleased with the effect of its gas attack. Realizing the fart was only a warm-up, the terrified demons decide they must flee. As chaos erupts in the base, someone screams for others to catch the pig. Pained cries echo through the night, sending birds scattering from the forest. A cloaked figure hiding in a tree flinches as the commotion intensifies nearby. The hidden scout relaxes slightly, thinking the demons still have not noticed their presence. In the village, demon officers arrive, and one of them guesses there will be a reward for stopping the attack. Jeannie, hidden in the trees, watches silently as the situation develops. Revealing herself under the hood, Jeannie asks her legend guild allies if they are ready. One guild member stands poised, prepared for her signal. A cloaked ally slips behind an unsuspecting demon guard. The ally swiftly slashes, initiating the surprise attack. A demon shouts that they are under ambush and orders the others to protect the vice commander. Jeannie tensely observes, saying nothing as the battle begins. A demon notes that one officer stays by a glowing red jewel and wonders what that jewel is. The jewel transforms into the eye of the demon king, which can locate enemies. The ominous eye scans the surroundings. It soon hovers over Jeannie's position, causing her to cover her mouth in alarm. The eye loudly announces it has found her, and Jeannie curses that she has been detected. The demon officer taunts Jeannie, boasting that she has walked right into his trap. A system notice declares the area to be the demon king's territory, heavily weakening Jeannie's damage. Her whole team also suffers an agility debuff as demons with wings close in for battle. Determined not to fall easily, Jeannie charges with her flame whip skill. The demon officer easily blocks her flaming attack and mocks her effort. Jeannie grits her teeth, frustrated that her blows are ineffective. She keeps fighting, whipping and dodging as the ground erupts around her. A flying demon prepares more magic while Jeannie, bloodied, curses the situation. Jeannie realizes the demon king's debuffs make her too weak and fears they will all die at this rate. Just then, she receives a guild chat message from Ace saying help is incoming. Far away, Minhyuk's father rides atop a colossal ice dragon, ready to intervene. The dragon's freezing breath devastates demon forces, sending them fleeing in terror. A roar skill from Bretney lifts all debuffs from Jeannie's group, astonishing her. An ally points out the approaching dragon rider, and Jeannie recognizes who it might be. They realize the dragon rider is Minhyuk's dad, accompanied by Minhyuk as well. System messages confirm Philip Village has been reclaimed and offer a fortress upgrade option. Jeannie marvels at how quickly the village was taken as Minhyuk's father greets her cheerfully. Jeannie warmly asks Mr. Kong how he has been, and he replies that he is doing well. Another guild member explains to a curious boy that Mr. Kong is Minhyuk's father. Mr. Kong notes how eager they seem about the event and offers to help since Minhyuk is busy elsewhere. A notice declares that Black Flame Dragon, Mr. Kang's username, and the Legend Guild have formed an alliance. He proudly confirms that he is the Black Flame Dragon, impressing the others with the name. Meanwhile, in Section 3's underground dungeon, the scene shifts to the demon's prison. Amid shouts about catching the pig again, the blindfolded Prince Argon hears noise outside his cell. Someone suddenly grabs Argon's hands, startling him. Minhyuk introduces himself to Argon and declares he has come to rescue him. Argon stares in surprise as Minhyuk reacts to an unexpected laugh from nearby. The demon commander Vallen appears and mockingly welcomes their unexpected guest. Minhyuk calmly tells Argon that Vallen, although classified mid-class, is as strong as a high-class demon. Vallen boasts that he will show this foolish human the true terror of demons, and lets Minhyuk make the first move. Seeing the opportunity, Minhyuk enthusiastically charges straight at Vallen. Argon panics and tries to stop him, fearing for Minhyuk's life. Confident in his Valak's armor that absorbs damage and traps weapons, Vallen assumes Minhyuk's attack cannot harm him. Minhyuk drives his dagger into the armor and prepares to restrain the demon. Vallen notices Minhyuk grinning and wonders what he finds so amusing. Suddenly, lightning erupts from the weapon as Minhyuk combines Shapeless Sword with Triple Thunderbolt, shocking Vallen. The demon staggers, stunned that the attack pierced his defense. Minhyuk continues channeling Shapeless Sword plus Triple Thunderbolt, electrocuting Vallen repeatedly. Vallen collapses to the floor, defeated and smoking. Calling the fight easy, Minhyuk turns back to Argon and starts untying him. A shaken Argon studies Minhyuk, wondering who this powerful human really is. Outside, demons keep chasing Minhyuk's pig, desperate to stop its foul attacks. Later, Minhyuk and Argon emerge from the dungeon, both breathing heavily. Minhyuk checks on Argon, who insists he is only slightly out of breath. Argon notices Minhyuk's hands and remarks on their condition. He brushes it off, saying his hands only feel stiff from being tied up so long. Minhyuk offers Argon an Elven HP and MP total recovery potion from his grade A boutique. Shocked, Argon asks if Minhyuk has already unlocked a grade A boutique, and Minhyuk casually confirms it. While Argon drinks, Minhyuk remembers his goal and asks Argon to upgrade his boutique in return for the rescue. Argon says he is willing but explains that promotion requires 1,000,000 contribution points. He suddenly freezes, seeing that Minhyuk actually has those points ready. Minhyuk cheerfully spends 1,000,000 points to request access to the royal grade boutique. Argon grants the request, and a cascade of powerful items appears around Minhyuk, astonishing him. Reading the list, Minhyuk realizes he has received things like a mass teleport scroll and an elf army summoning scroll. Another prompt appears, and Minhyuk anxiously wonders what it means. Argon watches nervously as Minhyuk is engulfed in flames of excitement. Minhyuk addresses Prince Argon with a serious tone. He then gushes that the royal grade boutique is incredible, proudly holding a pricey Chinese food set, to Argon's dismay. Argon reflects that Minhyuk has saved him. Minhyuk notes that he has also gathered plenty of loot from this rescue. Smirking, he says there is only one thing left to do. His final plan is to reward himself by eating delicious food. A lavish spread of Chinese dishes appears on his picnic cloth. He decides to begin the feast with a piece of fried eggplant. Minhyuk bites into it with a satisfying crunch. He delights in how the crispy eggplant with juicy filling tastes, and cannot understand why others dislike it. Next he mixes spicy mapo tofu with rice, eager to ramp up the flavor. He savors the sweet spicy sauce and soft tofu, recognizing the classic taste of Sichuan cuisine. The intensity of the mapo tofu convinces him to eat the course's highlight immediately. He turns to the star dish, legendary dongpa pork. Minhyuk eagerly pops a cube of the braised pork into his mouth. The rich pork envelopes his senses as it melts in his mouth. Overwhelmed with joy, he dances at how tender and perfectly seasoned the dongpa pork is. He tearfully declares again how unbelievably good the dish tastes while Argon stares in bewilderment. An hour later, the plates are completely empty. Stuffed and chubby-cheeked, Minhyuk happily proclaims it was a fantastic meal. A notice states that the power in Alan's special dish will help Minhyuk unlock a hidden class skill. Curious, Minhyuk opens the skill window to examine his new ability. He discovers an active skill called But First, Let's Eat that creates a protective barrier and lets him buff allies with food. Minhyuk judges the new skill to be excellent, and exactly what he needed. A notification informs him that Black Flame Dragon and the Legend Guild have become allies, surprising him. Chat messages between Minhyuk and his father confirm that Dad is with Genie and invite Minhyuk to join them. Minhyuk resolves to help his father and Genie but worries about the distance to Section A. Argon stops him and offers to guide him via a shortcut to Section A. Grateful, Minhyuk praises Argon and urges that they hurry. Meanwhile, Commander Ref of Aries Guild warns her troops not to drop their guard in the demon-infested area. She notes that this is the final section before reaching the Elven Forest. Ref and her party carefully advance through the dark forest. A system alert announces that Ref has become the first player to enter the Elven Forest. As a reward, she obtains the fated ancient Elven sword. Ref happily thinks this item brings her closer to becoming a top ranker. Suddenly, Count Ruffle the Alchemist, the demon commander-in-chief, appears and ominously praises them for coming this far. A heavy evil energy settles over the forest, making Ref feel suffocated. Realizing danger, she orders all units to prepare for combat. As she begins to call for an attack, something interrupts her. Packs of hellhounds emerge from the darkness, snarling. Ref draws her glowing new sword and rushes forward, cursing. She unleashes the death sword technique against the charging hellhounds. The struck hellhounds explode, and Ref realizes with shock that they are self-destructing monsters. The blasts leave her dizzy and disoriented. System alerts inform her she has inhaled demonic gas, reducing all her stats and accuracy significantly. Ruffle mocks the humans for challenging a powerful foe and surrounds them in poisonous energy. More notices reveal they have inhaled demonic poison. Their HP plummets, and even their skin begins to melt. Horrified, Ref understands too late that the entire situation was a carefully laid trap. Count Ruffle explains that the demons ignored recapturing Section A. He reveals they intended to annihilate all players entering the forest at once as a hellhound lunges. The female commander lies defeated and exhausted on the ground. A demon mocks her strength compared to other humans as she struggles to reach her sword. Ruffle tells the commander her journey ends here and advises her to understand her enemies better next time. As he walks away, her body begins to vanish beside her fallen sword. Ruffle approaches the city of Alantion, stepping forward while viewing it from afar. He grins as he looks at the city. Ruffle orders his forces to assemble the Hellhounds and declares their intent to destroy Alantion. A broadcast announces live coverage from Alantion. The reporter explains that 300 guilds have allied with Aries Guild, led by commanders Carlian and Aries, and over 30 rankers are gathered in Alantion to launch a full assault. Ruffle watches the city through an interface or screen. The image flickers, still showing him observing Alantion. The reporter and another person pause and look around, sensing something. System messages announce that Commander-in-Chief Count Ruffle has appeared and that defeating him will grant large contribution and rewards. Aries identifies the horned figure as Count Ruffle, the enemy Commander-in-Chief. Aries remarks that Ruffle looks like a fun prey to hunt. Ref's information recounts that Count Ruffle can control packs of self-destructing hellhounds. Aries confidently lays out a plan which traps restrain Ruffle while ranged attackers bombard him. He notes that the battle seems to have started. Hellhounds begin moving into the city streets. Packs of red-eyed hellhounds snarl as they advance. Wyverns also join the assault, flying toward the city. Aries observes hundreds of hellhounds and several wyverns, assuming the flying beasts are mere distractions. Convinced the enemy is manageable, Aries orders everyone to attack. Alliance fighters strike and wound charging hellhounds. Wyverns are blasted from the sky by coordinated attacks. As the monsters fall too easily, Aries grows suspicious because the fight does not match Ref's warning. A soldier frantically calls out to Commander Aries. The soldier urges Aries to look up at the sky. They see hundreds more wyverns suddenly appearing and diving toward them. Aries realizes in shock that the wyverns are carrying something. He sees that each wyvern is clutching a hellhound. Aries curses and orders his troops to attack as the wyverns begin dropping the hounds. Archers hurriedly fire at the falling hellhounds. Arrows pierce a hellhound midair. One archer realizes in horror that he has made a critical mistake. A hellhound explodes in a massive blast of green energy. Aries inhales the resulting demonic gas and receives a debuff reducing his physical defense. Struggling through the gas, he rallies his men to hold their ground and calls for Valdar to tank the attacks. Valdar answers that he will handle it. He slams down his giant shield to protect the front line. A status window introduces Valdar as the top-ranked tank, activating his golden shield. Aries coughs blood and flinches as the battle rages. Valdar looks angrily toward the enemy, preparing to fight. The demoness known as the Butcher of Torment appears, taunting Valdar for being a sturdy tank. She snaps her fingers, eager to test how long he can survive. Valdar's shield is struck with powerful attacks, forcing a pained cry from him. She praises his defense but tells him to check behind him. Valdar turns to see a hellhound about to strike from his blind spot. He realizes too late that he missed the threat. The concealed hellhound explodes behind him, blasting him with demonic energy. He wonders how the enemy reached his back and fears the rest of the alliance has already fallen. Elsewhere, Aries is forced back by a swift mummy-like demon and curses the situation. The bandaged opponent slashes at Aries with great speed. Aries thinks the assassin is so fast that he cannot keep up with his movements. He despairs that even this unnamed commander is overwhelming him and questions how they can possibly win. Aries realizes that at this pace Alantion will be lost. A frightened player begs for help as a hellhound closes in. The Butcher of Torment commands ghostly beasts on a burning street while a victim pleads for the hounds to stay away. Valdar collapses and cries out in despair. Aries, still fighting, realizes all the rankers have already been forced to log out of the battle. He learns that even Valdar has been defeated. As the mummy closes in on him, Aries laments that their seemingly perfect battle plan has failed. Aries is mortally wounded and gasps in disbelief. He grips his sword and mutters that the situation is impossible. The bandaged demon murmurs that he is hungry. System messages declare that both Aries guild chief commanders are dead and Alantion has fallen. The scene shifts to Phillip Village, the base of Legend Guild. A Legend Guild member rushes in asking Jeannie if she saw footage of the Alantion battle. Jeannie replies that the battle was worse than expected and concludes they must defend their own base without expecting help. She informs him that a volunteer has offered to help, prompting curiosity about which guild they belong to. She clarifies that the volunteer is a powerful lone player with no guild affiliation. Meanwhile, a path labeled as a shortcut to Section A is shown. Minhyuk and his allies gallop along this path on horseback. The horses race at full speed. Minhyuk rides determinedly at the head of the group. Minhyuk reflects on the fall of Alantion, shocked at the demon's overwhelming strength. He worries that if events continue, Legend Guild will be the demon's next target. Minhyuk suddenly orders his mounted party to halt. He apologizes for the abrupt stop and explains that his father and friends are in danger. A knight acknowledges the upcoming fight will be tough but insists they must help defend Legend Guild's base. The troops shout that they will follow Minhyuk as their commander. Soldiers cheer that Minhyuk treated them as people and fed them well, vowing loyalty in return. Minhyuk happily thanks them as they declare they will do anything for him and his father. He then leads the riders straight toward their destination. In Gordon's palace, members of the Sun Alliance discuss how Alantion has fallen and that Legend Guild may be next. When asked if they will aid Legend, their hooded leader flatly refuses. The leader smiles, planning to let Legend Guild drop in ranking once the invasion ends. Others remark in surprise that the huge Aries army failed so miserably. The Sun Alliance decides to fortify their own defenses while waiting for Legend Guild to collapse. At Phillip Village, Ali cheerfully introduces himself as a dark magician. Jeannie greets Ali, surprised that the top-ranking magician has come in person. Ali explains he is there because Minhyuk asked him for a favor. A flashback shows Minhyuk messaging Ali 4 days earlier to ask what he was doing. Minhyuk then invokes their bond of friendship and asks for Ali's help. Ali is shocked and excited that Minhyuk needs his assistance. He tells Jeannie that is why he came and that he is eager to test his powerful magic missiles. Jeannie gratefully welcomes Ali, relieved to have extra support. A war quest description outlines the marching army event, its penalties, and huge contribution rewards for killing various demons including Commander Ruffle. Jeannie, resolved, tells Ali it is time for them to move out. A narrator notes that Phillip Village lies under Legend Guild's protection as ominous dust clouds approach. The demon army of hellhounds and wyverns begins its assault on Phillip village. A reporter announces that hundreds of hellhounds and wyverns are advancing toward the village. She then reports that, strangely, the hellhounds have suddenly stopped moving. The hounds start digging into the ground, seemingly attempting to infiltrate the village from below. Jeannie appears stressed as narration states that the guild master is panicking. The narrator wonders if this could be the end for Legend Guild. Suddenly Ali appears hovering in the sky above the village. He gazes downward with a serious expression. Ali snaps his fingers to activate a spell. The ground outside the village cracks open from the magical impact. Dark tendrils surge upward from the ruptured earth. The narrator identifies Ali's spell as Entangle, a Class 2 magic that ensnares the hellhounds. Ali clenches his fist to intensify the effect. He looks confident and composed as his magic restrains the enemies. Commentary notes that the mysterious magician has wiped out all the hellhounds and that the reporter now recognizes his familiar attire. She reveals that the savior is Ali, the famed dark magician. Jeannie smiles, encouraged by his appearance. She declares that Legend Guild will never go down without a fight. Watching from afar, Ruffle acknowledges that some humans possess real competence. He adds that despite their resistance, their efforts will ultimately be futile as the demons press the attack. The narrator highlights Ali summoning 4 orbs of hellfire around him. Ali senses his flames suddenly being dispelled. He faces the Butcher of Torment in the sky as she challenges him to fight someone his own size. She invites Ali to play with her, surrounding herself with sinister purple power. She snaps her fingers to launch a deadly spell. Red lightning surges through the sky toward Ali. He quickly throws up a protective barrier that absorbs the blast. Surrounded by glowing magic circles, Ali calmly tells her to bring it on. The Butcher sarcastically claims to be terrified. She blocks or shrugs off his initial attacks and calls them boring. Ali smiles coldly and calls her an idiot. Irritated, she demands to know what he said. An explosion strikes her from behind, catching her off guard. Ali proudly asks how she likes his powerful magic missiles. Wounded and enraged, the Butcher curses him while charging up more green energy. On the ground, allies admire the magical explosions overhead like fireworks. Others scold them to stay focused on the ground battle. Packs of silver wolves, tougher demonic beasts, appear and snarl. A knight struggles against them, shouting that they refuse to die no matter what he does. Another fighter warns that these silver wolves have extremely high damage and defense, classifying them as high-grade demonic creatures. A party member yells for everyone to clear the way. He unleashes a fiery spell called Burning Chariot of Hell to strike the wolves. Inspired, others launch their own skills like Heatwave Fist and Sword Spirit's Frenzy to assist. Even after these powerful attacks, the silver wolves remain standing. The caster panics that his abilities are on cooldown and cannot be used again. Another teammate notes that he and likely Askar are also out of area of effect skills, asking who has anything left. Their leader anxiously wonders what options remain. Someone answers grimly that they will have to rely on pure hand-to-hand combat. The Legend Guild members charge into battle yelling cheesy slogans while someone off-screen calls them corny. System messages announce that the Legend Guild's contribution score has just hit an all-time high. Commentators note that the Legend Guild is completely dominating the battlefield. A hooded strategist admits they are fighting well but worries their guild members are running out of stamina. A white wolf spots a shadowy figure in the smoke and wonders if it is the infamous Butcher of Despair, deciding to check his stats. After seeing the stats, the hooded man reels in dread. He realizes in disbelief that the Butcher of Despair is level 611. The Butcher of Despair slashes a player, triggering instant logout messages. More brutal slashes from the Butcher log players out, and even sever their connection to the server. One guild warrior mutters that the situation has become insane. Facing the high-level Butcher, he panics, unsure how they can possibly defeat this monster. Observers wonder aloud if they are witnessing the downfall of the Legend Guild as another battle rages in the air. They explain that Ali is fully occupied fighting Kenny, the Butcher of Torment. The armored warrior steels himself, gritting his teeth. He defiantly charges the Butcher of Despair, insisting they are not losing and unleashing a powerful attack. Commentators declare the Butcher of Despair invincible as the warrior is shocked that his strike was dodged so easily. As the Butcher closes in, people wonder if the Sun Alliance is their last remaining hope. The warrior stares at the calm Butcher of Despair as devastation erupts nearby. Someone shouts for everyone to run. Cornered, the warrior stammers that there is nowhere to run. He then bolts anyway, deciding he has no idea where to go but must escape. The pair of guild members hide behind a cliff, relieved they escaped, and ask Jeannie what they should do next. Peeking over the edge, the warrior starts to ask if the Butcher is still there. Both flinch in confusion as a huge shadow suddenly looms over them. They look up in shock to see Black Flame Dragon and allied flying beasts overhead. Jeannie grins and tells everyone to prepare for a second round. Minhyuk's father, the Dragon Rider, grimly rushes into the fray. He commands his Black Flame Dragon, Brenne, to unleash its fiery breath. Brenne engulfs the battlefield in a torrent of flames. The Dragon Rider offers help to the Dark Magician, who quickly accepts. The Rider calls on his second dragon, Destiny. He orders Destiny to freeze all enemies. Destiny unleashes freezing power, flash freezing foes solid. One Legend Guild warrior sees an enemy frozen mid-lunge and reacts in amazement. Watching Destiny's ice attacks, The warrior marvels that the battlefield conditions have vastly improved. Kenny rages at the dragon's interference, calling the others cowards. She is immediately blasted by Brittany's flames while being told that survival is not cowardice. Brittany's flames fail to pierce Kenny's defenses, prompting the rider to note how tough her scales are. Kenny sneers that a human-tamed dragon does not scare her and decides to target the rider first. She suddenly pauses, sensing she has overlooked something important. Ollie begins quietly chanting a powerful spell. Kenny looks up nervously as Ollie appears above, surrounded by glowing magic circles. Realizing what is about to happen, Kenny panics and protests. Smiling, Ollie casually bids her farewell. Ollie's spell annihilates Kenny, and the system confirms Kenny, the Butcher of Torment, has been defeated. The system awards the Staff of Torment, and the Dark Magician gushes over how incredible the staff is. Ollie urges the Dark Magician to hurry and help the others, and the flustered mage agrees. Elsewhere, a demon leader notes that Kenny was defeated by fewer than 30 humans. Deciding the battle must escalate, he grins and vows to raise the stakes. He summons Rond, the Butcher of Death, instructing him to spill blood. Rond receives his order to kill everyone. Rond responds with a sinister snicker. Back on the ground, Jeannie rallies the guild, telling exhausted members to fall back behind the barricade if needed. She suddenly senses something strange. Realizing what it is, she reacts in horror. She sees a pack of silver hellhounds charging straight toward them. The hellhounds rush the barricade as the defenders debate whether to attack. The strategist frantically shouts that they must not attack the hellhounds. He instead screams for everyone to run for their lives. The hellhounds explode in massive blasts, devastating the area. The battlefield is left a flaming, smoky ruin. A shocked reporter stammers that the Legend Guild is in trouble. She reports that many Legend Guild members were caught in the explosion. Commentators identify Lark the Explorer among the survivors, noting he has quietly joined the Legend Guild and is now trying desperately to dig comrades out of the rubble. A gloved hand pushes up from the debris, showing someone is still alive. Spectators shout with relief that Guild Master Jeannie is moving. Jeannie crawls out, dazed, remarking that the explosion was massive and left her ears ringing. Lark, holding up the collapsing rocks with magic, asks if she is okay, and she weakly tries to answer. He orders her not to move while he handles the mess, as others worry about stopping the hellhounds and healing Jeannie. Jeannie bitterly thinks they were never a match for the demons and blames herself for guild members dying because of her poor judgment. Heavy footsteps approach through the shaken ground. Jeannie turns, puzzled by the sound. She and a young guildmate note that it sounds like a gong and the ground is trembling. The clomping steps grow closer. A familiar figure in black armor comes into view. A silver hellhound lunges at him from behind as he turns in mild surprise. He blocks the bite with his frying pan. Minhyuk cheerfully comments that the area is crawling with demonic creatures and greets everyone. He repeats his casual greeting, smiling with his pan over his shoulder. Jeannie lights up with joy, calling out Minhyuk's name. Minhyuk apologizes for being late and jokingly notes how ragged everyone looks. Jeannie flinches as more heavy footsteps approach. Dark hellhounds charge again, and she fears even more are coming. She tells Minhyuk they must retreat to safety. Minhyuk calmly tells her not to worry. He begins summoning with a command. An army of shining ancient soldiers materializes beside him. The summoned soldiers charge the hellhounds head-on. Jeannie exclaims that a huge army has suddenly appeared. Minhyuk sheepishly explains that he planted a mysterious seed from a quest, and it sprouted into this army. She is amazed but worries there are still too many hellhounds. Jeannie concludes they are outnumbered even with the soldiers. Minhyuk calls out to Ollie in the sky, saying he has a favor to ask. Ollie asks if Minhyuk is really sure about his plan. Minhyuk confidently says yes and asks if Ollie trusts him. Ollie uses magic to float Minhyuk high above the massive hellhound horde. Minhyuk tells Ollie to drop him right into the middle of the pack. Seeing the seething mass of hellhounds below, Ollie nervously agrees to trust him and lets him fall. Commentators gasp as Minhyuk plummets from the sky, wondering what he is thinking. As he falls, Minhyuk draws a large knife. He activates his skill knife shower while descending. Blades rain down everywhere, and narration marvels that Minhyuk wiped out the hellhounds in a single strike. However, the hellhounds are about to explode again, so Minhyuk urgently yells for Ollie to act. Ollie grips his staff and prepares another spell. A powerful green barrier erupts to contain the ensuing blast. Smoke fills the air as narration says Minhyuk has been caught in the explosion and questions if this is the end of the Legend Guild. A golden light appears within the smoke, drawing everyone's attention. The commentators rejoice as they see that Ollie used his magic to shield and rescue Minhyuk, praising his control. Ron clicks his tongue in annoyance. He admits the display was impressive but insists that one extra fighter will not change much. Ron begins channeling sinister energy into a glowing orb. Cracks and magical energy spread as the ground or barrier reacts to his spell. Bony vertebrae and ribs emerge, forming a gigantic skeletal frame. The system announces the summoning of the Bone Dragon Lord as the undead dragon roars. Ron laughs maniacally, declaring he is done playing games. The system warns the dragon rider that he has encountered the Bone Dragon Lord and that his dragon is silenced for 5 minutes. Ron mocks their tamed dragon as pathetic, laughing beneath his towering Bone Dragon Lord. He notes that he can only keep the Bone Dragon Lord for 30 minutes but says that is more than enough. Ron vows to kill the dragons and turn them into undead monsters. Outraged, the dragon rider shouts at him. Ron taunts that it is too late to flee, and they should have surrendered when they could. The Bone Dragon Lord charges a deadly purple energy in its jaws that blasts spears through Destiny, the ice dragon. The rider screams Destiny's name in anguish. Ron coldly says he pities the dragons for choosing the wrong master. The dragon rider thinks that while he can respawn, his dragons will be lost forever if they die. Ron leers and claims the rider's journey ends here. The bone dragon looms as someone drops rapidly toward the battlefield. Minhyuk dives down, frying pan raised for a strike. He swings the massive pan with full force. The pan smashes into the bone dragon's skull, shattering bones everywhere. Its glowing eye cracks under the impact. Minhyuk watches as the undead dragon's head crumbles. Ron, horrified, yells in disbelief that Minhyuk destroyed the bone dragon with a frying pan. Minhyuk quietly calls out to get his attention. He tells Ron it is too early to be impressed because he is not finished yet. Minhyuk's father can only utter his name, stunned. The father recalls Minhyuk's past voice assuring him not to worry and realizes he has always underestimated his son. Minhyuk steps forward with new resolve. The father wonders when his son grew up so quickly as he watches him face the ruined bone dragon. Observers exclaim that Minhyuk single-handedly knocked down the bone dragon and demand to know who he is. Minhyuk calmly answers that he is this man's son. Ron nervously laughs, claiming he just needed a bit of time. Minhyuk raises his pan again for another crushing blow. He stands beside the fallen dragon's skull, victorious. Minhyuk exhales in relief. Chat messages explode with viewers praising Minhyuk for defeating both the bone dragon and hellhounds alone and dubbing him the frying pan slayer. Guildmates excitedly swarm Minhyuk, calling him amazing while he begs them to calm down. Smiling sheepishly, Minhyuk says he appreciates the welcome but reminds them he still has a job to do. A prompt appears offering to apply the elven heart item to Phillip Village, and Minhyuk considers whether to use it. Minhyuk activates a mysterious stone heart covered in leaves. The stone rises into the air as Minhyuk reaches toward its radiant power. The glowing item floats before Minhyuk, who smiles confidently. The activated item unleashes a blinding flash over the village. Magic vines begin to sprout and wrap around the village buildings. More thick roots spread across the town, sparkling with magic. A notification explains that Minhyuk's elven heart grants Genie the powers of high elves for 1 hour, shocking her. Genie excitedly realizes they also gain boosted HP and MP recovery from the item and demands to know where Minhyuk got it, and he casually says it was from a quest. In battle, someone warns Genie of a hellhound charging from behind her. Massive tree roots suddenly surge upward, driven by the elven heart's power. The roots coil around the hellhound, immobilizing it. The roots fling the howling hellhound far away. Genie and her comrades stare in disbelief as they see the tree roots attacking the hellhounds. The remaining hellhounds hesitate as roots rise threateningly from the ground. One hellhound whimpers, intimidated. The hellhounds turn tail and flee, and the allies shout that the enemy is retreating. Asked if they should pursue, Genie decides against chasing the withdrawing hellhounds. Genie laughs that they have probably won just as mounted reinforcements arrive, cursing the fleeing mutts. Prince Argon rides up anxiously calling for Minhyuk and checks if he is alright. The prince hears they have already saved the village, and is surprised the battle is over so quickly. Minhyuk then asks the prince to open the royal grade boutique for his friends since they have enough contribution, leaving Argon flustered. Genie is amazed by how cheap and powerful the boutique's recovery and debuff potions are. Minhyuk becomes ecstatic when he sees gourmet elven red bean bread added to the boutique menu. Genie looks confused as Minhyuk laughs to himself, clearly delighted by the food item. Genie notes they gained many contribution points from defending the village and that their supply problems are over. Yet she uneasily feels she has overlooked something important. Elsewhere, cloaked enemies receive word that the Legend Guild actually won the battle. The conspirators argue, angry that their plan to crush the Legend Guild despite superior numbers has failed. The hooded man blames the elf commander sitting on the throne for devising their failed strategy. The elf commander calls them pathetic and regrets trusting such incompetence. He instead focuses on Minhyuk, the boy who changed the outcome. He recalls Minhyuk saving his son during a previous crisis. He also remembers Minhyuk saving the entire village from a dragon attack. The elf ruler concludes that Minhyuk himself is a miracle. He vows to grant Minhyuk any reward he desires once the war ends. Back on the field, an elf calls out for Abel as he walks away in his hood. Abel tells the cheerful elf who followed him that he should rest, but the friend insists on staying because Abel is working so hard. Abel says he is scanning for any remaining enemies nearby. His companion casually mentions worries about enemies turning into zombies just as they notice a lone figure. Abel suddenly reacts in shock to what he senses. Minhyuk's party hears the strange sound and identifies it as coming from Crow. Genie sprints toward Abel and Crow after hearing their names shouted. A gravely wounded Crow weakly calls out to Genie. Abel is then brutally slashed by red sword trails, screaming as he is cut down. Abel coughs blood from his grievous wounds as someone cries out in horror. Genie glares ahead, filled with rage, while her ally steadies himself behind her. The attacker, a bandage-wrapped swordsman, stands ready with his blade. The mummy-like warrior mutters that he is hungry. Minhyuk looks puzzled as he hears this. Genie interprets the hunger comment as a threat and orders Legend Guild to prepare, warning that the butcher is a formidable foe. An elf warrior charges the butcher with a powerful sword strike. The butcher effortlessly dodges every attack, frustrating his opponent. Genie and her ally unleash fiery skills, calling out their named abilities as they assault the butcher. Their combined magic detonates in a massive fiery explosion. When the smoke clears, the butcher stands unfazed, leaving them confused. The allies despair, remembering Abel said this level 600 boss's stats are absurd and the game feels rigged. The butcher darts in with incredible speed, blades sweeping. Genie flinches as she watches his movements carefully. He activates an ultimate skill called Sword Dance of Death, red slashes swirling around him. Genie is cut repeatedly during the dance despite the elven heart buff, taking heavy damage. Someone shouts a warning to Genie about an attack coming from above. At that moment, Mr. Kong and Ali arrive from the sky on dragon mounts, declaring their intent to help. Ali begins chanting, gathering magical power. Minhyuk watches tensely as their ally prepares a spell. Ali casts Firestorm while the dragons Destiny and Brentnay unleash their breath attacks, creating a blazing maelstrom. Abel and Genie follow up with their own named Dark and Flame Whip skills to add to the combo. The combined onslaught explodes again in a towering blast. Elsewhere near Phillip Village, Demon Commander Ruffle receives reports in the forest. A lesser demon nervously tells him the troops are uneasy about what is happening. Ruffle thinks his men must be wondering why he advanced without bringing Koner. He reflects that Koner can only fight at full power for 30 minutes. However, Ruffle believes that short time is more than enough for Koner. He reveals that Koner was created as a chimera embodying humanity's greatest desire, hunger. Koner now uses another technique, Sword Dance of Despair, which nullifies the attacks of anyone who sees it. Genie realizes in horror that none of their attacks have even scratched him. Koner repeats that he is hungry, his eyes fixed on the party. Minhyuk, sweating, notices this continued muttering. Koner's hunger mantra intensifies as his eyes glow ominously. Blood drips from his sword as he prepares yet another assault. Crow dashes in to intercept Koner. His friends shout Crow's name anxiously. Koner still cuts him down, spraying blood, despite the desperate charge. Muttering hungry, Koner raises his sword to attack again, prompting more warnings. He slams down another devastating blood-red strike. Locke hurriedly raises multiple defensive skills and shields to block the incoming attack. Koner's eye glints as he changes the trajectory of his strike. The redirected attack now targets Ali instead of the frontliners, alarming everyone. Ali barely survives behind a golden barrier that shatters under the blow. Panting, Ali says he would be dead if he had cast his barrier an instant later. Another swift slash tears through the air toward the party. Locke is sliced across the chest, crying out. Genie is also slashed badly, her armor and body cut open. Koner keeps moving, tearing through more enemies with relentless speed. Minhyuk watches in panic as Koner downs his guildmates almost instantly. He steels himself, resolving to stay strong to protect his friends. Minhyuk focuses and glares, readying his power. He charges forward toward Koner. Their blades clash in midair. Koner looks over calmly, acknowledging Minhyuk as his new opponent. Minhyuk feels Koner's strength surpasses his own as their swords press together. Koner twists and aims a killing blow at Minhyuk's torso. Genie screams Minhyuk's name in fear. Minhyuk braces, eyes shut, expecting the worst. Koner's strike is deflected at the last second with a metallic clang. Minhyuk realizes his enchanted kitchen knife's auto-defense feature blocked the fatal hit. He hears Koner haltingly repeat hungry again and wonders about it. Koner mutters to himself that he should eat something to recover. Seeing this, Minhyuk pauses mid-bite of his bread, struck by an idea. Koner stares, confused, as Minhyuk questions whether he is imagining things. Minhyuk suddenly holds out a piece of bread toward Koner. He teasingly waves the bread up and down, making Koner reach for it like a child. Abel looks on in utter confusion as Minhyuk and the mummy boss flail around for bread in front of the burning battlefield. Abel then shouts to Minhyuk that he has figured out a way to win. They decide to lure Koner with food and then bombard him with all their skills, though Minhyuk admits he feels a bit sorry for tricking him. Minhyuk reluctantly agrees there is no other option as he eats more bread to set up the plan. He steels himself and begins the baiting operation while munching. Genie, too injured to fight, tells Locke to be the one to throw the bread lure, and he agrees. Koner staggers forward, consumed by hunger once more. Minhyuk orders Legend Guild to ready themselves for the decisive battle. Genie gives the signal for Locke to act. Koner leaps through the air chasing the tossed bread. Ali launches Spear of Light as part of the coordinated volley. Minhyuk and his dragon Brentnay follow up with a fiery breath attack. Genie adds another flame whip to the combined assault. Minhyuk unleashes his knife shower skill to complete the deadly combo. Koner stands clutching armfuls of bread, fully distracted. The rain of spears, fire, and blades descends upon him from above. Koner crouches protectively over the bread pile amid the incoming barrage. He gives a faint, satisfied smile behind his bandages. The focused bombardment detonates in a colossal explosion where Koner stands. Minhyuk watches tensely through the smoke and debris. As the dust settles, they spot Koner lying motionless on the ground. The party confirms it is Koner and believes he has stopped moving. Abel concludes that Koner is dead and celebrates that they have defeated him. Genie happily announces to everyone that Koner has been defeated. The team rejoices, cheering their victory. Genie cautions them not to drop their guard and orders a sweep for any remaining monsters. Watching from afar, Ruffle grits his teeth in frustration. He rages internally that his strongest warrior Koner, stronger even than himself, has been defeated and orders a retreat. Furious, he cannot believe they lost to what he considers a bunch of foolish-looking opponents. Admitting he underestimated them, Ruffle calls off the mission and commands his forces to withdraw. As the heroes tend to the wounded and look for potions, Koner's supposedly dead hand suddenly twitches. A massive pillar of blue spiritual flame erupts from the ground. Genie yells for everyone to hide, terrified by this new phenomenon. Peeking from cover, Locke and Abel remark that the figure in the flames does not look like a normal monster. They realize the blue shape emerging from the fire is actually a ghost. The ghostly figure begins to speak, astonishing them. Minhyuk gasps in shock as he recognizes the apparition. The spirit resolves into the image of a young man in modern clothes, looking nervous. Minhyuk's comrades wonder if this is Koner's second phase while noting how shaken Minhyuk is by seeing the ghost. The party wonders if this phase requires fighting Koner's ghost, and is shocked that he appears so human, as Koner weakly asks for help. Koner tearfully begs them to help and to save the children. Elsewhere, a door opens as someone announces they came because Kennerwell was looking for them. Kennerwell, waiting in a study, remarks that the visitor finally arrived. Kennerwell tells the armored woman he has a very important job for her, which she assumes must be huge. He explains the essence of taste, a substance that lets a person surpass human limits. Kennerwell orders her to visit Count Peru to learn how to make the essence, saying she will understand his goal once she meets the Count. Meeting them, Count Peru calmly says they came to the right person to ask about the essence of taste. The knight wonders if this unassuming old man is really Count Peru. She recalls his reputation as the most respected noble in the Colodus Empire. Count Peru asks if she knows of the great magician Lafield. Peru explains that Lafield created artifacts embodying the 7 deadly sins and hid them across the world. The knight says she understands that much but asks what that has to do with the essence of taste. Peru reveals that 6 of the 7 artifacts were destroyed and the remaining one is the glass of essence. He says the glass can only be filled by a certain substance, which turns out to be hope. The knight incredulously asks if simply hoping can really fill the glass. Peru clarifies that casual hope is insufficient and that it must be an intense, desperate desire like that of suffering children. He says starving children constantly wishing for food provide the pure hope used to fill the glass. He further explains that if such a hopeful child is eaten by the dragon in the dungeon, something special happens. Peru states that children devoured in that state are reborn as new beings through the essence in the glass. Horrified, the knight realizes this is how all the chimeras have been created. Peru coolly comments that a child's hope can unleash incredible possibilities. The knight thinks to herself that this is madness, and that he is sacrificing children. A system notification appears, indicating a new quest has been triggered. The legendary quest describes Count Peru as a mad noble who makes chimeras by feeding children to a dragon, and tasks the player with killing the dragon in the dungeon of sin for the essence of taste, warning of death if they fail. The knight is stunned that completing this quest would grant a legendary class, while Peru asks if she has checked the reward and whether she will accept. Peru adds that the dragon can only create a limited number of chimeras and that its capacity is nearly exhausted. The knight asks if killing the dragon will really let her change to a legendary class, and Peru assures her everything is prepared. Peru casually mentions that someone else used to handle this role before her, a man named Koner. The scene shifts to the grim underground dungeon beneath the Peru estate. A starving boy, later revealed as Koner, sits imprisoned in the dungeon. Koner complains of hunger, and wonders why they will not give him more bread. Desperate, he considers eating a nearby dead rat. A guard strikes him for talking, and Koner cries out and begs for mercy. Another prisoner, a robed young man, shouts that the god of Athene will be angry at such mistreatment, and pleads with his captors. The guards roughly shove this priestly captive into Koner's cell. Koner sobs, questioning what he did wrong, while the priest prays for the god of Athene to help him. Watching from outside the cell, the knight asks Peru if he is sure about using this priest as a sacrifice. Peru insists the shabby-looking man is actually a powerful priest, ideal as an offering. He reiterates that all they must do is sacrifice the priest and then slay the dragon, asking if the knight understands. Back in the past, the priest in the cell helps Koner up and suggests they go upstairs so he can explain the situation. The priest checks on Koner's injuries, assuring the boy that although the people here are cruel, they will not kill him immediately. Koner thanks him, asks his name and how long he has been there, and introduces himself as Hayes. Hayes comments that the newcomer looks like a priest and asks his name, and the priest replies that he is Minhyuk. Returning to the present, Minhyuk rides a wagon, angrily calling Count Peru and his men evil. He rages over how anyone could do something so horrible to innocent children. Still upset, he vows to punish those who exploit children. His companions silently absorb his anger and concern. Minhyuk thinks he should wipe out the wicked Count and his followers but notes the Colodus Empire is currently at war, so he cannot simply march there with an army. He asks Koner's spirit to share any further details he might know. Koner says he has already told Minhyuk everything he can. Minhyuk is interrupted by a call from Ben and says he needs to answer it. In the call, Ben cheerfully asks how Minhyuk is doing, and Minhyuk replies that most of his recent troubles have been resolved. Minhyuk asks about the state of his own territory. Ben excitedly announces he has found a way to make Valhalla prosper, prompting Minhyuk to ask if that is why he called. Ben explains that the real reason for the call is that Minhyuk has received an invitation from the Emperor of Kolodis. Ben admits he does not know why the Emperor suddenly invited him, only that the summons has arrived. As Minhyuk's wagon rolls along, he asks if all the vassals back home are doing well. Ben hesitates, and says he is not sure he should share something. Ben asks if Minhyuk has heard of the strange church of Talmor. He reminds Minhyuk of Koru, the former paladin who is now a farmer and vassal. Ben recounts seeing Koru giving a passionate speech in the town plaza during a patrol. Koru was proclaiming that the god Talmor answers fervent prayers and was leading people in chanting for their hair to grow. A group of mostly balding townsfolk fervently prayed with Koru for their hair to grow back. Ben notes that despite their efforts it did not seem to help them. While joining the chant himself, Ben suddenly feels his scalp itch. To his shock, his hair actually begins growing in response to the prayer. Koru triumphantly points to Ben's miracle as proof of Talmor's power. Ben concludes that Koru has become quite famous in town because of this. Minhyuk listens, puzzled and thoughtful about this strange development. Ben speculates that the Emperor of Kolodis is seeking the power of the Church of Talmor, and Minhyuk agrees that this likely means the Emperor is desperate. Minhyuk decides he will visit the Emperor after finishing his current event. He resolves to avenge Koner first, then return to Valhalla and meet the Emperor. As they ride, someone in the wagon notices something outside and calls Minhyuk's attention to it. A notification appears saying the Demon Invasion event rewards are being finalized. The results show Legend Guild taking first place in team contribution and Minhyuk ranking first individually by a huge margin. Minhyuk receives a massive experience bonus for placing first and marvels at how many points he earned. Another reward appears from Gordon, the Elf King, granting Minhyuk the Eye of the Abyss for rescuing Prince Argon, and Minhyuk wonders what this item is. The Eye of the Abyss activates, turning one of Minhyuk's eyes red. The item description explains that once a week he can inspect the status of any weaker monster or NPC, though not other players, and he thinks the ability will be useful. With rewards handled, Minhyuk urges his group onward to pick up Koru. They soon arrive at a large, elegant estate. In the wagon, Minhyuk, Koru, and Koner's ghost sit together as Minhyuk mentions hearing that the Emperor invited Koru to Kolodis. Koru agrees, saying the Emperor is curious about his new miracle-working skill. Minhyuk then asks why Koru insists on coming with him. Koner's spirit casually says he has business in Kolodis as well. Minhyuk notes they have time before arriving and prepares to do something to pass the journey. He excitedly suggests they enjoy the lavish Boss Sam meal set he bought. He insists the first bite of pork should be wrapped with kimchi. He happily tastes the food, savoring it. He mentally describes how the spicy kimchi pairs perfectly with the tender pork and crunchy pickled radish. He then turns to the cold noodles topped with vegetables and sauce, eager to try them. Minhyuk mixes the noodles thoroughly before eating. He wraps Boss Sam with assorted vegetables, calling it another delicious way to enjoy the dish. The mix of sweet spicy noodles and savory pork delights him. Next he scoops up some sundubu jjigae tofu stew to taste it. The flavor overwhelms him with joy, and he exclaims in satisfaction. Remembering balance, he munches on vegetables as well, while Koner watches hungrily. Minhyuk blissfully continues eating, completely immersed in the meal. Koner, drooling, timidly tries to say something. He shyly asks Minhyuk if he can have a bite of the food. Koru is shocked that anyone would dare request some of Minhyuk's meal. Koru thinks Koner must have a death wish for trying to take food from Minhyuk, even if he is already dead. Instead, Minhyuk calmly asks Koner if he wants a bite. He prepares a neatly wrapped vegetable bundle to share. Smiling, Minhyuk kindly offers the bite to Koner, surprising the others. Koner is stunned and moved by this unexpected kindness. He reaches out for the food. His hand passes through it, reminding them he is incorporeal. Minhyuk realizes Koner cannot eat because he is a ghost, while Koner clenches his fists in frustrated disappointment. Koner breaks down crying, heartbroken that he cannot even taste the food in his current state. Seeing this, Minhyuk feels deep pity for him. Koner's desperation for food reminds Minhyuk of his own past self. As the wagon continues toward the Count's lands, he recalls how he once constantly craved food. He resolves that he does not want anyone else to suffer hunger like that again. They reach the gate, where a helmeted guard greets them. Minhyuk politely says he wishes to enter the territory. The guard responds that he needs proper identification. Minhyuk instead presents the Emperor's invitation, which immediately makes the guard apologize and hurriedly grant them entry. Inside, Minhyuk notes that the town resembles the Ephilep's empire. He tells himself he has made it to Count Peru's territory. Looking toward the castle, he wonders how he will manage to infiltrate it. He recalls Koner's information that the Count kidnaps priests around this time each year. Koner's narration explains that the dragon can only create 30 chimeras. To bypass this limit, a highly holy priest must be sacrificed to revert the exhausted dragon back into an egg. Minhyuk decides he must disguise himself as a priest but suddenly recognizes someone in the crowd who could help. He calls out to a man named Keen, asking for assistance, and Keen recognizes him in surprise. Soon after, preparations for Minhyuk's disguise are underway in town. Wearing Keen's robe, Minhyuk admires how perfectly the priest outfit fits him. He thanks a half-dressed, embarrassed Keen for lending the robe and promises to return it later. Hood up, Minhyuk cheerfully says goodbye and sets off. Walking through town in the robe, he muses about being dressed as a priest. Unseen, a shadowy figure watches him and notes, sensing someone's gaze. A local approaches Minhyuk, asks if he is a priest, and requests his prayers. Staying in character, Minhyuk prays to the god of Athene for plenty of food to fill everyone's stomachs. He continues the prayer by asking that they be allowed to enjoy tasty meat every day, awkwardly ending with an enthusiastic amen. He sends the worshipper off with a cheerful blessing to have a delicious day. After a full day wandering the streets in disguise with no incident, Minhyuk complains that nothing has happened yet. At night someone suddenly strikes him from behind, knocking him out. The kidnappers inspect the unconscious Minhyuk, sense his strong holy power, and decide he is a valuable priest to take, relieved to have finally found a target. Smirking to himself, Minhyuk thinks that his plan to get captured has worked. In a dark storeroom echoing with children's pleas and cries for help, new victims beg their captors not to harm them. Minhyuk tumbles into the dungeon cell, feigning pain as he arrives. Regaining his composure, he thinks with relief that he has successfully infiltrated the castle. From the darkness, a wary child asks the newcomer's name. The child, Hayes, peers at him and asks if he is all right. Elsewhere, Minhyuk's dragon-riding ally affectionately pats his two dragons as they purr. Using his bond, the ally hears the dragon's thoughts expressing their wish to protect him and grows stronger. He reflects that the empathy skill he earned from fighting the demon army has strengthened his connection with them and lets him understand their minds. Sadly petting one dragon, he apologizes to his beloved companions that there is nothing more he can do for them right now. Minhyuk gently touches his dragon, thinking back on something. He recalls a hooded NPC telling him about an artifact that accelerates dragon growth, which excites him. The artifact is identified in his memory as the Dragon Orb. The scene shifts to night at Count Peru's castle. In the castle dungeon, Minhyuk and Ghost Ben sit imprisoned with a girl named Hayes and other children. Minhyuk activates his Eye of the Abyss to appraise Hayes. Ben is amazed as Hayes is evaluated, finding the result hard to believe. The appraisal reveals Hayes as a soon-to-be legend with high intelligence and potential, and Ben thinks she will become a legend. Minhyuk realizes Hayes' power rivals Ben's and is shocked. Ben comfortingly pats Hayes' head. The three huddle together, Ben reassuring Hayes. Minhyuk asks Hayes if she knows someone named Koner, which surprises her. Ben clarifies he means the child who became a chimera. Hayes explains Koner was a chimera who retained some self-awareness. She recalls Koner occasionally sneaking them food while they were starving. Hayes assumes Koner is probably dead and anxiously wonders if she will die soon as well. Time passes in the dungeon, and one starving child weakly mutters that they are hungry. Minhyuk tries to cheer Hayes up by asking what she wants to eat after escaping. Hayes happily says she wants curry, and Minhyuk repeats the choice in slight surprise. She fondly explains curry has always been her favorite food and that she learned to cook it. Boasting, Hayes claims no one in the world can make curry better than she can. Minhyuk smiles gently at her enthusiasm. He imagines dipping soft, buttery naan into curry. He continues fantasizing about scooping spicy lamb curry with naan. He thinks about how chewy naan is perfect with curry. He mentally completes the meal with Lassie to wash it all down. Fired up, Minhyuk vows aloud that he will protect Hayes, and she nervously accepts. Hayes promises that if they get out alive, she will cook curry for him. A sudden S-rank quest appears for Minhyuk: rescue Hayes or she dies, but if he succeeds she will serve him a full Indian meal. Minhyuk's eyes sharpen as he resolves to take the quest seriously. He warmly assures Hayes again that he will get her out of the dungeon. Their resolve is interrupted when guards arrive and open the cells. The guards order Minhyuk, Hayes, and Ben to stand up and follow them. A guard roughly grabs Hayes as she cries out in fear. Minhyuk yells Hayes' name as she is dragged away. The guard coldly says Minhyuk will be taken as well and pulls him along. The female knight reflects that she once disliked sacrificing children. Hayes trembles in terror at what is about to happen. The knight steels herself, dismissing the children as mere NPCs. She tells herself that killing these kids will make her a legendary class player. She commands the child to enter the sacrificial cave. Minhyuk, Hayes, Ben, and several children are herded into the dark cave before the dragon. From the entrance, the knight gives them an insincere wish for a better next life. Hayes runs toward the closing stone door, panicking that it is sealing them in. She ends up facing the solid rock door, realizing the exit is gone. A small girl, Lena, breaks down sobbing in fear. A boy tries to comfort Lena, telling her not to cry. As he reassures her that things will be okay, the stone wall above them begins to crack. A glowing eye appears through the cracked stone dragon statue. The boy starts to calm Lena just as more rumbling draws his attention. Mbaka the poison dragon bursts through the wall, roaring. The children flee in terror as the dragon charges after them. Hayes grabs Lena to shield her, while the boy shouts her name. Holding Lena tightly, Hayes despairs that this might be how they all die. After bracing for death, she realizes the dragon has not eaten them and wonders why. She then notices Minhyuk's pet pig, which has erected a protective barrier between them and the dragon. Minhyuk, clutching a rope rosary, recalls his promise to protect Hayes. Mbaka unleashes a deafening roar. Minhyuk's summoned frying pan slams into the dragon's face, stunning it. The dragon reels and growls at Minhyuk and the pan. Poison oozes from Mbaka's face as it snarls. Minhyuk collapses to the ground and a boot appears, as if stepping nearer on him. Hayes, clutching Lena, anxiously asks the cloaked rescuer who he is. Minhyuk reveals himself as someone who wants to prove that good adults exist in this world. Hayes, still confused, says she cannot understand the idea of a good adult. Minhyuk says they can talk later and prepares to fight. He materializes a glowing sword out of thin air. System messages declare that Minhyuk has encountered Mbaka, one of the 4 legendary dragons, and that defeating it will earn a reward and fame. Assessing the situation, Minhyuk notes that the enormous dragon must be fully grown. His pig informs him that Mbaka is far stronger than his own young dragons. Mbaka lunges at him with a powerful sweeping bite. Minhyuk counters by striking the dragon's body with his sword. He sprints up along Mbaka's massive form. He leaps directly toward the dragon's head, sword poised. Mbaka releases a cloud of deadly green poison. Minhyuk is alarmed as he is engulfed by the poisonous mist. The poison blast flings him back and floods the cavern. A status window explains that Poison Dragon's fury drains a percentage of his maximum HP whenever he inhales it. Minhyuk coughs in the poison, thinking he must have lost a huge amount of HP. He then receives the impenetrable immunity passive, realizing he is now resistant to poison and status effects. Newly confident, he stares down Mbaka. The dragon hesitates, confused by Minhyuk's lack of harm. Minhyuk taunts the dragon, declaring it picked the wrong opponent. Mbaka growls, poison seeping from its mouth again. Minhyuk invokes a wind-based sword technique. Using wind to propel himself, he jumps with great speed. In midair, he launches the frenzied sword skill at Mbaka. He slashes repeatedly but realizes his attacks are barely scratching the dragon. He notes in frustration that his blows are bouncing off Mbaka's scales. The enraged dragon roars and knocks Minhyuk high into the air. While falling, Minhyuk suddenly notices something unusual. He spots a glowing blue orb inside Mbaka's open mouth. Surprised, he wonders what that object in the dragon's mouth is. Mbaka prepares another poisonous attack, coating its claw in green energy. Hayes clings to Lena, gasping in fear as the dragon targets them again. The dragon slams down, sending green energy surging across the ground. Hayes screams a warning to Minhyuk, telling him the dragon is behind him. Minhyuk is struck hard, impaled through the torso by the dragon's deadly attack. He coughs blood from the severe wound. Horrified, Hayes rushes toward him, shouting in denial. The pig tries to block her path as she demands to reach Minhyuk. Hayes is pushed back inside a protective dome while Minhyuk kneels outside, and she desperately screams for him. As he slumps, Minhyuk's body begins to shimmer with light. The glow intensifies, covering his whole body in radiant energy. A bright flash explodes around him, forming a protective sphere. A system message reveals that his imperishable armor's special effect has activated, astonishing Hayes. Another message shows his HP fully restored as Minhyuk rises and calls to Hayes. Clutching the pig, Hayes answers him in tears. Minhyuk smirks slightly, signaling he is all right. He tells her to call him Minhyuk instead of Mr. because the title makes him feel old. Determined, Minhyuk says Mbaka may have hurt him once but will not do so again. He boldly challenges Mbaka to come at him as the dragon roars with the orb glowing in its mouth. Minhyuk charges, swinging his sword with renewed vigor. He clashes with Mbaka, sword and dragon exchanging rapid blows. Hayes clasps her hands and prays anxiously for his safety. Mbaka hurls Minhyuk upward toward its gaping jaws once more. The dragon bites down, and a message notes Minhyuk has been bitten and his HP has dropped below 90%. Subsequent warnings state his HP is dropping below 80 and 50% as he struggles to move his arm but keeps fighting. With HP nearing 30%, Minhyuk steels himself and decides to act now. He executes a decisive slash that cuts into Mbaka's head and mouth. The dragon shrieks, spewing purple blood. As Mbaka's eye fills with tears, it thinks only of protecting its sibling's dragon orb. A system message confirms Minhyuk has defeated Mbaka the poison dragon. He gains massive experience, levels up, and obtains the dragon orb and other rewards. The rescued children nervously ask if the ordeal is finally over. Ben confirms that they are now free. Hearing their joyful shouts, Minhyuk thinks gratefully that the kids will no longer starve. He decides it is time to check his rewards from the battle. He reviews the loot, which includes the Dagger of Curses and Mbaka's egg. Curious, he wonders what all the new items do. An NPC expert explains that the egg will hatch into a baby poison dragon, and Minhyuk thinks his dragon-loving dad will be thrilled. Learning that the dragon orb can help dragons grow, Minhyuk is even more certain his father will love that reward too. He then examines the dagger, wondering about its purpose. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Count Peru's elite guards stand watch by the sealed entrance. The female knight finds the sudden silence suspicious and decides to go inside to check whether the dragon has finished hunting. She opens the stone door and enters the cave. Seeing signs of a big battle but no dragon, she is confused about where the chimera went. Before she can report to the count, a dagger is suddenly held to her throat. Minhyuk, cloaked, orders her not to move and threatens to kill her if she takes another step. She realizes her captor is another powerful player. The surrounding guards see this and are shocked that he slipped past them unnoticed. The knight deduces he must have defeated Mbaka and assumes his HP should be low after that fight. Believing she still has a chance to win, she steals her resolve. Minhyuk calmly asks if she is the one in charge and if she saw the starving children. He confronts her about witnessing the children's suffering. Trying to sway him, she suggests they are both players and should think only of their own goals. She argues that NPCs are not real and therefore do not matter. She breaks free and lunges at him, yelling that the NPCs have nothing to do with them. Minhyuk easily evades her and tells her she is a terrible person. Revealing himself as the infamous frying pan slayer, Minhyuk says she needs to be taught a lesson. Minhyuk glares intensely, ready for confrontation. A knight angrily questions why Minhyuk cares about NPCs as he is suddenly wounded. Shocked and injured, the knight realizes he never saw Minhyuk's attack coming while someone calls out to him. Approaching with sword drawn, Minhyuk asks the wounded knight if he understands what real hunger feels like. The observing knight wonders in fear what is wrong with Minhyuk. Trembling, the injured knight protests that he has done nothing to deserve being killed. He screams for his comrades to stop Minhyuk instead of just watching. Minhyuk notices the others reacting to that shout. Several armed knights form up against Minhyuk, preparing to fight. Minhyuk eyes the group and wonders if all those knights are merely backup. As 3 knights charge, Minhyuk decides to focus on defeating their ringleader first. A bald knight suddenly appears in Minhyuk's face, striking so fast Minhyuk is stunned by the distance he closed. Minhyuk ducks and weaves between knights, struggling to keep up with their movements. He gets slashed again, crying out as swift blades cut him. Realizing he is not imagining it, Minhyuk admits he cannot follow the path of their blades at all. He resolves to first create distance between them. Backing off with quick steps, Minhyuk prepares to figure out what trick the knights are using. One knight calmly raises his sword, preparing another mysterious attack. Minhyuk is cut yet again and cries out, baffled by how the blow landed. Clutching his new wound, he wonders how the knight hit him when he thought he was outside the attack range. Surrounded and pressured, Minhyuk feels as if the 3 knights are toying with him. Bracing himself, Minhyuk senses something and reacts. He barely blocks a powerful sword strike from another charging knight. In the chaos of blades, a spectral blue-haired figure appears near Minhyuk. The blue-haired spirit tells Minhyuk to concentrate on the sounds around him. Minhyuk listens as the spirit explains he must pay attention specifically to the sound of the swords. The spirit advises him to target the very edge of the enemy's blade. Following the advice, Minhyuk repeatedly strikes at the bald knight's blade edge. The spirit then orders him to continue aiming there, and then stab the opponent. The bald knight is pierced and looks down in shock at his sudden wound. Coughing blood, the knight collapses as Minhyuk remarks how surprisingly easy that was with the guidance. The spirit asks Minhyuk to lend him his body. Minhyuk looks uncertain at this bold request. After a moment, Minhyuk nods and agrees. A system message appears announcing that Koner is attempting to possess Minhyuk's body. Minhyuk's eyes glaze as Koner's presence begins to take over. His eyes change, signaling that the possession has completed. The remaining knights flinch, unnerved by the shift in Minhyuk's aura. Now radiating blue energy under Koner's control, Minhyuk stands with overwhelming confidence. The wounded knights see no openings in his stance, and warn each other not to relax. Koner, in Minhyuk's body, readies the sword and anticipates an imminent attack. Instead of waiting, he suddenly rushes forward, planning to strike first. A knight is cleaved so quickly he can only wonder how Koner became that fast. Koner steps toward the next foe without pause. He leaps overhead, preparing a devastating downward strike on another knight. The struck knight realizes in disbelief that he could not dodge the blow. Koner continues his assault, deflecting a sword while counterattacking. Another knight's throat is slit as Koner's blade flashes past. The battlefield is left littered with blood, severed limbs, and terrified expressions. The last 2 surviving knights, including the original leader, stare in horror at Koner's approach. Koner, still in Minhyuk's battered body, walks toward the remaining knight. That knight, shaking yet determined, raises his sword to face Koner. He suddenly turns and slashes his own comrade, shocking the injured leader. The leader desperately suggests ending the fight, and offers to persuade the count to hand over the glass of essence. Koner in Minhyuk's body wordlessly contemplates this proposal. The leader tries to tempt him further by promising that the glass can grant a legendary class. Instead, Koner executes him brutally, ignoring the offer. Blood drips from the sword after the killing blow. Minhyuk's expression softens as Koner's presence begins to fade. Koner's spirit fully departs Minhyuk's body in a swirl of blue light. Regaining himself, Minhyuk admits he never realized how strong Koner truly was and wonders how he managed to beat him in the past. Koner's voice thanks Minhyuk, surprising him. A system message states Minhyuk has obtained a special item called the Glass of Essence. Minhyuk decides to cook, starting by sautéing chopped green onions in a pan. He adds rice, diced vegetables, and meat, then mixes everything thoroughly. He fries a sunny-side-up egg to place on top of the dish. Remembering one final touch, he prepares to finish the recipe. He drips a drop of the essence of taste onto the fried rice. Presenting a huge platter of fried rice topped with eggs, he asks who wants his extra-large special. The children gape excitedly at the massive, delicious-looking dish. After they eat, Minhyuk cheerfully thanks them for the meal, while one child looks stuffed. Minhyuk muses that the food must taste even better thanks to the essence of taste and is happy the kids enjoyed it. A message explains he has fed the essence of taste to a despairing person and is rewarded with the right to upgrade his class. Another message says he cannot upgrade his current class, God of Food, prompting his disappointed reaction. A new notification reveals he has discovered a hidden piece as the glass of essence suddenly shatters. The shattered glass begins to unleash a hidden power in a storm of energy, startling Minhyuk. Amid the swirling mist, Minhyuk checks whether the kids are safe and they answer that they are. A boy's figure appears through the fog, transformed by the event. Minhyuk calls out to Connor, confused by what is happening. The boy's eyes open fully as his transformation completes. Connor, now in his own body again, stares at his hands in disbelief. He then fixes his gaze on Minhyuk, stunned and emotional. Connor suddenly dashes toward Minhyuk, making Minhyuk panic and back away. Instead of attacking, Connor drops to one knee before him. Minhyuk is completely bewildered by this unexpected kneeling. Connor solemnly vows to serve Minhyuk for the rest of his life. Minhyuk gasps at the seriousness of Connor's pledge. Internally, Minhyuk complains that he wanted a reward, not another person to feed. Looking at Connor's status window, Minhyuk admits that aside from that burden, Connor's abilities are impressive. The narration emphasizes Connor's extraordinary stats and Sword Saint's skills, highlighting his great potential. Minhyuk tells Connor he is free now and should live his own life, but Connor insists his loyalty belongs to Minhyuk. Even when Minhyuk says he does not need such devotion, Connor happily declares Minhyuk his favorite person. Connor passionately swears he will protect Minhyuk forever. Connor clings to Minhyuk's arm, making Minhyuk feel like he has experienced this clinginess before. Minhyuk sighs, resigned to the situation. He calls Connor's name to get his attention. Connor looks up brightly and asks if Minhyuk can cook him ramen. In a comedic exchange of chibi heads, Connor claims he can cook but admits he does not even know what ramen is, leading Minhyuk to tease him. Elsewhere at a noble estate, laughter echoes from the castle. Inside, a noble praises Count Peru, saying the chimera they purchased is working wonderfully. The nobles smugly discuss how the chimera solved the unrest at a mine by wiping out protesting commoners while everyone believes it was just a monster attack. Count Peru coldly remarks that chimeras are ideal tools for crushing commoners who oppose their ambitions. He laments that the emperor cares too much about public opinion and says they must secretly handle matters themselves. Wondering why another count is late, Peru prepares to continue the evening. A sudden scream interrupts, catching his attention. Startled, the nobles demand to know what the commotion outside the dining hall is. A bloodied knight rushes in and gasps that there is an intruder. Guards form a protective line around the nobles as the situation escalates. Count Peru peers past his guards and realizes he recognizes the intruder. He identifies the approaching youth as Connor, remembering him from earlier events. Connor cheerfully confirms his identity and excitedly announces he learned how to cook ramen today. The knights, confused by the word, hesitate as they face him. Connor darts toward a knight while asking trivial questions about how to boil ramen. The flustered knight stammers that he would boil the noodles first. Connor answers that the water must be boiled first and fatally cuts the knight. Count Peru recoils in horror, realizing Connor has just killed one of the emperor's knights in a single blow. He is further shocked by something he sees next. Connor casually points out Minhyuk standing behind, whom the terrified nobles recognize. They recall Minhyuk as the priest who had been imprisoned with the victims in the dungeon. Count Peru yells at Minhyuk and Connor, asking if they really think they can get away with deceiving him like this. Minhyuk calmly replies that it is Peru himself who should be questioning his actions. Peru instinctively flinches at Minhyuk's composed retort. Seeing Connor standing amid fallen knights, Peru panics that all of his guards have been defeated. He sputters in fear, beginning to curse Minhyuk. Cornered, Peru brandishes a detonator and threatens to blow up the chimera factory if they push him further. He adds that without physical evidence left behind, Minhyuk and Connor will simply be branded as terrorists. Peru boasts that he is closely connected to Emperor Asban and implies that connection will protect him. Minhyuk wryly comments that this political tie could indeed become problematic. The emperor himself enters, saying that Peru's claim is a problem for him as well. Peru stammers in terror upon recognizing his sovereign. Falling to his knees, Peru quickly lies that he is innocent and claims the intruders attacked him without cause, while the emperor tells him to rise. Peru gratefully addresses the emperor, trying to play the loyal subject. The emperor smiles, then tells Peru to brace himself. He punches Peru hard, knocking him violently aside. Peru collapses in agony from the emperor's blow. The emperor lists the noble's crimes, including harming his people, abusing children, and using chimeras to slaughter innocents. He declares that they will repay those sins with their lives. Minhyuk enthusiastically offers a special dagger that can inflict the same pain the chimeras suffered, suggesting it for the execution. The emperor praises the dagger, clearly approving of its use. Orders ring out to kill the guilty nobles, and their screams echo from the castle. Later, distant cries about hunger are heard from the now haunted castle. Ghostly nobles wail that they are starving while Minhyuk, still hungry himself, casually asks the emperor why he came. The emperor explains he had gone to ask Sir Korra for a favor and in the process learned the truth about Count Peru. At first he had doubted Korra's accusations until a rescued child personally recounted her suffering. He recalls how the girl came forward and told him everything she had endured at the noble's hands. The emperor now turns to Minhyuk, saying he also has a request to make of him. Minhyuk listens and acknowledges that he understands. Smiling, he asks if he can eat something before they continue the discussion. Soon a feast of Indian curry, tandoori chicken, and naan is prepared for everyone. Minhyuk drools over the buttery naan while others remark that this kind of reaction is completely typical of him. Minhyuk decides to start his meal by tasting the blueberry lassi. He calmly sips the blueberry lassi. Enjoying the drink, he thinks about the pleasant texture from the blueberries and how refreshing it is. He turns to the main dish, planning to eat curry piled onto a big piece of naan. After eating it, he revels in how the sweet and savory curry flavors burst on his tongue. He notes how perfectly the garlic naan matches the spicy curry and how each bite balances spicy, sweet, and savory tastes. Surprised, he realizes the next dish is beautifully seared tandoori chicken. He delights in the tandoori chicken's well-done, sweet and spicy flavor, pairing it with sips of lassi for balance. Completely satisfied, he reacts with bliss at how good everything tastes. Loving the food so much that he hates to see it end, he hesitates while eating, observed by the woman nearby. The woman nervously asks him for a favor in return for the curry. Worried about what she will request, he dreads hearing it. She desperately pleads for him to take them with him to his territory. Shocked and exasperated, he protests at yet another such request. Two boys appear at the door as the conversation continues. The woman explains that all the children here are orphans with nowhere else to go. A child directly asks Minhyuk if he will take them in. More children look on anxiously, hoping for his answer. Seeing their faces, Minhyuk sighs in resignation. He agrees internally, then orders Korra to escort the children to his territory, and Korra accepts. As they prepare to leave, the kids marvel at the sunlight, while Minhyuk and another adult watch from the window. The older man suggests they talk about top-secret information on the way to the palace. Riding by carriage, he begins formally explaining the situation to the emperor. A priest informs the emperor that the Church of Talmor cannot lift his curse. The priest admits the curse is extremely powerful. Minhyuk puts on sunglasses dramatically, ready to address the issue. It is explained that Minhyuk has strong resistance to curses, which is why he was summoned to the empire. Considering this, Minhyuk plans to cook a debuff cleansing dish using his recipe creation skill. He activates the skill to see what he can produce. The system generates recipes for seaweed soup and simmered tofu that consume his buff count to create. Smirking, Minhyuk decides on a plan before actually fixing the curse. He confidently tells the emperor he can solve the curse problem, astonishing the ruler. Minhyuk adds that there is a complication, prompting the emperor to urge him to explain. He asks the emperor if he knows what a buff count is, setting up his explanation. Minhyuk says lifting the curse will require exceeding his own buff count limit, worrying the emperor. He explains that everyone has a fixed total buff count, but it can be temporarily boosted by eating foods made from local specialties. Minhyuk pointedly looks at the emperor to lead him to the next idea. He asks what specialty the Kolotis Empire is famous for. The emperor answers that their specialty is buckwheat, stunning Minhyuk. Realizing buckwheat is perfect for his plan, Minhyuk confidently declares he can lift the emperor's curse. Elsewhere, a dragon soul reflects on how many times it has died and wonders who its next master will be. The dragon soul bids farewell to its siblings, saying they will meet again someday. Accepting its fate, the soul awaits its new life with a new master. The dragon hatches from its egg in a new world, crying sadly until a voice asks why it is upset. The scene shifts to a man between two dragons, hinting at the dragon's past or future companions. The man gently asks the newly hatched green dragon if it is alright. Smiling, he tells the dragon there is no need to cry when it has such handsome brothers. Comforted by his touch, the dragon decides this place is now its home. As the man pets it, the dragon feels a warm, soothing sensation. A notification appears before the armored man, signaling a new quest. The quest explains that if he finds the Dragon of Destruction, the last of the 4 legendary dragons, he can become a Dragon Lord, a royal class. He realizes his class changes based on effort, and debates becoming a Dragon Lord while remembering he must care for his new baby dragon. One of his dragons taps him, getting his attention. He gasps when he sees what the dragon is indicating. He discovers Mbaka, now revealed as a high-level poison dragon, has suddenly grown huge. Shocked, he remarks that Mbaka became an adult immediately upon hatching. He wonders if the rapid growth is due to the power of the dragon orb Minhyuk gave him. Deciding this development is beneficial, he is pleased that the dragon is already big and strong. He proposes that they now search for the dragon's missing brother. Rallying the dragons, he has them roar together before setting off, declaring it is time to go. Back at the palace, the emperor says everything has been prepared for Minhyuk. Minhyuk sees that all the dishes set before him are made from buckwheat. The emperor proudly presents a spread of buckwheat noodles, crepes, and jelly as the empire's regional specialty. Examining the noodles, Minhyuk can already tell they have ideal texture and eagerly anticipates tasting them. He starts by sipping the cold buckwheat broth. The shocking deliciousness of the broth makes him freeze in amazement. He mentally praises the icy broth's refreshment, the seaweed and green onions texture, and the wasabi's pleasant kick. Excited, he decides he must now try the broth together with the noodles. Eating them, he marvels at how the chewy noodles soften in the cold broth and how the sweet, tangy flavors dance in his mouth. He then moves on to taste the buckwheat crepes. Discovering they are filled with kimchi, he reacts with delight. He enjoys the contrast of the crispy yet soft crepe and the crunchy, savory kimchi filling that gives each bite perfect spice. Finally, he prepares for the last buckwheat dish with an eager look. The last dish is buckwheat jelly served with seasoned greens. He seasons the jelly and vegetables with sesame oil and sesame seeds. Minhyuk takes his first bite of the seasoned buckwheat jelly. He is amazed by how juicy the jelly is and how the crunchy vegetables make the dish even more enjoyable. Completely satisfied, he feels that the meal has boosted his buff count enough to work miracles. When the emperor asks if he will proceed, Minhyuk confidently agrees and asks Korra to bring the items he requested. Time passes and we see the palace exterior, setting the stage for the ritual. Inside, the emperor reacts in confusion to what he sees. Minhyuk has arranged seaweed on the floor in a ritual pattern and tells the emperor they need it to break the curse, asking for his trust. He then requests that the emperor remove his wig. Once the emperor shows his bald head, Minhyuk theatrically declares the curse very strong. He warns that lifting it will be difficult and asks Korra if he is ready. Korra puts on sunglasses, signaling he is prepared to assist. Minhyuk raises a microphone to his mouth for the upcoming ritual. Korra readies a flute, joining in the bizarre ceremony. Minhyuk begins loudly singing a chant ordering the emperor's hair to grow while Korra plays alongside him. The emperor stands there stunned as they continue chanting for his hair to grow. Minhyuk insists the emperor must sing with them as part of the ritual, startling him. Embarrassed, the emperor nervously joins the chant while Minhyuk urges him to sing louder. Putting his heart into it, the emperor yells the chant with all his might. Minhyuk criticizes that he still does not sound desperate and urges him to sing from the depths of his heart. The emperor grits his teeth, emotionally straining himself. Minhyuk watches in surprise as the ritual energy surges around them. The emperor passionately belts out the chant one more time amid swirling power. The resulting magical outburst explodes from the palace, shaking the surroundings. Afterward, Minhyuk solemnly presents the promised result to the emperor. The emperor, still bald at that moment, thanks him earnestly. Later, the emperor looks flustered and amazed as he begins to feel a change. The table shows Minhyuk's prepared seaweed soup and braised tofu, which look delicious. Minhyuk cheerfully tells the emperor he just needs to eat the meal, thinking the rare-grade food will be enough to trigger hair growth. The emperor starts eating, swallowing nervously. He finds the braised tofu cooked perfectly. He enjoys the deep flavor of the seaweed soup and admits he really likes the food. After finishing every dish, he tells Minhyuk he has eaten as instructed. Checking his reflection, he complains that he still sees no change. Minhyuk explains that the curse needs time to wear off and assures him he will be surprised by tomorrow morning, so the emperor decides to wait. The next morning, the emperor lets out a startled cry. Hearing the scream, Minhyuk rushes over and asks what is wrong. The emperor reveals long, flowing hair, beginning to show Minhyuk the result. He asks Minhyuk to witness what the food has done to him. The emperor stands proudly, his once bald head now crowned with luxurious hair. Smiling happily, he marvels at gaining such beautiful hair overnight, and says he does not know how to repay Minhyuk. Minhyuk is momentarily stunned, processing the success. Regaining composure, he modestly claims he only served a meal as the emperor laughs and praises him. A system notice states that Minhyuk has reached maximum affinity with Emperor Aspon. Another notice grants Minhyuk the title One Who Fooled the Emperor. The emperor declares he wants them to be friends and asks Minhyuk to visit and cook for him occasionally now that the curse is gone. Minhyuk agrees but says he has one condition, prompting the emperor to ask what it is. He shyly asks if he can call the emperor bro. Amused, the emperor happily allows Minhyuk to call him whatever he wants. Overjoyed, Minhyuk thanks him enthusiastically while the emperor worries about his sudden nosebleed. Minhyuk brushes it off, attributing the nosebleed to the strenuous singing during the ritual. Deeply moved, the emperor says he is touched by Minhyuk's supposed sacrifice. The emperor decides Minhyuk deserves a reward and offers him 3 artifacts from the imperial treasure vault, which the system confirms as a quest reward. Later, Minhyuk opens the vault door with a creak. He gasps in amazement at what he sees inside. He realizes this chamber is where Emperor Aspon keeps his treasures. Looking around excitedly, he hopes to find at least one useful kitchen tool among the artifacts. He walks deeper into the vault, footsteps echoing. After searching, he is disappointed to find no kitchen tools at all. He instead decides to choose gifts, a ribbon, a sword, and boots, for Fido and Koner. Imagining their delighted reactions, he is satisfied that they will love the presents. Suddenly a system notice from client services about the Saint's sword appears, catching his attention. The notice explains that due to a system error the Saint's sword is wrongly bound to him and must be retrieved. Worried, Minhyuk wonders if he did something wrong to trigger contact from client services. Reading further, he learns they will take back the Saint's sword but compensate him with 2 of the 4 great demons' treasures. Looking at the palace, Minhyuk laments losing the sword. He quickly concludes that exchanging 1 sword for 2 treasures is actually a good deal that will help his quest. Excited, he decides he does not care about keeping the Saint's sword and would much rather obtain an oven. With that resolve, he heads toward the demon realm, aiming to collect all 4 treasures and build his dream oven. He consults a horned demon woman over a meal, asking to learn about the demon realm. Minhyuk and his pig companion gaze at her hopefully with sparkling eyes. She teases him for nearly going there without any knowledge, while he laughs sheepishly. Because he fed her so well, she agrees to share information about the demon realm. She tells him to listen carefully since she will only explain once, and he eagerly agrees. Hearing that he will receive food every time he sets a new record on the floor of the demon's tower, Minhyuk explodes with excited shock. Fired up by the promise of food, he urges that they stop wasting time and hurry there immediately. Minhyuk reacts with sudden alarm. Minhyuk nervously asks the demon woman where he can find the tower. The demon woman, exasperated, tells him to ask Arbol, the tower's designer. Arbol is introduced in shadow as the sage of the demon realm. Minhyuk learns Arbol is a powerful but ill-tempered demon. Despite that warning, someone smirks and says Minhyuk will manage fine. The scene shifts to a misty, wintry wasteland. Minhyuk searches the area, thinking the entrance should be nearby. Koner cheerfully tells Minhyuk and Fido the pig to keep up as they travel. Minhyuk, satisfied his preparations are complete, reveals he brought a special item. Fido winks tensely, sensing trouble. Minhyuk steps toward the destination. Minhyuk and Koner discover a dark circular hole that must be the tower's entrance. Minhyuk asks Koner to stay at the entrance with Fido, and Koner agrees. Minhyuk leaps down into the hole. He crashes painfully at the bottom. As Minhyuk recovers, a towering figure appears before him. The figure demands to know who dares to intrude. Minhyuk gasps in fear at the hostile voice. Arbol, wreathed in flames, appears and the system announces Minhyuk has encountered the sage of the demon realm. Arbol admits Minhyuk is courageous but ominously judges him. Arbol declares Minhyuk will die here. Arbol's fiery attack slams into Minhyuk's barrier, but Minhyuk shouts that they should eat first. Arbol scoffs, asking if Minhyuk thinks such a cheap trick could work on him. Minhyuk hurriedly insists he only came to talk. As Arbol's attacks pound the barrier, Minhyuk doubts he will listen. Minhyuk decides to try a different tactic and reaches into his inventory. He summons plates of fresh vegetables and meat. Inside the barrier, Minhyuk sets up a full barbecue spread and invites Arbol. Arbol, confused and angry, wonders if Minhyuk is mocking him, but Minhyuk denies it. Smiling, Minhyuk repeats that he just wants a friendly chat. The barrier continues to take hits, and Minhyuk comments awkwardly as it holds. Arbol grows irritated, vowing to kill Minhyuk once the barrier disappears. Minhyuk says he will simply start eating if Arbol refuses to join. The meat begins to sizzle tantalizingly on the grill. Watching hungrily, Arbol mutters about what will happen after the barrier is gone. Minhyuk prepares a perfect lettuce wrap with meat and sides. Arbol, drooling, threatens Minhyuk weakly. Minhyuk cheerfully prepares to eat his wrap, prompting Arbol to tell him to wait. Minhyuk again invites Arbol to join him, startling the demon. Flustered, Arbol insists he knows Minhyuk's ploy. Minhyuk urges him not to be stubborn and points out that attacks cannot reach him inside the barrier. Arbol realizes, surprised, that his attacks are indeed ineffective. The meat keeps sizzling on the grill, filling the air with aroma. Unable to resist, Arbol steps into the barrier toward the food. Arbol gulps as he stands before the steaming grill. He finally tastes a piece of meat. His eyes widen as the flavor overwhelms him. Arbol ecstatically thinks about how tender and perfectly seasoned the meat is, calling it the best he has eaten in ages. While eating, Arbol listens as Minhyuk addresses him by name. Minhyuk offers Arbol cold naengmyeon, explaining it pairs nicely with the beef, and Arbol asks if he is really allowed to have it. Arbol slurps the noodles. He marvels that the refreshing broth balances the rich beef so well. Completely won over, Arbol keeps eating, unable to stop. Seeing Arbol satisfied, Minhyuk decides it is time to use his main strategy and calls to him. Arbol, still chewing, is asked if he feels thirsty. Minhyuk reveals a special bottle of yuja-flavored soda. He enthusiastically offers Arbol the yuja drink, predicting he will love it. After drinking, Arbol loudly boasts about being a prodigy as the soda hits him like alcohol. He brags that he mastered magic as a child and continues drinking. Drunk, Arbol rambles about how terrifying and popular he is while Minhyuk notes his bad drinking habits. Minhyuk, recalling the warning, thinks Arbol is even more of a handful than expected. Arbol confirms the drink is yuja-flavored and Minhyuk explains it is a sweet beverage that suits beef. Minhyuk happily says the drink feels great and remarks that such beverages did not exist in Arbol's era. Arbol drinks straight from the bottle and nostalgically babbles about the old days. Minhyuk observes in dismay that Arbol is now completely drunk. Arbol slumps, lamenting his life, while Minhyuk awkwardly tries to comfort him. Arbol suddenly thanks Minhyuk, saying the beef was the best he has ever had. He asks if staying with Minhyuk means he can eat such good food every day, and Minhyuk hesitantly answers yes. Arbol, eyes gleaming, tells Minhyuk to wait as he prepares something for him. Minhyuk grows uneasy, wondering what Arbol is up to. Overjoyed, Arbol presents a written vow of loyalty, declaring they can stay together. The system announces that Arbol will be loyal to Minhyuk for 1 week and unlocks the tower reward list as a bonus. Another notification explains that an NPC's stats drop drastically when pledging loyalty to a lower-level user, which worries Minhyuk. Minhyuk screams internally that this outcome was not what he intended, while Arbol happily mentions how much he loves beef. A cooking tutorial begins, instructing to fill a pot with water and bring it to a boil. The instructions continue, telling Koner to add noodles and seasoning once the water bubbles. The guide says to cover the pot and simmer for 3 more minutes, which Koner follows. The final step promises the most delicious ramen, but before completion a bright flash interrupts. The quest world's best ramen LV1 fails, leaving Koner collapsed in despair beside the pot as Fido watches. Koner wails over failing again and wonders when he will ever succeed, while Fido eyes the ramen. Fido nudges Koner, drawing his attention. Fido begins to glow and float, announcing he will teach Koner something. Glowing serenely, Fido tells Koner not to worry and claims to know the solution. Fido instructs Koner, through winks, to simply wait 10 minutes. After waiting, Koner is stunned to see the ramen has multiplied without his adding anything, while Fido stands proudly. Koner gushes over the miracle and says he wants to be like Fido, but the pig only shrugs smugly. Koner lifts Fido in reverence as the ramen steams below. Elsewhere, a stranger senses something and falls silent. A group of 3 adventurers discuss what he heard, suspecting nearby activity. 2 of the men believe it is nothing, noting they have rarely met anyone since receiving Kenuel's orders. The first man remains certain he heard something. The group begins to smell something delicious and spicy wafting through the air. Following the scent, they identify it as ramen. The leader spots Koner cooking in the distance and shouts that someone is indeed making ramen. They observe that the cook is just a boy with a pig, and one of them hungrily remarks how good the food looks. The blonde man in the hat is incredulous at encountering ramen here. He strides toward Koner. The blonde man viciously kicks over Koner's ramen, scalding him and Fido, and demands who allowed him to cook here. Koner picks himself up and glares, prompting the man to mockingly ask if he is angry. The blonde taunts Koner, daring him to try to hit him. Koner, shaking with rage, says he will not forgive them for angering him. He then fixes them with a serious question about the proper order when making ramen: broth, seasoning, or noodles. The blonde scoffs that you obviously boil the water first. Koner, unsatisfied, desperately asks the others whether mild or spicy ramen is more delicious, while they debate whether to kill or just frighten him and remark that ramen is unhealthy anyway. Koner grins ominously in response. He boldly declares that both types of ramen are delicious. The blonde dismisses the line as a bad joke and threatens Koner to leave if he does not want to die. Suddenly a chopstick pierces the blonde's neck, shocking him. The system reports he has taken critical damage by being struck in a vital spot, losing a large chunk of HP. Terrified, he yells for his allies Roken and Jean Chao to act, while Koner calmly holds the bloody chopstick. Jean Chao steps forward with a menacing glare, telling the others to move aside. Jean Chao activates his powerful skill debuff Crasher, smashing his hammer into the ground. Koner narrows his eyes, assessing the attack. He counters by channeling blue energy into a kitchen sieve. The system reveals Koner's special skill, Sword or a Sieve, as he charges. Jean Chao mocks the idea of fighting with a sieve but is immediately slashed and screams. Roken flinches as Jean Chao collapses from the blow. Koner turns to Roken, politely asking him instead which topping, cheese or rice cakes, goes better with ramen. Roken glances at his partner nervously. The ally nods decisively, signaling support. Roken powers up his arm with green energy and begins to answer. He lunges forward, shouting that ramen tastes better with cheese. Koner smirks and states that the true answer is both toppings. Koner suddenly notices something alarming. He senses a strange aura seeping from cracks in the ground around his feet. An explosion of green energy erupts where Koner stands, and the assailants cheer, believing they hit him. Roken yells triumphantly about proving ramen is better with cheese while his companion mutters that this point is irrelevant. Amid the dissipating smoke, someone's silhouette appears, prompting comments that they see a person. Minhyuk's voice emerges from the smoke, angrily calling them jerks. Minhyuk steps out, furious that they tried to hurt his younger brother Koner. The 2 remaining enemies face Minhyuk as Koner crouches behind him. Minhyuk gives a confident, dangerous smile. Roken recognizes him in shock and wonders who he is. Koner proudly explains that Minhyuk is the infamous frying pan slayer. Minhyuk orders the enemies to report this encounter to Kenuel at once, making the name catch his attention. Koner clings to Minhyuk and cries that he got hurt, prompting Minhyuk to urgently ask where. Koner dramatically points to a small spot, and Minhyuk angrily blames the foes for injuring his little brother. Roken, flustered, claims he also got a bug bite and vows revenge, while Jean Chao looks unimpressed. Frustrated, Roken announces he has had enough and prepares a deadly move. He launches a barrage of poisonous throwing stars called Poison King's throwing stars at the brothers. Minhyuk shouts to Fido for a barrier, as the pig sprints into action wearing a pot as a helmet. Fido erects a hexagonal shield, blocking the incoming poison stars. Using the opening, Minhyuk dashes forward. He closes in on Roken, parrying the attack with his spear as they clash midair. Roken realizes too late that Minhyuk has outmaneuvered him. Jean Chao screams as he is slashed, and the system states he has been logged out. Enraged and bleeding, Roken powers up his hammer, vowing to annihilate everyone. A notification explains his suicidal skill cursed hammer will cause his body to explode on impact, dealing massive damage to both himself and his target. Before he can finish the move, Minhyuk intervenes with a ringing strike and orders him not even to think about it. Minhyuk slashes and gravely wounds an enemy. The wounded man coughs blood, stunned by the blow. Bleeding on the ground, he curses his situation while Minhyuk approaches. Minhyuk points his sword at him and orders him to relay a message to Kenuel. Minhyuk declares he is coming to kill Kenuel, terrifying the man. The system announces that Roken has been logged out. Elsewhere at night, Kenuel stands alone in a forested path. A subordinate runs up calling out to Kenuel. Kenruel asks the breathless subordinate what happened. She reports that the notorious frying pan slayer has appeared at the sanctuary in the demon realm. Kenruel's eye widens in shock at the name. He grumbles about the frying pan slayer always ruining his schemes. Annoyed, Kenruel orders that 2 of the Blackstone lords be dispatched to the sanctuary. With blood on his face, he adds further instructions. Kenruel commands those lords to kill the frying pan slayer on sight. At the tall demon's tower, Minhyuk is heard happily enjoying delicious food. A list of food shows how much Arbel has eaten, while Minhyuk, overwhelmed, calls him a glutton. Minhyuk laments that feeding Arbel costs more than feeding all his other vassals combined and predicts a hard week. He calms himself, reminding himself he at least knows how to clear the tower. Minhyuk asks if Arbel is done eating so they can move on, while Koner sulks nearby. A pot with leftover broth sits by Koner, drawing his attention. Koner stares at the pot, clearly preoccupied. Outside the tower, the night sky looms over the structure. Koner announces that he has made up his mind. He declares he will stay behind at the camp and dedicate himself to making ramen. Minhyuk, surprised, asks Koner if he is really going to cook ramen. Fired up, Koner proclaims he will research and experiment with ramen recipes. He explains that simply going to the tower is not challenging enough for him compared to this cooking goal. Minhyuk wonders how making instant ramen suddenly became such a difficult task. Arbel pats Koner's head and encourages him, saying he believes Koner will succeed. Minhyuk cheerfully tells them to have fun and stay safe as they part ways. Koner waves them off, promising to welcome them back with delicious ramen. He continues to smile determinedly as they leave. Later, Koner flails on the ground in frustration, unable to cook the ramen properly. Tearful and sniffling, he lies there discouraged. A masked Minhyuk appears, warning Koner he will catch a cold sleeping outside. Koner opens his eyes, noticing the visitor. Minhyuk, masked and armored, recalls Koner's earlier enthusiasm about ramen. Koner quickly insists he is not sleeping and explains he is trying to master the perfect ramen. Curious, Minhyuk asks what kind of ramen Koner is aiming to make. Koner answers that he wants to make the simplest, most basic ramen. Minhyuk repeats the idea of basic ramen and says he knows a trick that can solve Koner's problem. He begins explaining what Koner should do. Koner listens tensely, sweat running down his cheek. Minhyuk reveals that the secret is simply to follow the instructions on the ramen package. He then offers Koner ramen, water and a chance to try cooking again. Koner gazes at the setup in awe and excitement. After following the directions, Koner sees the pot of properly cooked ramen and exclaims that it is exactly what he wanted. Overjoyed, Koner hugs Minhyuk, thanking him for teaching him what he could not figure out alone, and Minhyuk replies he is glad to help. Nearby dragons sniff the aroma of the ramen in interest. Proud of his success, Koner vows to make ramen just like this for Minhyuk when he returns, then notices a strange smell. A man in a golden robe appears with a dragon behind him, complaining that they are blocking the road. Minhyuk apologizes on Koner's behalf, while Koner marvels at seeing a golden robe for the first time. Koner gushes that the robe looks shiny and cool. The golden-robed man rudely tells Koner to move and insults his intelligence. Minhyuk, hearing the insult, pauses and questions what he just heard. He sternly tells the man that his words were unkind and insists he owes Koner an apology. The golden-robed man refuses, saying he called Koner dumb because that is what he thinks of him, and his companions laugh. Minhyuk's eyes glow with anger as he responds. Summoning dark power and a monstrous clawed hand, Minhyuk says he will have to teach the man a harsh lesson. He fully transforms into a fearsome, shadow-wreathed dragon tamer. Onlookers note that the dragon tamer looks formidable. One caster decides they must quickly gain the advantage with a powerful spell. Before the spell is completed, Minhyuk rushes the hooded caster at incredible speed. He grabs the caster's throat with his clawed hand. An icy spell backfires, freezing and cracking the caster's body. The ice shatters around Minhyuk as he stands unscathed with glowing eyes. The golden-robed leader panics, realizing Minhyuk eliminated one of France's top players instantly. He orders his archers to fire, and they respond. A barrage of golden arrows rains down in an attack called Golden Arrow Shower toward Minhyuk. Minhyuk calls for help from his dragon Brené. Brené, the black dragon, roars in answer. Brené transforms into the blazing dragon's tear sword for Minhyuk to wield. Empowered by the fiery sword and his inner darkness, Minhyuk charges forward in a roaring blaze. His fiery assault burns through the enemy ranks, leaving the golden-robed leader screaming and cursing. The leader shouts at his casters to stop hesitating and counterattack. Elsewhere, Koner faces and has already beaten several attackers, leaving them unconscious around him. The golden-robed leader is shocked, wondering how the supposed dumb kid defeated all his people. Koner warns them to leave the black flame dragon alone or risk provoking his anger. The leader falters and bumps into something behind him. He turns to find Minhyuk's dragon looming over him menacingly. The leader collapses to the ground in terror. Bowing deeply, he begs for mercy, offering to surrender and apologize for everything. Minhyuk says the apology should go to Koner, who accepts the man's apology. The shaken group backs down, deciding they cannot afford to lose more men. Minhyuk privately resolves that they still must kill the frying pan slayer, refusing to drop his vendetta. He grabs the golden-robed leader's clothes to stop him from leaving. With eyes shining coldly, Minhyuk says he changed his mind and will not let the leader go. The terrified leader yells that Koner is angry as some unseen punishment descends on him. Meanwhile, in another area of the demon realm, a different group asks a cloaked mage what he wants. The cloaked mage asks if he heard correctly that they are hunting the frying pan slayer, and they tell him to mind his own business. He calmly asks why they want the slayer dead. Their leader replies that they only follow Kennerwell's orders and tells him to move aside. The cloaked mage says he does not forgive anyone who bullies his friends. Revealing himself as Ali, he prepares to act against them. A thug mocks Ali, questioning what a geek like him could possibly do. Ali fires a streaking magic missile. One warrior blocks it and scoffs that a basic spell cannot stop them. A spiraling effect hits his eye as the spell takes hold. System messages announce the magic missile has stunned him for 5 seconds, leaving him shocked that such a spell could incapacitate him. Repeated system messages show successive magic missiles hitting and stunning him, dealing unexpectedly high damage. The system then declares that Jelon has been logged out, while Ali smirks and asks how it feels to be defeated by magic missiles. Another enemy glares furiously at Ali. He rallies his comrades to attack together and prove they are not afraid of a lone magician. Ali sighs that they leave him no choice as he raises his staff and gathers power. He unleashes Ali's special super ultra great magic missile, pelting the enemies with a devastating storm of projectiles. Wind from the explosions whips Ali's cloak as he strides forward. The surviving leader shields his face from the blast and stammers in anger and fear. Recognizing Ali, he exclaims that this is the infamous dark magician. He realizes with horror that the frying pan slayer must be Ali's friend. Ali, crackling with lightning, declares he will not let them go anywhere near Minhyuk. The enemies panic and beg him to listen before attacking them again. Ignoring their pleas, Ali casts Lightning Storm, electrocuting them. Back at the tower, Kennerwell stands on a high platform. Notifications inform him he set a new record on floor 30 of the Demon's Tower and gained another clue toward the Royal Class Maestro of Destruction. He smugly says it was easy. Confident, he thinks becoming the first Royal Class player will be simple. A guild chat message reports to Kennerwell that his members are currently battling a dragon tamer near the sanctuary. The chat continues, but Kennerwell impatiently asks what is happening. Suddenly the chat shows multiple guild members, including Rovi, Carl, and Bakr, have all been logged out. Kennerwell, stunned, wonders if his elite guild members were just defeated by only 2 opponents. He questions how those 2 managed to wipe out dozens of high-ranking players. He asks Ark over chat how things are going on his side. Ark replies that Ali the Dark Magician attacked them and completely wiped out their parties. Kennerwell realizes that 2 lords and their teams were beaten by the Frying Pan Slayer's friends. Furious, Kennerwell shouts that his subordinates must be joking. At that moment, an announcement states that an anonymous player has surpassed Kennerwell's record on floor 1 of the Demon's Tower, and fireworks explode outside. The scene shifts to floor 1 of the tower. Inside, Minhyuk and Arbel enter, with Minhyuk marveling at the tower's interior. Arbel suggests they look around, while internally acknowledging he is impressed by the record previously set here. A display shows Kennerwell's old high score for floor 1, and Arbel notes that the average passing score is far lower, meaning this record holder excelled. Minhyuk spots something emerging from the gate ahead. Brilliant light begins to pour from the gate. The form of a beastly paw steps through the light. A snarling muzzle with sharp teeth appears, heralding the monster's arrival. A herd of demonic creatures, including wolves, a bull, a fox, and a bat-like demon, rushes out to attack. They charge toward Arbel, who calmly stands his ground. Arbel tells Minhyuk the first floor is actually easy if he follows instructions. He explains that a horde of demonic creatures will appear and that they will prioritize attacking him since he is the tower's creator. As monsters close in, Arbel says Minhyuk only has to perform one simple task. He tells Minhyuk to unleash his most powerful skill at the right moment. Minhyuk focuses, taking the advice seriously. He activates the knife shower skill, sending a rain of blades toward the enemies. The knives slice through all the demonic creatures, killing them en masse. Arbel flinches in surprise at the result. He admits he expected a few to survive but sees Minhyuk wipe them all out in a single move. Minhyuk happily runs over to Arbel calling his name. He thanks Arbel, saying he cleared the floor thanks to that tip, just as a system alert sounds. The system announces that floor 1 is cleared and calculates a new record of 100,000 points, placing Minhyuk in first place. Minhyuk is shocked as he receives 2,500,000 experience points and an extra reward for setting the new record. The protagonist is shocked and wonders if he is hallucinating. A system message grants him margarita pizza, carbonara pasta, and a T-bone steak platter as a bonus reward. Overjoyed, he thinks he could not have asked for a better reward. While he shouts that he loves this place, his elven companion hopes the food will be shared. He decides to start eating by taking a slice of pizza. He happily bites into the pizza. Enjoying the stretchy cheese, he reflects on how satisfying a good cheese pull is. He savors the pizza, noting the perfectly baked dough, well-balanced tomato sauce, and warm gooey cheese. He moves on and prepares to taste the carbonara pasta. After tasting the pasta, he marvels at its amazing texture. He delights in how savory, rich, and creamy the pasta sauce is. He drinks soda, saying it is perfect for cutting through the greasiness of the food. After the soda, he announces there is one last part of the meal left. He turns to the final dish, saying it is time to eat the steak. He cuts into the steak, revealing a juicy interior. He plans to eat a perfect slice of steak together with greens and pineapple. He closes his eyes and leisurely chews the bite. Overwhelmed by flavor, he wonders if he is dreaming and praises the steak as incredibly seared, juicy, tender, and melt in the mouth. Moved to tears by how delicious it is, he cries while his companion watches in disbelief. Time passes with him continuously eating the beef dishes. At last he finishes, contentedly declaring that the meal was great. His companion puts a hand on his shoulder and asks if he is finally done eating. The elf suggests that if he is finished, they should advance to the next floor. The elf admits it was disturbing watching him feast while sitting atop a pile of monster corpses, prompting Minhyuk to realize the situation. Minhyuk agrees to go to the next floor, and the elf offers to give him advice about floor 2 of the tower. Elsewhere, a defeated player named Aikao protests that he had surrendered as a log-out message appears. Another scene shows a masked warrior calling out to Connor. The masked warrior warns Connor to prepare for battle because someone else is approaching. He notices that the newcomer is wearing a black robe and comments on it. Connor recognizes the robed figure as the dark magician and calls out to the black flame dragon. The masked black flame dragon greets the robed friend after a long time and introduces Connor, who politely greets him. The robed friend cheerfully says he is also Minhyuk's friend, impressing Connor. When asked why he is here, the robed man explains he encountered villains targeting Minhyuk and came after scouting the area. Hearing that enemies are after Minhyuk, the black flame dragon reacts seriously. Both the black flame dragon and the dark magician are outraged that anyone would target Minhyuk. They vow not to let anyone harm Minhyuk, and Connor draws his sword, which is described as angry. In another place, a blond man watches fireworks outside a tower. He realizes the lords have been defeated and that his own record has been surpassed. He concludes that the mysterious player named Anonymous must be Minhyuk. He cannot understand why Minhyuk, the frying pan user, has managed to make so many powerful allies. Trying to calm himself, he tells himself to stop thinking about Minhyuk, assuming Minhyuk just got lucky on the first floor. A notification from the Demon's Tower announces that on floor 2, a player labeled Me has beaten Kenrawell's record. Kenrawell snaps his eyes open at the news. He exclaims in disbelief that Minhyuk cleared the second floor only minutes after the first as the tower rankings update. Another notice reveals that a player named Going Up has surpassed his record on floor 3, and that those rankings have been updated as well. Frustrated, Kenrawell clenches his teeth. Messages show that Going Up has broken his record on floor 3 and See You Soon has broken it on floor 4, making him suspect Minhyuk is teasing him with those names. Furious, Kenrawell swears to teach the arrogant frying pan slayer a lesson. The story returns to Demon's Tower, floor 10. Minhyuk steps onto the floor and reacts in amazement. He sees an enormous snake coiled across the battlefield and comments on its massive size. The elf companion asks whether Minhyuk remembers his prior instructions. Minhyuk nervously claims he has memorized everything. The elf's earlier explanation is recalled, stating that the floor 10 snake is not meant to be fought but must be passed quickly. Minhyuk had wondered if the snake could be used to brew alcohol, and the elf had warned that such contact would cause their spirits to leave their bodies. Remembering that warning, Minhyuk looks discouraged. Now on the floor, the elf tells him to move as quietly as possible so they do not wake the snake. Minhyuk thinks to himself that this floor feels much easier than the earlier ones. A hissing sound suddenly reaches Minhyuk's ears. He looks up in horror as the snake begins to move toward him. The gigantic snake rises and looms over Minhyuk, glowing eyes fixed on him. The elf panics and yells that the snake has awakened. With its jaws wide open, the snake lunges at them, and the elf screams for them to run. While fleeing, the elf curses and wonders why the snake woke up when they had neither spoken loudly nor used skills. Minhyuk runs desperately with the snake rapidly closing the distance. He glances back in fear as it bears down on him. Then he notices the huge snake shedding what looks like tears. He wonders if the creature is crying just as a notification says he has met the predator snake's gaze and is now unable to use skills. The elf shouts at Minhyuk to snap out of it and run, but Minhyuk is confused about why the snake is crying. The massive serpent sweeps him up in its mouth as it attacks. Seeing this, the elf screams in horror for his chef. The snake suddenly spits Minhyuk out instead of killing him. Minhyuk's body shoots through a wall, passing cleanly into another area. The elf exclaims that Minhyuk passed straight through the wall. Determined to help, the elf sprints toward where Minhyuk disappeared. He slams painfully into the solid wall when he tries to pass through it. Rebounding, he lands on the serpent's body with a squishy impact. Sitting on the snake, he realizes something strange just happened. He walks along the snake's coils, looking around in bewilderment. He wonders aloud if the snake deliberately saved him. He further questions whether the snake helped Minhyuk enter a hidden dungeon and why it would do that. Inside, Minhyuk catches his breath and says he thought he was done for. A notification informs him he has entered a mysterious dungeon, and he notes that he can still see events outside. He calls down to Arbel that he is above, but realizing the elf cannot hear him, he gets another message saying he cannot leave until he finishes the dungeon. Accepting that he has no choice, he resolves to find an exit. As he looks around, something suddenly catches his attention. He discovers a mural on the wall depicting various beasts including wolves, dragons, and a coiled snake. Text reveals one figure as the incarnation of light, Fenris. Another section identifies four legendary dragons as incarnations of protection. A third section names the coiled serpent as the incarnation of death, predator snake. Minhyuk reads that these are incarnations and wonders why they all seem familiar to him. The snake portion of the mural begins to move. Minhyuk is stunned as the entire mural animates. He focuses on a paw holding a sword and feels that he recognizes it. The image resolves into a crowned pig with a sword, which he identifies as Fido. He questions whether it is really Fido, since he knows Fido as the incarnation of gluttony. He notices a dark stain spreading across the mural and asks why it is growing. The dark area unfurls like wings with a flapping motion. From the stain emerges a huge dragon approaching the little pig, shocking him. He observes that this dragon looks different from his father's dragons and is far larger than the others in the mural. A system message confirms that his pet is indeed the incarnation of gluttony. Further notices say he has unlocked a quest related to the incarnation of gluttony and can watch a video titled Birth of the Incarnation of Gluttony. Curious about his pet's past, he prepares to view the video. The interface tells him to say refuse if he does not want to watch. Eager to know more, he loudly accepts and chooses to watch it. The system confirms his choice and states that his character will be invincible while the video plays. The video begins by narrating that 500 years ago chaos spread across the continents, caused by the Guardians themselves. It explains that the Guardians once lived together peacefully in a utopian realm. Then some Guardians unexpectedly began attacking one another. During that conflict, one Guardian killed another. The resulting chaos spread like wildfire across the world. In response, humans began to act against the threat. A figure steps onto a grassy field, entering the scene. A character named Birag, the messenger of incarnation, tells Baronicle that the Guardians have been brainwashed. Baronicle, the Dragon Lord, replies that this is why he summoned Birag and asks if he knows who is responsible. Baronicle states that the culprit is Borman, the black dragon who caused all of the chaos. Birag is shocked that such a powerful dragon, master of strength and magic, could brainwash the Guardians and demands to know how. He asks if they have a counterplan, and Baronicle says he has an idea. Baronicle says his plan involves awakening the absolute divine beast. Birag warns that waking this being could destroy them all, and Baronicle acknowledges the risk. Another figure smiles and says that despite the danger, it may be the only way for everyone to survive. Sensing an arrival, Baronicle announces that someone has come. A man appears and is introduced as Mulgerin, the great magician. The narration shifts to 500 years ago at the site where the absolute divine beast is sealed, with Mulgerin, Baronicle, Birag, and the divine beasts gathered. Birag anxiously asks if everything will really be alright. Mulgerin replies that no one can know for sure but insists that what matters is the possibility things will turn out well. Mulgerin explains that while he lifts the seal, the others must collect the power of the divine beasts. The predator snake is counted off as the third contributor. Fenris is counted as the second. The two dragons are counted as the first, completing the countdown. A large magical array activates as the sealing ritual begins. The magic circle starts to crack. The seal shatters with a blinding burst of light. The ground rumbles, alarming the gathered guardians. A small pink hoof steps out through the smoke. To everyone's surprise, the awakened absolute divine beast appears in the form of a pig. The onlookers confirm that this pig is indeed the absolute divine beast and are warned not to let their guard down. They debate whether they should strike first but ultimately decide attacking would be unwise. The pig simply stands there radiating a gentle, smiling aura. Back in the dungeon, the video ends and a message notes that he has watched the first part of Birth of the Incarnation of Gluttony. The next scene focuses on Fido's determined eyes. Minhyuk reflects in disbelief that Fido was once the absolute divine beast. He wonders how Fido eventually ended up with Alan, when suddenly a floating notebook appears before him. The system states he has obtained the first volume of the Diary of the Incarnation of Gluttony, which he identifies as Fido's diary. The diary's narration begins with Fido recalling that upon being born, the first question he asked himself was who he was. Fido remembers that at first only one other existence, calling itself Athene, surrounded him. Athene told Fido that he could one day become either a catastrophe or a bringer of peace for the world. Fido recounts that Athene then confined him in a coffin filled with delicious food, and over the years he constantly ate. Despite endless meals, Fido kept crying, lonely and asking who he was, why he was alone, and when his isolation would end. After spending many years weeping, Fido says a major change finally occurred. The little pig recalls hearing voices from outside its prison. Adventurers finally open the coffin and discover the pig inside. The pig begins to move its mouth. Remembering that moment, the pig says that it learned to laugh for the first time. In the present, the boy is surprised to learn Fido the pig had such a dark past. A system message notifies the boy that he has triggered Fido's pet awakening quest, generating the item Golden Crown piece. The boy becomes emotional as this happens. He cheerfully promises Fido delicious food once they finish here. The quest window explains that collecting 3 pieces of the Golden Crown will fully awaken the incarnation of gluttony, with failure meaning it will never awaken. The boy emerges alive from a portal holding Fido, shocking his ally. The boy notes that the giant snake does not seem hostile, and his companion agrees. Boy, pig, and serpent quietly face each other in the cavern. The snake observes them closely. The pig comforts the crying snake, which sheds a tear. A notification states that Predator Snake grants part of a new record reward as the door's keeper. The boy is surprised to hear that he is receiving a reward. He sees Fido holding out an empty bowl and wonders if that is the reward. A message reveals they have earned Vietnamese pho and Vietnamese fried rice, which excites Fido. The boy joyfully praises Predator Snake as a good ally for giving them such food. Sitting at a table with Fido, the boy says he cannot wait to gorge on Vietnamese dishes, and Fido eagerly agrees. He decides to taste the pho broth first. Delighted by the hot soup, he thinks it will warm his stomach. He then lifts the pho noodles, eager to try them as well. He savors how the tender noodles, crunchy bean sprouts, shredded chicken, and warm broth all harmonize beautifully. Completely absorbed, he keeps drinking, saying he cannot get enough of the broth. The satisfying warmth from the meal spreads through his chest. He turns to the Vietnamese fried rice, marveling at the pineapple and shrimp mixed in. While eating, he reflects that the fluffy rice ties together the meats and vegetables and that the pineapple adds a special flavor boost. Mid-meal, he remembers something important. Smiling, he asks Fido how the food tastes. Fido happily responds while continuing to eat with a fork. The boy says they should eat well to gain strength for their quest, and Fido agrees. The narration shifts to Demon's Tower, floor 14 in Aelcree territory, where someone shouts in outrage. The Demon Lord angrily demands to know why their patron will not grant them rain. The Black Sheep Queen with a crown invites the Lord to state any desire. The Demon Lord stresses that their whole territory will fall to drought if this continues, which she already knows. She explains that rain is rare in the demon realm and that, thanks to Queen Baphomet's help, her land has flourished until now. Desperate, she shakes the queen, asking why Baphomet has stopped helping. An aide rushes in calling to the Lord, who snaps that she is busy. The aide reports that a human is insistently requesting an audience. Irritated, the Lord repeats that a mere human wants to see her. The aide clarifies that the human claims he can produce water, catching the Lord's attention. The scene reveals the visiting human as the boy, arriving with Fido. The aide adds that the human says he can create water, intriguing the Lord. Sitting in her throne room, she asks the boy if it is true he has what she needs. He answers that he knows her territory is suffering a drought and that he can provide water. She considers this and says she could give him all the water he needs, but hesitates. She suggests they continue this negotiation elsewhere. Outside, she shows him their dried-up reservoir. The boy is stunned that the barren pit used to be full of water. She confirms it was once a water-filled reservoir but is now desert dry. She asks if he can truly refill it. He confidently replies that he can. Activating his ring, he begins to channel its power. The ring releases torrents of water. As the sound grows, the Lord hears something approaching. A massive wave rushes in. The Lord reacts in shock to the sudden flood. Water pours into the basin, rapidly filling it. She realizes the reservoir has already become full. They stand before the refilled lake, and the boy asks her opinion of his work. He then asks if this amount of water is sufficient. Curious, she asks what ring he is using to create such a miracle. He explains that it is Robotha's ring, a divine treasure from the Valkyrie kingdom that controls water and purifies evil. The Lord thinks that, with such a ring, she could supply endless drinking water for her people. She asks if he would be willing to sell the ring and invites him to name his price. He cheerfully requests a piece of the golden crown in exchange. She immediately refuses, saying the crown cannot be sold. She calls the crown an ancestral treasure and says that, although grateful for the water, that alone is not enough. She offers a compromise, saying she can give him a crown piece if he also helps bring rain to their crops. Queen Baphomet coolly exhales, unimpressed. The boy worries aloud that he might fail his pet awakening quest. The Lord then suggests offering him the best food available in their territory instead. The aide agrees and begins describing the territory's renowned specialty as something they can provide. A small white goat with ornaments appears alongside the aide, drawing the boy's attention. The aide produces a feeble Baphomet summoning stone, shocking the Lord. The aide and boy argue, with the aide angry that his summoning stone was used while the boy insists they had to appease the queen. The aide shouts that only another sheep would truly understand a sheep's heart. The boy pauses, admitting that logic feels oddly persuasive. Queen Baphomet protests that none of this makes sense while the aide insists on being heard. The white goat and black wool queen face each other, as the others watch anxiously. The goat looks at the queen against a flowery backdrop. The queen looks back, similarly framed with flowers. Both sheep experience mutual love at first sight, as if destined partners have finally met. Watching them bond, the boy is stunned, but the aide proudly says he knew this plan would succeed. The demon lord trembles in exasperation, repeating that only a sheep can understand another sheep. She recalls how the queen rolled her eyes every time she begged for rain. Furious, she realizes the queen merely wanted a suitable male partner. The boy, eager to move on, politely asks for his promised reward now that the problem is solved. The Lord regains composure and says she almost forgot but will honor her promise. System messages confirm that he receives his first golden crown piece, a fantastic gopchang set of the demon realm, and Queen Baphomet's fresh milk. The Lord explains that a golden crown piece contains great power usable only by the master of a divine beast. As she begins to say more, the boy cuts in, preparing to leave. Flustered, he asks if he can come back later because he has somewhere to be, and she allows it. He thanks her and quickly departs, leaving the confused lord behind. The story shifts to the sizzling of various gapchang meats on a grill. A lavish spread of grilled intestines and side dishes is presented, which the boy praises as the ultimate reward. Giddy, he wonders which piece of food he should eat first. He decides to start with the cooked beef heart from the grill. He takes a bite. An explosion of flavor makes his eyes flash with delight. He revels in the chewy texture and how well it pairs with sesame oil. Realizing everything might overcook, he stuffs himself quickly. He then marvels at the marinated tripe, the spicy sauce with the chewy gapchang, and how soft, rich pieces practically melt in his mouth. Overwhelmed, he gushes that the meat is savory and has just the right fattiness. He notes that while grilled gapchang is amazing, there is still more to enjoy. He presents a bubbling gapchang stew, saying the dish is also fantastic in hot soup form. After finishing, he laughs and thanks his hosts for the meal. Content, he leans back and remarks on how delicious everything was. He reflects that he obtained both milk and a crown piece and feels completely satisfied, while the two sheep flirt nearby. He muses that a cool drink would be perfect now but reminds himself he still has tasks to complete. A notification informs him that he has met the criteria to view Birth of the Incarnation of Gluttony Part 2. The scene returns to the past, where guardians and human representatives doubt that the baby pig is truly the absolute divine beast, wondering if it is disguised. The pig suddenly takes a step forward. The giant snake and white wolf react as the pig advances. Someone orders that the beast be moved to the restriction chamber. Later, they state that the chamber has sealed its powers, so there is no longer any need to worry. From inside, the pig looks out curiously at the mage and snake beyond its barrier. The mage suggests they still need to decide what to do with the absolute divine beast. As he talks about introducing it to Borman, they discover the pig's outline has vanished from the chamber. Panic breaks out as the mage realizes the beast disappeared and wonders where it went. The answer is revealed when the pig appears on the mage's back and oinks. Startled, the mage demands to know how it escaped. The pig darts away at incredible speed. It launches itself toward the white wolf, startling Fenris. Observers recognize that the pig just used Fenris's own signature skill, speed of light. As Fenris recalls, someone warns him not to attack the absolute divine beast despite his shock. The pig poses dramatically, readying another move. When Fenris lunges, a defensive barrier triggers and flings him away. The mage realizes that the pig has activated the Dragon of Destruction's Dragon Barrier ability. The guardians and human representatives collectively feel fear as they witness the absolute divine beast wielding the powers of multiple divine beasts. They dread what might happen if this pig ever joins forces with the dark dragon Borman. The narration explains that, because of this fear, the absolute divine beast ended up isolated and alone again. Time passes, and a devastating continent-wide war eventually erupts. On the battlefield, warriors clash violently. Many are brutally cut down. People slaughter one another purely out of hatred. The Guardians' incarnations arrive on the field. They address the humans, commanding them on behalf of the Guardians to cease fighting. The mage warns the crowd not to let Borman, the Black Dragon, control their minds. Fenris unleashes a skill called Serenade of Light, howling as beams shower the battlefield. Bathed in this light, soldiers begin to regain their senses. One confused fighter wonders why he was even battling, but the Black Dragon's sinister voice declares that their efforts are futile. Borman himself appears before the armies. He urges the humans to hate and harm each other again as dark energy spreads among them. Chaos resumes as maddened voices shout that they will kill and destroy everyone in their way. Hearing the bloodthirsty shouts, the mage resigns himself to an unavoidable confrontation. Borman addresses the Guardians and human representatives directly, challenging them. He commands everyone to prepare to fight Borman, setting the stage for a massive battle. The Guardians and representatives launch a desperate battle against the monster Borman. The Wolf Guardian joins the fight, baring its fangs at Borman. The human mage pours all his magical power into attacking Borman. Borman's serpent heads clash fiercely with the Guardian's beasts. Despite their efforts, Borman's claws pin down the fallen wolf. The mage realizes too late that something is terribly wrong. They finally understand that Borman is far too strong to defeat. The mage admits they cannot win this battle. He opens his spellbook, considering using a last resort technique. The wolf warrior demands to know what Muldrin is planning. Muldrin declares he will sacrifice himself to seal Borman. At that moment, the sealed absolute divine beast, a pig, bursts out as its prison is destroyed. Muldrin is shocked, wondering why the beast stayed sealed if it could escape so easily. He suspects the beast remained inside only because everyone feared it. The pig charges forward, determinedly grabbing the sealing talisman. Borman roars that even the absolute divine beast cannot defeat him. Muldrin realizes the pig is fighting on their side. The tiny beast hurls itself at Borman with all its strength. Borman's body is wounded and weakening. Collapsing, Borman cannot believe it is losing to a mere pig. In rage, Borman screams that the opponent is just a pig as lightning envelopes the beast. Muldrin recognizes that the pig is activating the same sealing skill he intended to use. The pig triggers the powerful sealing spell despite Muldrin's cries to stop. A blinding flash erupts as the pig completes the sacrificial sealing. Later narration explains a statue was created to honor the pig's sacrifice and its power to devour others' abilities. Because of its ravenous nature for food and powers, They name it the incarnation of gluttony. 3 years later, Mulgerin plans to revive the incarnation of gluttony using divine beasts, a forbidden scroll, and a golden crown that will restore its power. He notes that once the absolute divine beast's power returns, Borman will reappear as well, so he asks someone to take good care of the revived creature. Back in the present, the player finishes watching the memory-titled Birth of the Incarnation of Gluttony, 2, and calls out to Fido. He receives the item Diary of the Incarnation of Gluttony, 2. The diary's viewpoint reveals that those who freed the pig eventually locked it up again. The pig recalls not minding the confinement. It clearly understood that everyone, including the wolf, feared it. The pig did not want to frighten them further. What mattered to it was simply not being alone anymore. One day it overheard them preparing for a final battle. Wanting to help the ones who had shown it the world, the pig taps the ground. Its desire cracks the floor as it thinks about what it wants. It breaks free of the room, leaps out while crying, and wishes to become their friend. The player finishes reading Diary of the Incarnation of Gluttony, 2. He looks up, realizing the vision is over, and hears Fido's oink. He greets Fido affectionately, asking if the pig waited for him. Hugging Fido, he thanks the pig for worrying about him. Influenced by the memories, he feels compelled to treat Fido more kindly. Stroking the tiny pig, he wonders how such a small creature fought a massive dragon. He concludes that, based on the vision, Borman will awaken when Fido does. Remembering something, he prepares to give Fido a present. He proudly reveals that the gift is a fragment of the golden crown. He tells Fido he will apply the crown piece immediately. The crown fragment takes effect, causing Fido to glow as the master of gluttony. Fido's eyes sparkle as the power awakens. A system notice states that part of the incarnation of gluttony's sealed power has been unlocked. Fido obtains the active skill Predator's Acquisition. Fido's body shines as he fully accepts this new power. The skill description explains Predator's Acquisition can copy one enemy's skill twice with a cooldown, and the incarnation's master can also use the copied skill. The player suddenly realizes something important about the skill. He exclaims that Predator's Acquisition has no level requirement for what it can copy. He imagines using the copied dragon's breath later to barbecue meat, seeing this as ideal. Overjoyed, he hugs Fido, calling it exactly the skill he needed. Elsewhere, someone at a castle suggests planning their next steps before departing. On another battlefield, a two-headed black beast falls dead with a thud. A blue-robed man stands ominously amid the corpses, radiating doom. Exhausted, he pants in the snowy, desolate forest. A blond man appears, saying his descendant has finally arrived. The younger man asks if this is Emperor Arthur, the legendary unifier of the continent. The emperor-like figure asks if the descendant desires his power. He explains bluntly that his power lies hidden on the 40th floor of the demon's tower. He adds that this floor is guarded by a demon named Diablo. He warns that ignoring his instructions will lead to a quick death. Narration describes 3 great demons who ruled the demon realm with overwhelming power. Their evil energy once grew so intense it began killing all life in the demon realm. To solve this, the 3 demons devised a drastic solution. They chose a child with the right body and transferred all their evil energy into him, naming him Diablo. At first, Diablo showed no change despite absorbing their malice. Then he gradually grew larger and more monstrous. Thus Diablo ultimately transformed into a demon. Fearing he would lose control, the demons imprison him on the 40th floor of the demon's tower. Arthur explains that after absorbing the 3 strongest demons' energy, Diablo's power exceeds level 700. He says Diablo cannot be beaten without the Demon King's weapon Judgment of Anacast. The descendant asks what he should do, and Arthur praises his quick understanding. Arthur advises him to gather loyal followers who will fight in his stead. When these followers clear every gate, they will obtain fragments of a broken blade. Once all fragments are collected, the weapon will reform as the Dagger of Immortality. Arthur explains that the Dagger of Immortality can stun any target it pierces. He says the key is to defeat Diablo while he is immobilized. With the dagger, that will be feasible. The descendant notes that the reward for this quest is unlocking a royal class, so it will not be easy. Confident, he believes collecting the blade pieces will be hard but possible because he can rally powerful rankers worldwide. Ambitiously, he vows to become the maestro of destruction. Back in the palace, a masked demon woman reacts with shock at being called something unexpected. The player calmly addresses her by the name Anaxuriman, identifying her as the Demon King's only daughter. She is stunned and breaks into a sweat at having her identity exposed. She angrily confronts someone off-screen for provoking her. Another character nervously sweats, unsure how to respond to her anger. Calming down, she sighs and confirms that he wants to see the judgment of Anacast, asking for his reason. He plainly answers that he needs to use it. He promises not to reveal that she is Anaxuriman, the Demon King's daughter. To show discretion, he mimes zipping his lips shut. Still suspicious but curious, she agrees to show him the technique anyway. She wonders aloud why he wants to use such a power on an innocent baby pig like Fido. Others react by calling the player cold-blooded and questioning if he is a demon, while he insists he is not. Smiling confidently, he urges Anaxuriman to trust him and assures her she will be astonished. Resigned, she steps forward, agreeing to go along with his plan. She warns that he cannot blame her if things go badly, and he eagerly accepts the condition. She prepares herself and begins activating the judgment of Anacast. She unleashes multiple red spectral spears of the judgment toward Fido. Fido braces himself as the spears converge on him. The pig opens its mouth wide in preparation. Using his gluttonous power, Fido inhales and devours the dark red energy of the judgment. Anaxuraman is shocked that the pig actually ate the judgment of Anacast. Fido swallows the entire attack with a gulp. He then lets out a satisfied little cry, seemingly unharmed. Anaxuraman frantically demands that the human explain what just happened. The player smugly reminds her he promised a surprise. She wonders what kind of strange ability Fido possesses and what else the human is hiding. She also questions why the human looks so proud when it was the pig that absorbed her skill. Meanwhile, elsewhere, fiery magical forces assault a rocky landscape. A hostile foe mocks a human challenger, assuming he is courting death. The human warrior steels himself, eyes locked on the enemy. The enemy announces that his dragon Krakana will rip the warrior apart. A quest prompt reveals Krakana is a berserk dragon of destruction who can be freed only through a heartfelt connection. The warrior wonders how to express his feelings to Krakana. He muses that simply saying he is on the dragon's side is not enough and thinks about better words. Krakana responds by breathing a torrent of flames. The demon shaman exults, urging the dragon to burn everything. Mid-cheer, the shaman suddenly notices something unexpected. The warrior activates a skill called Poison Wings and cloaks himself. Sprouting wings, he flies to face Krakana in the sky. Armed with the transformed spear Brittany's blood tears, he charges the dragon. The shaman scoffs that whatever the warrior is doing, he cannot survive Krakana's fiery breath and orders the dragon to incinerate everything again. Diving through the flames, the warrior insists he does not want to fight Krakana. He proclaims they should become brothers and that the dragons will stand for justice and purge evil. On the ground, the shaman and even Krakana cringe at his over-the-top speech. The warrior continues, describing an ideal future where they rule the skies to protect the helpless, driving the shaman to beg him to stop. He asks Krakana to listen to the magnificent name he has chosen for him. Grinning, he prepares to announce that name. He christens the dragon Breaker as they touch foreheads in midair. Breaker accepts him, while the demon shaman literally dies from the unbearable cringe of the speech. A notification crowns the warrior as Dragon Lord for taming Breaker. He notes that a global message likely announced his new royal class and wonders if Minhyuk has seen it. Another alert chimes, catching his attention. He learns that 2 class quests have appeared for the Lord class and that he must choose between them. One quest asks him to found his own kingdom, while the other requires him to choose a user and make that person a king. After thinking it over, he decides which quest he will attempt. He confirms his choice by pressing yes on the quest prompt. At the Demon's Tower's 40th floor, Kenrawell complains that none of his followers can cook well enough to satisfy a certain monster. He reflects that while he could hire rankers for other parts of the mission, cooking for the monster remains unsolved. He is frustrated that a lack of a suitably skilled chef is what is halting his progress. Unsure how to reach the famed Twilight Cook, he ponders what to do next. Remembering Minhyuk and Fido eating together, he realizes who he has left to rely on. Kenrawell summons a subordinate named Elian, indicating he has a new plan involving them. Someone tells a subordinate they need them to deceive a particular person. The speaker warns that the target is powerful and asks if the subordinate can handle it. The subordinate grins confidently and agrees. He introduces himself as Elian, a master thief renowned for deceiving people. In the present, an old man recognizes Minhyuk as the record holder for conquering the Demon's Tower. Minhyuk is surprised and asks if the old man knows him. The old man flatters the famous Minhyuk and asks him for a favor, and Minhyuk asks what it is. The old man shares a revenge story about Diablo, and says he needs a skilled cook like Minhyuk to reach him, leaving Minhyuk amazed. He desperately asks Minhyuk to help, and Minhyuk sees a quest window about assisting the old man with a cooking-related challenge. Minhyuk accepts the request, delighting the old man. The old man happily drags Minhyuk along to introduce him to his comrades, and Minhyuk agrees. Minhyuk silently observes and feels impressed by how well the old man is playing his part. Minhyuk realizes his skill does not work on players, deduces that the party are users like NPCs giving quests, and guesses Kenrawell is stuck on the 40th floor mission. While eating with a companion, Minhyuk confirms that a royal class quest appears on the 40th floor. The companion notes Minhyuk does not meet the conditions and asks why he wants this information. Minhyuk says it may be useful someday, prompting the companion to comment that he seems slightly mad. The old man brings Minhyuk to his party and urges him to greet them. The party members eye Minhyuk skeptically. Minhyuk wonders if they are posing as disapproving NPCs but decides they must all be players and greets them. He thinks that one of these players must be Kenrawell. A warrior in the group doubts what a rookie cook like Minhyuk can actually make. Minhyuk laughs and reassures him of his cooking skills, though the warrior remains dismissive. The party wishes him luck and welcomes him aboard, and Minhyuk thanks them. Orden introduces himself grandly as the Lord of Darkness, and Minhyuk introduces himself back. A system notice announces that someone has obtained the Royal Class Dragon Lord, the first Royal Class user, surprising Minhyuk. Minhyuk happily realizes that his father has cleared his quest and unlocked a Royal Class. He also notes that Kenrawell is aiming for a Royal Class too. Minhyuk reasons that the party member who reacts most emotionally to the Dragon Lord notice is likely Kenrawell. Seeing the hooded man seethe at the announcement, Minhyuk concludes that this must be Kenrowell. Minhyuk smirks to himself, thinking he has identified his target. The old man feels awkward silence between Orden and Minhyuk. The old man cheerfully decides the introductions are done and urges everyone to get going. He asks if Minhyuk needs more preparation time, but Minhyuk says he is ready immediately. A chain giant sits in darkness as someone announces it is time to begin. While descending into a rocky area, the old man thanks Minhyuk for helping with this mission. They arrive on the 40th floor of the Demon's Tower, where Minhyuk observes massive battle scars and notes a fierce fight happened here. A party member scolds Minhyuk to stay focused, and Minhyuk apologizes. Minhyuk tells the chain giant they have arrived at his test. A notification states they have reached the 6th test, which requires cooking a huge samjitang to appease Varogon the ferocious giant. The starving giant growls menacingly. Someone asks if Minhyuk can manage this, and he tells them to leave it to him despite his nerves. Minhyuk ponders how to make a giant-sized samjitang and starts planning. Presented with a massive chicken, he marvels that he has never seen one so large. He activates his cooking system by deciding to create a recipe for the dish. System messages explain that creating a target-specific recipe consumes all his buffs and must be completed within 2 hours, or the attempt fails. Minhyuk says making many portions is fine but worries whether he can cook such a huge chicken within the time limit. He stares intently as he steels his resolve. Minhyuk clenches his fist and declares that he can do it. He pulls on gloves and says he will start by prepping the chicken. In chibi form, Minhyuk frantically cleans the inside of the giant chicken and trims excess fat. He admits cooking it quickly will be difficult but presses on. To speed things up, he scores the chicken's surface with cuts. Various herbs and ingredients are thrown in preparation. He adds medicinal roots, bark, jujubes, and bay leaves into a large pot of water and brings it to a boil. While the broth heats, he stuffs the chicken with rice, garlic, and ginseng. Minhyuk drops the stuffed chicken into the boiling pot to cook. Exhausted from the work, Minhyuk collapses on the floor. The pot simmers in the background as Kenrowell silently watches the collapsed cook. Kenrowell doubts that Minhyuk's food will be anything special. He recalls trying a famous Twilight cook's dish, and judging that the buffs were mediocre compared to simply grinding stats. He notes that food buffs are short-lived and believes relying on them is inefficient. Concluding from his experience, Kenrowell thinks cooking is useless. Meanwhile, Minhyuk cheerfully fans the pot, enjoying himself despite the effort. Kenrowell is puzzled by why Minhyuk looks so happy in such a harsh situation. Minhyuk decides to serve the samjitang with fresh kimchi for the best combination. He completes the huge samjitang and kimchi set for Varogon. The giant drools at the sight and smell of the meal. Varogon eagerly bites into the chicken. The taste overwhelms him, triggering memories and joy so strong that he weeps in happiness. Minhyuk samples the dish himself and feels satisfied. Watching Varogon eat, Minhyuk regrets not sneaking more bites, and a teammate admits wanting some too. Varogon gulps down the soup in utter delight. Kenrowell cannot understand why Varogon is so completely satisfied and wonders what makes Minhyuk's food special. Realizing something is off, Kenrowell reacts in disbelief. A system description shows Minhyuk's samjitang giving Varogon enormous damage, magic damage, defense, and skill buffs, stunning Kenrowell at how strong the food buffs are. Kenrowell thinks that if Minhyuk can create such a dish in 2 hours, his best cuisine must be incredible. He becomes obsessed, wishing Minhyuk were his own personal asset. Varogon kneels before Minhyuk, startling the onlookers. The room fills with murmurs as everyone reacts to the giant's unexpected bow. A system notice says Varogon thanks Minhyuk and awards him a piece of the broken blade. Minhyuk marvels that the ferocious Varogon has actually bowed to a human while holding the blade fragment. He happily hands the fragment to Kenrowell, fulfilling the request. Kenrowell accepts the shard with a tense smile and thanks Minhyuk. The fragment merges with others, beginning to reform the weapon. System text explains that the broken blade pieces have combined into the powerful dagger of immortality, which Kenrowell now wields. Minhyuk looks up in awe at the transformed dagger glowing in Kenrowell's hand. He narrows his eyes, recognizing the danger of the new weapon. Minhyuk decides to contact allies just in case and messages Ali to come with his father. Ali enthusiastically agrees to come immediately and to bring Minhyuk's father, the Black Flame Dragon, with him. After the call, Minhyuk thanks Ali and mentally prepares himself. Minhyuk asks Orden if they are now heading to fight Diablo, and Orden confirms. Orden tells Minhyuk to follow so he can lead them to Diablo. As they walk deeper into the ruin, Minhyuk notes that the darkness grows thicker. Orden places his hand on a sealed door and asks if everyone is ready. He explains that Diablo is sealed behind this door and tells them to step back while he unlocks it. Orden opens the massive doors with effort. Minhyuk and a companion gulp nervously as the doors part. Minhyuk feels an overwhelming evil energy unlike anything he has felt before. They see a horned figure radiating dark energy, and Minhyuk concludes this is the demon Diablo. A party member demands that everyone step back because she intends to claim Diablo as her target. Kenrowell tells the others to stay behind and watch as he battles Diablo. Diablo calmly prepares his own power in response. Diablo lunges forward, hurling dark energy at Kenrowell. Kenrowell draws the dagger of immortality and moves to counter. He charges at Diablo with a shout to begin the fight. Their attacks collide, producing a violent clash. Kenrawell skids back from the impact but regains his stance. A teammate rushes over to check on Orden, but he raises a hand to signal he is fine. Diablo's glowing eyes focus menacingly on Kenrawell. A system message tells Kenrawell that he is experiencing the crushing will to fight of Diablo, causing him to flinch. Kenrawell's comrade gasps at the oppressive power, while Kenrawell remarks that this is the most overwhelmed he has ever felt in a game and that such pressure is expected from a quest boss. Despite acknowledging Diablo's strength, Kenrawell says the fight should now be easy thanks to his dagger. Diablo roars and rushes in again. The demon suddenly freezes mid-attack as the dagger's effect takes hold. Kenrawell smiles, noting that the Dagger of Immortality's stunning ability actually worked on Diablo. He thinks that all he needs to do now is attack while Diablo is stunned. Kenrawell exults that he is very close to his goal. He declares he is about to become the maestro of destruction and swings the dagger toward Diablo. Something interrupts him, leaving him shocked and demanding to know who interfered. He looks around suspiciously, realizing something has gone wrong. Diablo suddenly charges straight at him again from in front of Minhyuk's group. Blood erupts as Kenrawell is grievously struck. Kenrawell, splattered with blood, is stunned by what just happened. Diablo staggers, also badly wounded and bleeding. The party sees Diablo lying dead on the floor with Minhyuk standing nearby, implying Minhyuk delivered the final blow. Minhyuk sheepishly says the kill was accidental. A furious Kenrawell cannot fathom how Minhyuk's single strike actually killed the boss he assumed would survive. He remembers prior advice that only the Demon King's judgment of Anacast could defeat Diablo, which should have made this impossible. Kenrawell screams in disbelief, demanding to know how this outcome occurred. Minhyuk excitedly calls the others' attention to the rewards he has just received. He exclaims that killing the boss instantly raised him 2 levels and triggered multiple achievement notifications. Minhyuk gleefully notes he even earns his own territory as part of the clear rewards. System messages inform Kenrawell that he has failed to meet the requirements for a royal class and that his Maestro of Destruction class quest is now cancelled. Kenrawell grits his teeth in rage at this loss. He begins disconnecting from the game, glaring and starting to curse Minhyuk. Minhyuk, smirking, listens as Kenrawell shouts an insult at him. Kenrawell vows that Minhyuk will pay dearly for deceiving him. In another scene, Kenrawell unleashes his powerful wind blade attack. The wind slashes toward Minhyuk, who is struck and cries out in pain. Minhyuk calls on his pet Fido to raise a protective barrier. Fido generates a honeycomb barrier that intercepts the raging winds around them. Minhyuk, relieved, praises Fido's strength after surviving the attack. Drawing his own sword, Minhyuk declares he will not fall without fighting back. Kenrawell scoffs dismissively and prepares another assault. Minhyuk and Kenrawell clash repeatedly in a fast-paced sword fight. Minhyuk lands a critical slash across Kenrawell's torso. Kenrawell bleeds heavily while Minhyuk smirks. Kenrawell snaps his bloody fan open again. He activates a bloody technique called Blood Wind, sending another deadly attack at Minhyuk. The Crimson Wind smashes into Minhyuk and hurls him violently to the ground. Minhyuk coughs blood but acknowledges why his opponent is considered a rancor. The opponent raises an ornate fan above Minhyuk. The blonde rancor orders Minhyuk to kneel and beg, promising to spare him. Minhyuk counters that the fight is not over as he slashes, surprising Kenrawell. Kenrawell, wounded, questions Minhyuk's taunts. Minhyuk mockingly asks if Kenrawell is scared while readying his weapon. Kenrawell activates the Blooming Sword skill and charges through ice spikes, groaning. As Minhyuk leaps to strike, Kenrawell panics that a production class should not be this strong. Their swords collide in a powerful clash. Minhyuk briefly pauses, reassessing the duel. Someone asks Minhyuk if he is okay while still blocking with a sword. Kenrawell's guildmates arrive, one calling his name in concern. A healer offers to heal Kenrawell, but he instead orders them to kill Minhyuk. Enraged, Kenrawell screams at his team to do whatever it takes to finish Minhyuk. His allies dash forward to attack Minhyuk's group. Minhyuk complains the situation is unfair. He says he also has allies and begins using an item. Minhyuk tears a summoning scroll to call reinforcements. As a rogue charges Minhyuk, summoned spirits begin to appear beside him. One attacker is suddenly smashed away, shocking her. Another assailant is bitten by a summoned dragon, and she cries out that dragons appeared from nowhere. Kenrawell and another ally panic, wondering where the dragons came from. Someone shouts to Kenrawell to look up. Several large dragons loom in the sky above the battlefield. A boy marvels in awe at the magical phenomenon. A hooded ally with a chain accessory also appears amid the light. Minhyuk proudly introduces his summoned comrades and challenges Kenrawell again. Minhyuk's party and 4 dragons now stand against Kenrawell's group. Kenrawell's followers realize Minhyuk controls 4 dragons and suspect he might be the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord, Minhyuk's father, watches the scene seriously. Someone recalls that he was the player who obtained a royal class before Kenrawell. A memory shows the system announcing the birth of the first royal class, Dragon Lord, frustrating Kenrawell. Kenrawell rages that he would have been first if not for the Dragon Lord. Minhyuk's wolf-riding ally Kystra is scolded for betraying Blackstone and joining Legend Guild. A flashback shows Kystra riding a giant wolf after defecting to the Legend Guild. Kenrawell curses Minhyuk's group in fury. He yells at his team not to stand idle and to crush the enemies quickly. The archer and mage ready their weapons to obey. Ollie the mage counters, casting energy bolt to stop their next move. The enemy priest blocks and decides to pierce through since dispel magic will not work. The archer, impatient, shouts to move aside so he can blast Minhyuk with explosive arrows. A massive explosion erupts from the combined attacks. A green wyvern swoops into the fray. The archer is revealed riding the wyvern, screeching toward the battle. Kystra excitedly spots the wyvern rider and prepares to charge with Fenris. Kystra jumps onto Fenris's back, donning a wolf mask. Kystra and the wyvern rider clash while Minhyuk notes the battlefield is already chaotic. Someone places a hand on Minhyuk's shoulder and calls his name. The Dragon Lord tells Minhyuk to leave the subordinates to them and go confront their boss. Minhyuk sees the grim Kenruel, who clearly has much resentment toward him. Amid explosions around them, Kenruel threatens Minhyuk with death, saying there will be no mercy this time. Kenruel unleashes the Blood Wind skill with his fan. Minhyuk counters with Sword of Fury as red energy slices toward him. Their empowered attacks collide again, spilling blood. Minhyuk realizes Kenruel's fan is absorbing his energy. The fan glows as it sucks in Minhyuk's power. Minhyuk is slashed repeatedly by crimson wind blades. His body begins to glow green, signaling a special effect. Kenruel stares, bewildered by the strange healing effect. Minhyuk rapidly recovers his wounds thanks to his imperishable armor. Kenruel frantically guards himself behind the fan as Minhyuk's power surges. Kenruel stomps forward, mocking Minhyuk's supposed trick. Minhyuk gasps as blood flies around him. Kenruel prepares the Soaring Hawk skill while facing Minhyuk from above. He slams down with great force, driving Minhyuk back. Kenruel, eyes wild, is determined to finish Minhyuk. He charges again with another powerful sword strike. Minhyuk smirks and says Kenruel is not the only one with impressive skills. Kenruel is suddenly surrounded again by blooming sword ice spikes, surprising him. Dodging the spikes, Kenruel mutters that he cannot understand the situation. He is shocked that a low-level cook can fight evenly with him. He mentally protests that Minhyuk is just a glutton who knows nothing but eating. Refusing to accept this, Kenruel takes out a mysterious mask. He equips the Tyrant's Mask, which boosts all his stats and skill levels, drastically changing his aura. Their swords clash once more, and Minhyuk feels the battle becoming overwhelming. Minhyuk's hands tremble as he strains to hold his weapon. Kenruel pushes him back with another fierce charge. Minhyuk realizes the mask has greatly increased Kenruel's damage and decides to use his hidden trump card. Kenruel fires another Bloody Gust attack at Minhyuk. Minhyuk, bleeding, thanks Kenruel because this attack triggers exactly what he needed. He grips Kenruel and activates a skill called Knife Shower, summoning blades overhead. Kenruel, stunned, begins to speak. Realizing he was tricked, he accuses Minhyuk of setting him up while Minhyuk still clutches the fan. The storm of knives engulfs Kenruel in a roaring torrent. The blade shoots skyward, tearing through the clouds. Kenruel collapses and coughs blood after the devastating attack. He thinks he nearly died but believes surviving Minhyuk's ultimate skill means he has effectively won. His fingers twitch as he struggles to rise. Kenruel shakily gets back to his knees. Still masked and wounded, he looks ahead in disbelief. Minhyuk, glowing with the armor's special effect, states that he is the true victor as his recovery surges. Laughter echoes in the cavern. Kenruel laughs bitterly, calling Minhyuk the infamous Frying Pan Slayer. Minhyuk coldly tells him to accept defeat because he is a loser. Kenruel, refusing, insists he will not go down so easily. Minhyuk is confused as a new ominous light appears. Diablo, a demonic warrior, begins materializing inside a dark purple summoning circle. Kenruel uses a royal-class skill called Sacrifice of the Lord, planning to resurrect Diablo at the cost of his own life and force Minhyuk to fight him fairly. Diablo finishes reviving in a burst of energy, as Kenruel taunts Minhyuk to keep smiling after facing him without tricks. Kenruel sneers that Minhyuk should try his best with his beloved comrades. Kenruel manically laughs, believing his plan is perfect. His laughter falters as something seems off. He suddenly questions why he is not being logged out after using the sacrificial skill. Realization dawns on him in panic. Ali channels green magic, preparing a powerful spell. Ali cheerfully declares that Kenruel is not the only one who can revive others, earning Minhyuk's praise. Furious, Kenruel curses Minhyuk's party again. A chill runs through him as he senses danger. Diablo's first attack slams into the ground near Kenruel. The resurrected Diablo stands, glowing with deadly purple energy. Kenruel panics, wondering why Diablo is targeting him. Minhyuk's group, safely behind Ali's barrier, pretend to cheer for Kenruel as Diablo's opponent. While they chant for the fight, Kenruel seethes, wanting to kill Minhyuk. Diablo roars fiercely at Kenruel. Diablo's blows crash against Kenruel in violent purple strikes. Watching while eating popcorn, Minhyuk notes Diablo is stronger but Kenruel is managing thanks to his gear. Minhyuk analyzes that Kenruel's overpowered artifacts let him battle Diablo on equal footing. Minhyuk asks Ali how long the barrier will last, and Ali answers about 5 minutes. Minhyuk worries that when the barrier fails, Diablo might target them and wonders what to do. Diablo charges again with a furious roar. Kenruel is slashed and choked by Diablo's energy, coughing blood. Desperate, Kenruel casts Blood Wind at Diablo. Diablo is injured but remains menacing, growling. A burning crack opens in the ground from the intensity of their clash. Kenruel despairs that he cannot deal meaningful damage because of Diablo's immense defense and regeneration. He thinks grimly that being logged out here would cost him far too much. A mage ally from outside the duel casts Fireball toward the battlefield. Flames surge around Kenruel as the spell ignites the area. Dragons rain fire from above, turning the sky into a blazing inferno. Diablo is engulfed in a massive fiery explosion. Kenruel, stunned by the spectacle, stammers in disbelief. Minhyuk's group reveals they are interfering to help by attacking Diablo from within the barrier. As Kystra and Minhyuk rush by on Fenris, they say they are obviously trying to assist. Kenruel, confused, asks why they would help him. Minhyuk casually claims he just remembered not to antagonize someone from the Rothschild family. Internally, Minhyuk realizes Kenruel's excuse is a lie and assumes the barrier simply expired. He pretends they will leave if Kenruel does not want help, prompting Kenruel to hastily stop him. Admitting he cannot defeat Diablo alone, Kenruel awkwardly suggests they temporarily cooperate. Minhyuk replies that since Kenruel's level is higher, he must have a high damage skill to use. Diablo confirms he has such a skill but implies it is difficult to cast. Kenruel explains the spell takes time and asks for someone to tank while he prepares it. Minhyuk and his allies agree and ready their dragons to support him. Kenruel begins charging his ultimate technique, relying on them to buy time. Minhyuk leads a coordinated dragon war assault with his dragons breathing various elements at Diablo. Ali adds a powerful hellfire spell to the barrage. A towering blaze erupts, engulfing Diablo in flames. Minhyuk shouts that Diablo's aggro is focused on them and demands to know if Kenruel is finished casting. Kenruel, still channeling energy through his fan, yells that he is almost done. The fan completes its charge, glowing with overwhelming power. Kenruel finally unleashes his fully charged ultimate attack with the fan, sending a colossal storm of elemental energy toward Diablo. The masked blonde man unleashes his strongest attack, shouting for total destruction. His devastating blast slams into Diablo, blasting through the armored demon's chest. Diablo screams but survives, and the masked man urgently orders everyone to attack while they have a chance. Minhyuk and his ally inside the barrier are confused why Diablo is back within it but prepared to finish him. A sudden lightning bolt strikes down from above, surprising them. The masked man panics as he realizes the impossible lightning attack is targeting him. System messages show the masked man is hit by lightning bolt and stunned by electric magic. Minhyuk recalls that the masked man never intended to help him from the start. Minhyuk realizes the man forced him to use his strongest skill just to redirect Diablo's aggression onto himself. Outside the game, someone screams Minhyuk's name as that masked player is forcibly logged out. Back in game, Minhyuk casually remarks that the man was logged out instantly. He then notices the injured Diablo staggering toward him. Minhyuk decides to stop fighting for now. He activates his unique skill Time to Eat and calls everyone to eat. His skills call echoes again, signaling mealtime. Minhyuk, recognizing Diablo has taken a critical hit, decides the best support he can give is buffing everyone through food. He begins quickly chopping vegetables. As he cooks within the barrier, Diablo wobbles closer, weakened. Diablo watches and, bewildered, asks Minhyuk if he is actually a cook. Minhyuk is stunned by the boss suddenly speaking to him. Minhyuk's party is equally shocked that Diablo is talking. The demon pleads with Minhyuk. Diablo, now calmer, asks if Minhyuk can make him something to eat. A sudden quest Diablo's wish appears, explaining Diablo was once human and longs for some specific food, with access to floor 41 as the reward. Minhyuk reads the quest window in disbelief. He realizes he can reach the next floor without further fighting if he just cooks for Diablo. He also notes that if he fails, the party will have to fight Diablo without any buffs. Diablo reveals his true wish is to taste his mother's cooking one last time. Hearing this, Minhyuk is moved into thoughtful silence. Unsure whether to accept, he wonders what he should do. Someone puts a reassuring hand on Minhyuk's shoulder. His father encourages him to accept and cook for Diablo. Minhyuk reflects that Diablo must have been starved of warm, comforting food for a very long time. Resolute, Minhyuk and his father stand side by side, facing Diablo. Minhyuk's cooking system generates recipes tailored to Diablo, identifying ham and egg sandwich with soup. Minhyuk thinks about how he is Diablo's enemy yet was earnestly begged to cook this meal. He wonders what emotional meaning these simple dishes hold for Diablo. He ties on his headscarf, preparing seriously to cook. Determined, Minhyuk vows to do his best. He cheers himself on as he begins the cooking quest in earnest. He starts by boiling eggs for the sandwich. While the eggs cook, he finally chops tomatoes and lettuce. Afterward, he peels the eggs and mashes them into an egg salad. Pressed for time, he prepares the soup using instant soup mix. While the soup heats, he assembles the sandwich with egg, ham, lettuce, and tomato. He ladles the hot soup into a large bowl to serve. Minhyuk finishes the ham and egg sandwiches and soup, specially made for Diablo, and the system confirms the dish's completion. Seeing the food, Diablo looks stunned and emotional. He takes his first spoonful of soup. Diablo gulps the warm soup, savoring it. The taste triggers a childhood memory of joyfully running to his mother. He remembers his mother proudly making him his favorite sandwich and his own happiness. Another memory surfaces of him eating while his mother insists she feels full just watching him enjoy the food. Back in the present, Diablo notes the sandwich is fancier than his memory of his mother's simpler version. Overcome with feelings, he pauses before eating. Diablo bites into the sandwich, tears streaming, thinking about how delicious it is. The taste fully revives his cherished memory of eating his mom's sandwich at home. Minhyuk's father calls out to his son. Minhyuk himself is suddenly in tears, questioned about why he is crying. He admits he does not really know why. Deep down, he realizes it is because he misses his own mother. His father gently accepts this, comforting Minhyuk. With the sound of magic fading, Minhyuk notices the barrier dissolving. His father remarks that the barrier's duration is over and wonders if Diablo is satisfied after the meal. Diablo quietly calls Minhyuk's name. The demon thanks Minhyuk sincerely for restoring his lost memories. Diablo promises to let Minhyuk ascend to the next floor, as agreed. As Minhyuk heads toward the portal of light, he bids Diablo farewell and tells him to enjoy the sandwich and soup. Diablo suddenly stops him by grabbing his sleeve. Diablo insists that Minhyuk take a special item with him. He tells Minhyuk he truly wants him to have it. Diablo reveals the item is the powerful demon-judging sword. Minhyuk, surprised, says he has never heard of such a weapon. A detailed info window shows the demon-judging sword is an overwhelmingly strong absolute demigod weapon with many deadly skills, leaving Minhyuk astonished. Minhyuk then sees a new linked quest appear. The linked quest orders him to one day hunt Viros the demon, with all details and rewards sealed for now. Exposition introduces Viros as a demon plotting for a decade to invade the human world. Additional information describes Viros as a ruthless butcher of countless lives, whom Minhyuk mostly remembers as a villain who tampered with food. Minhyuk wonders anxiously if he will really be able to defeat such a demon, reminiscing that Viros's rice cakes had tasted good. Diablo rests his hand on Minhyuk's head in a gentle gesture. Smiling, Diablo tells Minhyuk it is time for him to go. Minhyuk thanks Diablo one last time and says goodbye. Diablo silently watches Minhyuk walk toward the exit. Minhyuk steps into the light and vanishes from Diablo's view. Diablo, now alone, wishes Minhyuk good luck on his journey. Minhyuk reappears outside the tower where his companions and pets are waiting. He tells them that before attempting the 41st floor, he has something to discuss. He asks who among them wants to keep climbing the demon's tower, making the group think it over. His father says he must return to the human world. The father laughs, saying the crisis is over and he should get back to his real-life job. The priest's friend also decides to leave, saying he only came because Minhyuk seemed in trouble. Jokingly, the priest explains he needs to curry favor with the predator snake, and will not be away long, shocking Minhyuk. A brief interlude transitions the scene. Minhyuk then asks Kystra what he plans to do, and Kystra says he should go back as well. Kystra cheerfully adds he still has dishes to wash in real life. Minhyuk, though sad to part ways, thanks everyone for fighting alongside him. As they log out, Minhyuk's father and Kystra tell him to call them again whenever he needs help. Kystra leaves a message that Minhyuk's guild members are searching for him, and that the demon army quest is nearing completion. Minhyuk debates whether to see his guild or keep climbing, then notifications for his new rewards, including Berserk and Atlas territory, suddenly appear. Reading the Atlas territory description, he wonders what he is supposed to do with such a territory item. He grumbles that he is already busy managing his kingdom of Valhalla. He decides to shelve the territory issue for later and focus on climbing the tower. Remembering his own goals, he reminds himself he still needs to build an oven and collect pieces of Fido's golden crown. With renewed enthusiasm, Minhyuk dashes off with Fido to continue their adventures. The narrative cuts to the Athene community board where someone starts a new discussion thread. A user with the initials JJ calls for everyone's attention. JJ's post asks who people think is the single most powerful player in Athene. The topic quickly explodes into an intense debate. Various users argue, many naming Kennerwell or the god of food as top contenders. Another user chimes in, surprised no one has mentioned a certain legendary figure yet. They bring up the name of the mysterious top-ranked player Meiwei. The narration asks who Meiwei actually is. Meiwei is introduced as an extraordinarily beautiful woman who is also highly skilled at Athene. She once rose from being China's top player to become the world's #1, admired and envied by all. Her gameplay videos dominated the community whenever they were uploaded, drawing admiration and praise. A commenter wonders aloud what Meiwei is doing now. Others ask if anyone knows what has become of her lately. The scene shifts to Shanghai's H hospital in China. There, a doctor gravely addresses Meiwei in his office. He warns her that if her current condition continues, her life will be in danger. Meiwei, looking exhausted and thin, quietly acknowledges she is aware. The doctor asks if she is following the medication regimen for her anorexia. Meiwei says she is, but admits he knows her struggles. She describes how even thinking about food makes her want to vomit, and she feels sick whenever she eats. The doctor sighs anxiously at her condition. After a silent pause, he calls her name again, preparing to propose something new. He asks whether she has heard of the widely publicized Athene diet. He suggests they try a similar idea for her treatment. He explains that food eaten inside Athene does not affect the real body, so they can use the game to slowly ease her aversion to food. Meiwei hesitates, uncertain. Clenching the sheet, she asks if such a method could really work, pointing out that anorexia is an illness, not simple dieting. The doctor replies that there has already been a successful case. He hands her some written material detailing that case. Meiwei anxiously reads over the report. The document describes a Korean child whose eating disorder improved after eating food made by an in-game cook. Shocked, Mei asks the doctor if he knows who that cook is. He answers that it was Minhyuk, the god of food. The narration adds that Minhyuk is a Korean player, tying their stories together. Back in the tower, Minhyuk cuts down enemies and conquers the 50th floor. He wipes his brow, noting how difficult that milestone floor was. As level-up notifications ping, he observes that he has grown much stronger. His reward appears as an old bronze sword, which he wonders might be one of the fabled 4 Heavenly King's treasures. Seeing his growing arsenal of unique swords, he jokes that he feels like a sword collector. Another reward appears, a fragment of Fido's golden crown, delighting him. Minhyuk gives the crown piece to Fido, pleased to advance that goal as well. Suddenly an elf-like figure appears behind him, remarking that Minhyuk really did reach the 50th floor. The sage says that in his long life he has never seen anyone climb so quickly and that Minhyuk has surpassed his expectations. Minhyuk feels uneasy, sensing something troublesome is coming. The great sage Arbel then dramatically declares that Minhyuk is worthy of his service and pledges his loyalty. Overwhelmed, Minhyuk panics as the system confirms that Arbel, the great sage, has formally become his vassal. Someone screams that they do not want a gluttonous vassal while another person dryly says they already feel welcomed. A system message declares that Arbel the great sage has become the protagonist's vassal, and the protagonist restrains himself from punching him. The protagonist convinces himself that Arbel's abilities as a great sage should benefit their guild and territory, though he is unsure. Another character responds and prepares to proceed. The protagonist notes it is time to return to their guild members, who have reportedly been looking for him. He calls Fido to go meet their friends, agrees to bring another companion along, and they set off. The group, including the smiling protagonist and Fido on his shoulder, transitions toward where a black-haired armored woman is. Narration explains that a massive demon invasion event is underway in Athene. Many guilds, among them the Legend Guild, have joined this event and shown impressive results. A map shows the demonic territory shrinking from multiple directions as the event nears its conclusion. The demon invasion will end once players retake a specific objective. That objective is identified as Lapor, the capital city of the Elven Kingdom. Jeannie remarks that they have finally arrived in Lapor. She announces they have reached the final zone, and the Legend Guild gains a large guild experience reward for being first there. As Jeannie notices the city is empty because of the event, someone yells at her in alarm. She looks up in confusion as dangerous fiery phenomena appear above. A massive explosion devastates the area. Commentary notes that the Legend Guild narrowly survived that attack. A heavily armored man shields himself from the blast. The armored man taunts the Legend Guild, claiming they have lost their momentum and that this is the end for them. Jeannie and a male ally stare tensely at him. The man orders every member of the Aries Guild to act. He then leads his guild in a full-scale charge. Narration states that Aries Guild has overtaken the Legend Guild and taken the lead in the event, seemingly regaining its stride. The Aries leader boasts that their guild is back in the running and vows that the Demon God's Stone will belong to them. The Demon God's Stone is shown as a sinister purple crystal. It is explained that this stone is an artifact placed by Commander Ruffle in the Elven capital. The stone contains the Demon God's power and links the whole area to the demon realm. A city connected to the demon world becomes saturated with evil energy and monsters, and the Demon God's Stone can transform such a city into a fortress. The event is said to have reached its final stage. The first guild to destroy the Demon God's Stone will earn the highest contribution in the event. Seeing Aries surge ahead, Jeannie urges her ally that they must hurry and catch up. She suddenly senses something and flinches. Jeannie moves in alarm, realizing something is wrong. Atop a vantage point, a red-skinned horned demon wonders why he suddenly feels a chill. The demon grumbles that he was summoned just to handle insignificant enemies. Nonetheless, he decides that fighting them will still be amusing. In Lapor, the Aries leader continues battling and is glad the Legend Guild is nowhere in sight. As he says they are almost there, something unexpected begins to happen. A towering wall of magma erupts in front of the advancing Aries Guild. Aries members panic, shouting for everyone to retreat from the magma, but people are already screaming. Their leader is burned by the sudden demonic magma, wondering how it appeared out of thin air as his HP begins to drop. System messages say he is under the effect of Barrack's roar, which corrodes his armor and weapons. Another alert reports his HP has fallen below 20%. Shocked that the game's top tank has been reduced to such low health, he realizes how dire the situation is. He fears for the fate of the rest of his guild members. Facing a towering minotaur-like demon, he wonders if all his comrades have already been killed. A brutal blow lands, splashing blood across the ground. Watching from afar, Jeannie swears in disbelief at the carnage. She struggles to process how everything was destroyed so quickly. She sees the battlefield covered in magma and corpses, and notes that it all happened in an instant. The horned demon grins menacingly. Announcers identify the monster as Barrack, Knight of the Demon God. His appearance applies a scorching heat debuff that sharply reduces everyone's defenses and stats. Barrack reacts in mild surprise to something happening nearby. Hiding and exhausted, Jeannie admits they managed to approach him, but has no idea how to actually begin fighting. Through guild chat, she warns her guildmates to stay back, while Locke reassures her that he held the others behind when she charged alone. to her exasperation. Locke adds that they will reassess once Minhyuk and the rest arrive, then nervously asks in chat if Jeannie is angry with him as she bleeds and crouches on a rooftop. Watching Aries' downfall, Jeannie remarks that this is what happens when a guild is blinded by contribution points, and says someone should knock Aries off the rankings. Elsewhere, the Solar Guild's leader rallies his large guild to use their numerical advantage strategically. The Solar Guild confronts Barrack head-on, and the leader shouts for the attack to commence. He instructs his people to avoid a direct fight with Barrack, emphasizing their main goal. He starts to say their priority is destroying the demon god's stone when Barrack's flames surge toward them. In a flash, their guild master is instantly defeated and forcefully logged out, stunning his members. Barrack continues his fiery onslaught, killing more Solar Guild members. A masked man in the guild concludes they need a new approach. He decides that speed is essential and dashes toward the objective. Seeing the demon god's stone near Barrack, he resolves to destroy it and escape. Mid-sprint, he suddenly reacts in confusion. He realizes too late that his foot has sunk into magma and he is trapped. Barrack's flames engulf him as he screams. Jeannie, watching Barrack dominate the battlefield, observes that the fight is completely one-sided and no one can even reach him. She messages Kystra, asking when Minhyuk will arrive. As she reads Kystra's response that Minhyuk was informed, Barrack looms behind her raising his weapon. Jeannie senses something terrifying and her eyes widen. At that moment, Alicia activates a magic spell called Compression. The compressed power slams down, blowing Barrack away from Jeannie and reshaping the terrain. Jeannie finds herself suddenly far from danger and wonders how she moved in an instant. Alicia, elsewhere, wonders who just intervened. She admits she is nervous, since it has been a long time since she joined such a major event. Alicia fully appears, revealing herself as a confident and powerful combatant. The scene cuts back to the top of the demon's tower where Minhyuk remembers something he had almost forgotten. He decides to attach the golden crown pieces to his pet Fido, startling the pig. Minhyuk jokes that Fido also forgot about the crown pieces, and Fido responds sheepishly. Minhyuk hands over the third piece, saying it is better late than never. The golden crown's power begins to flow into Fido. System messages state that part of Fido's sealed incarnation of gluttony power has been unlocked, and that he has gained the armor of the 3 divine beasts. Fido also acquires a passive skill called Share Master's Weapon. Minhyuk reads the notifications in amazement as they float around him. Armor segments begin attaching to Fido's body. The full golden armor finishes assembling around Fido. Fido now stands in complete armor of the 3 divine beasts, looking heroic. Minhyuk praises Fido's new armor and comments on how shiny he looks. Suddenly he notices more details about the armor and is shocked. He reads that the armor is of demigod grade, has massive durability and defense, and comes with numerous powerful skills. Minhyuk freaks out at how the armor's stats and skills make his own gear look pathetic. He acknowledges its high defense but is particularly interested in something else. He reviews the list of skills like Speed of Light, Dragon's Barrier, and others that the armor grants. Still confused, he wonders what the 3 main skills actually do as Fido glows with divine power. Minhyuk concludes that the divine beasts must have really liked Fido to leave him such incredible abilities. He reads the Share Master's weapon description and realizes Fido can wield one of his weapons. Minhyuk thoughtfully wonders what weapon would suit Fido best. An idea suddenly comes to him. He calls out to Fido to get his attention. Fido nervously stares as Minhyuk points a knife toward him. Smiling, Minhyuk offers the knife to Fido to use. Fido backs away in fear while Minhyuk asks why he is running. Minhyuk explains that the weapon is Alan's kitchen knife, thinking its size is perfect for Fido. He imagines the 2 of them unleashing a devastating combined knife shower attack and reassures Fido of the plan. Fido experimentally swings the kitchen knife, starting to accept it. Watching Fido practice, Minhyuk absent-mindedly wonders where they might find the 3rd golden crown piece. No sooner does he say this than he opens a chest and is notified that he has found the 3rd golden crown piece. Fido taps Minhyuk's leg to get his attention. The armored pig excitedly winks and gestures, clearly trying to tell him something. Minhyuk realizes Fido is referring to the oven they were seeking and assures him he has not forgotten it. He asks Fido if he is ready. Minhyuk declares it is time to obtain the oven and cook delicious food, and Fido eagerly agrees. On the 50th floor's room of rewards, Minhyuk prepares to place the bronze sword, pipa, orb, and crystal on the altar. He calls Fido down as he begins the ritual. The treasures rise in golden light, while a message states that the 4 great treasures have been offered and a reward is being generated. Minhyuk watches in anticipation as energy gathers. A pillar of radiant light erupts from the altar. From that light, an absolute demigod artifact called the Oven of Destruction appears. Immediately after, a system error is detected in his reward and the area starts to shake. Energy surges again around Minhyuk and the oven. A notification says the rank of the absolute demigod artifact is being modified. The Oven of Destruction is then ranked as the 2nd absolute demigod artifact overall. Minhyuk and Fido gaze at each other with sparkles in their eyes, overwhelmed. Detailed information shows the Oven of Destruction is an authority-grade artifact that grants huge dexterity and special skills including Skilled Destruction, Fantastic Oven, and Oven's Disaster. Minhyuk marvels aloud at how powerful it is, though he notes the oven itself feels strangely heavy. He reflects that even its skills are unbelievably strong. He reads that skilled destruction can seal an enemy's strongest ability for 5 minutes, and that oven's disaster can unleash a massive explosive attack. Seeing the fantastic oven passive, he is ecstatic that it lets him cook any dish with perfect efficiency. He admits he cares more about that cooking skill than the combat skills. Minhyuk gushes that the oven is like magic, letting him toss in any ingredients and produce countless flavorful dishes. He realizes this means he can cook most meals with just this oven. He imagines grilling buttered potato slices inside it. Then he pictures layering those potatoes with marinated seafood. He visualizes covering everything in a generous amount of cheese. The imagined dish becomes a rich potato au gratin overflowing with cheese and shrimp. He then considers making a dish that brings out the main ingredient's natural flavor, thinking of something savory and juicy. He pictures oven-roasted pork belly with a crunchy exterior and revels in how the oven would perfect its texture. Unable to wait to cook, Minhyuk tells Fido they will fully enjoy the oven after first going to help Genie and the others, and Fido agrees. The story shifts back to Laper, still shrouded in smoke and chaos. Commentators identify the newly arrived woman as Alicia, the Witch of Torment and Guild Master of the powerful Arteon Guild. Barrack scoffs at the idea that a mere human woman could change anything. He prepares another devastating fire attack, confident that he will teach them a lesson. He unleashes a colossal blaze, boasting that he can burn Alicia to ashes as well. Alicia responds by drawing a sword crackling with lightning energy. She swings it to create a wall of lightning that blocks the incoming magma. Observers note in awe that Alicia is expertly handling the magma assault like a seasoned professional. The narrator is shocked that Alicia, previously not known for it, is suddenly exceptionally skilled with a sword. They realize Alicia is actually fighting with a sword even though they remember her as a magician. Still baffled, the observer wonders when Alicia ever started using swordsmanship. A young man says he has no interest in joining powerful guilds for fame or gear because that lifestyle does not suit him. Another player agrees that glamorous guild life might be fun for others but not for them. Alicia recalls that after hearing this, she reconsidered how she had been playing the game Athenia. She admits she did enjoy being a magician in the game. However, she also found using swords enjoyable. Alicia explains she learned sword skills and even unlocked a quest for the Royal Class Knight of Torment. She states she came specifically to thank Minhyuk for opening up this new path for her. Alicia shouts out to Genie in the midst of the battle. Genie looks over, alert to Alicia's call. Another ally also turns with a serious expression, sensing the situation. A teammate urgently reminds everyone that the event ends in failure if they all die. Someone calls out to the Legend Guild, rousing them to act. Genie orders everyone to focus all efforts on defeating the boss demon Barrack. An excited warrior responds that he has been waiting for that command. He then charges Barrack using the fiery skill Zifrit's charge, slamming into the demon. After the hit, he yells for Khan to act quickly. Khan answers that he is on it, and rushes Barrack with a glowing fist. Khan unleashes the powerful punching skill Giant's Smash directly into Barrack's face. Genie follows up by casting a binding wind spell that whirls around her. Barrack is wrapped in wind restraints by the skill Binding Wind, immobilizing him. With Barrack held, an assassin named Abel is prompted to strike using his sudden annihilation skill. The narration reveals that if Abel strikes the head with this skill, there is a high chance of instantly killing the target. Genie anxiously notes that if Abel uses his skill now and fails, the entire raid might end. Abel's dagger thrusts toward Barrack's head. Another ally realizes that if Abel commits to this high-risk skill, the consequences could be dire. Suddenly Barrack erupts in flames with an explosive counterattack called Knight's Rebellion. Abel is engulfed in the fiery counter, screaming in pain. Genie cries out in horror at Abel being struck down. Observers panic as they see that Abel's attack did not even land properly, and wonder how they can possibly beat such a monster. Abel collapses on the ground, asking if this is the end for their group. Someone shouts the name of the weapon Diablo's scythe, invoking it. A scythe blade slices through the air toward the battlefield. Barrack flinches in shock as the unseen scythe hits him, leaving him stunned. The narration clarifies that a scythe suddenly manifested and pierced Barrack's body. Footsteps approach as the onlookers wonder who launched that mysterious attack. The crowd realizes that Minhyuk, known as the god of food, has arrived on the scene. Alicia hears Minhyuk greet her, noting that it has been a while. Minhyuk thanks Alicia for her help and tells her he will handle things from this point. Alicia tries to stop him, shouting for Minhyuk to wait as he dashes toward Barrack with his chained weapon. Barrack growls that all of their efforts will ultimately be futile against him. He dismisses the scythe wound as a mere scratch, boasting of his resilience. Surrounded by flames, Barrack warns the humans that they should expect no mercy from him. He activates the devastating fire skill Raging Hellfire, cloaking the area in blazing flames. Minhyuk's pig companion appears in the chaos. The pig charges into the inferno, seemingly protecting against the raging flames. Minhyuk comments that the flames were extremely hot, relieved to have avoided serious harm. He then launches a chained attack at Barrack, telling him to take the blow. Barrack barely reacts, saying the attack only tickles, while Minhyuk is shocked at the demon's massive defense. Barrack proclaims he will show them overwhelming power as he receives the demon god's blessing, boosting his damage, defense, and skill level. Minhyuk realizes Barrack just became even stronger and worries that the raid's outcome now seems hopeless for the Legend Guild. Analyzing the fight, he notes that Barrack's regeneration makes dealing real damage very difficult and wonders what other strategy might work. He considers a risky alternative plan and questions whether a certain approach could succeed. Deciding he has no other choice, Minhyuk calls everyone to gather around him to attempt this plan. He warns the others he is about to use a large area of effect skill and urges them to hurry if they want to survive. The battered players tense up, waiting as time seems to tick by. Several of them hurry toward Minhyuk as the ticking sound grows louder. Minhyuk sets up an oven amid the crowd, perplexing everyone who asks what he is planning and why he needs an oven. Someone notices a ticking noise and wonders where it is coming from. Another player realizes the ticking is the oven's timer. They confirm the sound is indeed from Minhyuk's oven and nervously ask what will happen when the timer ends. Minhyuk watches intently as the crucial moment approaches. When the timer completes, his oven unleashes the powerful attack oven's disaster, sending fiery destruction toward Barrack. The spectators stare in stunned amazement at the sudden explosion. The narration explains that the oven triggered a massive explosive skill, astounding everyone. Some hope the demon is finally dead, while others scold them for jinxing it. Amid the smoke, Barrack's enraged voice begins to emerge. Barrack reappears furious, calling the humans pesky mortals, as the onlookers scream. The demon charges forward again with heavy footsteps, still ready to fight. Minhyuk notes that Barrack not only uses dangerous skills but also has absurdly high damage and defense, so he must solve that problem. He concludes there is only one way to bridge the huge stat gap between him and Barrack. Minhyuk yells his trademark line about eating, signaling he intends to power up through food. Barrack strains against a barrier while Minhyuk pants on the other side, both pushing their limits. Minhyuk catches his breath as the standoff with the demon continues. He successfully holds Barrack back with a barrier, relieved that it is working for now. Minhyuk decides to keep Barrack trapped in the barrier while he begins cooking. The surrounding players murmur in confusion, wondering why he wants to eat now when he can only cook enough for himself. Minhyuk ponders what kind of dish could raise his stats enough to overcome the massive difference. He admits the plan is risky but believes he has no other viable option. He activates his create recipe ability, which prompts him to choose a target for the new recipe. Minhyuk selects himself as the target, commanding the system to create a recipe for Minhyuk. He notes this is his first time crafting a recipe for himself but hopes it will give them a chance to defeat Barrack. Nervous, he repeatedly begs for the recipe creation to succeed. The system confirms the recipe has been created, and Minhyuk celebrates that it worked. Gazing at the recipe details, Minhyuk is surprised by how incredible it appears. The recipe is revealed as flaming hot chicken ramen noodles for the god of food, which greatly boosts all of his stats and upgrades L's sword skills, tailored specifically for him. Some spectators mutter that they expected more from the famed god of food, pointing skeptically at his simple instant noodle setup. One of them suddenly reacts in shock as he sees what Minhyuk is actually preparing. Minhyuk lays out ingredients including a fish cake bar, sausage, eggs, and a cup of flaming hot chicken ramen, listing them mentally. Donning a pink apron, he starts cooking confidently, while onlookers can't believe he is really preparing to eat. He decides not to overload the ramen with toppings, wanting to savor its original flavor, and pours boiling water to the marked line. He covers the container with the lid and secures it with chopsticks while it cooks. He hurries to prepare the side snacks before the noodles get too soft, though he admits he also enjoys puffy noodles. Minhyuk microwaves the fish cake bar and sausage, already drooling at the thought. While they heat, he fries 2 sunny-side-up eggs in a pan. He carefully cooks them so the yolks remain intact. He notes that oiling the pan properly keeps the eggs from sticking as they sizzle. As the eggs finish, he remarks on the perfect timing of all his components. The oven quietly continues running in the background as part of his preparation. Minhyuk admires both the juicy sausage and the umami-rich fish cake bar, unable to decide which he likes more. Looking at the assembled plate of sausage, fish cake, and eggs, he marvels at how good the meal already looks. He suddenly realizes he nearly forgot about the ramen that has been steeping. He rushes to open the ramen lid, which bulges with steam beneath the chopsticks. Minhyuk explains that he will poke holes in the lid and carefully drain the water from the noodles. He then mixes in the spicy sauce thoroughly with his chopsticks. Although he had planned to keep it simple, he cannot resist adding string cheese on top of the noodles. He decides to microwave the dish once more so the cheese melts perfectly. As he waits, the narrative sets up the reveal of the finished dish. Minhyuk proudly presents his final creation, flaming hot chicken ramen noodles covered in cheese with sausage, fish cake, and eggs on the side. He remembers to blend the melted cheese well into the noodles before eating. He stuffs his cheeks with a big bite, savoring the combined flavors. Ecstatic, Minhyuk raves about how irresistible the cheesy spiciness is and how perfectly the rich cheese pairs with the fiery noodles. Watching him, other players admit the food actually looks delicious. Minhyuk prepares a bite that combines noodles, egg, and sausage together. Spectators are bewildered that such ordinary instant food and microwaved snacks can appear so appetizing when he eats them, wondering if his title comes from his mukbang-like appeal. One onlooker questions whether Minhyuk truly has time to eat while the battle continues. They notice in alarm that the barrier containing Barrack is beginning to fade. As the barrier drops, someone panics that Barak is charging straight at them. A leader orders everyone to fall back and form ranks while others despair that they are going to die. Amid their pleas for help from the god of food, Minhyuk calmly continues eating with his chopsticks. Empowered by the meal, Minhyuk's sword aura becomes wind-like as he prepares to strike. He unleashes the technique Scattering Sword, slashing Barak with a flurry of cutting winds. Onlookers gape at how Minhyuk moved such a great distance and struck in almost an instant. They comment on his incredible speed, amazed at what they just witnessed. Minhyuk grins, feeling a surge of power from the flaming hot chicken noodle set that dramatically boosts his stats and sword skills for several minutes. The narration shows that L's sword skills have temporarily reached their maximum level, evidenced by new wounds appearing on Barak. Minhyuk continues swinging his glowing sword with focused determination. Barak charges again, refusing to fall despite the assaults. Relying on Demon God's blessing, Barak rapidly heals his injuries, regaining his full strength. Minhyuk smirks knowingly, revealing he has a counter prepared. Using the Oven of Destruction's skilled destruction effect, he seals Barak's Demon God's blessing ability for 5 minutes, preventing further healing. Minhyuk tells Barak he figured out his pattern while eating and specifically targeted that skill for sealing. Barak is bombarded by golden sword leaves, forced to clutch his chest under the onslaught. The attacks keep carving into him, leaving Barak bleeding and struggling. Sweat and blood drip from Barak's eye as he realizes the tide is turning. Minhyuk, glowing with power, declares he is now using L's sword skills to their fullest in a final offensive. Barak curses Minhyuk as a worthless mortal, grinding his teeth in fury. He activates Knight's Rage, vowing to inflict the most agonizing death imaginable on his enemy. Minhyuk responds by invoking the Demon Judging Sword's active skill Berserk, entering a frenzied empowered state. The interface labels this activated state Demon Judging Sword, active skill Berserk. With both powers surging, Barak and Minhyuk charge straight at each other through torrents of fire and energy. Minhyuk, wreathed in purple Berserk energy, notes the scorching heat as he advances. He grips his sword tighter, resolving that despite the heat he will not stop here. He declares he will keep pushing forward, sprinting alongside the phantom image of a former swordsman. Minhyuk's blade slices through Barak amid the flames, landing a decisive hit. A brilliant golden slash tears across the battlefield. The follow-up attack Sword of Fury repeatedly pierces Barak's chest within the blazing arena. Enraged and wounded, Barak snarls at Minhyuk, spitting out a furious insult as the battle reaches its climax. The fire demon Blaze boasts that his opponent does not understand who they are facing. Minhyuk, wreathed in flames, charges and vows to end the fight. He realizes Blaze is attacking with a scorching hot whip. Minhyuk panics internally, finding the whip too tough for his sword to cut. The gigantic flaming whip slams down toward Minhyuk. The whip carves a burning, rubble-filled trench through the ground. The impact leaves a long cracked gouge in the battlefield. Minhyuk lands beside the trench, gasping for breath. He thinks that even a grazing blow could knock him out and that prolonging the fight will only worsen his odds. He reflects that Berserk boosted his damage, but left his HP dangerously low, and will expire in under 2 minutes. Surrounded by a purple aura, he resolves that he must act decisively. He decides to concentrate all of his remaining energy into his sword. He unleashes a powerful sword swing, sending energy slashing forward. Minhyuk is surprised by the massive swirling arcs of aura surrounding him. Observing his sword aura flying like a flock of birds, he concludes that Splitting Sword has merged with Sword of Fury. Grinning, he judges this new combined technique to be sufficient. Calmly enveloped in energy, he fully powers up for the finishing move. His enhanced strike slices across Blaze's body. The narration frames the attack as Minhyuk's Berserk combined with the pinnacle of L's sword skills. Blaze's eye widens in shock as he is struck. Minhyuk charges with the technique named Berserk Blade, aura slashing repeatedly. Blaze, stunned, wonders how a mere human can wield such strength. He questions whether he was the arrogant one in underestimating this human. As countless blades of aura tear through him, Blaze realizes he is the one who failed to know his place. The demon's weapon shatters amid blood and debris. L watches in disbelief, realizing Minhyuk has already reached the zenith of her sword techniques. Looking out the window, she admits it is early to judge but begins to reassess Minhyuk. Elsewhere, Blaze's corpse lies riddled with wounds at Minhyuk's feet as someone muses that Minhyuk may be something special. A system message informs Minhyuk that he has defeated Balak, Knight of the Demon God. More messages announce that he has obtained the Knight's Training Scroll, the Demon God's special parchment, and a new class quest called Warriors of the Kingdom. Another alert generates the class quest Kingdom of the God of Food, astonishing Minhyuk. His companions rush over, delighted and relieved at his survival. One friend gushes that Minhyuk's performance in the battle was incredibly cool. Another companion admits with tears of joy that they are simply glad he is safe. Minhyuk, initially speechless, prepares to respond. He breaks into a broad smile, basking in their praise and relief. Far away, a cloaked figure walks through mist, chuckling. The man with a ponytail announces that he has at last arrived. He declares this eerie place is where he will complete his royal class quest as the Chinese undead tamer Jiang Qin. Remembering other players who gained royal classes, Jiang Qin is excited that he is finally joining their ranks. Approaching a dark cavern that feels ominous, he hesitates but continues inward. The cave interior looms ominously as he ventures deeper. Smiling greedily, he decides the ominous atmosphere does not matter. Jang Chen believes that if he can tame the black dragon Borman, he will eventually become the world's top player. Inside the cavern, he notices something unusual ahead. He identifies it as the Staff of Doom, a weapon crafted from one of Borman's fangs. Grabbing the staff, he confidently announces that he is coming to claim Borman as his new master. An unexpected reaction shocks him as power surges through the staff. The backlash hurls him, causing him to vomit blood in agony. Coughing up more blood and clutching his chest, he struggles to regain his breath. A voice scornfully asks if he just claimed he would become its master. The dragon's claw appears as the voice continues menacingly. Jang Chen looks up in terror at the towering black dragon, which says it is at a loss for words. Borman laughs that the idea of Jang Chen mastering him is utterly hilarious. The dragon declares that Jang Chen is there to obey its orders, not the other way around. Jang Chen realizes in horror that Borman has no intention of submitting. He imagines himself as a puppet, convinced the dragon will enslave him. Borman demands to know the location of the absolute divine beast, and orders Jang Chen to bring it a baby pig, which he recognizes as the god of food's pet. The dragon wonders aloud if the pig is still alive and speculates it may be an Askin. Borman's eye narrows as he focuses on this new objective. Thinking of Minhyuk happily holding the pig, Borman curses the damned little pig. Outside, the rocky entrance to Borman's sealed cave is shown under the night sky. The narration notes that this is the cave where Borman had been sealed. Borman realizes that the incarnation of gluttony has awakened as well. Remembering that he let the absolute divine beast win their last encounter, Borman vows not to repeat that mistake. The dragon presents a glowing crystal, telling Jang Chen to take it. Jang Chen, startled, clutches his chest and asks what it is. Borman explains that the jewel will let Jang Chen tap into the dragon's power in its lair and travel to Askin to observe the absolute divine beast. System text names it the Continental Warp Gate Jewel, usable 3 times. Ecstatic, Jang Chen thinks a continent warping stone must be incredibly valuable. He privately reasons that, powerful as Borman is, the dragon is still just an NPC and would never know if he sold the stone. Outwardly, he thanks Borman enthusiastically and promises to get to the task immediately, while the dragon simply answers good. As soon as he leaves, Jang Chen lists the jewel on the black market. He is thrilled when a buyer contacts him almost instantly. Planning to demand at least 3 billion, he is interrupted by the incoming offer. The message from Mei offers to purchase the warp stone for 40 billion. The scene shifts to the elf village shortly after Balak's defeat. Jeannie sits alone in a room, deep in thought. She reflects on how powerful Balak was. She acknowledges that only Minhyuk could stand toe-to-toe with Balak. By contrast, she feels that she and the rest of their group contributed almost nothing. She notes that their guild is ranked 13th, which seems far too low given their fame and accomplishments. Blaming her own weakness, she resolves that she wants to become stronger. A voice comments that the room's view is beautiful, looking out over the plaza. Startled, Jeannie turns toward the speaker. The young maid Hayes introduces herself. Jeannie recalls that Hayes is the girl Minhyuk brought because he believed she had great potential. Hayes asks if Jeannie has heard the news about Minhyuk. She excitedly explains that Minhyuk will become a king if he completes his latest quest. Elsewhere, elves excitedly imagine how wonderful Minhyuk's future kingdom will be. Jeannie replies that while the task will be difficult, she believes Minhyuk can accomplish it, and vows to help him as best she can. Hayes encourages her by saying Minhyuk already has great friends like Jeannie supporting him, which makes Jeannie clench her fist with renewed resolve. Jeannie remembers Minhyuk casually telling her that his class quest requires him to establish a kingdom. She also recalls him dreaming aloud about building a realm where nobody goes hungry. Jeannie realizes Minhyuk cannot become a king while staying in their guild, yet if he leaves, they will lose access to his powerful allies, leaving her worried about the guild's future. She chastises herself, reminding herself that she founded the guild to become the best, not to hold Minhyuk back. Thanking Hayes, she decides what she must do for Minhyuk and the guild. Soon after, someone knocks at Jeannie's door. Minhyuk enters and asks if Jeannie has a moment to talk. Surprised, Jeannie invites him to speak. Beaming, Minhyuk says he has found something that can benefit their guild. Jeannie repeats his claim in disbelief, clarifying that he means a legendary territory coveted by every lord actually exists. Minhyuk confidently confirms it. He explains that the place is called Atlas and believes he can bring the guild there while completing his new quest. Jeannie hesitates, noting they just defeated Balak and need time to recover. Minhyuk asks if she will not come, pointing out that visiting Atlas could greatly help the guild. She agrees that he is right. Jeannie imagines the possibilities in Atlas, hoping to discover new hunting grounds, classes, and items that could make their guild number 1 in Athene. She contacts the guild chat, asking what everyone is doing as their responses show members busy with errands and dungeons. She orders them all to drop what they are doing and gather in Valhalla immediately, prompting confusion. Standing beside her, Minhyuk cheerfully munches a snack while she explains that they are heading to the Atlas territory he discovered. Jeannie tells the guild this is their chance to redeem their previous defeat and rallies them to move out. Some guild members arrive and express relief at being called together. Watching Minhyuk cook, they wonder what strange thing he is doing. Another member explains that Minhyuk is currently on a quest called The Way to Ramen. Minhyuk asks Koner if he is already on his 4th ramen-related quest, and Koner thanks him for advice that helped him bounce back. Koner enthuses about eating spicy cold noodles with pork belly after his third quest, unable to forget how delicious they were. Pleased, Minhyuk tells Koner to keep working hard and considers giving him a small reward. Checking his inventory, Minhyuk sorts through items, absent-mindedly tossing familiar ingredients and phyto aside. He flings a parchment at Koner, which smacks Koner's face. Koner pulls it off, puzzled by the parchment sheet in his hands. Minhyuk explains that it is a teleportation scroll to Asken that is activated by ripping it, adding that it is not actually meant for Koner. Before he can finish, Koner rips the parchment. Minhyuk hears the sound and turns in confusion. Realizing what just happened, he is horrified. Koner starts to glow and dematerialize as the teleport activates. Minhyuk cries out in panic. He screams at Koner, demanding to know why he tore the parchment. The ramen cart remains behind as magical energy dissipates. Koner looks around the new surroundings, still dazed. He spins about, trying to understand what has happened. Bewildered and speechless, he struggles to react. Seeing the unfamiliar, rocky landscape, Koner realizes he is lost somewhere unknown. Meanwhile, at the Chinese black market, Mei tells Jiang Qin she has transferred 4 billion and asks him to confirm receipt, which he does in astonishment. Jiang Qin gulps, realizing the huge amount of money has only now sunk in. He recognizes his buyer as Mei the Valkyrie and notes that she is as beautiful as rumored. Starstruck, he thinks to himself that he is her biggest fan. Mei thanks him for the item and prepares to leave, surprising him with her abruptness. As she turns to go, he hurriedly calls out for her to wait. She asks if he has something else to tell her, and he nervously begins to give her a warning. Mei teleports away as his warning reaches her. She should beware the boy and the demon. Jiang Qin admits he only heard this information by chance and lacks details. Mei, mid-teleport, says she is sharing the info simply because she wants to help. She thanks him and bids him goodbye as she disappears. Left alone, Jiang Qin remarks that she wastes no time. Mei ponders Jiang Qin's cryptic warning about being careful of the boy and the demon. Something about that phrase makes her eyes widen in sudden realization. Arriving at the Asken continent passageway, she steps into what she believes is a new world. She marvels at the scenery, glad to finally join an event again and noticing a delicious smell in the air. As the strong scent of food reaches her, she suddenly feels queasy. Koner, the source of the aroma, cheerfully waves and calls out a greeting. The armored woman looks puzzled as she covers her mouth, unsure what is happening. She hears a boy calling her over and is surprised to see a young male vendor. The cheerful boy welcomes her to his ramen stand. She is shocked to find a ramen stand here and wonders if the boy is an NPC. The boy suddenly rushes close and urgently asks which ingredient should be boiled first when cooking ramen, startling her. Excited, he asks if answering correctly will earn him some kind of reward. Grinning, she starts to explain how to make ramen properly. She advises that he should begin by placing the pot on the stove. The boy is dazzled by her obvious yet enlightening advice. He calls her a genius, decides the pot should come first, and rewards her with a bowl of ramen while she thinks he is adorable. She nervously accepts the ramen he serves her. He proudly presents his special ramen topped with green onions and an egg. Smiling, he says he hopes she enjoys it and leaves him a good review. She tries to refuse, saying she does not think she can eat. He urges her not to hold back and to eat as much ramen as she wants. As she stares at the food, her perception swirls and she begins to feel unwell. She bends over gagging, and the boy panics, asking if she is sick. She realizes it is the smell of food that makes her nauseous. She says she cannot do it and hesitates to eat. She recalls how she used to be very overweight, weighing over 100 kilos. She remembers her loving little brother who always adored her. Though he had an intellectual disability, he was the sweetest boy, and they happily cared for each other. She narrates that one day everything changed. Her brother excitedly pointed out a butterfly and started running after it. She chased him, begging him not to run. Exhausted, she thought he would be safe because there was a pedestrian signal. A sudden car horn and screech make her look up in horror. Her brother steps into the road as the car bears down on him. She screams in terror as the car hits him. Back in the present, she says she felt helpless watching the car strike her brother. She confesses to Koner that she blames herself for his death, thinking her size and slowness caused it, and that she has been unable to eat since then. Koner rushes toward her after hearing this painful story. He grabs her to stop her self-blame. Koner insists the accident was not her fault, saying the car is to blame and she should not hate herself. She tells him not to cry and that she understands his feelings. She smiles gently, comforted by his concern. She affectionately rubs his head, calling him a sweet boy for worrying about her. Looking at him, she admits he somehow reminds her of her younger brother. At that moment a system message appears, generating a new quest as she plays with Koner's hair and wonders about it. The quest explains she must help Koner's ramen stand earn more money in exchange for tasting the most delicious ramen in the world. She realizes Koner is indeed an NPC and notes that the quest reward is special. Reading further, she sees the reward described as the most delicious ramen in the world. She thinks that if that ramen rivals dishes made by the god of food, it might help her overcome her eating disorder, as advised by her doctor. Thinking of both Koner and her late brother, she resolves that this time she truly wants to help. Koner asks what she is staring at, and she awkwardly pretends nothing is wrong. She brushes it off and asks if he had something he wanted to say. He hands her a cloth, calling it a tissue, which confuses her. He explains she threw up earlier and can use the cloth to wipe herself clean. Laughing with relief, she begins to thank him. Then she notices something odd about the cloth and stops mid-sentence. Realizing it is actually a rare returning scroll, she frantically asks where he got such a valuable item. Connor cheerfully tells her not to worry and says she can use it as a puke wipe because he has plenty more. His innocent comment makes her burst out laughing. She thanks Connor loudly, amused that she almost used a rare scroll as a napkin, while he eagerly asks to be included in the joke. Elsewhere near Atlas, Minhyuk and his party survey Atlas territory from a high cliff. Minhyuk scans the area with binoculars, observing their destination. He marks a spot on a holographic map and tells the group they should head there. He adds that there is more information to consider. The map reveals that Atlas territory is classified as uncharted. One companion is thrilled that they might be the first to explore it, and imagines gaining lots of experience. While his friend celebrates leveling up, Minhyuk silently contemplates. Eating as usual, Minhyuk says he thinks the expedition will be difficult but believes they will manage. Later, after battling monsters, a teammate complains in shock at how strong the local creatures are. Flashing back, we see them being almost killed by a massive crystal-covered turtle before Minhyuk saved them. The same teammate grumbles about the game's imbalance but walks into another party member. He scolds the hooded man for stopping suddenly. Annoyed, he begins to shout again. Then he notices something ahead that makes him gasp. Through the trees he spots an unknown structure in the distance. Another view reveals a beautiful towered city hidden among the foliage. They step out to see the magnificent city and wonder if this is Atlas. Impressed, one companion exclaims that Atlas is the most beautiful place he has seen in the game. Suddenly, an old dwarf with a glowing red stone on his chest shouts for them to halt. The ground rumbles, startling Minhyuk's group. Buildings and walls abruptly crumble around them. Even the surrounding trees crash down as the destruction spreads. They stare at the ruins, shocked that the whole place collapsed in an instant. The panicked teammate screams that their new territory might have been destroyed. The dwarf steps forward and says they may proceed only if they pass a trial. System messages identify him as Lant, the legendary golden hammer dwarf, a newly discovered species. Minhyuk nervously asks if Lant destroyed the city, and Lant calmly confirms it. More messages appear, declaring Minhyuk qualified to become Lord of Atlas territory, and stating that his trial is about to begin, which only he can see. Lant explains that only one person can truly master Atlas. He tells Minhyuk he must choose one of 3 trials. The first choice is the legendary sword and shield warrior Crozo. The second is Eden, the legendary mother of nature. The third is Lewis, the legendary saint. Minhyuk realizes this decision will determine how he manages and develops his territory. He also suspects that Lant himself might secretly be a 4th option. Confirming his thought, a caption notes that Lant is likely one of the choices as well. His friend envies him, saying any of the 3 visible options would be amazing and wondering what Minhyuk will choose. Minhyuk shocks everyone by saying he wants to take all 4 trials. Lant warns that attempting all 4 is dangerous and that failure will come with a heavy price. Minhyuk confidently replies that he will not fail. Lant sees the confidence in his eyes, grins, and thinks it has been a long time since he liked a human this much. Lant clarifies that Minhyuk cannot start all 4 trials simultaneously. However, he says there is a way for Minhyuk to attempt them all if he performs exceptionally in each. Lant explains that if Minhyuk scores highly on one trial he can progress to the next, and by repeatedly passing with top marks he can eventually undertake all 4. He then tells Minhyuk that what he must decide now is which trial to start with. Minhyuk gathers his party in the ruins and suggests they seriously discuss which trial to tackle first. One teammate recommends starting with Lant's trial, arguing that powerful gear can offset level differences. Another votes for Crozo, insisting that strong troops and guild members are most important. Minhyuk considers their opinions in silence. He ultimately chooses Eden's trial because he believes cultivating crops is crucial, prompting a friend to groan that he expected that answer and accuse him of just wanting to eat again. Minhyuk insists they listen to his reasoning while another friend complains his opinion is being ignored. He explains that crops blessed by Eden might have unique abilities that other crops lack. He promises to cook them a special meal using those crops, winning them over. The female teammate accepts his logic but warns that if they fail Eden's trial first, they may never obtain the other rewards. Minhyuk only smiles in response. He declares that he will not fail because he is Minhyuk, radiating confidence. Lant asks if he has made up his mind, and Minhyuk replies that he has. Minhyuk announces they will begin with Eden's trial as Eden herself appears in radiant light. Eden cautions that he cannot attempt any other trials until he completes hers and asks if he is certain he wants to proceed. Minhyuk answers enthusiastically that he is sure. Eden agrees and says she will summon a helper to aid him in the trial. A bright light envelopes Minhyuk as the summoning begins. He squints into the radiance, starting to see the helper's form. His eyes widen in recognition. The summoned helper is an elderly man who shields himself from the light and declares that he recognizes Minhyuk. Minhyuk happily shouts that it is good to see Blan again. Blan reacts in horror, exclaiming in dismay that he has run into Minhyuk again. Watching from afar, Eden wonders if the two already know each other. In another location, someone retrieves a glowing purple orb from a rocky altar, saying he has finally found it. The man identifies the artifact as Borman's orb. As sparks of energy surge around him, he notes that the orb is radiating enormous power. A mysterious voice asks if he has found the artifact, startling him. Flustered, he hides his reaction, claims he was just surprised, and denies stealing anything. The unseen questioner then asks how a certain plan is progressing. Outside the cave, two conspirators discuss how long he is taking while remarking that everything is going smoothly. The leader narrates that he has recruited China's top White Dragon Guild along with the Red Rose Guild. The man with the orb finally emerges, apologizing for being late, and the leader suspiciously asks what he was doing inside. The leader presses him about the quest's reward. The man produces a shining crystal, revealing it as the black jewel he had mentioned. The woman explains that with this jewel they can warp 30 people to a new continent, and asks if he is paying attention. She wonders aloud why Mei Wei would pay 4 billion for such an item. The leader guesses that she wanted to explore the new continent, and casually catches the jewel she tosses. He decides that regardless of Mei Wei's motive he will choose 30 elite rankers to warp with the crystal and boasts that tomorrow they will overthrow Korea's top guild. Back at the ramen stand, Koner tells the armored woman that their project is finished. They unveil a new signboard proudly naming it Koner's Ramen Stand, which amazes her. Koner beams and says he loves it, thrilled and grateful. She worries that even with the new sign they might still not attract customers. Koner looks close to tears, but she laughs and tells him not to worry. Striking confident poses, she claims that with an attractive waitress like her, business is guaranteed to boom. Koner says Minhyuk taught him what to call people who talk like that. Expecting praise, she guesses he means a beauty or stunner. He bluntly calls her a snob, shocking her. She repeats the word in disbelief while Koner anxiously asks if it is something bad. Panicking, Koner apologizes profusely and promises to bring lots of customers or make her ramen or get tissues, desperately trying to make amends. Koner tells his partner he will go find customers, and she encourages him. A portal labeled as the passage to the new continent appears in a rocky cavern. A man holding a crystal confirms he has arrived on an unfamiliar new continent. Checking his map, he realizes the party is in completely uncharted territory. As the rest of the party materializes from the portal, he proposes they start moving. He suddenly smells something tasty and is told to follow the delicious scent. Confused, he sniffs the air, wondering about the appetizing smell. The source is revealed as Koner smiling while holding a steaming pot of food. A woman calls out flirtatiously to the man, startling both him and his companion. The enticing pot of ramen bubbles invitingly. Koner, coached by Mei Wei, cheerfully invites them to their stand for hot ramen. Mei Wei shyly glances down, affected by the situation. She blushes and closes her eyes, her heart clearly fluttering. Flustered, the man tries to respond but can barely speak. His excited companion immediately shouts agreement to eat there, while he protests. The man admits he nearly accepted just because of Mei Wei's smile and suspects she is a player, not an NPC. He notices that all his party members have fallen under Mei Wei's charm. One stern member tries to warn the others but explodes in anger at their behavior. He rants that, as the top two of their guild, he and the guild master should take priority. The embarrassed companion realizes that was all the angry man wanted to say and complains it is unfair. Koner cheerfully welcomes them to his ramen stand and asks for their orders. When asked which ramen is best, Koner recommends kimchi ramen, leading Mei Wei to order 50 bowls. Mei Wei also eagerly orders additional spicy cold noodles, leaving the man speechless. The man tries to snap everyone out of it, insisting they did not come here just to eat ramen. Another party member scolds the others, reminding them of their real objective. That same member accuses them of being fooled by Mei Wei's charms, calling her a witch. He orders the drooping men to get up, declaring no ramen until their mission is done. Koner accepts payment anyway, taking a platinum coin for the already ordered food. Koner is surprised and asks if they are really leaving now. He points out that their huge ramen order is almost finished cooking. The man answers that there is no problem since they have already paid. He adds that they even paid double the usual price and insists the stand should be satisfied. Mei Wei argues back that Koner worked hard to cook 50 bowls and they should spare a moment to eat. The man coldly replies that effort does not matter because they settled the bill. Mei Wei presses him, asking if he really cannot spare even a single spoonful after all that effort. He insists again that payment is enough and asks what more they want from his group. Another guild member, Riven, draws his sword, deciding the obstinate players will not listen. The man shouts for Riven to wait, but he moves to attack. Riven unleashes a powerful sword swing. His strike destroys Koner and Mei Wei's ramen stand in a single blow. Mei Wei cries out in shock over her ruined stand as Riven dismissively says they will pay for repairs and orders the ramen sellers to leave. Mei Wei's aura turns ominous as she declares that those who do not treat others as equals deserve judgment. She instantly seizes Riven by the collar. Empowered by blue energy, she smashes him, furious that they dared hurt her little brother. Minhyuk, elsewhere, muses about the first trial he must face after his medical examination. Still daydreaming, he thinks about what crops to plant after the trials and dreams of cooking dishes with them. In the hospital room, his friend Changuk wakes him, asking if he is okay. Changuk checks whether Minhyuk is nervous about the exam, but Minhyuk says he was simply thinking about the game Athene. Changuk asks if Minhyuk is ready, and Minhyuk confirms he is. A staff member greets Minhyuk and asks if he is prepared for today's examination. Changuk teases that there is good news coming, but the staff member had meant to keep it secret. Minhyuk reflects that while his breathing and walking have improved, he cannot remember the last time he saw his own body in a mirror. Changuk reassures him not to be nervous and invites him into the examination room. Inside, Minhyuk finds his doctor, Hyojin, and his father waiting mysteriously beside something hidden by a curtain. The doctor says they will reveal the surprise after the exam and starts by checking his weight. As the scale processes his weight, Minhyuk silently begs for good results. Watching the numbers flicker, he desperately wonders if he has lost any weight. The final reading shows 186.4 kilograms. Minhyuk stares in shock at the number. Someone asks Minhyuk to look, leading into the reveal. The curtain is drawn back to a full-length mirror, showing Minhyuk's noticeably slimmer yet still heavy body. Changuk hugs him in tears and congratulates him, almost knocking Minhyuk over. His family and medical team crowd around, praising his effort and promising to enhance his exercise routine. They express how proud they are and comment that his body looks fit and muscular for his weight. Minhyuk thanks them. His father gently reminds him that although he has improved, he must still be careful of his eating disorder. Minhyuk promises his dad he will keep doing his best, while Changuk continues to sob on him. Minhyuk then says there is something he has long wanted to try once he lost weight. He asks Changuk to join him, and Changuk enthusiastically agrees despite still sniffling. The scene shifts to the royal department store in Seoul. Inside, a furious customer berates an employee, falsely claiming the stained and torn garment was sold that way and demanding a refund. The customer insults the employee's intelligence, says customers should be treated like royalty, and threatens to file a complaint. The store's chairman Kang Minho, currently in disguise, timidly points out that the damage looks like liquor stains. The customer yells at him to be quiet, again insisting the clothes were already stained and striking him. The frightened staff member apologizes and says she cannot issue a refund but offers to file an inquiry. The customer cruelly vows to get her fired and walks off to complain. Narration notes that Chairman Kang Minho always tells his employees something important as he watches the scene. Minhyuk appears and recalls the chairman's belief that employees are the true owners of the company. Confronting the bully, Minhyuk introduces himself simply as a college student. The bully nervously wonders why this student is so large and imposing. Minhyuk silently fixes him with a cold stare. Khan begins recounting aloud a past incident in the store where a CEO harassed a staff member. He explains that the chairman personally cut ties with that company in outrage. Khan reminds the bully how widely known that scandal was and asks if he remembers it. Minhyuk steps closer, prompting the man to bump into him in fear as Minhyuk prepares to act. Minhyuk lifts the damaged garment for inspection, startling the staff member. He calmly states the stain is clearly from alcohol and the tear looks like a nail scratch, exposing the lie. Smiling, Minhyuk remarks that the scene would be perfect for social media, picturing a viral post about the customer's tantrum. He adds that he has many followers and a reporter friend who might publish the story, making the bully panic. The enraged customer calls Minhyuk names and threatens revenge while Minhyuk records him, noting how ugly he looks on video. After the bully flees, the employee timidly approaches Minhyuk. She thanks him earnestly for helping her. Minhyuk says he only did the right thing and asks her to help him choose a suit as a gift for his father. As they move to shop, he casually reassures her not to worry about the bully. He hints that the chairman himself will handle everything, leaving her confused. Outside, Minhyuk's father runs up calling his name, breathless. His father complains that Minhyuk went shopping without him even though he wanted to join his son's first trip, with Changuk exhausted behind him. The staffer offers to let Minhyuk shop alone, but his father insists on accompanying him. Realizing who Minhyuk is, she is stunned that the chairman's son has been helping her. She watches Changuk scold Minhyuk for leaving him behind while a thought bubble reveals her suspicion that Minhyuk is the chairman's child. Minhyuk turns back with a casual smile. He waves cheerfully, his demeanor sunny and kind. The flustered employee blushes and reacts to his charm. Back in the game world, a red-haired player falls face first to the ground, defeated. Koner stands over him angrily, gripping his clothes. Koner threatens to kill the bully if he ever picks on Mei again, while Mei Wei laughs and tells him that is enough. A distorted message reports that their whole guild has been annihilated and asks the guild master if he saw it. The man who fought Mei Wei replays the footage, realizing the cute boy NPC took out half their party. Ashamed, he wonders how he can face his teammates after such a loss. Elsewhere, players enter a glowing structure while someone remarks they are fortunate to be allied with the powerful Beijing guild. The Chinese guild master reads the report, acknowledging their ranking will fall but thinking nothing can be done. A desperate voice message begs Wei Xin and the Sea King for help. The caller reports that the Dragon King of the Sea attacked their ship en route to Korea, wrecking it and slaughtering most of the guild. The guild master stares at his suddenly silent phone, confused and alarmed. A vision shows the majestic Dragon King under the sea surrounded by rabbit-like retainers. The narrative shifts to the Sea of the Dragon King near Valhalla, where a large ship sails. On board is the Beijing Guild and 1,000 elite Chinese rankers led by Guild Master Neville. Neville thinks that since the famed god of food is on the Korean server, defeating him will greatly raise their guild's prestige. Underwater scouts confirm the nearby coast is clear and coordinate their watch. One aquatic figure wonders if the intruders are talking about Minhyuk. Angered, he decides they must be invaders planning to harm the Dragon King's savior. A rabbit retainer asks the Dragon King whether they should attack the approaching ship. The Dragon King calmly gives his consent to attack. The ship's crew panics as something slams into the vessel from below. Neville rushes to the rail, startled by the sudden impact. Water erupts as monsters strike the ship's underside, and someone shouts that they are under attack. Arrows immediately rain down on the creatures as Neville orders everyone to counterattack without panicking. The crew reports that more and more monsters are surrounding them, calling desperately for Neville. A massive form with a dragon-patterned cloak rises from the ocean amid a great splash. The sailors gasp in terror, recognizing the emerging figure as the Dragon King himself. Neville cries out, demanding to know why they are being attacked when they have done nothing wrong. The Dragon King answers that they are being punished for attempting to harm someone they should never have targeted. Neville, sweating, wonders who this untouchable person could be. As thunder cracks above the storm-tossed ship, he realizes the Dragon King is unleashing this fury to protect a single player. A blinding strike of power crashes into the ship, obliterating it. Back in Atlas territory, a golden-haired woman in white begins administering Minhyuk's next trial. She announces that he is ready, and Minhyuk stands before her with his heart racing. The quest window explains his trial to eliminate unhealthy crops around the world tree so that a new world tree can grow and make him Lord of Atlas. Minhyuk reads about removing unhealthy melons and seems intrigued. He immediately asks Farmer Bland if those unhealthy fruits are edible. Bland replies that they can be eaten and are actually tastier than regular fruits. Minhyuk calmly says he understands while Bland realizes Minhyuk is already planning to eat them. Bland explains that the real problem is that these unhealthy fruits are extremely hard to pick, though he is not worried about Minhyuk's capability. Another old man, Lant, arrives on the scene as Bland calls his name. Lant angrily splashes liquor into a bowl, cursing someone. He mournfully recalls that the only favor that person ever asked was for a crafted flipper, and now that person is dead. Lant drinks deeply from his cup, lost in grief. He remembers his deceased friend happily drinking and remarks that the booze hits the spot. Looking at the shared bowls on the ground, he admits he misses how his friend used to finish an entire bottle alone. Sitting by the memorial statue, he laments that if his friend were still alive, he might have passed the World Tree's trials. Lant wonders aloud if his late friend's successor will ever appear. Minhyuk pulls himself together and decides it is time to move on. An old master begins to check on everyone's progress. He suddenly notices something shocking. Eden frantically digs into the ground, calling out in alarm. Krozo also digs intensely while shouting. A priest prays for divine protection and for more of Minhyuk's melon juice. The old master, seeing the legendary warriors digging, wonders what happened to them. He is further stunned that even the ordinary residents are furiously digging. Minhyuk, grinning mysteriously, internally questions the chaos he has caused. The story flashes back to an hour earlier. A villager shows Minhyuk how to safely unearth the giant fruit. The villager explains they must dig carefully to avoid damaging the world tree's roots. Minhyuk says he understands and eagerly asks to try digging himself. The villager lets him try but assumes he will give up after one fruit. The villager is then left speechless by what happens. Minhyuk effortlessly unearths an oriental melon, astonishing the villager, as both gain large dexterity boosts. Minhyuk, though capable, thinks he could still use some assistance. He decides to use his secret method again to get help. He prepares equipment, starting with a generator or power source. He sets up blenders and tools, planning something with the fruit. Minhyuk proudly unveils his juice stand in front of the dig site. The villager Bland asks why Minhyuk stopped digging, and what he is doing instead. Minhyuk offers to turn Bland's apple into a tasty drink and hands him a straw. Tempted by the free offer, Bland takes a cautious sip. The flavor shocks Bland as the taste hits him. Bland marvels that the pure apple flavor is incredibly intensified without any artificial sweeteners. He further thinks the ice makes it refreshing, the texture crisp, and that it is the perfect drink after fieldwork. Bland gulps the juice down, completely captivated. Eden notices Bland's drink and becomes curious. She confronts Minhyuk about not digging and asks what Bland is drinking. Minhyuk gives Eden a cup, telling her the drink will explain everything. Eden agrees to try the juice and takes a sip. As she drinks, Minhyuk invites others to come and taste as well. Local residents ask if they can have some too, and Minhyuk gladly agrees. He then claims he lacks enough fruit, and, looking frail, says he is not healthy enough to dig more. Hearing this, the residents and warriors silently react, clearly moved by his supposed condition. Bland explains that everyone is digging more fruit both for Minhyuk's sake and for more juice. The old master is left utterly confused by this turn of events. Meanwhile, at Koner's ramen stand in Askin, a quiz event is drawing customers. May, running the quiz, asks a contestant what the first step of making ramen is. The nervous contestant answers that you pour in the water. May yells that the correct first step is getting the pot and calls for the next challenger, while others line up for free ramen. A dejected customer asks Koner for ramen after being dumped, and Koner warmly agrees to cook him a bowl. Koner serves a spicy ramen, saying it will help him forget his ex. The man assumes it is just instant ramen and not worth much. After tasting it, his expression changes in surprise. He realizes the ramen is remarkably good, with perfectly cooked chewy noodles and an amazing spicy broth. Sipping more, he thinks the toppings and flavor make it the best ramen he has ever had. He is also impressed that such a skilled cook is so young. Time passes and the ramen stand's business continues. Koner celebrates that they are sold out, and May confirms the last customer has just been served. Koner praises May as a genius at attracting customers, and she happily accepts the compliment. Koner then says there is something he wants to tell her now that they are finished for the day. He begins by asking if she is seeking the god of food because of her difficulty eating, and she admits she wants to try that god's food. May is shocked to learn that Koner is actually the god of food's younger brother. Koner apologizes for not telling her sooner, and explains he did not mean to hide it. He shifts the subject, preparing to say something more important. He reveals that he learned ramen making from his brother, meaning she could effectively taste the god of foods cooking through his ramen. He serves May a special bowl as a gesture of thanks for helping him. May agonizes internally over whether to try it, wanting both to taste the god of food's recipe and to make Koner happy. She steels herself despite past struggles with eating. Koner encourages her, and she agrees to try just a little. She notes that the ramen smell does not make her feel sick, which is unusual for her. May finally puts the noodles into her mouth. She chews slowly, testing whether she can handle it. She analyzes the flavor, finding it richer than normal ramen, mild and savory, with pleasing texture from the flakes and green onions. Most importantly, she realizes she can actually swallow this ramen. Overwhelmed, she reacts emotionally to this discovery. The taste reminds her of the light ramen her brother used to cook for her, evoking fond memories. Koner anxiously asks how she likes it. She eagerly drinks down even the broth, astonishing him. May joyfully declares that she loved it and praises Koner's ramen. She explains through tears that it was moving because he made it especially for her, and a hidden quest completion notification appears. The system announces that the hidden quest to help Koner's ramen stand is complete. Back at Atlas, Eden happily drinks Minhyuk's juice and calls it sweet and refreshing. The three legendary warriors remark that they never imagined such delicious juice could come from unhealthy fruits. Someone comments that Minhyuk is a true genius, chuckling ominously. The narration notes Minhyuk is holding a rare 500-year-old high-sugar watermelon that Eden bribed him with, and he proudly calls himself a genius. System messages show Minhyuk gaining strength, fame, affinity with residents, and even a new title as a result of his efforts. He reflects that, among the rewards, something else stands out as the best prize. The quest status shows that every unhealthy fruit on the world tree has been removed. Minhyuk recalls how frightening it was when over 1,000 residents zealously joined the digging, though it made the quest end quickly. A notification proclaims Eden's trial complete and states the world tree will now be restored. The ground rumbles, and Minhyuk watches in awe. The once barren branches begin rustling with new green leaves. The world tree is shown fully rejuvenated, promising renewed vitality for Atlas. Minhyuk marvels at the immense size of the restored world tree. He notices a glowing fruit about to fall from its branches. He catches the shining world tree fruit and admires its appearance. Seeing it as his reward, Minhyuk decides it should be fine to taste the fruit. He bites into the golden fruit. He finds the initial taste sweet like an apple. As he keeps eating, the flavor shifts and begins to resemble a pear. Then the sweetness intensifies further, reminding him of an oriental melon. The texture changes again, this time feeling like that of a peach. A flood of level-up notifications appears, and Minhyuk is stunned that simply eating the fruit caused so many levels to rise. He attributes this massive power boost to the world tree and learns he has unlocked the hidden piece of the god of food. Another notice explains he can gain an extra reward by completing the related hidden piece mission. The reward details lists premium beef cuts from a giant cow at Lunia's Heavenly Ranch. Minhyuk pictures the cow's prime cuts and is fixated on names like Chuck Flap and Hanging Tender. Krozo approaches and asks if Minhyuk is ready for the next trial. Krozo flinches as he sees Minhyuk's intense reaction. Minhyuk, drooling, slowly calls Krozo's name. He wonders aloud how incredible meat from a heavenly cow would taste, practically salivating. Fired up by the thought of beef, he shouts that he is coming for it, while Krozo watches nervously. Krozo, hearing Minhyuk obsess over beef and ribeye, starts to suspect everyone was swayed by Minhyuk's fruit juice. Koner and May use a display to track Minhyuk's position during the new trial. On the battlefield, Krozo begins explaining the rules of the trial of the sword and shield. He states that in this trial they each command 100 troops and must lead them with sword and shield. He explains they will each conquer an identical stretch of land shown on the map. Minhyuk confirms that the areas are separate but mirrored battlefields, which Krozo affirms. Krozo outlines that their scores will be compared at the end, and Minhyuk will pass if his total is within 20% of Krozo's. Minhyuk says he understands but then asks a follow-up question. He wonders if outperforming Krozo would grant extra rewards, and Krozo admits it would. Krozo warns Minhyuk not to expect an easy victory, boasting of once defeating 10,000 enemies with only 200 soldiers. He confidently adds that Minhyuk will regret underestimating him. A system message announces that a participant has entered the trial, and we see the ghostly soldier Paikon. Paikon explains he died long ago but is bound to this trial of the sword and shield. He notes that all subjected soldiers, including him, must prepare, and that surviving the trial will let him walk Atlas for a day. Paikon reveals his soul wishes to visit his mother's grave once more. He reflects on how rarely the trial opens and says he wants to see his mother again even just once. He imagines telling her he became someone she could be proud of while eating her roasted chicken. The smell of Minhyuk's roasted chicken snaps Paikon back, and he gasps in disbelief at the aroma. Minhyuk greets him with a smile, noting that Paikon has finally awakened. Minhyuk invites Paikon to join the others eating chicken, saying he is the last to come over. Paikon, dazed and drooling a bit, seems confused by the situation. Seeing juice and chicken, Paikon laments that he had hoped to be under the famed Crozo instead. He worries aloud that Minhyuk might fail the trial. After tasting Minhyuk's food, Paikon is astonished by how delicious it is. A notice shows Paikon's level skyrocketing to 473, and Minhyuk comments that his level has quadrupled. Minhyuk admits he cannot beat Crozo in pure tactics. However, he notes that all soldiers start with equal stats and begins distributing watermelon juice to his troops. He reasons that if he can raise his soldiers' stats and combat power by 20% through food, he can close the score gap, and introduces himself as their commander. Minhyuk then asks who among them actually wants to die in this trial, and the soldiers fall silent. Seeing no volunteers for death, he says that is good and hints at a clever plan he wants them to hear. On Crozo's side, the battle rages as his forces fight monsters, showing his conventional approach. Crozo personally cuts down an enemy, pausing to catch his breath. He asks for casualty numbers and learns they have several wounded and one dead. Hearing this, he decides their performance is normal and expects to clear the trial without problems. Yet he feels uneasy, sensing something else is happening. His worry stems from seeing that Minhyuk is simply digging somewhere instead of fighting. Crozo, picturing Minhyuk's antics with juice and shouting about beef, wonders what scheme the foodie is planning now. Meanwhile, Minhyuk's team is feverishly digging as he orders them to go deeper and faster. Exhausted soldiers say they cannot dig any further, but Minhyuk presses them, then accepts when they truly reach their limit. He decides the pit is now deep enough, and a soldier asks if they should hide it. Minhyuk confirms they will disguise the hole with leaves and branches so it will not look like a trap. He then whistles, ordering his troops to signal the archers. An archer readies his bow while watching unsuspecting enemies below. Arrows rain down, startling the orcs as they are struck. As more orcs charge toward them, a soldier warns Minhyuk that the enemy is coming, setting the stage for his trap-based strategy. Minhyuk grins confidently as he prepares his plan. An orc reassures his comrade that their enemies will fall for their trap. The orcs are shocked to see a roast chicken laid out before them. They confirm in disbelief that the tempting bait is indeed chicken. Spotting the chicken, an armored orc charges toward it, declaring it his. The orc steps onto hidden ground, triggering something beneath him. Hearing the crunch, the orc realizes too late that he has sprung a trap. The armored orcs plunge into a concealed pit and scream as they fall. An enraged orc curses Minhyuk for luring them with food while Minhyuk notes his scheme worked. Smiling, Minhyuk suggests they should roast the captured orcs. A heavy stomp and cries from soldiers draw Minhyuk's attention. Minhyuk turns to see a massive armored figure approach and asks if it destroyed his troops. The green giant plants its feet, radiating power as dust swirls. The enemy is revealed as Team Minhyuk's first boss, a two-headed ogre. Minhyuk calls out that the boss is coming and tells his team it is time to use their secret weapon. He unveils a gleaming, tempting roast pig, specifically made to tame two-headed ogres. Clenching his teeth at the sacrifice, he thinks he had to use an entire pig but had no choice. One ogre head is tempted by the smell while the other urges restraint. Forcing themselves to resist, the ogre kicks the roast pig away, rejecting the temptation. Minhyuk's summoned goat and pig spirits react in shock to the food being kicked. A knight points out in horror that the boss kicked Minhyuk's precious food. Minhyuk's expression darkens as fury over the wasted dish takes hold. The two-headed ogre mocks Minhyuk for thinking it could be fooled by mere food. Power surges as Minhyuk rushes toward the boss in a blur. He appears beside the ogre mid-leap and coldly asks how it dared to kick food. Minhyuk slams his fist into the ogre's face with overwhelming force. Reeling from the blow, the two-headed ogre cries out and curses him. Glowing with rage, Minhyuk vows retribution. He furiously pummels the ogre, shouting about not tolerating disrespect toward food. Continuing the beating, he demands if the ogre understands what it means to waste food. He reminds it how scarce food was in the past as he lands another crushing hit. Minhyuk yells that people once had to share even a single pea while striking both heads again. Exhausted but blazing with aura, he stands between the ogre's legs, panting. Terrified and bruised, the two-headed ogre apologizes and promises never to kick food again, begging to be allowed to eat the pig instead. Minhyuk, expression hard, answers with an uncompromising refusal. He delivers another devastating blow that sends the ogre crashing down. The beaten boss lies dazed as a divine egg-like object cracks open above. The ogre kneels and pleads for forgiveness, agreeing to eat Minhyuk's food as a system message announces the tempting food skill has successfully tamed it. The second boss, the Harpy Queen, appears and boasts that the challengers have finally arrived. Minhyuk produces a juicy steak on a plate as new bait. Casually sitting on the tamed ogre, he offers the Harpy Queen some steak and wine. A notification states that user Minhyuk has successfully tamed the Harpy Queen. A knight stares in utter confusion at what just happened. System messages announce Minhyuk has completed the final boss with no casualties, ending the trial of the sword and shield with a 93% achievement, and ranking first above Krozo. As Minhyuk's men celebrate him, Krozo wonders in disbelief how Minhyuk won so decisively. Krozo awkwardly congratulates Minhyuk but admits he does not understand how digging a simple hole produced a 93% score. Krozo informs Minhyuk that, having beaten him, Minhyuk now faces a final trial, which Minhyuk eagerly accepts. Minhyuk recalls that this hidden trial, tied to the god of food, is why he aimed to outscore Krozo, knowing the reward would be beef. A briefing explains that the hidden trial of Atlas concerns the god of food and will be far harder than the sword and shield trial, revealing the final challenge as a siege war. The siege war trial description appears, stating that all troops including Krozo will be teleported to Verde, the castle of Atlas. As light engulfs him, Minhyuk realizes they are being teleported. During the transition he wonders what this siege war is and what is happening. Hearing distant screams, he notes that he can hear soldiers crying out. Arriving on a war-torn wall, Minhyuk asks where he is. Krozo explains they have gone back to the era when Atlas was ruled by the god of food, during the invasion led by the Maestro of Destruction. A cloaked, horned figure is shown as Krozo describes the Maestro as a devil from the depths of hell. Krozo tells Minhyuk that he must now lead their forces to victory in this siege. Assessing the battlefield, Minhyuk notes they have roughly the same number of soldiers as the enemy. In the smoke ahead, the looming silhouette of their enemy emerges. The foe is revealed as the Maestro of Destruction, a level 611 boss. Seeing the Maestro's level, Minhyuk nervously wonders how he is supposed to clear such a quest. Before he can despair further, a winged woman swoops down from the sky carrying a boy and calls out to him. The boy asks if this really was their best option, while the woman confidently says yes as they descend. Minhyuk gapes in shock at their sudden airborne arrival. The Valkyrie-like woman lands gracefully with the boy beside her. She greets Minhyuk directly, much to his surprise. Smiling brightly, she asks Minhyuk if he will be her friend. When Minhyuk hesitates, she darts up to him and insists he not be so standoffish. Pointing toward the enemy army, she offers to help him fight them. The boy protests that she literally fell from the sky but assures Minhyuk she is kind and once helped him with his ramen stand. The boy vouches that Minhyuk can trust her, calling her name as she listens. Minhyuk silently considers this, sweat dropping as he weighs his options. He finally agrees to be her friend, and she happily thanks him, promising he will not regret it. Elsewhere on the wall, a soldier barely blocks a powerful strike with his shield. He thinks in alarm that a single blocked attack has already left him exhausted. Dizzy and woozy, he wonders if someone is controlling his mind as his surroundings spin. Under a sinister aura he hears what seems to be his mother's voice, making him call out in confusion. Mei Wei invokes Wings of Light, preparing a spell while nervously asking for help. Her magic removes the mind control debuff from the soldiers, freeing their minds. Empowered, the soldier launches into the technique Frenzied Sword against the enemy. Overwhelmed and emotional, he starts to cry from the sudden surge of strength. Mei Wei and Minhyuk stand together, and Minhyuk remarks that they make a strong team. She suggests that since the enemy is hesitating, they should wipe them out in one go, and Minhyuk agrees to initiate the attack with her support. Minhyuk activates his special skill Frenzied Sword as swirling blades surround him. Mei Wei unleashes her own special skill, Goddess's Blessing, to enhance Minhyuk. Their combined powers explode as a 300% Frenzied Sword strike devastates the battlefield. The skies roil with smoke and energy from the tremendous blast. From the chaos, a skeletal figure with glowing eyes emerges, growling. The being is identified as the Maestro's vice commander, Grim Reaper. Minhyuk notes this must be a mini-boss tough enough to survive his area attack yet finds himself strangely calm. He realizes his confidence comes from having an incredible ally backing him, so he believes he will not lose. Holy light washes over the Grim Reaper as judgment descends on him. Minhyuk's ally invokes the Book of Judgment. Minhyuk simultaneously calls on Frenzied Sword again, eyes glowing with power. Another colossal lightning-like strike crashes down onto the enemy ranks. Krozo fights while recalling he once fought this war before. He remembers that in the original history most of their troops died and they only inflicted about 20% damage. Watching the new cataclysmic attack, he observes that this time things are turning out very differently. Recognizing the signature technique, Krozo exclaims that the power they are seeing belongs to the god of food. Other soldiers hear this and repeat in disbelief that the god of food is here. As Minhyuk grips his glowing sword, word spreads that the god of food has returned. Mei Wei carries Minhyuk into battle while troops cheer and shout about the god of food's return and following their commander. A buff called War Goddess's buff spreads through their forces, doubling all attack damage. L's sword skill Scattering Sword further increases their damage, and soldiers shout that the god of food has come back to defend Atlas. Fired up, the troops clash with renewed vigor, yelling for everyone to fight for the god of food. System messages show Atlas gaining increased spirit, damage, and defense as the Maestro reels from the strengthened opposition. Another message states the Maestro of Destruction has already lost more than half of his army. As dusk falls, the enemy begins to withdraw, and the system confirms that the opposing forces are retreating. Atlas soldiers exclaim that the enemy is running away and pulling back from the walls. As the sky glows, Minhyuk realizes what this retreat implies. System notifications declare that the hidden trial siege war has been cleared and that all troops will be warped back to Atlas territory while soldiers cheer their victory. Relieved, Minhyuk hopes he will still receive his promised reward. Voices from the sky call out to the god of food, making Minhyuk answer nervously. Back in Atlas territory, soldiers toss Minhyuk in celebration, chanting praise to the god of food as Krozo watches. Krozo smiles to himself, quietly amused by Minhyuk's triumph. Looking over the peaceful city, a voice remarks that it seems the rightful master of Atlas has returned. Elsewhere, a serious man with a small dragon on his shoulder reviews quest prompts concerning the qualifications of a lord. He examines the two options, the qualifications of a lord and the lord of lords, wondering what he should choose. He explains that these choices appeared after learning Minhyuk would become a king. He reflects that choosing the qualifications of a lord would let him become a lord himself. Conversely, choosing the lord of lords would mean helping someone else rise as a lord. He says he pondered deeply over which quest to accept. Convinced of his decision, he taps accept, believing it to be the right choice. Stroking his small dragon Brittany, he gently asks if it is worried about its daddy. Remembering Minhyuk in real life, he thinks how all he wants is for his son to live happily. He then resolves to take on yet another challenge specifically for Minhyuk's sake. With his dragon in tow, he declares that their next destination is Pardon Village. Minhyuk, now outside, raises his hand and says he will check something. Hoping his plan works, he prepares to use his newly earned reward. He pinches the cloth covering a tray to reveal what lies beneath. Minhyuk excitedly unveils a mountain of premium beef, announcing that today he will gorge himself on heavenly meat. Behind him, Mei and the ramen boy arrive to watch what he is doing. Mei thinks that although she came specifically to find him, she is beginning to suspect he is a bit strange. Earlier, Minhyuk had happily realized he received his reward and truly cleared the trial. He notes that the hidden trial counted as a full trial, allowing 3 legendary NPCs to remain in Atlas, and that he will also receive Lord's Armor, a demigod-grade artifact. Hearing about this powerful item, Mei blushes with envy and wonders what Minhyuk will do with it first. The scene shows a delicious spread of stew, vegetables, and side dishes laid out beside the grill. Marbled beef slices are dramatically placed onto the table, ready for cooking. Minhyuk throws his arms up and shouts that it is time to party, stunning Mei. Nervous yet curious, Mei begins to speak up. Watching the beef cook, she admits it looks incredibly good and wonders which cut she should try first. Minhyuk cooks the meat lightly, saying he dislikes it well done and will taste the first piece plain. He samples it and marvels at how amazingly tender it is. He plans to eat the hanging tender wrapped in lettuce and the ribeye together with stew and rice. Delighted, he muses that he can tell the cow lived a happy life just from the flavor. Still eating, Minhyuk sits contentedly while Mei approaches from behind. She stands transfixed, drooling slightly as she stares at him enjoying the food. Swallowing hard, she admits aloud that the meal looks incredibly delicious. Shocked to find herself drooling instead of feeling sick, she wonders why she does not experience her usual queasiness around food. Blushing, Mei concludes that she was right and that Minhyuk is the only person who can help her overcome her condition. Minhyuk is addressed while relaxing, and he cheerfully responds. A woman rushes up to Minhyuk and passionately confesses that she cannot live without him. Minhyuk, almost nose to nose with her, asks what she means, and she insists her feelings are sincere. Minhyuk accepts her sincerity but asks for a clear explanation of the situation. After hearing his story, the armored woman is shocked and admits she never knew what he had been enduring. Minhyuk casually agrees to cook for her, surprising her with how quickly he says yes. Smiling, Minhyuk says everyone deserves to enjoy delicious food. The woman blushes and is silently moved by his kindness. Minhyuk eagerly prepares to start cooking and asks what dish she wants, and she requests kimchi jjigae. Koner congratulates Mei and says he is happy for her. Minhyuk quickly serves the finished dish, astonishing her with his speed. He presents her special kimchi jjigae and recommends eating it with fried eggs and rice. Mei tastes it and is relieved to find she does not feel sick at all. She combines the kimchi and pork in one bite to savor them together. She realizes with delight how incredibly tasty the food is. Smiling, she reflects that she had completely forgotten something important. Mei remembers that eating good food was once a joyful experience for her and feels that happiness again. Koner notes that she looks genuinely happy now. Mei thinks about how well kimchi jjigae pairs with a runny fried egg. She realizes the rich yolk balances the spicy kimchi perfectly. Overjoyed, she thanks Minhyuk enthusiastically for the amazing meal. Minhyuk beams and says he is glad she enjoys it. Mei, holding his hands, declares she has made a decision, prompting Minhyuk to ask what it is. Genie and a knight appear, greeting Minhyuk and asking how his quests are going. Minhyuk earnestly asks Mei to accept him into her guild, stunning everyone. Minhyuk happily greets Genie and the others, saying he has missed them. Genie tells him she missed him too, then abruptly reacts in shock to something she notices. Genie gasps in horror at what she has just realized. A flashback shows Minhyuk bargaining with Genie to let the famous Chinese ranker Mei join the guild if she brought him ingredients, and Genie saying she already accepted Mei. Mei confidently flies off to gather top-quality ingredients while Minhyuk and Genie cheer her on. Back in the present, Jeannie asks why Minhyuk was there and whether Minhyuk finished his business, then remembers she has news. Minhyuk says there has been an important development in their guild. Other guild members explain that they all discussed and agreed on this decision together. Jeannie prepares to announce it with a determined look. She tells Minhyuk that they want him to become the new guild master. Shocked, Minhyuk exclaims in disbelief that they chose him. Jeannie reminds him he has shown leadership since youth, even running for school president, and Minhyuk bashfully recalls it. She assures him they chose him after careful consideration and believes he will do well. She adds there is another crucial reason behind their choice. Minhyuk listens, confused like a child hearing something unexpected. Jeannie explains that he has a special ability to unite people around him. She expresses confidence that with that power he can lead their guild to become the strongest in the world. Minhyuk quietly decides his answer. He accepts the role of guild master and vows to raise their guild to top rank. Jeannie and the others celebrate his acceptance and eagerly anticipate their future together. When asked about renaming the guild, Minhyuk repeats the idea, and Jeannie braces herself anxiously. She internally begs him not to pick another terrible name. A flashback shows Minhyuk's notoriously bad gaming handles, reinforcing her fear of his naming sense. As he starts proposing new names, Jeannie frantically insists major changes like renaming the guild must be settled by vote to avoid disaster. Elsewhere, players notice that Legend Guild has vanished from the rankings. In chat, some speculate Legend Guild deleted themselves out of failure, while others doubt that and wonder where they went. Another chatter asks if anyone has noticed a strange new guild on the rankings list. The rankings reveal the newly named Foodie Guild with Minhyuk as guild master. Observers comment that Legend Guild must have renamed themselves for a fresh start, while one notes Minhyuk is terrible at naming things. Meanwhile, in Atlas territory, a commander orders soldiers to shout louder during intense training. Park, the platoon leader, struggles through an unexpectedly harsh training session initiated by a mysterious youth. The strict new instructor yells at the soldiers for being too slow, driving Park to exhaustion. Park forces himself not to fall behind, fearing the consequences if the instructor catches him. A flashback begins, showing Park a few days earlier as he listens to an announcement. The commander introduces Koner, recommended by Lord Minhyuk, as the troop's new training instructor. The soldiers whisper skeptically about Koner, doubting him because of his young age. Someone wonders why their seasoned commander Krozo is not in charge instead. Koner casually announces that training will start with 30 laps around the grounds. The troops are stunned at having to run 30 laps. Park nervously questions if that is not excessive. Other soldiers complain they will have no strength left, and say Koner does not understand them because he is young and short-legged. Koner tells them they can train themselves while he relaxes and eats ramen, clearly unimpressed. He recalls being warned that his youth might cause the troops to underestimate him and is given a tip to handle that. The advice is to use a special cap that will make him commanding and effective. Donning the cap, Koner suddenly barks for attention, startling Park into obeying. Park feels his body react involuntarily, and senses something bad will happen if he disobeys. Koner orders them not to speak unless he permits it. In full instructor mode, Koner repeats the command more firmly, his demeanor completely changed. He then asks the muttering soldiers if they doubt his qualifications. Koner decides he must prove himself to silence their doubts. He declares that if any soldier can bypass his chopsticks and strike him, he will resign, baffling them with this challenge. Park narrates that several soldiers tried but failed, and all still had to complete brutal training. During a run, Koner catches up to Park and asks what is bothering him. Koner then effortlessly restrains Park from behind, demonstrating how easily he can overpower him. Elsewhere, an elderly blacksmith labors intensely at his forge. While Atlas trains hard, Minhyuk simply enjoys eating another delicious meal. At L's castle, unease spreads as someone remarks that ominous events seem to be unfolding. A retainer worries aloud that something terrible might have happened. They witness that the guardian statues above the entrance are inexplicably bleeding. L concludes that the guardians in Utopia must have been harmed and urgently orders the summoning stone prepared and a message sent to Emperor Asbon. A reptilian eye opens as a narrator states that the being called Borman has awakened. In a meeting, L is informed that Borman, the Black Dragon, has indeed risen. Her advisor says only Borman could have defeated the guardians and anxiously asks L what they should do. L responds that both empires must immediately declare a state of emergency. The advisor agrees they must also prepare for war quickly so Borman does not see them as afraid, warning that Kion has denser populations at risk. Suddenly a servant bursts in, shouting that there is an emergency. He urges their majesties to look outside right away. When they look out, a massive cloud formation shows that the situation is too serious to ignore. They see the vast continental cloud manifesting over the world. El grimly states that there is no turning back now. She acknowledges that the appearance of the continental cloud means war has begun. Exposition explains that the continental cloud is a floating continent created by the war god Argoth to bridge other continents. It adds that only a limited number of people can enter it daily, and travel requires special cloud tickets. Minhyuk notes that Koreans are at a serious disadvantage in this event. He illustrates that foreign users on Kion vastly outnumber Korean users on Asken, leaving them heavily outmatched. Minhyuk reasons that cloud tickets will likely be distributed based on level and asks a companion to confirm via the official notice. Genie checks the notice and confirms that ticket distribution indeed depends on level brackets. The blacksmith remarks that this upcoming event will be extremely difficult. Koner drives Atlas soldiers to run even faster as part of their preparation. He then calmly tells them they must all be ready for the coming challenge. On the Continental Cloud, the Aries Guild has established a fortified camp. Their leader reacts with surprise to an outsider wanting to fight 5 of their rankers simultaneously. The hooded challenger is criticized for arrogance, and for not even showing his face. He agrees to reveal himself, and starts removing his hood. The man is identified as Hui Tian, a high-ranking Chinese assassin, shocking the onlookers. The Aries leader decides there is no harm in accepting the challenge. Etienne confidently says he simply feels certain he will win. Enraged by his arrogance, the Aries leader curses him. He vows to beat Etienne so badly that he will crawl back home. Etienne calmly accepts and suggests high stakes for the duel. He declares that if the Aries side loses, they must hand over 3 defense and 3 attack bases and then withdraw. Etienne is suddenly enveloped in light as someone observes him through magic. Elle watches via crystal and notes that Hu Etienne is a formidable assassin. She adds that he has mastered the powerful skill ultimate dagger skills. She deems him dangerous but still believes Minhyuk would surpass him. In the duel, Etienne savagely strikes the Aries leader, leaving him gravely wounded. Etienne wipes his blade and mocks his opponent for being weak. He derides Korean rankers as worthless after defeating all 5. Yet he admits one Korean fighter among them was at least a respectable opponent. Another assassin warns Etienne to stay alert as their superior arrives. The older assassin Dachuan appears, and Etienne respectfully addresses him. Dachuan reminds Etienne that their true mission is to locate the elusive woman Elle, and Etienne obediently agrees. Dachuan silently considers their objective. He clenches his weapon, ready to act. As they survey the Aries base, Dachuan remarks that he almost feels sorry for Elle. He explains that Elle's ultimate sword skills are the strongest attack skill known, but are extremely difficult to master. He reflects that if the skill were only 4's strongest, Elle would already have mastered it and become the continent's most powerful empress. At that moment a sudden mission appears, ordering players to reclaim Berdek. The mission details state that Berdek, the central attack base on the Continental Cloud, must be seized and its Kion and Askin gems destroyed. The first side to shatter those gems will earn 1,000 cloud tickets. Additionally, the victorious empire will gain the chance to recruit the elite troops of Karamith. A shadowy player comments that the mission's rewards are extremely generous. Another reminds the group that such high-stakes events are what make the game exciting. They observe that this explains why the area is packed with Chinese users. One suggests betting on who can defeat more enemies, while the other insists they are not here to play around. The silver-haired woman still hopes to be friends, noting they both have feelings for Minhyuk. Her companion angrily denies liking Minhyuk at all. A teammate tries to defuse the tension with a playful sign wishing everyone good luck, while the embarrassed woman reacts. The silver-haired woman ends the conversation, saying they should discuss it later as now is not the time. On the battlefield, commanders order the archers to reload their bows. As the silver-haired assassin dashes forward, the order to fire arrows is given. She races ahead with a confident grin, undeterred by the volley. She leaps high into the air above everyone. While airborne, Lucia activates her special skill Beauty of the Moon. Her attack rains down, cutting through shields and soldiers as enemies scream in pain. Kar charges and glowing with power. Kar unleashes his special skill Sword Emperor's Blood Wind. The blood wind slashes through enemies, making them scream. Lucia asks Kar why Minhyuk and his guild are absent, and he says he has no idea. Kar says all they need to know is that they have a single mission. Lucia affirms their task is to hold out until Minhyuk arrives. Minhyuk elsewhere silently trusts that Kar believes he will come. Kar shouts and rushes back into battle. Kar cuts down more opponents with his sword. Kar grimaces, feeling the strain of the fight. Surrounded by rankers, someone notes they are vastly outnumbered and hard to defeat. Lucia tells Kar not to rush, thinking they can defeat the rankers one by one. Lucia is suddenly struck hard and badly hurt mid-sentence. An enemy assassin mocks them for being too weak to beat the rankers individually while Kar cries out for Lucia. Kar, sweating, admits they are too outnumbered. He bitterly wishes the Legend Guild and Minhyuk were there to help. Minhyuk contacts his hidden team and asks if they are ready, and they reply they are standing by. Minhyuk gives the order to move toward the embattled city. Kar pauses, startled by something approaching. He turns, eyes widening at the new disturbance. Kar spots a powerful magic ritual forming in the sky. A hooded mage chants while shaping a fiery spell with his staff. The mage, Ali, names the spell Fire Tornado. Kar recognizes Ali the Dark Magician and is shocked he has appeared. Ali casually greets Kar, saying he was sent by Minhyuk. Ali explains the route Kar must take through the forest to reach Atlas territory. Kar protests that if he leaves, Ali will have to face all the rankers alone. Ali only smiles in response, unfazed. As Ali's magic erupts behind them, he tells Kar not to worry because handling this is easy for him. Kar thanks Ali profusely and runs off while Ali waves goodbye. After Kar leaves, Ali prepares to get serious. A Chinese ranker mocks Ali, claiming Korean rankers are weaker than Chinese rankers. The ranker grows confused as something unexpected happens. Ali announces he will never forgive anyone who harms his friends. Minhyuk listens from elsewhere and notes that Ali seems to be holding out fine. He senses that the real issue lies where he is facing Elle. Elle and her attendant appear, and she wonders how things escalated to a duel with Minhyuk. Minhyuk, sword drawn, nervously asks Elle why she is doing this to him. Elle smiles and says her harshness is meant to make Minhyuk stronger. Minhyuk refuses to fight her because he considers her family. Elle thinks about how other users would gladly attack her for power and reflects that Minhyuk is special. She offers Minhyuk an enticing proposal instead of a normal fight. Elle presents a treasure chest that grants a chosen reward after each trial completed. She explains that if Minhyuk selects a particular food ingredient, he will gain it every time he clears a trial. Minhyuk admits that sounds tempting but still does not want to fight her. Elle jokingly threatens to steal the egg from his cold noodles to provoke him. Minhyuk is stunned by this suggestion. She escalates the teasing, saying she would make him cook at a barbecue then eat all the meat herself. Minhyuk trembles in outrage at her food-related threats. Elle adds she would even eat all the strawberries off his strawberry shortcake. Driven over the edge, Minhyuk yells that even though she is like family, he cannot forgive such food crimes and charges. Their clash explodes with a massive impact. Elle's attendant quietly watches, addressing her as Majesty. He recalls Elle's past, noting that despite many assassination threats she always kept smiling. He narrates how Elle surpassed her father by 16 and became the Empire's finest swordsman by 20, yet her ultimate skill remained incomplete. He hopes that training Minhyuk will let Elle break through her own limits. A mysterious magic circle activates in a verdant area. Following Ali's directions, Kar and his comrades teleport and stumble into Atlas. A local offers Kar a hand and helps him up. Kar realizes he is speaking to the master of the Legend Guild. Overwhelmed, Kar demands to know why they did not come to help earlier, saying they could have won with support. He points out how badly injured his friends are because of the late aid. The guild master apologizes, explaining their own situation and feeling sorry for what the Korean rankers suffered. Kar calms down and says he should not be blaming her. She then asks everyone present who wants revenge against the enemy rankers. Kar says the Legend, or rather Foodie, Guild has come up with a strong plan. A blue orb appears, drawing the guild master's attention. Somewhere else, an ominous voice notes that their guests have arrived right on time. Two figures, including a streamer, are shown inside the orb's view. A floating camera whirs to life in the sky. Streamer Rio cheerfully starts a live broadcast, saying he will cover China's top assassin guild, Red Dragon. Rio excitedly tells viewers the Red Dragon Guild will teach the Korean rankers a lesson and introduces its members. Hiding in the bushes, he spots what he thinks will be their first victim, and wonders what the opponent will be like. The supposed victim, Minhyuk, is simply eating ramen and looks up in confusion. Rio approaches, thinking this will be fun content as he films Minhyuk eating in the forest. Seeing Minhyuk calmly eating, Rio is momentarily speechless. Minhyuk suddenly treats his ramen as if it were an enemy target, eyes sparkling. Rio nervously agrees to attack and asks the staff to censor the ramen for broadcast. Minhyuk greets them cheerfully and asks which ingredient they boil first when making ramen. Rio scoffs internally, assuming Minhyuk is just a gaming idiot talking nonsense. A red dragon assassin named Luca volunteers to handle Minhyuk himself. Surrounded by dark aura, Luca says the greatest mercy he can offer as an assassin is a painless death. He focuses intensely on Minhyuk, preparing to strike. Luca closes in and thrusts his illusion blade at Minhyuk. Minhyuk casually pinches the incoming knife with his chopsticks, cutting off Luca's taunt. Rio and his camera are shocked by what they see. Luca is equally stunned that his attack was stopped. Minhyuk taps the blade away, and Luca realizes his illusory weapon has been blocked by wooden chopsticks. Minhyuk counters with a powerful strike, brutally injuring Luca before he can finish asking who Minhyuk is. Luca collapses on the ground, coughing blood. Other Red Dragon members gape at their fallen captain, bewildered. One enraged member moves to punish Minhyuk for hurting their leader. A mysterious elf-like man suddenly appears beside him, telling him not to be too harsh on such a young boy. The startled assassin wonders who this man is and how he approached unnoticed. The newcomer casually quotes a classic story about a lady praising her handyman, saying this love of classics brought him here. The angry assassin charges, shouting insults at the older man. The elder clicks his tongue about unruly youngsters. He draws a sinister purple aura blade, saying such youths do not respect their elders. The hot-headed assassin is instantly impaled and coughs blood. The elder skewers him completely with his blade. He complains that he had simply been reading a book when the attack forced him to respond. Even the filming camera wonders aloud what is happening. Rio panics, amazed that members of Red Dragon are being defeated so easily. Deciding it is too dangerous, he plans to escape before being logged out. Before he can flee, someone lashes out at him, stopping his retreat. The Legend Guild Master steps from the bushes, mentioning rumors of a rude foreign streamer. Smiling darkly while holding a weapon, she says she needs to have a talk with him. Rio's avatar nervously apologizes over his own stream. Viewers see a new stream titled Shots Fired on Rio's channel, which now looks like a declaration of war. A voice introduces itself to the viewers as the Vice Guild Master of the Foodie Guild. The Guild Master cheerfully explains she borrowed Rio's channel for a bit. A battered Rio stands by with the camera strapped to him while she pretends he is minding his own business. She tells the audience they went live for a specific reason. She announces that reason is to declare war. She explains that Rio's channel had been unfairly slandering Korean rankers. She states firmly that their guild will not tolerate such behavior. She challenges all watchers to come at them, boasting that Korea will win this war. She adds that over half of their guild members use high-class jobs stronger than normal ones, warning enemies to be prepared. Back in the duel, Minhyuk pants heavily and calls out to Elle. He reflects that Elle is an unparalleled swordswoman with both great skill and natural talent. Minhyuk knows his only edges over her are his items and certain special abilities. He wonders if he must use a particular powerful skill against her despite his hesitation. Elle tells him she understands what he is thinking. She urges Minhyuk not to hold back and to use all his skills because she intends to do the same. Minhyuk agrees and activates his unique ability, declaring it is time to eat. He begins casting summon recipe for the god of food. A recipe card appears in a flash of light, and he prepares to see what dish it calls for. The summoned dish is revealed to be ribaki, spicy rice cakes with ramen and egg. Minhyuk starts by boiling the rice cakes until they soften. He then chops liver and lungs into bite-sized pieces for the recipe. Elle, surprised, asks if he always carries such organs, and he replies that it is normal. She internally questions this, baffled by outsiders' habits. While the rice cakes cook, Minhyuk fries assorted tempura and simmers fish cakes in the broth. Finally, he mixes the sauce with the rice cakes and noodles until the dish is perfect. He proudly presents the completed ribaki set. Minhyuk tastes the noodles, eager to try his creation. He savors how perfectly cooked the rice cakes and ramen are and how the spicy sauce ties everything together. He notes that the liver's dryness pairs wonderfully with the spicy sauce. He delights in the chewy texture of the lung pieces. He praises the tempura as the ideal side dish to enjoy alongside ribaki. Overjoyed, Minhyuk exclaims that he has missed this flavor. He drinks the fish cake broth, not wanting to waste any part of the meal. The intense flavor makes him involuntarily shout in delight. He continues eating happily while Elle watches from inside the barrier. Elle calls out his name, moved by the familiar sight. Memories of Minhyuk blissfully eating various foods in the past flood her mind. Smiling, Elle says Minhyuk really has not changed at all. Minhyuk wipes his mouth and declares he is ready for round 2 against her. Elle laughs and says she is ready as well, asking if he does not need time to digest. A narration reminds us that Elle, the sword empress, is the ruler of the continent of Askin. The narrator introduces Elle as a sword prodigy who has slain hundreds before adulthood. Elle is described as a highly ranked Athene NPC, revered like a supreme figure. Minhyuk appears, preparing to clash with her. Elle faces him, ready to test him in combat. Minhyuk and Elle collide using the sword technique called Wind-like. Elle wonders if Minhyuk boosted his sword mastery through food buffs. She senses that his Wind-like technique has grown significantly stronger. Minhyuk activates his special skill Diablo's Scythe, summoning dark power. The scythe attack slashes Elle, catching her off guard. Bleeding, she admits his skill can truly hurt her. Elle triggers Empress's absorption, reflecting the stored damage and praising Minhyuk's growth. Minhyuk realizes her skill absorbs damage and returns it multiple times, dropping his HP below 70% instantly. Elle says she always believed he would reach this level and demands he show more. Minhyuk responds by unleashing his special skill Oven's Disaster. Elle is shocked he can cast such a powerful skill so quickly and feels its force throughout her body. Grinning, she confirms her expectations about his potential were correct. Declaring his attack insufficient, Elle raises the Shield of Eclipse and thinks Minhyuk can perfect the ultimate skill she never could. Minhyuk, shrouded in dark energy, insists he is not done yet. Elle is startled as he announces another power-up. Minhyuk activates his special berserk state. Empowered, Minhyuk charges forward in a frenzied assault. Elle counters by using her ultimate skill, the 9th move Storm-like Sword. Their clash explodes, shaking the battlefield. A worried attendant calls out for His Majesty, searching through the smoke. The attendant flinches as he finally notices something alarming. We see a blood-stained foot and sword, showing the duel's brutal outcome. Exhausted and wounded, Minhyuk asks if their fierce battle ended in a draw. He starts to lose consciousness from his injuries. Minhyuk collapses against Elle, both of them barely standing. Elle smiles weakly and insists that she actually won this match. They both fall to the ground together as the attendant panics and shouts for them. A system message announces the start of a mission where armies will soon clash. More details reveal the warrior's secret vault has appeared. Only one user per continent may bring an army, and a 2-hour vote will decide each representative. Somewhere else, a man starts laughing in excitement. Na Kung-ho, guild master of China's Great Wall Guild with over 40 million votes, proclaims this as his chance to shine. He boasts that his legendary vassal Black Lion commands 3,000 troops and that he also has personal soldiers, claiming his army is unbeatable. Comparing forces, he mocks that the Korean representative has only 900 soldiers and wonders if they are begging for mercy in advance. He calls the Korean representative cute and attractive, planning to talk to her after he wins, then senses something odd. Footsteps approach through the forest toward his position. The Korean vice guild master appears calmly from behind the trees. Na Kung and his beastmen allies are surprised she showed herself, but he laughs and orders his group forward, certain of victory. Nakung notes that no one has ever survived attacks from his white lion and black lion vassals and eagerly waits to see how long she can last. As he smugly predicts her defeat, the sounds of his vassals getting beaten interrupt him. The Korean vice guild master is seen effortlessly restraining White Lion, shocking him. Nakung rushes in, shouting in disbelief that she defeated both Black Lion and White Lion alone. She smirks and teasingly asks if he wants to know how she did it. She reveals her secret is fighting under the buff of the saint. Nakung stammers, asking if she really means the legendary saint. The narration explains that Saint Rowena represents Athene's church, focuses on buffing allies like a priest, and has further powers. Rowena herself appears and cheerfully asks if someone was calling for her. The Korean vice guild master happily greets Saint Rowena, surprised she joined their side despite not belonging to any faction. A chibi flashback shows that Rowena joined because it was a good opportunity and that Lewis recruited her. Nakung grumbles that he does not exactly object, but is clearly frustrated. Seeing Black Lion get back up, he is relieved, believing his vassal will not fall so easily. Black Lion roars and charges at the vice guild master from behind. He suddenly feels intense pain and realizes something is wrong. Blood spurts from his mouth as he is struck down. The Korean butler warrior appears, stating he will never let anyone lay hands on their vice guild master as his spear pierces Black Lion. Later, the butler cheerfully tells Rowena he feels youthful thanks to her buffs, and she is glad to hear it. The vice guild master, confident, tells Namkung he will regret underestimating them, and wonders what is happening in his army. She declares that their side always returns what they receive as their troops advance with her and Rowena at the front. Namkung is stunned, shouting in disbelief at the turn of events. He orders all Chinese units to ready for battle and display China's might. A Chinese officer claims they may be outnumbered but feels assured of victory. A Korean soldier cuts him down, narrating that war is about momentum and that the Chinese have just lost theirs. The narration adds that without a true commander trait, Namkung cannot reverse the situation. The vice guild master, standing amidst fallen enemies, decides it will all end if she defeats Namkung himself. Facing him, she smirks and says she will end things by crushing him. Enraged, Namkung curses at her. The story explains that Namkung Ho, guild master of China's Great Wall Guild, is about to unleash his power. Further narration states he is a high-class top ranker who controls the world's second-largest territory. Namkung cries out, preparing to attack with full strength. Meanwhile, a young Korean ally ambushes another Chinese soldier in battle. The butler also defeats an opponent with a thrust of his spear. Narration notes that ranker battles can be decided by a single level and that players' physical and emotional states heavily influence their performance, while Namkung fumes and calls them bastards. The vice guild master's whip lashes out across the field. She uses the whip to bind Namkung midair, warning him not to lose focus. Namkung panics, realizing he let his guard down. A devastating impact knocks him out of the game, and a system message says Namkung Ho has logged out. Later, Minhyuk follows L's map to a barren region, confirming he is at the right spot. He recalls L telling him many rewards await him here. Spotting a suspicious rocky area, he concludes that must be the place. He arrives at a pool of lava and hesitantly wonders if that is really the entrance. Imagining a chibi L threatening to toss him into lava for disrespecting her, he worries she might be mad but trusts the map. Resolving to try, he steps into the lava despite his nerves. Minhyuk sinks into the lava and begins the descent. Inside, he realizes it is not hot at all and accepts the strange situation without complaint. He emerges upside down into a stone hall, gasping for air. Looking up, he admires the lava ceiling and praises Athene's impressive visual design. He concludes this must be the place L mentioned and senses something hidden nearby. Something catches his eye, prompting a puzzled reaction. Shocked, he mutters that it cannot be what he thinks. He discovers a large statue of a seated knight, and questions why it is there. Recognizing the figure as Koner, he notes how grown and handsome he looks in stone form. Minhyuk wonders if this is Koner's future self and feels jealous of his potential good looks. He affectionately taps the statue's cheek, asking if he can touch Koner. Elsewhere, Koner's spirit observes Minhyuk and thinks this challenger does not look very determined. Koner muses that the real question about this newcomer remains unanswered. He wonders how Minhyuk could possibly know his name. Back at the statue, Minhyuk decides there seems to be nothing special about it and opts to explore the passageway beside it. He walks up the stairs deeper into the vault. A radiant system message welcomes him and grants access to the trial of the innocent hero, which he recognizes as L's trial. He prepares by taking out the wish stone L gave him. The wish stone fuses with the trial, granting Minhyuk the right to choose his reward after each cleared stage. The system loads the first floor trial and warns him about the intense light as he shields his eyes. The loading process intensifies around Minhyuk. When loading completes, Minhyuk faces a ferocious three-headed hound as the trial's boss. Koner watches from his realm, noticing the challenger's arrival. He comments that the human who came this time seems unusual. Realizing Minhyuk knew his name, Koner is intrigued. He decides he will question Minhyuk if the challenger manages to reach his level. Curious, he wonders what Minhyuk is attempting down below. Contrary to expectations, Minhyuk happily plays with the three-headed dog, laughing as it licks him. He commands the beast, now called Kerberos, to roll over, and it obediently does so. Praising it, he tosses it a treat, which Kerberos eagerly chomps in midair. Minhyuk reflects that he only cooked fish soup because Kerberos looked hungry and marvels at how much the creature now adores him through the power of food. A message declares the first floor boss neutralized and the stage cleared, which Minhyuk accepts as a success. Thanks to the wish stone, he is allowed to pick a reward and excitedly decides he wants food. He chooses Kefri's buckwheat, a legendary grain that can also enhance an artifact's special ability. The selected reward manifests as a bowl of buckwheat noodles and a plate of meat. Overjoyed, Minhyuk thanks the system that buckwheat was an option and revels in the handmade noodles. He savoringly notes that the cold buckwheat noodles are exactly the icy and refreshing naengmyeon he loves. Tasting them, he thinks the broth pairs perfectly with the silky noodles. In his mind, he imagines himself bouncing happily on the delightfully chewy handmade noodles. He reminds himself to warm his stomach after cold food and prepares to try the bulgogi. Tasting the beef, he imagines its juiciness and describes the marinade as bursting with flavor. He drinks more of the refreshing broth to finish the meal. Suddenly, a system alert interrupts him as he reacts in shock. He resumes chewing contentedly, watched by the three-headed dog. Minhyuk notices that observers have been watching him for a while. Seeing the dog's pleading faces, he asks if they want to share too. He feeds Kerberos generous chunks of meat, realizing they must have been starving. Looking around at the desolate, foodless environment, he understands why the creature was so hungry. He reassures Kerberos there is plenty more food and encourages them to eat. When the dog rolls to expose its belly, Minhyuk realizes it is showing trust. A message states Kerberos is now loyal and can be tamed by naming it, so Minhyuk considers whether to take it along out of pity. He happily names the three heads Lucky, Happy, and Sunny. Proud of his naming sense, Minhyuk imagines an approving father figure praising him. Watching through the orb, Koner is speechless that Minhyuk used his reward simply to cook noodles. Koner further notes in disbelief that Minhyuk even tamed Kerberos and gave its heads those light-hearted names. Koner judges those as possibly the worst names imaginable. Back in the trial, Minhyuk mutters in disbelief as a new challenge appears. Shaking, he says this situation cannot be real. He finds himself before a table overflowing with dishes and screams, asking what kind of trial this is. Koner explains that this stage is the trial of greed, where the challenger must resist all temptations within a time limit. Minhyuk panics upon realizing he was not warned about any time restriction. Even Koner gulps, admitting that the food laid out looks incredibly tempting. A countdown timer of nearly 1 hour appears as Koner wonders how Minhyuk will handle the test. After a pause, Minhyuk clenches his fist and decides that the solution is simply to eat. Concluding that clearing the trial of greed must mean finishing all the food on the table within the time limit, Minhyuk shouts his resolve to do exactly that. Minhyuk eagerly sits down at a buffet table, ready to eat. He decides to start with creamy corn soup as an appetizer. While eating, he thinks the dinner rolls and soup together taste heavenly. Finished with soup and bread, he moves on excitedly to a plate of marinara pasta. He eats carbonara and tomato pasta together, feeling the combination is unbelievably delicious. He sees that the main dishes are salmon sashimi and beef ribs and marvels at the tender salmon. He enjoys the juicy, sweet-savory beef ribs and loves their marinade. Imagining salmon and beef as rivals, he admits he cannot pick one over the other. He resolves to eat both and clear the entire table of food. After devouring everything, he leans back satisfied, saying the meal was delicious. Surrounded by empty plates within the time limit, he happily declares his love of buffets. Still not fully satisfied, he wonders if dessert is available. Outside, the trial overseer is shocked at the result, calling it impossible. Staring at the crystal ball, the overseer exclaims that Minhyuk overcame desire by eating everything and did it within the time limit. The overseer hesitantly concludes that this gluttony technically counts as overcoming temptation. Watching Minhyuk calmly chewing a snack, he wonders in disbelief who this man really is. Stretching after the feast, Minhyuk plans to rest briefly, then proceed to the next floor. The narration explains there are many class-specific towers in Athene, including a cook's tower and a knight's tower. Among them, the magician's tower and knight's tower are introduced as the most prestigious combat towers. The story recounts that the knight's tower was founded by the famed knight Olakan. People once asked Olakan how he achieved such mastery. He always replied that a boy named Koner had taught him sword skills. The narration says Koner possessed ultimate sword techniques, which Olakan will pass on only to worthy challengers. A selection ritual begins to reveal who will be chosen to inherit Koner's ultimate sword skills. Back at the tower, Olakan tries to talk to Minhyuk, who is busy eating shaved ice and not listening. Minhyuk apologizes, saying he was preoccupied finishing his shaved ice and asks Olakan to repeat himself. Olakan, introduced formally as the knight's tower head and trial helper, sighs that he is speechless. He tells Minhyuk he will explain the rules once more, and Minhyuk agrees to listen. The trial conditions are explained. Minhyuk's level will drop to 1, he cannot use items or weapons, and must defeat the monster with his own strength. Minhyuk ponders the conditions in silence. He asks about Olakan's own sword hanging at his waist. Olakan shows off the sparkling sword and admits Minhyuk could theoretically use it but refuses to lend it. Minhyuk smiles quietly, clearly forming a plan. He casually asks Olakan if he might be hungry. Minhyuk suddenly grabs Alakan's hand and pulls him, startling him. Holding his hand, Minhyuk notes that Alakan must have been stuck in the tower for ages and wonders if he ever gets to eat good food, insisting he must sometimes crave it. Minhyuk empathizes, saying it is sad to crave food with none around, while Alakan awkwardly denies being that desperate. Minhyuk presses the point, insisting that Alakan must actually be hungry. He tempts Alakan by vividly describing a fluffy egg sandwich with soft bread, ham, and crisp lettuce. Flustered, Alakan starts to protest, but Minhyuk guesses this is not exactly the sandwich Alakan longs for. Minhyuk promises to devise a recipe that will truly satisfy him. He enters a planning state, quietly thinking while surrounded by flickering recipe windows. He accurately describes Alakan's ideal sandwich with multiple fillings and buttery toasted bread, stunning Alakan. Alakan is moved because the described sandwich matches the special one his late wife used to make. He emotionally asks Minhyuk to recreate his wife's sandwich, and Minhyuk enthusiastically agrees. Minhyuk starts by toasting bread in melted butter. As the bread cooks, he prepares an egg omelet and grills ham. Concentrating, he notes that the key is not letting anything burn as he cooks. He blends a strawberry smoothie to go with the meal. Finishing up, he calls to Alakan that the food is ready. He presents Alakan's special toast meal with the sandwich and smoothie on a tray. Smelling the buttery aroma, Alakan reaches for the food, realizing how much he missed such delicious scents. He takes a big bite of the sandwich. As he eats, memories flood back and light flares behind him. He hears his wife's voice in his mind asking how the sandwich tastes. In the memory, she smiles while he eats and offers to make more if he likes it. Back in the present, tears in his eyes, Alakan whispers to his absent wife. Minhyuk, startled, reacts when Alakan slips and calls him honey, but Alakan quickly clarifies he meant his wife. Regaining composure, Alakan thanks Minhyuk for the sandwich and apologizes for losing control. Minhyuk firmly states he is not Alakan's honey and tells him to keep his distance, clearly uncomfortable. Embarrassed yet still craving more, Alakan hesitantly asks if Minhyuk can make more sandwiches. Minhyuk cheerfully refuses outright, shocking Alakan. Minhyuk explains he used up all the ingredients making that one sandwich, and notes Alakan ate more than expected. He suggests Alakan wait, while he goes out to obtain more ingredients, and Alakan agrees to wait. Later Minhyuk peeks back into the room, announcing his return. Alakan, now completely hooked, rushes at him, angrily demanding to know why he took so long and orders him to make more sandwiches immediately. Overwhelmed by cravings, Alakan cries that he feels like he will die if he does not get more sandwiches soon. Seeing how addicted Alakan has become, Minhyuk inwardly exults that his plan worked. Narration explains that now that Alakan has tasted real food again, he is dominated by cravings and cannot go back to being hungry. Minhyuk, deciding he cannot cook for free, starts plotting how to make Alakan pay. He offers to make another sandwich in exchange for borrowing Alakan's sword. The scene shifts to the continent of Eder, in a beginner mission area near Thor village. Something rustles in the bushes of the night forest. A rookie hunter named Marfin hides and observes, believing this spot is where the werewolf appears. Examining a giant footprint, Marfin notes the werewolf is a tough opponent for beginners but is rumored to drop rare items. He tells himself that obtaining a rare item could make him stronger. Fear suddenly grips him, and he flinches with a scream. A werewolf appears on a rock howling at the moon, terrifying the nearby villagers. Marfin shouts in panic as he spots the werewolf. Despite his fear, he resolves that he must capture the monster. He rallies the crowd, urging everyone not to panic and to work together to hunt it. Trying to take charge, he shoves someone aside, shouting that no one will take responsibility if he dies. As everyone flees in fear, Marfin despairs that he will never defeat the werewolf alone. The werewolf stomps menacingly toward him. Exhausted and frightened, Marfin wonders if it was foolish for a newbie to dream of hunting the werewolf. Imagining the huge red-eyed beast looming over him, he questions whether he can face it alone. A voice suddenly exclaims how cool he is for standing his ground. Marfin looks up in shock, realizing there is someone in the sky. Masked Minhyuk descends and effortlessly attacks the werewolf with blazing sword strikes. After slaying the beast, Minhyuk praises Marfin's bravery for staying when others ran, insisting that only his courage matters. Marfin warns Minhyuk that danger is behind him. The enraged werewolf enters a berserk state, glowing red with power. It slashes violently at its target. A massive explosion of impact and energy erupts from the clash. A powerful white sword aura slices through the darkness. Minhyuk dashes past the werewolf as it reels from his strike. His sword cleaves the monster's body decisively. The werewolf collapses, and Marfin stares in disbelief that Minhyuk defeated it alone. Watching in awe, Marfin thinks Minhyuk is the strongest person he has ever seen. Minhyuk stands coolly in his mask as Marfin gushes over how amazing he is. Minhyuk cheerfully asks Marfin if he is okay and whether he was hurt. Instead of answering, Marfin desperately asks how he can become as strong as Minhyuk. Minhyuk confirms that Marfin really wants to learn how to grow stronger. After thinking, Minhyuk says there is only one thing Marfin can do, making the boy focus intently. Minhyuk states that he became this strong simply by eating well, sleeping, and exercising. Marfin repeats the word eat, clearly puzzled that this is the secret. After saying goodbye, Minhyuk leaves Marfin behind in the forest. Smiling to himself, Minhyuk says this situation is finally getting interesting. Back at the tower, he happily receives the third-floor reward, a divine turkey, delighted by getting food for completing trials. He initially considers making a turkey stew with it. Remembering something, he decides he knows a better way to cook turkey. He recalls childhood memories of a huge roasted Thanksgiving-style turkey and decides to roast this bird the same way. Preparing like a professional chef, he removes the neck and innards he will not use. He boils vegetables and seasonings in a large pot to create a flavorful stock. After cooking, he cools the vegetables and immerses the turkey in the seasoned liquid inside Gorak's fermenting pot. Before brining, he vigorously rubs the turkey with salt to season it thoroughly. Once marinated, he wraps the turkey in foil and bakes it in an oven so large it nearly fills the space. After roasting, he proudly presents a beautifully browned turkey. He marvels at the huge turkey leg he carves off. Comparing sizes, he notes that a turkey is several times heavier than a chicken. He takes a bite of the leg and finds the meat hearty, reminiscent of rich duck. Turning to the turkey breast, he slices off a piece and wonders what to do with it. Tasting the sliced breast, he finds it dry and tough yet still somewhat juicy and enjoyable. He thoughtfully considers how to make even better use of the turkey. Marfin, somewhere else, gratefully thanks someone, showing he has benefited from Minhyuk's help. Minhyuk reflects that turkey symbolizes gratitude and giving, glad he could help Marfin and that the turkey tasted great. Later, Minhyuk slays a dangerous rat monster named Carrot with a sword strike. A system message announces Carrot's defeat and that an innocent hero's recognition has increased Alakan's sword mastery for Minhyuk. The panel details Alakan's sword mastery at level 4, boosting Minhyuk's sword damage and related attacks. Minhyuk feels proud that his plan with Alakan worked and that he has gained the knight's recognition. Returning to the knight's tower, he tells Alakan he has finished the current trial and asks to proceed to the next. Alakan privately thinks Minhyuk is incredibly talented and a natural at these trials. He notes that Minhyuk's sword mastery has already reached level 4 and believes Minhyuk might truly master the ultimate sword skill. As Minhyuk departs for the next stage, Alakan admits he does not want to see him leave but wishes him luck. In another realm, a towering figure greets the observing god, who recognizes Alakan and begins discussing Minhyuk. Alakan tells the god he expected Minhyuk would draw his interest. The god confesses he initially thought Minhyuk was just another ordinary challenger. He now admits he never expected Minhyuk to progress this far. The god explains that the 5th trial was designed to be impossible to clear, fearing they will lose such a gifted challenger. Alakan wonders aloud what will happen if Minhyuk somehow clears this supposedly impossible 5th trial. The god falls silent, clearly unsure of the consequences. As Minhyuk steps into the glowing entrance of the 5th trial, the god begins to answer. The narration over an image of Minhyuk wielding radiant sword power repeats that he might truly master the ultimate sword skill. Entering yet another forest, Minhyuk grumbles that he has already passed through countless forests during these trials. Elsewhere, Marfin thinks about the masked man and the divine turkey he once tasted, wishing he could eat more. Back in the forest trial, Minhyuk's expression hardens as he senses something. Heavy footsteps shake the ground near him. The earth trembles as something huge approaches through the trees. Minhyuk turns toward the sound as a gigantic cyclops steps up behind him. He finds himself face to chest with the towering one-eyed giant, signaling the start of the next deadly encounter. Minhyuk panics upon realizing that one of the monsters before him is a cyclops. He spots a drake as well and wonders why such powerful monsters are gathered here. Observing the drake, he notes that all the monsters in this area are at least level 50. He reflects that his level in this trial is far below the monsters and that the weakened trial versions are still overwhelming. Seeing the cyclops and drake together, he admits he cannot defeat them alone and worries about how to clear the trial. An idea suddenly comes to him as his eyes widen in realization. He decides he has a plan to handle the situation. Elsewhere, Koner meditates amid swirling flames, focusing on his training. Koner thinks he must achieve inner peace to master his next ultimate skill. Just as he continues his mantra, a summoning effect begins to pull him away. A subordinate rushes in, urgently telling Koner there is important news. The subordinate insists that Koner hear unbelievable news concerning Minhyuk. Koner, pulled from his meditation, reacts in confusion. Back in the trial, the Cyclops notices something and looks alarmed. A dire wolf suddenly bites into the Cyclops, drawing blood. The enraged Cyclops hammers the wolf with a powerful blow. Using the opening, Minhyuk dives in to attack the distracted Cyclops. Minhyuk slashes the Cyclops across the back, inflicting a fatal wound. The drake roars as it senses the sudden battle nearby. Minhyuk's tamed bear and wolf pounce on the drake, landing heavy blows. Listening to his monsters howl and screech, Minhyuk savors the intense fight. Riding his dire wolf, Minhyuk happily remarks that making beef jerky from leftover meat was a great decision. He recalls that when he realized he could not win alone, he shared all his saved meat with the wolves to befriend them. Now he enthusiastically cheers on his monster allies, encouraging them to keep fighting. Minhyuk exits the trial gateway, surprised by what he sees outside. Koner is informed that Minhyuk cleared the trial by taming monsters with meat. Koner's companion comments that Minhyuk may really obtain the ultimate sword skill, just as Koner predicted. Minhyuk joyfully announces that he has successfully cleared the trial. While the wolf stands over the defeated Cyclops, Minhyuk happily notes how many levels he gained as a reward. Koner appears and praises Minhyuk's impressive monster-taming abilities, asking how the trial went. Koner offers to start the next trial immediately, but Minhyuk asks for a moment first. Minhyuk receives a message from Genie addressing him by name. Genie asks Minhyuk if he is currently busy. Through their chat, Genie explains that Berdek is causing problems and asks Minhyuk for advice. Minhyuk ponders the situation carefully. He tells Koner there is something he must do before attempting the next trial. Koner looks dejected, admitting he had been hoping for more of Minhyuk's sandwiches. The scene shifts near Berdek Fortress, establishing the new location. Minhyuk teleports in, and Genie is surprised to see him despite thinking he was occupied with trials. Minhyuk assures her he has grown much stronger already, impressing Genie. Genie says she has just thought of a brilliant idea and asks Minhyuk to hear her out. Minhyuk ominously tells her not to be shocked as he prepares to reveal his plan. Grinning before imagined flames, Minhyuk declares that they will burn Berdek. He adds that they will also befriend the people there, leaving Genie confused. Genie wonders if the trials have driven him crazy, but Minhyuk insists she listens seriously. Their forces move stealthily near Berdek as the operation begins. The narrative establishes the Berdek food transport route, where supply wagons travel at night. A veteran guard scolds a yawning rookie and orders him to stay alert. The veteran warns the rookie that this mission is critical support for their rankers, not just simple food delivery. Suddenly, the veteran is struck down by an unseen attack. The rookie turns in shock as his superior collapses from the wagon. Hearing rustling in the trees, the rookie nervously looks around. An assassin perched in a tree reveals herself, startling the rookie. The cloaked woman grins menacingly at the terrified rookie. As the rookie runs off screaming, the assassin admits stealth is not her strength and wonders how Minhyuk's part is going. Minhyuk appears cheerfully with two unconscious guards over his shoulders, telling Mei he has already finished his part. He notes that the surviving guard will run back and report, so they should depart as well. At Berdek's central headquarters, night falls over the fortress. A panicked soldier rushes to the commander, shouting that something is wrong with the storage. The commander silences him for being loud at night and demands calmer reporting. He orders the soldier to give brief, clear information because he has little time. Trembling, the soldier begins explaining the situation. He reports that their food storage facility has been completely destroyed by fire. Shocked, the commander demands a full account of everything that happened. Later, addressing his officers, the commander confirms that the food storage's destruction is already known to them. He explains that while they can obtain new supplies, other problems are emerging. Using a map, he reveals that Korean forces have seized 3 food transport routes by ambushing their teams. He then asserts that this development is not truly concerning. Confidently tapping a game piece, he argues that their numerical superiority over Korea keeps them at an advantage. Studying the map, he concludes that Korea is divided, smaller forces facing their massive army amounts to suicide. He reassures everyone that Korea cannot possibly harm them. Moments later, frantic reports pour in that their transport routes are being overrun and rankers are falling. Another messenger reports that the first route has fallen to a Feast Guild ranker. A second messenger announces that the second transport route has also been captured. The shaken commander says they only need one road open and anxiously asks about the third route. Meanwhile, Minhyuk ominously comments on the third route from within the forest. Sitting in a tree with Mei, Minhyuk welcomes the unsuspecting third route defenders. Facing a wounded enemy ranker, Minhyuk taunts him for arriving late and not being as fast as rumored. Minhyuk recalls that the enemy once boasted in an interview, and he finds that statement amusing now. The confused enemy asks what he means, starting to realize something. Minhyuk quotes the man's past claim that he could defeat Korea's god of food in 20 seconds. Minhyuk replies that he feels the same way about his opponent, and proposes they test who is right. Enraged, the enemy vows to tear Minhyuk apart. He orders his ally to prepare for an attack. The ally casts a powerful barrier spell named Great Shield over their group. Mei launches her unknown special move, Cold Wind Leaves, while Minhyuk charges in. The barrage of glowing leaves strikes and cracks the Great Shield. The shield caster is stunned that Mei shattered his ultimate barrier in a single attack. He stares at Mei in fear, wondering who this powerful woman is. The enemy speculates that the mysterious female ranker might be Saint Rowena, though he heard she was weak in combat. Deciding it does not matter, he plans to let his subordinates handle her. The enemy leader focuses on his sole target, activating Huitian ultimate defense as he rushes Minhyuk. From behind Mei, Minhyuk begins invoking his own ultimate sword skill. Huitian dashes in, determined to strike before Minhyuk finishes casting. He leaps to kill Minhyuk, saying he will slay him before that ultimate can be used. He mocks Mei for lacking an ultimate skill and attacks her aggressively. Minhyuk triggers Huitian ultimate kill, reflecting the man's own skill name. Although Huitian believes his ultimate slash should have killed or incapacitated Minhyuk, he realizes something is wrong. He finds himself bound by glowing chains, unable to move. Mei, wielding goddess's chains, grins while maintaining the binding. Bleeding but smiling, Minhyuk tells Huitian that he has fallen for their bait. Minhyuk calls to Mei for a strengthening buff to finish things. Mei agrees and prepares to power him up. With Mei's buff, Minhyuk unleashes Ultimate Sword's Thunderbolt, electrocuting Huitian mercilessly. Mortally wounded and shocked, Huitian coughs blood and questions how this is possible. Minhyuk comments with a smirk about the devastating effectiveness of that ultimate. Mei expresses disbelief that Hui Tian died from a single strike and checks if Minhyuk is all right, while he entrusts the cleanup to her. Terrified enemy soldiers decide to retreat and report these events to their master Dechuan. Mei turns coldly toward the fleeing enemies. She sends her glowing chains streaking after the retreating soldiers. The chains wrap around them, restraining them instantly. Mei, smiling darkly, tells them they are not allowed to leave. As Mei continues pummeling enemies in the background, Minhyuk casually answers a call from Genie. Hearing Genie's report, Minhyuk reacts with growing interest. Mei, pausing mid-battle, asks Minhyuk what Genie just told him. Genie happily reports that the operation succeeded and the Korean side now controls the supply routes. The scene shifts to Burdek's offensive base under the night sky. A starving soldier there groans weakly from hunger. He thinks that while the Korean attacks have stopped, the loss of supply routes has left them nearly without provisions. Overwhelmed by hunger, he collapses and repeats that he is starving. He fantasizes desperately about eating warm soup and bread. Suddenly noticing something, he looks up in surprise. He spots a mysterious shining box hidden in the nearby bushes. Opening it, he is stunned to find a luxurious packed meal inside. He knows the appearance of such a lunchbox is suspicious but struggles against his desire to eat it. His hunger wins as he gulps, drooling at the sight. He gives in, deciding he will think about the consequences after eating. After finishing, he sighs in bliss, saying it was incredibly delicious. As he eats the last bites, he notices an envelope that had been under the box. The letter explains that if he shares more lunchboxes with his comrades and secretly opens the gates for the Korean rankers in a week, they will continue receiving food. The story shifts to Burdek's Karamith camp, where the soldier considers this proposal. Alone in his tent, he wonders what he should do. He agonizes over whether to betray his commander for food, yet questions why they must obey outsiders who let them starve. Remembering his starving comrades, he realizes many of them are also suffering greatly. Silently, he makes up his mind. Days later, he leads fellow soldiers into the forest at night, telling them to trust him. The others fear he has gone mad with hunger, and worry he might make them forage for roots. Reaching the hidden stash, he confirms that the promised goods are indeed there. He calls his comrades over to see, while they wonder what he has found. They are shocked speechless when they see piles of food boxes. The soldier joyfully tells the hungry group to eat as much as they want from the mountain of lunchboxes. Back at headquarters, the commander notes that the Karamith soldiers have been acting oddly. Observing how cheerful and well-fed they seem, he suspects they are getting food from another source. He ultimately decides that as long as morale is high, it is not a problem. That night, soldiers exchange glances, clearly hiding something despite his confidence. A week later at Burdek Castle, the stage is set as the Korean rankers approach. A lookout reports their approach, and the commander orders everyone to prepare for battle. Korean forces charge forward, and the commander revels that the day of battle has finally come. He outlines his strategy to let the Koreans enter, then attack from the walls while Chinese rankers strike from the rear. Still resentful over past losses, he vows to exact revenge on the Koreans during this supposedly perfect plan. The Karamith commander orders his soldiers to fire and terrorize the enemy. He then calls for silence when nothing happens. Angry, he yells at his troops to obey the order to fire. A subordinate reports that the Karamith soldiers are refusing all commands. The commander panics, wondering why their own subordinates are suddenly rebelling. Another report states that the Korean soldiers have already reached the gate. The commander steadies himself, reasoning they can still win by holding the gate with superior numbers despite losing firepower. He suddenly flinches in shock. The great gates begin opening, startling everyone. The Korean forces pour across the bridge and charge in. The commander realizes the gates must have been opened from within and cannot understand the soldiers' betrayal. Outside, Minhyuk casually greets a Karamith soldier who recognizes him. The furious commander screams at Minhyuk and curses the god of food for this outcome. Minhyuk calmly looks up at the fortress he has infiltrated. He smirks, satisfied with how the plan is unfolding. As the commander vows revenge, Minhyuk jokes with a friendly Karamith soldier about how loud the man is. Minhyuk thanks the soldier for opening the gate for the Korean rankers. The embarrassed soldier insists they should be thanking Minhyuk instead. The soldier recalls agonizing over Minhyuk's note asking them to help the Korean rankers. He remembers many comrades initially objecting to cooperating. The soldier argued it was better to follow the one who fed them than leaders who treated them as tools and starved them, eventually persuading everyone. He gratefully tells Minhyuk that thanks to him none of them went hungry. Minhyuk cheerfully replies that people should work where they are fed. Minhyuk mentions he is expecting news and answers a magical call. He hears that Karamith's forces are now bombarding the Chinese rankers pursuing Korea, which he confirms he ordered. The narration explains this betrayal artillery is why the Chinese rankers were helpless. On the battlefield, Commander Orohun is surrounded and captured. His defeat is shown among the rubble as Korea secures another victory. Narration states that in only 25 minutes Korea has conquered China's Burdek fortress. Elsewhere, Ali reads messages about this feat and marvels at the rapid conquest. Petting his massive snake, Ali guesses the clever strategy must have been Minhyuk's. Ali praises Minhyuk's brilliance and asks his serpent if it agrees. In another fight, explosions rip through Chinese forces as they scream to retreat. A huge blast engulfs part of the battlefield. A female commander orders her remaining troops to fall back. A Chinese strategist, looking at a map, is confused because their plan had been to surround the Koreans and attack from both sides. He realizes Arohan has not contacted him at all from the base. Under bombardment, a Chinese fighter panics, wondering why they are the ones being shelled. The female commander insists they cannot be annihilated here and prepares to retreat once the firing stops. She hears something strange amid the smoke and pauses. A gigantic scaled body sweeps Chinese soldiers aside. The enormous serpent rears up before the commander, towering over her. Ali gently scolds his snake for trying to eat everything. The commander recognizes him as Ali the Dark Magician. She commands all surviving long-range attackers to focus their fire on Ali. Ali raises his staff, saying their response is too slow. He unleashes wind magic, whipping the battlefield into a violent gale. Chinese defenders barely manage to raise magical shields and see a chance while he is casting. Believing magicians are vulnerable after a big spell, they resolve to finish Ali now. Ali braces himself beside his snake as enemy attacks streak toward them. Chinese mages keep firing relentlessly, convinced that even Ali cannot endure such an onslaught. Ali activates another spell but notes there are too many enemies for him alone. He worries that if the battle drags on, their smaller force will inevitably be at a disadvantage. A Chinese mage declares he will end Ali with the next massive attack, gathering swirling flames. The Chinese commander warns of a huge incoming strike and orders her allies to cast a defensive barrier. Ali answers with his special move Hellfire, detonating a devastating pillar of flame. The inferno blasts through the forest, leaving fire and smoke in its wake. Exhausted, Ali coughs from the strain. He tells his snake he has used up all his magic power but assumes they have wiped out the enemy. Looking over the scorched forest, he sees no apparent survivors. Ali tells his snake they should leave, but the beast suddenly senses something and hesitates. The snake notices the wounded Chinese commander hiding behind a tree. She prepares a glowing weapon for a surprise attack. Her strike pierces the serpent's neck, spraying blood. Ali cries out to his predator snake in horror. The Chinese survivors realize only Ali remains and move to corner him. Surrounded and drained, Ali stands ready but clearly weakened. He sees his mana completely depleted and despairs. Regretting his overconfidence and relying on a spirit animal, Ali silently apologizes to Minhyuk. Desperate, he shields his mortally wounded snake from further attacks. He looks down in shock at the extent of the serpent's injuries. The bleeding snake coughs blood, barely hanging on. Ali watches helplessly as his companion crashes heavily to the ground. In tears, Ali tries to send the serpent back to the summoning room and begs him not to die. A blade touches Ali's neck as an enemy tells him he has lost. The commander mocks Ali for calling the serpent a companion when it was only a pet, and notes he has no ally to save him now. Ali asks if she even understands what a true companion is, confusing her. He declares that real companions never give up on each other even at the risk of their lives, which she dismisses as childish. Startled by falling feathers, the commander turns as Ali grins, sensing help. Minhyuk arrives with an angel-winged ally, shouting that they have come to help. Golden bindings suddenly wrap around the commander's weapon arm, shocking her that Ali could still cast the spell. Ali, enraged she called his snake a mere pet, vows to avenge his fallen companion. Minhyuk launches himself forward within a column of light. Using his special move Rising Sword, Minhyuk unleashes a flurry of upward sword strikes. He then activates another special move combining Berserk and his ultimate skill in a half-powered state. The bound Chinese rankers panic, realizing a massive attack is about to wipe them out. Minhyuk's Berserk blooming sword crashes down, devastating the enemy as they scream in despair. After the battle, Ali thanks Minhyuk for saving his life and asks if Berdek Fortress has already been conquered, while Minhyuk explains his MP buff helped Ali hold out, and credits Mei Wei for helping clear the fortress quickly. Mei Wei cheerfully introduces herself to Ali. Minhyuk apologizes for arriving late and acknowledges that both Ali and his predator snake were badly hurt stopping the huge army alone. He promises to cook delicious restorative food for the snake, and Mei Wei offers to assist. Ali is stunned that Minhyuk will share food, but Minhyuk insists it is natural since they are companions. Narration says a week has passed since Korea shocked the world by swiftly taking China's Berdek Fortress. It adds that even China's top rankers were completely annihilated. Minhyuk has departed for more training, leaving his many pet dogs with a distressed comrade to care for. In another place, a blond man quietly eats. He blissfully devours a sandwich with stuffed cheeks. A companion comments his face has doubled in size over a few days, while the eater admits he cannot stop once he begins. The companion notes it is about time for a certain strange human to arrive. We see Minhyuk approaching through a magical viewpoint as the speaker anticipates his arrival. Narration introduces Alborough Territory, a village once famed as a sanctuary for cooks. In the bustling food market, a vendor hawks freshly grilled fish. Other stalls advertise hot bread and high-grade produce amid the crowd. In contrast, Lucaro's bakery sits quiet and empty as passers-by remark that no one shops there. Inside, Lucaro sighs that business is bad again today. He laments that while the bakery across the street is full of customers, his own shop only attracts flies. Narration explains Alborough once true followers of the god of food, but now shopkeepers who follow that gods will lose customers. Lucaro wonders how the territory's people turn their backs on the god of food so quickly. Minhyuk, ragged and drooling at the window, stares hungrily at Lucaro's bread, startling the baker. Lucaro is shocked by how starved and ragged Minhyuk looks, thinking it has been a long time since he saw anyone this hungry. Lucaro silently considers the sight. He calls out to Minhyuk. Lucaro offers him some bread and a drink, saying it is not much but inviting him to eat. Minhyuk eagerly nods acceptance. Overjoyed, he receives the bread with wonder. Lucaro smiles proudly as Minhyuk devours it. Lucaro says it has been a long time since anyone enjoyed his bread like that, and introduces himself as Lucaro the cook. Minhyuk starts to introduce himself. He almost blurts out that he is the god of food before abruptly stopping himself. A flashback shows Alakan telling him that no one, not even Alakan, knows the mission's goal. Alakan explains that this trial is custom-made for Minhyuk and forbids him from using money, items, inventory, or armor. The final rule of the trial states that until allowed by the system, he must not reveal that he is the god of food. Back in the present, Lucaro asks if something is wrong as Minhyuk hesitates. Minhyuk smiles and instead introduces himself simply as Minhyuk, a vagabond, saying it is nothing. Lucaro warmly replies that it is nice to meet him and suggests they get along, treating their meeting as fateful. Lucaro then asks why Minhyuk had his face pressed against the glass earlier, while Minhyuk, still drooling, reacts in embarrassment. Minhyuk begins an awkward explanation. Hearing that other shops drove Minhyuk out even when he said he was hungry, Lucaro explodes in outrage that they refused him food. Minhyuk recounts that those restaurants rejected him as dirty even when he offered to work for his meals. Lucaro curses that since the god of food died there have been no decent restaurants, insisting that God would never have let anyone go hungry. Looking at his own bread, Lucaro is moved and addresses Minhyuk. He laments what the world has become, and kindly offers Minhyuk a place to stay if he has nowhere else to go. Minhyuk, surprised and grateful, asks if he really can stay and promises to do every kind of chore. Lucaro admits he has no customers, but Minhyuk insists on helping anyway. Minhyuk confides he was disappointed that this supposed sanctuary of the god of food lets people go hungry, since he heard the god dreamed of a world where no one starved. He tells Lucaro he is different from the others and that is why Minhyuk wants to help him. Touched, Lucaro thanks him and says they will start with chores. Just then someone outside loudly calls for Lucaro to come out. A smug man in a green suit knocks, mocking the bakery as a dump. Bursting in, he declares that this shop does not deserve a place in the village. Minhyuk asks who he is, and Lucaro explains the man is Anton, another cook. Lucaro adds that Anton is regarded as the new god of food, while Anton sneers and criticizes the shop's smell, saying Lucaro should at least keep it clean. Anton blames Lucaro's supposedly poor hygiene for attracting beggars like Minhyuk and derides Lucaro's way of living. Lucaro, arms crossed, demands to know what Anton really wants. Anton calls him rude but agrees to get to the point. Anton orders Lucaro to withdraw from the upcoming Delicacy Dragon's dinner event, claiming he does not belong there. Lucaro protests that anyone should be allowed to participate, while Minhyuk wonders if the Delicacy Dragon is literally a dragon-related event. Anton condescendingly advises Lucaro to forfeit, saying he would fail in the preliminaries anyway while poking his chest. Lucaro angrily shoves Anton and yells that he refuses to back down. Anton, claiming to carry on the true will of the god of food, bristles in indignation. Lucaro vows passionately that he will reach the finals of the Delicacy Dragon's dinner competition. After boasting to Anton, Lucaro despairs over his situation, while Minhyuk asks what the Delicacy Dragon's dinner actually is. Sighing, Lucaro agrees to explain the meaning of the Delicacy Dragon's dinner. He recounts that the Delicacy Dragon's dinner occurs when a mighty Delicacy Dragon periodically visits their territory. Lucaro explains that if cooks fail to please this dragon with a perfect dish, it will destroy the territory, and that the deceased god of food had once protected them. Minhyuk reasons that the event is just about making delicious dishes and notes that Lucaro's bread was already wonderfully tasty, suggesting he should participate. Lucaro insists his skills are fine and claims the real obstacle is the poor quality of ingredients available to him. He explains that his bakery's lack of customers leaves him stuck with cheap supplies, so even with good skills his dish is unlikely to be chosen. Lucaro laments that without an ingredient called sensitive mountain goat's milk he has no chance. He describes the sensitive mountain goat as a huge, violent goat species far more dangerous than ordinary mountain goats. Lucaro adds that while the goat's milk is superb, obtaining it demands great dexterity and carries a risk of being gored or kicked to death. He says only the former god of food, Anton, and himself have the skill to milk that goat. Lucaro shows his trembling, bandaged hand and says that in his current condition he cannot possibly do it. Hearing that only dexterity is needed, Minhyuk thinks he could still bake something special with just that milk and considers his own dexterous hands. Minhyuk confidently tells Lucaro that he believes he can obtain the sensitive mountain goat's milk for him. Later, Lucaro heads toward the mountain goats, and tells Minhyuk to wait for him while he tackles the task. Climbers struggle up the rocky cliff, panting heavily from the effort. A gloved hand finally grasps the ledge near the goat's grazing spot. Chef Barca, introduced as a top chef from Paradise Restaurant, drags himself up the cliff vowing to secure the milk. While climbing, Barca boasts about his successful restaurant and his skill and connections. He thinks that if he can craft a spectacular dish using the goat's milk, he will greatly advance himself. Barca imagines that success with the milk could earn him the position of next lord after Anton, even as he complains about the grueling climb. Barca suddenly reacts in shock to something unexpected above him. He sees the climber ahead of him standing calmly before the massive goat, and wonders if that person was the earlier challenger. The man tries to lure the goat with a branch of leaves, nervously coaxing it closer. He proudly explains that the leaves he brought are carefully selected favorites from a farm animal's love. As the goat seems about to eat, the man eagerly moves to collect milk. Instead, the enraged goat slams its horns into him and sends him flying off the cliff. Cursing the goat, the battered man chases after it while Barca observes that this fierce animal responds immediately with headbutts. Barca notes that such a dangerous beast cannot be tamed with leaves alone and prepares his milk jug. He resolves to sneak up slowly and approach the goat with utmost care. He reminds himself not to provoke the goat as he inches close to its legs. Barca finally reaches the goat from behind, jug in one hand, creeping carefully. With his heart pounding, he nervously prepares for the delicate act. He stretches out a gloved hand and lightly touches the goat's side. The goat's eyes flash dangerously, but Barca steels himself and begins milking. Sweat pouring, he anxiously wonders if he will survive and begs the goat to stay still. Deciding the moment has come, he moves his fingers into proper milking position. He grasps the udder tightly to draw milk. The sensitive goat explodes in outrage, kicking and throwing Barca into the air. Mid-air, Barca sees something rushing toward him before he can react. The goat's kick or headbutt lands with a bone-crushing impact, and Barca screams. Bloodied and dazed, Barca tumbles down, asking why this has happened. He crashes and rolls violently along the rocky slope. Bruised but alive, he realizes he was saved only because he slammed into a tree. As he lies there, he notices strange movement and sound approaching through the trees. Someone swiftly runs past him toward the summit. Barca watches, astonished, as Minhyuk leaps effortlessly through the air toward the goat. Seeing this, Barca panics, expecting Minhyuk to be killed by the aggressive animal. Minhyuk descends with a determined expression directly toward the goat. Barca recognizes Minhyuk as the beggar who once came to his restaurant begging for food. Minhyuk lands in front of the goat, and Barca wonders how someone like him managed to climb up and whether he also intends to milk it. Barca believes Minhyuk is recklessly approaching without caution and assumes the goat is about to destroy him. Smirking, Barca internally mocks Minhyuk, sure that the prized milk will remain his. Instead, the goat affectionately nuzzles Minhyuk, clearly comfortable with him. Barca is utterly shocked as he witnesses the supposedly ferocious goat cuddling up to Minhyuk. Hugging the goat, Minhyuk apologizes on behalf of humans for harassing it and sympathizes with how people demanded its milk while offering nothing special. He gently scratches the goat, promising that unlike the others he will treat it differently. Smiling, Minhyuk claims he is very skilled with his hands as he prepares to milk the cooperative goat. Back at the bakery, Lucaro worries about Minhyuk's safety and wonders if he will return unharmed. Minhyuk reappears calling out that he is back, and Lucaro rushes to greet him and check whether he is injured. Lucaro suddenly pauses in confusion at what he sees outside. He looks out the window and finds Minhyuk casually riding the sensitive mountain goat, stunning everyone. Minhyuk explains he befriended the goat while milking it, that it insisted on following him, and he half-jokes that he brought it along as both friend and emergency food. Minhyuk then presents Lucaro with a container filled with the coveted mountain goat milk he had wanted. Overjoyed, Lucaro praises the sensitive mountain goat's milk and thanks Minhyuk, saying he can now finish his dish for the preliminaries. Minhyuk says that in exchange he would like Lucaro to teach him the method behind his bread. Lucaro agrees and leads everyone, including the goat, inside to start explaining the ingredients and recipe. Time passes, and a few days later the next stage of the event approaches. The delicacy dragon flies over the city, signaling its arrival for the grand dinner. The dragon notices something below, focusing its gaze on the town. Lucaro walks through the crowd as Anton's voice questions whether he is still stubbornly chasing his dream. The dragon scoffs to itself while observing Lucaro's continued participation. It lands heavily in the plaza to begin the ceremonial visit. Anton formally welcomes the delicacy dragon as the citizens bow in respect. Anton declares that with the dragon present, the delicacy dragon's dinner competition can now commence. Lucaro stands among the competing chefs as the announcement proclaims the start of this year's contest. Barca appears as one of the rival chefs, glaring with determination. A host addresses the gathered audience to open the festivities. The crowd cheers as the host announces that the grand dinner for the delicacy dragon has begun once again. The host explains that whichever chef impresses the dragon most will gain the title of next lord and god of food. Lucaro listens intently, fully aware of the high stakes of this challenge. The host signals for the cooking to start, and the arena erupts with excitement as chefs rush to their stations. Spectators gossip that Lucaro surprisingly took first place in the preliminaries with a simple red bean bun thanks to some special mountain goat milk his assistant obtained. Some scoff that Lucaro has been abandoned by that assistant, and doubt anything good can come from supporting him. Others dismiss the rumors of his success as lies and only hope Lucaro does not embarrass their territory. A flashback shows Lucaro teaching Minhyuk, instructing him to mix mountain goat milk with prepared flour and ingredients for the prelim dough. He further explains how to knead the dough just enough so it becomes smooth and well mixed without clumping. Watching Minhyuk knead one-handed, Lucaro compliments his work despite using only one hand. Curious, Minhyuk asks what happened to Lucaro's left hand, noting it does not seem to be a birth defect. Lucaro says his hand used to be fine. He recounts that soon after the god of food departed, his hand began failing, turned black like necrosis, and felt as though it had been cursed. He searched everywhere for a cure but never found any solution. Lucaro concludes that he simply learned to live with the condition. He then mentions that the red bean buns should be ready and offers Minhyuk a taste. Minhyuk eagerly accepts and learns that these buns will be Lucaro's entry in the preliminaries. After tasting, Minhyuk gushes that they are incredibly soft and moist and that he would happily eat thousands of them. Lucaro is pleased by the praise and credits Minhyuk for securing the mountain goat milk that made such quality possible, while Minhyuk insists it was no trouble. Minhyuk thinks that the buns should secure their advancement but muses they will still need something stronger, like the legendary wheat of the sun, for the main rounds. Lucaro reacts with surprise when Minhyuk mentions the legendary wheat of the sun and begins explaining what it is. He describes this legendary grain as one that keeps food at its ideal temperature and gives extraordinary flavor, but says no one has ever been able to approach or harvest it. As Lucaro speculates how great a dish they could make with it, Minhyuk receives a quest to acquire this wheat, with Lucaro noted as knowing its location. Minhyuk cheerfully volunteers to obtain the wheat himself, asking Lucaro to ready whatever ingredients and tools he might require. In the present competition, Lucaro recalls how confident Minhyuk looked when he left to find the wheat and anxiously hopes he returns safely, yet half jokes that it might be easier if he never came back. Amid swirling gossip and harsh rumors, people whisper that Lucaro is cursed, that his left hand is useless, and that he stubbornly keeps entering these events despite only baking with his right hand. Determined, Lucaro grips his cooking knife and silently thinks Minhyuk would only be injured if he were here. He begins cooking, slicing vegetables at immense speed despite his injury. Spectators marvel at Lucaro's lightning-fast chopping and are stunned to see him performing so well with his right hand. Observers notice the particular vegetables he is preparing and guess he might be making a pizza. Many doubt he can finish a pizza in time, or even slide it into the brick oven properly with his limited left hand. Lucaro acknowledges that prep took longer than planned but believes he can still finish in time. Remembering his practice, he thinks about how many pizzas he baked ahead of today to perfect his timing. He resolves to complete the dish, gain the dragon's approval, and redeem himself. While kneading the dough, Lucaro further vows to restore the honor of the god of food and begs that deity to wait for him a bit longer. When his pizza is finally assembled, he declares it the best he can presently make. As he moves to put it in the oven, something causes him to stumble at the crucial moment. His foot catches and he starts to fall. Realizing disaster, his eyes widen in alarm. Lucaro lunges desperately after the falling pizza, crying out for it. At the last second, a hand catches the pizza safely before it hits the floor. Minhyuk, battered and exhausted, appears holding the pizza as he asks if Lucaro is okay. Lucaro, shocked to see him, demands to know how Minhyuk got there, thinking he had gone to fetch wheat and now seeing him covered in burns and ragged clothing. Minhyuk awkwardly begins to say that the explanation is a bit complicated. The story cuts back to when Minhyuk first arrived at the map location. Realizing this is where he must find the legendary wheat of the sun. He discovers an enormous field of wheat engulfed in roaring flames and can barely believe such a place exists. Approaching the fiery field, he feels his health sapping away from the intense heat and wonders if getting close is even possible. Refusing to give up, Minhyuk decides that if it is part of the god of food's trial, he must be able to overcome it using methods related to that god. He concludes that the god of food's method revolves around eating, so he prepares to cook using the ingredients he brought along. Planning a heat-resistance dish, he starts making tonkatsu by precisely cutting pork and coating it in egg, flour, and breadcrumbs. He then fries the breaded pork in hot oil, savoring the delicious sizzling sound. While the cutlets cook, he hurriedly chops vegetables and prepares sauce for a salad, knowing the meat must be eaten while still hot for maximum effect. He focuses on creating the key spicy sauce component of the dish. With flames raging around him, he adds generous amounts of Korean green chili peppers and hot spices into the sauce to maximize his heat resistance. Once the meat is cooked, he drenches it in the fiery sauce, plates it with salad, and completes his ultimate spicy tonkatsu. Delighted to finally have meat again, he admires how appetizing the dish looks. Slicing into it, he notes that the pork is cooked to perfection. After tasting, he finds it both delicious and overwhelmingly spicy, but reassures himself that he prepared plenty of salad to offset the heat. He explains that the salad's dressing and vegetables temper the sauce's spiciness enough for him to endure it. As he eats, panting heavily, he marvels that this truly feels like the domain of the god of food, complete with outdoor cooking gear. Eventually he screams from the intensity of the spice, overwhelmed by the dish. Wiping his mouth, Minhyuk says that the ordeal was less like a test and more like an extreme eating show, and notes that only harvesting the wheat remains. He then uses his boosted resistance to dive into the blazing field, intent on reaping all the wheat despite the searing flames. Narrating to Lucaro, he says that even with the dish the heat was harsher than expected, burning him all over. Nonetheless, he proudly reveals that he succeeded in harvesting every last stalk of the legendary wheat of the sun. Minhyuk then says he has another gift for Lucaro in addition to the wheat. He presents Lucaro with a glowing potion contained in an ornate bottle. Lucaro examines the bottle curiously and asks what it is as Minhyuk begins to explain. A flashback shows Minhyuk holding the harvested legendary wheat proudly in the burning field. System messages inform him he has harvested all of the legendary wheat of the sun and, as the first to do so, will receive a special reward. That reward manifests as two magical items, titled the God of Food's Holy Drink and the Droplet of Truth, appearing before him in a radiant flash. Minhyuk gains permission to reveal himself as the God of Food in Alboro and finally access his inventory. He examines a mysterious golden drink labeled as a holy item of the God of Food meant for someone recognized by that god. Minhyuk hands the drink to Lucaro, calling it a gift from the former God of Food and saying Lucaro alone carries on that god's will. Lucaro is stunned to hear that the God of Food personally granted him this gift. Minhyuk explains that the former God of Food foresaw Alboro's crisis and prepared the drink in advance out of deep care for Lucaro and the territory. Shocked, Lucaro demands to know who Minhyuk really is and how he knows such things. Minhyuk begins to reveal his true form, smiling as divine light falls over him. He announces himself as the successor of the God of Food and says he helped because he cares for Lucaro as well. Another chef notices Minhyuk's legendary wheat of the sun and panics about where Minhyuk obtained such a rare ingredient. That jealous chef frets that Lucaro having a legendary ingredient will ruin his chances and resolves to stop Lucaro from cooking. Lucaro calls out to Minhyuk as the other chef moves, drawing Minhyuk's attention. The jealous chef approaches Minhyuk, acting surprised that he obtained the legendary wheat of the sun. Pretending to be grateful, the chef warns that such a powerful ingredient is dangerous for an amateur and tries to persuade Minhyuk to stop using it. Minhyuk curtly tells him to mind his own business, rebuffing the interference. Lucaro drinks the holy beverage in big gulps. A magical reaction begins in Lucaro's gloved hand as it smokes and sparkles. Lucaro joyfully realizes his injured hand is returning to normal, meaning he can truly cook again. Energized, Lucaro urgently pulls Minhyuk to cook by his side as the crowd marvels at the legendary wheat and the time pressure. Furious, the jealous chef curses them and prepares to match their pace, while Minhyuk and Lucaro begin kneading. Minhyuk activates his ingredient prep skill to start processing the wheat. Using his skill, he instantly grinds the wheat of the sun into flour. He mixes the flour with mountain goat milk instead of water to form a rich dough. He spreads a generous layer of sweet and salty pizza sauce over the freshly made dough. Minhyuk pauses, startled by a sudden loud sound behind him. Lucaro, now fully restored, tells Minhyuk to leave topping preparation to him and starts chopping ingredients at blazing speed, astonishing Minhyuk. When Lucaro finishes slicing, he hands Minhyuk a tray of toppings and instructs him to distribute them evenly. Minhyuk agrees enthusiastically and starts placing the toppings on the pizza. He deftly tosses pepperoni and vegetables onto the sauce dough. The pizza is soon covered with a beautifully balanced spread of toppings that Minhyuk deems perfect. Minhyuk plans to complete the pizza by adding plenty of cheese and corn. He showers the pizza with heaps of cheese and corn, convinced that even the dragon will love it, then prepares to bake it in the brick oven. After baking, Minhyuk proudly declares the special combination pizza finished. Elsewhere, the delicacy dragon is summoned by name. A servant informs the towering dragon that all competing chefs have completed their dishes. The dragon agrees to go to the venue to taste the prepared foods. In a flash of light, the dragon begins transforming while moving toward the hall. The dragon appears in humanoid form, entering the hall to loud exclamations from the crowd. Smiling, the dragon asks if they should begin the tasting. The announcer introduces the first dish from Barca, chef of Paradise Restaurant. Barca presents a top-grade steak made from only the finest ingredients. Nervous, Barca asks the dragon's opinion, boasting that he used the best beef from his family's stock. The dragon silently samples the steak with a fork. He critiques the dish, saying the many high-quality ingredients clash, making the plate fancy-looking but lacking genuine flavor, shocking Barca. The next dish introduced is foie gras prepared by Anton, the territory's self-proclaimed god of food. The dragon tastes Anton's foie gras, noting that it was made by the wannabe god of food. After chewing, the dragon's lips curl with clear displeasure. Staring at Anton, the dragon declares that the food. He condemns the dish as something created by a person overflowing with greed. The dragon asks how many people Anton exploited to make it, calls it filth, orders it cleared away, and demands the next dish while the crowd murmurs. Anton rages internally at the insult, calling the dragon ignorant and fuming that his food was labeled filthy. The announcer states that the final dish is Lucaro's pizza, set before the dragon with a drink. The dragon picks up a slice, remarking that it is still warm, perhaps due to the wheat of the sun. He takes a bite of the pizza. His eye widens as the flavors hit him. Startled by the taste, he pulls the slice away with a stretchy strand of cheese still connecting it to his mouth. The dragon senses that the sauce, toppings, and cheese meld flawlessly, with each topping carefully placed so every bite is perfectly balanced. He reflects that the exotic dough forms a base that unites all flavors into one smooth, harmonious taste. Overwhelmed, the dragon thinks the pizza is so delicious he does not want to swallow, and immediately seeks another slice. He slams down his glass, signaling the end of his tasting. Rising, the dragon proclaims that Minhyuk's pizza is an incredible dish, and the most satisfying meal he has had in a long time. The dragon thanks Lucaro and Minhyuk sincerely for letting him experience such food again. Anton recoils in denial, unable to accept the dragon's praise for their dish. He erupts, accusing the contest of being rigged and insisting Minhyuk must have tampered with the pizza because the Lord's dish should never lose. Minhyuk watches Anton's outburst calmly from the side. He smirks, clearly expecting Anton's reaction. Anton doubles down, claiming the pizza might be drugged and demanding it be confiscated and investigated because the contest must be rigged. Lucaro begins to protest, but the dragon responds while Minhyuk interjects. Minhyuk offers Anton a slice of the pizza, saying that if he doubts the result this much he should taste it himself. Anton hesitates but approaches to take the slice. Minhyuk points out that, as a supposed god of food, Anton should instantly tell if anything abnormal was done to the pizza. Lucaro quietly worries that Anton will not back down just by tasting the slice and wonders what Minhyuk is planning. Minhyuk only smiles and gives a confident thumbs up. As Anton stares at the pizza, Minhyuk hints that something beyond Anton's imagination is about to happen, while Anton inwardly admits he is curious but feels he cannot show it. Still arrogant, Anton bites into the pizza while scoffing at the idea that simple dough with sauce could be so special. The moment he tastes it, his eyes widen in shock. Anton is transported by the flavor, imagining heavenly slices dancing around him as he devours the pizza in disbelief. He marvels internally that the toppings and chewy dough feel like they are dancing in his mouth, and that he has never tasted anything so good in his life. Struggling against his honest reaction, Anton forces himself to cough and begrudgingly calls the pizza delicious, then tries to belittle it by mentioning Lucaro's lost hand and his own curse. Realizing he has admitted too much, Anton claps his hands over his mouth in panic. Confused, he looks at his hand, sensing that he has just slipped up. Minhyuk grins, thinking to himself that he has caught Anton. Compelled by the truth serum, Anton openly confesses that he cursed Lucaro's hand to drive him away and steal the territory for himself. He continues, admitting he bribed citizens to abandon the god of food and follow him for money. The townspeople erupt in angry disbelief, shouting that they never intended such betrayal. Lucaro asks Minhyuk what he did, and Minhyuk explains that he added something like a truth serum to the pizza. Minhyuk reveals the item as the droplet of truth, another drink left by the former god of food specifically to help Lucaro. As the crowd begins pelting Anton with trash, Minhyuk notes that this behavior only confirms how scummy Anton truly is. Pelted and chased, Anton flees the stage while onlookers hurl insults and objects at him. The dragon growls Anton's name ominously. He accuses Anton of disturbing Albero's peace by impersonating the god of food. The dragon continues, condemning Anton for persecuting an innocent man out of greed. Looming over him, the dragon asks Anton if he has any last words. Terrified, Anton realizes the situation is dire and frantically tries to think of an excuse. He spins around, crying that everything he did was supposedly for the people of the territory. The crowd shouts him down, reminding him he had just called them fools and ordering him off the stage as a traitorous con artist. Another citizen accuses Anton of paying people to avoid Lucaro's shop and even to vandalize the god of food statue. The same man yells that Lucaro would have become lord if not for Anton's schemes. Others add that if Lucaro had led them their lives would be happier, blaming Anton for everything. They call on the dragon to punish Anton, while Anton desperately begs for a chance to explain. The dragon declares there is nothing more to hear, and dark flames of judgment surge up around Anton. Anton screams and tries to protest as the deadly power descends. From above, we see the dragon unleash a massive bite or blast that crushes Anton and part of the arena. Afterward, the dragon addresses Minhyuk, calling him Lucaro's assistant. The dragon says he assumes Minhyuk was the one who revealed the truth behind the events. Before thanking him, the dragon demands that Minhyuk reveal his true identity and explain how he knew Anton was lying, warning that Minhyuk himself might face consequences. Lucaro starts to speak up for Minhyuk, but Minhyuk stops him and says he will introduce himself. Minhyuk steps forward to address everyone. He formally greets the delicacy dragon and the crowd, announcing that he is Minhyuk, the god of food. Lucaro looks at him with awe and realization. The dragon's eyes widen in surprise. Spectators gasp, stunned that Minhyuk is the god of food. Minhyuk stands proudly with a hand over his chest as people repeat the title in amazement. The dragon grins, repeating the name god of food with interest. He accepts Minhyuk's claim, thanks him for saving the territory and clearing Alan's name, and offers to grant Minhyuk a wish. The dragon asks what Minhyuk desires, offering treasures, rare equipment, or medicine. Smiling, Minhyuk says he has only one wish. He raises his hand and declares he wants to taste the legendary super-large dragon breath skewer. He appears holding an enormous skewer stacked with meat and vegetables, saying Alan praised it endlessly. The dragon is puzzled that Minhyuk's wish is merely a skewer. Minhyuk urges the dragon to imagine it: juicy meat, crisp vegetables, all imbued with smoky dragon breath flavor. Amused, the dragon admits he always carries the ingredients for such occasions and recognizes Minhyuk as a genuine god of food. The dragon spreads his wings and prepares to assist, addressing Minhyuk respectfully. Enveloped in a protective sphere, Minhyuk floats before the dragon with the giant skewer in hand. As the dragon lifts him high into the sky, Minhyuk exclaims in excitement about flying. The dragon, body igniting with flame, tells Minhyuk to hold out the skewer. He unleashes a colossal torrent of dragon fire straight at the skewer and Minhyuk's barrier. Time passes, and Lucaro waits on the ground as the fiery spectacle ends. Minhyuk suddenly reappears, and Lucaro turns, starting to greet him happily. Minhyuk is too busy devouring the gigantic roasted skewer to answer, mumbling while Lucaro tells him to finish eating before talking. A monk and others, including the dragon, happily share slices of pizza as they reconcile during Minhyuk's skewer roasting. Lucaro says Albaro will now return to normal and thanks Minhyuk, insisting it is all because of him. Minhyuk smiles and begins to reply with a modest denial. He tells Lucaro that the real credit goes to Lucaro's efforts in preserving the former god of food's legacy, pointing to the happily fed crowd. Lucaro listens quietly, moved by Minhyuk's words. Laughing, Lucaro says he will just have to keep working hard from now on. Minhyuk grins warmly in response. In a chibi aside, Minhyuk offers Lucaro a bite of the skewer since Lucaro will become lord, while boasting he has many more stored, and Lucaro agrees he can eat the rest. Time shifts away from Albaro as the scene transitions. The narration jumps to the Ephilypse Empire, showing a grand red-roofed fortress. Inside the empire, a red-haired woman notes that Minhyuk is late. The dragon-horned red-haired ruler repeats anxiously that Minhyuk is late as she waits by a prepared meal. She worries that the trial may have been too much for him. She laments that she even prepared a special deep-sea cow dish for Minhyuk, while an attendant reassures her he will return soon. Her advisor addresses her respectfully as Your Majesty. He says he understands she feels torn between joy at Minhyuk learning his ultimate skill and guilt overburdening him. He adds that she need not feel guilty, because making him bear that burden does not diminish her. He tells her she has already gained her own ultimate skill. The narration recalls that the former emperor gave her a special brooch on her 12th birthday. It explains that the emperor recognized her immense power and sealed it with the brooch to keep her from being consumed by that strength. The advisor concludes that she is far stronger than she realizes, reassuring her of her own greatness as ruler. The red-haired empress reacts sharply in alarm. In the palace, the emperor is told an urgent messenger has arrived and orders him admitted. A panicked knight rushes in, gasping that something terrible has happened. The knight reports that outsiders have invaded their territory, stunning the empress. The scene shifts to a remote forest within the Ephilypse Empire. A hooded man riding asks where exactly this empress they seek is. His comrades complain that finding her while she is away from the palace during the special period is nearly impossible. One of them reminds Sui Chaji that he is leading the operation and asks for a plan. Sui admits he has not devised a plan yet and is scolded for such poor leadership. As their wagon rattles, someone suggests heading to a nearby territory. The wagon driver realizes a wheel has broken. Sui cheerfully offers to help fix the cart, to the driver's relief. Sui says people should help each other and asks if they can stay in the driver's village for a few days as payment. Arriving at the modest village, the intruders decide it will suffice and one asks if Sui has now devised a plan. Another guild member confirms a purple-haired man is Chinese streamer Luo, filming their actions. Sui tells Luo to record what is about to happen as the driver happily takes his child home. The grateful driver thanks them for helping him reach his village. The driver begins inviting them to stay at his home for the night. His wife and son notice something wrong and turn toward him. The driver suddenly coughs blood, mortally wounded. A dagger is shown buried in his body as he chokes. Sui stands over the fallen man holding the bloody dagger while the family screams in horror. The son runs toward his fallen father in disbelief, crying out. The boy desperately shakes his father's body, begging him to wake up. He sobs and asks Sui why his father was killed. Sui coldly questions why it matters that he killed the boy's father. Sui smiles and addresses the terrified child. He threatens that unless the boy gathers every villager, he will die just like his father. The trembling child, drenched in sweat and tears, can barely respond. The villagers are soon bound together, while another guild member confirms he killed guards and all who resisted. Sui asks Luo if everything is being recorded, and Luo nervously wonders what Sui plans to do with the captives. Sui announces that this is the beginning of the Black Dragon Guild's hunt for Empress L. Messages from viewers flood in online, speculating about the Black Dragon's actions and their hunt for Empress L. Sui declares that for every 5 minutes L does not appear, they will execute a hostage, terrifying the boy and his mother. Elsewhere, a red-haired youth sees this situation displayed and worries. He realizes the Black Dragon Guild is using an entire village as hostages to lure L out. Discussing it with an armored companion, he asks if they should intervene and whether Minhyuk knows, while hearing that evil rankers are overwhelming the Korean players. Meanwhile, members of the Black Dragon Guild are shown brutally fighting other rankers. Observers note that the guild has collected the gold and gear dropped by those rankers they previously defeated. The red-haired youth realizes their strength and doubts his own group will be enough against high-level rankers. Back at the village, the boy is choked by AKs as he silently wishes for Minhyuk to appear. AKs smirks, enjoying the child's suffering. Holding the boy aloft by the throat, AKs asks if this is all that L has to offer in response. He answers himself that of course this is not enough, preparing for more cruelty. A blinding sword strike suddenly slashes toward him. Empress L appears, berating AKs for defiling her people, while the boy cries for his mother. Her red armored boots step forward with grim determination. Wreathed in blazing energy, Elle advances and warns the intruders they will face consequences for their actions. AK's grins in excitement, while even Sui feels a chill at Elle's arrival. Elle strides into the blood-stained village square, facing the Black Dragon Guild members among fallen villagers. AK studies her with a greedy, eager expression. Elle meets his gaze calmly, ready for battle. Sui also grins, intrigued by her appearance. AK notes the overwhelming aura surrounding Elle. He admits that even for those who mastered ultimate skills, her pressure is immense and truly befitting an empress. Another Black Dragon member demands she hand over her ultimate skill if she wants to save her people. Elle clenches her fist around her sword hilt. She condemns them for spilling blood on her land. She continues that they have defiled her empire and tormented her people. While a mother shields her child, Elle scorns their audacity in trying to bargain with her. Elle erupts in fury, vowing that none of the attackers will leave the village alive. AK's laughs off her threat, boasting that her incomplete ultimate skill is no match for him and sending his comrades to the side. Elle steps forward and readies her blade with deadly precision. She vanishes from sight with incredible speed. Elle reappears in midair above AK's, attacking as Sui shouts a warning. AK's hastily powers up his fists with energy, marveling at her speed. Elle's descending strike clashes with AK's empowered guard in a massive impact. The force of the blow visibly strains AK's. Elle immediately dashes in again, moving like a red blur. She and AK's exchange more devastating blows, their energies colliding. Struggling under her assault, AK's yells at Sui Chaji to intervene, but Sui reminds him this was his request. Frustrated, Sui finally joins the fray, launching an attack of his own. Elle blocks Sui's strike with another ringing clash of energy. She suddenly senses something else and turns in alarm. A huge explosion engulfs her as a powerful reflected attack detonates. Sui gleefully reveals his ultimate skill Reflect, which absorbs attacks and sends them back stronger. Elle coughs in the aftermath, damaged by her own rebounded power. AK seizes the opening, closing in with a heavy punch. His blow slams into Elle, sending her flying. Elle gasps that she cannot breathe as AK's pummels her mercilessly. AK's prepares his finishing ultimate combo and calls Sui to help finish Elle off. Sui wonders aloud how terrifying the combined force of his Reflect and AK's ultimate will be. He smiles wickedly, intent on that union of powers. Elle becomes trapped within a cage of glowing crystals and beams generated by Sui's ability. Elsewhere, Minhyuk screams to be released, realizing Elle is in grave danger. Elle stands battered amid smoke, but still on her feet. Minhyuk's mentor warns that quitting his ultimate skill quest now would forfeit everything and questions whether he could actually help Elle in his current state. Minhyuk protests, clenching his fists in conflicted frustration. Elle grits her teeth, trying to endure. She concedes that her enemies are powerful and that her incomplete ultimate skill alone will not defeat them. AKs thinks she is finally ready to negotiate, but Elle declares she will instead fight all out. She reasons that if such people defeat her, they will surely threaten her empire, so she must respond with full strength. Empowered by fierce resolve, Elle readies herself to fight with everything she has. A towering golden pillar of power erupts around her, astonishing her foes. Sui warns AKs that Elle's power has changed and she is no longer the same opponent as before. From within the light, Elle exhales and her hair begins to glow and transform. Emerging with brilliant white hair and blazing swords of light, Elle vows that the Black Dragon Guild will regret this day forever. Surrounded by orbiting radiant blades, Elle calmly advances, her new power fully awakened. Sui mocks her hair change and insists his reflectability will still block any attack. Elle answers by slashing through the air and sending waves of golden sword energy at him. AKs, enraged, charges again with his lightning-coated fists, calling her ultimate half-finished. He drives in for another strike, clashing with her power. Elle's counterattack slices past him in a sweeping arc of light. AKs cries out in disbelief as that blow takes effect. His body collapses heavily to the ground, defeated. Elle, face smeared with soot, breathes out in exhaustion. An ally notes she felled 2 of the enemy rankers almost instantly. The white-haired Black Dragon strategist acknowledges that her ability truly deserves the title of greatest ultimate skill. He grips his weapon, preparing to continue the fight. He lunges forward, shouting that seeing her power only makes him desire that ultimate skill even more. He hurls shuriken like projectiles infused with energy. They streak toward Elle as he leaps, unleashing his own magic. Elle easily forms golden barriers of swords, deflecting the projectiles. Startled, she senses the strategist moving behind her. He charges in at high speed, cloaked in purple energy. Elle blocks his blade head-on as he taunts her about slowing down. His relentless assault forces her defenses back while he points out her waning strength. Elle admits to herself that she was not fully prepared to wield her ultimate skill, yet refuses to succumb. The strategist's dark energy swirls ominously as he calls her a mere imitation. Their powers collide again in a blinding clash. He appears above Elle, declaring that this next strike will end the battle. As he dives, he bids her farewell, certain of victory. Elle strains desperately under the incoming purple attack. The strategist suddenly realizes something is off mid-descent. He gasps in shock as a new presence intervenes. Turning, he sees his attack thwarted and senses a powerful newcomer. Ali the dark magician appears beside the collapsing Elle, shielding her. Elle weakly recognizes him, and Ali explains that he came in response to Minhyuk's summons. Ali quickly assesses the situation and senses trouble. He notes Elle's critical condition and that his timely arrival narrowly saved her. Ali launches a barrage of magic missiles at the Black Dragon leader. The enraged strategist curses that even a magician without ultimate skills is obstructing him. Declaring his pride as the strongest of the Black Dragon Guild, he rushes Ali, who responds by casting a powerful shield while still protecting Elle. Ali attempts another offensive spell while supporting the weakened empress. Realizing Elle's condition is dire and that he cannot delay, Ali decides he must withdraw her from the battlefield. He promises the furious strategist that an ally will come for him soon, confusing the man. Ali teleports away with Elle, leaving the Black Dragon leader shouting in frustration. Minhyuk confirms he has moved Elle safely to the castle and asks if Ali is alright. Ali replies that he is fine but warns that some Black Dragon Guild members remain in the field. Minhyuk regrets not going to her rescue himself and agonizes over the decision. He blames his own lack of strength for being unable to help Elle directly. He reflects that if he had already been strong, he would not have needed this training instead of saving her. Turning from self-pity, he decides he must not cling to regret. He steadies himself, lifting his weapon with renewed resolve. Minhyuk resolves to devote all his remaining time to mastering his ultimate skill. He recalls that mastering it requires performing a perfect sword swing 30,000 times and begins counting repetitions. As he steps and swings, he focuses on eliminating every flaw in his form. After over 1,000 swings, exhaustion makes him stumble. His legs shake and tremble, but he forces himself to persevere. Minhyuk steals his determination, telling himself he can do this despite the strain. Minhyuk strains but keeps counting his sword swings, insisting he has done this many times. The armored instructor silently watches Minhyuk continue swinging his sword. The instructor inwardly praises Minhyuk's incredible persistence. He reflects that Minhyuk is aiming for 30,000 flawless swings, something most people would never even attempt. The instructor thinks that as long as Minhyuk does not give up halfway, he can succeed. Encouraging him, the instructor believes Minhyuk will definitely achieve his goal if he endures. Minhyuk's sword finally completes the last of the required swings. The instructor is amazed by Minhyuk's achievement. He notes that Minhyuk has been swinging all day without rest, sleep, or food. He is shocked that Minhyuk accomplished this feat in just 1 week. The instructor recalls that Minhyuk kept swinging even after collapsing from exhaustion. Seeing Minhyuk's swollen, battered hands, he wonders what drives him so strongly. System messages announce that Minhyuk's stats and willpower rise and that he has mastered Elle's swordsmanship at its ultimate level, gaining massive bonuses and fame. Additional notifications grant Minhyuk the titles acknowledged by the Sword Master and by the god Arod for repeatedly earning divine answers. Minhyuk is surprised to learn that Arod is the god of destruction and ability. The instructor reacts in shock, asking if Arod truly responded to Minhyuk. He explains that Minhyuk has been recognized by Arod, the god who created the 8 ultimate skills of the world. Minhyuk feels a surge of energy and wonders if it comes from the divine title he just received. As divine power flares around his hand, he considers the ultimate skills it has granted him. Descriptions appear of Berserk Sword and Vital Stab, frightening skills that unleash repeated high-damage strikes around him. Another skill, Sky-Splitting Sword, is described as a devastating red sword aura capable of massive critical explosive damage. Minhyuk marvels that these amazing skills have made him much stronger, and notes, he also received the Lethal Sword skill when Arod acknowledged him. He resolves that with these powers he can finally avenge Elle. The instructor calls out to Minhyuk, getting his attention. He tells Minhyuk he is deeply impressed, stating that no one has ever cleared this sword trial so quickly and that Minhyuk is the first to finish it. Curious, he asks Minhyuk what kept him going through such hardship. Minhyuk answers that he endured it all for revenge. He thinks of the ridicule directed at the Black Dragon Guild after their failed assault on an NPC and affirms he must avenge someone precious to him. The scene shifts to the grand imperial city with red roofs nestled by the mountains. Inside a luxurious room, sunlight streams over an elegant, quiet interior. Elle lies motionless in bed, her skin darkened as if cursed. Minhyuk approaches and asks when Elle ended up in this state. Her attendant Roos explains she has been like this ever since a dark magician brought her here, and that she has not awakened since then. Roos further explains that her body and mind are being consumed by a powerful force, and that no clear cure is known. Regretting past choices, Roos laments that he should have stopped her that day, while Minhyuk gently calls his name. In a flashback, Roos remembers Elle as a cheerful child who took up the sword early to protect her people and never skipped training, even for his sake. In tears, Roos begs Minhyuk to save Elle, saying no healer, not even the greatest priest or saint, has been able to help her. He pleads once more, asking Minhyuk to save the Empress just this one time. Minhyuk clenches his fist silently, moved by the request. He answers that he will do everything in his power, which fills Roos with hope. A quest window appears, an SSS Great Empire quest called for Elle, whose reward is becoming her savior and whose failure penalty is Elle's death. Minhyuk accepts. Determined, Minhyuk vows to save Elle no matter what. In the Imperial kitchen, he activates Create Recipe, generating Elle's ox bones soup recipe that can delay her illness for 2 weeks. He reviews the recipe's effects in silence, considering its limitations. Minhyuk complains that the soup only postpones her illness for 2 weeks. He remembers that create recipe only reveals dishes up to legendary grade. Reasoning aloud, he decides he can surpass the suggested recipe by using better ingredients and methods. Wearing a pink apron, he asks himself what he can do right now and what he truly needs. He concludes he requires something beyond the listed ingredients and effect. He recalls that he still has some legendary wheat of the sun to use. He also remembers receiving a 5 legendary ingredient box as a past reward. A memory shows the delicacy dragon granting him that box for winning a dinner contest. Since Roos gave him free use of the imperial kitchen and utensils, he prepares to start cooking in earnest. Minhyuk steels himself, saying he not only can do this but must do it. Thinking of Elle's smiling face, he dedicates all his efforts to her sake. The story shifts to Atlas territory within the Continental Cloud, a massive fortress city. Outside the city, a black-armored knight asks a crouching comrade if his task is done, while the other says to wait. The crouching man disables a magical trap circle and reports that all traps in the area are now shut down. He adds that they have essentially breached the rear area's security, and his superior praises him as ANS. Narration explains that after attacking L, the Black Dragon Guild drew heavy criticism because the incident was broadcast live, especially for reveling in killing NPCs. To atone, the guild publicly promises to join the Continental Cloud and fight on the war's front lines, while live chat spectators mock and doubt them. The Chinese army then announces plans to form a battalion led by the Black Dragon Guild. The target of their upcoming attack is revealed as the rear of Atlas territory in Asken, the Foodie Guild's main base. Another fortress, Burdek at the center of the Continental Cloud, is identified as the Alliance's greatest stronghold. It is further described as the last Korean defensive base where Korea's rankers have gathered. Back in the forest, the infiltrators remark on the surprising number of traps in this rear area and assume there must be food stores nearby. Their robed leader orders them to stop chatting and focus, irritating the Dark Knight who calls him a control freak. The robed man reminds everyone their mission is to infiltrate Atlas and open its gates, insisting they are short on time. A scout shouts for the captain to come see something nearby. They spot a solitary house in the forest and decide they can get information from the inhabitant inside. The Dark Knight orders his men to search the surroundings and prepare an ambush for anyone approaching. Hearing someone humming and approaching, he warns the team to get into position. A man in slippers walks toward the house, casually singing a children's song. The unassuming, tank-top man continues whistling as he comes closer. He yawns and complains lazily that this is a hassle. Hearing rustling in the bushes, he turns toward the noise in confusion. Before he can react, the robed attacker begins to shout a question, then casts Swift Strike. Green energy surges through the forest as the spell launches. The mage follows up with a powerful paralysis spell that fills the area with toxic green mist. The man coughs in the poison and realizes he is under ambush. The attackers gloat that they have reached the rear base while the gas makes them dizzy. However, the man scoffs, saying they have made a big mistake. Smirking, he says they picked the wrong time, because he is about to feed his puppies. An attacker starts to question what he means about puppies but is interrupted. 3 enormous hellhounds emerge behind him, growling menacingly as he realizes what the man meant. Panicking, the robed mage shouts about the monstrous dog and prepares to fall back, telling the Dark Knight to cover him. A powerful red strike suddenly slices through the air. The mage is smashed aside in one blow, badly wounded. His comrade is shocked that a ranked mage was taken down with a single attack. The Dark Knight insists that no matter how strong the beast is, it is still only an animal. Confident in their numbers, he readies his weapon and boasts as Rahan the Dark Knight. Someone remarks that feeding a 3-headed beast must be expensive, as the hellhound growls. Rahan charges ahead to lead the assault, telling the others to provide support from the rear. His powerful blow clashes with the hellhound's defenses in a violent impact. Observers see a glowing shield and wonder if he is actually a priest class. Rahan orders everyone to unleash their attacks simultaneously so the beast cannot heal. A massive explosion engulfs the hellhound in fire and energy. ANS asks if they defeated it, while Rahan tells him to look and see for himself. The hellhound stands largely unharmed within swirling smoke, showing barely a scratch. The dog's owner appears and says the only reason it is unhurt is because he himself is there. Now clad in priest armor, Locke reveals he is no ordinary priest but a high-class priest fused with Zifrit. He rallies his hellhound, calling its 3 heads by hopeful names and triggering Hell Gatekeeper's Howl, a debuff that weakens all enemies. A second debuff, Zifrit's Skull, further reduces all of the enemy's stats, magic resistance, attack power, and agility. Rahan curses the monster's strength but insists they will still fight back rather than doing nothing. Their clash triggers another massive fiery explosion in the forest. Elsewhere, a guild member receives a garbled warning message from Locke telling them to be careful about the Continental Cloud attack. He wonders what Locke's cryptic message is supposed to mean. Narration states that at the same time as Locke's message, China's large-scale invasion of the Korean base begins. Back in the Imperial kitchen, Minhyuk notes the specific beef cuts he needs to gather for L's soup. He sighs, mentioning he even has the rare giant cow's leg bones from the legendary ingredient box, meaning he is fully prepared. He decides to substitute wheat of the sun for wheat of the moon and examines the leg bones description, which says they can cure all diseases but spoil easily. Minhyuk resolves to make ox-bone soup with noodles using these ingredients. He imagines how the plain noodles will balance the rich broth and soak up its deep flavor. He plans to finish the noodles quickly, then add rice to the remaining broth and eat it with long-simmered meat and radish kimchi. The delicious fantasy makes Minhyuk salivate as he eats in his imagination. He believes even Elle would leap from bed for food this good. He begins the actual process by soaking the giant cow bones in cold water until the blood is drawn out. He then transfers the bones and other ingredients into a large pot to start simmering. A cooking prompt explains that making broth from these bones requires constant flame adjustments at a weak intensity over about 5 hours. Another note warns that these legendary bones produce far more impurities than normal, surprising Minhyuk. Seeing black bubbles rise from the simmering bones, he realizes the warning was true. Irritated, he wonders what kind of troublesome bones these are and if all legendary ingredients are this difficult. He resolves to first adjust the heat, then continuously skim off impurities and oil with a ladle. After 5 hours, drenched in sweat, he questions whether this bland result is all he gets from so much simmering. The broth looks milky but unimpressive as he observes it closely. Tasting it, he finds the soup has almost no flavor. A notification informs him that he must simmer the giant cow's leg bones at least 10 times to achieve a truly rich taste. Realizing that means at least 50 hours of cooking, he despairs over how he will endure that long without snack breaks. He scolds himself to focus, telling himself to get it together. Reaffirming that this is all for Elle, he decides he cannot afford to be picky or rest. He vows to keep going for 50, or even 100 hours if necessary. As time passes, he keeps adjusting the flames whenever prompts announce new required intensities. Surrounded by fire, he concentrates on managing the blaze precisely. Exhausted, he continues skimming impurities and wonders how long he has been at this. Though drenched in sweat, he insists he cannot give up and must keep his concentration. His body sways with fatigue, showing how close he is to collapsing. Yet his eyes harden with determination as he forces himself to endure. Roos enters to find Minhyuk still removing dark scum from the broth, speechless at the sight. Roos notes that Minhyuk has been cooking nonstop for days without eating or sleeping. He worries that Minhyuk has done nothing but simmer bones under constant steam all this time. Roos gently says Minhyuk is overdoing it, and that the empress would be saddened if he collapsed. As Roos urges him to rest, Minhyuk's gloved hand tightens on the ladle, refusing to stop. Minhyuk replies that Elle is lying there waiting for him and not giving up, so he cannot give up either. Roos, moved, recognizes that he himself does not want to abandon hope of saving her. Remembering Elle as family, Roos knows he is just as desperate as Minhyuk to see her recover. Minhyuk declares he will never give up, even if others do, and that he is resolute about doing this for Elle. Roos, dabbing his eyes, listens as Minhyuk prepares to continue. Golden light suddenly erupts from the pot, signaling a miraculous result from Minhyuk's tireless cooking. Bathed in the glow, Minhyuk hears the thought that sincere effort is always rewarded. A final notification proclaims that he has created God's ox-bone soup, a dish beyond ordinary humans, and Minhyuk believes Elle must be thinking the same as he smiles proudly. A system message announces that an unknown player has entered a godlike realm unreachable by normal humans. Amid battle, Ace hears this divine realm alert and is shocked while his comrade yells for him to watch out. Ace unleashes an ice attack at the distracted enemy. The female enemy angrily complains that Ace hit her while she was distracted by the alarm. Ace starts boasting that she cannot defeat him, but an incoming attack interrupts him. As Ace panics about nearly being hit mid-speech, archers above casually discuss aiming at his mouth and mock its tiny size. Seeing endless enemies around them, Ace asks Kystra if there is any news from Jeannie. Kystra, panting and checking messages, says Jeannie has not replied and assumes she is also in battle. Kystra suddenly senses danger as something rushes in. A devastating blow slams Kystra and Fenris to the ground. Recovering, Kystra thanks Fenris for saving her and urges him onward. The system displays Kystra's special move, light bullets, as Fenris powers up. Fenris charges forward with Kystra mounted, radiating light. Their attack explodes among the enemies, causing chaos and screams. An irritated enemy member, AKs, steps forward and volunteers to personally handle them. AKs grins menacingly, eager to have fun fighting. Seeing AKs, Kystra and Fenris tense up. Kystra recognizes AKs as a member of the Black Dragon Guild. Elsewhere, the Imperial chef Roos is shocked at the miraculous result of Minhyuk's cooking. Minhyuk proudly finishes a pot of ox-bone soup, declaring it perfect. The system identifies the soup as a divine-grade item that can permanently cure Elle's illness. Roos emotionally thanks Minhyuk, who says he did it for Elle. Minhyuk reminds Roos there is no time to celebrate, so Roos rushes to deliver the soup to the queen. Roos feeds the gravely ill Elle and says Roos will be the better caretaker while Minhyuk is away. Minhyuk steels himself, deciding the Continental Cloud event and their besieged guild take priority. Thinking that if he moves now he can still help, Minhyuk's eyes shine with resolve. He hurriedly cooks extra ox-bone soup from leftovers to remove his fatigue and debuffs before battle. Tasting the broth, he notes with satisfaction that the meat is cooked perfectly. Minhyuk takes a bite of the soup to test it. The flavor hits him like an explosion, overwhelming him as he eats. Amazed, Minhyuk feels warmth spreading through his body and marvels that the meat melts in his mouth like nothing he has ever tasted. He is stunned by how unbelievable the dish is. Power surges through his body and he already feels completely refreshed. He noisily drains the rest of the soup. Revitalized, Minhyuk exclaims that all his cooking fatigue is gone, and he feels even stronger than before. In battle, Locke also feels an incredible buff and realizes he can now properly support his guildmates. Minhyuk calmly declares he is ready. He wipes his mouth and tells his comrades to wait for him as he heads out. The scene shifts to Atlas territory, where the fortress resounds with battle noises. Back on that battlefield, Ace complains that Asgar's arrival has not changed their dire situation, while comrades urge him to focus. Ace boasts about being his area's top fighter but is smacked mid-sentence. His ally scolds him again for not concentrating as they fend off attacks. That ally internally observes that Ace is pushing himself to his limit despite his bravado. Locke fights alongside Kerberos and others amid the chaotic skirmish. The narrator lists more exhausted allies like Khan, Crow, and Abel, noting that reinforcements are all worn out from non-stop combat. Seeing how badly things are going, Kystra thinks they need to retreat before everyone falls. Kystra's eyes widen as something sudden catches her attention. Fenris rams through the enemy formation with a powerful charge. AKA's taunts Kystra, asking how long she will keep running and demanding she face him. Bruised and panting, Kystra pulls herself up beside a wounded Fenris. The system reveals AKA's combo ultimate as he charges in, saying he will strike if they do nothing. Fenris narrows his eyes, prepared to respond. Kystra cries out to Fenris as the wolf suddenly leaps to intercept. Fenris clashes head-on with AKA's blazing fist attack. Kystra watches in horror, calling out to Fenris. AKA's glares coldly through the flames. Fenris coughs blood, grievously injured by the blow. Kystra screams Fenris' name in anguish. Standing over the fallen wolf, AKA's mocks them, saying he intended to kill them both. AKA's powers his fist with flames again, promising that this time he will finish the job. Kystra winces and apologizes in her heart to Minhyuk. She whispers a spell to entangle the enemy. Vines suddenly bind AKA's fist, leaving him shocked. At that moment a new voice invokes hellfire. A massive inferno descends, engulfing the area. Kystra cries out to Ollie, who arrives and tells her to take Fenris back while he handles the fight. Ollie steps forward, staff ready, determined to confront AKA's. Kystra, clutching Fenris, thanks him and begs him to be careful, while Ollie vows not to lose with comrades supporting him. Wrapped in flames, AKA's grins in anticipation. AKA's welcomes this stronger opponent. Excited Minhyuk has finally appeared. The system displays Ali's skill energy ball as he prepares green energy orbs. Ali's projectiles swirl around AKA's, taking aim. AKA's eyes glow red as he reacts. He whips his hand, activating a countering power. The system announces his defensive combo ultimate, softness over strength, which deflects the magic. Ali is stunned that his magic was turned aside and realizes AKA's is more dangerous than expected. AKA's rushes him with a brutal combo, forcing Ali to hurriedly raise a shield. Under the relentless blows, Ali's shield begins to crack as he cries out that it is about to break. Struggling, Ali thinks ultimates are overwhelming but resolves to hold on long enough for allies to escape. As the shield shatters, Ali braces himself for the worst. AKA's is suddenly slashed and spits blood. Reeling in pain, AKA's hears someone ask if Ali is alright. Ali looks up in shock to see Minhyuk has arrived on the battlefield. AKA's recognizes Minhyuk as the feared god of food. Ali urges Minhyuk to let him evacuate the others while Minhyuk stays to face AKA's alone. AKA's, sweating, did not expect the god of food to appear but smirks, preparing to escalate. Minhyuk stands over the wounded AKA's with his sword calm but alert. AKA's laughs and reveals that his dying move has broadcast Minhyuk's identity and location to all users participating in the Continental Cloud event. Notifications show Minhyuk's profile as the god of food, and AKA's boasts that no matter how strong Minhyuk is, he cannot handle everyone. Minhyuk receives the same alert, and hears AKA's taunt that he is now a marked target. Across the continent, hostile players rally after receiving the alert that the god of food is nearby. Leaders call their forces together, declaring Minhyuk the continent's greatest threat who must be eliminated. They urge everyone to log Minhyuk out of the game by any means. Minhyuk quietly invokes his own ultimate skill. He unleashes Tempest-like sword, sending countless blades of wind in all directions. AKA's barely dodges, shocked at the speed of this area of effect attack. Minhyuk surveys the battlefield littered with his fallen enemies, noting he narrowly missed AKA's. AKA's assumes Minhyuk must have an opening after using such a big skill. He resolves to use his own ultimate on Minhyuk while that supposed opening lasts. Minhyuk suddenly appears beside him and calmly says the chance has already passed. Minhyuk cuts AKA's again with a powerful slash. Minhyuk's eyes flash with determination as his attack lands. He declares that the time has come. Minhyuk activates a massive barrier skill, announcing it is time to eat as a dome envelopes Atlas. Ali, astonished, recognizes the nature of Minhyuk's skill. Minhyuk affirms Ali's guess and implies Ali knows what he plans to do next. Inside the barrier, Minhyuk cheerfully tells his friends he promised to treat them to something delicious. Outside, AKA's group and an allied priest watch in confusion as the barrier cuts them off. Minhyuk's team sits down with bowls of rice cake and dumpling soup, remarking on its smell and asking if it has a buff effect. Smiling, Minhyuk urges the exhausted warriors to eat and recover. Kaistra accepts and begins to eat the soup. As she eats, her heart races and she is overwhelmed by the flavor. Kaistra internally gushes about the tender dumplings, chewy rice cakes, and rich bone broth, calling the dish delicious and perfectly balanced. Locke marvels that the buff from the soup is incredible, while others react in amazement behind him. Locke realizes the buff was tailored for him and asks if Minhyuk made it with his needs in mind. Minhyuk confirms he designed Locke's soup to restore mana and maximize magic damage. Minhyuk explains he cooked the soups to relieve everyone's accumulated fatigue and customized each bowl's buff for its recipient. He tells them that while fighting and gaming are fun, they should always eat first so they have energy to enjoy the battle. Locke apologizes to Minhyuk, prompting Minhyuk to ask what for. Locke confesses he almost abandoned the fight despite his comrades being in danger but vows never to back down again. Outside the barrier, AKA's clicks his tongue in frustration. He complains that the enemy erected a barrier mid-fight and grumbles that they are now happily gorging themselves inside it. Watching the glowing dome, AKA's swears he will punish them once the barrier falls. From within, someone calls out to the god of food as the barrier begins to dissipate. The system reveals AKA's special move Lightning Sprint. Using Lightning Sprint, AKA's dashes forward, exclaiming that he has been waiting for Minhyuk to come out. He chains it into his ultimate explosive Dragon Fist, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Minhyuk calmly responds by activating his own ultimate, Lethal Sword. The description shows Lethal Sword guarantees his first attack will hit and deal massive bonus damage as he slashes at AKA's. AKA's is struck in the same wounded spot again and vomits blood. Minhyuk turns away, composed after the decisive strike. Onlookers stare in disbelief, asking if AKA's was really defeated with a single blow. Enemy players panic, wondering how AKA's lost even with his ultimate, and then notice something ominous forming in the sky. They look up as a gigantic mass looms overhead. A blazing object descends, and they realize what it is. The fiery mass is confirmed to be a meteor plummeting toward them. Locke, empowered and determined not to waste Minhyuk's help, begins casting the strongest spell available to a magician. He unleashes the meteor spell with all his might for the sake of his comrades. The system notes Locke's buff Sifrit's honor as he powers himself to withstand the cost of the spell. Locke credits Minhyuk's soup for refilling his mana and offers to support his ally further. The meteor slams into the battlefield in a colossal explosion. Flames and destruction spread across the impact zone. Numerous enemy players lie dead or incapacitated in the crater. More enemies are shown fallen, confirming the spell's devastation. The scorched terrain and scattered bodies indicate the enemy forces have been annihilated near Atlas. Someone looks into the sky and asks if their attack finished the enemies off. Allies look over the destroyed battlefield and exclaim that they have won. The group celebrates saving Atlas while Kaistra happily embraces a recovered Fenris. One ally asks Fenris if he is alright, and then notices an urgent message. They inform Minhyuk it is not over because Genie is still locked in battle in Berdek. Genie's messages show that only a tenth of her group remains and she desperately requests any available backup. In the Berdek territory, an enemy bombardment explodes against the fortress. A female warrior strains and pants as she fights on the shattered ground. She and a comrade rush while worrying about the absence of any backup. The woman regrets having sent reinforcements to Atlas but tells herself it was necessary, even if this place is now in danger. Surrounded fighters panic because they are vastly outnumbered and unsure what to do. Another massive explosion rocks the fortress as someone nearby clicks their tongue in disdain. Two invaders watch the burning stronghold, mocking Berdek for not surrendering like other weak continents. They casually bet on how many days the defenders will last, each giving a short estimate. One invader comments it is unfortunate about some rankers, then suddenly notices something odd. Looking up, they see a huge black-winged form approaching and wonder what it is. A man with dragon wings appears in the sky flanked by spectral dragons, prompting someone below to recognize a dragon. From above the city, the winged man declares that the enemies below will all fall before him. Gripping his sword, he addresses his gathered followers. As Dragonkin soldiers fly behind him, he orders them to rise and show their enemies their power. The defenders below stare up in shock, recognizing the newcomer as Black Flame, Minhyuk's father. Someone wonders aloud what happened to him as he smiles confidently with power swirling around his blade. The narration jumps to before the Continental War event, at the Dragon Palace in the Forgotten Land of Dragons. There, a quest explains that the local Dragonkin have gone mad and asked adventurers to slay the crazed ones to earn the favor of their king Brock. The scene shows one such Dragonkin being cut down in battle. A tired black-armored man exhales after the slaughter. Standing over dead Dragonkin, he asks if that was the last wave for now while his urgent quest window hovers nearby. Seeing his quest count complete but favorability still low, he complains that the Dragonkin still dislike him. A pair of Dragonkin observe that they obviously do not care for humans. The man silently thinks, then considers trying a different method. The view shifts back to the towering Dragon Palace. Inside, a blue Dragonkin sighs wearily. He muses that if a new Dragon Lord appeared, that person could restore their forgotten land. Yet he judges the current human candidate unworthy, recalling the man's silly excitement about bipedal dragons and assuming he is just another dragon collector. A subordinate rushes in to report that the Dragon Lord candidate has returned, startling the Blue Dragon King. The human strides in, dragging a badly wounded black dragon beside him. He appears with his bloody dragon companion, both growling and staggering. The candidate loudly reports to the Dragon King that he has eliminated the crazed dragonkin as ordered. Shocked by his condition, the Dragon King asks what happened and notes how badly hurt he and his dragon are. The king laments that the man's companion is also gravely injured and asks why he pushed himself so far. The human, blood on his lips, admits he may have overdone it. Smiling through his wounds, he says he could not stop once he thought of the king and the suffering dragonkin. The Dragon King hears that the man was willing to risk his life to end their suffering quickly. Internally, the man theatrically worries over his injuries while sneaking a glance at the king's reaction. Deeply moved, the dragons proclaim him a true dragon lord and beg forgiveness for doubting him, which he laughs off. The narration states that this is how Minhyuk's father became the Dragon Lord. He reflects that with that title he gained new skills and powers to command dragons. Resolute, he thinks that it is now his turn to help his son Minhyuk. Back in the present, he rallies his dragonkin comrades to charge and tells Minhyuk to release the seal on his right hand. On the ground, soldiers see the dragonkin descending in panic, recognizing that an invasion has begun. A defender tries to rally them to defend but is suddenly struck mid-sentence. A young archer trembles as he realizes the overwhelming danger. Watching the dragonkin close in from the sky, he despairs, wondering how they can possibly beat them. The whip-wielding woman realizes that the Dragon Lord and dragonkin have arrived to help and that the battle has flipped in an instant. She notes how overpowering their size, strength, and dragon breath are as they crush enemy soldiers. She checks on a nearby ally to see if he is alright. Minhyuk's father explains that Minhyuk told him about the crisis, so he rushed over and offers her food to recharge. She stares at the spicy rice cake and dumpling soup he hands her, as he explains Minhyuk made it especially for her. Touched that Minhyuk went out of his way for her, she accepts the bowl. After thanking him, she says she will leave the battlefield to him for a moment, and he assures her he can handle it. Elsewhere, a scout peers through binoculars, observing events quietly. Asked about the situation, she answers that while things are bad, they are still manageable as a magical device clanks beside her. An enemy strategist analyzes that the Dragon Lord is dangerous but believes they can overwhelm him by sheer numbers. At the same time, someone points out that Berdek now has almost no defenders left and that killing their commander will make the rest easy. The scout decides she should personally confront that commander. She tells a subordinate to lead according to plan while she goes off alone, ignoring his protests. The commander woman eats her soup on the battlefield as a tall figure suddenly lands in front of her. The blue-haired enemy woman mocks her, calling it a waste of time to deal with such small fry. Recognizing the emblem, the commander realizes she is facing a member of the Black Dragon Guild. The enemy adds that it is even more unfortunate for the commander to have run into her here. Fired up, the commander shouts back and charges, her whip igniting in blazing flames. The guild member raises a powerful hexagonal barrier and scoffs that such an attack will not work. The barrier deflects the fiery whip, sending it rebounding toward the stunned commander. There is a huge fiery impact as the clash detonates. Bruised, the commander worries that physical attacks are useless and that she has few other options. The enemy taunts her for not learning from their previous fight with L, while the commander laments she only just recovered her energy from the soup. She pauses and wonders why Minhyuk specifically gave her that spicy rice cake and dumpling soup. She realizes its buffs greatly increased her fire damage and resistance, filling her body with lava-like heat. Understanding Minhyuk's intention, she decides to test the power burning inside her to find out for sure. Cloaked in roaring flames, she turns her back to the enemy, as the guild member assumes she will simply attack again. The guild member starts to warn her that doing so will only burn herself just as a fiery lash whips across her face. Shocked, the enemy touches her cheek and finds it burned and bleeding. She screams in pain as the searing wound sizzles. Dismayed that her ultimate defensive skill has melted, she demands to know how the commander did it, and the commander coolly answers she just tried something and it worked. With her whip blazing, the commander says it was all thanks to the power of food. She then unleashes a devastating fiery strike that sends the guild member screaming. The injured enemy desperately stammers the commander's name, trying to bargain. Cornered, she hastily offers to surrender and begs for a peaceful resolution. The commander instead orders them to scram as more explosions rock the battlefield. Narration states the Foodie Guild successfully defended Berdek. The story shifts to another front, where a massive lightning strike tears through another fortress. A female swordswoman finishes casting the spell, then gasps in exhaustion, realizing she is out of mana and unsure whether the attack was enough. She learns that 4 of 6 allied bases have already fallen. Gripping her rapier, she knows losing this fort as well would be catastrophic. Surrounded by tired allies, she asks what they should do since they are hopelessly outnumbered. An enemy laughs, thinking her guard is down as he rushes at her from behind. She senses danger and turns in alarm. Before the attacker can strike her, he is suddenly run through by a blade. An elderly man in a butler's outfit appears, spearing the assailant and grunting with effort. He turns and anxiously asks if the swordswoman is alright. Recognizing Minhyuk's allies, she exclaims that they are part of his group. A priestess swoops in, offering to heal the swordswoman's injuries, startling her. The healer cheerfully calls herself Minhyuk's gopher while the swordswoman flusteredly echoes the title and calls for help with her depleted mana. The winged healer flies off to assist others, leaving the swordswoman to note how busy she is. The butler reminds the swordswoman there is no time to zone out. He orders everyone to push the enemy back while they still have momentum. Ben then unleashes his special move Ghost Piercer, sending enemies flying with a powerful gusting strike. Korra follows up by casting his special buff attack Boost, flooding allies with golden power. In the midst of the renewed battle, the swordswoman wonders where Minhyuk is just as a call notification from Kar appears. Kar's breaking transmission says that Fort Aparo cannot hold much longer. Alarmed, the swordswoman shouts into the call asking if Kar is alright. The scene cuts to Fort Aparo as the enemy approaches its walls. A weary Kar, its captain, admits he has been hanging on as best he can but is hitting his limit. Looking over the burning fort, he despairs that they are losing miserably. He is then struck and knocked hard to the ground. An ally yells for Kar to pull himself together amid the chaos of battle. A white-haired comrade reminds him that as captain he must stay focused. That comrade is then slashed and cries out before finishing a sentence about Minhyuk. The reminder jolts Kar, who remembers he has something important he wants to tell Minhyuk. At that moment, Minhyuk sends him a short message asking if he is okay. Hearing Minhyuk's name, Kar's eyes widen. Minhyuk's next message asks his friend for a favor, requesting a powerful swordsman who can handle tremendous power. Far away, a figure with long dark hair smiles softly, surprised that Minhyuk still calls him a friend despite everything. Back at Fort Aparo, Kar answers mentally that Minhyuk may do anything he needs and that he will accept any burden. In response, a massive pillar of lightning and power engulfs Kar, transforming him. Enemies and allies alike are shocked as a lightning bolt slams down from the sky. Kar's sword gleams as it channels the new power. Blue energy swirls around him in a storm as nearby enemies recoil. His wounded comrade calls his name in disbelief. Kar, now calm and focused, notes that the enemies ahead are already fleeing. With his sword glowing gold, he prepares to attack. A blazing slash arcs through ranks of enemies, obliterating them. Kar performs his blade draw technique, unleashing the strike. He stands tall in the aftermath, transformed into a fearsome swordsman. Elsewhere, Minhyuk smiles to himself, confident that Kar would respond. Minhyuk adds that he should also thank the boy Koner for making this possible. Rallying his various allies and summon beasts, he urges everyone to move out and reclaim the remaining bases. The whip-wielding commander asks Minhyuk what he personally plans to do next. He answers that he is going to stop the enemy army itself. Narration explains that though they retook this base, a much larger foe awaits at the Kion Continental headquarters. Minhyuk also notes that the man responsible for L's condition still has not appeared. He identifies that unseen enemy as the one who hurt L. A silver-haired man in a cloak leads a shadowy group, vowing that this foe is surely at headquarters and that he will personally take him down. Minhyuk tells his companions it is time to move out. He reminds them that dying on the Continental Cloud will send them back to their original server with no return, warning everyone to stay sharp. The perspective shifts to the front of the Chinese army's headquarters, where winds whip across the open field. An explosion echoes outside the fortress as battle is joined. Empowered by Minhyuk's gift, Kar charges the headquarters with fierce determination. He reflects that since receiving Minhyuk's power, all of his abilities have soared. He resolves to use this power to protect everyone and to face Minhyuk proudly, vowing not to let a single enemy escape. Steeling himself, he thinks of one more thing he must do. He promises to tell Minhyuk everything and apologize for his past words and actions. He adds that he will apologize to Minhyuk's friends as well and admit he was immature, determined to make amends. Fighting through emotion, he continues that he will also ask Minhyuk to accept him as one of his companions, swearing to bring him victory no matter what. He unleashes another blindingly fast sword strike that tears across the battlefield. The final image shows Kar executing a sweeping, empowered slash as he carves through the enemy army for Minhyuk's sake. Dutch One smirks and insists the enemy has not won yet. Kar, having charged into the enemy headquarters alone, is confronted by Dutch One's forces. The soldiers regard Kar as a crazed madman standing alone against their army. Dutch One challenges Kar, saying he will test how long Kar can keep boasting before his army. A powerful shockwave sweeps over the armored soldiers as Dutch One stands on the cliff. The narration identifies Dutch One as a legendary NPC. Kar readies himself, acknowledging Dutch One as a formidable opponent. Kar decides that in his current state he can still fight Dutch One head-on. Dutch One claims to understand Kar's plan. He warns Kar that his assumptions are wrong as the armored soldiers advance. Dutch One declares Kar's real opponents are his 50,000 soldiers and questions if Kar can face them alone. The enemy troops surround Kar on all sides. Kar braces himself as the soldiers begin their assault. Powerful sword slashes cut through the battlefield. Kar darts through the soldiers, beginning a fierce charge. He leaps high into the air, roaring as he attacks. Kar unleashes Koner ultimate swordsmanship, Meteor Strike, in a blazing descent. He follows up with another move, saying there is still more to come. His rapid strikes rain down on the soldiers and the ground. Realizing he cannot break through, Kar laments that there are too many soldiers to reach Dutch One. The armored troops press closer around him. Frustrated, Carr curses as he is slowly boxed in. He concludes that brute forcing his way is impossible since every soldier is as strong as high-ranked players and he would exhaust himself before reaching Dutch One. While cutting through enemies, Carr wonders if the power Minhyuk granted him is still insufficient. Elsewhere, Minhyuk and Mia notice the fortress swarming with soldiers and see Carr struggling, deciding to intervene immediately. Minhyuk asks Mew for a buff, and she agrees. Empowered, Minhyuk smiles and psychs himself up to begin the battle. Minhyuk grips a stone millstone weapon crackling with energy. Carr recognizes Minhyuk's arrival and is told to stay put. Carr is bewildered by Minhyuk suddenly shouting at him. Lightning crashes down among the soldiers as Minhyuk activates his special move Thunderbolt Hell around Carr. Minhyuk dramatically announces his arrival as he descends into the battlefield. His landing triggers a massive shockwave and explosion. Minhyuk emerges from the dust of the impact. He performs another technique, Blooming Sword, skewering and blasting enemies around him. Carr, relieved and emotional, calls out to Minhyuk. Minhyuk notes in admiration that Carr held off an enormous number of enemies alone. Carr replies that it was only possible thanks to the power Minhyuk gave him as he cuts down more soldiers. Minhyuk receives a message saying preparations are complete and looks over mid-fight. He reads that everything is ready and decides on his next move. Minhyuk asks Carr for a favor. Carr, still fighting, asks what Minhyuk needs. Minhyuk explains that Dutch One, the army's leader, gravely harmed someone important to him, and that he intends to make Dutch One pay. Carr believes preparations to attack Dutch One are finished, and that until then they need to keep the enemy busy. Determined, Carr accepts the role and tells Minhyuk to leave it to him. Minhyuk suddenly dashes away, surprising Carr. Carr raises his sword high, preparing another powerful technique. He slams the glowing blade down, unleashing a huge shock that clears a path. Carr then shouts for Minhyuk to advance. Minhyuk promises to block anyone who tries to pass him. Minhyuk quietly calls out to Carr, moved by his resolve. He tells Carr he will be back soon and thanks him as he runs toward Dutch One. At the cliff, Dutch One begins sprinting toward Minhyuk to intercept. The two clash weapons with explosive force. Dutch One jeers that Minhyuk abandoned his comrade to come after him. Minhyuk retorts that he did not abandon Carr but trusted him to guard his back. Dutch One's incredible speed wounds Minhyuk, who realizes just how fast a legendary NPC can be. Dutch One's eyes widen as Minhyuk counters. Minhyuk frantically blocks Dutch One's multi-directional assassin-like attacks, barely keeping up. Dutch One mocks that Minhyuk can only defend, while Minhyuk resolves to keep looking for an opening. Weapons clash again, sparks flying. Dutch One lands a heavy strike on Minhyuk's chest. Believing Minhyuk defenseless, Dutch One lunges in for the kill, calling him the god of food. As he thrusts, Dutch One suddenly notices something is wrong. He is shocked to realize he has been stunned. Minhyuk's halting shield skill triggers, freezing Dutch One for 2 seconds when he strikes. While Dutch One panics, Minhyuk asks if he knows who L's little brother is. Minhyuk hints that the answer is obvious. He reveals that L is his elder sister and unleashes his ultimate skill, Berserk Sword, slashing straight through Dutch One. Dutch One spews blood and collapses. Minhyuk exhales in relief as Dutch One's body hits the ground. Carr and Mew arrive, celebrating Minhyuk's victory, and Minhyuk thanks Mew for her buff. Carr asks about the rest of the battlefield, and Mew reports that the leaders are defeated and Carr is cutting down soldiers like a demon. Minhyuk, satisfied with the situation, says that is good. Narration declares that the long continental war has finally ended as the enemy's stronghold burns. Exhausted but cheerful, Minhyuk says it is time to relax and eat with his friends, and Mew eagerly asks to share the food. He asks what she wants to eat, and she shyly requests his kimchi stew again. Minhyuk muses about other foods he wants while believing the war is over. Elsewhere, a mysterious robed figure is seen conducting a dark ritual before a massive dragon, feeling ominous chills. The narration explains that Athene is filled with NPCs, including supreme ones like L. It then recalls legendary figures like Dutch One as well. The story wonders what would happen if an NPC existed beyond even supreme and legendary ranks. It describes such an entity as a balance-breaking MacGuffin that was never meant to appear. At Vainark Fortress, a Korean defensive base, a mage announces they have reclaimed the stronghold. The mage suddenly receives a high-grade sudden quest with an enticing reward. He debates abandoning his plan to meet Minhyuk in order to pursue this quest. He decides nothing major should happen before he finishes and promises Minhyuk he will rejoin him soon. Back at Minhyuk's base, Carr trains while Mew tends to Minhyuk, and Minhyuk returns asking for a report on the continental cloud situation. Minhyuk learns they have nearly seized control and expect the remaining enemy forces to surrender soon. He and Mew look forward to collecting generous rewards, making Minhyuk's mouth water. Suddenly, warning alerts appear everywhere, startling Minhyuk and Mew. Hearing a strange sound, they look around anxiously. Above the clouds, a gigantic winged shadow sweeps across the sky. The black dragon, with a rider on its back, descends through the storm clouds. The dragon roars amid swirling magic circles, heralding destruction. Minhyuk shouts for Carr to move out of the way immediately. Carr looks up in confusion at the ominous purple light. A devastating purple explosion engulfs much of the fortress. After the blast, a protective barrier remains, sheltering Minhyuk, Mew, and others. They are revealed standing safely within the barrier amid ruins and debris. System text announces that Borman, the rampaging black dragon, has descended. Minhyuk stares at the sky and asks what the monstrous creature is. A hooded antagonist laughs, calling the sight magnificent. He revels in the fact that he has managed to control Borman, the black dragon. He muses that the event has drawn many users to the continental cloud and is thrilled at unleashing the dragon there. He proclaims that Athene will soon be destroyed. Terrified players beg the god of food to save them, convinced every server is on the verge of annihilation. Others tell Minhyuk that survivors from the ruined Kion continent are requesting help because the dragon is drawing near. Minhyuk recognizes Borman as the dragon Fido once barely sealed and worries that everyone is exhausted after the war. At that moment Fido, the pig, taps his leg to encourage him. Minhyuk understands Fido's message to stay calm, thanking the little companion for steadying his nerves. He calls out to Mew. Minhyuk asks Mew to provide a large-scale buff for everyone. He warns that aiding him will expose her secret support of Askin and asks if she will still help. Mew smiles and hints that her choice is obvious. She spreads her wings, reminding everyone that she is no ordinary ally. Mew proudly declares herself the Valkyrie Mew and says she does not care about the consequences. She ascends into the sky and activates her special move, Angel of the Battlefield. Fighters on the ground feel Mew's powerful buff, their stats soaring and fatigue vanishing. Some wonder if she betrayed them for the god of food, while others insist it does not matter when they must unite against the dragon. A player shouts for everyone to look at the sky. The Dragonkin and their lord arrive as reinforcements. Minhyuk's father apologizes for being late and offers the combined strength of the Dragonkin to his son. Minhyuk nods in acknowledgement. He steps forward solemnly and clears his throat. Addressing all users, Minhyuk announces that the game faces its greatest crisis ever. He explains that the legendary evil dragon Borman is approaching and that no single user can defeat it. Minhyuk urges former enemies to unite, or the continent and the world they love will be destroyed. He rallies everyone to take up arms and charge together for Athene. Meanwhile, the hooded controller rides the snarling black dragon as it bears down on them. The villain smiles confidently from the dragon's back. Minhyuk readies his sword, preparing to face this new threat. Allies across the battlefield, including Mew in the air and various mages and archers, assemble to support him. In a faraway castle, someone stirs awake with a groan. Elle rises from bed, complaining of soreness and surprising her attendant, who drops his pot in shock. The attendant panics and calls out to his recovered queen. He frantically asks if she is alright while Elle calmly tells him to relax. Elle stretches, saying she feels fine after such a long sleep and is ready to head out immediately, despite his protests. She is asked where she intends to go. Elle answers that she is, of course, going to help Minhyuk. On the battlefield, commanders shout that Borman is approaching and order everyone to prepare their defenses as magic circles form in the air. Tanks raise their shields and spears, moving to the front to protect the back line. Mew responds by casting a major defensive buff on the army. Under her protection, attackers and mages unleash concentrated firepower on Borman. Borman contemptuously calls them struggling vermin. The dragon gathers an enormous mass of flame, daring them to try blocking it. Minhyuk shouts for everyone to scatter as the dragon's breath attack comes. The dragon's firestorm tears across the battlefield, burning many players. Survivors scream for the god of food as Borman looms ever closer. Amid the devastation, Minhyuk hears that many users have been forced to log out by the last breath attack and orders his allies to gather the remaining survivors. Minhyuk, determined, declares he has come up with a strategy. He orders everyone to direct all their attacks at him when he gives the signal. A comrade questions targeting Minhyuk instead of Borman, but Minhyuk insists they follow his command. The comrade worries Minhyuk panicked after seeing the dragon or plans to log out to rest. Despite his doubts, the comrade grabs Minhyuk's hand, choosing to trust him. Minhyuk smiles as his ally affirms faith in his plan. Borman, the dragon, mocks them for surviving by luck. The dragon prepares its signature Borman breath, vowing to finish them. Borman unleashes a massive stream of destructive breath. Minhyuk's allies launch arrows and magic together in response to his plan. The combined magic collides with the dragon's breath in a huge explosion. Enveloped in the blast, Minhyuk notes that everything is unfolding exactly as he intended. He charges in, shouting as he swings a glowing weapon. Minhyuk activates his special technique Gigantic Frying Pan plus Magic Reflection against the dragon's breath. An observer is stunned that Minhyuk is reflecting Borman's attack with only a frying pan and calls it absurd. Borman coughs up purple blood after being struck back by the reflected attack. Minhyuk, panting, realizes their counterattack hurt the dragon and decides to seize this chance. He prepares another move, summoning digital-looking energy as his weapon shifts. He resolves to use this opportunity to finish Borman off. Minhyuk unleashes his ultimate berserk sword, slashing the dragon repeatedly. Borman shrieks as Minhyuk's onslaught tears into it. Minhyuk follows up with another ultimate skill, Shapeless Sword combined with Thunderbolt. Riding the dragon's body, he strikes Borman with lightning-charged blows. After landing, Minhyuk takes a step forward on the battlefield. His comrades, worried, look around and then spot Minhyuk in the distance. A female ally sees him and cries out his name in alarm. Minhyuk breathes heavily, clearly exhausted but still standing. He stands atop Borman's body, holding a glowing sword embedded in the dragon. With a shout, Minhyuk raises the sword to deliver the final stab. He drives the blade into Borman as others exclaim that he has defeated the dragon. Minhyuk, sweating, realizes the system hasn't announced Borman's defeat yet. He decides he must end the dragon before it recovers. Suddenly he notices something off and looks down in confusion. He finds his sword stuck in Borman's body and unable to be pulled out. The dragon grins ominously as consciousness returns. Dark tendrils erupt and coil around Minhyuk, binding his body. Borman laughs, declaring Minhyuk has fallen into its trap. The dragon rages over being wounded and vows to kill Minhyuk first, then devour every human. System messages inform Minhyuk that he has been poisoned by Borman's venom, and his HP is dropping below 70%. Still constricted, Minhyuk bleeds and strains as the venom and squeezing intensify. Another alert shows his HP has now fallen below 50%. His followers panic over the god of food's plight, and rally everyone to attack and save him. Borman scoffs at their weak attacks, promising to crush Minhyuk and then kill the rest. A calm older man's voice cuts in, asking whom the dragon thinks it is about to crush. Minhyuk, shocked, realizes the voice belongs to Ben. Ben steps forward onto the battlefield, approaching with purpose. Holding a flaming spear, Ben walks straight toward the towering Borman. Surrounded by flames, Ben reproaches the dragon for trying to harm his lord in front of him. Ben declares that Borman has crossed the line as his spear power surges skyward. He calls out Ghost Spear and begins unleashing a powerful technique. Ben invokes a transcendental skill as light whirls around him. Minhyuk, horrified, screams for Ben to stop. He remembers that using this skill will destroy Ben's body. Flashing back, Minhyuk once asked Ben when people began calling him Ghost Spear. Ben pondered the question thoughtfully. He admitted he could not remember exactly when the nickname started. When Minhyuk asked why he was called that, Ben said he at least knew the reason. Ben explained that the title was linked to a special technique he developed. Minhyuk listened curiously, waiting for the answer. Ben smiled gently as he remembered. He told Minhyuk the name Ghost Spear was tied to a technique he created after losing his son and offered to explain it. The technique, Absolute Ultimate Spear, is a final attack that boosts all stats and power by an enormous percentage before being thrown. Ben further explained that after using Absolute Ultimate Spear, both HP and MP drop to 0, effectively sacrificing the user. Back in the present, Ben calls upon the Ghost Spear transcendental skill. Minhyuk, wrapped in restraints, screams for Ben not to use it. Ben, tears in his eyes, completes the activation of Absolute Ultimate Spear. His arm crackles and begins to break apart under the strain of the power. Borman, sensing danger, asserts it will not just stand by and prepares a counterspell. Minhyuk desperately yells at Ben to stop. Borman unleashes Borman's Roar Meteor Strike, summoning magical meteors. Allies shout to stop Borman and focus on protecting Ben. A massive explosion erupts around Ben as Minhyuk cries his name. Ben's spear of blue energy rockets upward through the meteors. The Absolute Ultimate Spear pierces straight through Borman's body, making it roar in agony. The dragon coughs more dark blood as the attack tears through it. The impact leaves Borman towering but grievously wounded, with Ben's spear lodged in it. Minhyuk's bindings vanish and he realizes he has been freed. He immediately calls out to check on Ben. Ben stands with his back turned, missing an arm but still upright amid the smoke. He smiles faintly, hiding his pain. Earlier, a companion had teased that Minhyuk is especially kind to Ben. She remarked that Minhyuk treats Ben almost as if he were his father. Minhyuk had wondered aloud if he really did act that way, and she answered that it was obvious. Embarrassed, Minhyuk admitted there was a reason. He recalled doting on Ben like a grandparent, fussing over his food and comfort, while Ben protested he was not that old. Back in the present, Minhyuk walks toward the exhausted Ben, calling to him. Ben, relieved, tells Minhyuk he is glad his lord is safe. Minhyuk, near tears, demands to know why Ben used such a suicidal skill. Panicking, he talks about making recovery food or calling a healer to save Ben. Ben quietly clutches his side, obviously concealing how bad his condition is. He insists with a small smile that he is fine. Minhyuk, blushing with emotion, is grabbed by Ben, who reminds him this battle is far from over. Ben confesses he has long thought of Minhyuk as a grandson, or even his own son. Minhyuk grows teary as he takes in Ben's heartfelt words. Ben senses his end approaching and urges Minhyuk never to give up no matter what happens. Minhyuk, grieving, replies in his heart that he understands, calling Ben his grandpa. Resolute again, Minhyuk vows he will never give up and asks Ben to watch over him. A comrade runs up calling Minhyuk's name as he clenches his fist in determination. She checks on him and starts to mention Ben, but Minhyuk says he is fine and that the fight is not finished. They see that Borman's horrific wound is already regenerating. The dragon, breathing heavily, rages that anyone dared harm it. It screams that it will drag them all to the depths of hell as new monsters appear around it. Borman promises to show everyone true despair while its summoned beasts roar. Minhyuk rallies his allies, shouting that they must fight Borman again. One companion charges a fiery punch at an enemy beast. Another ally slashes a multi-headed hound in close combat. Minhyuk notes the guild is handling the lesser monsters, but realizes a bigger issue remains. He knows the real threat is Borman's devastating breath attack. He concludes that another such breath would wipe out their remaining forces. A black-armored man suddenly appears before Minhyuk, taking his attention. Minhyuk recognizes the man in armor as his real-world father. A memory surfaces of his father apologizing for not helping while Minhyuk struggled with harsh diets and exercise. His father recalls watching Minhyuk build friendships in the game. He remembers feeling happy whenever Minhyuk enjoyed food or companionship in Athene. Because of that, his father resolved to protect the world that brings Minhyuk joy and wants to defend Athene. He thinks that using a certain method will separate him from the dragons for a month, but he is willing. Minhyuk's father steels himself for the sacrifice. He reaches for his weapon, asking to be allowed to fight. Empowered by dragon energy, he tells Minhyuk to trust him and let him handle Borman. The allied dragons soar upward toward a swirling vortex in the sky. Minhyuk and a companion notice the dragons ascending into the heavens. Armored and resolute, Minhyuk's father vows to punish Borman for endangering this world. Light shines from the clouds as onlookers see something radiant appearing above. A brilliant ice dragon form begins descending through the light. The black flame dragon triggers its special move Gigantification as Minhyuk's father rides among the enlarged dragons. With eyes closed, he gives the simple command to destroy. He swings his weapon while flying, black wings spread wide. The black dragon exhales searing flames, incinerating enemy beasts below. Monsters are engulfed in fire and scream as the blaze consumes them. Yet Borman himself shrugs off the allied attacks, apparently unharmed. Frustrated, Borman orders his minions to attack while they cower at the enemy's overwhelming power. Borman powers up with flames, roaring as his followers cry out to him. The battlefield is flooded with fire as the dragon unleashes another blazing attack. When the flames clear, Borman mocks their attempt, calling it pathetic. Watching from cover, two allies wonder if Borman has recovered completely from earlier damage. One mage senses something strange about Borman's regeneration. He detects a massive concentration of life energy radiating from a point on Borman's head. Minhyuk starts to shout an order for the dragonkin to target that area. Borman realizes his secret has been discovered but scoffs that they can still do nothing, charging another attack. He unleashes his dark energy ball special move, bombarding the ground with explosive orbs. A protective dragon skill called Grenade Protection shields Minhyuk from the onslaught. Another allied dragon, Destiny, uses Absolute Zero, blasting freezing energy. The ice power spreads, freezing parts of Borman in place. Minhyuk, mounted on a dragon, rushes in toward the immobilized enemy. His eye glows with golden dragon power as something activates within him. The powers of Destiny, Bredne Breaker, and Mbaka all surge simultaneously through Minhyuk as Dragon Lord. Minhyuk calls out to his father amid the chaos. Borman braces behind magical barriers, claiming such attacks are useless against him. Minhyuk's father dives from above with a powerful sword strike aimed at those defenses. Empowered by multiple dragon forces, the Dragon Lord crashes through in a shattering, full-force assault. The protective crystal barrier surrounding the battlefield suddenly shatters. Onlookers panic as they realize the barrier has broken. The armored man flinches, confused by the sudden change. He notices the dragon grinning and wonders why it looks pleased. He realizes the dragon intentionally broke the barrier to unleash a vortex in its mouth as part of its plan. The man turns toward the swirling power, preparing himself. Smiling calmly, he addresses his son. The son and allies cry out to stop him, but he believes only his father can win. The son screams in anguish as he understands what his father intends. The father apologizes that he cannot stay to help to the very end. He rockets toward the dragon's open mouth, drawing in the vortex. A red-armored warrior dives in and slams the dragon away mid-attack. The onlookers stare upward in shock at the newcomer's entrance. The newcomer stomps down, cursing the salamander-like dragon. The red-haired warrior berates the dragon for daring to bare its fangs at her father. The crowd recognizes the warrior as Empress L, amazed she punched Borman. L greets Mr. Kong and introduces herself as Minhyuk's older sister. Mr. Kong, battered on the ground, is stunned that the Empress is Minhyuk's sister. Minhyuk dashes toward his father and L, calling out to them. Reunited, Minhyuk anxiously asks if his father is recovered, while L proudly says she is even better thanks to him. The wounded dragon grits its teeth and spits out hate for the weak creatures. Roaring that it will shred them, Borman fully heals his wounds and stamina again, alarming Minhyuk. Minhyuk tells L they must destroy the life energy focus somewhere on Borman's head, and she agrees to target that weak point. L says Roos told her what Minhyuk did for her, and that she came to thank him. Empowered with golden energy, L says it is her turn to repay him and urges him to watch. Borman rages that a mere human dared punch a legendary dragon's jaw and vows to kill them all. L locates the life stone and raises glowing swords into the air. Another armored ally with white hair appears, taking hold of the summoned sword. The blade she grips gleams, ready to strike. A golden slash tears through Borman's head, targeting his hidden life stone. The dragon reels and groans as the attack lands. Minhyuk realizes L accurately pinpointed and instantly struck Borman's life stone. He watches in awe, thinking how overwhelmingly powerful L is. Borman sees that a lowly creature has maimed his eye and life stone. Fixing them with a murderous gaze, the dragon vows to kill them. He roars again that he will kill all of them. System messages confirm Borman's life stone is destroyed, stopping his regeneration while he begins a final awakening. Soldiers panic that the already terrifying Borman is awakening to an even stronger form. Some shout to run, but L scolds them for fleeing mid-battle. She raises her luminous sword high to continue the fight. L invokes her signature technique, Annihilation Blade. As many holy swords descend, the storm of blades drives Borman back across the ruined ground. Swords pierce his body in explosive bursts of light and blood. Seeing no counterattack, Elle decides to keep pressing the assault. She unleashes Annihilation Blade repeatedly, slicing the ground and structures apart. Borman is bombarded with countless stabbing strikes from above. Elle watches uneasily, wondering why the dragon still is not moving. She senses he is preparing something as strange magic gathers around him. Feeling a dreadful aura, she shudders in fear. Realizing the danger, Elle orders everyone to run. Borman smirks and calls their escape attempt useless. He declares it is too late and activates his own special move, Dis. A colossal blue explosion erupts, engulfing the battlefield. Beams of lethal energy rain down as people try to flee. Many soldiers are struck and fall, impaled by the descending beams. Minhyuk rushes to Elle's side with his pig, asking if she is alright. She insists she is fine. Elle anxiously asks Minhyuk about the others and whether anyone else survived the blast. They stand grimly amid the devastation with the few remaining comrades. Borman rises amid swirling flames, unveiling another ultimate attack called Hellfire. An ally deduces Borman endured the previous blows just to buy time to cast this large-scale spell and despairs at how they can possibly win. Elle says she has to stop Borman, while Minhyuk warns that doing so will kill her for real this time. They watch the dragon looming over them, surrounded by raging hellfire. A cloaked figure calmly steps forward through the burning rubble. His ornate golden staff materializes, radiating immense power. The newcomer casts Dispel, erasing the hellfire around Borman. Borman furiously demands to know who dared cancel his magic, while the blonde mage coolly remarks it was unimpressive. Minhyuk recognizes the mage in shock as his pig squeals. The blonde mage fully reveals himself, exuding confidence with the radiant staff. The narrative shifts to Mulgeron's sanctuary, introducing a new setting. There, the great magician Mulgeron explains the nature of the awakened golden magician NPC to a younger mage. Mulgeron says awakening as a golden magician grants magic far beyond human limits. He adds that after half a day of such power, all of one's levels will be reset to 1. Calling the penalty severe, he notes it is understandable to refuse, but the young mage decides to awaken anyway. Mulgeron is surprised and confirms that the mage truly intends to accept the penalty. The young mage laughs that he does care about his levels but has something more important. He explains there is a higher priority to him than preserving levels. A system message then confirms Ollie has successfully become a golden magician, with its awe-inspiring power residing within him. Another message grants Ollie the dual-class ability Companion of the Divine, allowing him to appoint a fighting companion to boost his stats. Back on the battlefield, Ollie tells Minhyuk that all his time in the game has led to this moment. Ollie reaches out and asks Minhyuk to formally become his companion. Minhyuk shakes his hand, saying they have always been allies, and the system declares the god of food Minhyuk is now Golden Magician Ollie's companion. Empowered, Ollie turns sharply toward Borman, ready to fight. The enraged dragon roars at the insolent human who dares challenge him. Borman, bristling with dark magic circles, demands to know who attacks a being like him. Ollie thrusts his staff toward Minhyuk, urging him to quickly take something. Minhyuk receives a glowing crown fragment from Ollie, who tells him to leave the rest to him. Surrounded by golden magic arrays, Ollie declares that with his current power there is no enemy he cannot defeat with magic. Borman lunges through the storm of magical beams toward the mages. Ollie focuses and swings his shining staff to meet the assault. His counterspell detonates in a massive fiery explosion. Waves of explosions and beams clash violently with Borman's attacks. Ollie stands firm amid the backlash, gripping his staff. Borman is stunned that he is losing a magic duel and wonders how a human magician gained such power. Golden beams continue ripping across the dragon's wings and body. Ollie insists he is not finished yet. He resolves to pour every drop of mana into his staff for one last spell. He vows to defeat Borman here and now as he charges the spell. The spell's spatial severance activates, trapping Borman in a huge altered space. Within that space, fire and light tear at Borman's body. Ollie identifies the combination of hellfire and another great spell he is about to use. He calls down meteor atop the trapped dragon. A localized square of ground erupts as the meteors slam down. Ollie strains to maintain the devastating spell. With his MP fully drained and all skill effects nullified, he thinks using every drop of mana should be enough. Before he can confirm the result, an enormous shadow surges toward him, shocking him. A blinding shockwave blasts outward from the impact. At the crucial moment, Elle, Minhyuk, and Ollie strike together at Borman's exposed side. Minhyuk, straining with his sword, checks whether Ollie is alright while Ollie warns that Borman still lives. Minhyuk smiles and tells him he has already done more than enough. He tells Ollie to leave the rest to his designated companion, and Ollie nods firmly. Elle calls Minhyuk's name as she slashes, and he answers that he is ready. Elle charges her body with golden power. Minhyuk similarly surges with red energy, pushing his limits. Together they unleash Minhyuk's skill vital stab on Borman's weak point. Minhyuk then shouts for the final phase to begin. The crowned pig on his shoulder begins to shine. The golden armor on the pig glitters as it activates. The little pig swells with power, preparing a mighty leap. System messages announce that the crown of the Absolute Divine Beast has been completed and that the primordial Absolute Divine Beast Fido has appeared. Onlookers gape at the fancy golden pig, realizing the god of food's pet is actually the absolute divine beast. The absolute divine beast activates a special ability called the power of a predator. Ali realizes the crown fragment he entrusted to Minhyuk completed the set. Fido closes his eyes and gathers radiant power around himself. Minhyuk recalls giving Ali the final crown piece that enabled this evolution. Fido now radiates golden energy, fully awakened and ready to fight. Elle watches in disbelief as Fido begins copying her annihilation blade technique. Borman growls uneasily at the revelation that the absolute divine beast is on the field. He recognizes the aura and suspects this is the same troublesome pig that ruined his plans before. Fido charges forward in duplicate images, challenging Borman again. Enraged, Borman swears he will send the pig straight to hell. Fido, crown gleaming, answers with a determined oink as he sprints in. The dragon leaps skyward, preparing another crushing attack. Fido flies up through a rain of light, pursuing him. From above, the pig unleashes Predator's power annihilation blade in a shower of swords. Borman sneers at what he calls petty tricks even as he is battered by the barrage. He then lunges down viciously toward Fido. Fido dodges along sweeping arcs of energy. The pig summons an enormous frying pan using Predator's power gigantic frying pan. The gigantic pan slams brutally into Borman's body. The blow makes the dragon cry out in agony. Gripping the pan, Fido prepares to strike again with determination. Another crushing pan strike smashes into Borman's head. Humiliated, Borman curses the persistent pig and threatens it. Before he can finish, dark energy spills as his body falters from the punishment. A final lance of golden light pierces down from the sky. The impact explodes in a colossal golden blast that rocks the battlefield. Borman collapses amid rubble, coughing blood and barely clinging to life. He mutters in disbelief that this outcome cannot be real. Looking at Fido, he laments that after all his efforts he is being stopped by the same pig again. As his eye burns with fading pride, Borman declares he is a dragon, the most noble and supreme being in existence, refusing to accept defeat. Borman furiously refuses to be defeated by his enemies. A blonde mage flinches in fear, overwhelmed by Borman's magic. System messages reveal Borman is crystallizing into a powerful mana stone for self-destruction. The warning adds that if Borman is not stopped, his explosion will deal catastrophic damage based on his HP. Two warriors stare at the crystallized dragon, wondering how they can possibly survive this. The red-armored commander mutters that not even the Dragon Lord or the Empress could handle such a dense mana stone. As she mentions the god of food, a massive energy slash streaks toward Borman. The crystal dragon's head jolts as something pierces its neck. The tiny sword embedded in Borman's body shocks the onlookers. Minhyuk grins, pleased that his strike succeeded. Realizing Borman can be hurt, Minhyuk confidently declares they can defeat him. Minhyuk activates his special move Lethal Sword and asks Fido to fight with him as the pig prince readies his own blade. Minhyuk charges, his sword wreathed in blue energy. His slash sends tremendous arcs of power crashing into Borman's crystal body. The crowned pig, glowing gold, rockets toward the dragon to attack as well. Their combined blows shatter and slice into the mana stone armor. Watching, the knights cheer that their attacks are finally landing. Another warrior notes that they are only scratching the mana stone's surface because Borman's defense is too high. They worry Borman's enormous HP and the time limit make the situation dire. The timer shows 40 seconds until Borman's self-destruction, and they fear they cannot stop it in time. Borman internally vows to take all of them down with him, allowing no survivors. Minhyuk clenches his fist and dismisses that grim declaration as nonsense. He insists he would never abandon the comrades who fought with him and refuses to leave them behind. Focusing, Minhyuk resolves that it is time to end the battle. Enraged, Borman calls Minhyuk an insolent wretch. The countdown drops to 39 seconds as the battlefield is battered by wind and rain. At 38 seconds, Minhyuk prepares another airborne strike with his sword. With the clock slipping from 35 to 34 seconds, he stabs Borman again in a desperate assault. At 33 seconds, he tightens his grip, straining for more power. At 32 seconds, Minhyuk roars as he pours all his strength into the attack. At 31 seconds, a deep gash cleaves through Borman's crystal torso. Borman bleeds dark energy from the wound as the timer falls to 27 seconds. At 24 seconds, the wounded dragon staggers and groans in pain. With 22 seconds left, Fido and Minhyuk wordlessly coordinate their next move. At 21 seconds, the golden pig charges up another powerful attack. At 18 seconds, Fido slams into Borman's head like a golden meteor. At 17 seconds, a pillar of lightning crashes down near the dragon. At 15 seconds, lightning wraps Borman while Minhyuk continues hacking at him. At 14 seconds, Minhyuk is flung through the air as the dragon thrashes. Between 12 and 11 seconds, Minhyuk falls but twists to ready yet another attack. At 9 and then 8 seconds, he steels himself despite exhaustion and pain. At 7 seconds, he looks up in surprise as an idea hits him. At 6 seconds, Minhyuk flies toward a gigantic frying pan weapon, preparing a last gambit. Fido activates Predator's power to summon the gigantic frying pan plus. At 4 seconds, Minhyuk leaps from the pan back toward the dragon. At 3 seconds, a golden crown materializes on his head, signifying a new power. Predator's grace and absolute incarnation boost Minhyuk's stats as he dives in for the final blow. With 1 second left, his friends anxiously shout his name. At 0 seconds, Minhyuk crashes into Borman in a blinding golden impact. The onlookers stare in stunned silence at the result. Fido stands sweating, equally tense about whether they succeeded. Borman's jaw falls slack, showing the dragon has finally been fatally struck. System messages confirm Borman's self-destruction was prevented and the black dragon has been defeated. Gasping for breath, Minhyuk stands amid the rubble as comrades call out to him. He looks up in surprise as they rejoice that he did it. As the group gathers around Minhyuk in celebration, an announcement declares the Continental Cloud event is over. A global message proclaims that Borman the Black Dragon has been defeated. Another announces that rewards will be distributed according to each player's contribution rank, delighting participants. While ranks are being calculated, one fighter looks shocked, anticipating the results. Genie playfully whacks Minhyuk while praising him as the best guild master, making him groan in pain. Minhyuk complains she is too rough, and another player calls for the god of food's attention. Someone says there is something Minhyuk should see, prompting him and Genie to ask what it is. The two look ahead in silence, confused by what they are shown. They find the robed culprit of the incident unconscious in the debris, and wonder why he is lying there. Remembering that he initially rode on Borman's back, they guess he was flung off during the chaos. The villain groggily wakes, irritated by the noise interrupting his sleep. He looks up to find Minhyuk and Genie looming ominously over him, making him squeal in fear. Terrified and trembling, he fumbles for words as they stare him down. Later, as guards drag him away, he dramatically vows to return someday with an even stronger dragon, earning a lifetime ban. Minhyuk and Genie watch unimpressed while holding the pig-shaped frying pan like an execution tool. Minhyuk sighs that even with the raid over, there is still much work left but hopes there is nothing else to worry about. Hearing new commotion, he wonders what is happening now. Empress L, Alicia, and Lucia approach Minhyuk together, startling him. Alicia steps forward with a soft smile as Minhyuk calls her name. Elle follows, making Minhyuk nervously question what is going on. Lucia also appears, and Minhyuk is surprised she is there as well. The three powerful women suddenly kneel before Minhyuk, shocking him. Alicia formally introduces herself as Artian's guild master and begins a declaration. She respectfully asks to serve under Minhyuk's command and fight at his side. Lucia rushes to ask the same, leaving Minhyuk flustered that even she wants to join. She kneels and, as guild master of the Assassins of Light, also requests to fight under his leadership. Nervous, Minhyuk anxiously asks Elle if she intends to say the same thing. Elle assures him she cannot swear allegiance as an empress but expresses deep gratitude for him saving the continent. Overwhelmed, Minhyuk yells in confusion about everyone's sudden declarations while Genie watches quietly. Genie reflects that everyone is finally recognizing Minhyuk, and she feels proud of him. She predicts Minhyuk will respond in his typical way as he starts to address the crowd. Instead of accepting a grand role, Minhyuk runs off shouting that he is content just leading the foodie guild. Other players chase through the ruins yelling for the god of food while Minhyuk hides behind a tree. Hearing them call his title, Minhyuk's eyes widen in dread. Someone catches him hiding and asks what he is doing there. Minhyuk admits he is hiding from the frightening crowd. His companion nervously asks why he is being stared at so intensely as Minhyuk begins to explain. A new wave of rankers rushes him, begging to join the foodie guild, while he panics that he can barely feed himself. Fleeing, he internally complains that defeating Borman should have ended his troubles and insists he only wants to be a small guild master. A notice announces that Borman raid rewards have been distributed, catching his attention. Minhyuk stops fleeing and tries to calm everyone down so they can talk. Smiling nervously, he suggests they all eat together first before discussing anything else. Later, away from the chaos, someone calls for the god of food, and Minhyuk cheerfully answers. A cook proudly reveals a mountain of prepared chickens, ready for Minhyuk's feast plan. Swordsmen are ordered to deb one and cut the chicken into bite-sized pieces with their blades. Alicia and Lucia organize others to make the seasoning sauce, debating proportions. Magicians are instructed to use fire magic to heat the gigantic frying pan, even as one laments learning such spells for cooking. Genie encounters a dejected mage who says he dropped back to level 1 after becoming a golden magician. While the pan heats, strong warriors vigorously mix chicken into the sauce, almost as if fighting the food. When the meat and pan are ready, they toss in pre-cut vegetables to stir-fry with the chicken. Elle enthusiastically volunteers to handle the frying herself, leaving others wondering if it is appropriate for the empress to cook. She proudly announces the dish is finished while everyone looks on in admiration. Minhyuk marvels at the perfectly cooked dak galbi and asks how many servings it makes. He then reveals an array of side dishes and invites everyone to enjoy the meal. Alicia and Lucia watch silently, impressed by the spread. When Alicia nervously suggests they start eating, Minhyuk reminds her to say the customary thanks before a meal. Everyone shouts their thanks to the meal in unison. The warriors enthusiastically dig in, clinking dishes as they show each other how best to eat the food. Laughter fills the air as humans and beasts alike happily enjoy Minhyuk's cooking. Genie asks why Minhyuk suddenly gathered everyone for a feast. Smiling, Minhyuk prepares to explain his reasoning. He says he simply wanted to share a meal after their hard battle and notes that the powerful leaders trust his reliability. He adds that he also wanted to practice his leadership and that it has been a while since they all ate together. Genie is moved by his sincere words. She suddenly grows suspicious and pauses, sensing there might be another motive. Noticing Minhyuk's portion looks different, she questions why his dak galbi is unique, while he defensively holds the plate high. It is revealed that Minhyuk's dish is a special black dragon, breath-infused cheese dak galbi, a reward from the Borman raid. Genie realizes he proposed the group meal largely because he wanted to eat that reward dish, and Minhyuk sheepishly admits it. The scene shifts to Atlas territory, showcasing Minhyuk's bustling city. Within Atlas, narration focuses on the quiet office of its lord. Someone urgently calls out for Lord Minhyuk from outside that office. Inside, Minhyuk casually eats a burger when his aide bursts in. She slams down a stack of documents accumulated during his absence, and asks him to review them all. Minhyuk reluctantly begins reading while still chewing on his burger. His aide gravely states that they are facing a serious problem. She explains that their guild membership and city population have exploded after the battle, leaving them short on funds and space. Frustrated, she blames Minhyuk for accepting everyone without considering the consequences. Minhyuk imagines absurdly claiming random land but knows he cannot just seize new territory at will. While eating, he wonders how he can expand Atlas and wishes the battle rewards had included land. Mid-bite, he suddenly remembers something important. Checking his inventory, he discovers that the rewards did in fact include a land deed. Using the map, he speeds across distant mountains to investigate the new area. He and Hayes arrive at a hidden dungeon identified as Borman's lair. Minhyuk confirms this dungeon is the place Hayes had wanted to visit with him. Hayes shyly asks if Minhyuk is sure he chose him over stronger companions like Genie. Minhyuk recalls their battle and insists Hayes was crucial to defeating Borman. He encourages Hayes, saying Borman's lair should contain opportunities for them to level up. Smiling confidently, Minhyuk tells Hayes not to worry. He promises to carry Hayes flawlessly through the dungeon. Together they step deeper into the icy cavern. Minhyuk looks around in awe at what he sees inside. They discover a vast hidden world within the cave, filled with waterfalls and flying creatures. Minhyuk notes that the wyverns here are far larger than those outside. He also points out the enormous serpents writhing within the waterfalls. Minhyuk concludes that hunting in this dungeon will let Hayes gain levels very quickly. The robed man asks Minhyuk if he feels guilty about lowering his level. Minhyuk hesitates, unsure how to respond. The mage reassures him that they are teammates, and he should not feel too bad. He notes that even though his level fell, he finishes by declaring that the drop did not actually weaken him. Minhyuk is stunned and asks how the mage can still use such power after leveling down. The mage explains that he also received a reward from the Borman raid. He tells Minhyuk he obtained Borman's mana heart and a spellbook, greatly boosting his mana capacity. A system message announces that Ali's mana heart resonates with the dragon's lair. Another message reveals a bonus stage has opened with experience gains multiplied fourfold, shocking both of them. Minhyuk notices a sudden shadow falling over them. A colossal entity identified as Borman's golem appears before them. The golem lands heavily on the ground. As the golem advances, they realize the bonus stage has triggered from nowhere, and Ali guesses it is made from Borman's mana stone. Minhyuk, excited by the chance to quadruple his experience, declares he has cut that stone before and will not miss this opportunity. He dashes forward, announcing he will attack first. Minhyuk charges the golem with his sword raised. He unleashes his special technique called Minhyuk Ultimate Lethal Sword. The golem crumbles far more easily than he expected, and Minhyuk praises how great the bonus stage is. Ali begins to shine as Minhyuk notices something happening with his level. Ali checks his status and calls out to Minhyuk. Shocked, Ali realizes he has gained 37 levels at once. Ali casts a powerful magic blast spell. His fiery spell obliterates the golems around them. A message states that the last golem has fallen and the bonus stage has ended. Ali happily points out that Minhyuk has become stronger than before. He smiles and says his growth is all thanks to Minhyuk. Minhyuk bashfully insists he did not do much. They look around the vast bonus stage, wondering if there is anything else here and lamenting the lack of food. A system message announces they have successfully completed the bonus stage, which Minhyuk notes aloud. Another message reveals that the path to Ingredient Heaven has been unlocked. Minhyuk squeals with joy at the idea of Ingredient Heaven and imagines how delicious it must be. Fired up, he urges Ali to head there immediately, and Ali agrees, leading the way. Minhyuk exclaims that the place must be full of rare delicacies, and Ali eagerly agrees. Elsewhere, inside Borman's lair, a fire rages. In a village of the Rockard Kingdom, flames and screams spread as the settlement burns. A terrified man crawls and begs for help. He cries that he does not want to die while armored footsteps approach. A skeletal warrior runs him through with a sword, leaving him screaming and coughing blood. Villagers, including a mother clutching her baby, plead for their lives as undead attack and blood fills the streets. Amid the chaos, a general fights and laments that the undead horde seems endless, asking how many troops remain. A subordinate reports that fewer than 1,000 soldiers can still fight, and warns they will be annihilated at this rate. The general wonders if retreat is their only option. Elsewhere, nobles lounging in comfort remark that the only remaining troops are private armies of self-serving aristocrats. As one noble continues speaking about the king, screams ring out from outside. Back at the battlefield, a soldier rushes up to tell the general that the nobles have closed the castle gates. The soldier adds that the nobles claim the king ordered the gates kept shut until the undead are eliminated. The general silently absorbs this betrayal. Watching monsters advance, he bitterly states that the treacherous nobles have finally turned on them. Another soldier cries out to the general, asking if he is giving up. The general despairs that they are all going to die, just as a mounted skeletal knight charges toward him. Suddenly a brilliant golden barrier or strike clashes with the attack. The skeletal knight reacts in shock at the interruption. Minhyuk appears, invoking his technique Blooming Sword. Ice-like blades erupt and slice through the undead ranks. The general stares in confusion as the skeletal knight's head flies off and more enemies are cut down. He sees the undead army collapsing around him. Startled, the general turns to the newcomer and demands to know who he is. Minhyuk casually asks if the man knows where Ingredient Heaven is. Realizing they are outsiders, the general urgently asks how they managed to get past Borman. Ali explains that they defeated Borman, then farmed monsters outside before entering and unlocking Ingredient Heaven. The general is stunned that they actually slew Borman. He concludes that Minhyuk must be the hero foretold by the god of food. Overwhelmed, the general kneels and hails Minhyuk as the destined savior of Rockard Kingdom. A narration explains the kingdom was founded by the god of food, but Borman had sealed it away. Another narration details that the undead attack from outside and nobles have locked the castle gates, abandoning the soldiers. The general pleads that only Borman's slayer can save them and begs Minhyuk for help. Minhyuk tells him to stand and listen. With a noble smile, Minhyuk says he cannot turn his back on people in trouble, impressing the general. Minhyuk then asks if Rockard Kingdom is truly Ingredient Heaven, and the general confirms it is, thanks to the god of food's blessings. Ecstatic, Minhyuk urges that they go to the castle immediately, while the general finds him rather strange. A noble on the wall shouts down at the soldiers, demanding to know why they returned. He angrily reminds the general that he was ordered not to come back until all undead were slain, accusing him of defying the queen's orders. Minhyuk learns from the general that the man is the noble faction leader who locked the gates and decides they should deal with him first. The noble blusters about disobedient youth before hearing an odd oinking noise. He looks down to find an adorable piglet and wonders who owns it. Enchanted, he praises the plump piglet and remarks it would be great for a barbecue. The piglet unleashes a toxic belch attack called Fido Ultimate Biochemical Terror right in his face. The noble collapses from the attack as the piglet hops away. With the noble incapacitated, Minhyuk's allies open the castle gates, and the piglet smugly calls this an easy feat for a divine beast. Minhyuk entrusts the approaching undead to Ali, who confidently accepts. Minhyuk says they will gather the wounded and heal them, adding a casual remark about the day. He cheerfully notes that it happens to be Instant Noodle Day. Minhyuk decides they should boil water first. He stands by a huge pot of boiling water, while the general wonders why the pot is so large. The general announces that they have brought all the supplies Minhyuk requested. Minhyuk happily tosses blocks of instant noodles into the pot. He explains that once the noodles cook, they should leave just enough broth. He then adds seasoning powder from his inventory, sacrificing what he had saved for himself. The aroma drifts through the area, and wounded soldiers notice something smells good. The general inhales and thinks he has never smelled anything so appetizing. Minhyuk finishes cooking and presents his hero's special black bean instant noodles. He hands a plate to the general and asks him to distribute it to the injured soldiers. The general agrees, eager to deliver the food to the wounded. One injured soldier hesitantly wonders if they are really supposed to eat it now, while another insists they must not waste a single noodle made by the great hero. The skeptical soldier starts eating, thinking he would have preferred recovery potions. As he eats, his bandages slip off, signaling rapid healing. He exclaims that his wounds are closing and he feels stronger. Minhyuk comments that his own powers help, but Ingredient Heaven's effects are truly extraordinary, while the general is amazed that noodles alone are healing people. Minhyuk tells the recovering soldiers that he will help them, but they must also defend their kingdom themselves. Deeply moved, the general praises Minhyuk's noble intentions. Minhyuk urges everyone to finish eating so they can wipe out the rest of the undead, rallying them in Rockard's name. Empowered, Minhyuk charges into battle wreathed in energy. The nearby skeleton soldiers react in alarm at his approach. He slices through them with a sweeping slash that annihilates the undead. Catching his breath, Minhyuk says he completely destroyed them, while Ali applauds. Ali vows not to be outdone, and prepares to show his own power. Magic circles form under his staff as he channels a spell. Ali casts Meteor, calling down a massive flaming rock on the enemy horde. The meteor explodes among the monsters in a devastating inferno. Minhyuk admits the spell looks like a natural disaster as Ali proudly asks his opinion of it. They note that the buff soldiers are also fighting effectively with their enhanced strength. Minhyuk observes that, at this pace, victory over the undead should be easy. Later, the grateful general thanks the heroes, saying their help defeated the undead and fully healed the soldiers. The troops celebrate their recovery and victory. Minhyuk then asks if they can now enter Ingredient Heaven, that is, the kingdom itself, and the general hesitates. The general explains it is not impossible but trails off, leaving Minhyuk and the soldiers confused. He reveals that Queen Aries is currently suffering from Borman's psychological curse, so they are unsure how to reward Minhyuk properly. Minhyuk responds that this makes it all the more important for him to meet the queen. The general urgently asks if Minhyuk knows how to save her. Overjoyed at the possibility, the general vows to escort Minhyuk to the queen immediately, though Minhyuk admits he is not certain his idea will work. Minhyuk steels himself, thinking further. A quest window appears for Iris the Mad Queen, an SSS-grade mission to free her from mind control and restore peace, with failure meaning instant death and expulsion from Ingredient Heaven, and Minhyuk resolves he cannot ignore it after coming this far. They arrive at Rockard Castle. Inside, the formidable Commander-in-Chief Borode is introduced. Minhyuk is impressed by how tall Borode is, guessing he stands around 2 meters. Borode bows and offers deep thanks as Commander-in-Chief for saving the kingdom. The general adds that Minhyuk healed all the soldiers using food, leaving Borode incredulous. Realizing the implications, Borode begins to tremble with emotion. Overwhelmed, he kneels before Minhyuk and begs him to save the queen. Borode recounts how Iris has always been a virtuous queen who put her people first. He explains that even when Borman attacked, Iris hid her cursed state and bore the suffering alone. He calls her their noble and virtuous ruler. Now, however, she is tormented daily by hallucinations and phantom voices. Borode bows deeply again, pleading with Minhyuk to help them. Minhyuk, moved, addresses the commander and responds to his plea. Thinking of someone named L, Minhyuk imagines how unbearable it would be if she suffered the same fate. Resolute, Minhyuk tells Borode to rise and promises to do everything in his power to help. A mysterious voice notes that a guest has arrived and instructs the commander to escort him inside, startling Minhyuk. Borode leads Minhyuk toward the queen's chamber doors. Minhyuk and Ali enter, apologizing for intruding. Inside, a haggard Queen Iris remarks that it has been a long time since anyone visited her. Sitting on her throne, she introduces herself as Iris, Queen of Rockard Kingdom. Minhyuk kneels and starts to greet her formally. She cuts him off with a sinister smile, saying she has not granted permission for him to speak. She staggers forward, saying she does not know how he deceived the commander to get here. Brandishing a dagger, she claims she can see through him and cannot be fooled. Iris accuses him of reeking of Borman's foul aura and raises the dagger to strike. Borode and Ali shout in alarm, declaring that Minhyuk has come to aid her. As Minhyuk moves forward, Ali calls out for him to wait. Minhyuk observes the queen's lifeless, dim eyes. He notes her cracked lips and sunken cheeks. Seeing her shaking arms struggle to hold the dagger, he realizes how weak she is. Minhyuk loudly concludes that Her Majesty urgently needs a proper meal. The enraged queen attacks him with her sword for daring to insult her. She accuses him of being part of Borman's poisoning plot but grows dizzy mid-rant. Stumbling, she bumps into someone behind her. The commander catches her, worried for her safety, while she recognizes him in surprise. He vouches for Minhyuk, explaining the cook healed all soldiers and only wants to feed her, begging her to trust him. Panting, the queen reluctantly agrees to eat but warns that any trick to disgrace her will bring harsh punishment. Delighted, Minhyuk rolls up his sleeves and promises to prepare a special meal for the queen. In the kitchen, he activates his cooking skill, commanding a recipe to appear. A divine steak recipe tailored for Queen Iris appears, showing it can temporarily dispel the mental influence on her. Remembering a past case, Minhyuk believes that using even better ingredients can change this temporary effect into something stronger. He worries because his inventory lacks high-quality beef. As he frets, someone knocks on the kitchen door. The commander enters, saying he brought something that might help. He presents a small chest, explaining it was left in a safe by the god of food. Minhyuk opens it in shock as golden light spills out. Inside they find a piece of meat. Minhyuk sees the meat is rock hard and looks spoiled. The commander blames failed preservation magic and feels ashamed. Smiling, Minhyuk says he can still make use of it. The commander is horrified that Minhyuk plans to use rotten meat as an ingredient. Minhyuk uses ingredient restoration, transforming the cursed meat into a divine prime tenderloin blessed by Athene. The commander is stunned, unable to understand how Minhyuk did that. Minhyuk, eyes determined, tells the commander he is going to start cooking. He slaps the tenderloin down, readying it for preparation. He confidently seasons the steak with salt and pepper. Then he pours olive oil into a warm pan. As the oil sizzles violently, he prepares to add the meat. Strange popping energy in the oil catches his attention. A system warning informs him that divine-grade ingredients activated a divine barrier. The barrier causes oil droplets to explode around him, forcing him to shield himself. Burned by the oil, he notices his HP drop sharply and is alarmed. He carefully lowers the steak into the pan while shielding himself with pot lids. Once one side sears, he flips the steak and cooks the garnished vegetables in the same pan. More oil spheres shoot toward him as he cooks. He gets hit again, yelping in pain. Despite shaking hands, he adds butter and spoons the melted butter over the steak amid roaring flames. Finally, he lets the meat rest, finishes cooking the vegetables, and plates everything neatly. Minhyuk presents Her Majesty's special tenderloin steak, perfectly arranged on the plate. Facing the dish nervously, Queen Iris is invited to enjoy the meal. Minhyuk and the commander watch tensely as she cuts into the steak. She places a piece in her mouth. The flavor jolts her, freezing her in shock. Overwhelmed by the taste, she begins devouring the steak quickly while the commander worries she is eating too fast. Minhyuk tells the anxious commander to wait and watch, since the steak's effect should activate soon. From behind, they observe her continue to eat, tableware clanking. After finishing, she calmly wipes her mouth with a napkin. She lowers her head silently, as if something inside her is changing. Her clenched, trembling fist shows she is fighting an inner struggle. The commander nervously calls out to Queen Iris. Dark purple energy suddenly swirls around her as the mental influence begins to break. She calls the commander by name, and he reassures her that he is right beside her. Realizing the voices in her head have vanished, she marvels at feeling clear-minded again. Tearfully, she wonders how much time has passed and worries about the state of her people and kingdom. The commander hugs her tightly, shouting her name while she calls his in surprise. Holding her, he comforts her, saying everything will be okay, while Minhyuk and Alan the god of food watch and comment that things turned out well. Alan suddenly shoves Minhyuk, startling him. Revealing himself fully, Alan laughs as Minhyuk recognizes him as the god of food. Minhyuk demands to know why Alan is here, and Alan grins, preparing to explain. Alan casually states he founded this kingdom, and set things so his projection would appear when his heir arrived, astonishing Minhyuk. Iris, still in the commander's arms, accepts that Minhyuk truly is the heir of the god of food and says her family only ruled temporarily until the real heir returned, declaring it is time to give him the throne. Minhyuk is shocked by her words, while Alan tells him he built this place with great effort. Alan nostalgically describes the kingdom's origins as a food paradise filled with rich fields, animals, and endless ingredients. Later, Minhyuk is praised that without him the kingdom could not have been restored to its former glory, and he reacts bashfully. Alan calls out to Minhyuk proudly, addressing him as his heir. The god recounts how Minhyuk once devoted himself to cook for a fallen sibling. He recalls that Minhyuk also led troops without a commander to victory in the Great War. Alan notes that Minhyuk saved both the kingdom and Queen Iris. He explains that through feeding many on his journey, Minhyuk brought them salvation and is no longer just a successor. Alan proclaims Minhyuk is now the true god of food. Addressing this new god, Alan says he has one request for the one who will keep eating and feeding countless others. He asks Minhyuk to become the ruler of Rockard Kingdom, the land of the god of food. Minhyuk's lips curl into a smile as he considers the request. He happily accepts, saying that role suits who he is. In the real world, a woman named Hayes greets new players arriving in the kingdom and introduces herself as their guide. One newcomer cheerfully responds, and Hayes tells them to stay close since the territory is large. Curious, the newcomer prepares to ask another question. He wonders about an unfamiliar castle, and Hayes explains it appeared here after their king completed the quest to save the kingdom. The newcomer is puzzled, but Hayes continues the tour with a sly smile. She points out that the territory's vassals are gathered, where a man is using magic to help bald followers regrow hair. Hayes introduces Kystra and his companion Fenris, the Wolf of Light, as Kystra feeds the wolf food he promised before. She then presents Koru, a priest whose blessing ability makes hair grow. Next she shows Koner's ramen stand, mentioning that Arbel is there reading while others cook. Hayes explains that sometimes Mew, a top-ranked Chinese player, visits the stand. A fan in the group gushes over Mew while Hayes moves them along. She reveals a large statue that honors those who defended Athene from the evil dragon Borman. Looking up at Minhyuk's likeness, one newcomer realizes this is the god of food and declares himself a big fan. Excited, the players ask where they can meet this god. Hayes says Minhyuk will return soon. She explains he had important business that morning, leaving the fan anxious about when he will come back. The scene shifts to Minhyuk's modern house in the real world. A group chat message invites friends to a celebration and insists Minhyuk must attend. His reply shows he is ready and heading out. Minhyuk, dressed neatly, checks his phone by the door. His father notices his mood and asks if he is really that happy. Smiling, his father remarks that Minhyuk spent the day nervously weighing himself, changing clothes, and now is grinning. Minhyuk's father acknowledges that he reached his goal weight, and urges him to enjoy time with his friends, which Minhyuk happily agrees to. Walking through a busy street, Minhyuk is impressed by how much the area has changed. He notes the many new restaurants and wonders about a possible franchise while looking around. Passing more eateries, he's overwhelmed by food smells and curious about all the new places. The aroma of fried chicken and sweets tempts him, and he regrets choosing such a food-filled meeting spot. A familiar scent along the street suddenly catches his attention. Following the smell inside a shop, he realizes it reminds him of something specific. He discovers bubbling red tteokbokki, instantly recognizing it. The sight of the dish makes his mouth water, and he thinks he could eat several bowls. Just as he is about to give in, a dark voice in his mind questions if he is really going to eat. In his imagination he confronts a vision of his former obese self. He anxiously chews his nails, wrestling with his craving. The heavier version of him taunts that Minhyuk cannot control himself, and may lose his new friends if he falls back into old habits. That self warns things could return to how they once were if Minhyuk drops his guard, which deeply unsettles him. Startled by someone's shout, Minhyuk snaps out of it. His friends have found him by the stall and ask what he is doing there when they had been searching for him. He turns to them in surprise, murmuring their names. One friend worries about his pale expression and asks why he is just standing there and ignoring their messages. Minhyuk apologizes weakly. He confesses he feels pathetic for almost losing control over food again. He explains that besides meeting them, he came to test whether in-game eating truly satisfied his appetite. Now that he's confronting real food, he admits he cannot control himself. His female friend silently resolves to do something about it. She grabs his hand and tells him to follow her. She boldly declares that today's lunch will indeed be tteokbokki, leading everyone toward the shop. The others happily agree, reminiscing that the place is like their old school hangout, while Minhyuk is shocked they are actually going in. She points out that he passed many restaurants without eating and asks if he really has not eaten anything yet. She reminds him that both his doctor and his trainer approve this outing, insisting he is off to a good start and underestimates himself. Minhyuk worries he might overeat, but his friend promises to stop him if he goes too far, and they head inside together. He smiles into his hand, moved by their support. With their encouragement, they cheerfully decide to eat, adding fritters and fish cake to the order. One friend loudly orders multiple servings of tteokbokki, fritters, and fish cake while teasing Minhyuk for getting emotional. Sitting together at a small table, they thank the shop owner for the meal as dishes arrive. Nervous yet excited, Minhyuk announces he is really going to eat and lifts a rice cake to his mouth. After tasting it, he and his friend beam that it is delicious. The others eat happily as well, sharing in the joyful meal. Plates of tteokbokki, kimbap, and fritters fill the table in a satisfying spread. Soon the dishes are emptied, leaving only sauce and traces of their feast. They thank the shop owner again and prepare to leave, saying the food was tasty. Outside, one friend says she ate just the right amount but still has room for dessert, amusing and exasperating the others. When another friend points out she actually ate the most, she smacks him, and Minhyuk laughs that they have not changed at all. The group jokes around, with Minhyuk chatting about a new dog supplies commercial his friend is filming. In chibi banter, two friends argue about how hard she hit him, keeping the mood light. Minhyuk reflects that it has been a long time since he felt this happy, while someone suggests visiting a new place where they can play Athene. Hearing such a place exists outside home, Minhyuk eagerly agrees to go play there with his friends. The narrative shifts back again, showing the damaged castle grounds after the Continental Cloud event. Minhyuk, as Lord, sits exhausted at his desk, grieving Ben's apparent death. Blaming himself for being weak and getting captured by Borman, he agonizes that Ben would not have died if he had been stronger. A notification chimes as he broods, indicating he has received a message. Reading that message, he leaps up in shock. The urgent message claims Ben might still be alive and summons Minhyuk to the castle's front gate immediately. Overwhelmed, Minhyuk bolts from the room at full speed, startling his attendant. Outside, his allies wait in the courtyard, ready to reveal what they have discovered about Ben. Minhyuk suddenly leaps up with such force that the others cry out in shock. His determined eyes narrow as he focuses. A knight calls out to Minhyuk about Ben, but Minhyuk's glare turns intense. Grabbing and shaking the knight, Minhyuk desperately demands if there is really a chance Ben is still alive while his companion urges him to calm down. On the way inside, Minhyuk presses again about what was meant by Ben being alive, and his companion says she wants to introduce someone first. She presents Lucas, an NPC who supposedly died in the Continental Cloud event. The group sits down for tea with Lucas to discuss the matter. Minhyuk, startled, asks what it means that a dead NPC is here, and his companion explains she heard rumors about Lucas after visiting the Empire. Lucas recounts that he was a soldier of the Ephilep's Empire who died during the Continental Cloud event but then mysteriously woke up back home. The knight adds that many other soldiers reported NPCs who died in the event later reappearing alive at their homes. Minhyuk is told to examine something else related to the event. He reads the Continental Cloud event rules explaining that death there returns participants to their original continent with no penalties but no re-entry. Another rule states that NPCs who die in the event respawn at their original location, which makes Minhyuk flinch. The knight repeats the phrase original location in confusion. Minhyuk's companion deduces that since Ben is their vassal and Foodie Guild member, he would have been sent back to their territory after Borman killed him. Minhyuk excitedly concludes that because their territory is vast and still recovering, they must have simply missed Ben's return. Thanking everyone and telling Lucas to get home safely, Minhyuk dashes off to search for Ben. The remaining two smile at each other over tea after Minhyuk's abrupt departure. Minhyuk searches various places in the territory, asking around for Ben. He continues visiting different people and shops but still cannot find him. Leaving yet another place empty-handed, Minhyuk sighs and wonders where Ben could be. His stomach growls, and he laments being hungry while looking for something to eat. Spotting the pet pig Fido sniffing around alone, Minhyuk wonders why it is here. Minhyuk assumes that if Fido is wandering alone he might be searching for rare ingredients and follows as the pig changes direction. Noting that Fido is leaving the market street, Minhyuk tails him cautiously. The pig rushes rapidly down the road. Fido stops at a small door and starts banging on it, making Minhyuk wonder where he is going. When the door opens, the pig slips inside past a man, and Minhyuk realizes Fido has entered the building. Minhyuk opens the same door, greeted by someone from within. As he steps inside he catches a familiar aroma and looks intrigued. He recognizes the rich scent of coffee, and sees the man brewing some while Fido waits on the counter. Minhyuk sits at the bar and orders a cup of coffee from the barista. Scolding Fido for sneaking off for dessert, Minhyuk hears the pig murmur to the barista. Fido smacks him, and Minhyuk interprets that the pig wants him to just wait and watch. The barista assumes Minhyuk knows the pig and mentions that Fido often visits for dessert. While Minhyuk drinks, Fido glares and munches a cookie beside him. The taste of the coffee amazes Minhyuk, leaving him blushing with delight. Fido strikes a proud pose, and Minhyuk stares in surprise at the smug pig. Minhyuk asks the barista if this pig has ever come with anyone else. The barista recalls an elderly man who once came with the pig to learn coffee making, after which the pig sometimes visited alone. Minhyuk asks where that old man lives, and the barista says he knows and recently sent coffee beans to him. The barista adds that the old man said there is someone he especially wants to serve coffee to. An old man now sits by a seaside deck with 2 steaming cups prepared, waiting for that person. Minhyuk sprints along the beach shouting Ben's name. Hearing this, the old man smiles faintly. Out of breath, Minhyuk reaches the deck, and Ben calmly says Minhyuk has finally arrived. Ben tells him to sit and catch his breath while still facing the ocean. Ben notes that Minhyuk must have traveled far and urges him to first enjoy the freshly brewed coffee. The waves lap peacefully on the shore as the 2 cups sit untouched. Gazing into his cup, Minhyuk anxiously wonders what exactly happened. Ben begins explaining that after throwing his spear at Borman, events took an unexpected turn. He describes feeling his body fade and being dragged into darkness, believing he was about to die. At the brink, a bright light pulled him upward. Ben says that the next thing he knew, he found himself at this seaside place, guessing that because Atlas is in the continental cloud he might have respawned here instead. Minhyuk clenches his teeth, upset that Ben used the absolute ultimate spear despite being told not to. Ben smiles quietly at Minhyuk's anger. Rising from his chair, Ben begins to share something more personal. He reveals he once lost his own son at this very place. Holding a photograph and medal of his son, Ben recalls that the pain was beyond words. He says he used that deadly skill to save Minhyuk because he could not bear losing another son. Laughing, Ben admits that after making such a dramatic last stand he felt too embarrassed to simply return as if nothing had happened. Sniffling, Minhyuk orders him to stop making excuses and to return to the territory immediately. Ben promises that when they get back he will treat Minhyuk to the most aromatic coffee he has ever tasted. Sometime after Minhyuk becomes king, the famed swordsman Kar arrives in the capital as crowds whisper about the hero who fought alongside him. Kar proudly thinks of asking Minhyuk to fully acknowledge him as a comrade and vows to bring him victory, reflecting with slight embarrassment on his past enthusiasm. He realizes that despite joining the foodie guild he has contributed little so far. Fired up, Kar declares he cannot remain idle and launches himself toward Minhyuk. Minhyuk, eating, looks up in confusion. Kar bursts in, urgently begging Minhyuk to give him any kind of task. Minhyuk calmly considers his request while continuing to eat. He then says he actually does have a job in mind and invites Kar to come along, promising to introduce him to the rest of the team. Later, someone knocks on a wooden door. Kar opens it and announces himself politely. A chubby white cat blocks his path. The cat pounces onto Kar's face, knocking him down as Minhyuk appears and calls into the room for Ben. Ben, now working as a barista, greets Minhyuk respectfully and asks why the king has come. Minhyuk says he wants Ben to meet someone and introduces their new comrade Kar, explaining that Kar helped him during the Continental Cloud event. Recognizing Ben, Kar is stunned as he realizes the man before him is the legendary Ghost Spear Ben. Kar recalls Ben's reputation as one of the 8 ultimate warriors and father of spear masters who risked everything to save Minhyuk, wondering if Minhyuk made him a high-ranking general. Kar instead asks what Ben's role here actually is, and Ben answers that he is the king's most trusted barista. Cheerfully pouring coffee, Ben repeats that he serves as a barista, which shocks Kar. Ben offers Kar a cup, and Kar accepts while Minhyuk cuddles the protesting cat. As Kar takes a sip, Ben proudly explains that the beans come from the cat's droppings, causing Kar to spit the coffee out in horror. Ben laughs that the cat is healthy so the aroma is excellent, and jokes he can now judge bean quality by looking at the cat's rear, making Kar gag. Walking away afterward, Minhyuk tells Kar that next they will visit Koner, the man who lent him power in the past. Kar eagerly calls out Koner's name as they approach. He remembers Koner granting him enough power to battle top-ranked Kion players and assumes Koner must be equally formidable. Kar's expectations are shattered when Koner suddenly yells in dismay. Koner scolds his assistant for draining all the water while cooking noodles, revealing his obsession with instant ramen. Watching this, Kar wonders if Koner is actually an instant noodle specialist. Koner happily invites Minhyuk to taste his new recipe when he arrives. As they leave, Minhyuk muses that all these allies are incredibly strong yet occupy very odd positions, which confuses the trailing Kar. Kar then finds the famed Wolf of Light's tamer casually washing dishes in the kitchen. He also sees Locke reduced to walking an enormous multi-headed beast as if it were a dog. Kar notes there is even a priest singing bizarre hymns and begins doubting if he joined the right guild. Minhyuk then tells him they have reached their next destination. They arrive at a wide grassy field, and Kar asks where they are. Minhyuk says this empty field is the place Kar will manage from now on, to Kar's disbelief. Minhyuk explains that Kar will be in charge of all livestock in their territory, shocking him as animals rush past. Minhyuk stresses that this work is crucial because the way pigs, cows, chickens, and sheep are raised determines meat quality and flavor. Grinning, Minhyuk adds that as Emperor of the Sword, Kar will surely slice especially tasty meat. Overwhelmed, Kar listens as Minhyuk encourages him to do his best with everything already prepared. Surrounded by livestock, Car mutters that he wants to go on real adventures too. Minhyuk winks and tells him to wait, implying he has plans. Left alone with the animals, Car cries out for Minhyuk while goats, sheep, cows, and birds clamor around him. Time passes peacefully with birds chirping under a bright sky. Car begins tending animals in the sunlight, almost priest-like among them. He admits he ended up with an odd job like everyone else, laughing as a sheep nibbles on him. Then he convinces himself that these strange tasks might be the source of the foodie guild's strength, and that there must be deeper meaning behind them. Animals calmly graze together while he reflects. Resolving himself, Car declares he has no choice and prepares to work seriously. He throws himself into farm labor, raking and caring for the cattle, while shouting that he once led a guild. Struggling under heavy sacks of feed, he remembers he even commanded forces during the Continental Cloud event. Exasperated while feeding chickens, Car screams in confusion about what his life has become. Later he collapses on the grass, utterly worn out. Sitting back up, he admits this livestock job is far from easy. When an egg drops near him, he curiously picks it up. The egg glows brilliantly in his hand. He marvels that the egg is warm and extraordinary. Fido trots over and nudges him, drawing his attention. Encouraged, Car smiles and agrees with the pig's unspoken support. He resolves enthusiastically to give this role his all. Car now diligently collects eggs while the chickens cluck around him. He herds sheep with energy, waving his staff as the flock responds. Eventually he joyfully runs with the sheep, clearly embracing his new duties. A month later, Car hums contentedly in the fields, cradling Fido while holding his rake. He receives a sudden message from Minhyuk and reacts with surprise. Dropping his rake, he mutters in disbelief as he reads it. Meanwhile, Minhyuk relaxes in his study, happily opening a box of fried chicken. Enjoying a drumstick, he contentedly remarks that the leg is the best part of chicken. As he eats, someone knocks on the office door. Car, looking serious and nervous, enters holding his straw hat. He falls to his knees before Minhyuk. Startled, Minhyuk calls his name and asks what is wrong. Car bursts out that he cannot do it anymore. Crying, he explains he understands the livestock job was meant to provide Minhyuk with delicious meat. However, he cannot bring himself to slaughter the animals he has grown attached to. Desperately holding up a small pig, he asks if Minhyuk truly wants to eat such an adorable creature. Minhyuk admits he understands Car's attachment but still cannot ignore meat raised in an ideal environment. Car expected this answer and steels himself. He confirms that as long as the meat comes from ingredient heaven, Minhyuk would eat it, and Minhyuk shyly agrees. Car says he has to run off quickly and tells Minhyuk to wait for his return as he dashes away. Back at the pasture, he pats the chicken and pig affectionately, calling them by pet names. Dressed in armor again, Car reassures his animal friends that he will be back soon. He recalls an NPC once telling him of a legendary tree somewhere in the world that actually grows meat. Fired up, Car sets out across the fields, shouting that he is off to find it. Following clues and tracks, he journeys through various places and rugged terrain. Car finally reaches a hidden cavern and exclaims that he has arrived. With a determined grin, he looks ahead. Inside the illuminated cavern he gazes up in awe at a radiant tree of meat, declaring that he has found it. A knight confronts Minhyuk about vanishing for a week and asks if he discovered anything. Smirking confidently, the knight tells Minhyuk to see the results himself. The knight snaps his fingers to activate a gleaming magical power. His magic causes livestock, plants, and tools to glow as he proudly holds up a special root. A tiny sapling instantly grows into a gigantic tree, astonishing Minhyuk and the knight. Minhyuk, still focused on food, wonders what this sudden tree has to do with getting meat. The knight tells him to wait as cabbage-like buds begin forming on the tree branches. The buds pop open, revealing different cuts of meat hanging from the tree, shocking Minhyuk. The knight explains it is a legendary tree that grows meat so Minhyuk will not need to eat his animal friends. Overjoyed, Minhyuk eagerly agrees and eyes the meat, though he still worries about the animals. The knight reassures him that he has a plan and gathers the farm animals around him. He loudly urges his pig to perform properly as the animals squeal and train. The knight trains the animals relentlessly until nightfall, preparing them as soldiers. He laughs happily, declaring that the animals will become proud soldiers who defend their kingdom. Later, Minhyuk drools over a box of fried chicken, admiring its crispy golden skin. He hungrily grabs a piece, saying he cannot wait to start eating. Remembering he asked Ali to chill some cola with ice magic, he jumps up to fetch it. Minhyuk runs out to get the cola, telling the chicken to wait for him. The aroma of the fried chicken reaches the sleeping pig, causing its ears to twitch. Drawn by the smell, the pig rolls and squirms across the floor toward the chicken box. The pig climbs into the box and begins crunching through the pieces of fried chicken. Its eyes suddenly sparkle with delight after tasting the chicken. Completely hooked, the pig gobbles down the remaining chicken in a frenzy. When it realizes the box is empty, the pig freezes guiltily with a bone in its mouth. Minhyuk returns, furious that the pig ate all his chicken, and vows not to let it slide. Terrified, the pig distracts Minhyuk by suddenly singing loudly. Using the distraction, it panics and leaps headfirst out of the room. Landing outside, the trembling pig hesitates as Minhyuk calls after it, but it decides to flee. Minhyuk comes back cheerfully with bottles of cola, inviting Fido to share the chicken with him. To his surprise, the pig races past him and out the open door, ignoring the offer. Confused, Minhyuk notes that Fido never refuses food and wonders what is wrong. Meanwhile, the pig hurries down the town steps, determined to go somewhere. It reaches a restaurant where a couple is eating, and the woman recognizes it as Minhyuk's companion. Hearing the pig zoink, the couple remembers it helped them when they all saved the kingdom. They notice the pig is alone and wonder where Minhyuk is, while the pig clings to the woman's clothes. In the pig's simple doodle-like flashback, it recalls happily eating chicken, Minhyuk's anger, and its decision to run away. The pig sadly oinks on the table, clearly apologetic, as the couple listens. The woman comforts it, saying Minhyuk would not stay angry over something so small, while the pig flaps its legs anxiously. She suddenly gets an idea that might help reconcile the two. She suggests packing some of her steak dish for the pig to give Minhyuk as an apology gift. The knight agrees, saying this is a perfect way to repay Minhyuk, and goes to box the food as the pig beams. The woman ties the package onto the pig with a scarf so it will be easier to carry. They send the pig off, wishing it a safe journey back to Minhyuk. The pig trots through town in high spirits, humming with its yellow bundle on its back. As it nears home, it suddenly stops, remembering Minhyuk's earlier rage. In its imagination, Minhyuk yells that he had longed for that fried chicken and doubts this gift can make up for it, frightening the pig. Terrified, the pig zooms off again, deciding to seek even more help. It races through a forest as the sound of approaching horses grows nearer. The pig ends up in front of a passing carriage, forcing it to halt. Startled, the pig looks up as the carriage wheels creak to a stop beside it. A white-haired priestess peers out, recognizing the pig as Minhyuk's companion. Stepping down, she asks what brings the little pig all the way out here. She later rides with it in the carriage, mulling over its story as they travel on. After hearing everything, she understands why the pig has come so far. Wanting to help, she offers to share some of her own provisions with the pig. She reveals a box of rice cakes originally meant for the empress, saying there is plenty to share. Smiling, she invites the pig to go with her to the empire, confident the empress will help Minhyuk too. The carriage heads toward a grand castle, carrying the pig and the priestess. At the imperial palace, the empress bursts into laughter upon hearing that the pig ran all this way over fried chicken. The pig droops in shame, softly winking. The empress concedes that Minhyuk is serious about food and approaches the pig. Since it came so far, she decides to give it a useful gift and has a servant bring something over. Holding the pig, she tells it to say the present came from Minhyuk's big sister. She reveals a dish of warm fried rice, saying Minhyuk will understand the message behind it. Suddenly remembering something else, the empress looks thoughtful while the pig tilts its head. That night, snow falls outside a lone cabin in the mountains where Minhyuk and Fido are sheltering. Fido, now wearing the yellow bundle, knocks on the cabin door. Inside, a man hears the creak of the door opening and wonders who is there. He opens the door, surprised to find the pig outside, and asks who it is. Elsewhere in town, Minhyuk searches, calling for Fido but failing to find him. Sitting in a restaurant, Minhyuk worries because his pet is missing and not even there to eat. He tries to use a pet summoning skill, but the system reports that summoning has failed. Just then, the pig bursts through the door of the restaurant, happily winking. Minhyuk kneels down, asking where Fido has been and what is strapped to its back. The pig leads him between the tables, calling out as if to show something. Straining, it drags the heavy yellow bundle out from under the furniture. With all its might, the pig pulls the bag across the floor toward Minhyuk. It dramatically unveils an array of gifts: fried rice, steak, rice cakes, letters, and a new box of fried chicken, astounding Minhyuk. Curious, Minhyuk reaches for the sealed letters among the food. Reading one, he sees a message from his old mentor asking how he has been and reminiscing about his training days. The letter says the mentor has heard of Minhyuk's growth and always believed he would become stronger. It notes that Minhyuk's appetite is unchanged and explains that the pig ran all that way because it had eaten his food. The mentor urges Minhyuk not to be too hard on the pig and says he sent one of Minhyuk's favorite dishes as consolation, signing as his eternal friend. Looking at Fido beside the piled food, Minhyuk is moved and calls his name. Smiling, Minhyuk leans close and gently teases that Fido ran away just because he ate some chicken. He then reassures the pig that everything is fine and beckons it over. Minhyuk suggests they enjoy the feast together while Fido tells him all about its long day. Overjoyed, Fido leaps into Minhyuk's arms as they reconcile. Meanwhile, in the real-world user monitoring room, a door labeled 201 marks where staff observe players. Inside, a hooded employee sits alone at night, watching Minhyuk's gameplay while holding a hot meal. On the monitor, the employee watches Minhyuk eat the same cheesy dish that they are eating. Minhyuk blissfully slurps his food in-game, mirroring the staffer. The scene cuts between Minhyuk twirling cheese-covered rice cakes with chopsticks and the staffer doing the same. The staffer copies Minhyuk's motions exactly, wrapping and lifting the cheese strands from their own bowl. Both Minhyuk and the staffer savor a bite at the same time, cheeks flushed with pleasure. Moaning that it is delicious, the staffer is suddenly caught by a coworker asking what she is doing. Startled, she claims he scared her, while he questions why she is still at work with the lights off. She insists she is monitoring the user Minhyuk on night shift, while he wonders if she must eat spicy rice cakes while doing so. He admits he does not understand why watching someone else eat would be entertaining. She replies that he has never really given it a chance and invites him to sit so she can show some good clips. He protests that he has things to do, but she tells him to just sit and watch as she opens a folder of videos. A new clip starts playing, transitioning the view back into Minhyuk's world. In the video, Minhyuk arrives at a lively night market and excitedly wonders what to eat first. Eyeing another patron's skewer, he decides kebabs look like a perfect start. At a food stall, he orders several chicken kebabs and fruit skewers from the vendor. The vendor grills the skewers and hands over a paper bag full of them along with a fruit skewer. Minhyuk immediately chomps into a chicken kebab. Delighted, he praises the different sauces and notes how grilling the fruit makes it sweeter and richer. Already thinking ahead, he scans the stalls and is amazed to see lobster being sold as street food. He orders grilled lobster tail and shrimp, which sizzle on the hot grate. Once cooked, he pokes into the cheesy lobster with a fork. Grinning widely, Minhyuk takes a big bite of the cheesy lobster. He munches happily, cheeks full. Overwhelmed, he describes the tender lobster melting in his mouth and perfectly blending with the cheese, almost moved to tears. After finishing the savory food, he says he now craves something sweet. Spotting a dessert stall, he rushes toward it. On screen, he devours a pastry while playfully chanting as he chews. Watching the video, both staff members drool unconsciously at the sight of the food. The man asks if she is hungry, but she denies it and demands another video. Smirking, she agrees and clicks to start the next clip. Another video loads, shifting again into Minhyuk's world. In the new episode, a snowy blizzard rages around a cabin as Minhyuk asks Fido if he is okay. Inside, Minhyuk says he found the mysterious cabbage item but got caught in an unexpected blizzard and is glad they found this shelter. Sitting by the hearth, he complains that he is starving and longs for a hot stew. He falls silent, thinking hard about what to cook. Suddenly inspired, he jumps up excitedly, startling the pig. Fido tilts its head in confusion, oinking a question. Minhyuk smiles knowingly, clearly formulating a plan. He declares he knows exactly what to make, focusing on the special cabbages and pots. Soon he announces that the beef hot pot is finished and brings the simmering pot to the table. Lifting the lid, he reveals a steaming hot pot packed with beef, cabbage, mushrooms, and vegetables, inviting Fido to dig in. The two happily eat from the bubbling pot together, savoring the hearty meal. Minhyuk explains that once most of the meat and vegetables are gone, they will add wheat noodles to the remaining broth. They enthusiastically slurp the second round of noodles from the rich broth. When the pot is nearly empty, Minhyuk notes that only a little broth remains. He whispers to Fido that it knows what to do, giving the pig a conspiratorial look. Fido lifts a bowl of rice, egg, and seasonings, ready to pour it into the pot as Minhyuk cheers it on. Back in the office, the staffers watch as Minhyuk finishes by turning the remaining broth into fried rice, while they themselves eat instant noodles. The woman smugly asks her coworker what he thinks of the videos now. Blushing but still pretending, he mutters that she should just play the next clip while slurping noodles. She teases that he earlier claimed not to see the appeal of watching others eat, as both now enjoy their own bowls. She decides to show him how Minhyuk's eating journey began, queuing up his very first bread-eating scene from the beginner village. The next morning in the real world dawns bright over the city. The female staff awakes with a jolt, apparently remembering the binge-watching and eating from the night before. Another person stands in his apartment, groaning that he might have overeaten. In Athene's world, townsfolk gather to watch a huge screen displaying Minhyuk in a chef's outfit presenting various dishes and a trophy. Curious, one man asks what is happening, and another explains it is the big news everyone is talking about. They see an announcement for the Athene Continental Cooking Competition starring Minhyuk, whom people call the god of food. The viewer realizes that this god of food is hosting a grand cooking competition. Back in the game world, a woman rushes to Minhyuk shouting his name and demanding to know why there is suddenly going to be a cooking competition. Minhyuk excitedly asks if the other person saw his idea and calls it genius. The woman, half amused and half wary, asks what he is plotting this time. Since she asked, Minhyuk starts rummaging through his clothes. He pulls out his pockets and admits he has run out of food. Minhyuk recalls being asked to become ruler of the Rocket Kingdom as the god of food and thinking it sounded great. In reality, he is buried in endless paperwork and can barely find time to eat. Exhausted, he remembers the moment an idea struck him. He decided it would be better to make food come to him and began sketching a master plan, while his aide scolds him for slacking. Showing the poster sketch, he notes the plan is useless if no one enters the competition. The aide says she wrote something very enticing on the actual poster. The poster advertises a continental cooking competition whose winner will receive a special prize personally awarded by the god of food. She doubts the offer will be enough to attract people or that the special prize is even real, but Minhyuk insists curiosity will draw many participants. Confident, Minhyuk says he has everything planned and laughs to himself, bewildering her. News of the God of Food's competition spreads among players. Players discuss that he is the one who beat Borman, that the event is a cooking competition, and that the winner gets a buff from the God of Food. They note a buff from him could rocket someone up the rankings and say many are signing up because they want to taste his food. People wonder what the special prize is and feel tempted to join too. Word spreads so widely that on the day of the competition a huge crowd gathers in Atlas territory, and organizers ask everyone to take their seats. Famous Ranker Kian from Kion Continent is introduced among the contestants. Gale, the current head chef of the Cook's Tower, is introduced as another participant. Black, known as the Twilight Cook, is presented as well. Minhyuk steps forward and clears his throat to address everyone. He thanks the assembled crowd and starts the event. He announces the start of the cooking competition as contestants rush into action at their stations. As they cook, Minhyuk strolls among the ingredient tables, sniffing the aromas. The smell reminds him of a previous cooking contest he once entered involving a dragon. He nostalgically wonders how Lord Lucero is doing and remembers how delicious the dragon breast skewers were. Thinking of that makes him realize he is getting hungry again. An aide informs him the contestants are finishing their dishes, and he eagerly reacts. He suggests going down to the judging table. Confronted with a vast array of elaborately prepared foods, he marvels at how many unfamiliar dishes there are. Spectators wonder if he will really eat all of it, with one remarking that as a judge he should only need a bite or two of each. A child excitedly yells that he eats like a piggy hippo while his parents look on in shock. People are stunned to see Minhyuk already finish an entire large dish and calling for the next one. The crowd questions if this voracious eater is truly the god of food as he calmly mixes and scoops more food. He joyfully devours steaks and noodles, clearly enjoying every bite. Watching him eat so deliciously makes onlookers hungry as well. A server presents the final dish to him, stating it is the last one. Minhyuk stirs the black bean noodles, captivated by their look and aroma. He begins eating the noodles straight from the bowl. He chews thoughtfully, savoring the taste. He takes another bite, this time of a piece of sauce meat. The audience assumes the last noodle dish must be soggy and bad, noting that even the god of food seems unenthused. Suddenly he slams the empty bowl down, having finished it. Smiling, Minhyuk thanks all the contestants, saying every dish had its own flavor and that he has eaten more today than in a long time. While Gale and Black anxiously watch, Minhyuk prepares to announce the winning dish. He snaps his fingers, activating his joy of eating together skill to share the winning food with everyone. Each contestant receives a bowl and Kian begins to investigate what it is. They realize the dish is black bean noodles. Kian protests that such a simple noodle dish cannot have one, but Minhyuk force feeds him a bite and tells him to try it first. As soon as he tastes it, Kian's eyes widen in surprise. He internally marvels that the noodles are not soggy and are perfectly coated in rich stir-fry sauce. Kian explains aloud that noodles made from wheat of the sun never get soggy, revealing the ingredient's quality. Minhyuk announces that whoever used that wheat to make the dish is the winner. A blonde chef steps forward, greeting Minhyuk and saying he never expected they would meet again like this. Recognizing him, Minhyuk happily identifies the chef as Lan. Lan stands grinning as the crowd reacts to his appearance. Minhyuk declares Lan, creator of the black bean noodles, as the winner and prepares to give him prize money and more. Black angrily objects to losing to black bean noodles and declares that Lan will become his personal chef instead. Black loudly proclaims that Lan must cook his meals every day, leaving Minhyuk dumbfounded and the crowd chattering in shock. Minhyuk adds that while there is no prize money for the others, second place will be offered a chance to work as Lan's exclusive chef under him. Realizing they would have to cook huge amounts daily, the runners-up panic and say they will pass, feeling tricked. Several chefs flee the venue shouting that Minhyuk is insane. Later, Minhyuk tells Lan he never expected to see him here. Lan responds that he would never skip a competition Minhyuk is running and compliments Minhyuk's unchanged skills. Minhyuk returns the compliment, and as they talk a hooded stranger approaches to ask a question. The hooded man politely asks if they have seen the god of food nearby. Minhyuk assumes the man came to join the recently finished competition and apologetically says the event is already over. The stranger chuckles, saying he traveled all this way hoping to see the god of food. Lan cheerfully reveals that Minhyuk is actually the god of food himself. The hooded man studies Minhyuk up close, saying his name and sounding intrigued. With a dramatic flash of light he declares Minhyuk unexpectedly handsome, startling both Minhyuk and Lan. Lan shields his eyes from the blinding light. When the flash fades, Lan finds that Minhyuk has vanished. Minhyuk awakens lying in clouds, groaning from the impact. Confused, he lifts his head and wonders what is going on. He realizes he is in a mysterious cloudy realm and questions where he is. A glowing hourglass appears and a voice tells him he is finally awake. Looking up, Minhyuk sees the hooded man sitting atop the enormous hourglass and asks who he is. The hooded man smiles warmly and prepares to explain his identity. He says a document will explain everything Minhyuk needs to know as a glowing quest screen appears before Minhyuk. The quest, called the Cooking God's Wager, offers any cooking-related reward but threatens loss of all cooking skills and items if he fails to cook 3 divine-grade dishes in time. Minhyuk reads the quest title aloud in disbelief. He excitedly asks if the hooded man is truly the god of cooking. The man laughs in affirmation. Minhyuk questions why he was chosen since he is not officially a chef, and the god says he has been observing Minhyuk. The god recounts that Minhyuk loves food more than anyone, often feeds the hungry, and has even saved lives with his cooking. He also notes that Minhyuk just hosted the largest cooking competition in Athene, proving his passion. Concluding that Minhyuk is more devoted to food than most chefs, the god states he wants to give him a gift. Minhyuk points to the quest and asks why such a severe penalty is attached. The god shrugs, saying there would be no fun without risk. Minhyuk considers that failure would erase everything he has built. He also imagines that success would grant him any reward he wants, such as infinite snacks or endless meat. Remembering that he has already produced divine-grade dishes before, he feels more confident. He visually steels himself, ready to take on the challenge. The god observes that Minhyuk seems to have made up his mind. Minhyuk enthusiastically accepts the quest, pressing the confirmation and triggering its acceptance. Then he worries about where he is supposed to cook and how he will obtain ingredients. The god laughs and creates a glowing portal, assuring Minhyuk he will be provided ingredients. Minhyuk is transported to a lush garden of flavors filled with magical produce. The god hands him a basket and tells him he may use anything found in the garden. Minhyuk is allowed to use anything he can personally harvest and begins picking an apple. As the god starts to explain that normal people cannot harvest in this sacred place, Minhyuk easily plucks the apple, meeting the dexterity requirement. After tasting it, Minhyuk exclaims that the apple grants a powerful legendary buff, astonishing the god. Minhyuk calls the god Alen and confirms he is free to use everything here. When Alen hesitantly agrees, Minhyuk runs off with his basket, vowing not to hold back. Alen realizes he may have underestimated Minhyuk's abilities. Minhyuk keeps eating apples to stack buffs. He plans to first eat ingredients for buffs and then use those buffs to harvest even more efficiently. Activating a wind-like enhanced mode, he rapidly reaps crops. He pummels trees to shake down fruit at high speed. Surrounded by fallen apples, he decides he has enough fruit and wonders where to get meat. Something catches his eye. He recognizes a shimmering tree that looks familiar. Discovering a meat tree bearing cuts of meat, he gets excited. He marvels at the meat's marbling and notes it surpasses the meat from his own territory. He acrobatically climbs the tree, harvesting large amounts of meat. Eventually he returns with several overflowing baskets of fruit, meat, and vegetables, exhausted. Alen is shocked at how thoroughly Minhyuk has harvested the garden. Minhyuk cheerfully reminds him that anything he could harvest was fair game. Examining the produce, Minhyuk praises how fresh and naturally grown everything is. Alen appreciates the compliment, noting that the god of farming would be proud. Alen then claps his hands, saying Minhyuk now has more than enough ingredients. A new light swirls around Minhyuk and his baskets as he prepares for the next stage. Alen infuses Minhyuk with glowing power, signaling the true start of the cooking challenge. With a determined look, Alen urges Minhyuk to begin cooking. The hourglass blazes with light as the time limit for the wager officially starts. Alen reminds Minhyuk of the wager's terms. He emphasizes that Minhyuk must finish before all the sand in the hourglass runs out. The condition is repeated. Minhyuk must create 3 divine-grade dishes within the time limit. Suddenly a fully equipped kitchen rises from the clouds under Minhyuk's feet, astonishing him. Alen says he has provided everything necessary and tells Minhyuk to show what he can do. Wearing an apron, Minhyuk surveys the kitchen and ponders which cuisine to make with so many options. Looking at the massive array of ingredients, he finds it hard to choose but reminds himself this is a wager with Alen. He attempts to use his create recipe skill. A system message denies the attempt, saying he cannot auto-create the requested recipe, leaving him shocked. Alen calmly drinks tea and tells him shortcuts are not allowed. Realizing he cannot waste time, Minhyuk thinks hard about what to do next. He resolves to simply start cooking something and draws his knife. He begins chopping tofu while a pot of stew bubbles on the stove. He adds the tofu into the simmering stew, letting it boil and burble. Tasting the result, he happily murmurs that it is delicious. Overjoyed, he declares the dish amazing. A notification states that a unique grade dish has been completed and asks him to select who will receive its buff. Minhyuk decides to give the stew's buff to Locke, an acquaintance who lives alone. Thinking stew may not be enough, he starts preparing an additional fish dish. He finishes a full homemade soybean paste stew set for Locke, complete with side dishes and grilled fish. Reflecting that he has been stuck in his office a lot lately, he feels inspired to do more. He decides he should also cook for his guildmates while he is at it. He prepares multiple dishes of different grades, including mixed rice, curry, and a legendary hamburger set for them. Continuing his work, he begins making pasta specifically for Jeannie as the next dish. While cooking pasta, he reflects that his friend treated him the same even after he changed. He thinks about how she always helped him and hopes his beloved friend enjoys the dish he is making. A brilliant flash erupts as he completes the miraculous dish. The hooded god pauses mid-sip, reacting to the sudden phenomenon. A system message announces he has made a divine grade dish and has 2 more to complete, and he resolves to keep going. Remembering first meeting Ali over ginseng chicken soup in snowy mountains, he rapidly prepares ingredients. He excitedly declares he will recreate that cherished memory as light flares again. The god marvels that he produced another divine grade dish consecutively, and warns that time is running short, asking his next choice. The cook smiles and says this final dish is dedicated to the most important person in his life. While preparing the next food, he recalls how much he has eaten in Athene, the people he has met through cooking, and how it restored his health. Stirring the pan, he thinks that all of this is thanks to one specific person. He reveals his true wish is to serve the finest possible meal to his father. Radiant light pours over the table of dishes he prepared. Approaching, the god praises Minhyuk for his achievement. The god explains that a true dish embodies the care and love for the person it is made for. Deeply moved by Minhyuk, who tirelessly cooks for others, the god declares he will grant him a special blessing. A notification states that the god of cooking has blessed him, upgrading all his dishes and strengthening their buff effects. Minhyuk nervously asks about his original quest reward, and the god, realizing he forgot, invites him to name what he wants. Smiling, Minhyuk begins to state his wish. He asks for a portable, size-changing kitchen with limitless storage that can hold any ingredient, and let him cook any dish anytime, anywhere. Amused, the god laughs that Minhyuk certainly asks for a lot but agrees to grant it. The god manifests the requested vehicle, saying this is his truck and hinting that it is larger on the inside. The god explains that the truck's interior space is adjustable to any size Minhyuk desires. He further reveals he installed the kitchen Minhyuk just used and even added a box that creates endless snacks inside the truck. The god instructs Minhyuk to use the truck to spread delicious food throughout the world. The god tells him that stepping through the nearby portal will lead directly to his castle, and Minhyuk thanks Vallen as he prepares to depart. Waving goodbye to the god from the truck window, Minhyuk urges his companion to set off. Gripping the wheel with his pig companion beside him, Minhyuk eagerly drives forward, declaring that countless new foods still await him.